Chapter 1. Rand Island. This day could very well be deemed the most delightful of the year on Rand Island. The early summer sun casts a golden hue upon the distant sea, reminiscent of rippling wheat fields, while the humid sea breeze tousles the boy's dark hair and carries with it the faint scent of salt water, mingled with the earthy aroma of the grass and soil nearby. Taking a deep breath, he feels as though all the trivial joys of the past decade come rushing back from the depths of his memory. The boy, named Donald, turns to sit up. It has been 10 years since his mother, buried beneath an unremarkable mound of earth beside him, passed away. A decade is indeed sufficient to render memories hazy and indistinct, yet in Donald's heart, that day remains vivid, as if it were yesterday. At that time, he was merely 6 years old, standing among the crowd attending the funeral, as if he were witnessing the most absurd of performances unfold before him. He felt like a clumsy extra, detached from the emotions of those around him, his heart racing, hands and feet. It was only later that he understood it was his mother's funeral. The child wailing beside him was his younger brother, Richard, and the trembling figure before him belonged to his father, Tom, a blacksmith. Yes, on that fateful day a decade ago, he had crossed over, not through a sudden appearance of a time portal, nor through a car accident, electrocution, or any other calamity. He had inexplicably transitioned from a modern earthling into the body of a child in this enigmatic land, where everything seemed undisturbed, and no one knew that young Donald's heart was tumultuous as a stormy sea. From that day forth, he navigated his existence with caution, concealing his true self and adapting to the identity of a 6-year-old child. Unable to comprehend the language spoken around him, he chose silence, and the townsfolk assumed he had become mute due to the trauma of losing his mother. He would toil away in his father's sweltering forge, diligently operating the bellows, and when his father, drenched in sweat and unable to spare a hand, he would twist a towel to wipe his father's brow. He would dress and feed his brother, taking him to the market to procure bread and vegetables. The simple-hearted women at the market would discreetly slip the unfortunate child an extra piece of dark bread. The blacksmith's meager earnings compelled Donald to share their limited provisions, often giving more to Richard, prompting his father to turn away with a soft sigh each time he observed this scene. Donald sympathized with the father and son, who had lost 2 family members in a single day. Thus he strived to alleviate his father's burdens and provide warmth to his brother. Initially, he believed he had found himself on a small southern island in medieval Italy. However, after a few months, as he gradually began to understand the local tongue, he discovered that reality was far more astonishing than he had anticipated. This was no Earth. It was a world he had never encountered before. He resided on a small island known as Rand, adjacent to the continent of Hells. On clear days, standing on the northernmost cliff of the island and gazing northward, he could occasionally glimpse the coastline of the opposing continent stretching into the distance. Rand Island was quite diminutive, with most of its inhabitants residing in Rand Town, named after the sole noble family in the area, the Rands. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Rand family were once officers in the Fiman Empire 600 years ago, who earned immense accolades during the War of Independence, prompting the empire to grant them this tiny island. Considering the island's size, Donald could not help but speculate whether the Rands were exaggerating or if the king was simply too miserly. Such matters were hardly the concerns of a 6-year-old child. As the strangeness and fear gradually dissipated, a smile began to reappear on Donald's face. As he slowly embraced his father and brother, his sympathy transformed into genuine familial affection. His father's arduous labor resulted in increasingly noticeable streaks of gray in his hair, but it also provided black bread upon their table. Though this household lacked a female presence, and the old blacksmith was taciturn by nature, Donald felt the warmth of home for the first time. He cherished this warmth. Yet each time he recalled that the true soul of Donald had perished a decade ago, along with his mother, he could not find peace within himself. Over time, he even began to feel like a thief, having stolen a life that did not rightfully belong to him. As the years passed, a decade slipped away in the blink of an eye. Richard had grown into a robust young man. Although Donald still stood slightly taller than his brother, his slender frame and fair complexion made him appear anything but the son of a blacksmith. Throughout these 10 years, he had never uttered a word, and the townsfolk had taken to referring to him as the blacksmith's mute son. At 14, Richard increasingly resembled their father, his sturdy physique allowing him to wield the fearsome blacksmith's hammer with ease. His sun-kissed skin bore a beautiful bronze hue, and he was perpetually adorned with the hearty smile characteristic of Rand Island's residents. In contrast, Donald appeared somewhat frail and too pale, often lost in thought. When someone occasionally greeted him, he would respond with a faint smile. That poor child bears such a striking resemblance to his deceased mother. The neighbors would lament, and some would even remark, Tom, if Donald looks like a nobleman. Upon hearing such comments, the blacksmith Tom could only chuckle awkwardly. Donald was, of course, no nobleman, nor would he ever become one. He was merely the frail mute son of a blacksmith. In reality, the simple islander seldom encountered nobility. The Baron of Rand did not reside on Rand Island. Instead, there was merely a steward tasked with managing the island and collecting taxes on behalf of the Baron. Donald did not perceive himself as pitiable. Compared to the orphanage of his childhood in his previous life, Rand Island felt like paradise. The climate was temperate year-round, the people were kind-hearted and warm, and the robust women at the market would embrace him, their ample bosoms pressing against him, leaving Donald blushing and flustered. The serene, beautiful beaches were a haven for children, where splendid white sailboats occasionally cruised by in the distance, and vessels docking at the small port of Rand brought sailors laden with tales. In the evenings at the market, outside the tavern, disheveled sailors would regale listeners with stories of serving noble lords, encountering valiant knights clad in gleaming armor who could single-handedly fend off countless brigands, and of mysterious sorcerers whose fireballs could reduce such knights to ashes in an instant. The sailors' tales were coarse and direct, often lacking coherence. Rarely, a wandering bard would visit the island, sharing even more fantastical and mysterious stories. And when moved, would strum a weathered lute, singing softly. Their voices, hoarse and gravelly from drink, resonated like the creaking of boats at anchor, carrying whispers from afar. In such moments, even the loudest sailors would quiet down, their eyes revealing a rare longing. In comparison to the enigmatic sorcerers, the knights who appeared alongside beautiful princesses and epic wars resonated more with the boys of Rand Island. Consequently, nearly every boy possessed a wooden sword, brandishing it with the earnestness of a hero on a quest to rescue a princess. According to imperial law, boys could don swords at the age of 14, and in noble or affluent families in larger cities, children of this age were eligible to attend knight academies for training. Furthermore, throughout the empire, impoverished children who reached the age of 16 had the chance to participate in special selections held once each season, with those chosen granted free admission to knight academies. Naturally, such selections bore the weight of entertainment, as the odds of success were exceedingly slim. Boys of Donald's age had already made 2 trips to the capital city of Dorne in the province of Tellys for the spring and summer night selections. As expected, none had succeeded, and no one felt disheartened, for to the children of Rand Island, the journey to Dorne City at the age of 16 was more akin to a commemorative adventure marking their coming of age. Isolated like an island unto itself, no one could recall the last time a child had successfully passed the selection. As spring waned, blacksmith Tom tentatively broached the subject with Donald, asking if he would like to join his peers on a trip to Dorne City. Donald merely smiled and offered no response. From that day onward, after his father's work was completed, he did not rush to extinguish the forge's fire, but instead took up the hammer, laboring over a piece of wrought iron. Naturally frail, he would require breaks after hammering 3 or 4 times. Yet he persisted. Once he regained his breath, he resumed his task, committing to 2 hours of practice each day. He spoke not a word. But old Tom understood. Donald intended to ensure the blacksmith's legacy would endure. This child merely needs to see the world a little. It's not as though I expect you to run away and abandon your duties. I'm still quite robust, and it's not yet your time to take over, the old blacksmith grumbled, affectionately tousling Donald's dark hair. Though his words seemed to convey complaint, his face bore a smile of satisfaction. Dorne City. It wouldn't be a bad idea to visit. Thus, each day, Donald diligently hammered away at his piece of wrought iron, thinning it out, coiling it up, or simply bending it to continue his work. Customers would gaze curiously at his endeavors, prompting Tom to respond that his son was merely playing and building strength. The mute son of the blacksmith was learning the trade. In a matter of days, the neighbors grew accustomed to the sight. When you master the craft, make sure to forge me a set of horseshoes first. We shall have 2 blacksmiths in Rand Town, Tom. There may be competition for your business soon, quipped Uncle Jim, who delivered goods by horse and cart. Richard, assisting his brother by stoking the fire and wiping the sweat from his brow, inadvertently smudged his forehead with soot and chimed in. Uncle Jim, your gaunt horse wouldn't wear out a set of horseshoes in 6 months. My brother will surely make me a sword first, a real sword. For the past few months, Richard had been pestering their father for a sword. At 14, he was nearing the stature of an adult man, and the wooden sword at his waist now appeared somewhat ludicrous. Regardless of the chatter around him, Donald simply smiled and continued to focus intently on his hammering. After several months of toil, he had developed a certain level of skill in his craft. What had initially been formless wrought iron was now being shaped into a uniform expanse of material every few days. In the words of Aunt Mary, with just a few more strikes, it would become a respectable iron basin. Yet, regrettably, just as the basin was nearing completion, Donovan would hammer it back into a lump. On a day when the sweltering summer was about to wane, Donovan signaled to his brother to stoke the furnace to its utmost heat. He then set about hammering the battered piece of iron with a seriousness unparalleled to any other day. Richard, who was fervently fanning the flames beside him, heard the rhythmic clanging of the hammer meld into a single sound, only for it to abruptly cease. He turned to see his brother collapse onto the ground. A triumphant smile on his face, beads of sweat cascading down. Was that a sword protruding from the forge? Donovan, calculating the time, extinguished the flames of the furnace, showing no intention of retrieving the sword. Old Tom pointed towards the water bucket, signaling Donovan to quench the sword, but Donovan shook his head in refusal. "Just play with your brother," Old Tom said, taking a swig of the coarse rum produced on the island, chuckling. "You rascal, who would dare attempt forging a sword without years of experience?" "Father, I've grown up, yet I've never seen you forge a sword," Richard remarked. Having nagged his father fruitlessly for months, he had made countless visits to the blacksmith shop in town, which only sold a single type of sword, the standard longsword of the empire. The tavern owner's son, Turner, had become the idol of the island's children, having replaced Richard with his very own. Each time he carefully drew his sword, his expression was solemn, as if he were a knight being knighted by the king. Now, Richard too was to receive a sword, one forged by his brother's own hands. Chapter 2. The brother's sword. Richard's sword was unsharpened, merely encased in a rudimentary scabbard made from bamboo and pigskin, which he hung at his waist, replacing the wooden sword he had previously wielded. However, when he excitedly drew the sword in front of the other children, it did not elicit the anticipated gasps of awe. "Richard, why is your wooden sword scorched black? Indeed, it's even bent, ha." Truth be told, it was an unsightly sword, with a dark blade bearing an awkward curve, an excessively long hilt, and an unbalanced weight. Yet in Richard's eyes, it was a precious gift crafted by his brother over several months, and he would not allow anyone to disparage his brother's creation. Thus, he swung more vigorously than ever, the iron sword effortlessly repelling the wooden swords of the other children. However, being heavy and unwieldy, it left him vulnerable to their chaotic counterattacks, which often struck true. They were accustomed to playing together, and while they were gentle in their blows, their laughter and teasing only served to infuriate Richard. His face flushed crimson as he swung the sword in defiance. "Just watch, this is a treasure of a sword, and I will use it to participate in the night selection." Treasure. More like Richard has strapped a blacksmith's poker to his waist. "What do you know? This is a sword made by my brother, not some poker. Ha. When did your mute brother learn to forge swords, let alone make a mute, blackened sword?" Richard inherited his father's reticent nature. After being mocked, he fell silent and charged forward to wield his iron sword. The children scattered, and after several rounds of this, he finally exhausted himself, and they ceased to provoke him. After all, they were playmates who had spent countless days together, and being carefree boys, it wasn't long before they all sat together again, taking turns admiring Richard's sword. "It's genuinely made of iron, so heavy, heavier than Turner's sword. Who are you fooling? When has Turner ever let you touch his treasure? Kelly said he sleeps with it." Kelly was Turner's sister, the tavern owner's daughter, renowned as the beauty of the town. "If it were me, I'd rather sleep with Kelly." "Dream on. Kelly likes Richard's brother." The tavern owner's beautiful daughter had a fondness for the blacksmith's mute son, a well-known secret among the town's children. In the town, girls aged 15 or 16 were as spirited as the boys, some having ventured into the dense mangroves beside the town with familiar boys. Donovan had never stepped into those woods, but occasionally, when passing by, he could hear the girls' laughter. If he paid close attention, he could perhaps discern which girl from town it was. If those bold girls happened to find themselves in a delicate situation, they would shyly be taken by their parents to confront the boys responsible. Many couples in the small town were formed in such a manner. Occasionally, there were cases of mistaken identity. Old Jim's son bore no resemblance to him, looking instead like the grain store owner. Kelly had once followed her mother to reside in Dorn City for a time. Experiencing the vastness of the city, she shunned the elaborate floral dresses favored by the island girls and lacked their rosy cheeks. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it stirred the hearts of the island boys. Now 14, many boys sought to take her into the mangroves, but none had succeeded, not even those who had dared to hold her hand. At some point, whispers began to circulate that she had a crush on Donovan, claiming that whenever she spoke to him, her cheeks would flush. When faced with such comments, she would merely smile shyly, neither confirming nor denying. Others even encouraged Donovan to take Kelly to the mangroves, but he pretended not to hear. He was merely the mute son of the blacksmith, unworthy in the tavern owner's eyes to wed his precious daughter. After months of labor, Donovan had grown somewhat stronger. After completing Richard's sword, he continued to spend 2 hours each day at the forge. Occasionally, Richard would return with a wild rabbit or a few sea fish. And the blacksmith's table was no longer limited to black bread. Kelly would come by the forge every few days, sometimes to patronize old Tom's business, and other times just to converse with Donovan. She would recount her experiences in Dorn City, the sprawling ancient walls, the Grand Lord's manor, the bustling night academy, and the chaotic docks. She spoke slowly. Donovan smiled and listened. Kelly felt that both she and Donovan were misfits on this small island. Perhaps it was his delicate features, or perhaps it was the subtlety of his smile, the slight upward curve of his lips, reminiscent of the portraits of nobles she had seen. Donovan understood that he would never marry the daughter of the town's most prominent family. The tavern owner also ran the village's sword shop and was the wealthiest man in town. His wife was the daughter of a great merchant from Dorn City, one of the few women who had married from outside the island. Donovan's mother also seemed not to be a native of Rand Island, but his father was tight-lipped about such matters. Donovan enjoyed listening to the tales spun by sailors and bards, but while those stories ignited fervor in other children, they merely piqued his profound curiosity. He knew that not all supernatural phenomena were mere fabrications. There existed a world of conflicts and magic, yet he was uncertain where the line between reality and fiction lay. Knights, who transcended the ordinary limits of strength, must surely exist, but what of magicians? If magic were real, then what of dragons? Were the towering magical towers and sprawling circles of sorcery truly real? And what did it mean when every bard recited that knights traveled north while mages ventured south? On those nights spent gathered around the campfire, listening to stories, he often felt an illusion that Rant Island was a sanctuary, a place untouched by the tumultuous and perilous outside world, a realm apart. He was certainly not afraid, nor was he timid. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to journey across the mainland. He simply lacked the impetuosity and fervor typical of ordinary boys. Given his previous life's age, he was not much younger than his father, Tom. Donovan was familiar with every street on the island and every person within it, yet only he understood that he was merely playing the role of Donovan. The island was like a beautiful tale, and he dwelled within it, striving to express emotions befitting his character. Yet, he always felt like an observer. He undoubtedly loved his father and brother, even every soul on the island. Yet he could not help but ponder whether all that lay before him could vanish in the blink of an eye, and he would find himself in an entirely unfamiliar world. Thus, he remained silent, merely smiling calmly. Since fate had swept him to this place, he might as well wait in quiet anticipation for the invisible hand of destiny to guide him to his next destination. After experiencing a bewildering transference, Donovan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness toward fate. The simple islanders perceived his smile as shy, considering him an introverted child. His father and brother saw no issue with his silence, believing that it mattered little if he did not speak. He never emitted the peculiar sounds typical of a mute, and should a stranger, if any existed, encounter him, they would not deem him mute. As the summer sun began to set, casting its light through the forge's doorway, the shadows gradually elongated, and the breeze turned cooler day by day. It truly was a simple yet beautiful life. A slender figure darted through the sunlight and into the forge, revealing itself to be Kelly, who was unlike her usual composed self. Breathlessly, she exclaimed to Donovan, "Hurry, hurry and see. Richard and my brother are fighting." My uncle, my uncle." Before Donovan could grasp what she intended to say, old Tom had already set down his hammer and rushed outside, muttering, "What trouble has that boy caused now?" Donovan followed Kelly in the direction of the tavern, and she took a moment to piece together a rough account of the situation. The situation is still related to that black iron sword. The tavern owner, Paul, is a perpetually jovial, rotund man, and when he stands alongside Kelly's mother, one cannot help but feel a twinge of concern for the frail woman. Today, his brother-in-law has come to visit his sister, since she returned to Rand Island with her daughter. The siblings have not seen each other for many years. When Turner and Kelly stood before him, he barely recognized them. This gentleman from the big city, clad in light, thin leather armor, exuded an air of valor. Outside the open doors and windows, a sizable crowd gathered, as the simple folk of Rand Island never bothered to conceal their curiosity, directly inquiring about his identity. "My uncle is the steward of the Knight Academy," Turner proudly introduced his uncle. "Remarkable. So, you are a knight." Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Merkel was indeed a knight, a first-class knight, and he also served as a logistics officer at the Knight Academy, overseeing the students' accommodations and equipment. Truly a significant figure to the ordinary islanders. The conversation between the siblings shifted from concerns of their long separation, the health of their elderly parents, to the affairs of their neighbors, eventually landing on the topic of their children. Turner eagerly mentioned that he would participate in the talent selection next spring, brandishing his longsword and demonstrating the fruits of his years of practice to his uncle. "Knights are chosen through practical combat. With your swordplay, how am I to judge your skill? Nevertheless, your stance is commendable, and your speed is quite adequate." Merkel offered encouraging words to his long-lost nephew. This ignited Turner's enthusiasm, and he began to seek someone to spar with. The island boys, unaccustomed to strangers, shyly retreated, realizing that pitting their wooden swords against Turner's standard longsword was futile. After much pushing, someone shouted, Richard has an iron sword too. Let him practice with you." Reluctantly, Richard was shoved forward by the other children. He was reluctant to reveal his black sword to the city's esteemed guest. Although he cherished it, he was painfully aware of the children's recent gossip, which had made him acutely conscious of its unsightly appearance. Well, it was indeed quite hideous. Upon seeing Richard brought forth, Turner was unwilling to let him slip away, drawing his sword and calling out, "Come on, Richard, let us duel fairly." The nightly challenge, which he must have overheard from some drunken sailor, drew laughter from the adults. Richard unsheathed his sword, but did not attempt to parry or retaliate. He merely dodged, fearful that his black sword would be damaged by Turner's glinting longsword. Merkel, being a formal knight, possessed a keen eye. He observed that Turner's footwork was unsteady and his techniques disorganized, while the other child, though consistently evading, remained calm and breathed steadily. The black sword in Richard's hand appeared rather peculiar, with a slightly curved blade and an excessively rough exterior, resembling an unfinished product. "Is everything all right?" he inquired of his amused brother-in-law. The children are not holding back. "Oh, it's fine. They haven't drawn blood," came the reply. Thus, one child relentlessly pursued while the other merely dodged, and the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, noticing Richard's reluctance to retaliate. Turner sought to make a spectacle of himself before his uncle, loudly taunting, "Richard, are you a coward? Where is your courage?" Richard felt his face burning with shame. At that moment, he would have preferred to wield the wooden sword from his past, allowing him to strike back without hesitation, relying on his strength to fend off Turner. However, he couldn't bear to let Turner's blows land on the black sword gifted to him by his brother, unwilling to see months of his brother's toil wasted. Yet, he could not endure being branded a coward that he aspired to be a knight, and each time he evaded, the laughter surrounding him seemed to mock his dreams. "Forgive me, brother," at the age of 14. Richard finally could no longer restrain himself and raised his sword to block Turner's strike. Once, twice, thrice, the anticipated outcome did not occur. The black sword showed no signs of damage, and Richard's courage surged. He gathered his strength and clashed with Turner. Clang! It broke. Indeed, it shattered. Richard's face fell in despair, and silence enveloped the crowd as he looked up at Turner, whose expression mirrored his own, teetering on the brink of tears. Then, Richard realized that the weight in his hand remained unchanged. The black sword was intact. It was Turner's glimmering longsword that had been reduced to a mere half, the blade's edge curling at the break. Was this truly a treasured sword? Richard gazed at his black sword, still in disbelief. Turner could no longer contain his tears, and Kelly dashed toward the blacksmith's shop, by the time Donner and his father arrived. Turner still bore traces of tears on his face, while Richard hung his head in a look of guilt, his black sword now resting in Merkel's hands. "Is this the sword you forged?" Merkel asked with a smile, his expression one of approval. The tavern owner maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly uninterested in reprimanding anyone. Donner nodded. Richard had likely explained the sword's origins. "Can you tell me how you forged it?" Merkel inquired. Donner shook his head. "This child is not very talkative," old Tom interjected helpfully. "Indeed, he is mute," the other children chimed in, fearing the knight had not understood. "Mute." Merkel regarded Donner curiously, grinning as he said, If you can tell me how you broke Turner's sword, we might let this slide. Donner recognized the jest. There was no principle of compensation for breaking an opponent's sword in a spar. Yet Richard was clearly frightened, and old Tom anxiously looked at him, eager to assist with an answer but unsure where to begin. Surely, he couldn't say, "My son has been hammering wrought iron into shapes resembling basins, and in doing so, it somehow became a sword," could he? Donner remained silent, reaching for the black sword and grinding it against a smooth stone nearby before returning it to Merkel. Merkel beamed knowingly, instructing the jovial tavern owner a few things. Shortly thereafter, a tavern worker arrived with a whetstone and clean water, beginning to polish the black sword. Merkel leaned in for a closer look, then pushed the worker aside to take over himself that a night. He possessed far greater strength than the average person and was well versed in blades. Before long, he had removed the unsightly layer from the sword, rinsed it in clean water, and gently wiped it from the hilt to the tip with a cloth. Every eye was fixed upon his actions. What a magnificent sword it was, adorned with intricate, delicate patterns resembling flowing water and flames, yet even more resplendent and mysterious. Was this truly a treasured sword? Richard could hardly believe his eyes. Donner smiled at his brother. The 3 months he had spent replicating this Damascus sword had not been in vain. Others may have only seen the endless folding and hammering, but no one had noticed that he repeatedly heated the steel in a charcoal furnace before hammering it, layering different carbon content steels to create a composite that displayed both strength and resilience. Years later, this peculiar sword would undergo several transformations, gaining a fearsome reputation and becoming the subject of countless legends. But for now, in the hands of its first owner, Richard, it bore a humble name, Brother's Sword. Chapter 3. The blacksmith's son night had fallen, and the three of them sat around a rickety dining table by the forge's fire, sharing their dinner of dark bread and vegetable soup. The flames flickered weakly, casting the shadows of the trio against the mottled wall as the fire danced, their silhouettes swaying along with it. Old Tom glared at Richard, who kept his head bowed, focused on devouring his bread. Several times, it seemed as though his father wanted to say something, but ultimately he remained silent, shaking his head and turning to Donner. "Lord Merkel is truly a good man." Donner did not understand why his father had made such an arbitrary statement. Yet he still nodded earnestly in response. "Your brother is utterly reckless, and you indulge him in his folly. A knight. What chance does a blacksmith's son have of becoming a knight? Have you ever heard of a blacksmith's son becoming a knight?" Donner continued to nod, then finally shook his head. He had indeed never heard of a blacksmith's son attaining knighthood. In fact, beyond his father, he did not know any other blacksmiths, let alone their sons. His father stood to ladle the soup. Donner kicked Richard under the table. Then, when Richard glanced up at him, he made a funny face. Richard, struggling to suppress his laughter, buried his head deeper into his bread, as if the dark loaf were blocking his path to knighthood. "Mr. Merkel mentioned that he would come by tomorrow morning. Be sure to tell him how you made this sword. If you cannot recall, just say so." Donner nodded again, as his father seemed to forget that his son was mute. While Merkel was merely a first-class knight, he served as an official at the Knight Academy, managing the school's weapons, and having been a mercenary in his youth, he was quite knowledgeable. However, when he saw the strange patterns on Richard's sword, his astonishment matched that of those around him. To think that such an unusual sword could come from the hands of a boy who had never set foot beyond Rand Island. And moreover, this was purportedly his very first creation. He had never forged any iron implements before. This was clearly beyond mere luck or coincidence. To satisfy his curiosity, he proposed to Richard and his father that he would keep the sword overnight and visit the blacksmith shop in the morning. Old Tom, still anxious about the broken half of the long sword lying on the ground, readily agreed. In the guest room prepared by the corpulent brother-in-law, a peculiar long sword lay horizontally across the writing desk. Beside it, an open sheet of letter paper revealed Mr. Merkel from the city of Dorn was penning a letter. "My dear Victor, I hope that by the time you read this letter, your mind has not been utterly befuddled by those whimsical fancies. Surely, you remember my sister, Jennifer, the clingy, weepy Jennifer? She is now a mother of two. She has married and settled on the remote island of Land, a speck of land so insignificant that it does not even appear on the imperial maps. However, I have encountered something extraordinary here, which I believe may pique your interest. That I witnessed a 14-year-old boy severing an imperial longsword with a strange sword of his own. Remarkably, this sword was the very first creation of his brother, the blacksmith's son, a complete novice with no prior experience. Even more astonishing were the bizarre patterns adorning the blade. I had never seen such peculiar designs before. They were unlike the decorative motifs found on the fine steel swords crafted by the northern dwarfs. Far more intricate and mysterious, I have a sense that these patterns are what grant the sword its sharpness and resilience, but I even pondered whether it might be related to some form of magic. I attempted to inquire about it from the boy, but gleaning any useful information proved to be quite difficult, though I may have neglected to mention that he is mute. That so, have I successfully ignited the curiosity of a naturalist? I shall remain on land until the end of September. If you wish to indulge your curiosity, you may find me at the tavern on the island. Your old friend, Merkel. Life on the small island is simple and orderly as dawn breaks. The streets gradually come to life. Richard unexpectedly rose earlier than his father and brother today. As the sunlight kissed the threshold, he was already fetching water and tidying up. The spring plowing had long concluded, and autumn harvest had yet to arrive. The summer season lacked business for tool repairs, marking a slow period for the blacksmith's shop. Thus, when Merkel entered, old Tom was just preparing to start a fire. Upon seeing the noble knight, he immediately summoned his eldest son to bring forth a chair and personally wiped it clean. Richard stood behind his father, head lowered, akin to a child awaiting punishment for a misdeed. "Please, do take a seat, Mr. Tom," the esteemed knight suggested. The old blacksmith, caught off guard by the noble's formality, hurriedly sought a small stool to sit upon, his robust frame appearing somewhat mismatched atop the diminutive seat. "Richard is 14 this year. I believe it is time to send him to night school." "I seldom encounter such a sturdy lad in the academy," Merkel remarked. Richard instinctively straightened his posture and glanced up to gauge Merkel's expression, confirming that he was not jesting. Hearing praise for his younger son from a gentleman of the town, old Tom broke into a grin, only to be momentarily struck by a thought that dimmed his joy, causing his expression to shift. The blacksmith's son. Ha! Donald suddenly felt that this scene resembled an official visiting a rural farmer. "What's wrong with being the blacksmith's son?" "In my eyes, both of your sons are remarkable," Merkel replied, drawing forth the patterned sword. "Though somewhat reluctantly, I must honestly say that I have never encountered such a wondrous sword. Moreover, I have heard that it was forged from ordinary wrought iron." "Is that correct?" he inquired of Donald. Donald nodded. "Then, may I inquire how you accomplished this?" Donald's expression faltered. If even a fraction of the tales were true, compared to the true weapons of this world, Damascus steel would pale in significance, perhaps only advantageous in terms of lower material costs. He had never intended to prosper from this, yet he was also reluctant to simply divulge the information. "Donald, think carefully," his father urged. Donald adopted a troubled expression, lowering his head like Richard, a picture of a child accepting punishment. "It's quite all right. Let the boy ponder a moment longer." Merkel was mentally prepared, knowing that unraveling the mystery would not be straightforward. He lingered to converse with old Tom for a while before taking his leave. Although reluctant to part, he ultimately left the sword behind. Subsequently, Merkel would visit the blacksmith's shop each day, sitting for a spell and occasionally inquiring about Donald. Though to no avail, from his discussions with old Tom, he quickly concluded that the man was indeed just an ordinary rural blacksmith. Donald ceased his ironworking routine. Kelly sometimes accompanied her uncle for a visit. Richard resumed his habit of frolicking outside for half the day. Old Tom, while conversing with Merkel, no longer bore the same stiffness. In fact, he began to appreciate the unpretentious knight. However, in his eyes, Merkel must surely be an exception. True nobles were still to be regarded from a lofty pedestal. This notion was entirely upended the day Victor arrived on the island. Chapter 4. The amateur naturalist on this day. Merkel arrived at the blacksmith shop as usual, though this time, he was accompanied by a companion. "This is my friend, Victor Bryan." Victor, evidently displeased with the introduction, shot a glare at Merkel, who begrudgingly added, "A naturalist." The naturalist was tall and slender. His gray robe, so grimy that one might question its original hue, with a wild mane of curly hair haphazardly piled atop his large head, resembling a broom stuck in the ground. This scene led Richard to form a misguided impression that a naturalist might be a term of respect for a beggar. That in fact, to be precise, Mr. Victor was merely an enthusiast of natural history. The nonsensical papers he submitted to the Continental Naturalist Society, as the Society's director once phrased it, had never been accepted for publication. Yet, such minor setbacks did not hinder his relentless pursuit of truth. Such minor setbacks do not deter my unwavering quest for truth. Each time he received a rejection, He would proclaim his motto with fervor, then wholeheartedly dive into crafting his next nonsensical paper. The leadership and colleagues at Tellus Magic Academy often expressed their grievances regarding his lack of focus. Indeed, Victor was a wizard, a professor at the Tellus Magic Academy. "Where is the sword? Where is the sword?" Victor, clearly impatient, interrupted before Merkel could finish introducing the three of them, clamoring to see the sword. Merkel, accustomed to his manner, exchanged a resigned glance with Donald and turned to Richard, saying, "Richard, could you lend your sword to Mr. Victor for a moment?" Richard looked to his brother, who offered an affirmative nod, prompting him to unfasten the sword from his waist and hand it, sheath and all, to Victor. Victor eagerly took the sword, drawing it from its sheath and seeking out a well-lit spot to examine it closely. Detecting no magical fluctuations, he noted the unfamiliar patterns on the blade. However, they were certainly not magic circles, as the lines did not conform to the fundamental principles of magic circle design. They bore no resemblance to the totems of the dwarves or gnomes he attempted to speak. "Merkel, you were right. These patterns are the crux of the mystery." As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Donald, relieved to see no change in his expression, and continued, "These patterns were engraved with a fine steel carving tool." He stretched out the words, noticing Donald's barely suppressed smile, and quickly amended, "Were they?" "Clearly not." Merkel felt his face flush. He had not anticipated that his old friend's only advancement over the years would be in thickening his skin. Victor traced the patterns on the sword, attempting to project his mental energy outward. Strangely, the patterns delved deep into the sword's body, intertwining and entwining. The patterns were of the same material, yet slightly varied. Remarkable, these patterns extend into the very core of the blade. This time, he caught Donald's astonished expression. Unaware of Victor's identity as a wizard, Donald assumed he was relying solely on observation and thought that Victor might be close to deciphering the mystery. "Well, the problem is solved," Victor declared with pride. "The interior of this sword consists of layers of materials with different properties intertwined, rendering it both hard and resilient. What an intriguing structure. Can you discern how it was forged?" Merkel inquired. "Forged? Oh, Merkel, I believe you misunderstand. You must know that we naturalists are only responsible for observing and elucidating the essence of things. As for the forging process, that is merely a minor engineering concern. My old friend, it seems you have been heavily influenced by those brawny northerners. I truly need to explain to you the profound greatness of natural history. But you came here precisely to unravel the mystery of this sword's creation, did you not? That was under the impression that you had discovered a new magic circle here. I sensed you were intentionally misleading me. How could I possibly be interested in sword forging? Do you take me for one of those short folk from the land of the dwarves?" Although Donald was unaware of who the dwarves from the land of the dwarves were, the remark certainly did not sound like a compliment. Yet, since he was regarded as mute, he could only stifle his curiosity. "Excuse me, sir?" This was Richard's voice at that moment. Victor realized that his previous comments had been somewhat disrespectful to the father and son trio, and he awkwardly apologized. "Oh, my apologies. Please do not misunderstand. I hold great respect for craftsmen. I was merely referring to those greedy little dwarves." The naturalist lowered his gaze upon Richard and suddenly realized that comments regarding the dwarfs seemed prone to misunderstandings, his expression turning somewhat awkward. "Sir, may I inquire what a naturalist is?" As soon as Richard's question escaped his lips, Merkel's demeanor soured, and Donovan, observing this, sensed that something was about to unfold. "Ha ha, child, you are called Richard, correct?" Victor's gaze upon Richard resembled that of a dragon discovering treasure. Donovan could almost envision saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth, but he dismissed it as mere illusion. "Natural history is the grandest pursuit in the world. It is our means of understanding the universe and embodies an attitude of seeking the essence of existence." Merkel shook his head and ambled to his familiar seat, slumping down in defeat. Donovan thought to himself, must it be so exaggerated? Not at all. That the Triss Academy of Magic. Everyone knows that when Professor Victor speaks of natural history, your best option is to sneak away, lest you spend the next half-day ensnared in nightmarish spells. Initiate conversation with him, as Richard had done, was akin to willingly offering oneself as prey to a wolf. "Child, you possess the most vital quality of a naturalist, curiosity." He then cast a disdainful glance at Merkel, who responded with an eye roll. "Natural history is indeed vast, even given more time. I could not elucidate it all. However, I can introduce you to my recent research direction, Graphics. Victor seemed to have forgotten that he was addressing the 14-year-old son of a rural blacksmith. Well, it had been far too long since he had found an audience. When Donovan awoke from his afternoon nap, he beheld Victor and Richard squatting together, the former clutching several slender twigs, incessantly scribbling on the ground. Murmuring to himself, Richard appeared utterly tormented. You see, with the simplest of tools, to create such precise and perfect figures, is it not wondrous? Next, I shall teach you how to. Victor showed no intention of halting. Donovan leaned in for a closer look. The drawings on the ground were familiar Euclidean geometries, suggesting that the mathematical understanding of this world was akin to that of ancient Greece. These rudimentary constructions had utterly captivated Victor. Richard gazed up at his brother, his expression pleading for help. The boy had already paid a hefty price for his ill-timed curiosity. Donovan crouched down, took a twig, hastily drew an angle, crudely dividing it into 3 parts, then looked at Victor with a sincere expression. Are you asking how to trisect this angle? Using ruler and compass. Coming to this blacksmith shop had proven to be the wisest decision of late. As he had unexpectedly encountered 2 children intrigued by natural history, Donovan nodded vigorously, feigning earnestness while secretly chuckling. That is an excellent question. I have just explained to Richard how to bisect an angle. And your inquiry, if probed slightly deeper, Victor continued, sketching an angle as he began to explore what he deemed a relatively simple geometric problem. 5 minutes later, Victor was still drawing. Half an hour later, he had covered a considerable portion of the ground with his sketches, necessitating a change of location to continue his attempts, perspiration now beading on his forehead as he glanced up at the 2 children intermittently. Just a little longer. An hour later, Victor had forgotten the presence of those around him, and Richard seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Merkel could not resist standing to observe his drawings, occasionally casting a puzzled glance at Donovan. Donovan maintained an innocent demeanor, watching as Victor unwittingly plunged headlong into a mathematical conundrum that had perplexed humanity for millennia. He could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Yet, as he considered the small mischief he was indulging in to save his brother Richard, he deemed it a forgivable act. Chapter 5. The Dream of a Younger Brother. The following morning, Merkel entered the blacksmith shop alone. That Victor fellow hasn't slept all night. He has been drawing incessantly. Donovan, your question has truly stumped him. Donovan feigned innocence, while Richard could not suppress a chuckle. Merkel had a sense that the eldest son of this blacksmith family was far from ordinary. Having dealt with weaponry for decades, he found himself unable to discern the secrets behind that peculiar sword. Although Victor was somewhat cantankerous, he possessed genuine knowledge and had been confounded by the seemingly casual riddle. If one still believed that all of this was mere coincidence, then they were decidedly dim-witted. Typically, given his nature, he would hesitate to pry into someone's unwillingness to disclose a secret. Yet this time was different. Merkel's family had long operated weapon shops across the province of Tris, which ought to be a lucrative business. However, ever since the peace accord among the Fayman Empire, the Thorn Empire, and the Silver Sparrow Federation 18 years prior, the continent of Hars had experienced an unprecedented tranquility. Consequently, over the years, both military and civilian demand for weapons had dwindled, leading to a decline in the family business. Even though he had reluctantly secured a logistical position at a night school, its impact was limited. Thus, if he could acquire the means to forge that sword, it might alleviate the current predicament. Merkel's father was a merchant, and among his 3 sons, only he possessed the potential of a knight. In his youth, he had once been passionate, yet after numerous setbacks, he had come to terms with his humble origins and mediocre talents. Now, his greatest aspiration was to utilize his knighthood to assist his family, easing some of his father's burdens. Donovan, oh, and Mr. Tom, that I may not have mentioned this before, but my father, who is also Kelly's grandfather, is in the weapon business. To be candid, due to prolonged peace, the weapon trade has become quite sluggish, thus placing considerable pressure on the family. Before leaving home that day, Merkel had resolved to be forthright with Donovan and his son. Therefore, when I beheld the sword you forged, Donovan, I thought perhaps this could be an opportunity. As I mentioned, this is a remarkable sword if the price is right. I hope to place an order for such blades. Naturally, I hope you won't mind my boldness. If I could acquire the methods to forge it, I would be willing to offer a substantial reward. Upon concluding this statement, Merkel felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Old Tom glanced between Merkel and Donovan, uncertain how to respond. Donovan had not anticipated Merkel's directness, leaving him in a quandary. Should he accept the order, it would undoubtedly mean more work for his father, and he might have to dedicate all his time to it, which he was reluctant to do. Conversely, selling the forging methods might bring unexpected wealth, but it might not necessarily be a blessing for the three of them. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the sword Richard had at his side, and suddenly an audacious idea struck him. Donovan pulled Richard before Merkel, solemnly gesturing towards him while mimicking a sword-wielding motion. Merkel looked perplexed, and both Richard and Old Tom were equally bewildered by Donovan's antics. Donovan repeated the gesture, and seeing that the three remained unresponsive, he hesitated for a moment before articulating slowly, "Send Richard to night school, and I will tell you the method." The sound of his own voice felt foreign, as if spoken by a stranger. His long-standing silence was not an act of mystery after that initial period of silence following his arrival. Others had tacitly accepted that he had become mute if he were to speak suddenly. It would undoubtedly startle everyone, complicating any subsequent explanations. The reactions of his father and brother confirmed Donovan's concerns. As they gazed at him in astonishment, both his sudden speech and the meaning behind it struck them as unbelievable. Merkel's shock, however, was considerably less pronounced. "Do you mean to say that in exchange for the method of sword forging, you would send Richard to night school?" Donovan nodded, offering Richard an encouraging glance, though the latter had yet to recover from his astonishment. "But night school requires exams and tuition fees." Old Tom finally regained some composure compared to his younger son. "Mr. Tom, rest assured, this transaction would certainly cover all of Richard's educational expenses at night school, and as for the exams, you need not worry. I am confident that, with Richard's talents, passing the exam would be no issue." In truth, Merkel had not tested Richard's knighthood potential, but given his position at night school, it would not be difficult to arrange some leniency during the entrance examination. Moreover, the tuition for night school was significantly less than what he had initially intended to offer as a reward. Thus, if the transaction succeeded, he would indeed come out ahead. Now, there remains but one question. "Richard, would you wish to attend night school?" Richard first felt alarmed by the fact that his brother was not mute, then doubted whether he had misheard. Now that Merkel reiterated, it still seemed surreal to him, although he had confidently proclaimed to his friends that he wished to become a knight. If someone told him that he would indeed become a knight and would soon attend night school, he would have thought that person a charlatan. Yet now, this opportunity lay genuinely before him. His brother looked at him encouragingly. Mr. Merkel awaited his response, and as he gazed at his father, would his father agree? Seeing the pleading look in his youngest son's eyes, the old blacksmith knew how heartbroken Richard would be if he disapproved. Moreover, what reason could he have to refuse? "I am willing," with his father's approval. Richard finally uttered those three words. Donald gazed upon his younger brother, this child who had lost their mother at the tender age of 4, and a flood of memories surged within him. The reckless brawls with peers, spurred merely by their taunts of calling his brother a mute. The way he took the blame for his brother's misdeeds, choosing to endure his father's misunderstandings, and as he grew slightly more aware, his refusal to consume the bread his brother had saved for him, feigning satiety despite the rumblings of his stomach betraying him. Now, his response emerged as a whisper, yet it resonated with purity, sincerity, and an undercurrent of resolve and gratitude that a smile broke upon Donald's face, the first genuine smile he had worn since arriving in this world, even extending his arms to embrace his brother. Richard, overwhelmed, suddenly felt a lump in his throat and wept. Mr. Merkel, too, found joy in the scene before him, though he did not neglect the matter at hand. "So, is it settled?" Donald nodded vigorously. For reasons unknown, the sight of the child nodding brought a sense of reassurance to Merkel. After Merkel departed, the blacksmith and Richard bombarded Donald with questions, ultimately confirming he was not, in fact, mute, leading to their elation. Chapter 6. The Hand of Fate. From that day forth, Mr. Merkel arrived punctually at the smithy each morning. Through months of training, Donald had shed his frail form, and with the experience gained from the previous forging, 10 days later, the second of its kind, a 1,000-fold sword, materialized before Mr. Merkel. Throughout the process, Donald meticulously controlled the thickness of the wrought iron, the methods of tempering, the regulation of carbon content, and the nuances of annealing and avoiding quenching at every critical juncture, pausing to signal or elucidate to Merkel, who diligently noted each detail in a small notebook. Donald refrained from explaining the underlying principles, deeming it inconvenient and knowing that Merkel would not comprehend, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Fortunately, in this world, exceptional weapons were forged through experience alone, and Merkel asked not a single question beyond his detailed records. The sword took on a more refined appearance than the first, yet remained dark and unpolished. Once smoothed, it revealed the anticipated exquisite patterns. Merkel satisfiedly closed his notebook, convinced that his instincts had been correct. That sword was no mere coincidence. By the end of September, Merkel returned to the city, accompanied by Richard, marking Richard's first departure from Rand Island. Their beautiful sailing ship glided from the harbor, and the figures of their family began to fade into the distance. Richard suddenly waved vigorously, calling out, "Father, brother, I shall surely become a knight." Richard ventured forth with dreams of knighthood towards a new world, while Merkel embarked on his journey home, fueled by hopes of familial revival. Meanwhile, our beloved naturalist, Mr. Victor, remained behind, having spent over a fortnight ensnared in a conundrum, utterly perplexed. Thus, the smithy did not succumb to the anticipated solitude. Victor took the place of his old friend, arriving punctually each day. And without Merkel watching over him, he wholly relinquished his reservations, engaging Donald in discussions about his favored geometrical problems. Theo described the interactions at the smithy as discussions would be a misnomer, for such exchanges presume an equivalence in understanding between the parties involved. Yet, in Donald's eyes, Victor's grasp of geometry was woefully inadequate. However, considering Victor's recent struggles with his timeless quandary, Donald felt a flicker of guilt. Consequently, the daily occurrences at the smithy unfolded as follows. Victor spoke animatedly for half the day, sketching diagrams across the floor, only for Donald to nonchalantly add a few strokes, prompting Victor to ponder those lines for quite some time, eventually leading to moments of revelation, followed by another flurry of drawings, and so it continued. Indeed, this scene bore a striking resemblance to post-class consultations at a university, only the teacher was significantly younger than the student that asked for the problem of trisecting an angle. Donald shook his head in silence, unable to respond. The problem was unsolvable, and he knew not how to prove it. These days passed in this manner for a full 3 days. That on the 4th day, Victor no longer approached Donald with the same casual inquiries, but instead donned a more solemn expression and proposed that he hire Donald as his assistant. Donald declined. That evening, the dinner table felt rather desolate, occupied solely by the two of them. "Why did you not accept Mr. Victor's offer?" Donald shook his head, maintaining a tranquil smile. "I understand, you are concerned for me, worried I might become a lonely old man. With Richard gone, you feel the need to stay behind. When your mother departed, you shed not a single tear. They said, 'This child keeps his tears hidden in his heart.' Oh, my child, so many things have transpired, one after another, and I have burdened you." Donald did not perceive himself as burdened. There lay a misunderstanding, though he found it challenging to clarify. "You possess great talent. The townsfolk regard you as a mute. But they are mistaken. They cannot see your abilities. Yet Mr. Merkel and Mr. Victor, they see it at once. The sword you forged, the diagrams you drew. I have never seen their like, nor could I comprehend them. I can only assume these are the treasures hidden within your heart. But all of these talents, you have devoted to aiding your brother. I know, you raised Richard, after all. You think solely of him, neglecting your own aspirations." The old blacksmith continued, speaking to himself, his gaze averted from Donald. "You still fret over me, but what is there to worry about? I have lived in this town my entire life. Who does not know old Tom? What misfortune could befall me? Before your mother departed, her greatest concern was for the two of you. Now that you have both grown, she should find peace." As the old blacksmith spoke, he slowly rose. Retrieving a small iron box from the bedroom, he opened the box and produced a letter, handing it to Donald. "Your mother left you something when she departed, saying it should be shown to you when you grew up if you can read the words. Present it to you. If not, then it shall be forgotten. I always thought, how could the son of a blacksmith possibly read? Now I realize, your mother anticipated this day long ago. If only I could read. She would have surely left me a letter as well." His voice trailed off abruptly, and Donald looked up to see his father, hands covering his face, silently weeping. "Go now, Donald. Accompany Mr. Victor. One blacksmith is sufficient for Rand Island." That night, Donald found little rest. His mother was indeed not from Rand Island. What secrets lay within her letter? Why the mention of disregarding it if he could not read? Alongside the letter, the iron box contained his mother's keepsake, the silver iris. What significance did it hold? Surely, this was the hand of fate guiding him towards his destiny. The following day, Donald accepted Victor's invitation to become his assistant on the 1st day of October. Donald departed Rand Island alongside Victor, with only old Tom to see them off. As the small boat left the harbor, Donald waved to his father, just as Richard had, yet he uttered no calls. "Is this your first time aboard a ship?" Victor inquired. Donald nodded but then recalled something, shaking his head slightly. As the vessel sailed past the bay, a figure stood atop the jutting cliffs of the island Carrie. There, on the very grass where his mother lay to rest. Donald often sat alone, gazing across the waters at the distant shoreline. Now, Carrie stood there, clad in a flowing white dress, her slender form accentuated by the autumn sea breeze, waving earnestly at the boat. What a beautiful girl! Even more so than her mother in her youth. Donald waved back. She saw him, lowered her hand, and stood quietly, the two exchanging glances across the distance until she faded into a mere speck upon the horizon. The white sails billowed with the wind, and the ship continued its eastward journey, Rand Island finally vanishing from view. On this day, the youth departed his homeland for the first time. Chapter 7. The Academy of Magic setting sail from Rand Island. The journey spanned 2 days and nights before arriving at Dorn City. The sunset blazed like fire, the dock alive with the shouts of stevedores, the cries of ticket sellers, and the cacophony of arguments and solicitations. All manner of accents intertwining. The briny scent of seafood mingled with the savory aroma of meats from the eateries, sweat and perfume coalescing into the unique atmosphere of the quay. Victor lowered his head, guiding Donald swiftly through the throng. "Ah, is that not the esteemed Mr. Victor?" A middle-aged gentleman dressed as a noble called out suddenly, followed by a retinue of porters, evidently just disembarked from a ship. "You have mistaken me. I am not Victor. You jest. At the Magic Warriors Conference in April, I had the pleasure of conversing with you. My nephew, Aubrey, is in his 3rd year at the Academy of Magic. Surely you remember me. I am Lord Trump." "I know no Aubrey. You are mistaken." Without a backward glance, Victor continued on his way, leaving Lord Trump and his entourage awkwardly rooted in place. Such bothersome individuals, fortunately. I concealed my identity well, or he would have continued indefinitely. Was this truly a clever disguise? Donald mused internally while striving to keep pace with him. The two lodged for the night at an inn near the dock. And the next morning, they rented a carriage, finally arriving at Triss Magic Academy by noon. As the carriage rolled through the academy gates, ancient oak trees lined the path, their massive canopies nearly obscuring the sunlight. While the occasional young student strolled beneath, the crunch of scattered leaves beneath their feet echoing in the stillness. As the path rounded a bend, a shimmering blue lake came into view, modest in size. With the academy nestled around its shores, scattered among the oak groves on the southern bank were a dozen quaint villas, one of which belonged to Victor. "Do not feel constrained, Donner, from this day forth. You shall reside here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Victor instructed the servant to prepare a bedroom for Donner on the 2nd floor, while his own laboratory and sleeping quarters were located on the 3rd. "Soon, we shall continue our research. I must immediately commence writing a paper on graphics." Donner indeed felt somewhat uneasy. The bedroom Victor had arranged for him was nearly as spacious as the tavern on Rand Island. With a mattress that appeared as soft as clouds, the dinner spread across the entire dining table, with Victor and Donner seated at opposite ends. Whenever Donner's gaze fell upon a dish, the maid would promptly bring that plate to him. A reliable routine. Victor quickly finished his meal, set down his knife and fork, and instead of reaching for the napkin offered by the maid, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, remarking, "Seeing a young man eat has whetted my appetite as well. Please eat quickly. I shall be waiting for you in the laboratory on the 3rd floor." Donner hastily took a few bites and ascended to the 3rd floor. Victor's laboratory resembled a wondrous museum, filled with an array of peculiar plants, animals, and numerous strange instruments that Donner had never encountered before. The magical spotlight illuminated Victor's workbench, where he was meticulously sketching on pristine white paper with a delicate ruler. Upon noticing Donner's arrival, he eagerly beckoned. "Donner, please elaborate on the generalization of the right-angle theorem. Why does my drawing seem incorrect halfway through?" The mathematics of this world remained at a rudimentary level, and Victor's grasp of geometry was nearly non-existent. Donner did not believe he had the capacity to provide a comprehensive education, so he endeavored to shift Victor's interests to other subjects, such as chemistry, physics, or even biology. Fortunately, armed with the scientific education and vast knowledge he had acquired in his past life, he could engage Victor in captivating discussions, even if only superficially. After a long journey and discussions that stretched into the night, both the elder and the younger felt fatigued. Victor instructed the maid to prepare 2 cups of soothing fruit tea for a moment of respite. "Why is the academy so quiet? Are there not many students?" Since July. There has been a 3-month summer trial. Once the trial concludes, it will become lively again. In half a month, it will be time for the annual enrollment of new students, and there will be even more commotion. Enrollment. Does it require an examination like the Night Academy? Examination? What nonsense. As long as one pays the fee, they may attend. Is there not a need to test magical aptitude or elemental affinity? How would one even test that? For instance, by touching a crystal ball, a gifted individual would cause it to illuminate. Haha. Where did you hear such a thing? So imaginative. A crystal ball. Testing aptitude. Haha. Victor nearly spat out his tea. Does that mean anyone can attend the Magic Academy? With tuition fees of 2,000 gold coins each year. As long as one can afford it, the more the merrier. So expensive, and yet people still come. Donner, have you not heard of the term magic tax? Every noble child is sent to the Magic Academy upon reaching 13. Those who cannot afford the tuition are hardly considered nobles. But the Night Academy only charges 100 gold coins per year. Are magicians really that prestigious? Magicians may not necessarily be more noble than knights. It simply costs more to train them. How many students are there in total at the Magic Academy? Each year, over 2,000 new students enroll, with 90% eliminated in the first year. The 6-year program sees only a handful complete their studies. Wow, that would yield an income of over 400,000 gold coins each year. Why do you care about that? Converted to magic crystals, it amounts to less than 10,000. My lamp requires a new crystal every 3 years. If the Magic Academy relied solely on tuition, it would have closed down long ago. Heavens, that is extravagant. I cannot simply stay here and partake of your hospitality without contributing, can I? You are my assistant. How could you say it is free hospitality? Despite Victor's thick skin, he hesitated slightly at the term assistant, having listened to Donner's lessons all evening. But I cannot remain confined to this building indefinitely. Can I? Is there any way you could arrange for me to have a job at the academy, even if it is merely menial work? Oh, and by the way, could you teach me to read? Reading? Donner, you cannot read. Ha ha ha. You cannot read. You have truly startled me these past few days. I wondered how a genius like you could be illiterate. This time, Victor genuinely laughed until he nearly fell over. Donner, fuming, retreated downstairs to sleep. However, Victor did not forget Donner's request. Starting from the following day, he devoted some time each day to teach Donner the written word and, after consulting with him, arranged a position for him at the library. The library was not large, consisting of 2 floors. Donner's duties involved maintaining cleanliness on the first floor. The second floor housed the precious book collection and was not open to students, so Donner was naturally prohibited from ascending. The librarian, Virgil, treated Donner with utmost courtesy upon seeing him personally escorted by Professor Victor. Though Donner remained indifferent to such attentions on his first day of work, Donner received his first month's pay, 1 gold coin. A single gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins, which, in Rand Island, would be considered a substantial sum. However, after hearing Victor's remarks about tuition fees, Donner began to doubt whether he was being exploited. Nevertheless, this did not affect his work ethic. He diligently cleaned away the accumulated dust from the holidays, carefully wiped down the furniture and lamps, and left no corner unattended, scrubbing the floors thoroughly before repeating the process. No one would come to inspect the cleanliness of the floors, nor would anyone care, but this was how Donner approached tasks, pouring his heart into the details, like a form of cultivation, relishing the experience. In a moment of deep focus while scrubbing the floor, he felt as though he were back in his past life, working a student job at the university. Then, as the summer trial concluded, the academy indeed came alive once more. Chapter 8. The poet Wesley Triss Magic Academy consists of 6 grades, with the number of students diminishing as one advances. In truth, the vast majority of students, after a year of study, come to realize that they are not suited for this path and voluntarily withdraw, many transferring to the Night Academy. The Magic Academy accepts students at the age of 13, while the Night Academy begins enrollment at 14. This deliberate stagger likely serves a similar purpose. Generally speaking, those who have not advanced to the status of an apprentice magician by the 4th year are unlikely to ever do so. Therefore, the majority of students in the 4th year and beyond are apprentice magicians, and if they manage to ascend to the rank of intermediate apprentice before graduation, they may proceed to the Imperial Magic Academy in the capital for further studies. Since the founding of Triss Magic Academy 2,000 years ago, only one student has ever progressed to the rank of first-level magician while still enrolled. only one person. Was that individual exceptionally talented? Not necessarily. Donner, you are the most uninformed person I have ever met. You do not even know Emperor Louis Feynman. Triss Magic Academy is the institution that trained the founding king of the nation. Has no one ever mentioned this to you? The individual conversing with you, Wesley, is the class representative for the 4th year's Magic Array course, which just so happens to be taught by Professor Victor. Hence he frequently encounters Donner and has gradually become familiar with him. Now, these two are seated on the steps beside the library, engaged in casual conversation. You are in the 4th year, so you must be an apprentice magician as well. Can you perform magic? I have yet to see anyone cast a spell. How mundane. Donner, you are so pedestrian. What value is there in magic? I am actually a poet. The poet lounged on the steps, his arms crossed behind his head, gazing skyward. Passers-by occasionally cast disdainful glances in his direction. Are you not afraid of your classmates mocking you for conversing with a commoner? Haha. You are mistaken. These plebeians will only pity you for associating with me. You will come to understand in time. I have heard them mention a ranking of the top 10 experts in the school. Those experts must be quite formidable. Right? Have you seen them cast magic? Nonsense. What is the point of children fighting? Let us discuss the top 10 beauties instead. Are you aware of the Academy's 10 most beautiful women? I have not heard of them. Would you recite one of your poems for me? I have been contemplating. So you have never written a poem? What do you know? Being a poet is a state of mind. The prophet Yarman once said. There are only 2 types of people in this world, poets and everyone else. Do you even know how to perform magic? Donner. Donner did not witness Wesley casting spells, but the following afternoon, he encountered the Academy's renowned beauty, Lucia. Do you see her? By the window, reading Introduction to Ice Elements. That is Lucia, a 3rd-year student, and the foremost among the 10 beauties. I have been following her for several days. What are you planning to do? The library was nearing closing time, and Donner was hastily tidying up, flipping unused chairs onto tables. Heh, I have finally caught her alone. My friend, take notes. As Wesley spoke, he sauntered towards the window. Beautiful lady, is anyone accompanying you? I'm not alone. You certainly have a way with words. I do not wish to converse with you. The red-haired beauty coldly interrupted Wesley. I believe you may have misunderstood. There is no misunderstanding. Your name is Wesley, is it not? You are also a poet. Correct? Please, I do not wish to squander my time listening to your tales. So, I am quite famous, am I? Of course. In your 1st year, you pursued a senior in the 5th grade for 3 years. You have chased after dozens of girls, yet not once have you succeeded. Who doesn't know of you? Oh, what an inspiring story. Do you not wish for it to have a perfect ending? Lucia finally, losing her patience, turned away, rolling her eyes at Donald as she passed him. Well, now I understand why you said those things during the day. By the way, what did you want me to learn just now? Donald, caught up in Wesley's antics, felt the disdain and was quite annoyed. This is the first trick I teach you for charming girls. You must have a thick skin. One day, you will thank me. Donald, Wesley, undeterred by any sense of failure, acted as if nothing had transpired. I've just discovered that the library is an excellent place to meet girls. From today onwards, I shall accompany you every afternoon. Don't you have classes? I have no classes in the afternoon. Thus, from that day forth, the duo of the cleaner and the poet was officially formed, and this pair could be seen in the library every afternoon. The cleaner was meticulous and diligent, while the poet occasionally made his moves. Often to no avail, however. Most of the time, they engaged in their respective tasks, Donald reviewing the text taught by Victor, and Wesley perusing magical tomes. Whenever Donald had a question, he would approach Wesley, who would share interesting discoveries he encountered. Few patrons visited the library, and it was only after inquiring with Wesley that Donald learned that borrowing a single book required dozens of gold coins that he couldn't help but be astonished. Yet the librarian, Virgil, had not mentioned any such fee when he borrowed books, likely due to Mr. Victor's influence. The language of the Hell's continent is an alphabetic script arranged according to certain phonetic rules. Being able to speak and understand, Donald had essentially mastered it within a month. During this period, he had opened a letter left by his mother, but to his dismay, it was clearly not written in the Hell's language, leaving him puzzled as to how his mother could command such a language. Nonetheless, he refrained from showing the letter to Victor. After grasping the language to a reasonable extent, Donald began learning the lower-grade courses of the Magic Academy with Wesley's assistance, relying primarily on self-study through reading. This world is governed by 5 elemental magics: water, fire, earth, wood, and wind. To cast a spell, one must first recite an incantation, followed by channeling mental energy to ignite the magical elements. The strength of a mage is determined by the potency of their mental energy. It seems that the method for lower-grade students to gain mental energy is related to a certain magical diagram. Upon advancing to a magical apprentice, one can accumulate mental energy through meditation or enhance it using potions, though the latter comes with side effects, and excessive use may lead to resistance. Mages activate magical elements through models constructed in their minds. And while the design principles of these models are consistent, the details vary from person to person. To advance to a low-level magical apprentice, one must first accumulate 100 units of mental energy. The magical circles drawn by mages can be crafted into magical items, requiring magical crystals as a source of energy. Some powerful, one-time use magical circles are referred to as magic scrolls, while others can function independently of the mage for extended periods. Professor Victor is a mid-level fire mage of the first rank and a specialist in magical arrays. Most mages are specialized in a single element, with only a few mastering two, and those with 3 or more are exceedingly rare. Chapter 9. The Weapon Workshop legend has it that in ancient times, priests depicted celestial patterns on precious natural materials for divination, inadvertently sketching the first fire element magical diagram on a magical crystal, thus creating artificial flames. For millions of years, this flame was revered as sacred fire. During the nascent era of magical civilization, ancient alchemists gradually discovered the water, wood, earth, and wind magical diagrams. They no longer directly inscribed these diagrams onto magical crystals. Instead, they employed magical metals to create magical items, using crystals as replaceable sources of magic. This method greatly enhanced the efficiency of magical crystal usage. After thousands of years of evolution, mages can now draw dazzlingly complex magical circles. Yet all of these circles are still based on those 5 ancient magical diagrams. When focused on drawing magical diagrams, mental energy undergoes remarkable transformations. This is the origin of mages. Magical diagrams are the cornerstone of the entire human magical world. Wesley remarked that Professor Victor had recently become engrossed in various experiments, showing little interest in attending classes, which indicated that this year's magical array course would rely heavily on self-study. Unbeknownst to him, the root cause of this situation was his cleaner partner. Recently, Donald had been studying materials science with Victor each evening. Surprisingly, the composition and chemical properties of most substances in this world bore a striking resemblance to those on Earth. However, Donald faced disappointment when his attempts to synthesize gunpowder failed. A few days prior, Victor had begun organizing and summarizing experimental data, reportedly to write a lengthy paper. During the day, Donald read from the book list Wesley had provided him. Finding that the first-year courses at the academy were rather elementary, geometry, magical materials science, potion making, etc., essentially equivalent to basic courses in geometry, physics, and chemistry. What particularly captivated Donald were the courses Introduction to Magical Arrays and Introduction to Magical Models. Although the diagrams of the 5 magical elements were exceedingly tiny, they were not complex. However, the power of a single magical diagram was so feeble that it could only yield slight efficacy when directly inscribed on a magical crystal, given the preciousness of magical crystals. Such a practice was undoubtedly wasteful. Truly practical magical arrays are incredibly intricate. For instance, a small fireball magical array requires the engraving of over 100 fire element magical diagrams, which must be arranged according to specific rules, with a density not falling below a certain critical value. Using various magical metals to repeatedly inscribe magical diagrams, a few individuals may naturally form the most basic units of mental energy within their spiritual worlds, and these individuals are regarded as having magical talent. However, the process of drawing diagrams is highly taxing on mental energy. An ordinary person may risk mental turmoil with even the slightest error. Even magical apprentices cannot concentrate on this for extended periods, or they may face the danger of mental collapse. Therefore, first-year students at the academy must practice drawing the 5 elemental magical diagrams under the guidance of instructors. If one fails to condense any elemental mental energy within a year, it would be prudent to withdraw from the academy. The mental energy formed unconsciously during the diagram drawing gradually accumulates, and the total amount of this energy is referred to as mental power. Individual units of mental energy, like magical diagrams, have little effect on their own. They must be combined into magical models within the spiritual world to have any potential for casting spells. The ability to construct complex models is closely tied to the quantity of mental energy units. Hence, Students in the second and third years primarily focus their efforts on drawing diagrams and accumulating mental energy, aiming to advance to the rank of novice magical apprentices as soon as possible. Completed magical models serve as the storage form of magic within the spiritual world. Once cast, mental energy is consumed and requires time to recover. The shapes of waves, flames, branches, hills, and the abstract forms of wind. These 5 fundamental magical diagrams are the keys to unlocking the magical realm. Donald mused, sensing an inexplicable strangeness in these shapes that he could not quite articulate. Perhaps that was the enigma of magic itself. Nevertheless, without the guidance of an instructor, he dared not take risks, especially since he lacked the magical metals necessary for practice. I suppose I will wait until Victor finishes his paper to see if he can lend a hand. In early November, Donald took advantage of the holiday at the beginning of the month to visit the Night Academy and see his younger brother, Richard. Upon seeing his brother and learning that Donald was now working at the Magic Academy, Richard was overjoyed at the prospect of frequent visits. The two exchanged many stories about their respective academies, and it seemed that Richard had adapted well to his new environment and had garnered the favor of his teachers. Though whether this was influenced by Mr. Merkel remained uncertain. Donald then recalled that he ought to pay a visit to Mr. Merkel. Mr. Merkel was unmarried and childless, not living with family, but had settled in the faculty district near the Night Academy. Seeing Richard bring Donald over, he was quite pleased and treated them both to dinner, arranging for them to spend the night at his residence. The following day, Donald accompanied Mr. Merkel to the family's weapon workshop. Though called a workshop, it was comparable in scale to a factory in Richard's understanding, with dozens of workers diligently laboring in a spacious facility, already exhibiting concepts of division of labor. 4 or 5 blacksmiths were dedicated to forging the famed tempered swords. Donald even beheld the legendary dwarven steel, which was indeed remarkably hard, yet difficult to work with despite its resistance to high temperatures. I initially thought that if the tempered swords could achieve about half the performance of dwarven steel, and be sold for half the price, the profits would be substantial. To my surprise, this mysterious pattern is highly sought after by the nobility. The initial selling price is nearly higher than that of dwarven steel swords, and the demand is insatiable. That we are currently preparing to increase our workforce, but I fear the workers we have served the family for many years, loyal and devoted. If we hire unreliable individuals, resulting in the leakage of our techniques, it would be a grave loss. Oh, in my eagerness to converse with you, I have overlooked the most crucial matter. You see, your creation has greatly benefited our family. And in comparison, Richard's expenses at the Night Academy are indeed negligible. This transaction now appears exceedingly unjust. Therefore, Donna, I have resolved to pay you an additional 2,000 gold coins. Had Donna not been accustomed to the opulence of the nobility at the Magic Academy, the allure of 2,000 gold coins might have left him dizzy. However, he now understood that in the realm of magic, 2,000 gold coins were merely a drop in the bucket. Mr. Merkel, I am already immensely grateful for your assistance in securing Richard's admission to the Night Academy. To my mind, this deal is quite equitable. However, having heard your earlier remarks, I do have a proposal. What proposal? Upon hearing Donna casually decline a substantial sum, Merkel's opinion of him rose further. I believe I can attempt to enhance your production without the need for additional labor, nearly doubling it if successful. I would hope to receive 20% of the profits from the sales of your forged swords as compensation. Double the production? What about the costs? How much will they increase? The costs will almost remain unchanged. Good heavens, if such a boon were possible, I would agree to 30% without hesitation. No, I only require 20%. The two reached an agreement on the spot. Donna spent the entire day drafting numerous blueprints, instructing Merkel to have various parts custom-made in preparation. Before departing, he also asked his counterpart to look after his younger brother and, if possible, to relay a message to their father on Rand Island, assuring him of their safety. Chapter 10, The Method of Meditation. Wesley, I warn you, do not pursue Lucia any further. Pursue? What law in the Empire prohibits publicly courting a single lady? You are being evasive. Is Lucia your girlfriend or fiancée? No, wait, Carl. I heard you are also a failed suitor. We are not the same. I have been enamored with Lucia for a year, and everyone knows of my affection for her. You, however, are merely a frivolous libertine. Donna observed the handsome blonde man and thought that any girl with a modicum of aesthetic taste would find no dilemma between the languid Wesley and himself. Yet Wesley clearly held a different opinion. So, you have been the one pursuing Lucia all along. Huh. I think it is you who needs the warning. Wesley, you despicable scoundrel. Enough. Carl, this is a library, if you are not going to read. Kindly take your leave. Lucia had remained indifferent until now, finally speaking up. But Lucia, he is harassing you. I do not like him, but I detest her current behavior even more, and my affairs are none of your concern. Carl glared at Wesley, his mouth opening and closing several times, but ultimately he refrained from saying anything further to T that moment. He noticed Donna beside Wesley and turned to the librarian, Virgil, exclaiming, "Why is this pauper allowed to read here at will?" Virgil glanced at Carl without a word, causing the latter to storm out in frustration. "Well, I have dragged you into this," Wesley remarked to Donna with a mock sorrowful expression. "With a friend like you, being dragged into trouble is inevitable. I am mentally prepared for it," Donna replied, organizing the books before returning them to the shelves. "You need not feel this way. I know you do not wish to trouble Mr. Victor, but he is not afraid of such inconveniences. His lack of fear is his concern. Avoiding trouble is mine. In truth, I am merely browsing. Magic is far removed from a pauper's grasp," Donna said with self-deprecation, though his inner thoughts did not entirely align with this sentiment. Why can't the poor learn magic? Why do magic schools only admit noble students? This is blatant discrimination. Wesley countered, his indignation surpassing Donna's. It is the cost of magic that is prohibitive, not the Academy's policies. Donna found Wesley's fervor rather endearing, despite the lack of logic in his assertions. Magic is too expensive. Wesley's rare enthusiasm was doused as he echoed Donna's words that in a corner where neither Donna nor Wesley noticed, Lucia's gaze flickered in their direction. Donna certainly would not abandon his ambition to learn magic simply to avoid trouble. That very night, after assisting Victor with a thesis summary, he posed his first inquiry regarding magic. Must the drawing of magical glyphs always be supervised by an instructor? Victor paused, momentarily taken aback. He perhaps did not expect such a question about magic. However, he quickly realized that Donna's pursuit of magic was a natural progression, given his prodigious talent in the field of natural history. Magic might not be so insurmountable. Yes, supervision is essential, but I find magical glyphs quite simple. Surely one cannot err without guidance. You are misunderstanding. The instructor's role is not to ensure correctness, but to control the volume of practice. Without oversight, the Magic Academy could produce thousands of madmen each year. Why not set a regulated amount, and then self-control? If a naked beauty stood at the foot of your bed, could you exercise self-control? I would certainly welcome the opportunity to try. However, I do not find glyphs to be so alluring. That is because you have yet to begin drawing. You are like an infant, hence you cannot perceive the allure of beauty. Must these glyphs be drawn with absolute precision? No two glyphs in the world are identical. I believe we are straying into philosophical territory. Donna shot Victor a pointed glance. Very well. There is a saying among the great sorcerers of the South. The big picture outweighs the details that it is generally interpreted as referring to the overall perspective when designing magical circles. But some posit that it pertains to magical glyphs as well. In reality, I have seen glyphs drawn with great carelessness yet still prove effective. However, these variations are difficult to master. Sometimes, significant discrepancies do not matter, while at other times, even slight inaccuracies can lead to failure. Ultimately, for students, it is advisable to strive for resemblance. If a defective glyph were to be mixed in while drawing a magical circle, how could one discern it? Each glyph emits subtle magical fluctuations. If you do not sense them, you know it was drawn incorrectly. Hey, I must insist, do not attempt this on your own, if you genuinely wish to learn. Someone must supervise you. I do not wish to produce a mute and then return home with a madman. Your father would surely smash me with his hammer. I cannot access magical metals. So even if I wanted to try, I would be unable. Moreover, you are a powerful sorcerer. How could my father possibly harm you? Donna mused inwardly. In any case, do not act recklessly. If you truly wish to learn, I will have time to supervise you next summer. We shall see. And what of meditation? That pertains to advancing to the rank of magic apprentice. There are various methods of meditation, but they all fundamentally involve controlling and arranging one's magical essence. Meditation must also have advanced and basic forms. Correct. Is it not true that advanced meditation is particularly powerful? Are there any at the Academy? I truly do not know where you have gleaned such nonsensical notions. Different meditation techniques possess distinct characteristics and are not classified as advanced or basic. Some focus on rapidly increasing mental strength, while others facilitate the swift restoration of magical essence post-spellcasting, known as recovering magical energy. Techniques that rapidly enhance mental strength inevitably result in slower recovery of magical energy. Both cannot be achieved simultaneously. However, when selecting a meditation method, the most significant factor is often its entertainment value. Entertainment value. Donna scrutinized Victor, ensuring his gaze was sincere and devoid of folly. Indeed, entertainment value. Some methods of arranging mental energy are quite engaging, while others are dreadfully tedious. Even the most patient sorcerer cannot endure such monotony. For a moment, Donna felt bewildered. Are you suggesting that meditation is akin to playing Tetris or bubble shooter in one's mind? There exists a meditation method that induces drowsiness, and it has become quite popular for aiding sleep. Half an hour before bedtime, one can enjoy a restful night that is remarkably effective. Is it akin to counting mental energy units, like this? 1 unit. 2 units, 3 units. How did you know? Donna sensed that if this conversation continued, he would surely lose his sanity without even having to draw glyphs, prompting him to hastily finish his calming tea and retreat to bed. Lying there, he pondered the phrase, "The big picture outweighs the details," which seemed to resonate with the peculiar sensation he experienced upon encountering magical glyphs. Yet, he ultimately fell into a restless slumber, unable to unravel the mystery. And in his dreams, he beheld 5 magical glyphs twisting strangely, ultimately converging into a singular form. Chapter 11. The Magical Circle. The following day, Carl formally challenged Wesley to a duel, scheduling it for that very evening. To Donna's recollection, this should be a nightly tradition. He was surprised to discover such practices were also popular at the Magic Academy. I just learned that Carl is one of the top 10 fighters. Won't you suffer a humiliating defeat? What duel? This is mere child's play. I can hardly be bothered. I have heard of a renowned poet who met his demise in a duel. Hey, could you speak of something more auspicious? After all, you have no intention of going. Donald envisioned Wesley standing on the dueling grounds, resembling a quail placed before a fighting cock, a rather comical sight. Upon seeing his peculiar grin, Wesley instinctively shifted further away. At that moment, Lucia entered the library, striding directly towards Wesley, who immediately donned a lewd smile. I've heard about Carl. I hope you won't engage in such childish antics. Lucia, I knew you cared for me. What are you on about? I simply do not wish for my affairs to cause chaos within the academy. Lucia furrowed her brow. You don't want me to get hurt, do you? Fear not, although Carl is no match for me. I shall heed your advice and refrain from going. I've changed my mind. You'd best go, and let Carl give you a good thrashing. Lucia shot Wesley a fierce glare, rolled her eyes at Donald, and turned to leave. Donald shrugged, thinking to himself, what does it matter to me? Wesley maintained a facade of indifference, leisurely perusing his book while occasionally glancing around as if hunting for prey. Do you know how one could acquire magical metals? Donald inquired. Magical metals? Which type? Which one is used in the academy for drawing magical patterns? Mercury, flame gold, divine gold, Gui gold, and spirit copper. Those 5 types are the most common magical metals found on the continent. I might need a bit of each. What are you planning? I warn you, without a teacher watching, do not draw recklessly. Wesley's expression turned unusually serious, even more so than when he claimed to be a poet. Rest assured, I am aware you truly have a way to procure them. What can't be obtained? We have a free quota each month, but it's hardly sufficient. One must purchase more, though it's not excessively expensive. Donald knew that what Wesley considered not very expensive was beyond his current means. Could you assist me in purchasing some? I mean, in case I acquire some funds. Do not be foolish. I won't help you buy anything, regardless of where you get the money from. However, I can gift you a portion of my quota. Each type would suffice for about 10 drawings. So it shouldn't cause any trouble that I certainly do not wish to endanger you. Do you know where I might find a larger magical array to observe? I would like to borrow one for a look. You overestimate me. Such a thing is unattainable. I cannot even draw the simplest magical array. You should consult Professor Victor. He is the expert. That evening, Wesley brought Donald the items: 5 miniature crystal vials containing different magical metals and a set of exquisite drawing pens, neatly housed within a leather box the size of a wallet. Donald did not mention money, nor did he express gratitude. He merely gave Wesley a hearty pat on the shoulder and said, "You should really avoid the duel." I never intended to go, Wesley replied nonchalantly as he turned to leave. Mr. Victor was in particularly high spirits that night, for his thesis had finally been completed and sent to the Continental Natural History Society. It was his first time writing such an extensive paper. Nearly as thick as a book, the magical lamp, unusually, remained unlit, and the laboratory appeared comfortable and warm under the candlelight. Mr. Victor, while I was on Rand Island, I overheard a bard mention knights to the north, mages to the south. Recently, I noticed these phrases inscribed at the entrances of the Knights Academy and the Magic Academy. What do they truly signify? That is because the holy ground of knights lies in the courageous wasteland to the north, while that of mages is in the magical sanctum to the south. What are those places? Why are the sanctuaries of mages and knights situated precisely to the north and south? The explanation is rather complex. Put simply, the north approaches the underworld, a place unsuitable for humans, ideal for knights' training, while the south draws near to paradise, with picturesque landscapes, suitable for mages' cultivation. Do hell and heaven really exist? If they did not, how could such phenomena occur? Have you ever been to the south? No. Those mages who venture south seldom return. Why don't you go? Need I say? If I could, I would have long ago. Only the guiding ship of the sanctum can navigate the storms and beasts of the forgotten sea to the south. But the 7 great sanctums only accept magical prodigies, and one must advance to a formal mage before the age of 20 to qualify for boarding. At this point, Victor appeared somewhat disheartened, prompting Donald to swiftly change the subject. I hear you are an expert in magical arrays. Indeed, Victor declared without a hint of modesty when it came to magical arrays. Can you create large magical arrays? Large is quite a vague term. What is the largest magical array you have created? It is said that some magical arrays can cover an area of 100 miles. You yourself stated. That is merely a legend. What about an array the size of this room? Victor remained silent. Or one the size of the experimental platform? Victor still did not respond. Well, you have at least created an array the size of a palm. Haven't you? Victor glanced at his own palm and then at Donald's. That depends on whose palm it is. Could you show me your work? Donald inquired, suppressing a chuckle. Humph, you little rascal. Do you not believe me? The Imperial Magic Academy invited me to lecture on magical arrays, and I scarcely acknowledged them. Come, I shall show you my work, palm-sized and abundant. Victor retrieved an iron box from a drawer beside his experimental platform, opening it with a rather peculiar method, revealing a stack of animal hides of various shapes. Among them, a few were indeed the size of Donald's palm. Look, these smaller ones were drawn by others. The larger ones are mine. This is the Flame Shield Magical Scroll. This is the Whirlwind Technique. And this one, this is impressive. The Fireball Magical Scroll, stronger than a first-level fireball spell. Donald reached for the formidable Fireball Scroll. How is this used? None of these have embedded magical crystals. They are unusable. I see you have them arranged so meticulously. These must be your finest works. Yes, certainly not. I possess many more superior pieces, which I have given to friends. So these are quite ordinary. To me, of course, they are very ordinary. I sketched them casually. Victor wore a smug expression, yet his cautious handling of the items betrayed him. Then, may I borrow this one to examine overnight? That should be fine, right? Borrow it overnight. Victor regarded Donald's expression as if he were attempting to embrace his beloved maiden. It's quite ordinary. After all, you sketched it casually. Borrowing it is borrowing it. Then those small fire-type magical arrays sketched by others. Please lend them to me as well. Humph. Take them. Just be sure to return them by morning. Victor gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Donald's request. Donald swiftly departed with his spoils, leaving Victor seething with frustration. Chapter 12. 7 Pins. Donald's room lacked a magical desk lamp, yet it was equipped with a work table, complete with paper, pens, and rulers in preparation for the evening. He had even borrowed several special tools from Victor. The 3 oil lamps in the room were all placed upon the work table. While they could not compare to the luxurious magical desk lamp on Victor's experimental platform, they sufficed. Donald meticulously washed his hands before picking up the fireball scroll he had just deceitfully acquired from Victor. Examining it in silence, he could not deny that the scroll was exceptionally intricate. Crafted from an unknown animal hide, it was both soft and taut, with nearly invisible patterns typical of ordinary leather. Within the palm-sized space, hundreds of fire element magical patterns had been inscribed, interlinked in a dense array. Donald attempted to discern the arrangement's logic, but soon abandoned the effort. Lacking sufficient knowledge, this endeavor was akin to searching for patterns among scattered grains of millet, inevitably futile. The other smaller scrolls, each inscribed with fire-type patterns, were slightly different styles, clearly crafted by different hands. Setting aside the scrolls, Donald retrieved the transparent tracing paper he had prepared in advance, carefully pressing it onto the scroll to trace a magical pattern. He then moved it to a flat surface on the work table, meticulously pricking the traced pattern with a needle, before selecting another pattern to trace and puncture at that moment. Donald resembled an experienced watchmaker, quietly and calmly crafting the finest piece of his life. With each tracing, he sought the most appealing pattern, becoming increasingly selective. By the time he completed the 30th pattern, 3 hours had elapsed. He then trimmed the tracing paper inscribed with patterns to the size of a coin, using the finest needle to sequentially pierce through the carefully chosen holes. Having completed all this, he straightened up, aligning the stack of paper against the oil lamp, rotating each sheet to align perfectly. With each passing moment, his heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became more labored as an increasing number of sheets were piled together. The once transparent tracing paper began to lose its clarity. Yet, the light filtering through the punctured spots gradually formed a shape. As the outline of this figure became ever clearer, beads of sweat began to form on Donald's forehead. His intuition proved correct. The peculiar sensation brought on by the 5 magical glyphs stemmed not from the mysteries of magic itself, but rather because they resembled a certain mathematical figure familiar to Donald alone in this world, the sine wave. The elemental glyph of fire manifested as a sine wave, perfectly encapsulating one complete cycle. For millions of years, this mischievous waveform had hidden behind the enigmatic and rugged fire totem, only to be unveiled by the boy before it on this quiet, deep night, revealing her true visage. Donald struggled to suppress the tumult within him as he deftly pierced the paper with fine needles, aligning them along the direction of the light, leaving only the first and last needles in place while removing the rest. He then covered the white paper, marking the needle holes with his pen, connecting them to ultimately depict a flawless wave curve. Why does this waveform represent the fire elemental glyph? Why does depicting this waveform with magical metal yield a psychic essence? Is the psychic essence also a form of wave? If so, what is the connection between the two? Donald's mind brimmed with questions. However, before unraveling these mysteries, he had a more pressing task at hand, the crucial step of validating his hypothesis. He opened the leather box that Wesley had given him and extracted the crystal vial labeled with the word flame. He opened it and drew out the tracing pen engraved with a flame design. Spreading the tracing paper atop the white sheet once more, dipping the pen, he fell into a moment of silence, as if gathering strength, then inhaled deeply, holding his breath, and began to trace the perfect wave curve. Just draw one, he thought. Yet, an enchanting force beckoned him. Come on. Once more, do not hesitate. Do not fear. Once more. Thus, he continued to draw, one after another, until he completed the 7th, depleting the flame essence in the crystal vial. Suddenly, Donald felt a jolt of realization. Awakening from his trance, the thought of the danger he had potentially faced sent a chill down his spine, and sweat broke out on his back. He tossed aside the pen and collapsed into a chair, gasping for breath, closing his eyes, as the shape he had just drawn lingered in his mind, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, before gradually stilling into a point, a vivid crimson. He opened his eyes, and the red point remained, not in his field of vision, but within his consciousness. The red that moved fluidly with his thoughts, sometimes swift, sometimes tranquil. Though he found it hard to believe, Donald knew with clarity that this was his first psychic essence. This vibrant red fire elemental psychic essence, manifesting in his mind with astonishing reality, yet simultaneously seeming utterly surreal. That it was said that those who condense a psychic essence within a year are deemed to possess magical talent. So what of condensing 7 in a single night? What extraordinary brilliance must that entail? Now, our prodigy remained slumped in his chair, though the panic within him had been replaced by elation. He possessed magical aptitude. And more importantly, the veil of the goddess of magic had been lifted, revealing a plethora of unknown mysteries awaiting his exploration. He understood that his swift condensation of psychic essence was not due to exceptional talent, but rather because of that miraculous curve, so simple, so perfect, in stark contrast to the totemic and rough fire elemental glyph. With this thought, he straightened his posture, clearing away all traces from the table except for the white sheet, which he meticulously folded and tucked into his innermost pocket. If this secret were to be made public, it could enable the majority of ordinary people, perhaps even all, to practice magic. and given the rarity of magical materials. Such a revelation would undoubtedly spark a tremendous upheaval. No, it would be a revolution. No one could predict whether this would be a boon or a calamity for humanity. Donald mused, grappling with the complex and nuanced emotions of suddenly possessing a treasure and the potential perils it entailed. Regardless, he resolved to safeguard this secret with utmost diligence, never to reveal it to another soul. Suddenly, he recalled the mathematical discussions he had shared with Victor, relieved that they had yet to delve into trigonometric functions. However, he silently vowed to refrain from further mathematical discourse with Victor. Moreover, one psychic essence was evidently insufficient. He needed to continue drawing glyphs to augment his psychic power, but the fire materials had run dry. To practice with the remaining 4 vials of materials, he would require the corresponding magical arrays from Victor. Even a genius needed fundamental magical materials for practice. He could not rely indefinitely on Wesley's generosity. Thus, the next order of business was to resolve his financial situation. He wondered how preparations for the components were faring on Merkel's end. Chapter 13. The 5 Elements in the Magical Academy of November. The massive oak trees had shed their leaves, exposing their gnarled branches. The wind swept through the woods, swirling fallen leaves that danced in the morning light, a vivid reminder of autumn's embrace. Donald tightened the fabric of his clothing, the thickest he possessed. Back on Rand Island, the blacksmith's forge had always been warmed by the fire, regardless of the season. The walk from Victor's villa to the library took a good 10 minutes. Passing by the lakeside where the wind blowing off the water was particularly frigid. However, the hot cup of tea he enjoyed after breakfast sufficiently fortified him against the chill of that stretch. He hurriedly lowered his gaze, deep in thought about the psychic essence swirling in his mind. Do you know where Wesley has gone to hide? A group of academy students blocked his path. A mix of boys and girls, with Carl at the forefront. I don't know, Donald replied, attempting to sidestep the unfamiliar students. Carl, is this the pauper who hangs around Wesley? The small, scornful student obstructing his way scrutinized Donald. An ostentatiously dressed female student answered on Carl's behalf. That's him. I saw Wesley with him last night. Once more, Donald tried to maneuver around them, but the small student yanked his collar, pulling him back. Where do you think you're going? Answer me. Donald broke free from the grip, casting a cold glance back at him. The small student had never been regarded in such a manner by a pauper, and he was instantly enraged. Kicking at Donald. Caught off guard, Donald fell into the withered grass by the roadside. Dick, Carl shouted, stepping in front of Donald and blocking the small student. Donald rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and shot a cold glance at Dick, who glared back in retaliation. Donald, is it? I had an appointment with Wesley last night, but he didn't show up, which was quite embarrassing for me. I know you were close to him. And I understand your intentions. Coddling a noble is a splendid way to escape your pauper status. I've heard tales of such things, and you seem to be succeeding. Wesley trusts you. I even heard he gave you a little something yesterday. Donald remained standing on the grass while Carl loomed above him. Wesley makes me feel nauseated, but you are even more repugnant. Did your pauper father not teach you to be self-reliant, to depend on yourself rather than to curry favor for rewards? Therefore, I intend to make you pay a small price. Now that you've received favors from Wesley, you shall receive some trouble from me. Doesn't that seem fair? Carl reveled in his speech, his tone imbued with the righteous indignation characteristic of nobility, his followers equally inspired. No one noticed Donald's clenched fists. Why now? A crowd of students had gathered on the road, and Carl failed to notice Lucia observing from afar. You must understand. I am helping you to become self-sufficient and a person of integrity. Even a pauper should aspire to be a person of integrity. Do you agree? Carl gazed at Donald, as if awaiting his approval. Donald merely fixed a cold stare upon him, silent, his eyes devoid of the anger of being provoked or the embarrassment of being exposed. That gaze made Carl feel uncomfortable. After exchanging a few parting remarks, Carl and his entourage finally departed, clad only in a single layer. Donald felt a slight shiver, unsure if it was from the biting wind or the effort to suppress his inner fury. For a fleeting moment, when Carl mentioned his father, Donald almost charged at him, but he realized he was not like these children before him. Having been an adult prior to his crossing, coupled with 10 years on Rand Island, he had matured enough to recognize that acting impulsively would only lead to further humiliation, especially given the odds against him. This was Donald's first tardiness, yet the administrator Virgil pretended not to notice. After completing his morning tasks, Donald returned to his usual corner. The library was unusually quiet that morning, gentle sunlight streaming through the windows. At this very moment, the same sunlight must be illuminating the small blacksmith shop on Rand Island, where his father had likely stoked the forge, and Richard's morning drills were nearing their conclusion. Donald envisioned his younger brother wielding a sword, while the vivid red psychic essence danced in his mind. Everything seemed to be moving toward a brighter future. The earlier incident would fade as long as he remained strong and patient. With this conviction, Donald sat in silence, devoid of books, appearing as if he were merely lost in thought. None could know that he was intently observing his solitary psychic essence. What a perfect essence of mental power this is, radiating a vivid crimson hue and standing apart in its uniqueness. One day, it shall unleash a dazzling brilliance the world has yet to behold. Yet, at this moment, even the very Donner, who gazes upon it, remains oblivious to its extraordinary nature. Wesley has not gone missing. After lunch, he strolled into the library, hands in pockets, and winked at Donner, casually sitting beside him in what he imagined to be a suave manner. That fool Carl must have waited for me half the night. He has been searching for me throughout the academy this morning. Is Carl really that impressive? He is already in the 6th grade. It seems you made the right choice not to go. Of course. Fighting and killing are rather dull. Throughout the afternoon, Donner continued to refrain from reading, occasionally posing questions to Wesley regarding the cultivation of mental power. From Wesley's responses, he learned that prior to becoming a magical apprentice, the sole method of cultivating mental power was through the depiction of magical sigils, as meditation requires a minimum threshold of mental energy. Even the simplest form of meditation necessitates one to be a low-tier magical apprentice. While ordinary individuals cannot endure the side effects of magical potions as for the number of sigils one can depict, Wesley informed him that ordinary people are limited to a maximum of 12 magical sigils per day. Referring specifically to singular elemental sigils, the 5 elemental sigils do not impact one another, so if averaged out, the total daily limit would be 60. Once mental power is condensed, this number escalates to 36 per element. At this stage, students would no longer depict the 5 elemental sigils uniformly, as their interactions could interfere with one another, thereby restricting the growth of mental power. Naturally, there are always a few exceptional students who can condense mental power across all 5 elements. Initially, these differing powers can coexist peacefully, but as cultivation progresses, interference becomes inevitable. In such cases, one must relinquish a few elements to mitigate the impact, although this ultimately leads to a waste of energy. That evening, Donner borrowed a dozen various magical arrays from Victor. Following last night's endeavors, he swiftly identified 4 additional perfect sigils, each represented by slightly differing function curves. He then proceeded to depict each sigil using magical metal. After experiencing 4 lapses of concentration, he successfully condensed his mental power across the 5 elements. With the ease of condensing mental power, even if interference arises later requiring the abandonment of a few elements, it would not consume excessive time. Now, the azure water essence, vibrant red fire essence, lush green wood essence, bright yellow earth essence, and sky blue wind essence coalesced in his mind that a subtle repulsion existed between these differently colored essences. Yet no signs of interference were evident for the time being. Next, it was time to visit Merkel's factory. On the 2nd day after Donner condensed his 5 elemental essences, it was a holiday in mid-November. Much like at the beginning of the month, he boarded the Academy's cargo carriage to Doran City early in the morning, driven by the amiable and easygoing Uncle Mira, to whom Donner slipped a few coins. Uncle Mira took a liking to this considerate young man and chatted about matters concerning the Academy along the way. Donner, did you know? It has been 3 years since not a single graduate has caught the eye of the Imperial Magical Academy. It truly seems to decline year by year. In my youth, it was not like this. Back then, Tesla Magical Academy held a prestigious reputation. Even a carriage driver like me had a sense of pride. They say the headmaster no longer cares about the Academy's affairs. Ever since his young wife passed away, he seems to have become a different person. I still remember their wedding over a decade ago. Can you believe it? On the day of their marriage, the headmaster looked like a middle-aged man, and mind you, he was already over 100 years old at that time. Oh, Mr. Victor, they say he is quite the oddball, but I disagreed. He never loses his temper with anyone. Though, he is not very cleanly by the way. I heard he has a poor relationship with the headmaster, but who can say for certain about the affairs of such prominent figures? Thus, listening to the gossip, they arrived at the Night Academy just before noon. Donner first sought out Richard, and together they visited Mr. Merkel, where the 2 brothers encountered acquaintances. Donner, you finally arrived. You must know, it's not just me waiting for you, Kelly. Come out. Donner is here. Shortly after, Kelly descended from upstairs, seemingly embarrassed by her uncle's words, unsure of what to say to Donner. Haven't you been asking me about Donner these past few days? Why are you silent now that you see him? Do you still think Donner is mute? Since Donner spoke on the island, the term mute had turned into a mere jest. Uncle, the young girl's face flushed crimson, wishing to find a place to hide. All right, come inside. You'll be seeing each other often from now on. You may not know, but Kelly will also be studying at the Night Academy. Congratulations, Kelly. Donner smiled in response. Really? That's wonderful. Richard reacted even more directly than his brother. After a hasty lunch, Merkel promptly led Donner and Kelly to the weapon workshop, while Richard stayed behind to practice during the holiday. In the workshop, the components Donner had requested from Merkel were strewn across a significant area, occupying a considerable space, but fortunately, the workshop was large enough to accommodate it without disrupting production. Holding the blueprints, Donner instructed the workers to categorize the components as required, gathering the necessary tools, and then began the installation process in an orderly manner. Merkel and Kelly observed from the side, their mentalities differing slightly. Merkel had mentally prepared himself, waiting calmly for the young man before him to surprise him once more. Prior to today, Kelly had perhaps been drawn to Donner's tranquil demeanor, which was quite unlike that of the residents of Randy Island. Now, however, she witnessed a completely different side of Donner. He was no longer the carefree youth lounging on Randy Island. He was earnest and focused, occasionally lost in thought, as various uniquely shaped components were ingeniously assembled in his hands. That moment, the vague feelings stirring within the girl seemed to crystallize into something tangible. As evening approached, the entire machine was finally assembled, when he suddenly recalled an important matter. Mr. Merkel, do you have a horse? Preferably a sturdy pony. Donner actually wished to inquire whether they had a donkey, but he was unsure if such creatures existed in this world. A sturdy pony? Merkel pondered for a moment before giving a few instructions to the foreman nearby. Before long, the foreman returned, leading a pony. Donner had never seen such a diminutive horse. It was only slightly larger than a goat, yet its limbs were exceptionally robust. This is a pony from the northern Chaos Lands. Don't be deceived by its size. It's quite strong and can easily carry loads that would be challenging for regular horses. Donner was unfamiliar with what the Chaos Lands were. But now was not the time for such concerns. He led the pony to the wooden frame at one end of the machine, secured a length of rope to its chest, and instructed someone to lead it in circles. At that moment, the wooden stake at the center of the machine began to rotate, pulling the rope, which caused 8 hammers to rise sequentially before crashing down in succession. The pony continued to trot in circles, and the hammers executed their cyclical motions. Donner then grasped a red-hot iron block, walking to the anvil, and placed it beneath the descending hammers. Before long, the iron block was hammered into a uniformly thick iron sheet. Indeed, this was the simplest form of a power-driven forge, and under Merkel's efforts, the experienced blacksmiths of Doran City had painstakingly crafted a set of gears by hand. At this moment, all the workers had ceased their tasks. Staring in awe at this peculiar machine, mouths agape, with not a single one uttering a word at a task that would typically take a blacksmith half a day to complete, was astonishingly accomplished by this contraption in mere moments. Those who dealt with iron day in and day out understood the machine's value best. Merkel had thought himself prepared to welcome the surprise, yet when the truth was revealed, he was still taken aback. This was not merely a doubling of efficiency. This machine could nearly replace half of the workshop. Donner, you've truly astonished me. Your pony is far more capable than I anticipated, Donner admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. A few key components are still somewhat rough and may require regular replacement. If possible, it would be best to switch to that dwarven steel material. Kelly observed Donner from a distance, her emotions complex. Back on Ranty Island, she had speculated that the disparity in their family's wealth had led Donner to deliberately distance himself from her. She had feared her parents might disapprove of his speech impediment. However, none of that mattered to her, nor was she anxious. She believed that as long as she persisted, none of these issues would pose a problem. Then, when Donner began to speak again and took up the role of an assistant professor at the Magical Academy, she felt a wave of fear wash over her, fear that she might not be worthy of him. She had pestered her parents and written to her uncle, ultimately securing the chance to attend the Night Academy. She chased after Donner, traveling from Ranty Island to Doran City, aspiring to transform from the daughter of a tavern owner into a knight, fearing that one day she might only be able to gaze at his back from afar. Yet now he had created such a remarkable machine, remaining so calm. Was it merely a trivial matter in his eyes? Was that sword, which had garnered her grandfather's praise, also such a simple feat? She dared not contemplate further. Due to the forge's efficiency exceeding expectations, Merkel insisted on relinquishing 30% of the profits, to which Donner acquiesced. Previously, he insisted on a mere 20%, as the disparity in status between the two parties left him hesitant to aspire for a fair collaboration. He feared that should the other party momentarily relent, they might later harbor resentment, ultimately leaving him, the weaker party, at a disadvantage. Even if Merkel was indeed honest and dependable, he still had a large family behind him. A multitude of voices making outcomes unpredictable. After finalizing the distribution plan, Donner requested Mr. Merkel to utilize the anticipated profits to procure some magical metal for him, to which the latter willingly consented. Albeit with repeated admonitions to exercise caution, the following day, after acquiring the magical gold, Donner bid farewell to Richard and Kelly, returning to the Academy of Magic. Chapter 15, The Arena of Magic Combat. Where have you been these past 2 days? I went to visit my brother. He is studying at the Knight Academy. The Knight Academy? Wesley gazed at Donna, who was dressed plainly, even somewhat shabbily, with a look of confusion. A knight sponsored him. Are you all right? What do you mean? I'm perfectly fine. If I hadn't asked, would you have kept this from me? I heard they gave you a hard time the other day. Are you talking about that? I was wondering why you were acting so strangely today. It was just a trivial matter. It's all in the past now. I believe you should tell me. Wesley pondered for a moment before adding, what they did was unfair. For someone from the lower class, pursuing fairness is quite troublesome, and besides, I can't match their strength. Where's the fairness in that? Come on, I'm doing just fine. Why are you being so nagging? Look, another beautiful lady is coming over. Why aren't you going to approach her? Surprisingly, Wesley did not make a move. I have an idea, he said to Donna, his expression unusually earnest. I've wanted to say this for a long time. Your approach won't work. You need to be more subtle. Wesley did not respond. During dinner, someone knocked on Mr. Victor's door. It was Lucia looking for Donna. The maid just mentioned that you are Professor Victor's assistant. Lucia regarded Donna with curiosity. That seems to be the case. Is there something you need from me? Wesley just challenged Carl. It's happening at 9 tonight in the Academy's arena. Wesley, challenging Carl. Yes. What did you say to him today? Me? I didn't say anything. They're all rushing over to watch. They're saying Wesley and Carl are dueling for Lucia. And I despise hearing such rumors that I witnessed what Carl and his friends did to you that day. But regardless, I think it's shameless of you to encourage Wesley. You came all this way just to tell me your opinion. Donna replied with a bitter smile. Don't you want to see their duel? Isn't that what you wanted? Miss Lucia, if you are angry about hearing that they are dueling for you, have you explained it to those people? What's the use of explaining? It will only make things worse. You're absolutely right. Which is why I don't wish to explain myself either. With that, Donna turned to leave. You're a jerk. Lucia, likely unused to such treatment, shouted resentfully at Donna's retreating figure. That beautiful third-year student. Quite a catch. Donna. At the dining table, Victor grinned mischievously at Donna, evidently informed by the maid of the visitor's name. She came to tell me I'm a shameless jerk. Have we truly reached this point? Do share how you managed it. Victor seemed to have shifted his curiosity from natural history to the study of gossip. You're rather dull. Wesley challenged Carl. She thinks I instigated it. Who is Carl? Why did Wesley challenge him? God knows. It might indeed be related to me. If Wesley gets hurt, that would be troublesome. How could Wesley get hurt? Carl is one of the top 10 experts at the Academy. Donna, do you know how the Academy's so-called top 10 experts are determined? I don't know that it based on trial results. Trials? Don't you realize that it's just another term for the winter and summer excursions? A few familiar students spend 2 to 3 months in scenic areas, possibly hunting some wild boars for a taste of game, then return to write a pompous report. What use is that nonsense? Then how are they ranked? Who knows how that's determined? It could be a few mock duels resembling mime performances or the opinions of small student factions. In any case, it only serves to amuse. Did you know that one year's top student wasn't even a magic apprentice? He only got through graduation assessments by playing along. Is there no assessment until graduation at the Academy? Of course, otherwise, how would those pretentious fools remain in the Academy to continue paying tuition? If they conducted a comprehensive assessment, I dare say a third of the students in their 4th year and above would drop out. The annual Martial Magic Tournament can't be that chaotic. Can it? The Martial Magic Tournament? That's an even bigger joke. The spell-casting radius of magic apprentices is pitifully small. While the aspiring knights are clad in armor, they get knocked out even with minor injuries. Are mages really that weak? Donna asked, astonished. Certainly not. A first-level mage can easily handle a first-level knight. Yet the vast majority of students at the academy never rise to become first-level mages, since they can't compete with aspiring knights. Why not just attend the Knight Academy? They could save quite a bit of money. Don't you know that mages tend to live longer? All right, Donna, based on what I know of Wesley, you should be more concerned for his opponent tonight. Can I go to the arena to watch? Of course. I wouldn't restrict your freedom. You're merely my assistant. Does the school not pay professors' assistants? Oh, have you forgotten? You are my private assistant, not affiliated with the school. Victor smirked slyly. The assistants the school hires are all fools. I've never received any payment from you either. What I give you is worth more than wages. ULLC in due time. Donna, do you truly need money that badly? Victor asked earnestly. I was just joking, Donna replied, though he indeed needed money. However, the assistance Victor provided was undeniably more precious. After dinner, Donna clarified the location of the arena before setting out. Strolling along the lakeside path, the lights of the student dormitories shimmered across the water, and the Academy of Magic under the starry sky appeared even more enigmatic than during the day. Clad in a newly acquired thick coat, the youth no longer needed to rely on sheer will to fend off the cold as he traversed the quiet teaching area at night. Donna beheld the arena of magic combat for the first time. It resembled a diminutive Roman amphitheater with half of it cut away. The entire structure could accommodate around 2,000 to 3,000 people, yet only 700 or 800 were seated, a considerable audience given that the academy had just over 2,000 students. Donna made his way from the front row to a more distant seat, not spotting Lucia. Magic will soon unfold before us. Donna couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Dozens of enormous fire pits formed a semicircle, illuminating the central arena, and the flickering flames cast a somewhat ghastly glow upon the faces of those in the front rows. Before long, the duel participants and a referee entered the arena, eliciting a roar from the crowd. Chapter 16. The duel. Burn, O fierce fire element. Let this soul henceforth be without refuge. From a distance, Donna could not discern the words Carl was chanting, only seeing him slightly part his lips, murmuring incantations as a gradually enlarging fireball formed between his hands, the red and yellow flames swirling within the boy's dark eyes. It seemed that only this distant fireball remained, marking his first encounter with magic. At this moment, within his spiritual sea, the fiery essence appeared even more vibrant than usual. Fireball spell. This is Carl's signature move. His fireball is twice my size, a student seated in front of Donna exclaimed. In stark contrast to the fervent emotions of the audience, Wesley stood with arms crossed, utterly still. Oh no, he was moving. He was whistling, while one side of the arena was fully engaged in conjuring spells. Wesley appeared relaxed, whistling nonchalantly. Even when Carl thrust the fireball toward him, he maintained this indifferent demeanor. Has Wesley been rendered speechless? Someone in the crowd questioned. He was already dumbfounded when he challenged Carl. Move. Don't just pose. Donna watched as the fireball grew larger in flight, filled with concern for Wesley. The fireball continued to expand, and just as it was about to reach Wesley, it burst apart, scattering sparks everywhere. Carl, I truly worry for your intellect. Casting a small fireball from 20 meters away, is that meant to warm me? Laughter erupted from the audience, and those who had spoken earlier fell silent. Carl glared fiercely at Wesley, fully aware that his fireball could not possibly harm his opponent from such a distance. His initial intent had merely been to intimidate, perhaps even to provoke Wesley into an embarrassing misstep. However, to his astonishment, Wesley remained remarkably composed in the face of the rapidly approaching, blazing orbit. It seemed that he was not as inept as he typically portrayed himself to be. Carl advanced slowly, taking 6 or 7 steps before halting once more. He was now a mere 10 meters from Wesley. The second fireball began to coalesce in his palm. Wesley sprang into action. Instead of raising his hand to cast a spell as Carl had done, he charged towards him, seemingly muttering something under his breath. Seeing Wesley's peculiar behavior, Carl felt a surge of panic. He desperately wanted to unleash the fireball he had conjured. Yet, in his pursuit of power, he had crafted an exceedingly intricate fireball spell model, making it impossible to halt the casting midway. Wesley sprinted forward with the swiftness of the wind, maintaining a direct trajectory towards Carl. Just a short distance away, he lowered his body slightly, preserving his momentum, and with a motion reminiscent of a sword strike, he flicked his wrist to release a diminutive blade of wind. This was indeed a meager gust of wind, so small that the spectators further away could scarcely perceive it. Its magical model was so uncomplicated that Wesley could effortlessly conjure it. Who would bother to construct such a trivial wind blade model within their mental faculties? It possessed negligible offensive capability, especially when compared to the formidable fireball crackling in Carl's grasp. Yet, to his dismay, Carl could do nothing but watch as this insignificant wind blade spiraled toward him. Colliding with the fireball that was nearly complete, Wesley maintained his posture, even closing his eyes, until the fireball erupted with a thunderous blast, followed by the sound of Carl crashing to the ground. Only then did he slowly lower his hand and stand upright, gently shaking his head and murmuring to himself, "How remarkably stylish." At the moment of the fireball's detonation, the crowd erupted in deafening gasps. Yet Wesley's self-satisfied pose was met with a chorus of jeers, clearly indicating that his morbid narcissism had not garnered admiration. Nevertheless, Donald still found that maneuver rather impressive. Carl, not seriously injured, managed to rise with difficulty. Aided by the referee, it appeared that the potency of his fireball was not as alarming as it seemed, and as a fire magic apprentice, he possessed a commendable resistance to fire elements, though his splendid golden hair had certainly suffered. Do you understand what fairness means? Fairness is when the strong punishing the weak can also lead to repercussions. You see, your fireball is grand, while my wind blade is diminutive, but if you seek to bully me, I will ensure you pay for it. Wesley's expression shifted to a rare seriousness. Oh, and by the way, Donald is my friend, that if you continue to harass him, I will teach you once more what fairness truly entails, that I am not one to shy away from inconvenience. Carl glared at Wesley, his eyes blazing with fury. Though this had nothing to do with his status as a fire magic apprentice, it was merely a figure of speech. Friend? Donald gazed at Wesley from a distance within the crowd, feeling a swell of happiness at having found his first companion in this world. Though he sensed that today's duel might complicate matters further, in order to avoid trouble, he resolved to grow stronger swiftly. That night, Donald opened the box Mr. Merkel had given him at his desk, revealing 5 large vials of magical gold. It seemed that magical gold was not as exorbitant as he had imagined. Or perhaps the enchanted swords were selling exceptionally well. He carefully divided the 5 types of magical gold into the crystal vials Wesley had provided, noting that the bottles were marked with precise measurements. Filling them to 36 was precisely the maximum amount he could practice at this stage. Once he had completed the distribution, he placed the larger bottle back into the box and tucked it under his bed. In the days that followed, Donald diligently completed the practice quota of 5 vials each night, meaning he would depict 36 of each elemental magic. He discovered that for every 6 elemental glyphs he illustrated, he could increase 1 divine essence, an astonishingly rapid rate of progress. By the end of November, Donald had amassed 90 divine essences in each element, nearing the level of a novice magic apprentice. As his mental capacity expanded, he found his senses becoming more acute, and his focus sharpened when contemplating problems. During this time, Wesley continued his dismal attempts at courting in the library every afternoon. Neither he nor Donald mentioned the duel. Regarding the anticipated troubles, Donald's suspicions were soon validated, although Carl had not reappeared. His minions and the students, influenced by their rhetoric, began to create various disturbances for Donald. The library floor was frequently marred by stubborn stains. Dead mice occasionally found their way into his working lunches, and he was perpetually jostled by strangers while walking. Yet, these inconveniences paled in comparison to what truly mattered to Donald, the construction of his first magical model. Chapter 17. The smallest fireball in the span of a single night. Amidst intense concentration, and merely half a month later, Donald had surpassed 100 divine essences across the 5 elements. His rate of advancement was so extraordinary that even legendary prodigies would likely feel inadequate in comparison. However, the talented Donald now faced a vexing dilemma. Despite his abundance of divine essences, he remained uncertain how to establish a magical model. The self-proclaimed champions of justice had fixated on him, preventing him from perusing the library at will, compelling him to seek clues from Wesley and Victor, albeit in a piecemeal fashion. The knowledge gleaned through this method was evidently not systematic, yet he had managed to grasp several key principles for constructing magical models. Firstly, it was essential to enhance mental control. specifically the ability to deftly manipulate multiple divine essences. This skill was contingent upon one's mental fortitude. Indeed, even the simplest models required a minimum of 3 divine essences and the rank of a low-tier magic apprentice to construct. Next came the perception of magical elements. When attempting to build a model, one must constantly sense the reactions of surrounding magical elements to identify a stable model structure. Elemental perception would also evolve alongside the enhancement of mental power. Finally, proficiency was crucial. Through repetitively constructing the same model in one's mind, one could eventually develop a reflexive response, enabling swift mobilization of mental energy for modeling when necessary. When unnoticed, all divine essences remained in a state of flux. Hence, every casting of magic constituted a process of re-modeling. By improving proficiency, one could reduce the time taken for modeling, thereby accelerating casting speed. In the dead of night, within Professor Victor's second-floor bedroom, Donald reclined on a plush bed and began to attempt the creation of the simplest magical model. Among the 5 elemental magics, he held a particular fondness for fire. The first tale he had heard about wizards on the island featured an unparalleled fireball, and the first divine essence he had ever condensed was a fire divine essence, with his initial experience of magic also being a fireball. Thus, he envisioned 3 fire divine essences arranged into an equilateral triangle within his mind. In principle, the regular polygon models of each elemental divine essence serve as the foundational offensive spells of their respective elements: ice spear, fireball, flying leaves, wind blade, and stone spike. The more vertices, the greater the magical potency. For instance, Carl's fireball likely utilized over 20 divine essences as vertices, whereas Wesley's wind blade was probably merely a triangle. Considering the balance between modeling difficulty and practicality, the first model established by a magic apprentice would typically be a hexagon. As much of the accumulated wisdom from predecessors began with constructing a hexagonal magical array, the challenge of modeling arose from the inherent distortions present within each individual's mental realm, preventing the model from being a perfect regular polygon. The lengths of the sides would vary slightly, and the vertices might not even reside on the same plane. Furthermore, due to the immeasurable characteristics of the mental realm, the lengths of the polygon sides could not be described and had to be determined through personal experimentation. Lacking any reference materials, Donald resolved to start with the simplest 3-vertex model. Prior to this, he had inquired about all pertinent details. He endeavored to enlarge and reduce the equilateral triangle formed by the 3 fire divine essences, seeking the size that elicited the most vibrant reactions from the surrounding magical elements, committing it to memory. Subsequently, he would maintain the base of the triangle while moving the apex within the plane of the triangle, continually sensing the elemental activity to pinpoint the optimal location. Finally, he would oscillate this apex in a direction perpendicular to the plane, reaffirming the best position. Donald proceeded slowly, each step akin to adjusting the most sensitive radio dial, first establishing a general range, then painstakingly fine-tuning until absolute satisfaction was achieved. Ultimately, a 3-vertex fireball magical model materialized in his mind, the entire process taking a mere half-hour. This was an extraordinary speed, with over 100 divine essences in the 5 elements. Donald's mental control and elemental perception were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary low-tier magic apprentice. Now, all that remains is to learn the incantation for casting magic, Donald mused, extending his hands beyond the covers. He envisioned the sensation of manifesting this model between his palms. It would be a rather small fireball, perhaps a tad warm. How warm could it possibly be? Carl's fireball had been so close to his hands without causing burns. So it shouldn't be too hot. It should at least feel warm, akin to the gentle warmth his palms experienced now. Warm, warm, warm. Suddenly, Donald realized that, at that very moment, a tiny fireball truly existed within his palm. A whirlwind of emotions, excitement, confusion, panic, swept over him. Surrounded by opulent furnishings and exquisite wallpaper, he could not release this fireball. He could only watch as it flickered and burned in his grasp. The fireball, no larger than an egg, contrasted sharply with the vivid crimson fire deity that danced in Donald's mind. This one was blue, if not for the flickering flames that coursed through it and the warmth radiating from his hands. One might have doubted its identity as a fireball based solely on its color. Yet, Donald understood that the blue hue indicated an extraordinarily high temperature. The blue fireball gradually transformed in his palms, shifting to white, then red, and finally yellow. he was suddenly reminded of the shower of sparks that had fallen when Carl's fireball extinguished. In a moment of panic, he clenched his hands tightly, snuffing out the fireball between his palms. Thank heavens, it did not singe the bedding. Meanwhile, in the bedroom above, Mr. Victor remained sound asleep, oblivious to the magical disturbances occurring downstairs. The room returned to darkness, and young Donald's emotions surged. Just moments ago, he had cast a spell, a genuine spell. The joy was overwhelming. He hadn't even had the chance to learn any magical incantations. Wait, I didn't recite an incantation. How could I have performed magic? Yet, the lingering sensation of burns on his palms reminded him that it had indeed transpired. He quickly contemplated the possible explanation, which was glaringly obvious. His mental energy was exceptional. The mental energy particles, generated through the flawless depiction of perfect functions, were equally immaculate. Devoid of any impurities, such perfect energy constructs allowed for a magical model that was pure and exhilarating, capable of manifesting without the need for incantations. In the days that followed, whenever he had a spare moment, Donald diligently practiced, constructing the three-element fireball model, allowing it to dissipate, then reconstructing it, and watching it fade once more. It was not that he was enamored with this three-element fireball, rather, he found himself at a loss with more complex magical models. However, this repetitive exercise bore fruit. He could now instantaneously complete this model. His questions regarding magical incantations were confirmed through Mr. Victor's explanations. Magic apprentices recite incantations to enhance the surrounding magical element's activity, but if one's mental energy is sufficiently potent, this step could be entirely omitted. Beyond the first level, mages need not utter incantations except when casting large-scale spells. Moreover, there existed a historical context regarding the relationship between magic apprentices and incantations that Donald was unaware of. Chapter 18. The Theft of Books. Do you know why Tessry Academy has only a 2,000-year history? Mr. Victor, as was his nightly custom, sipped a cup of calming tea, the perfect opportunity for casual conversation with Donald. Isn't 2,000 years long enough? There are knight academies on the continent with histories spanning over 10,000 years. Yet institutions like the Tessry Academy, which specifically trains magical apprentices, rarely exceed 4,000 years. And why is that? I'll ask you another question. Do you know why the term magic apprentice exists? Why is it that the magic they perform is not called first-level magic? It seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? A squire without fighting spirit is not considered a knight. So why is someone who can cast spells still called an apprentice? From your question, I surmise that both inquiries share the same answer. You clever little lad. Your assumption is correct. 3,000 years ago, following a great war, magical incantations were introduced from the south. Prior to that, magic apprentices had no possibility of casting spells. Most spent their lives merely assisting mages in drawing simple magical arrays. Now, with the aid of incantations, apprentices can perform magic, yet the title remains. I see. So, Mr. Victor, could you elaborate on the steps to construct a six-element magical model? You mentioned up to the sixth step last time. Oh dear. Your questions are becoming tedious. This marks the 1,000th time you've inquired about magical models. I truly don't understand why you are so fixated on these trivial matters. You should be dedicating more time to our materials science experiments, which are far more creative. Mr. Victor bore no semblance of anger on his face. As he spoke, he stood and retrieved a book from the shelf, tossing it to Donald. Go read this instead. And do not ask me such foolish questions again. The book was not thick, its cover inscribed with the title Introduction to Magical Models and Their Practice. Donald descended the stairs, thoroughly satisfied, the following day. After submitting his paper and waiting nearly a month, Mr. Victor finally received a response from the Continental Society of Natural History. Mr. Victor, here is a letter from the Society. It appears to concern your paper. The speaker was Miss Tracy, the formal assistant assigned to Mr. Victor by the Academy. Since graduating 2 years prior, she had been assisting him. In that brief time, she had helped send out dozens of papers, although the responses had grown increasingly unfriendly. Please open it for me, Mr. Victor replied casually. Internally, he was far from calm. He was reluctant even to glance at the response, despite this being his most heartfelt work, not to mention the remarkable experiments he had conducted alongside Donald. After so many setbacks, he felt little confidence in the response he might receive from the ignorant council. Miss Tracy tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, her beautiful face contorting in shock. Such trivial setbacks cannot deter my relentless pursuit of truth. Upon seeing Miss Tracy's expression, Mr. Victor exclaimed his famous motto while envisioning the malicious comments that those despicable bureaucrats might inflict this time. However, Miss Tracy had yet to recover from her astonishment. There is no however, those venomous remarks are merely the masses' slander against wisdom. But the letter is filled with praise for you. Do not speak further. I have never cared for those bureaucratic evaluations to my pursuit of truth. What did you just say? Your paper has been published in full. The letter states that your work is exquisite, the data meticulous, and the arguments rigorous, and it even mentions Donald. Before Miss Tracy could finish her sentence, Mr. Victor snatched the letter away, without the obstruction of his ears. His grin might have stretched to the back of his head. Those bureaucratic evaluations he had never cared for were now providing him with unparalleled joy. Exquisite experiments, meticulous data, rigorous arguments. Mr. Victor repeated this passage, as though it were a magical incantation. You just said that was the masses' slander against wisdom. Miss Tracy queried, a hint of confusion evident. If Donald were to witness this scene, he would surely draw parallels between Mr. Victor's treatment of his formal assistant. Mr. Victor's moment of elation was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. A hesitant student spoke. A janitor has been caught stealing books and has been brought to the disciplinary office. He claims to be your assistant. Are you referring to Donald? Mr. Victor glared at the student. It seems. That is indeed his name. The student, intimidated by the glare, stuttered. The disciplinary office, you say? Mr. Victor had barely finished his sentence before he was already outside the door. The disciplinary office was located near the faculty's office area. And by the time Mr. Victor arrived, a crowd had gathered. Let me in. This is a frame-up. Donald is not that kind of person. Wesley attempted to push through the door, only to be blocked by a group of students. We witnessed him putting the books into his clothing. He was caught red-handed. Wesley, why are you still defending that despicable poor boy? You've been used by him all along. Carl recognized his true nature long ago. What more is there to say? Lucia stood at the edge of the crowd, moments earlier. She had seen Donald stuff books into his clothing at the library. Her impression of Donald was quite peculiar. This youth was unlike any other impoverished person she had encountered. Not merely in appearance, but also in his words, in the dedication he exhibited in his tasks, since he had taken charge of sanitation. The library had become remarkably clean. That morning, when he faced Carl's provocations, he bore no resemblance to a commoner, but rather that of a cultured noble. He had remarked that magic was too expensive and had stated he did not wish to explain. Now, in the face of such accusations, could he still refrain from explaining? Or would he justify his actions by claiming that he stole the books because the magical tomes were too costly? After all, he is a commoner, Lucia mused, feeling shame for the flicker of curiosity and even a hint of fondness she had previously harbored for Donald. Father was right. I am still too young to perceive the ugliness of human nature. What is happening here? Mr. Victor shouted. Where is Donald? Donald is inside. Mr. Edgar has him bound. They are framing him, claiming he stole books from the library. Wesley, as the subject representative for Mr. Victor's magical array course, was also aware of Donald's connection to Mr. Victor. The students parted, allowing Mr. Victor to enter the disciplinary office, where he found Donald sitting against the wall, hands tied, his thick winter coat torn, revealing the stuffing within. Donald offered Mr. Victor a bitter smile. Mr. Edgar, responsible for the disciplinary matters, typically oversaw student conduct. However, as the students had delivered Donald to him, he was left with no choice but to keep an eye on Donald, awaiting the arrival of officials from the Academy's logistics department to address the matter. Now, he found himself waiting in vain for the personnel from the logistics department when he suddenly spotted Professor Victor entering, casting a cold gaze upon him. An unsettling premonition gripped him. Could it be true what that child had said? That he was indeed Victor's assistant? Mr. Victor's expression was chillingly severe as he picked up the tome titled An Introduction to Magical Modeling and Practice from the table before Edgar, flipping to the title page. Then sliding it across to Edgar, his finger pointing at a line of text as he coldly inquired, Tell me, what does this say? Victor Bryan, Collection. So, it seems your eyes are not deceived after all. Victor suddenly erupted. The elemental fire in the air grew intensely scorching, and Edgar found himself drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 19. The thesis. The door to the disciplinary office stood ajar as Mr. Victor's furious shout caused the students to instinctively scatter, repelled by the wave of heat that surged forth. Known for his amiable demeanor, it was a rarity for anyone to witness him in such a furious state. By this time, other professors had arrived, drawn by the commotion. The disciplinary office was in close proximity to the faculty area, and it was clear that Mr. Victor's outburst had reached their ears. Victor chose not to speak further. Instead, he approached Donna, untying his bonds and assisting him to his feet. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, not injured." Victor nodded, supporting Donna as they exited the disciplinary office, while Edgar remained in a state of shock. "The book was given to Donna by me. He is my assistant, not a thief." Mr. Victor appeared to have calmed, though his tone remained icy. The students, prepared to disperse at his words, halted as he continued. "I have not yet finished. Who was it that struck him?" "Mr. Victor's demeanor was indeed intimidating. "Professor Victor, I believe it is unnecessary to dwell on such matters, particularly for this impoverished child," remarked a female professor. "Professor Judy, perhaps you have misheard. Donna is my assistant." "Huh. This impoverished boy. Your assistant? Ha. Victor, you truly have a knack for humor. I heard from my nephew that this impoverished lad seems quite adept at flattery and sowing discord. It appears that even you have been deceived by him." Sparse murmurs of agreement rippled through the students. Judy's nephew was none other than Carl, who was still recovering. In truth, he had healed long ago, but he would not show his face until his splendid golden locks had fully regrown. "Judy, what are you suggesting?" "Donna is my biological assistant. The book was given to him. Is that not sufficient? Must suspicion justify such violence?" "Biological assistant? Huh. That makes it all too clear. Victor, you have indeed been exploited. Everyone knows of your fervor for biology. This cunning young man has taken advantage of your enthusiasm. This sly, impoverished lad has been playing you and Wesley like puppets with his silver tongue. It must be that coward Carl who has been sniveling to you, Professor Judy. I believe you are the one being manipulated by that young rascal." No one expected Wesley to speak at such a moment. Professor Judy ceased her laughter, fixing a cold stare upon Wesley. Then the frostiness of her expression gradually thawed into a somewhat awkward smile. "Wesley, you are still too young to discern the hearts of men. I do not blame you. Carl is merely seeking to punish this boy for your own good. You must learn the difference between right and wrong. Professor Judy, Carl lost to me in a fair duel, and he must have run to you to whine about it. Correct? Do you know what your nephew said to Donna when he initially bullied him with overwhelming numbers? It was the first time Victor had heard of such events, and he found it curious that Donna had never mentioned them. Like everyone else, Lucia was equally eager to learn what Donna had said to Wesley at that time. He said nothing, as if nothing had happened, until days later, when I learned from others, I asked him about it. And he claimed it was a trivial matter, already past. Lucia gazed at the injured Donna with astonishment. He had said nothing at all. Wesley surveyed the crowd once more, glancing back at Donna before continuing. It was because Carl and his friends could not locate me that they targeted Donna, kicking him to the ground in the grass, claiming it was to teach him a lesson. Yet Donna endured such humiliation for my sake, without uttering a single word. The students exchanged glances, their understanding of the situation shattered. "So, the one engaging in flattery and inciting discord is indeed your nephew Carl," Wesley exclaimed, directing his words at Professor Judy. "I shall inform your father about this, you little impudent child," Professor Judy retorted through gritted teeth. "Now, Professor Victor, how do you explain why such a rural pauper has suddenly become your so-called assistant? This defies logic, does it not? It seems this lad has reaped quite a few benefits from you. Surely, since you have employed this assistant, your research must have made significant strides." Everyone was aware that Victor's research in biology was somewhat of a joke. After Judy posed her question, she eagerly awaited Victor's humiliation. The crowd did not disperse. Rather, more and more people gathered, drawn by the unfolding drama, including several professors, and Mr. Victor had not anticipated that the youth before him had been suffering such indignities that he fell silent. Slowly approaching Professor Judy, producing a sheet of letterhead and extending it to her, his gaze as icy as ever, Judy instantly felt the seething wave of elemental fire emanating from Victor. She struggled to maintain her earlier mocking demeanor. Picking up the letterhead to scan its contents, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Judy's expression shifted from discomfort to profound embarrassment, and after a lengthy pause, she let out a huff and turned to leave. Wesley quickly stepped forward to retrieve the letterhead discarded by Judy. Everyone was curious about what it contained that had so flustered Professor Judy. Wesley glanced briefly at it before looking towards Victor, receiving a nod of permission, and began to read aloud. "A new field of materials science, alloy technology. The experiments are exquisite, the data detailed, and the arguments rigorous. The paper presents to us a brand new and immensely valuable area of research. Based on the methods outlined in your manuscript, We have successfully created several of the metals you mentioned, which, upon testing, indeed exhibit astonishing properties, in light of your exceptional contributions. This association bestows upon the two authors the honor of council membership. Was this Mr. Victor's new thesis, a brand new, immensely valuable area of research? The fact that Mr. Victor had produced such an important paper was astonishing. To gain honorary council membership based solely on a single thesis was simply incredible. Observant individuals noted that the paper had two authors. Who might the other be? As Wesley continued reading, he glanced up at the crowd. The first author, the scribe, and the experimental practitioner, fame on empire. Tris Province, Tris Magical Academy, Professor Victor Bryan. Upon reaching this point, everyone began to speculate which professor at the academy could share this honor with Professor Victor. The second author, the theoretical proposer and experimental designer, fame on empire. Tris Province, Land Isle, son of the blacksmith, Donna Vane. When Wesley read the name son of the blacksmith, the gathering fell utterly silent. So his surname is Vane. This was the first time Lucia had heard Donna's surname. And at that moment, she could never have imagined that this ordinary name would one day shine brilliantly because of the young man before her. Chapter 20. New Year on New Year's Eve. Half a month had passed since the book theft incident. The badge of honorary council member from the Biological Association had arrived a few days prior. However, this exquisite badge brought Donna no tangible benefits. He remained a mere errand boy at the Magical Academy's library. Oh, and still Victor's personal assistant. As more people learned of this identity, the various doubts, malice, and surveillance directed at him began to wane. Ever since his divine essence surpassed 100, marking his advancement to a low-tier mage apprentice, Donna's training speed had gradually decelerated. The divine essence growth from drawing the same number of glyphs was becoming increasingly meager. Nonetheless, he had recently devoted his energy to another endeavor, magical modeling. The very book that had once brought him unpleasant experiences, An Introduction to Magical Modeling and Practice, detailed the modeling steps for two magical models, the regular hexagonal basic attack spell and the regular hexagonal nested basic defense spell, which he had thoroughly mastered. However, as the title suggested, it was merely an introduction and practice. While he had read the content and grasped its meaning, he lacked practical experience. Now, even in the quietest of circumstances, following the steps to model could barely yield the basic attack spell, and if he were to attempt its use in battle, he would undoubtedly flounder. As for the nested model, he had yet to muster the courage to try. Indeed, voices nearby interrupted his modeling, causing the partially combined hexagonal fireball spell to dissipate into the sea of divinity. When I was young, my mother once took me to see the New Year's fireworks, came Kelly's voice. This night marked the most vibrant occasion of the year at the Magical Academy. Students crafted glyphs in their studies that held no practical value, yet they could not be wasted, as they would all be compiled by upperclassmen to create magical fireworks, launched in unison on New Year's Eve. On this day, even the local populace and dignitaries from the city of Dorne would make a special trip to the academy to witness the rare spectacle of the fireworks. Richard and Kelly, seizing the opportunity of the New Year holiday, arrived at the Magic Academy. How about that? I told you this is the best spot. I discovered it last year, Wesley exclaimed to Donald. Having mentioned just days prior that he knew of an excellent vantage point for watching the fireworks, an invitation he had extended to Lucia, only to be turned down once more. This location was the rooftop of a small building on the edge of the dormitory area, and it remained a mystery how Wesley had procured the key. He was now pointing out to Richard which renowned beauties from the Magic Academy could be spotted in the throng of revelers below. Donald sat at the edge of the rooftop, his feet dangling in the air, gazing at the distant magic duel arena, the very place where the fireworks would soon be unleashed. Kelly sat beside him, and to her recollection, they had never been this close before. Aren't the fireworks beautiful? Donald responded with a smile. Actually, I can hardly remember what fireworks look like. I only recall there were so many people. And my mother held my hand tightly, fearing I might get lost. Donald envisioned a little girl in the crowd, clutching her mother's hand, curious yet anxious. I apologize. I shouldn't have brought up my mother in front of you. Kelly noticed Donald had fallen silent again, contemplating his background. Oh, it's fine. When my mother passed away, you were still in Dorne, right? 2 months after my mother took me away from Land Island, your mother passed away. I was only 4 at the time, but do you believe it, Donald? I remember what your mother looked like. She had a radiant smile, and everyone adored her. It was just, her health was poor. I used to call you Brother Donald. Remember? The girl's face turned crimson once more. Donald smiled but did not respond. That was a version of him from before he turned 6, a different Donald altogether. Richard, when did your brother win over that lovely girl? Wesley had already discerned that there was something special between the two. My brother. He didn't win her over. Kelly likes my brother. That's outrageous. It's simply outrageous. How could a girl like him? He is so dull. My brother is not dull at all. Wesley, look at this sword. My brother forged it. Mr. Merkel, Kelly's uncle, says my brother is a genius. All right. Your brother is the most brilliant, but don't you think he isn't as handsome as I am? Richard glanced at Wesley, then turned to look at Donald, going back and forth before shyly answering. I'm not sure what counts as handsome, but you both are too skinny. Just as Wesley was left speechless by Richard's naive aesthetic, a knock sounded at the locked door of the rooftop. Wesley, are you there? It was Lucia's voice. As Wesley rushed to open the door, he made a lewd face at Donald, who was looking over. Lucia, I told you other places would be too crowded, didn't I? This spot is quiet and romantic. Oh, who are these two? This is my cousin Roger, and his friend Fiona. They came from the Night Academy. This is my classmate, Wesley. Oh, Lucia, since you know about this lovely spot. You should have brought us here sooner. I'd rather be with my father than be squished in that crowd. Fiona, it seems you insisted on following my cousin, didn't you? All right, Lucia, don't let your classmates laugh at you. Wesley, is it? I often hear Lucia speak of you. Roger extended his hand to Wesley, sporting a bright smile. Is that so? I believe there are some misunderstandings between Lucia and me. Wesley returned the smile, not wishing for Lucia to broadcast his glorious tales that Roger's hand was large, and their handshake was firm and strong. These are my friends, Donald, his brother Richard, and Kelly. Richard and Kelly are also students at the Night Academy. Hello. I hope we're not interrupting you. This time Roger did not extend his hand, and Lucia frowned slightly. I've seen you at the Night Academy. I heard you're about to cultivate your fighting spirit. Richard looked up at Roger with admiration. He was a star student in the 5th year at the Night Academy and his idol. Roger smiled modestly, but did not respond. After a brief exchange, the two groups settled down, with Richard and Kelly each sitting by Donald's side. After a few words with Lucia, Wesley also ran over to sit next to Richard. Lucia occasionally stole glances at Kelly, vaguely sensing that the beautiful Night Academy student shared an unusual bond with Donald. Before long, the new year arrived, and countless magical fireworks shot into the sky. Met with gasps and cheers from the crowd as everyone gazed at the dazzling display in the night sky. Kelly quietly wrapped her hands around Donald's arm, gently leaning against his shoulder. Donald smiled faintly, but did not move. Lucia turned her face slightly, observing the illuminated countenance of the young man. His serene features showed no surprise, and he remained smiling, as if the magnificent spectacle unfolding before him had failed to stir his emotions in the slightest. After waiting so long, this is all there is. The colors are a bit lacking. Donald felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. The warmth of the girl beside him reminded him that she was merely 14, and he restrained the impulse to embrace her. Donald forgot that just moments ago, the girl beside him had turned 15, and he himself had only just reached 17. As the fireworks faded, the air was imbued with a peculiar scent of partially burnt fire elements, and the boys on the rooftop remained reluctant to part with the experience. Wesley, I heard about your duel with Carl. Quite impressive. Cousin, he merely used a tiny wind blade. Lucia, did you not realize? It is precisely because that wind blade was so small that it is impressive if the rumors are true. It was Wesley's timing, control of casting distance, and understanding of his opponent's psychology that led to what seemed like a fortuitous victory. I wager if it were to happen again, you would still emerge victorious. Am I correct? Roger's final remark was directed at Wesley. That fool Carl. What is the point in winning against him? Wesley did not respond directly. Is that so? Then why did you engage in a duel with a fool? Fiona asked, puzzled. It was for Donald. Lucia interjected to assist Wesley, fearing he would implicate her. For Donald. Fiona looked at the poorly dressed youth beside Wesley. Becoming even more perplexed, Richard and Kelly also gazed at Donald in confusion, as it was their first time hearing of this matter. It's all nonsense, really. In short, it's just that my friend is too kind-hearted, and I cannot bear to see him suffer. You almost made things worse. But Donald, why didn't you explain back then, letting Carl and the others slander you like that? Lucia finally voiced her thoughts. Would an explanation make a difference? Donald looked at Lucia. As you mentioned, it would only worsen the situation, wouldn't it? People only believe what they wish to believe, don't they? Then did you never consider resisting? Donald lowered his head, slowly narrowing his eyes, as if searching for an answer from the ground beneath him. I once had a dream. A dream about a charity hall that adopts orphans, where the children without parents from a young age were very savage, fighting every day. Of course, the younger ones were more likely to get beaten. Everyone stared at him, unsure why he was sharing such a dream. Some among them, in their desire to resist, had to become more brutal and vicious than the older children, until one day, everyone feared them. Are you suggesting that one should not resist? That the weak should be bullied? Roger inquired. Donald hesitated for a moment before responding. No, I mean to say it is truly a sad dream. Then if you were one of those children, what would you do? Kelly gently asked from the side. I would pray to grow up quickly, Donald replied with a smile, feeling somewhat regretful for sharing that story. Wesley, where are you planning to go for the winter trials? Richard, slightly confused by his brother's dream, preferred to discuss matters related to cultivation. Winter trials? I haven't thought about it yet. Perhaps to the seaside for some sun. How about Land Island? Wesley, I heard that in the eastern province near the Thorn Empire, the Whispering Forest has recently been plagued by bandits. We are planning to go there for our trials. Would you be interested in joining? Forget it. I prefer the seaside over the forest. Lucia is going along as well. I suddenly feel winter is more suited for the forest, and I want to see what bandits look like. Wesley showed no restraint. Wesley, may I join you? Richard, though missing his father, was more eager for the chance to embark on an adventure. Of course, bring your brother and Kelly along. Why would I go? I have work to do. The library will be closed for winter. What work is left? Go on. Don't you worry about Kelly getting kidnapped. Exactly, let us all go. Lucia softly encouraged. Donald also longed to explore, but feared that his unique identity might hinder everyone's trials. However, under the persuasion of Wesley and the others, he ultimately agreed, and the 7 of them made plans to set off for the Whispering Forest for their trials in a few days. Chapter 21. The Whispering Forest. The province of Tellus lies at the southeastern corner of the empire. 6 centuries ago, it was from the Duchy of Tellus that Louis the Great emerged, uniting dozens of small principalities west of the Thorn Empire and east of the Silverwing Federation through his remarkable military prowess and formidable magical abilities, thus founding the vast Femin Empire. Historians assert that Louis's unification of the realms was no mere coincidence. His homeland, the province of Tellus, is renowned as a fertile granary in the south, abundant in resources and strategically isolated, allowing for a singular focus on defense. Indeed, the province is bordered to the south by the Sea of Oblivion and to the east by the Whispering Forest, where no enemies dare to tread. The expanse of the Whispering Forest is nearly equal to that of the entire province of Tellus. Deep within its confines, a yellow flower known as the misdirection blossom blooms year-round, its pollen possessing a potent hallucinogenic effect. Those who inhale its fragrance may find their senses bewildered, potentially never escaping the forest's embrace. The periphery of the forest, where human activity has encroached. The misdirection blossom has become exceedingly rare. However, venturing slightly deeper still brings forth auditory hallucinations, as if foreign voices incessantly murmur in one's ear. Experienced hunters, upon encountering such phenomena, instinctively know to retreat. Thus, the forest earned its name. This was the information the 7-member trial team gleaned from their mission briefing prior to their departure. However, the local inhabitants residing at the forest's edge hold a different perspective. The forest is home to sirens. They sing and lure children into the depths, cautioned old hunter Joy as he fed roasted lamb to his granddaughter. Joy was the guide hired by Donald's party, having spent his life hunting in these parts. The antelope roasting over the fire was a prize from his afternoon hunt. 3 years prior, Nina's father passed away, and her mother remarried, leaving the two of them to rely solely on one another. Do sirens eat people? Nina, only 5, found the frequently heard tale quite intimidating. Sirens do not consume humans. They seek companionship for play. However, they may keep you occupied for many years, and by the time you return, dear Nina, your grandfather may be no more. Nina burst into tears. Are sirens beautiful? Lucia, unable to bear Joy's frightful words to Nina, interjected, though she understood it might be a necessary tactic to prevent the child from straying. Oh, they are indeed beautiful. Have you seen one? Wesley leaned back, propping his elbows behind him. I have never laid eyes on one. Even those who have are unlikely to remember. For sirens possess magic that induces forgetfulness. Then how do you know they are beautiful? I bet they are hideous creatures, unwanted, and thus resorting to deceit to find company. Lucia shot Wesley a glare. To which he shrugged innocently. Donald, by the flickering firelight, perused a book on meditation he had borrowed from Mr. Victor before their departure. Richard called over Kelly, who was sitting beside Donald, and they practiced swordplay in a nearby clearing. Kelly proved to be no match for him, leaving him unsatisfied, yet he felt too bashful to invite Roger to join. Roger was deep in conversation with Fiona, who appeared to be complaining about their surroundings. Richard could not comprehend her grievances. They had meat to eat, tents to sleep in. What more could one ask for? Today marked the third day since the trial team had entered the Whispering Forest. And despite rumors of bandits, they had encountered none. Under Joy's guidance, they had successfully captured the true culprit attracting the bandits. The tree squirrel. 6 months prior, a passing wood mage had fortuitously discovered that the discarded pelts of tree squirrels made for excellent materials in crafting high-grade wood magic arrays. Since that day, the tree squirrels, who had thrived in the forest for millennia, found their lives turned upside down as hunters descended upon them. Most of the surviving squirrels fled deeper into the woods, and the price of their pelts skyrocketed as supply dwindled. This frenzy naturally attracted the keenly sensed bandit groups, resulting in a chaotic cycle where hunters pursued squirrels and bandits hunted the hunters, ultimately leading to the majority of the wealth falling into the hands of the latter. Now, a tree squirrel pelt hung prominently in the center of their camp, serving as an unmistakable bait. After 3 arduous days of trekking through the forest, all agreed to Wesley's proposal of laying in wait to lure the bandits. Donald concurred, but felt that the prominently displayed pelt was too blatant a sign of bait. Any bandits drawn by it must be exceedingly foolish. However, it soon proved that the bandits were not only foolish but also impatient. For they arrived that very night, that on their first night in the forest, Roger and Fiona had kept watch. The second night was meant to be Wesley and Lucia, but Lucia deemed the remaining trio, Donald, Richard, and Kelly, too weak to defend themselves, thus assigning Wesley to guard with Richard and Kelly. Consequently, tonight, it was Lucia and Donald who stood watched in the dead of night, where the campfire's glow could not reach. Darkness thickened almost to a tangible form. From within that oppressive darkness, low growls of beasts echoed, sometimes distant, yet at times alarmingly close. The others in the tents had succumbed to deep slumber, while the magical prodigy, the girl with extraordinary talent, felt a twinge of fear. The boy beside her stared intently into the flames, his expression serene, as if contemplating grave matters. What occupied his thoughts? What are you thinking? Donald turned abruptly, aside from studying meditation. He had been tirelessly practicing the construction of a 6-element fireball spell, growing increasingly proficient. I heard your hometown is on Land Island. Yes, a small island to the south of the province. Beyond it lies the Sea of Oblivion. Could you tell me about Land Island? It's an unremarkable little isle, with a temperate climate and stunning scenery, and the residents are exceedingly simple. Time there seems to stand still. Is it truly that wonderful? Perhaps not so much, but who can objectively describe their homeland? As Donald spoke, he tossed a few more logs onto the fire. I find myself quite curious about Land Island. You would likely be disappointed. Donald, I think, compared to Wesley, you resemble a poet. It seems I am profoundly influenced by Wesley. Donald chuckled, then mimicked Wesley's expression, saying, The night has gifted me with black eyes, yet I use them to seek the light. Is that your poem? Oh, no. It belongs to a poet from another island. Actually, I am more curious about you. Lucia mustered the courage to utter these words, avoiding his gaze. Then you are bound to be disappointed. After a prolonged silence, Donald finally responded. Courage and recklessness are often indistinguishable. Just then, a band of audacious bandits recklessly emerged before the two. Chapter 22. The bandits' victor was not mistaken. The students of the Magic Academy approached the trial activities with a vacation mindset, albeit this time, they had selected an ill-fated destination for such leisure. Like a group of naive young lions stumbling into a savanna teeming with ravenous wolves, the 7-member team, devoid of any experience in adventure, plunged headlong into the perilous embrace of the Whispering Forest. They ventured too deeply, neglecting to set any preemptive traps around their camp, and the two who were supposed to keep watch were so lost in their own thoughts that they failed to notice the approaching bandits. Faced with the sudden attack, the normally composed magical prodigy found her voice trembling, unable to articulate her incantation. In her panic, she fumbled a magical scroll, forgetting to release it and instead hurling it at the bandits as if it were a weapon. It was absolute chaos. Observing the young girl's fluster, A bandit wielding a steel blade advanced, prompting Donald to shout a warning of an enemy assault. Grabbing the tree squirrel pelt, he turned and bolted into the darkness. With several bandits mindlessly hot on his heels, by the time Richard and the others emerged from their tents, they found only Lucia, standing frozen, her face brimming with tears. "Brother, Donald." Roger and Wesley quickly restrained the impulsive Richard and Kelly. After hastily preparing, the six ignited torches and followed Lucia's direction, searching for their companion. Roger and Richard led the way, while Fiona, also a squire, lagged behind, with Wesley positioned in the middle to safeguard Kelly and Lucia. It was impossible to recall how long they had been navigating through the darkness when the bandits behind them ignited torches, their disordered steps accompanied by fierce shouts growing ever closer. The silhouettes of trees loomed indistinctly ahead, and faint laughter from women echoed nearby, prompting Donald to recall Joy's warning. They could not press further. With a moment's hesitation, the bandits encircled them. "Wait, I know what you seek. I am willing to surrender it if you spare my life. I believe my companions would be willing to pay a ransom." Donald leaned back against a massive tree, holding the tree squirrel pelt aloft. Only then did he discern that there were 6 bandits, each armed with steel blades, the largest among them appearing to be their leader. "Boss, let me take him out. This little brat led us on this wild goose chase. And those girls might have already escaped." A thief with a small mustache indignantly exclaimed, "That little girl just threw something that I increasingly suspect might be a magical scroll. These sheep appear rather plump. If you make a move, I shall ruin your hide." "Very well, I could spare your life," the bandit leader coldly retorted, swaggering towards Donner and snatching the squirrel pelt from his grasp. In a sudden motion, he raised his steel knife, aiming to strike Donner down. Unbeknownst to him, in Donner's other hand lay a blue fireball the size of an egg. Before the leader's blade could descend upon the youth, the fireball was already hurtling towards him. He was caught off guard. The fireball exploded against his face, engulfing him in flames as he screamed in agony. This was the first demonstration of the power of Donner's blue fireball. The blue hue signified the purest burning of fire elements, emanating an unfathomable heat that delivered a far more terrifying lethality than an ordinary fireball. Donner did not cease his actions. In the blink of an eye, 4 more identical fireballs detonated upon the bandit leader. He didn't chant a spell. "It's a one-time magical artifact. Let us all attack and kill him." Spurred by the mustache thief, the remaining 5 indeed charged forward. Amidst a flurry of blades and cries for blood, Donner's heart seemed to halt. His back pressed tightly against the tree, his calves trembling uncontrollably. Despite having practiced his triad fireball model thousands of times without the need for incantations, the terror of being besieged led to his first casting failure, followed by a second. Thank heavens, on the 3rd attempt, he finally succeeded in launching a fireball at the foremost bandit. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the foe's steel blade would have mercilessly cleaved him in two. With the successful casting of this fireball, Donner regained his confidence, his spellcasting speed accelerating, ultimately reaching a pace even faster than usual. Blue fireballs began to coalesce, sweeping forth from his palm towards the bandits. Even as all the bandits transformed into screaming pillars of flame, he did not relent, unleashing over 40 small fireballs in a single breath. When the final fireball departed, the essence of the fire god was entirely expended, and an overwhelming dizziness washed over him, causing him to faint once more. When Donner gradually regained consciousness, he found himself beside a strange girl of around 15 or 16 years old. "You finally awake," she said, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. "How long have I been asleep?" Donner felt his mind still foggy, the scene before him hazy, as if it were just dawn. "I don't know. I just found you sleeping here." Donner sensed a familiarity about her. Yet he could not place her. "Are you from the Magic Academy?" he inquired, noticing her attire resembling that of a magical apprentice. "Yes. How did you know? Are you also from the Magic Academy?" The girl's eyes widened in curiosity, exuding a beauty that was tinged with an indescribable peculiarity. "I work in the Academy library. Have you seen my companions?" "I only saw you. I'm heading back to the Academy now. Why don't you come with me?" the girl said. Pulling Donner along, he felt his feet moving of their own accord, unable to resist following her closely. She walked briskly, appearing quite familiar with the surroundings. "I haven't seen you in the Academy," she remarked without turning back. Donner regarded her silhouette, pondering the strange sensation she evoked within him. "Is that so? Perhaps I'm not very conspicuous." How much longer until we exit the forest? Why do we need to leave the forest? The girl's words grew increasingly odd, leaving Donner feeling somewhat befuddled. But big brother, there's no library at the academy. Donner was at a loss for how to respond, bewildered by her sudden change in address. Why do you call me big brother? You are the big brother who caught the squirrels with Grandpa. A sudden wave of inexplicable terror washed over Donner as he recalled who she was. You re Nina? ? When Nina returned, Grandpa was really already dead. Big brother, are we also dead? At that moment, the girl before him halted, slowly turning around, revealing a face that resembled that of a corpse. Donner fainted once more. And when he awakened again, he felt he was gazing upon the fabled banshee. Chapter 23. Gnomes and Dwarves. Hey, wake up. In the haze, Donner felt hands shaking him. Upon opening his eyes again, he beheld a beautiful woman's face atop a child's body. Remembering the events that led to his unconsciousness, he hastily retreated on all fours. Are you still Nina? No, I am Natia Vida. The woman spoke gently, her voice melodious. Are you the banshee? Natia, are you sure this is the clever little lad? He looks like a fool to me, spoke a peculiar figure, with a rugged, bearded face, yet standing no taller than a 7 or 8-year-old child alongside the woman. Natia shot a glare at the diminutive man and continued addressing Donner. I am not a banshee. I am from the northern gnome tribe. When we found you, you were stumbling into the forest, looking quite unwell. Thank you for your assistance. I seem to have had a strange dream. This forest has its issues. Something seemed to try to bewitch me. But I scared it off with my fighting spirit. The dwarf grumbled. Have you seen my companions? Donner asked anxiously, concerned that Richard and the others might not find him. We have seen them. Don't worry. It has already dawned. They will be fine. Natia Vida reassured him. May I be so bold as to inquire if you and your father are also here to hunt squirrels? Huh, listen to that. Natia, he thinks I'm your father. Huh, how amusing. I like this fool. Natia Vida shot another glare at the dwarf. Oh, Donner, you are mistaken. Adalia is a dwarf, and I am a gnome. We are not of the same kin. In fact, I am older than he is. How do you know my name? Donner became immediately wary. Of course we know your name. We rushed here from Dorn City, and after much effort, we arrived at your camp, only to find a clueless hunter and his granddaughter. Had we not been swift, you would have been lost in the forest long ago. Those charred figures we encountered on the way were your doing. Weren't they? You have quite the skill, little one. The dwarf Adalia always interrupted, but at least from his words, Donner gathered that Nina was safe. Please don't misunderstand. We first heard about you from that peculiar patterned sword. And then over half a month ago, I came across your thesis, the one regarding synthetic metals, Natia Vida explained, her voice calm and compelling. Thesis? Why would you come seeking me upon seeing the thesis? Shouldn't you have approached Professor Victor instead? Donner, you are the one who proposed the experimental concept, are you not? Adding the legendary forged sword into the equation, we could certainly conclude that all these ideas originated solely from you. So your urgent visit to find me is because... Do you not know the relationship between the dwarven nation and humanity? Natia Vida inquired, perplexed. Thereafter, Donner gleaned from the gnome woman a geographical understanding that resolved his long-standing confusion about the knight heading north and the mage heading south. The world is a slope. Within Natia's soothing voice, a peculiar map seemed to unfold before Donner's eyes. The world is a vast incline, sloping from the heavenly kingdom in the south to the infernal realm in the north. With the Hell's continent situated centrally along this descent to the east and west of the Hell's continent, there lie several much larger continents, all sharing the same gradient. These central continents are collectively referred to as the Middle-earth world. To the south of the Hell's continent, beyond the Sea of Forgetfulness, lies the land of magic, rich in magical elements, home to elves, magical beasts, and humans alike, as well as the 7 great magical academies. Further south of the land of magic is the Dragon's Roost, and it is said that beyond it lies the heavenly kingdom. The north of the Hell's continent lies the region known as the Land of Chaos. A human federation devoid of kings or nobles, with scarce magical elements. Mages are exceedingly rare, hence the Land of Chaos is also referred to as the Knights' Federation. Continuing north along the slope, past the Nodus Mountains, one arrives at the realm of dwarves and gnomes, known to humans as the Land of the, and to dwarves as the Extreme North Kingdom. The Extreme North Kingdom is characterized by its harsh environment, devoid of any magical elements. Yet, as if a jest from the gods or demons, It happens to be the region richest in magical crystal resources. In fact, it is now the only place where magical crystals can still be mined. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, there was no dwarven kingdom. Humans enslaved the dwarves, driving them to the so-called land of the to mine, for only dwarves could endure that harsh environment. The gnome tribe, similarly short in stature, also suffered the consequences. Over the millennia, dwarves and gnomes ventured further north, ultimately establishing their own realm in the extreme north, a place unreachable by ordinary humans. The extreme north kingdom cannot cultivate grain. Yet they have magical crystals, which they can trade for food. In addition, the dwarves excel in crafting weapons, while the gnome race has produced a plethora of engineering prodigies. Consequently, in trade with humans, arms, armor, and various implements gradually supplanted magical crystals, becoming vital resources for the northernmost realm. Beyond this land lies the fabled Courage Desert, the training ground of the Holy Knights, a place accessible only to those of the sacred rank. For millennia, no more than 10 souls have ventured into that enigmatic territory. As for what lies north of the Courage Desert, it is said to be the inferno where demons roam, a realm that no one has ever reached. Nor does anyone know what demons truly resemble. The world is a slope. Then why doesn't the sea flow northward along that incline? No one knows why. Some say it's because the Middle-earth continent obstructs it. Is the Middle-earth truly a single, continuous landmass? Is there not sea to the east and west of the Hell's continent? Why are you so loquacious? There isn't that much sea. Between Soak, Feynman, and Dolan continents lies only marshland. The dwarf Adaria, who had been listening, was growing increasingly impatient, struggling to comprehend why Natia Vita would engage in such frivolous discourse with this young man. Very well. So, have you come to prevent me from producing weapons and implements of exceptional quality in the Middle-earth? Hey, Natia, this lad isn't as dim-witted as I thought. Indeed, Donovan, I am pleased you grasp our position. Are you asking me to betray humanity? Donovan's tone remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Donovan, millions of years ago, during the age of chaos and the great deluge, humanity, dwarfs, gnomes, and elves coexisted as equals. It was through our cooperation that we managed to survive in such an environment. I believe we are still equals now, Donovan replied without hesitation, regarding the notion of equality among races as self-evident. Excellent. It is truly wonderful that you think this way. I believe we can have a fruitful discussion. Natia's tone shifted remarkably. Adaria also softened his demeanor, regarding Donovan with newfound interest. Chapter 24. The Forest Conference. Donovan, let us ponder the implications if the Middle-earth were to produce superior weaponry, rendering us no longer necessary for purchasing our creations. What would ensue? The price of magical crystals would rise, Donovan retorted without a moment's thought. The answer was glaringly apparent. The dwarves needed to procure food, and if their weapons could not be sold, they would be compelled to sell the crystals at inflated prices. The crystals would rise in price. Ah, indeed, they would. Splendid. You are even more astute than I anticipated. But what if humanity, particularly the humans of the magical continent, could not acquiesce to the increased prices of crystals? They would have no choice but to accept unless war were to break out. You are quite correct. War would indeed be the only recourse. In my view, conflict is an inevitable point. 3,000 years ago, humanity's insatiable demand for magical crystals ignited a war. Dwarves, gnomes, and humans all paid a heavy toll for that conflict. Following the war, the Crystal Quota Treaty ensured 3 millennia of peace, and the northernmost realm was compelled to expand its territory further north to unearth more crystals. So, if the arms trade falters, the Quota Treaty could potentially be rendered void. Precisely, exactly, we are in dire need of food. You know, Donovan, our people are already mining in the far north, a place so harsh that even with ample provisions, fatalities continue to occur. Natia Vita's expression turned sorrowful, her tone laden with grief, and Donovan sensed that her anguish was genuine. I understand. Your assertion is correct. Maintaining the balance of trade is indeed essential. That I apologize for the unintended consequences my actions may have had on you. Donovan found himself swayed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the plight of the northernmost realm. Natia Vita and Adaria exchanged a glance, astonished by the unexpected ease with which the negotiations were proceeding. Had it not been for the gnome's reverence for wisdom, Adaria might have suggested eliminating this young man altogether for a swift resolution. Then, you have journeyed from the northernmost realm? Oh, no, I am the resident trade ambassador of the Phyman Empire, and Adaria serves as my military officer. Ah, so you are an esteemed ambassador. Please, do not be so formal. The Phyman Empire is merely a small nation that even the divine offspring overlook. Thus, I am but a trifling official in the northernmost realm. The notion that the Phyman Empire was a mere small nation was somewhat difficult for Donovan to digest. I believe you could invest more of your energy in the study of magic. Natia Vida recalled the suggestion she had intended to propose and unconsciously altered her manner of addressing him. Indeed, you are correct. However, as far as I know, you are not yet a formal student at the Triss Magic Academy. I believe this situation must change, of course, only if you are willing. Donovan contemplated her suggestion, realizing that his progress in magical studies had indeed stagnated recently, and that grasping the intricacies of magical models, meditation techniques, and magical arrays would require substantial time dedicated to formal learning. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Is there still a way to rectify the situation concerning the forged sword and the repercussions of my paper with Mr. Victor? Rest assured, we have managed to retract the paper through our influence at the Museum Association.as for the forged sword. We intend to acquire the workshop and cease operations, while also providing compensation for exclusive rights to dwarf weaponry. Oh, I have seen that machine in the workshop, which I hear you designed. It is truly a magnificent creation, and certain details could greatly inspire our craftsmen. Would you mind if I transported it back to the northernmost realm? In that case, it would also provide an explanation to Mr. Merkel.o. Feel free to dispose of that machine as you see fit. I suddenly have an idea. I wonder if you would agree. Natia hesitated slightly as she spoke. What idea? Please share. Donovan was still preoccupied with thoughts of how to compensate Merkel, planning to inquire further upon his return. I wish to establish a laboratory in Dorn City, where you could come and provide guidance when you have the time. What do you think? A laboratory? Yes, we also have several laboratories in the Middle Earth, and we intend to acquire some particularly unique inventions and creations. Donovan casually acquiesced, considering that should he wish to undertake any endeavors, access to the gnome's laboratory would likely simplify the process. The negotiations concluded smoothly and rather succinctly. Under Adria's guidance, the trio effortlessly located Richard and his companions. The visitors from the Northern Realm did not reveal themselves among the crowd, but quietly bid farewell to Donovan before vanishing into the shadows. After an entire night of relentless trekking and shouting, all but Roger, who was nearing the strength of a formal knight, were utterly exhausted. Yet, no one voiced a desire to cease their search. Even the typically delicate Fiona gritted her teeth in determination, as everyone understood that Donovan had risked himself to divert the bandits for their safety. However, as time wore on, an ominous foreboding began to settle in their hearts. Richard and Kelly bore evident traces of tears on their faces. Unable to fathom the grim consequences of Donovan's potential demise, Lucia was tormented by guilt, lamenting that had she only been a fraction more composed, she could have cast a spell that might have scared off the bandits. Or if only she had remembered to deploy the magical scroll instead of tossing it away in panic, Donovan would not have had to venture into peril. Yet now, it was far too late, because of her blunder. That young man might have vanished from the world forever. The words he had spoken about Land Island echoed in her mind, along with that poem, as if he were still there, his tranquil smile lingering just before her eyes. In the face of danger, he had remained far more composed than she, drawing the bandits away into the inky blackness of the night forest. Surely he had felt fear when pursued by the bandits. Would he have begged for mercy? Would the bandits have spared him? No, he undoubtedly would have scorned the notion of pleading for his life, just as he had when confronting Carl and the others. Hey, why are you all so glum? Donovan would never be slain by a handful of petty thieves. He certainly wouldn't perish in such an absurd manner. Wesley, who had been calling out Donovan's name all night, nearly hoarsely exclaimed the last words. Roger stepped forward, wishing to embrace him, but Wesley stubbornly pushed him away, turning his head to conceal his reddened eyes. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the gloom. Hey, what are you all doing? Has anyone prepared breakfast? Chapter 25. Rivals in the early morning, Kelly awoke from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open to the sight of a pointed tent top. It took her a moment to remember that it was the apex of her own tent, and that they were in the Whispering Forest, a month having passed since the trial, ever since the day Donovan had drawn away the bandits. She had been plagued by restless sleep, often jolting awake from nightmares. Though countless traps had since been laid around the camp, no further bandits had dared to appear during her time on Rand Island. Kelly discerned that Donald was different. There was something unique in those clear eyes. As summer unfolded, those differences gradually revealed themselves, far exceeding Kelly's expectations by now, although she was unaware of what the museum society entailed. The fact that a 17-year-old boy from Rand Island had become an honorary director of a certain association on the mainland was indeed perplexing. Even more astonishing was his bravery, willing to take risks for the safety of his companions. Teetering on the brink of life and death, was this not the very essence of chivalry? At this age, a girl undergoing knightly education was utterly defenseless against such qualities. Kelly observed that a girl named Lucia had been intentionally and unintentionally drawing closer to Donald lately. Knowing his fondness for magic, she would deliberately initiate conversations about magical topics, leaving Kelly utterly unable to interject. Kelly sensed that Lucia's interest in Donald went beyond mere gratitude for his actions that day. Yesterday, the three girls could no longer tolerate the odor of sweat and took a bath in the stream near the woods. The four boys were tasked with keeping watch. Halfway through their bathing, Wesley shouted playfully, "Donald, don't stop me. I just want to take a peek. Don't worry. I'll only look at Lucia, not at Kelly." Despite knowing he was joking, the girls couldn't help but dive into the cold water, leaving only 3 damp heads bobbing above the surface until Roger chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on him." While bathing, Kelly found herself comparing the sizes of their chests, ultimately arriving at a disheartening conclusion. Both Fiona and Lucia were larger than her. However, she quickly attributed this to her being the youngest. "Soon, I will surpass you both, but will Donald be able to wait? What a vexation. I need to eat more. What might help develop my breasts?" The girl's expression shifted dramatically. The afternoon hunts were the most eagerly anticipated activity, with Joy being an experienced hunter who could spot even the most concealed rabbit burrows. He had more tricks up his sleeve than the instructor of the tracking course at the Night Academy, and Kelly thought it prudent to invite him to teach there. Ever since Kelly witnessed Lucia's ice spear completely freeze a wild rabbit, she had mustered the courage to approach Richard for advice whenever he consulted Roger. Donald often stares blankly at Nina. He must really like children. Before dawn had fully broken, Lucia heard some commotion from Kelly's tent. She must be having nightmares again. Since that day, Lucia frequently heard Kelly gasping awake during her night watches. Fiona had informed Lucia that on the night they searched for Donald, she had seen Kelly crying the entire night from the back of the group. She must really like him. Then, Lucia recalled the moment they had found Donald. Oh no, when Donald had found everyone. Asking if there was breakfast at such a tense moment was obviously an attempt to lighten the mood. It was far too contrived. Donald mentioned that he had hidden in a tree hollow to evade the bandits, and had even managed to sleep there until dawn before returning to the group. Lucia felt a surge of anger. Everyone had worked so hard to find him, worrying about him all night, while he had been comfortably sleeping alone in a tree hollow. Donald could only laugh, claiming that sleeping in the hollow was not particularly comfortable. After that day, Donald maintained his usual distance from Lucia, which made her feel uncomfortable, but she couldn't express her frustration. She couldn't just say, "I cried for you because I was worried." Thus, Lucia found herself increasingly at odds with Donald. Whenever he wanted to read quietly, she insisted on talking to him. When he wanted to sleep, she would drag him up to keep watch. If he joked, she wouldn't laugh. If he was serious, she would laugh. Eventually, Lucia realized something was amiss. She had developed feelings for him. Everything she did was a desperate attempt to gain Donald's attention. She couldn't bear the distance he maintained, yet she couldn't be as forthright as Kelly in revealing her feelings, having grown accustomed to boys approaching her. Now that it was her turn to approach Donald, she felt utterly at a loss. Every small effort she made was easily dismissed by him, and unlike Wesley, she couldn't muster the audacity to be so forward. Thus, she resorted to her current tactic of deliberately opposing him. Once she recognized the issue, the clever girl quickly adapted. Knowing Donald was interested in magic, she began to engage him in discussions about magical topics. Everything from meditation techniques to magical models, from mental control to elemental perception. As their conversations deepened, Lucia discovered that Donald's knowledge of magic far exceeded her expectations. She had to recall her studies carefully to answer his questions, and later, in areas like mental control and elemental perception, she even gained considerable insights from him. Considering Donald had only been studying magic for less than 4 months, Lucia was astonished by his comprehension. However, realizing that his understanding was primarily theoretical and that he had yet to begin practical magic studies provided her with some relief. Of course, had she known that Donald had advanced to the rank of magic apprentice 3 months prior, she would surely have felt embarrassed about her title as a magical prodigy. Her efforts proved fruitful. Lucia and Donald now exchanged cheerful greetings and even shared light-hearted jokes. Step 1. Become friends. Accomplished. Lucia noticed that Kelly had been subtly watching her lately. Perhaps she feared losing Donald, but Donald was not hers to lose. Who told you to take so long without success? Lucia quickly found a justifiable reason for her feelings. That guy Donald has been gazing at Nina lately. Could he really have a liking for someone so young? Humph. No one noticed the little thoughts of the two rivals. Upon returning to the camp, Donald found Nina as cheerful as ever, blissfully following her grandfather, unaware that her previous experiences had merely been a dream. Perhaps, as the dwarf Idaroa had said, there were indeed strange things in the forest, but they were beyond the reach of his current self. Donald could only suppress his curiosity, following the unexpected incident. The 7-member team returned to a leisurely vacation state, and the bandits had not reappeared, though this had nothing to do with their carefully laid traps. Idaroa had cleared out all the bandits in the vicinity before departing. By late February, as the weather began to warm, the month-and-a-half-long trial finally concluded. Chapter 26. Magic crystals in the imperial capital of the Femont Empire. The ancient city of Coenas has been besieged 6 times throughout its 10,000-year history. With each occupation, the conquerors raised the city walls even higher, resulting in a gradient of colors from deep to light when viewed from the base upward, revealing 7 distinct layers. The lightest layer at the top was added 600 years ago by Emperor Louis Finn after his conquest. The beautiful, ribbon-like Bowl River winds through the heart of the ancient city, dividing it into 2 markedly different districts. Historically, the 2 banks of the Bowl River had indeed been 2 separate cities. The eastern bank was called Cone City, and the western bank was Nas City. However, people no longer distinguish between the two, referring to them simply as the Upper City and the Lower City. The Upper City, located on the eastern bank, serves as the aristocratic residential area, housing the magnificent Finn Palace. King Austin Finn was not known for his diligence. Even the Prime Minister, Duke Adrian, could only meet with him a limited number of times each month. However, today, the duration of the Duke's audience seemed unusually long, as His Majesty had even dismissed his attendants, causing the guards at the door to feel anxious. What is it this time? I've evaded this meeting several times. I cannot delay any longer. Have you uncovered anything? Austin Finn, approximately 40 years old, had meticulously groomed red hair. Your Majesty, all we know is that a month ago, that woman and her military officer traveled south, and upon returning, she requested an audience with you. We are unclear about her intentions. It cannot be related to the crystal stones, can it? In a few months, divine grace will descend. We must not let any mistakes occur. Rest assured, Your Majesty, if necessary, we can reduce the quotas for each magic academy. Reducing further will only weaken the Empire's strength. We may not have to wait for divine punishment to arrive before that vicious hound from the west bites us. Your Majesty is indeed far-sighted. Oh, let's schedule it for tomorrow then. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, we can no longer avoid it. When will you all learn to alleviate my burdens? At Triss Magic Academy, in Professor Victor's laboratory. Donald returned from the Whispering Forest just in time for the final day before the winter semester began. Passing through Dorn City, Mr. Merkel's father, Mr. Cliffbuck, hosted a banquet for Donald and Richard. During the feast, Donald learned that Natia Vita had granted the entire southern 3 provinces dwarf weapon monopoly to the Buck family. This was a monumental stroke of luck for the Buck family, which explained why Mr. Cliff himself had come to host the banquet. Merkel discreetly informed Donald that his father had decided to maintain the previous profit-sharing ratio, ensuring Donald would still receive 30% of the dwarf weapon profits. Additionally, Merkel delivered the payment for the purchase of the Simple Forge, 100 magic crystals. Now, these 100 magic crystals, resembling blue diamonds, rested in Donald's pocket. Mr. Victor, is it true that as long as one can pay the tuition, anyone can study at the Magic Academy? Indeed, did I not mention it to you? Every year, 2,000 gold coins, and anyone is welcome to come. Even the impoverished? Are you mad? Where would the poor find such wealth? Putting that aside, I mean, in principle, if they can afford the tuition, can the poor also apply? Of course, Victor replied casually. Is this sufficient? Victor's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the deep azure glow emanating from Donovan's open palm, which contained a substantial handful of magic crystals, the number of which was indeterminate. "Where did you acquire such riches?" Professor Victor exclaimed, snatching the magic crystals from Donovan's hand and meticulously counting them. 1, 2. I sold an invention. 46. That exceeds my annual quota. And a few more. Donovan murmured. As Victor carefully returned the magic crystals to Donovan's hand, he sighed and lamented. "You rascal, how infuriating. What absurd invention have you conjured up that some fool would pay such a price?" Donovan refrained from addressing Victor's inquiry. "You see. Does this mean I can attend the Magic Academy? Come to my office tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Donovan drained his fruit tea in one gulp and descended the stairs. Though a bit late, this lad will surely make it. It was only after Donovan departed that a look of contentment graced Victor's face. The following morning, after requesting leave from Mr. Virgil, Donovan sought out Victor, who escorted him to the dean's office. This was Donovan's first encounter with the dean of the Magic Academy, Mr. Devisborg, whose white hair betrayed his advanced age and appeared to indicate a lack of vitality. Donovan suspected he had been napping prior to their arrival. Since it was not the typical summer enrollment period, Donovan's application was deemed a special case, and the dean routinely instructed his assistant to summon several members of the administrative committee, from the tone in which the dean conversed with Victor. It seemed the rumors of their strained relationship were indeed true. Before long, the dean's assistant ushered in 4 committee members. An ominous feeling washed over Donovan upon seeing Professor Judy enter the dean's office. Professor Victor proposed that this individual. The dean began, glancing at the freshly filled application form on the desk. "Donovan Wayne, applying for winter enrollment. Does anyone have any objections?" "I have an objection." As expected, Professor Judy raised her voice. "Dean, this Donovan Wayne is a worker in the Academy Library, and I have heard rumors of his misconduct." "Misconduct?" The dean lifted his gaze to scrutinize Judy. "Indeed, sir, during his tenure at the library, there was a scandal involving book theft, although Victor later helped him clear his name. It is said that he incited duels among students, resulting in quite unfavorable consequences." "Judy, are these misunderstandings not already resolved?" Victor interjected. "I doubt there exists a scandal without cause in this world, Dean, to my knowledge. Donovan Wayne is merely a pauper. How does he intend to pay the tuition?" Dean Devisborg glanced down at the application form once more. "Oh, it states here that payment will be made in magic crystals." At the mention of magic crystals, the old man's eyes seemed to sparkle momentarily. "The Empire allocates a fixed quota of magic crystals to the Magic Academy each year, which can be purchased at the public price of 500 gold coins each within the quota. Any demand exceeding the quota must be clandestinely procured from the black market, where the price of magic crystals has long soared to over 1,000 gold coins. The prospect of a student intending to pay tuition with magic crystals was undoubtedly a most welcome development." "Magic crystals? Dean, I am quite curious as to where this pauper has procured such wealth." "He sold one of his inventions." Victor chimed in to assist Donovan. "An invention? Huh. Victor, do grow up. What could this pauper possibly invent that would warrant payment in magic crystals? Aside from dwarves, has anyone ever heard of someone using magic crystals in trade? Even a king would not be so extravagant." Donovan felt it prudent to keep the matter of his collaboration with the dwarves to himself. So when Victor glanced his way, he could only respond with a pained expression. "Victor, I recently perused the latest publications from the Society of Magic, and I found no trace of your so-called paper. Wake up! Everything regarding this Donovan Wayne is a ruse. Have you not yet realized? This pauper is nothing but a cunning fraud. The matter at hand is not whether he should be admitted, but rather we must swiftly account for the Academy's reserves of magic crystals." "This woman is quite a nuisance," Donovan thought, shaking his head in exasperation that it seemed that the dwarves had offered magic crystals as a show of goodwill. But why had no one informed him that such payment could lead to misunderstandings? He was aware that his paper had been retracted, yet he had not yet had the opportunity to explain this to Professor Victor. Just as Donovan was grappling with these thoughts, the long-dormant communication magic array of Triss Magic Academy erupted with an alarming activation signal. The dean, Professor Victor, and the 4 committee members all turned pale. The magic array's other end lay within the royal palace of the imperial capital, Coenas, requiring the collaboration of 36 court mages to activate. Each use incurs a significant cost of magic crystals and is reserved for the most urgent matters, such as war, natural disasters, or palace coups. Now, the legendary communication magic array had indeed been triggered, and students and faculty alike were gathering in front of its designated square, each speculating on the gravity of the situation. Chapter 27. Communication Koina's City. Royal Palace. Your Majesty, you appear not to be one who has just recovered from illness. Ha. That is because upon seeing you, Ambassador, my spirits have lifted. Humph. My purpose in visiting is to discuss the issue of magic crystal quotas with your Majesty. The king's countenance fell immediately. Ambassador, was the quota not adjusted just 3 years ago? If we adjust it further, I fear for our food production. Are you threatening me? No. We shall certainly increase food production this year. The quota. The last adjustment redirected a significant portion to the Thorn Empire. If we adjust it further, it would not bode well for your side in a monopoly on the continent. Balance. You once stated that maintaining balance across the continent aligns with your interests. Your Majesty, you have misunderstood me. I do not wish to reduce the quota for the Phyman Empire. On the contrary. Contrary, you mean, to increase the quota? King Austin felt certain he must have misheard. For nearly a century, due to the Thorn Empire's relentless efforts in cultivating farmland, food production had been steadily rising, resulting in reductions in the magic crystal quota for the Phyman Empire. Although there had been encouragement for farmland expansion within the empire, the population could not rival that of the Thorn Empire. A situation beyond anyone's control. Indeed, the intention was to increase the quota, but it seems a bit late now. Natia Vita expertly toyed with the king's expectations, fully aware of the art of negotiation. Ambassador, you jest. If we can increase the quota, we are willing to pay any price. Natia Vita took a sip of tea and said slowly, I had originally planned to send a gift to a friend through your Majesty as a surprise. Yet now, he may no longer require this gift. How could he not require it? He will certainly still need it. Gifts are always welcome. What shall you send? Jewelry. I could offer the queen's finest jewels. Or a horse. How about my own steed? Or perhaps a magic staff, my grandfather's staff. The king's demeanor resembled that of a merchant hawking wares. Perhaps there is still time. Your Majesty, today marks the first day of the winter term for the major magical academies in the empire. The first day? Is it the first day? Adrian, is it the first day? Does anyone know if it is the first day? Within the palace hall, everyone began questioning those nearby whether it was indeed the first day. After a brief moment, a court mage confirmed to the king that yes, it was the first day. That is good. Yes, that is good. There is still time. The king, oblivious to the implications of the conversation, merely needed to know that there was still time. As long as there was time, the quota could be adjusted, and the empire would be saved. However, it might still be too late. From the imperial capital, the fastest messenger would require 10 days to reach the Tris province. How he wished he had seen the king sooner. What a pity, Natia lamented. There is still time. Surely, there is still time. Adrian, must the fastest messenger truly take 10 days? Is the empire truly that vast? Adrian wished to remind the king that his remarks were somewhat out of line, yet now was not the moment for such considerations. Your Majesty, using white-headed messenger ravens. We could have the message delivered by tomorrow, though I am uncertain if the gift the ambassador wishes to send can be carried by them. Yes, if we use ravens, we shall be in time. Ambassador, what is the gift? In his moment of urgency, the king mistakenly addressed Natia Vita similarly to Adrian, a breach of decorum, yet at that instant, no one would dare correct him. The item I wish to send is quite light, but it would not reach in time tomorrow. It must be delivered in time. We must find a way to ensure it is sent today. Who has a solution? Perhaps we could send it with 2 white-headed ravens. Fool! The king struck the ground with his scepter, and the captain of the royal guard paid the price for his lack of wisdom. Your Majesty, there exists a method to establish contact with the Tris Magic Academy, but it would require sending something over, which may prove to be unfeasible. The court mage suddenly recalled that within the palace, there was an emergency communication array designed for contacting various magic academies. King Austin cast a gaze reminiscent of a plea towards Natia Vita, until the latter's lips gradually curved into a delightful smile. I knew, Your Majesty, that you would have a solution. The gift I wish to send can simply be communicated at the Tris Magic Academy. The horn of the communication array had been sounding for 5 minutes. This interval was intended for warming up the connection between the 2 magic arrays, while also allowing time for the academy to assemble its members. Once activated, it was imperative that every faculty member and student within the academy could hear the crucial message from the imperial capital. Attention everyone, an extremely important announcement will be made shortly. Remember, no matter what occurs, do not panic. The dean stood before the communication array. Donald followed Victor and the others, standing at the forefront of the crowd, his simple attire making him conspicuously noticeable. Lucia and Wesley spotted him instantly and approached to greet him. Dean Davies acknowledged Wesley's approach with a nod, but the latter chose to ignore it. You best not try to escape. The matter concerning the magic crystal will not let you off the hook. Don't think that just because something significant has happened, you can slip away that I have my eye on you. Judy shot a fierce glare at Donald. Lucia and Wesley overheard her words, perplexed as to how Donald had offended her this time. Feeling overly conspicuous in his position, Donald prepared to retreat to the outskirts of the crowd. However, just as he stepped away, someone from behind grabbed him. "Aunt, he's trying to run away." It was Carl's voice, having heard Judy's comments and seeing Donald slip out. He seized Donald firmly. Lucia and Wesley stepped forward to separate the struggling pair, and Judy, noticing from a distance, approached as well. "On what grounds do you accuse me of stealing my magic crystals?" Donald was quite vexed by the antics of this aunt-nephew duo. "I currently suspect that your magic crystals are indeed stolen. How can you prove otherwise?" Judy retorted with a cold smile. "Then I shall now suspect you of being a man, with Carl as your boyfriend. Perhaps you could demonstrate that to me." Wesley burst into laughter, and Lucia could hardly suppress her giggles. This was the first time they had witnessed Donald strike back. Judy's face darkened as she extended her hands, invoking wood magic to ensnare him with twisting vines. Before Donald could react, the dense tendrils had tightly wrapped around him, constricting further with Judy's gestures, rendering his breathing increasingly labored. "What are you doing?" Victor finally noticed the unfolding scene. "Don't worry, I won't kill him. I merely intend to teach this wretched boy a lesson." Just then, the horn of the communication array abruptly ceased, replaced by a resonant male voice echoing from within the array. Everyone fell silent, and the square became instantly still. "All of Triss Magic Academy, I am Austin Finn, your king." Heavens, it was the voice of His Majesty the King. No one noticed the slight furrow in Lucia's brow. Today marks the first day of the Academy's new term. Austin held a hastily penned script from the Herald. "I wish to commend a remarkable young man here." Everyone questioned their own hearing. A communication array activated by the collaborative effort of 36 court mages. Expending vast amounts of magic crystals was to honor a mere boy. What had he accomplished? Had he saved the world? "This young man has made extraordinary contributions to the Empire." Austin was entirely oblivious to the specifics of the boy's deeds. However, he knew that any increase in the magic crystal quota was the greatest contribution. Yet, the disparity between his current status at the Academy and the contributions he had rendered was starkly incongruous. This situation must be rectified immediately. The last sentence was a direct quotation from Natya Vita's original words. Incongruity of status? Everyone was bewildered. The student's identity did not match his contributions. Could it be that he would be appointed as a teacher? That would be utterly chaotic. Who on earth was the king referring to? "In my capacity as the king of the Empire, I command the Triss Magic Academy to immediately enroll Donald Vane as a student." There must be no delay. "Oh, if Donald is already enrolled, then I extend my congratulations to him here." What nonsense is this? Austin shot a glare at the Herald. The Herald felt quite wronged. The ambassador's earlier remarks were already so jumbled that producing a coherent script was a taxing endeavor. The square remained silent. The young man being lauded by the king was still ensnared by Judy's vine magic. Upon hearing the king utter Donald Vane's name, Judy was left utterly stupefied. The wretched peasant she had so scorned was, in fact, the illustrious youth the king had chosen to commend. This boy had made extraordinary contributions to the Empire. While she had just been labeling him a fraud and a thief, she had even intended to teach him a lesson. Judy stood rigid, her face drained of color, forgetting to retract her vine magic. Standing beside her, Carl had lost his usual nonchalance, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Donald, your friends have a few words to share with you now." "Donald. Donald." The voice of Natya Vita resonated from the communication array. "Why is there no sound? Is this magic array malfunctioning?" Natya Vita's inquiry to the king was relayed without omission. Dean Davies, witnessing the scene, rushed forward and forcefully severed Judy's outstretched hands, then swiftly pulled Donald from the receding vines, bringing him to the front of the magic array. His actions were swift and agile, in stark contrast to his previously lethargic demeanor. Natyavita, Donald. Why the delay? There was a slight mishap. A small gift. I hope you find it agreeable. Not at all. It's quite timely, thank you. Donald replied with a wry smile. Actually, there's another matter I need your assistance with. What is it? My 2 daughters are traveling from the north and should be arriving in Doran City soon. I hope you can help me keep an eye on them. Daughters? You want me to oversee them? You'll understand once you meet them. All right, I appreciate it. Natyavita chuckled softly as she concluded, the magical fluctuations gradually dissipating. Signaling the end of the communication, everyone gaped, staring at Donald before the magic array, bewildered by the events that had just unfolded. This day, the 1st of March, marked the official enrollment of Donald Vane as a student of the Tris Magic Academy. Chapter 28. The lowly. Upon receiving the king's personal directive, the Magic Academy exhibited remarkable efficiency, promptly processing Donald's enrollment and assigning him a lavish single dormitory in the residential area. Donald assessed his academic progress and requested to be placed in the 3rd year, a request that was readily granted without any inquiries into his magical foundation. Even the tuition fee was not mentioned. Nevertheless, Donald dutifully asked Mr. Victor to relay half a year's tuition, amounting to 2 magic crystals. The king's accolades and the Academy's honor did little to alter Donald's mindset. In his view, no circumstance could compare to the extraordinary event of a decade prior. Thus, Donald accepted his abrupt shift in status with a calm demeanor. Transitioning from an inconspicuous academy laborer to a highly regarded star student. It was precisely this tranquility and modesty that allowed people to temporarily forget the shock of that day. At last, Donald had achieved his long-desired goal and officially commenced his systematic studies of magic. In the 3rd year, over 100 students attended classes together without division, fostering a relaxed and informal classroom atmosphere. Most professors lectured at their own pace, neglecting to take attendance or assign post-class exercises. Surprisingly, the majority of students remained remarkably self-disciplined. Donald speculated this was somewhat influenced by the Academy's exorbitant tuition fees. Under the pretense of assisting transfer students, Lucia consistently engaged in individual discussions with Donald after each class, resulting in 2 notable outcomes. 1. Objectively aiding Donald in keeping pace with the curriculum. And 2. Rendering him the target of envy among all 3rd-year male students. Every afternoon, Donald would still frequent the library, studying alongside Wesley, exchanging insights. Notably, the duo's transformation into a cleaner poet combination, now enhanced by the inclusion of new member Lucia, became an even more conspicuous trio. Even with Lucia present, Wesley would occasionally pursue different girls, with Lucia even beginning to devise strategies for him, yet the outcomes remained disappointingly lackluster. 10 days later, Donald received a letter from Natyavita, indicating that during the mid-March holiday, he should find her at the address specified in the letter, where she had recently established a laboratory in Doran City. There, Donald finally met Natyavita's 2 daughters, a pair of twins named Alamanda and Alamia. Compared to the childlike bodies yet adult-like faces of Natyavita, the sisters appeared entirely normal, embodying the delicate and charming visage of ordinary human children aged 6 or 7. Uncle Ida, why does he look so young? Doesn't he seem very impressive at all? Did Mommy deceive us again? Uncle Ida, is he really a magician? Why isn't he wearing one of those pointy hats? The dwarf Idalia had presumably accompanied them to ensure the girl's safety. Who told you that magicians wear pointy hats? It must have been from some absurd book. Idalia always wore a scowl. Donald, did Natya mention in her letter that these 2 little ones are here to assist you? Aren't they both a bit too young? The laboratory can be quite perilous, you know. While the laboratory was not inherently dangerous, it certainly posed risks for children. However, once again, Donner misjudged the age of the 2 young girls. But we are already 16. Not younger than you. Yes, don't underestimate us. We are outstanding graduates of the School of Engineering. 16. Donner looked at Idalia in confusion, who nodded in affirmation of her sister's claim. Well then, what shall we do? Donner scratched his head, still unable to reconcile the fact that these little girls were nearly his age. This is your laboratory. Our mother only agreed to let us assist you. Indeed, it is your laboratory. Despite speaking in such a childish manner, they insisted they were not children. As Donner mused over this, he examined the equipment in the lab. It was evident that Natia had thoroughly reviewed Victor's paper, as all the equipment mentioned for synthesizing metals was present, including some metalworking machinery that Donner had never encountered before. Natia must have assumed that Donner had an interest in machinery after seeing that forge. But my time in the laboratory is quite limited. Seeing the grand setup prepared for him, Donner felt a touch of guilt. We know. Donner is a powerful mage and still needs to learn magic, as our mother has said. All the great mage Donner needs to do is arrange the experimental plans. We will handle the rest. Great mage. A formidable mage, of course, is a great mage. Yes, great mage Donner. Could you please refrain from saying yes? Donner felt he was becoming dizzy from the antics of these two little ones and cast a pleading glance at Idalua. Idalua shrugged in a gesture of helplessness and walked out of the laboratory, closing the door behind her, an innocent yet exasperated youth, with two little girls blinking their big, curious eyes, began their first day of work amidst the bizarre array of metallic machines in the laboratory. By evening, Donner had finally grasped the purpose of all the machines. This laboratory, meant for his use, resembled a school-run factory. If it weren't for the absence of gunpowder in this world, he might have contemplated creating some firearms. During a break, he inquired about the conditions in the far northern country. It was through the two girls that he finally understood why the environment there was so harsh. It was due to the gravitational conditions. The closer one got to the north, the stronger the gravity became. Currently, only robust dwarves could withstand the gravity in the northernmost mining areas, while the gnomes could only reside in the southern part of the far north. Although human knights could use their fighting spirit to resist gravity, only high-ranking knights with abundant fighting spirit could sustain such output over time, due to their frail bodies being unable to endure the gravity there. No high-level mage had ever set foot in the far north. It was even said that they rarely visited the Knights Federation, as the gravity there was significantly greater than in the central lands. So it's the gravity. Lightweight metals should be quite useful there, Donner muttered to himself. But lightweight metals are too soft. Yes, too soft. What good is that? Is lightness necessarily synonymous with softness? Not at all. However, Donner chose not to argue with the sisters, and instead assigned them a task to gather all available metal materials. Once everything was arranged, he departed from the laboratory. Upon learning of his brother's enrollment, Richard cheered with joy, and the two brothers happily celebrated in a tavern in Dorn City. Chapter 29. A new meditation method. What is the most common method of meditation? Can any classmate tell me? Teacher Vivian. The process of constructing a magical model is a form of meditation. Lucia. You are quite correct. They all involve controlling and arranging mental energy. The process of constructing magic is indeed a form of meditation. But it is not an effective one. Does anyone know why? Teacher Vivian. The ultimate goal of constructing magic is to cast spells, while the purpose of meditation is to enhance the total amount and vitality of mental energy. Lucia. Please allow your classmates to have a chance to speak as well. Now, does anyone know of any other reasons? In her 30s, the elegant Vivian surveyed the room, and students caught in her gaze promptly lowered their heads. Vivian sighed softly and added, practicing magic construction is for the sake of preparing for combat. Thus one must maintain the sharpness of all other senses. In contrast, valuable meditation involves shielding the senses and concentrating all awareness within the sea of consciousness. Only in this way can one maximize the transformation of mental energy. In truth, the vast majority of third-year students had yet to advance to low-level magic apprentices, and thus could not enter a meditative state. The Academy offered meditation classes at this stage primarily to impart theoretical knowledge and compare various meditation methods, enabling promising students to prepare early for advancement. As we discussed earlier, increasing the total amount of mental energy versus enhancing its vitality is a balancing act that I will now explain the underlying principles. The method of increasing mental energy through meditation is quite easy to comprehend. It involves compression and division that we know that different types of mental energy repel each other. In fact, even similar types of mental energy repel one another, though this repulsion is only perceivable when two energies are extremely close. During meditation, if mental energy is compressed to an extreme degree, there exists a possibility that it may divide when pushed to a certain limit, and the resulting incomplete mental energy will gradually grow into complete mental energy. This is the process of increasing mental energy through meditation. However, compressing mental energy will diminish its vitality, leading to a prolonged recovery time for mages after casting spells. The method for enhancing the vitality of mental energy is also quite simple. Maintain the relative positions of all like mental energies unchanged while rotating around a specific point. This will create subtle changes within the sea of consciousness, which can gradually enhance the vitality of the mental energy. However, The principles behind these changes have yet to be convincingly explained, so for now, we will refer to this meditation method as the dance of mental energy. In truth, no one can endure prolonged periods of pure compression of mental energy, and the dance of mental energy can easily leave one feeling dizzy. Thus, the vast majority of meditation methods are a balance or coordination between these two extremes. In the previous lesson, we discussed how to enter a deep meditative state. Those capable students may now attempt these two extreme meditation methods. However, given the limited amount of mental energy possessed by magic apprentices, the effectiveness of either method will be quite restricted. Consider it merely a form of practice. Donner had heard Mr. Victor introduce meditation methods long ago and had read about several examples. But it was not until he listened to Vivian's clear and accessible explanations that he gained a systematic understanding, highlighting the advantages of classroom learning, the compression of mental energy leading to division, and the generation of a unique field through regulated movement, reminded Donner of his previous speculations about the nature of mental energy. Although he could not verify the accuracy of his hypotheses, he thought of an experiment based on the properties of mental energy displayed thus far, which, if successful, might lead to the creation of a new meditation method. When Donner first arrived at the Magic Academy, he only moved between the library and the small building where Victor resided, so his impression of the academy was that of tranquility and serenity. That it was not until he moved into the dormitory area across the lake that he witnessed the more genuine aspect of the Magic Academy. A world belonging to the young. The dormitory area is divided into two sections. In a more secluded location, a vast expanse of neatly arranged white buildings belongs to the first-year students, humorously referred to as the children's vacation zone, because every year, everyone departs, making way for fresh faces. Only those students who have condensed their mental energy, or claim to have done so, within the year are eligible to move into the official student dormitories, which are situated in the gray buildings along the lakeshore. The number of residents here is far fewer than in the vacation zone, but the space is much larger. Donner's dormitory is located in this lakeside row of 12 rooms. Although it cannot compare to Victor's small building, it is spacious and luxurious compared to other dormitories. However, all of this held little significance for Donner. He spent nearly all his time in the dormitory, except for sleeping, at the experiment table. At present, Donner had just completed a practice session on drawing magical patterns. Over the past half-month, his mental energy had remained stagnant at just over 170 units. Advancing to the 300 units required for a mid-level magic apprentice seemed a distant prospect. Donner had to accept the reality that, compared to those true geniuses who could advance based solely on drawing magical patterns, his magical talent was rather mediocre. His previous miraculous growth had merely stemmed from unlocking the secrets of the patterns. Nevertheless, Donner still diligently drew magical patterns every day, preparing himself for the crafting of magic arrays. After months of practice, he had significantly improved his speed in drawing patterns, and as Victor had mentioned, he could now feel the subtle magical fluctuations emanating from his hand upon completing each one. As for the initial bouts of distraction, they had long since ceased. Donald set aside his drawing tools, flipped the hourglass on the experiment table, gently massaged his eye sockets, leaned back against the broad chair, and shifted his body slightly until he found the most comfortable position. He began to envision himself standing on the familiar grassy expanse of the cliffs of Rand Island, imagining the gentle sea breeze caressing him, and then sequentially relaxing from his toes to his fingertips until his limbs and torso were in a state of complete ease. Before him stretched the azure sky above the island, while multicolored divine essences danced freely in the air. Focusing his attention entirely on the vibrant divine essences, he soon entered a profound state of meditation. Donald first arranged the brilliant red fire divine essences in a circular formation, then set them in motion around the center, and as their speed increased, a marvelous transformation occurred at the heart of the circle, where the fire divine essences closer to the center began to exhibit greater vitality. As if their particles were enlarging as the rotation continued, Donald immediately felt the dizziness that Professor Vivian had described. He promptly halted the motion and prepared to embark on a new experiment. He arranged the fire and water divine essences into two interlocking rings, causing them to rotate in opposite directions around the same center. This task proved challenging, requiring simultaneous control over two types of divine essences moving in entirely contrary motions. However, Donald had anticipated this difficulty. He did not rush to accelerate, instead gradually controlling their rotations, incrementally increasing the speed within his capacity. Remarkably, he experienced almost no dizziness as the speed increased. It surpassed that of the previous single-type divine essences. Donald knew that had he been using a single type at this velocity, he would have long since fainted. Now, with the two rings' motions counterbalancing each other, the sensation of dizziness was significantly diminished as expected. With the rotation of the divine essences, a peculiar field emerged, and Donald could sense that it was the result of the overlapping fields produced by the rotations of the fire and water divine essences, which did not interfere with one another. The next step was crucial. Donald controlled the outer ring of fire divine essences, gradually reducing their rotational radius while maintaining their speed. The vibrant red ring of fire divine essences drew closer to the inner azure ring of water divine essences, ultimately merging into a single entity. As the red and blue divine essences spun rapidly in opposite directions within the same ring. Yet, nothing happened. Donald continued to experiment, striving to make the intertwined red and blue ring more intricate, until it eventually resembled a slender purple ring. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a sudden boom resonated, as if struck by an unseen force, instantly breaking his meditative state, causing his head to throb painfully. As the intense pain gradually subsided, Donald slowly opened his eyes, realizing that the hourglass had completed its timing. At least 2 hours had passed. Anxiously, he examined his divine sea, and as expected, several tiny fragments of divine essences had appeared, evenly split between red and blue, while the complete fire and water divine essences each had diminished by one. Indeed, the high-speed collision of divine essences has shattered them into numerous fragments, if Professor Vivian's words hold true. Each of these fragments will grow into a complete divine essence. At this moment, the night outside was enchanting, while within the room, the young man had just created a new method of meditation, which would eventually be named the Donald Collider, though that was a tale for much later. Chapter 30. Spring Festival. The spring in the continent of Hells begins in March to celebrate the planting season and pray for favorable weather. A grand spring festival is held in late March each year, during which the Magic Academy arranges for students to assist at nearby farms with spring sowing. However, composed entirely of noble offspring, the Academy's students gradually transformed this event into an annual outing, naturally relocating to the more picturesque hills and fields near the Academy. The Academy tacitly approved of this change, even ceasing to organize it. Ultimately, the Spring Festival at Triss Magic Academy became a loosely organized excursion initiated by the students. Spring awakens all things, and it is also a season when the hearts of young men and women stir. Therefore, on this day, the girls would carefully adorn themselves, while the boys prepared gifts and heartfelt declarations for their beloved. Yet, as the elegantly dressed crowd set out, the sky unexpectedly unleashed a fine drizzle. This rain, beneficial for spring sowing, brought considerable trouble to the youths, each harboring their own thoughts. The girls' wide-brimmed hats could only shield their faces from the rain, preventing their meticulously applied rouge from running. Yet their beautiful dresses quickly became soaked and wrinkled, with the hems splattered with mud from the ground, their gloomy expressions further deterring the hesitant boys by the time they reached their destination and sought refuge under a rain-sheltering awning. Any desire for enjoyment had vanished. Donald gazed through the awning at the landscape soaked in spring rain, reminiscing about Rand Island. The island's spring festival did not involve celebratory activities. Instead, everyone would assist farmers in sowing seeds, including those from the blacksmith's family. If faced with such rain, the farmers would undoubtedly be pleased, preparing a more sumptuous feast to host everyone in the evening. Father is probably helping out now, right? I wonder if it's raining on Rand Island too. We'll have a good meal tonight, Donald mused, smiling unconsciously at this moment. The fragments of divine essences within him had, over the course of several days, grown into complete divine essences. What are you smiling about? Wesley, sitting beside him, inquired. I was thinking of Rand Island. We must visit during the summer. You should treat me well. No problem. I'll have you sleep by the blacksmith's forge, where I'll lay the softest straw for you, Donald replied with a smile. As long as you lay it, I'll sleep there. Wesley shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, don't you think Lucia seems a bit different today? What do you mean by different? Not only has she dressed up, but she also appears quite shy. Isn't that how girls are today? What do you know? She didn't dress up last year. Oh, wait, she didn't come last year at all. I heard she's a training fanatic. Why is she here for the spring festival? Perhaps she's grown up this year, Donald casually replied. Donald, I think she might have a problem. Do you think she has feelings for you? What? giving up so soon. Where has your perseverance and patience gone? Oh, please. I've long lost interest in her. I bet she'll come over to talk to you soon. Don't joke with me. Are you afraid of losing out? Does she even want to sleep on a straw pile? Wesley turned to glance at Donald, muttering, who knows, maybe she does. He fell silent. What does a magical genius look like? Donald changed the topic. Just look at me, and you'll know. Donald playfully shoved Wesley, who burst into laughter. In the continent of Hells, becoming a formal mage before the age of 20 is considered genius, and such geniuses emerge every year. I've heard that across the entire middle world, several hundred of these geniuses are drawn to the magic continent every year. Why do they go to the magic continent? Because their magical civilization is far more advanced. Formal mages are everywhere. By the way, I've heard that the magic continent has teenage bluebird mages. Bluebird mages. They are mages of level 4 and above, since no bird has ever flown over the Nodus Mountains. Nor has any mage of level 4 or above ever been north of the Nodus Mountains. I truly wonder how your magical civilization classes are conducted. Oh, right, you haven't attended any. To reach level 4 and above at such a young age. Don't worry, no one has ever advanced to level 7 before the age of 100, except for the Divine Child. What is a Divine Child? Now I understand what you mean by Rand Island being isolated from the world. Temples from various regions select children with divine potential, choosing one every decade to take to the heavenly realm. After residing there for a year, they can become shepherds of the gods, and every century, one child becomes a divine child, walking among mortals on behalf of the gods. It seems there are currently 8 divine children and 46 shepherds of the gods in the world. And divine children are also mages, surely exceeding level 7. No one knows the exact level, and anyway, no one dares to confront them. Why are you so irreverent towards the gods? I'm not a king, whether it's divine grace or divine punishment. It won't come knocking at my door. So, would it be common to advance to a low-level apprentice mage in 6 months? Donald finally voiced his lingering doubt. Advancing to a low-level apprentice mage in 6 months might be quite common in the magic continent. Who knows? Why are you looking at me? It took me almost 3 years to achieve that. Don't tell me you've advanced. Donald nodded lightly. Are you a monster? Wesley exclaimed, leaping up in shock, then quickly sat back down. Realizing he had lost his composure. In truth, Donald had advanced to a low-level apprentice mage in just half a month, but that was clearly too unbelievable, and he dared not reveal this to Wesley. Have you constructed magic? Which element? I've become quite proficient with the 6-element fireball, and I also possess divine essences from several other elements, but I haven't practiced them yet. What practice? The basic offensive and defensive models are the same. Knowing one element means you know them all. Honestly, how many divine essences do you have now? 180. How many of those are fire element? 5 elements. All around 180. Wesley rose once more, this time delivering a kick to Donna, causing those around him to stare in astonishment. He feigned ignorance of their gazes. I'm so infuriated. It's utterly vexing, he exclaimed, sinking back into his seat, this time refraining from further inquiries. So, how many elemental essences do you possess? Not as many as you. Wesley retorted resentfully. Exactly how many? This is crucial. 2. I have devised a meditation technique. With just 2 elemental essences, it seems that each session can augment several essences and enhance their vitality. Wesley turned to fixate on Donna, as if encountering him for the first time today. Is that true? Does it work every time? It should, though it can be somewhat painful. Come to my dormitory tonight, and I'll teach you. Donna suddenly felt that his words echoed those of a nefarious character attempting to lure a maiden. Yet Wesley, typically so lewd, appeared remarkably earnest at this moment. Donna, what are you two discussing? As if on cue, Lucia approached, drawn by Wesley's earlier remarks, and initiated conversation with Donna. Chapter 31. The transfer of knowledge. Donna mentioned I should visit his dormitory tonight to learn something quite useful. Though it might be a tad painful. What do you think? Would you like to join? Go perish. Wesley feigned innocence. If you choose not to come, don't blame us later. Ha ha. All right, I shan't interrupt your conversation. Lucia settled beside Donna, following his gaze to observe the rain for a moment before she could no longer contain herself. Is what Wesley said true? Yes, but not in the way you might imagine. I had no such imaginings, Donna thought, yet refrained from voicing this. The topic was hardly suitable for further exploration. Why did the king reward you? This was Lucia's first inquiry into the matter. Prior to this, Donna had provided Victor and Wesley with a brief explanation regarding Nakyavita. I'm not entirely certain. I only know it involves the gnomes and dwarves. I assisted them a bit. Oh, that makes sense. They then fell into silence, seated quietly together. The rain showed no signs of abating, and vibrant greenery enveloped their surroundings, with streams formed by rainwater subtly visible in the distant mountains. The youth taking refuge from the rain had finally relaxed, and some were already exchanging gifts and sentiments. Are there no girls giving gifts? Lucia initiated. On Land Island, everyone helps with the spring plowing today. And in the evening, the farmers treat everyone to a meal. Aside from New Year's, the spring festival is the happiest time for Richard and me, because we can eat to our heart's content. Donna's response strayed from the question. Lucia appeared puzzled, unsure why he suddenly spoke of such things. Have you ever gone hungry? Lucia shook her head. Donna smiled and continued. Of course you haven't experienced hunger. For you, it's a tale from another world. Just as I observe you now, it feels like gazing into a different realm. But you've already stepped out of that world. You and Richard will no longer starve, will you? Richard is destined to become a knight. Roger told me he possesses great talent. As for you, have you never considered becoming a mage? Did you not enter the Mage Academy with the aim of becoming a mage? Let me first become a mage. I will be waiting. Lucia silently resolved. The sky had yet to darken when Wesley knocked on Donna's door, displaying an enthusiasm not typically seen in his pursuit of girls. Speak. What is this method? First, tell me how many essences you possess in each element. 280 in wind. 190 in wood. The disparity is quite significant. However, 190 is sufficient. Can your self-created meditation technique truly augment essences every time? I have gained 12 fire essences and 13 water essences in 3 days. Good heavens. Is that true? Regardless, I shall try it. Donna meticulously described the meditation process, and with every word, Wesley's astonishment grew. Even before attempting it, he could discern its remarkable potential. The method of having 2 elemental essences rotate in opposition to counteract dizziness was relatively common. Yet merely enhancing the vitality of elemental essences held little significance. Mages with equal quantities of 2 elemental essences were exceedingly rare, and most often, the dance of essences was merely used to restore those that had lost vitality due to compression. The notion of having 2 essences operate in high-speed opposition, using collision rather than compression, was entirely unprecedented. Is it possible to collide essences of the same type? Wesley immediately posed another question. I have tried, and it has never succeeded. That I suspect that when the same type of essence is in close proximity, the repulsion is immense, even greater than that between differing essences. Thus, this meditation method necessitates possessing more than 2 types of essences. Enough. Let us try it immediately. They positioned themselves in opposite corners of the room and entered meditation simultaneously. After approximately 2 hours, Donna emerged from his meditative state, even though he had anticipated the intense reaction from the collision of essences. It remained excruciating. The pain dissipated after a few minutes, and as Donna rested, he awaited Wesley an hour later. Wesley suddenly screamed, clutching his head. Donna chose to ignore him, allowing him to recover at his own pace. Damn! I gained 4 wind essences and 3 wood essences. Incredible. Donna, this is fantastic. Ah, it hurts so much. Wesley abandoned his efforts to rise. If we maintain this pace, I could ascend to an official mage within a year. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. I calculated that if we increase by 4 essences each time, reaching 1,000 essences to become an official mage would only take 8 months. In 2 years. We could achieve 3,000 essences to become a 2nd-tier mage. Exactly. In 7 years, we could reach 10,000 essences, becoming a bluebird mage. Ha ha ha. A 7th-tier cloud mage requires 100,000 essences. Just 70 years. A 10th-tier star mage. You might be disappointed. Do not forget, with dual elemental essences, the higher the level, the greater the interference. There are very few dual element mages above the 2nd tier, even in the most ideal scenario. If we manage to cultivate to the 4th tier mage without interference, it would still take 7 years. Achieving this before 20 is impossible. Compared to the geniuses of the mage continent, we still fall short. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, 7 years is nothing. Wesley, the bluebird mage, ladies of the mage continent, are you ready? Wesley was unconcerned with the talents of the mage continent. Prior to this, his greatest aspiration had merely been to ascend to an official mage before turning 20. However, once his excitement subsided, a new thought struck him. Donna, we can increase our meditation sessions daily. I've tried. After each collision of essences, I cannot enter deep meditation again within a day, meaning we can meditate at most once daily. Perhaps when we accumulate more essences, each meditation session will yield even greater increases. That may not be so optimistic. As long as two essences collide, meditation will automatically end. Even if we have more essences, increasing the probability of collisions will only shorten the meditation time. It is impossible for many essences to collide simultaneously. Moreover, I have tried to accelerate the process, but it proved futile. I suspect that the minuscule essences that split during the collision will dissipate. That I advise you not to be overly optimistic. Have you ever heard of a fourth-tier dual-element mage? I haven't. Let's not dwell on such distant matters. The old curmudgeon is merely a second-tier mage. I will surpass him in 2 years. Ha ha ha. Who are you referring to? Donna inquired, bewildered. Oh, my apologies. I never mentioned it to you. My father is the head of the academy, Wesley casually stated, as though it were a trivial matter. Why do you refer to him as old curmudgeon? When I was 5, my mother fell gravely ill, and the old curmudgeon watched her die without seeking divine favor. People even say he loved my mother dearly. My uncle, Victor, told me that given his contributions to the empire, the king ought to grant him divine favor if he merely asked. Though my uncle is Victor, he is my mother's brother. Donna now understood why Wesley felt a kinship with him. He must have learned from Mr. Victor about their shared experience of losing their mothers in childhood. It was even possible that when Victor saw him, he thought of his nephew. Wesley's lazy demeanor likely stemmed from his resentment towards his father, deliberately portraying himself as a jaded, irredeemable character in the academy. Wesley, do you know what the silver iris represents? Upon hearing about Wesley's background, Donna suddenly recalled the relic his mother had left him. I don't know. Could it be related to the 12 stars of the iris in the northern night sky? Why do you ask? Just then, a knock echoed, and it was Lucia's voice once more. Chapter 32. Aloys, what on earth are you two up to? Lucia glanced between Donna and Wesley, feeling uneasy from Wesley's earlier comments. Might I come in and sit for a while? You have arrived late. Now there is nothing left to see. Remember to come earlier next time. Wesley deliberately spoke ambiguously, his expression as lewd as ever. Do not heed his nonsense. We are discussing matters of cultivation, Donna interjected, concerned that Lucia might genuinely misunderstand. If word got out that he and Wesley were engaged in something unsavory, it would indeed be a source of great frustration for him. I do not believe a word he says. Donna, have you registered for the Martial Demon Tournament? Me? The Martial Demon Tournament? No, I haven't. Donna was completely unaware that registration was required for the tournament. But I saw your name on the list submitted by the grade, Wesley retorted. No need to inquire. It must be that fool Carl's doing. Wesley rolled his eyes. He dares not confront you openly, so he resorts to such petty tricks. I shall see if I can persuade the academy to remove your name, Donna suggested. Forget it. That would be too much trouble. That if I am registered, I simply won't participate. And they cannot do anything about it, Wesley replied. You ought to give that rascal Carl a good thrashing. After I dealt with him once, he became quite subdued. Unlike Donna, Wesley did not shy away from trouble. Wesley, do not cause a ruckus. Lucia remained unaware that Donna was already a magic apprentice. To her, Donna, as a new student, should not have even condensed his divine essence yet. Before leaving, she repeatedly reminded Donna to be cautious. I told you she likes you. In light of your meditation technique, I shall refrain from competing with you. Wesley feigned magnanimity. Wesley, I do not intend to share this meditation technique. Donna wished to avoid further entanglement on this topic, knowing that once Wesley began discussing girls, the conversation would never end. Of course, it cannot be disclosed. The more who know, the sooner it will reach that fool Carl, Wesley stated with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, unless you permit it, I shall not tell anyone. By the way, you are not even mentioning Lucia? Donna was not without selfish motives. Compared to the pivotal secrets of the elemental essence, the new meditation technique was trivial. Nevertheless, he understood that having too many aware of it could be detrimental. Let us leave it for now. Perhaps one day I shall change my mind. Now, let us converse about magical models. In contrast to Wesley, Donna's time spent advancing to a low-level mage apprentice was far too brief. Their abilities to construct magical models were not on the same level, and time was the only remedy for that. Remember, the 6-element attack model and the 12-element defense model are foundational to many advanced magical models. No amount of time spent on them is excessive. Wesley, after all, had a father who was a dean and an uncle who was a professor, granting him insights far beyond those of ordinary students. Subsequently, Donna heeded his advice, channeling his energy into the 6-element attack model while beginning to attempt the construction of the 12-element defense model, which was a hexagon nested within itself. Upon realizing that the 6-element foundational attack and defense models were identical, Donna experimented with ice spear, flying leaves, stone spikes, and wind blades, discovering that these spells shared the same structure as fireball. Consequently, his total number of 6-element attack spells surged from over 30 to more than 150, a considerable surprise. Unfortunately, the new meditation technique could only cultivate 2 types of divine essence simultaneously. After weighing his options, Donna decided to abandon the other 3 elements, focusing primarily on water and fire. Soon, the holiday at the end of March arrived, and the twin sisters, Ailmanda and Ilimia, eagerly awaited Donna's arrival. As Donna knocked on the laboratory door, Ailmanda, whom Donna did not know was the elder sister, pulled him towards a long, low shelf resembling a gigantic shoe rack. Ailmanda pointed at the densely packed metal ingots above, exclaiming, "Look, look, all the metals we could find are here." Indeed, we gathered all we could. There are a total of 762 types. This was Ilimia, the younger sister. 762 types, so many. Donna speculated that many were merely derivatives of the same metal. Yet he was nonetheless astonished by the efficiency of the gnomes and dwarves. It had only been 10 days since they began. Select the lightest and the hardest types separately. Haha, we thought of that long ago. The 2 adorable faces beamed with pride. Light ones on top, heavy ones at the bottom, hard ones to the left, and soft ones to the right. Donna began to identify the lightest materials, most of which he had not encountered during his experiments with Victor. Several lightweight metals resembled aluminum, while one appeared similar to pure titanium, yet they seemed slightly different, leaving him uncertain. The heaviest and hardest types were entirely unfamiliar to Donna, which he had anticipated. As for what we are about to do, I cannot predict the outcome, but if the experiment succeeds, it should be quite useful. The workload is considerable. Be prepared mentally, Donna said, looking earnestly at the twin sisters, who nodded seriously before he continued. Now, which of these lightweight metals is the most common and affordable? The 2 identical, lovely girls pointed simultaneously at the metal labeled light iron. Are the other types much more expensive? The sisters nodded in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Very well, that we shall use light iron as the primary material, heat it until it melts, then add another metal. Do not attempt anything too expensive. Focus instead on the more affordable options, adding only 1 type at a time, in 10 different proportions, from 1% to 10%. After fully merging, let it cool, and record the strength after each trial. We shall spend these 10 days on this. Is that acceptable? After making this arrangement, Donna looked at the 2 exquisite girls, who barely reached his thigh, and suddenly felt as though he were a villain exploiting child labor. Understood. What comes after that? The 2 pairs of sparkling eyes were fixed on him, seemingly dissatisfied with the brevity of his assignment. For the one with the highest hardness after merging, continue experimenting around that percentage to find the optimal value. And then, the dedication of these 2 young laborers exceeded Donna's expectations. Then, we will experiment with different cooling speeds. We can use water or oil at varying temperatures to aid in the cooling process. Do not ask any more questions. Completing these tasks within 10 days is sufficient. The sisters cheerfully began their preparations, seemingly singing, "We are happy engineers." After assigning these tasks, Donna bid farewell to the gnome Idura and proceeded to the Night Academy. Chapter 33. Night Academy. The scale of Triss Night Academy far surpassed that of the Magic Academy. Unlike the latter, the students here were not solely from noble families. Wealthy families from various provinces could afford the tuition fees, and even impoverished households invested their accumulated fortunes across generations in a particularly gifted child, hoping to alter their family's fate. Thus, the dormitory area did not exhibit the uniformity of the Magic Academy but was distinctly divided into different social strata. After returning from the Whispering Woods, Richard moved from the previously shared dormitory to a more upscale single suite, which was even better than Kelly's accommodations. Additionally, Richard received finer clothing and armor from Mr. Merkel, and all these expenses paled in comparison to the profits the Buck family garnered from their dealings in dwarven weaponry. Donna only took a small portion of his earnings, leaving most with Mr. Merkel. Knowing that the Buck family's weapon business had suddenly expanded, and would surely require capital for circulation. Mr. Merkel was immensely grateful for Donna's thoughtful gesture. At this moment, Donna, carrying a weighty pouch of hundreds of gold coins, entered the upscale dining hall of the Night Academy alongside Richard and Kelly. The prices here were exorbitant, accessible only to the Academy's noble students. But it seemed relatively ordinary compared to the lakeside restaurant frequented by Donna and Wesley at the Magic Academy. "Brother, this place must be quite expensive, right?" Richard whispered, glancing around furtively. "Fear not. I struck a lucrative deal with Mr. Merkel and earned quite a sum," Donna reassured him. Kelly, not as restrained as Richard, came from a well-established merchant family in Dorn City, frequently visiting such venues. "We should bring father here for a meal." Richard chuckled innocently. "Once you become a true knight, we will take father to the finest restaurant in the city to celebrate." Donna encouraged his younger brother with a smile. In truth, he had already entrusted Mr. Merkel to send 100 silver coins to their father under the guise of profits from the forged sword. On Rand Island, there was little opportunity to use gold coins, and Donna feared that an excessively large sum might startle the old blacksmith. Once the dishes were served, and the waiter poured wine for the three of them, Kelly raised her glass first. "Then, let us toast to Richard, wishing him a swift advancement to knighthood. And may you, dear brother, become a magician." "Thank you. I wish for Kelly to become a dashing female knight as well." The three youths from Rand Island raised their glasses in unison and drank heartily. Following this, the conversation shifted to the Night Academy's participation in the Dorn City Spring Festival activities. Richard recounted the annual Spring Planting Festival on Rand Island, while Kelly mentioned that taverns would offer free drinks on that day, leaving the brothers from the blacksmith's family entirely oblivious. "Kelly, are these two your friends?" A noble-looking youth suddenly approached to greet them, likely dining at the adjacent table. "Bertram." In that moment of encounter, Kelly was taken aback, and besides her surprise, a hint of concern flickered across her face. She rose to introduce Donald. "This is Bertram from the 5th grade at the Academy. His mother was a close friend of my mother's in her youth. These are Donald and Richard, who, like me, hail from Rand Island. Pleased to meet you both." When I first met Kelly, she was merely 5 years old, sporting peculiar little braids, and she would follow me around every day, calling me brother. During her 6 months at the Night Academy, we often spent time together. "Kelly, since you have a fellow townsman at the Night Academy, you should have introduced us sooner. Allow me to host you." "Bertram, we aren't that familiar, are we?" Kelly's expression suddenly turned cold. "Donald, Bertram and I are merely ordinary friends. Please do not misunderstand." Richard, puzzled, wondered why Kelly appeared upset, for Bertram's words seemed to stem from good intentions. "I should be the one hosting you. Thank you for taking care of Kelly all this time." Donald was well aware of Kelly's concerns. Though he had never expressed it openly, he understood her feelings towards him. The girl's cheeks flushed, a delicate blush enhancing her fair and exquisite features, making her even more enchanting. It was the first time she had heard Donald express such sentiments so explicitly. "Is he implying that I belong to him?" Kelly stole a glance at Donald, whose captivating eyes met hers, prompting her to shyly lower her gaze. That moment, her earlier worries had completely faded away. Upon hearing Donald's words and witnessing Kelly's reaction, Bertram finally grasped why she had been intentionally avoiding him for the past 6 months. "Are you from the Lant family?" It seemed Bertram understood the origin of Lant Island's name. "No. My father is a blacksmith on the island." "A blacksmith?" Bertram's face gradually revealed a look of disdain. "Donald is a student at the Magic Academy, and Richard is at the Night Academy," Kelly interjected. "Donald, may I have a word with you privately?" "Bertram, what do you intend to do?" "Kelly, it's all right," Donald reassured the girl, then followed Bertram out of the dining hall. Richard looked at Kelly with confusion. "What is going on?" "I'm about to become your sister-in-law," Kelly replied. Her face flushed, anxiously glancing outside. Richard's expression was one of astonishment. In a secluded area outside the dining hall, Bertram stated, "My full name is Bertram Bont, and my father is Baron Ernest Bont. My full name is Donald Vane. I have already introduced my father. My father's fief is the Bont Manor on the western outskirts of Dorn City. I am my father's only son. I trust you understand my implication. My father's blacksmith shop is on Rand Island. He has 2 sons, as you have just seen, but I still do not comprehend your meaning." Donald knew Bertram was attempting to assert his social status, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, smiling. "I wonder how a commoner manages to pay the tuition for the Magic Academy. But you must also be aware that Tress Magic Academy has not produced a formal magician in decades. I will undoubtedly advance to a formal knight within 3 years. What do you have to contest with me?" Kelly must already know all of this, correct? "Of course she does." "Then why must you reiterate it to me?" Oh, by the way, Kelly has never mentioned you in my presence. Evidently, even she feels there is no need. Now, unless you have anything else to say, I shall take my leave. Bertram glared at Donald's retreating figure, his clenched fists hanging at his sides. Inside the dining hall, Kelly finally awaited Donald's return, and upon seeing him unharmed, she felt relieved. Brother, Kelly says she is going to be my sister-in-law? Is that true? Richard, Kelly's ears turned crimson with embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated that her earlier jest would be relayed so swiftly. Are you eager for me to find you a sister-in-law? Donald chuckled, playfully pushing Richard's head, who merely grinned foolishly. After this small interlude, the three resumed their dinner, with Kelly sitting closer to Donald, frequently rising to serve him. Both were tacitly aware not to broach the earlier topic. Yet within the girl's heart, a sweetness she had never experienced before began to blossom. Bertram sat at a nearby table, casting furtive glances at the scene before him. At the age of 8, he had first encountered Kelly, who had come to Dorne City with her mother. From that moment on, he had developed a fondness for the innocent and well-mannered girl. That vague affection had not faded with Kelly's return to Land Island. Rather, it intensified with distance. Half a year ago, upon reuniting with Kelly, he was taken aback by her newfound beauty. The unique innocence and serenity she exuded were unlike anything he had encountered in Dorne City. Bertram found himself hopelessly in love, having resolved that even if his father opposed, he would marry Kelly. However, to his surprise, the resistance did not stem from his father, but from Kelly herself. Despite his persistent advances, kindness, and confessions, the girl remained indifferent. Bertram did not feel disheartened. He considered it only natural. Such a perfect girl could not be easily won over. Her reserve was merely a test of his sincerity. Yet, just as he felt emboldened, an unexpected situation arose that he lost to a commoner, the son of a blacksmith. Now, he sat in the quiet dining hall, watching the girl of his dreams sit beside another boy, serving him food and pouring wine as if she were a maid. Bertram was not one to accept defeat lightly. He intended to demonstrate through his actions that Kelly's current choice was erroneous, that everything he possessed was beyond the reach of that impoverished blacksmith's son, and that her beauty should never be sullied by someone of such lowly birth. However, he could no longer bear to observe the unfolding scene. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed a group entering the hall, and at the forefront was the very friend he had diligently cultivated over the past few years at the Night Academy. Roger. What a coincidence. Bertram's face transformed into a genuine smile. Bertram, what a serendipitous encounter, Roger replied, accompanied by Lucia and Fiona. Oh, and Miss Fiona, forgive my oversight. Who is this? This is my cousin, Roger said, omitting any introduction for Lucia. And Bertram instantly understood that Roger's father was the Duke of Kelt, a noble of the highest rank in the Empire. Despite his efforts to draw closer to Roger, he had never dared to inquire about his cousin's name. Yet, encountering Roger here seemed an opportune moment. Roger, may I have the honor of introducing a few friends to you? Having been classmates with Roger for 5 years, Bertram was well acquainted with his character. Knowing he wouldn't mind such a gathering, Roger glanced at Lucia, who gave him a nonchalant expression. Sure, but when I came in, it seemed you were alone. What are your friends doing here? Bertram bowed slightly, guiding Roger and his companions to Kelly's table. Kelly, this is Roger Kelt, the eldest son of the Duke of Kelt and the most outstanding senior at the Night Academy. To Bertram's surprise, he did not witness the expected astonishment or trepidation on Kelly's face. Not just her, even the 2 brothers from the blacksmith's family appeared relaxed. Were these 3 not fully aware? Did they not understand that a duke was among the most esteemed nobles in the empire? Bertram, steeling himself, continued with the introductions. Roger, this is my friend Kelly, and these 2 are... Ha! Bertram, you need not introduce them. What a coincidence. Donald, you must be here to see Richard and Kelly, right? It's been almost a month since returning from Whispering Forest, and I didn't expect to run into you here. That I heard from Lucia that you entered the Magic Academy. Congratulations. Why didn't you invite me to the Night Academy? Humph, since we coincidentally met. Let us all go together. Richard, move over a bit. Lucia, seeing Kelly seated next to Donald, pulled up a chair and sat beside him in a huff. You know each other? Fiona unabashedly sat down, casting a glance at the flustered Bertram. Not just acquaintances, Donald saved our lives. She possessed a talent unique to nobles, able to convey all her words with a sarcastic undertone, leaving one unsure of her true emotions. Saved your lives? Haha. Technically, that is indeed the case. Donald, quickly bring the wine. I have yet to thank you properly. Unlike Fiona, Roger had another noble talent. He could, if he wished, make you regard him as your closest friend in the shortest time. That was merely a stroke of luck. I caused everyone to worry about me for an entire night. I should be the one thanking you. The trio, Roger, Lucia, and Fiona, indeed took their seats, ordering wine and food, joining Donald and the others for dinner. Bertram, seated beside them, was utterly stunned by the scene before him, rendered speechless. The lowest of commoners and the highest of nobles were. Astonishingly, friends, Donald, Richard, and Kelly appeared completely at ease in Roger's presence. No, this must surely be because they were unaware of Roger's status. The fiefdom of the Duke of Celtic spans across the provinces of Tris and Pecona. And even the Lord of Dorne must show deference in his presence. How could the Duke's legitimate heir, Roger, possibly befriend the son of a blacksmith? What astonished Bernlight even more was that Roger's cousin, a noble girl as beautiful as Kelly, had just snubbed him by refusing to even introduce herself, yet now she was seated beside that blacksmith's son, deliberately whispering to him. There must be something amiss. Bernlight had resolved to refrain from any impulsive actions until he uncovered Donner's true nature. Donner found himself in a predicament. He had just tacitly accepted Kelly's affections, yet now Lucia had unexpectedly intruded, displaying similar intimacy towards him. He had attempted to evade her advances, but Lucia still leaned in, speaking softly into his ear about the preparations for the Martial Magic Conference and plans to return to the Magic Academy the following day, trivial matters that only served to heighten his discomfort. Lucia was being deliberate. She had observed the closeness between Kelly and Donner before her arrival, resembling a pair of young lovers, and felt a surge of jealousy, as if resenting Kelly for taking advantage of her absence. Reflecting on her own time at the Magic Academy, which had yielded little progress, while Kelly had achieved so much in just a few short holidays, she felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Now, she was determined to bridge this gap without delay. Roger and Fiona exchanged glances, merely pretending not to notice. Only Richard seemed to have an epiphany, weighing the merits of each girl as a potential sister-in-law. After considerable contemplation, he found himself favoring Kelly. He was somewhat intimidated by Lucia. Chapter 34. The Kidnappers. This was Donner's first time riding in such an opulent carriage, compared to Uncle Myra's rickety cart, and even the four-wheeled carriage Mr. Victor had hired for his initial journey to the Magic Academy. This one appeared grandiose. Two robust red horses adorned the front, tall and majestic, their coats gleaming, even while standing still. They exuded grace and poise, prompting Donner to recall Roger's posture. The axle must have been equipped with shock absorbers, for he no longer experienced the discomfort of jarring bumps that had plagued him during rides with Uncle Myra. Oh, this was undoubtedly also thanks to the chair beneath him. This exquisite seat, enveloped in fine sheepskin and cushioned with soft fabric, was more akin to a sofa, albeit one that did not exist in this world. How do you usually get around? Lucia inquired from the opposite seat, as she drew back the silk curtain to gaze at the monotonous countryside scenery outside. I ride with Uncle Myra. Oh, Uncle Myra is the one who delivers goods to the academy. He makes 2 round trips daily between the Magic Academy and Dorne. You would never guess just how much cargo the academy consumes unless you saw it with your own eyes. What's so surprising about that? I would wager 10 carts deliver goods for my family every day. Then your family's business must be quite substantial. The girl let out a soft laugh, well aware that Donner was jesting. His expression grew more solemn when he made a joke. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Aren't you curious about what my family does? I can't muster curiosity for things too distant. Besides, ignorance is bliss. Knowing would only bring pressure." Sitting in a carriage like this is already rather uncomfortable. Having grown accustomed to a modest life on the small island, Donner indeed found himself unaccustomed to such extravagance. Pressure? Do you think there is a distinction between the rich and the poor? Lucia's expression turned slightly serious. Wouldn't it seem peculiar for a pauper to declare that there is no distinction, like a poor person claiming that money is unimportant, regardless of whether he truly believes it? It sounds insincere that you're evading my question. Donner glanced at Lucia, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I fear the answer might startle you. Boring. Approximately 5 minutes of silence ensued. Kelly likes you, but I like you too. You don't know me well. Are you not a man? Are you truly so afraid of me? I am not afraid of you. I fear trouble. Being with Kelly brings considerably less hassle. The two in the carriage averted their gazes from one another, as if conversing with the floor or the AI or is it because she is not a noble? Not entirely. It's because I know what she wants, and I can provide it. What makes you think I want something you cannot give? Precisely because I do not know what you desire. The unknown is what breeds trouble that as fate would have it. The trouble they were both unaware of soon knocked at their door. The carriage came to a gradual halt, and Lucia opened the door to find the driver slumped over in his seat, an arrow embedded in his body, blood pooling on the seat. Everyone in the carriage, get out quietly. I know you're from the Magic Academy, unless you believe you can outrun dozens of arrows. I suggest you comply. Outside the carriage, dozens of gleaming arrowheads were aimed at them. Neither Donner nor Lucia believed they could outpace the other, so they surrendered without resistance. They were gagged with cloth, their heads shrouded in dark hoods, and their hands and feet bound, then tossed into another carriage. After what felt like an eternity of jarring bumps, when the hoods were finally removed, they found themselves in a dilapidated cottage. Stay put and behave. No tricks. The rickety door slammed shut. Their ankles to knees and thighs were bound in 3 places, their hands tied securely behind their backs, with each knot tightened to the point of immobility. Donner couldn't help but admire the knot-tying skills of their captor. Lucia gazed at him with wide, terrified eyes at that moment. Their mouths were still stuffed with cloth and tightly bound behind their heads, rendering them completely voiceless. It appeared this group understood that magic apprentices could not cast spells without verbal incantations. However, they were unaware that one among the bound was an anomaly. Donner shifted his body, seeking a comfortable position as he leaned against the wall. He shook his head at Lucia, disregarding her reaction, and closed his eyes to rest. Lucia, unable to decipher the meaning of his gesture, could do nothing but futilely struggle for a while before resigning herself to lying down. Awaiting fate, as dusk fell, the same individual returned to hastily feed them some dry rations and water, uttering a single word, eat. Before lapsing into silence as twilight descended, Lucia eventually fell asleep, her mind a tumult of fear and anxiety. After an indeterminate time had passed, she felt a gentle shaking. Dim starlight filtered through the window, and in her haze, it took her a while to realize it was Donner who was nudging her. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent, and proceeded to untie her bindings, removing the cloth from her mouth. Due to the prolonged stretching of her jaw, Lucia's cheeks were sore and nearly numb. That fellow just came by. He shouldn't return for a while, Donner whispered in her ear. The breath from his words brushed against Lucia's ear, rendering her entire body more languid. How did you manage to free yourself? Lucia asked softly. That is not important. Did you discern anything about this group? What do you mean by anything? Aren't they just thieves? They are not thieves. They didn't take the gold from me. Donner refrained from mentioning the pouch of magic crystals concealed in his pocket. Then it's a kidnapping. Did you notice? Despite their ragged appearance, their skin and hair are clean, their leather armor and weapons are uniform. And they speak succinctly. There's no raucous commotion near their camp. If I'm not mistaken, they are soldiers masquerading as thieves. Soldiers? What should we do? The fact that they do not reveal their true identities suggests they don't intend to kill us just yet. But I cannot fathom their motives. Does the Carl family have any military connections? Donner's eyes remained fixed on the door. I don't know. Then we cannot afford to be complacent. We must attempt to escape. All right. Lucia concurred with Donner's assessment. They could not hope for mercy from their captors. Wait a moment. After uttering this, Donner crouched down, crept to the window to glance outside, and then cautiously returned. I can't see what's going on outside. Nor do I know where the horses are tied. We can only take a risk. Do you have any magic scrolls on you? Donner recalled that Lucia had carried magic scrolls with her during their time in the Whispering Woods. I do. Lucia reached into her bosom to confirm. Are they powerful? Very powerful. How powerful? Donner only then realized how inappropriate his question sounded, given that Lucia's hand was still nestled in her chest. Fortunately, she didn't seem to interpret it that way. One of them is a level 3 blizzard. Donner stared at Lucia, astonished that she carried such a high-level scroll with her. When we manage to get out, stay hidden. If we can find the horses and escape, that would be ideal. If we're discovered, we will have to charge through. Remember, the leader is likely a true knight. He is not someone we can handle. If the scroll is to be used, it must be directed at him. Can you manage that? Lucia recalled the encounter with the bandits in the Whispering Forest, when she had carelessly thrown away a first-level frost scroll without casting it. Forgetting the spell entirely. It was likely that Donna shared her concerns. After a moment of contemplation, she solemnly nodded. We can do this. Stay close to me, and don't get separated. The boy's black eyes shimmered with an eerie light as he gazed earnestly at Lucia. a charming smile gradually forming on his lips. Truth be told, I am quite nervous as well. However, should we be surrounded like during the day, we can always surrender once more. Donna understood that if they were caught while attempting to flee, the outcome could be unpredictable. His remark about surrendering again was merely an attempt to ease Lucia's anxiety. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, in the desolate wilderness, the abandoned hunter's cabin stood silent. The wooden door creaked open, and Donna cautiously peeked out, scanning the surroundings. Outside, several tents were pitched, and a figure sat nearby, turned sideways to the cabin, seemingly asleep. A few dozen meters to the left, horses were tethered in the woods, alongside two carriages, one of which was the luxurious vehicle they had traveled in during the day. Upon seeing Donna retreat back inside, Lucia took a deep breath, as if composing herself or making a significant decision. When Donna emerged again, a sharp ice spear, about the length of his palm, had formed in his right hand. The sound of the ice spear slicing through the air was faint, followed by a brief, muffled thud. Listening intently, Donna heard no other sounds. That he grasped Lucia's hand and headed towards the herd of horses, straining to control his leg muscles to walk swiftly yet silently. Halfway through, his calves began to tremble, and as they approached the horses, his heartbeat quickened. Look at those tents over there. Prepare the scroll that if things go awry, just release it, he instructed while carefully untying two horses, handing the reins to Lucia, who trembled in response. The cabin remained eerily still as they mounted the horses, controlling their pace until they felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently before galloping away. Under the starlit sky, the two riders sped northward towards the constellation Iris. And after approximately 2 hours, the horses began to tire. They had traversed countless woods and hills without following any discernible path. Donna decided they could no longer run aimlessly, so they sought refuge in a secluded grove to rest the horses. Chapter 35, Starry Night. Did you just use a magic scroll? Lucia inquired, having noticed that Donna had not uttered any incantation while dispatching the guard, yet there was a distinct aura of water magic surrounding him. No, it was an ice spear, Donna replied, leaning against the trunk of a tree, sitting opposite Lucia. You can cast ice spears now, but you've been enrolled for less than a month. When did you start learning magic? Lucia was taken aback. I began 6 months ago, after informing Wesley of his training progress. Donna had resolved to gradually reveal this reality within a limited circle, as everyone would eventually find out. 6 months, you have already advanced to an apprentice mage. How is that possible? Lucia found his answer absurd when comparing it to the time she had taken to advance. I suppose I have a good talent. Donna attributed his exceptional progress to innate ability. Not wanting to disclose the secrets of the glyphs, after more than 6 months of daily practice, he could now effortlessly draw the 5 glyph symbols, having long since destroyed the original drafts he kept close. That's not right. You didn't recite an incantation. Humph, you're deceiving me. I generally do not lie without a compelling reason, Donna stated, casually conjuring a small fireball. The little orb, glowing with a blue luminescence, floated gently between his fingers, brightening gradually under Lucia's astonished gaze until it dissipated. You can truly do this without incantations? I have a good talent, Donna replied nonchalantly, gazing through the dappled leaves overhead at the stars, their light illuminating his face. You scoundrel! How can such talent exist? Wait, you said you used an ice spear earlier. Could you be a dual-element mage? With a flick of his right hand, a vibrant green leaf floated upward, and with another gesture, a tangible blade of wind spiraled forth, swiftly slicing the leaf in two, which then drifted apart before the wind blade vanished. I am proficient in all 5 elements. After uttering this, Donna glanced at Lucia, who was utterly dumbfounded, experiencing a mischievous thrill. Having just escaped danger, he felt surprisingly cheerful, leading him to engage in such childish antics. So, you also untied the ropes using this method? I was just about to ask how you managed that. Those brutes must have thought that by gagging us, we couldn't cast spells, never considering your extraordinary capabilities. Humph. And as for the bandits in the Whispering Forest, you must have eliminated them all after luring them away. Right? No wonder they haven't shown up since. Lucia said with indignation, recalling how worried she had been for him that night. He must have been mocking her inwardly. I wasn't that skilled back then, Donna replied, surprised that his rescue would earn him reprimands, realizing that being a genius was indeed a heavy burden. After a vague response, he deliberately shifted the topic. I just recalled our carriage. It seems these people were specifically targeting you. Why do you say that? Lucia abandoned the previous topic, recognizing that this question was of greater significance. "Do you remember?" That man kept saying. "I know you are from the Magic Academy," repeating it several times, always addressing you, never you all. I found it peculiar how he was so certain there was only one person in the carriage. Typically, when uncertain, one would say you all. Moreover, that road does not solely lead to the Magic Academy. If he knew a member of the Academy was in the carriage, it means he had prior intelligence or had been observing the carriage for some time. And this carriage usually only carries you, correct? Author's note: the continent of Hells does not speak English, hence the distinction between you and you all. Lucia nodded slightly, her expression grave. "Well, now that I think it doesn't concern me, I feel much lighter." As Donna spoke, he stretched lazily, his body relaxing, indeed appearing quite at ease. "Hey, who speaks like that? I take back what I said earlier. I'm starting to dislike you again." "Whatever. I hardly remember what you said before," he replied. "I suggest we should avoid being alone together in the future. We've encountered danger twice, each time more frightening than the last. Who wants to be alone with you?" Lucia retorted, rising to stomp towards the horses, only to return moments later. "We are still not out of danger, and I must ensure your safety. Once we return to the academy, we'll see who wishes to be alone." "Humph, you are right. We are not out of danger yet. Let's go. We cannot linger here for long." They remounted their horses, continuing northward, this time at a more measured pace. As dawn broke, they finally spotted a main road and rode northeast for about 10 minutes. Arriving at the first town, upon inquiry, they discovered they were in the northern town of Almeria in the province. Lucia sought out the local constable's residence and made her way there, with Donna following closely behind. "Who died to dare knock on your grandpa's door at this hour?" answered a coarse middle-aged man who had just put on his trousers. His gray constable's uniform only partially donned. "Shut your foul mouth. We were ambushed by bandits." "Bandits? Do you dare claim there are bandits in my territory? I say you're just a little girl running off with your lover." "And your family?" Smack. The self-proclaimed brute received a sharp slap, and just as he was about to retaliate, he noticed Lucia brandishing a golden token, causing him to shudder and return the favor with a resounding slap to his other cheek. Before he could speak, Lucia interjected, "Are there any military troops stationed nearby?" The previously brash constable, now standing straight despite his disheveled attire, spoke with clarity, reporting, "Milady, the Crimson Knights are stationed 70 miles to the southeast." "The Crimson Knights? Good. First tell me where we can find a place to rest in this town. Then summon the Crimson Knights and inform them I was ambushed by bandits." "As you command." The brute led the two to the only inn in town. But as he was about to issue some orders, Lucia kicked him back. "What are you doing? Hurry up." Donna suppressed a laugh, realizing that the brute's earlier bluster had truly offended Lucia. "How should I address you when I meet the commander?" It seemed Lucia's displayed token signified a certain status. Explaining why the constable addressed her as Milady. "Just relay everything you see and hear to Commander Kaz, and do not mention my name to anyone until you meet him." The constable snapped a salute and immediately dashed towards his residence, likely to fetch his horse. Unfortunately, the inn, which appeared far from bustling with business, had only one room left. Lucia regretted sending the brute away, knowing he would have surely arranged 2 rooms. Now, it would be rather unbecoming to intimidate the welcoming innkeeper. After a brief hesitation, the young girl clenched her teeth and resolved to vacate the only available guest room. Donna followed her nonchalantly. "This time, it's your choice to be alone," Lucia remarked coldly. "After staying up all night. Do you expect me to sleep on the street?" "Humph, you can sleep on the floor," Donna retorted with an indifferent expression, seizing a pillow and curling up on the ground. Lucia promptly flopped down onto the bed. Riding for an extended period was indeed an exhausting endeavor. "Hey, feeling the pressure? Looking at this situation, it seems your family's business is quite substantial." Boring. Unlike before, Lucia did not find the jest amusing this time. The leader of the Crimson Knights, Kaz, held the title of Duke, yet he preferred to be addressed as Captain Kaz, for the Empire boasted several dukes, and even when including the Royal Knights, there were only 8 knightly orders within the Empire. When Captain Kaz rode into this remote town with over 100 fully armed knights, the entire populace emerged to witness the event, marking the first time in the town's history that so many knights had arrived. "Captain, the esteemed young lady was about to check into this inn before I was sent to find you." "Oh, look, this is the only inn in town." The constable, Manyo, appeared somewhat embarrassed, realizing from Captain Kaz's imposing presence that the girl was likely of a higher status than he had previously imagined. And such a shabby and hardly befitted her rank. Captain Kaz instructed Man Yo to summon the innkeeper and clear out all guests, ensuring that the one who had already checked in would not be disturbed. He also dispatched 4 trusted knights to assist, to avoid any unnecessary complications. Subsequently, aside from Captain Kaz standing guard at the door, the remaining knights and nearly all the townsfolk quietly awaited outside the inn until dusk. Although the majority remained oblivious to what they were actually waiting for, Lucia was awakened by Donna's nudging, and her first words were, "Huh, why is it dark again? Did we sleep the whole day? Where is everyone? They've probably arrived. There are a lot of people downstairs. Shoo, be quiet. Let me tidy up. Is my dress wrinkled? Do I look pale? Is my hair messy?" Lacking a mirror in the room, Lucia relied on Donna's assistance to arrange her appearance. In truth, every sound within the room reached Captain Kaz at the door. A level 4 knight. His senses were far more acute than those of ordinary people. However, it was not until Lucia opened the door and stepped out that he bowed and spoke. "Your Highness, you are awake." Chapter 36. Minor Donna had always presumed that Lucia might share a status akin to Roger's. Perhaps being the progeny of some duke, and if he were to speculate further, she might even possess royal lineage. Yet, in the end, the revelation surpassed all conjectures. Lucia was the princess of the Fiman Empire. The sole daughter of King Austin. Roger's mother was the queen's sister, and every prince and princess of the empire followed in the footsteps of the great Louis Montmont, beginning their studies in magic at the Trismagic Academy. In recent years, the academy had not produced any outstanding students, yet it maintained a lavish faculty composed almost entirely of formal magicians, and the quota for magical crystals had never been reduced, signifying the academy's unique importance to the Fiman Empire. Of course, Donna was unaware of any of this. On their way back to the Magic Academy, Captain Kaz politely inquired about the bandits, and Donna recounted the events as they had occurred. He refrained from mentioning any speculation that the kidnappers might have been disguised soldiers targeting Lucia. He merely relayed the facts, leaving the implications for Captain Kaz to discern. Donna understood the potential ramifications of a military abduction of a princess within the empire. Therefore, he resolved to speak only of what he had witnessed, avoiding embellishment. Captain Kaz displayed no visible reaction to Donna's account and did not solicit his opinion. To him, Donna was merely an ordinary student fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time. Only when he learned that Donna could cast spells without incantations did he exhibit a moment of surprise, and upon hearing about their escape, he reminded them to release the horses while fleeing. Before the Crimson Knights, Donna finally witnessed Lucia embodying the grace of a princess, her elegant demeanor and slightly aloof smile entirely distinct from her usual self. For Donna, the ordeal of the kidnapping came to an end upon returning to the Magic Academy. As for Lucia, Captain Kaz and the Academy would undoubtedly conduct necessary investigations, and the potential undercurrents within the entire empire were of no concern to him. He immediately returned to his familiar routine, adhering to his own pace in continuing his studies and training. His self-created meditation method continued to yield 4 elemental essences of both water and fire each day, and though the intricate geometric designs appeared somewhat futile for the time being, he persevered. In potion class, he diligently identified and documented the characteristics of various plants, and in spell class, he mimicked the gestures with feigned seriousness. The course on magical formations would not commence until the 4th year. In the vast expanse of time, apart from practicing 6-element attack magic, Donna began experimenting with establishing 12-element defensive magic, 6-element nested models. After his first successful casting, he whimsically attempted to combine multiple elemental essences within this nested model, resulting, as expected, in failure. Almost all models disintegrated upon casting, with the sole exception proving disastrous. The model of water essence nested within fire essence, upon casting a minuscule ice sphere, exploded the moment it left his hand. Even though Donna's resistance to fire elements was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary low-level magic apprentice, he was still injured by the force of the explosion, necessitating a visit to the potion professor for treatment, which cost him a precious magical crystal. Since acquiring the new meditation method, Wesley had successfully advanced to the rank of intermediate magic apprentice, and his previously indolent demeanor had somewhat diminished. He seemed to have become more diligent. Though whether this was due to the inspiration from Donna's training progress or the allure of the enchanting women of the magical continent remained uncertain. During the early days of April, Donna encountered the exceptionally excited twin Loli in the laboratory, where they had discovered that an alloy of light iron and another slightly rarer lightweight metal exhibited significantly greater strength at a particular composition ratio and cooling velocity, astonishing even the dwarf, Idalua. After witnessing Donna's seemingly alchemical transformation of materials, the twins' attitude towards him shifted from curiosity and skepticism to complete trust and a hint of adoration, solidifying the title of Demon King Donna for him. Perhaps due to their growing familiarity, the two girls began to reveal their chatty natures. Whenever they launched into incessant chatter, the dwarf Idalua seemed eager to escape. Yet, as the one responsible for guiding the experiments, Donna had no choice but to endure their incessant prattle. Demon King Donna, what should we name this synthetic metal? Ailmanda inquired, her finger resting on her dimple, her large eyes gazing upward as if pondering a significant question. Yes, what shall we call it? How about Demon King's Light Iron? Ailamia suggested, growing increasingly fond of the name as she repeated it, and her sister seemed to share her sentiment, the two exchanging exaggerated smiles. To them, bestowing a pleasing name upon an invention appeared more exhilarating than the invention itself. Donna worried that if the name spread, it might ultimately lead to him being dubbed the Demon King. Thus, he deliberately adopted a serious expression and requested that the twins first bring him the experimental result, then inquired, when was the strength tested? The sisters replied that they had tested it immediately after the experiment, approximately 4 days prior. Test it again now, Donna commanded. Such a simple test is something even a gnome wouldn't mistake, Ailmanda remarked. Yes, why do we need to test it again? Ailamia agreed. However, under Donna's insistence, the sisters reluctantly pouted and retested. When the results emerged, their nearly identical faces lit up with a mix of excitement and embarrassment. Wow, how could it be this tough? We really did measure it incorrectly last time. Yes, how embarrassing to have made a mistake. Ailmanda, you said it was definitely correct. You also said it wouldn't be wrong. The sister playfully tapped her sibling's head, the latter pouting but unable to argue back. All right, you didn't measure it incorrectly. That's normal. Some alloys become harder after a period of cooling, Donna reassured them. The twins immediately inquired if it would continue to harden if left for a longer duration. Donna negated this, explaining that while actual aging hardening might take a considerable time, it typically approaches its peak within a few days. Dismissing the minor blunder, the recent test results still left the twins blushing with joy. The hardness of the alloy had significantly increased after 3 days, nearing that of ordinary steel. Soon, an even more exhilarating task awaited them. Donna assigned them to attempt adding other components to this alloy, particularly focusing on various precious rare metals, especially those renowned for their strength or toughness, such as dwarven steel or the even pricier mithril. This time, the amount added is controlled to a smaller ratio, ranging from 1/10,000th to 1%, given the significant difference in density between the additive and the light iron. In order to prevent stratification, Donna instructed the two sisters to stir rapidly after heating to a high temperature, facilitating their integration. Once the laboratory tasks were arranged, Donner casually mentioned his brother's studies at the Knight Academy during a conversation with the dwarf Idalua. Idalua scoffed at Middle-earth's methods of training knights. The way you train knights in Middle-earth is utterly ridiculous. What? Donner, unfamiliar with the curriculum of the Knight Academy, felt a sense of curiosity upon hearing such remarks. Are you not aware that Middle-earth has never produced knights above the 7th rank? I've heard that here. A formal knight under 18 is considered a genius. At that age in the Knight Federation, one must reach the 2nd rank to be deemed a genius, while our dwarven warriors from the far north can attain 4th rank knight status before turning 50. Donner found this comparison evidently unfair. Oh, did you not know that dwarves come of age at 50 and have a lifespan of at least 400 years? However, those dwarven miners. At this point, Donner recalled the sorrowful expression on Natia Vita's face when she spoke of the fate of the dwarves. But he quickly remembered another question. At what age do gnomes come of age? Idalua could not help but stifle a laugh, as if his expression were saying, so you just thought to ask that. Gnomes come of age at 40. With an average lifespan of 500 years, Then, aren't they just children? Donner pointed towards the closed door, behind which the twin sisters could not hear their conversation. I never claimed otherwise. You merely inquired about their ages. And indeed, they are both 16. Donner was left speechless by Idalua's retort. He had not anticipated that the legendary straightforward and fiery dwarf could exhibit such cunning. Idaroa continued to suppress his laughter, even with his bearded face. It would be hard for Donner to discern if he were genuinely laughing, yet his effort to contain it was all the more exaggerated and conspicuous. It dawned on Donner why Idaroa would slip away whenever experiments were conducted. It must have been amusing for him to see Donner seriously engaged in experiments with two children. Have they truly attended engineering school? Indeed. Those two children of Natia Vida are renowned prodigies in the far north, having graduated from the engineering academy a year ago. While most children their age have yet to enroll, they constantly clamored to conduct experiments. But who would actually bring two children to do so? This dwarf, in the end, even covered his mouth, as if to imply that Donner was oblivious to his laughter. What rank knight are you? Donner asked. Vexed, I am not a knight. Although we also cultivate combat energy, dwarves do not refer to themselves as knights. Oh, you know what I mean. Equivalent to what rank knight? 5th rank dwarven warrior. Idaroa straightened his chest at this proclamation. Finally ceasing to laugh, Donner was taken aback by this revelation. It was known that Kaz, the leader of the Scarlet Knight Order, which symbolized the Empire's top martial prowess, was merely a 4th rank knight. The dwarf before him, astonishingly, was a rank higher. He began to scrutinize Idaroa as if meeting him for the first time, making the dwarf feel a bit uncomfortable. What are you staring at? Can you teach my brother? Our dwarven training methods would be too much for him. Let us give it a try. Early the next morning, Donner brought Richard and Kelly to meet Idaroa. From that day forward, they began to experiment with the dwarven training methods for warriors. Chapter 37. The eve of the Grand Assembly. This was Richard and Kelly's first encounter with the legendary dwarves and gnomes. After being astonished by their stature and appearance, they were also curious as to how Donner came to know them. Donner simply stated that he had been invited to work in this laboratory. I'll make it clear, I have nothing to do here anyway. So if you want to teach, go ahead. If you can't handle it, you can quit at any time. However, I suspect you won't last a day. If we endure, will we definitely become knights? This remained Richard's foremost concern. I refuse to answer such a foolish question. Idaroa replied disdainfully. Observing the puzzled look from Richard, Donner explained. Idaroa is a 5th rank dwarven warrior, equivalent to a 5th rank knight among humans. Richard was even more shocked than Donner had been. The most formidable instructors he encountered at the academy were merely at the threshold of 2nd rank knights. To Richard, a 5th rank knight was akin to a deity of knighthood. Kelly shared the same sentiment. Idaroa reveled in their reactions, crossing his arms and attempting to embody the demeanor of a master in his mind. Though his height made this endeavor quite futile, Donner found the scene amusing and took the initiative to break the ice. How about this? I will train alongside Richard and Kelly. I have only 2 days a week available. But if they are fine with it, I can come every day for a while. Idaroa shot Donner a dismissive glance and shrugged. Whatever works for me. Teaching a few is the same as teaching many. Donner quickly regretted his decision. Idaroa did not intend to teach them all together, merely asking who would go first. Being the oldest, Donner naturally stepped up first. As he took a few steps forward, he noticed the dwarf's expression was once again on the verge of laughter. Sensing that something was amiss, unfortunately, before Donner could react, Idaroa delivered a swift slap to his chest. Just as Donner was about to rise in pain to question him, he was kicked down again. Richard and Kelly, witnessing this, were momentarily at a loss before rushing to protect Donner. Just then, Idaroa remarked, "This works too. Let us practice together." Subsequently, they too found themselves knocked to the ground. It was indeed a comical scene. The dwarf chased after them, kicking and striking, while the three rolled around on the ground. Donner and Kelly shouted and screamed, whereas Richard remained silent. Regardless of their varying responses, the outcome was the same. The three youths ultimately abandoned any effort to rise, curling up and covering their heads, allowing Idaroa to strike every part of their bodies. Idaroa kicked and struck for a full half hour before finally relenting. For the first time, take it easy and adapt a bit. Donner lay on the ground, feeling as if his entire body had been dismantled and utterly incapable of getting up. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he questioned, "Is this your training method? Is this considered easy? I did mention it would be difficult to endure. Didn't I? The harder part is yet to come." Idaroa said cheerfully. "I see. You must be trying to kill us." "Humph. Killing you would be much easier than what just happened. I suspect you must be terribly bored, using us for your amusement." Idaroa ignored Donner's retort and turned to re-enter the laboratory. Moments later, the two little gnomes rushed out together. "Oh dear, Donner the Great Demon. Aren't you a magician? Why must you also undergo warrior training? Indeed, being kicked around like this doesn't seem very impressive for a magician." Upon hearing the gnome sister's remarks, Donner began to believe that Idaroa's earlier actions were indeed a form of training. However, he still angrily shouted, "Couldn't you at least help us up first? No, no, you can't move now. Sitting up might break your bones." Exactly, absolutely cannot move. Wait a moment, let us go fetch you recovery potions. Idaroa's voice called from within. Don't worry. I haven't employed the devilish training method yet. This little bit won't break any bones. The twin sisters exchanged smiles and dashed back into the laboratory, returning shortly after with a large bottle of green potion. Pouring a spoonful for Donner, Richard, and Kelly to drink, the three of them lay there for a solid half hour before they could barely manage to sit up. "Are you all right?" Donner asked Richard and Kelly. "I'm fine." Richard had gritted his teeth and endured in silence throughout, only responding when faced with his brother's inquiry. Surprisingly, Kelly also shook her head in affirmation, revealing herself to be far stronger than she appeared. "I believe Mando is correct. I intend to be a magician and will not undergo your training." Donner felt as if he had almost had his spirit kicked out of him and shouted towards the laboratory. No, it's not Manda who said it. It was Mia." Mia corrected Donner. Idaroa sauntered out of the laboratory, nonchalantly stating, "I mentioned you could quit at any time." He then addressed Richard and Kelly. "You two are the same. I will not give up." Richard was as stubborn as a bull. Kelly wrestled with her inner conflict, but upon catching Donner's concerned gaze and recalling the noble girl named Lucia, she finally gritted her teeth and replied, "I will not give up either. Hey, I said I've never undergone night training. Why not consider tailoring the instruction to our abilities?" Donner glared at the dwarf in frustration. "Do you think I exerted the same effort?" Idaroa protested. Feeling somewhat wronged, he had actually found kicking Donner the most strenuous, as he had to be especially careful with his strength due to the relative frailty of the three. Donner shot him a scornful glance and fell silent. As dusk descended, the three individuals finally departed, supporting one another with their battered bodies. Before leaving, Kelly engaged in a private conversation with the twin sisters, casting shy glances at Donald as they spoke. It was only later that Donald learned that Kelly had inquired whether such training would leave unsightly scars on their bodies, to which the diminutive sisters had assured her it would not. The two young girls seemed to perceive the bond between Donald and Kelly and did not hesitate to inform Kelly that the knight and the great demon lord were a more fitting pair. It was then that Donald recalled the shy glimmer in Kelly's eyes. Richard informed Donald that both he and Kelly had registered for the martial magic tournament in Dawn City. Donald chose not to mention that someone had secretly helped him enroll, as he had already resolved to forfeit when the time came, to avoid having to explain to too many people why he had advanced to the rank of magic apprentice in just 6 months. Donald had not truly abandoned his training under Idaroa, although the unreasonable training methods had nearly cost him his life on several occasions. He felt it was imperative to set an example for his brother and Kelly. From that day until the end of April, the three of them astonishingly persevered through this inhumane regimen of punishment. Idaroa, beyond his monotonous security duties, had finally found a source of entertainment. Remarkably, after enduring this for a time, they began to feel their bodies growing stronger day by day. After each bout of punishment, a good night's sleep would restore them to their former selves. Meanwhile, Richard and Kelly found the routine drills at the Night Academy becoming increasingly manageable, which became a significant reason for them to continue with this training approach. In the secret chamber of the Lord's mansion in Dawn City, Lord Elisarel and another man and woman were engaged in hushed discussions. Though the chamber door was tightly shut, the trio instinctively lowered their voices, for the matters at hand were not to be divulged to a fourth party. The middle-aged woman among them was Professor Judy from the Magic Academy, while the other man, aside from the Lord, was Derek, Carl's father. The Cyril family had dominated the Tris province for centuries, and it was said that Lord Elisarel, serving as the Lord of Dawn City, was a formidable sorcerer. Given his age of over 100 years, the rumors seemed credible, and Derek and Judy were indeed his offspring. "I have heard that Kaz has arrived at the Magic Academy. Derek, is there anything unusual happening lately?" Lord Elisarel, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, looked significantly younger than the Academy's headmaster, despite both being over 100. "None, my lord. Kaz appears to have remained at the Magic Academy without venturing out. Rest assured, my men will not give themselves away." A bunch of useless fools. If they can't even capture a little brat, how can I be at ease? There are signs that the ropes in the room were burned. Lucia, being a water magic apprentice, should not have been the one to bind that poor boy. Judy had already deduced who her brother was referring to, but she remained puzzled as to how Donald and Lucia had managed to escape. What good is saying all this? The plan is now missing a crucial component. We can only gamble everything. Father, should we wait a little longer? Let me seek an opportunity at the Magic Academy, Judy suggested. No, you must not expose yourself. Besides, with Kaz protecting Lucia, you won't even have the chance to act. Kaz will have to return eventually, Judy murmured. Do not underestimate the Feynman family. They may not have reacted yet, but should they catch wind of any clues, our meticulously crafted plan will be in ruins. While they remain inactive, we must take the initiative. My lord, are those coming from the west truly trustworthy? I have seen no signs of military mobilization among those I arranged over there. Nonsense. If your people had noticed, there would be no secrets left to speak of. As long as we succeed here, they will undoubtedly act swiftly. Our plan presents them with a splendid opportunity. Are they truly willing to grant us the Tris province as our fief? Derek inquired. We have no choice but to take the gamble. Otherwise, in a few decades, they will no longer require our assistance. By then, restoring the glory of the Teslay Duchy may no longer be possible. You speak the truth. This time, we must succeed. Judy concurred. Lord Alicerol straightened, pressing his hands firmly on the table, and spoke in a low voice. For 600 years, people have likely forgotten the Teslay family we have hidden for so long. It is time to re-emerge. Indeed. Father. Chapter 38, The Martial Magic Tournament, Part 1. April 27th is the day commemorating the founding of the Empire by Emperor Louis Feynman, and on this day, every province of the Empire holds grand celebration ceremonies. With the 3-day Martial Magic Tournament being the highlight of the festivities, the Martial Magic Tournament is a large-scale competition that tests the cultivation levels of the youth, young individuals under the age of 18. Whether practicing magic or martial arts, are eligible to register. The top 3 competitors will have the opportunity to participate in the Grand Martial Magic Festival held in the ancient city of Canas next month, where the king himself will observe the event and reward the victors. It is said that if a commoner ranks among the top 3 in the capital's festival, they may receive a noble title, thereby transforming their social status. Unfortunately, for nearly a century, this rule has merely been a formality. There have been very few commoners who have excelled in the provincial tournaments, the birthplace of Emperor Louis. The Teslay province had seen its youth achieve remarkable success in the martial magic festivals during the early years of the empire. However, under Lord Alicerol's governance over the past few decades, the province's glory has waned, leading to whispered criticisms of his administrative policies. Yet, no one dared to voice such accusations openly. Beginning in mid-April, the atmosphere at the Teslay Magic Academy became charged with anticipation for the upcoming tournament. As professors began to share practical experiences and strategies in class, while student groups discussed and studied past thrilling battle instances. Nevertheless, the students of the Magic Academy generally harbored a pessimistic outlook regarding their performance in the tournament. As Mr. Victor noted, the competition between magic apprentices and aspiring knights tends to be more challenging for the former. The historical records of the capital's grand festivals show a significantly greater number of aspiring knights compared to magic apprentices, serving as clear evidence that, of course, none of this concerned Donald. Aside from visiting Dawn City once in mid-April to check on the sisters' work and enduring the dwarf's torment twice, he continued to lead a remarkably structured life. Magic, while undoubtedly mysterious and fascinating, is, in truth, an exceedingly tedious pursuit. The tasks of drawing runes, creating magical models, and meditating require countless repetitions to achieve proficiency. Even for Donald, this monotony could be a source of torment. However, just as he had regarded his meticulous work in the library as a form of cultivation, he now viewed overcoming this dreariness as a discipline. Thus, it was only when Wesley reminded him that he recalled the martial magic tournament was set for the following day. I still think you should give Carl a good thrashing. I somewhat regret not signing up. I really missed the sight of Carl getting pummeled. Wesley, who typically avoided conflict, inexplicably fixated on the idea of beating Carl. Then you should take my place, with your mid-level magic apprentice capabilities. You might just snag first place, Donald replied. He knew Wesley had advanced a month ago, and seemed to be attempting to establish a 36-element complex attack spell, a feat only mid-level apprentices could master. After over a month of practice, Donald's 12-element defensive spell had finally reached a proficiency level comparable to 6-element spells, allowing him to cast it at will. His rapid progress was due not only to his comprehensive training in all 5 elements, which enhanced his mental capacity, but also to a month of meditation that brought his water and fire element energies close to 300, signaling an impending advancement. Donald calculated that by the conclusion of the 3-day martial magic tournament, he would likely be promoted to mid-level magic apprentice at that point. He had yet to decide whether to refine his skills in lower-level apprentice spells or to directly learn mid-level spells. Lucia could no longer resist seeking out Donald, yet Captain Kaz remained at her side, ensuring they did not have the opportunity to be alone. On the morning of the 27th, over 2,000 faculty and students from the Magic Academy boarded hundreds of carriages, forming a lengthy procession toward Dawn City. Lucia was absent. Upon the arrival of the Magic Academy's contingent at the tournament venue, the crowd parted to create a path. Donald followed the throng into the vast open arena, where the thunderous cheers of the audience filled the air. It seemed that despite the Knight Academy's superior performance in past tournaments, the public still held a greater fondness for the Magic Academy. Within the venue, tens of thousands of ordinary citizens occupied the distant elevated seats. The front rows were allocated not only to the 2 major academies within the province, but were also heavily populated by nobles. In the foremost row of the nobles section, the twin sisters seated beside Ada Leo waved vigorously at Donald as he entered, prompting him to wave back, while pondering how they had come to occupy such a position. He then recalled the earlier congratulatory gesture from Tia Vita through the king at the beginning of the school year, that it appears that these northern visitors hold significant positions within the empire. Once all members of the Magic Academy are seated, the Grand Assembly finally commences. Due to the fact that the lower year students of the Magic Academy have only just begun to coalesce their divine essence, they are incapable of casting spells, and thus, none have registered for the competition. Conversely, students from the Knight Academy, regardless of their year, are eligible to participate, resulting in the initial rounds featuring battles among the lower year Knight Academy students. The subsequent matchups will be determined via a draw after this preliminary contest concludes. The sheer number of lower year students engaging in combat, coupled with their lack of spectacle, leads to the matches taking place simultaneously across several designated small arenas within the venue, pitting opponents against each other. This marks the first occasion for Donald to witness Richard and Kelly clad in their standardized armor. After over 6 months of night training, Richard has grown increasingly robust, and when attired in armor, he exudes a commanding presence. Kelly, donning armor specially designed for women, presents a tall and athletic figure. Their adversaries, however, are not particularly formidable. After trading blows with his opponent a few times, Richard secures victory through sheer force. Kelly, employing her nimble footwork, manages to evade her opponent for a considerable duration, and seizing upon their moment of frustration, she tricks them into losing their balance, ultimately sending them out of the ring with a well-placed kick. Upon their respective victories, both wave towards the stands of the Magic Academy. Although they have yet to locate Donald amidst the crowd, they are aware of his presence, following several more rounds of competition. The top 8 contenders emerge. Aside from Richard's seamless progression, Kelly also surprisingly advances without incident, a development that takes Donald somewhat aback. Subsequently, these 8 lower-year students, along with 56 senior students from the Knight Academy and 64 students from the Magic Academy, will be mixed together for a draw to determine their opponents. The responsibility for this draw will fall upon the event's official until the final 8 are reached. From this point onward, the matches will no longer be confined to designated areas, instead transitioning to direct pairings. Donald soon receives his draw result. Match 27. Against Aubrey Trump, a 4th-year student from the Magic Academy. The matches progress swiftly, and as anticipated, the Knight Academy suffers more defeats than victories when pitted against the Magic Academy. In the 12th match, it is Kelly's turn to compete. Upon seeing her opponent, Donald is immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. The individual in question is Dick, a lackey of Carl. As the match begins, Kelly attempts to close the distance rapidly, but Dick casts his Stone Spire spell just as she reaches the midway point, striking her armor with a dull thud, causing her to fall. As she struggles to rise, another spike hits her outstretched right arm, eliciting a scream. It is evident that her arm has been broken. As Kelly collapses, Donald has already risen from his seat, and upon hearing her anguished cry, a surge of panic grips his heart. Without a second thought, he rushes towards the arena, even shoving aside officials tasked with maintaining order. Upon entering the ring, he lifts Kelly into his arms, her right arm grotesquely twisted and clearly broken. Despite the intense pain, her beautiful face is slick with sweat, yet she manages to muster a smile in response to Donald's concerned expression. Dick, wearing a relaxed smirk of a victor, waves towards the Magic Academy. Several officials approach, attempting to expel Donald from the arena, but Merkel arrives just in time to converse quietly with them, cradling the injured Kelly. Donald is flanked by Richard, who has already rushed to the scene. The three boys from Rand Island appear so solitary and vulnerable amidst the throngs in the arena. As Donald surveys the crowd, a nameless fury begins to swell within him, but he has long avoided confrontation, adhering to the survival philosophy of the weak. Yet this avoidance has only emboldened those who oppose him. The outcome of this draw is evidently orchestrated. And Dick's ruthless assault on Kelly, despite her incapacitation, must have been instigated, since conflict is now unavoidable and he is no longer the weakling he was 6 months prior. It is time to adopt a different stance. Donald holds Kelly tighter, speaking in his customary gentle tone. Do not worry, I am here. Even with her bone embedded in muscle, and the relentless agony she endures, the girl nestled in Donald's arms feels an overwhelming sense of happiness at this moment. Simply because the boy before her rushed in without hesitation, uttering such words, she peacefully closes her eyes, reassured by his presence. Donald carries Kelly towards the VIP section, and as he passes by Dick, he coldly remarks, I hope you can win a few more rounds. The chill in his voice is such that it seems as though words could freeze upon their utterance. Hearing this, and witnessing Donald's expression, Dick experiences a flicker of fear, an emotion he cannot comprehend, for in his eyes, Donald is merely an ordinary person incapable of even coalescing divine essence. Eventually, Donald reaches Ada Ruya, standing before the astonished faces of numerous nobles, and states, You have a solution, do you not? It's merely a minor injury. A few days of rest will suffice. Ada Ruya replies nonchalantly to him, a severed limb is trivial for a warrior, unworthy of alarm. Ada Ruya. Donald fixes his gaze steadfastly upon the dwarf. The gnome sisters, witnessing Donald's unusually cold and somewhat furious demeanor for the first time, feel that he resembles a dark overlord. Uncle Ada, the sisters exclaim simultaneously, retrieving a green potion Donald has encountered before and administering it to Kelly. After consuming the potion, Kelly's complexion visibly improves. Ada Ruya suddenly beams with satisfaction. The boy before him has consistently exhibited behavior reminiscent of the gnome sages, filled with whimsical thoughts that could surprise one at any moment. Yet they have overthought and hesitated too much. That it was only when someone crossed Donald's threshold that he displayed emotions befitting a dwarf's taste. Now this is more like it. Anyone who dares to harm your people, you must take them down. Ada Ruya takes Kelly from Donald's arms, and with a radiant golden aura of fighting spirit emanating from Kelly's injured arm, he reassures her, Do not worry, it will be all right shortly. An uproar ensues among the VIPs. Unsure whether it is the dwarves' displayed prowess or their words that have astonished them that Kelly's injury is merely a minor incident within the martial and magic tournament. The competition resumes almost immediately after a brief pause. After entrusting Kelly to Ada Ruya and the gnome sisters, Donald returns to his seat within the Magic Academy. When you face him and Carl, do not hold back. Wesley whispers beside him. Donald silently nods. As the 26th match concludes, Donald quietly rises and strides toward the center of the arena. Chapter 39. The Martial and Magic Tournament, Part 2. Match 27. Donald Vane, a third-year student from the Magic Academy, versus Aubrey Trump, a fourth-year student from the Magic Academy. Richard, upon witnessing his brother approach the arena, can hardly believe it, only confirming the reality when he hears the referee announce the names aloud. However, how can his brother, having only been enrolled for a little over a month, compete against a magic apprentice who has studied for 4 years? This question is not confined to Richard alone. The vast majority of students and faculty at the Magic Academy display expressions of astonishment, as do Roger, Fiona, and Bertram from the Knight Academy. Regardless of their usual rapport with Donald, at this moment, most are united in the belief that he has lost control due to impulsiveness, irrespective of the determination he exhibits. The absolute disparity in strength renders this match devoid of suspense. Even Professor Victor, who has consistently believed in Donald, shares this sentiment that in stark contrast to the astonishment, confusion, or pity expressed by others. The gnome sisters are jubilant. Finally, The Dark Overlord has arrived. The Dark Overlord is about to make his move. Kelly, seated beside the dwarves, has had her severed arm reattached and securely splinted. Why do you call him the Dark Overlord? Does Donald even know magic? She inquires, puzzled. Mother says he is a formidable sorcerer, one sister replies. Indeed, haven't you ever seen Donald use magic? Have you? Kelly asks, even more bewildered. Kelly has never witnessed Donald cast magic. And neither have the gnome sisters, nor Ada Rhea. Remarkably, among the thousands present, not a single soul has seen Donald perform magic, including Wesley. The only exception, Lucia, is currently absent. Regardless of the audience's speculations, the competition must commence. Donald and Aubrey stand at opposite ends of the arena, a distance of over 20 meters apart, which is the standard distance for a duel between magic apprentices. Are you well acquainted with Carl? Donald refrains from initiating combat, seeking to ascertain his opponent's stance that if Carl has orchestrated Kelly's opponent, he likely has a plan for Donald as well. You should not have provoked him. You cannot afford to, Aubrey whispers. His volume controlled just enough for Donald to hear, yet not loud enough for the audience. Very well. Let us see, Donald replies, his voice growing colder as he ceases to speak further. Aubrey advances slowly towards Donald. In response, Donald steps backward, slightly adjusting his angle to avoid being cornered against the edge of the arena. Aubrey halts, and so does Donald, maintaining the distance of over 20 meters between them. The audience begins to jeer. Aubrey's disdain becomes increasingly evident. Are you planning to run away indefinitely? If you are too afraid to face me, why even step into the ring? I feel that this distance is just right, said Donald. Extending his hands outward, naturally spreading them apart, two small blades of wind shot forth from his outstretched palms in succession, one trailing the other, intertwining as they sped towards Aubrey with astonishing swiftness. Upon witnessing the wind blades emitted by Donald, Aubrey was initially taken aback, but the disdainful expression on his face became even more pronounced. He had not anticipated that Donald could master the casting of magic in such a short span of time. However, these two blades were clearly the most rudimentary form of triadic wind blades, utterly incapable of traversing such a distance, let alone inflicting harm upon him. Just as Aubrey prepared to hurl a mocking retort, the blades had already sliced through his body, leaving two gashes on his left leg and right arm, before continuing on to vanish into the distance. The hush that had enveloped the crowd abruptly ceased. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands of the Magic Academy, as no one could believe that such diminutive wind blades possessed such formidable power, nor that they could travel such a great distance. In comparison to the marvel wrought by these wind blades, the fact that Donald had already grasped magic seemed rather inconsequential. Aren't you going to flee? Donald coldly gazed at Aubrey, whose wounds were bleeding profusely. Humiliated, Aubrey charged forward in a frenzied manner, reciting a spell as he conjured a massive fireball in his hands. Donald thrust his naturally extended arms forward, and in an instant, dozens of identical wind blades howled forth, coalescing into a dense wall of wind that crashed into Aubrey, detonating alongside his unfinished fireball and sending him crashing to the ground. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, the voices of thousands igniting a fervor in the air. Richard and Kelly gazed at Donald with glistening eyes, brimming with emotion. Wes clenched his fists tightly, shouting a commendation. Meanwhile, Carl, seated in the Lord's box, wore a somber expression. Victor, is this child one you brought to the academy? The headmaster finally roused from his slumber. Indeed. I brought him to the Magic Academy last October, before which he had never encountered a magician, Victor admitted, equally astonished by Donald's display. The reputation of Triss Magic Academy may very well rely on him. Headmaster Davis spoke slowly, his words not directed solely at Victor. Headmaster, he has merely mastered triadic magic, although that triadic wind blade is somewhat exceptional, Professor Judy reluctantly remarked. Headmaster Davis cast a glance at Judy, shaking his head as he softly stated, Am I the only one who has noticed that he did not recite any incantations? The professors stood in stunned silence, as their habitual thinking had caused them to overlook this detail. It is known that magic apprentices must recite incantations to cast spells, a truth enshrined in textbooks, and it had never been heard that anyone could defy this principle. The headmaster's revelation suggested two possibilities. Either Donald had advanced to a full-fledged magician within 6 months, or he was the world's first magic apprentice who required no incantations, regardless of which answer proved true. It was sufficient to elevate the reputation of Triss Magic Academy. While Judy was internally astonished, she suddenly recalled how Donald and Lucia had managed to escape, in the arena, as the referee assisted Aubrey to his feet. He appeared bloodied and battered. Fortunately, the injuries were merely superficial. With proper treatment, he would not suffer any serious consequences. Given that Kelly's wounds were not directly inflicted by Aubrey, Donald had deliberately restrained himself. Had he unleashed his full power with hexatic magic from the outset, the destructive potential would have been far greater. In the 27th duel, Donald Vane from the third year of the Magic Academy triumphs. After stepping off the stage, Donald made it a point to approach Richard, offering a few words of caution to be wary of unforeseen circumstances in the upcoming matches, advising him to concede early if faced with a formidable opponent. The competition continued in the 32nd match. Carl emerged victorious in the 45th. Roger claimed victory in the 61st match. Richard faced Aldrich, a 6th-year student from the Knight Academy. Following the referee's announcement to commence, Richard indeed opted for a conservative strategy. Having showcased extraordinary strength in the lower-year competitions, he now demonstrated excellent footwork and mobility, circling around Aldrich while refraining from making any aggressive moves. Aldrich, unhurried, being a distinguished 6th-year student of the Knight Academy, possessed ample combat experience and did not underestimate his seemingly weaker adversary. During their continuous maneuvering, the swords of both combatants clashed several times, and Richard, relying on his innate strength, suffered minimal loss, allowing him to gradually ease his vigilance. Aldrich appeared somewhat wary of Richard's power, opting not to engage in a direct clash, instead holding his sword in front of him, persistently pointing it in Richard's direction. After Richard had parried Aldrich's sword several times, he stubbornly maintained his sword's aim at Richard. Growing impatient with Aldrich's persistent pointing, Richard aligned his sword against his opponent's, mirroring the gesture in the audience. Roger quietly cursed under his breath. Indeed, Aldrich suddenly lunged forward, rapidly swirling his sword in a chaotic motion. The tremendous torque surged forth, causing Richard to release his grip as his sword was dislodged. Seizing the moment, Richard was caught off guard. Aldrich's left hand latched onto Richard's shoulder, yanking him close, and in the next instant, his knee crashed forcefully into Richard's abdomen. It was only then that Richard realized his opponent had been concealing his strength. But alas, it was too late. After taking the knee strike to his midsection, Richard instinctively bent forward, allowing Aldrich to raise his sword-bearing right hand and deliver an elbow strike to Richard's neck. Following these two heavy blows, Richard collapsed to the ground as Aldrich sent Richard's sword spiraling away. Donald recognized the peril of the situation. However, witnessing Aldrich's successive lethal strikes, he felt utterly powerless. Everything transpired far too swiftly. And after executing all of this, Aldrich even glanced towards the Lord's box, as if contemplating further action. Panic surged within Donald as he shouted towards the VIP section, "Idalua!" Suddenly, a stout figure surged upward from the VIP area, almost without pause, crashing down into the arena's center with a resounding thud that shook the entire venue. As the crowd regained their composure, they beheld Aldrich standing over Richard, with a furry hand positioned between Aldrich's foot and Richard's helmet. Is this a duel? Or an assassination? Idalua regarded Aldrich with a sidelong glance. From the direction of the Lord's box, an elderly voice emerged. "Master Idalua, it seems you have overstepped your bounds. I believe I have merely halted an unfortunate incident. Are you suggesting that what has transpired here is a political struggle?" "You are correct. This is merely an unfortunate occurrence." Idalua scoffed, effortlessly pushing Aldrich aside without exerting any significant force. When Donald charged into the arena, Idalua had already retrieved a small vial of orange potion from his robes, administering it to Richard while attentively examining his injuries. Were it not for this half-month of warrior training, he would have been irreparably harmed. Donald trembled, nearly at a loss for words. "Fear not. Leave it to me," Idalua stated, lifting Richard with a cold glance directed at Aldrich, then turning to Donald. "I cannot intervene. You must deal with him." "Damn it." After finally acquiring a few apprentices, 2 of them are injured at once, the dwarf muttered as he departed. Throughout this ordeal, Kelly, with her arm in a sling, was firmly restrained by the gnome sisters, who possessed more strength than they appeared to. Donald's clenched fists had drawn blood from his palms, yet he felt no pain. Had he not whimsically allowed Richard to study under the dwarf half a month ago? And had Idalua not intervened in time? He dared not contemplate further. Unable to contain his rising fury, Donald abruptly turned, unleashing a hexatic fireball towards Aldrich. The referee, a fully fledged knight, had long anticipated Donald's sudden attack. Positioning himself in front of Aldrich, his aura flaring brightly, successfully blocking Donald's fireball. What do you intend to do? This is the venue for the Warrior Mage Grand Tournament. Do you dare act recklessly? The referee, still shaken, noted that the fireball had far greater power than it appeared. Even with his aura and armor, he felt an intense heat at his chest. No worries, I believe he intends to challenge me to a duel. And I accept his request, Aldrich declared, emboldened by the fact that Idalia seemed unwilling to take action against him. The referee turned to Donald. Indeed, I challenge him to a duel, right now. Donald's dark eyes remained fixed on Aldrich. Chapter 40, The Warrior Mage Grand Tournament, Part 3, within the Lord's Box situated in the Noble District. Carl, what is the story behind that magic apprentice? Upon hearing Donald's name, Derek had already deduced that he was the impoverished individual who had been captured alongside Lucia. Though this was a matter known only to a handful of people, Carl being none of them did I in fact, Carl was entirely unaware of Lucia's royal status, thus leaving Derek puzzled as to why his son had chosen to focus on this magic apprentice. Father, the plan you set for me to approach Lucia was thwarted by this brat. Carl seethed, realizing that he had never truly been given a chance in front of Lucia, whether addressing his father or in his subconscious. He required a scapegoat. Are you implying that Lucia has an interest in this fellow? Derek's eyes flickered, as if he glimpsed a sliver of opportunity. There exists that possibility. Hearing this, Dalek approached his father, the city Lord Marquis Eli, and whispered a few words. The latter nodded in silent agreement. Since both parties consent, let the duel commence. The aged voice of Marquis Eli reverberated throughout the hall. Duel, duel, the chant erupted, echoing through the venue, as the thousands of spectators eagerly anticipated the rare spectacle of a magical apprentice battling a squire amidst the grand event. With the Lord's approval and the audience's fervent response, the referee had no choice but to acquiesce to the demands for a duel between Donna and Odric. A fair duel, regardless of life or death. After briefly outlining the rules, he declared the duel to commence. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Odric charged at Donna with all his might. During his earlier confrontation with Richard, Odric had concealed his true strength, aiming for a decisive surprise attack. Now, as he surged forward, the ferocity of his assault revealed that he, like Roger, had reached the pinnacle of squire status, on the verge of becoming a full-fledged knight. Unlike Roger, Odric, hailing from a minor noble background, had always maintained a low profile. Even within the Knight Academy, few were aware of his true capabilities at this moment. As he unleashed his full power, both the Knight and Magic Academy attendees sensed that the outcome of this duel was already a foregone conclusion. A magical apprentice facing a squire was generally a mismatched contest, let alone a newly promoted low-tier apprentice against a peak squire. As he watched his opponent charging at full speed, Donna felt no surprise. Nor did he experience any anxiety. Instead, a surge of unbridled rage coursed through him, compelling him to almost roar in fury. Wind blades, two formidable gusts far larger than those from his previous duel, spiraled towards Odric. With two resounding clangs, deep dents appeared on Odric's armor, and his momentum faltered at that moment. The ordinary spectators remained stunned, while gasps of astonishment erupted from the direction of both academies. What kind of wind blades are these? How could blades of this size possess such incredible power? Then, reminiscent of the first confrontation with Donna, another 20 wind blades were unleashed. However, this time, the blades were significantly larger than before, though their numbers had dwindled, showing a clear sequence rather than a chaotic barrage. Clearly, for Donna, casting 6-element wind blades was not as effortless as wielding 3-element ones. The blades darted forward with astonishing speed, and seeing no chance to evade, Odric braced himself, lowering his head to withstand the attack. Following a cacophony of metal clashing, he slowly lifted his head, a mocking expression filling his eyes. Has your divine essence run dry? Do you regret choosing to duel with me? Fear not, I shall grant you a swift demise. His armor was now battered and unrecognizable, yet the body it protected remained unscathed at that juncture. The distance between them was still a mere 10 meters. Donna continued to fixate on Odric. The fact that he had expended his wind essence without inflicting any damage on his opponent, though anticipated, still left him feeling somewhat disillusioned. In the VIP section, Adalia had already departed with Richard, while Kelly, astonished by Donna's display of power, was also anxious about the duel's circumstances, with the gnome sisters beside her offering constant reassurance. It's all right. It's all right. The great demon King Dana hasn't even begun to unleash his fury. Indeed. Indeed. Have no worries. That wicked fellow will soon meet a most unpleasant end. However, their reassurances had little effect. As Kelly trembled with anxiety in the stands of the Magic Academy, Dean Davies rose to his feet, declaring, "I believe we should end this duel. The Magic Academy concedes." The referee in the arena was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Dean Davies to voice such sentiments at this moment. Dana did not even turn his head, coldly stating, "I can still fight." Upon hearing this, Odric's expression became even more derisive. He harbored no qualms about dispatching a presumptuous foe. The impoverished youth before him was clearly an ignorant fool, daring to provoke a noble scion of Karl's caliber. Having grown up in a fallen noble household, Odric was well acquainted with the might of the powerful to alter his family's fate. He was willing to sacrifice everything. Killing a magical apprentice was hardly a significant task. No sooner had Dana finished speaking than Odric accelerated towards him, his speed noticeably increasing. Led by Dean Davies, the professors from the Magic Academy advanced into the arena, prompting their counterparts from the Knight Academy to do the same. Thus, this duel was on the brink of escalating into an open confrontation between the two academies, tensions mounting rapidly. Only Wesley remained calm and composed, arms crossed, fully aware that Dana had many hidden cards yet to play. He had not yet employed his most adept fire and water magic. Indeed, the atmosphere within the arena shifted again. With palms thrust forward, dozens of stone spikes shot forth alongside flying leaves. Stone spike technique. Flying leaf technique. He is a tri-element magical apprentice. The response from the Magic Academy stands was swift. This wave of attacks halted Odric in his tracks. Like the wind blades, the flying leaves excelled in speed and employed a slashing attack. If their power fell short, they would only inflict superficial wounds. Conversely, the stone spike technique of the earth element was characterized by slower speed. Even if it failed to pierce armor, the blunt force could still impact the body and bones. Consequently, after enduring this round of flying leaves and stone spikes, Odric was no longer as untroubled as before, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained a significant injury. But Odric spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression shifting from mockery to malice, and he accelerated once more. This time, his speed had diminished considerably, yet his steps remained steady. The distance between them had narrowed to a mere 10 meters. With Odric's sword hand trailing behind him, poised to deliver a lethal strike to Dana at any moment, the professors from the Magic Academy had gathered at the edge of the duel. And around Dean Davies, magical elements began to stir, indicating their readiness to intervene. The Knight Academy instructors were equally unyielding, several of them already radiating the aura of combat energy. At that moment, Dana made his move again. Instead of casting more spells, he charged directly at Odric. Everyone stood up, eyes wide in disbelief, witnessing this astonishing scene. Even Wesley was at a loss regarding Dana's intentions. During his duel with Karl, Wesley had rushed towards him to ensure the wind blade struck true. But now, Dana's charge towards a squire seemed nothing short of suicidal. The distance between a magician and a knight was the key determinant of victory, an eternal truth. No magician would ever charge recklessly toward a knight. The same applied to a magical apprentice facing a squire. Yet here, on the duel grounds, under the gaze of thousands, a low-tier magical apprentice was recklessly rushing towards a peak squire. Before the spectators could fully digest the shock of his tri-elemental magic, they were rendered speechless by his reckless maneuver. With his garments billowing in the wind and dust swirling around his feet, the youth drew ever closer to his adversary, just as they were about to collide. Dana suddenly withdrew his hands and cast a fundamental defensive spell upon himself, Vine Armor. Enveloped in a layer of intricate vine armor, Dana continued his forward sprint. Odric's first sword strike landed on the vine armor, leaving a blood mark on Dana's ribs. Despite the injury, Dana exhibited no sign of pain. Instead, a rare cold smile crept across his face. Witnessing the smirk on the youth's face, Odric felt an inexplicable twinge of trepidation. Before he could muster the time to swing his sword again, Dana had already extended his hands, gripping him tightly. The two of them tumbled to the ground in a tangle, with Dana encased in vine armor. Holding him tightly, Odric found himself unable to wield his sword, resorting to striking his opponent's back with the hilt instead. After enduring several blunt blows, blood seeped from the corner of Donna's mouth. Everyone understood that this duel was on the brink of conclusion. Even with the protection of the vine armor, the magical apprentice could not withstand for long in the midst of the two grappling figures. The professors and instructors on both sides found it impossible to intervene. Yet, just as the audience believed the outcome was sealed, Donna's hands found their way to two breaches in Odric's armor. With two muffled thuds, Odric let out a piercing scream, and no one knew what had transpired. The professors of the Magic Academy merely sensed the fluctuations of both water and fire magic emanating from Odric. Of course, no one could comprehend the unfolding events, as this was a perilous discovery Donna had made while experimenting with 12-element magic, the dangerous nested model of water and fire. Upon seeing the breaches in Odric's armor, Donna had recalled this failed spell. The minuscule ice shards it produced would violently explode the moment they were released, posing a significant threat to the caster as well, had he not endured Adaluya's brutal training. Donna might not have been able to construct and cast the spell so swiftly in the face of such a fierce onslaught. Yet danger and adversity did not deter him when he charged towards his opponent. A singular thought consumed his mind: kill him. In that vast arena, an eerie silence fell as the crowd struggled to recover from their astonishment. In the midst of this profound silence, before a multitude of tens of thousands, Donna reached out to cover Aldrich's still-moving mouth, forcefully pressing a shattering ice bead into his mouth. Almost immediately, a muffled sound echoed, and Aldrich's head exploded, splattering bits of flesh and shattered teeth across Donna's face. Yet he did not even blink that moment. The crowd finally comprehended why Donna had charged at Aldrich. It was not to claim victory, but rather to eliminate his opponent. "How ruthless," murmured Dean Davies, observing Donna's bloodied hand. Yet he made no move to depart. His task had now shifted to guarding against retaliation from the instructors of the opposing Knight Academy. "Do it," Wesley shouted from the stands. His fist clenched tightly, astonished by the sheer ferocity of his friend. "Truly a great demon lord," exclaimed Elmanda, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How terrifying," gasped Elimia, her mouth agape. "This is quite interesting." Carl had not anticipated that the playful scheme he devised would unfold into such an unexpected narrative. Nevertheless, he found no dismay, for in his eyes, an intricate process would only add to the intrigue, given that the conclusion had already been determined. Chapter 41. The Magic Wand Brother. That night, in the lounge adjacent to the Dwarven laboratory, Richard awoke several times from his stupor, each time calling out for his brother. It's all right. Master Ida has assured me that you will recover soon. You will be able to resume training shortly," Donna reassured him, steadfastly remaining by Richard's side. Thanks to the dual effects of Dean Davies's potions and Idalua's orange healing elixirs, Richard's injuries had become manageable, though his palm remained severely swollen. After a brief period of wakefulness, Richard fell back asleep under Donna's comforting words. "Donna, you should rest as well. There's a competition tomorrow that I can take care of." Richard, Kelly insisted, her arms still in a sling, though she was otherwise able to move freely. The event did not conclude until dusk, and Donna chose not to return to the accommodations arranged by the Academy, instead accompanying Kelly to the Dwarven laboratory. By the time they arrived, Idalua had already provided suitable treatment for Richard. As someone assigned to Middle-earth to ensure the safety of the ambassador, Idalua evidently possessed extensive experience in medical care, and the healing potions he carried were undoubtedly invaluable. Without his prior rigorous training and timely post-incident treatment, Richard's fate would have been grim. After sitting for a while, the gnome sisters tiptoed into the room, approaching Richard's bedside with utmost care. Clearly, Idalua had advised them to keep quiet so as not to disturb Richard's rest. However, the dwarves' request was interpreted by the sisters as a need for secrecy. Observing their anxious demeanor, a sudden thought crossed Donna's mind, prompting him to beckon the sisters out of the lounge. "Have the results from the last experiment come in?" "Oh, we were just about to tell you. The Demon King's light iron, when infused with 2,000ths of steel, has doubled in strength," Elmanda exclaimed. Yes, and with an addition of 3,000ths of mithril, the strength is even greater. Unfortunately, the cost is significantly higher," Elimia added. "Doubled compared to before? Then it must be considerably stronger than ordinary iron. Would this material be useful for mining?" Donna inquired. "Indeed, it is far tougher than iron, weighing only a third as much, and is not overly expensive. However, we have yet to visit a mining area, so we cannot ascertain its utility," they responded. "Right? We have not been to a mining site. Mia thinks it should be useful. Can we send the research results back? Of course, Donna replied readily, recognizing that the research findings, conducted in the dwarven laboratory, rightfully belonged to them, but he paused before continuing. I would like to ask you both for a favor. If you would. The gnome sisters eagerly agreed, not even inquiring about the specifics of the task. Donna meticulously sketched several blueprints and handed them to the sisters. It would be best to use sturdier materials. If possible, dwarven steel would be ideal. Can it be completed tonight? Absolutely. We will finish it tonight. Elmanda exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the intricate designs. Yes, we will definitely complete it. Demon Lord Donna, what exactly is this? Alimia's curiosity seemed even greater than her sister's. A magic wand, Donna replied. Wow, Mia, we are making a magic wand. It is the magic wand of Demon Lord Donna. The gnome sisters exchanged wide-eyed glances before bouncing off to start their work, feeling a twinge of guilt for sending two young workers off on a personal project. Donna found it surprising that the sisters showed no sign of complaint. Even though he was quite exhausted, Donna spent over an hour meditating. During his meditation, Kelly, who was guarding Richard's side, gazed at him with a vacant expression. The young man before her had achieved so much in just over half a year. He had become an impressive apprentice mage, even managing to miraculously slay a peak squire knight in direct confrontation. Furthermore, judging by Idea and the gnome sisters' demeanor that day, it was evident that his role in the laboratory extended beyond mere employment, suggesting that her grandfather's recent venture into dwarven weaponry was undoubtedly influenced by him. For the first time, Kelly observed the tranquil features of the boy she had come to admire from such close proximity, and an unusual feeling began to stir within her. The Donna she saw before her seemed a far cry from the shy and gentle boy she had known. He was far more exceptional than the image she had harbored in her mind. The boy who quietly sat in the blacksmith's shop, smiling as he listened to her speak, had once been the object of her youthful affections. He was so wonderful, albeit somewhat delicate. Yet the Donna standing before her now exuded a sense of strength upon which she could rely, although she felt fragile in his presence. It was precisely the comfort of being able to accept his protection that made her heart flutter with happiness. In the midst of such girlish musings, Donna suddenly jolted awake, clutching his head in apparent pain. This was a torment he experienced daily during meditation, a struggle that gradually honed his character, fortifying his spirit beneath the amiable facade. Kelly knew only that Donna had been meditating moments ago. Oblivious to the cause of his sudden anguish, in a moment of panic, she rushed to his side, kneeling to embrace him. It's all right. It's a natural reaction when one's mental strength increases. Donna gently patted Kelly's back, offering soft reassurances. Still unconvinced, Kelly held onto him tightly, her beautiful long hair brushing against Donna's nose, filling him with the sweet scent unique to her. The pain seemed to dissipate slightly in her presence. I can't bear to let you shoulder everything alone. Kelly must become strong as well, she said, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks as she realized how selfish her previous thoughts had been. Yes, she too must grow stronger, no longer allowing him to face everything alone while she merely hid away. Indeed, Kelly will transform into a valiant knight. Donna smiled, pressing his lips to the top of her head. Morning arrived, and when Donna awoke, he was greeted by an exquisitely crafted magic wand. The unknown light gray material shimmered faintly with a ghostly blue glow. And the wand was adorned with mysterious patterns. The grip was etched with deeper cross-hatchings to prevent slipping, allowing for effortless rotation of the handle with just a slight exertion, the damping perfectly calibrated, indicating precise craftsmanship. However, the wand felt surprisingly light, unlike the dwarven steel he had expected. Noticing Donna's puzzled expression, the gnome sisters grinned triumphantly. Their adorable faces, however, bore evident signs of fatigue, clearly having spent the entire night without rest. Mia, I told you, the demon lord wouldn't guess what materials we used. By the way, it was Mia who insisted on the engravings. Now we can't carve the magic array, but that's not my fault. Humph. Weren't you the one who said it looked too plain? You were responsible for the laboratory materials, and since you prepared too little mithril, we had to settle for a quarter of it this time. Don T blamed me. A quarter of mithril? That's exorbitant, Donna exclaimed, realizing that mages typically reserved mithril for the most critical components of magical devices. Yet, these two little ones had used such a considerable amount for what was supposed to be a simple wand. It was an outrageous waste. Mother said this laboratory has an annual budget of 20,000 magic crystals. Over the past few months, aside from purchasing materials, we haven't spent much at all. Yet we've achieved such remarkable results. It's a pity we ran out of time to buy more. Otherwise, we should have used half the mithril to match the status of the demon lord. Indeed, Mother also mentioned that when we produce results, we can increase the budget. Our findings on Demon King's light iron will surely yield significant budget increases. The mithril we used was less than half the budget, so you need not worry about insufficient funds. Also, Mother said that in Middle-earth, this laboratory holds the highest standards, which is why we have genius engineers like us as assistants, Elimia declared, her face betraying no shame at calling herself a genius engineer. 20,000 magic crystals. Upon hearing that figure, Donna felt nearly dizzy. As far as he knew, the annual magic crystal quota for Triss Magic Academy was only around 10,000. It was astonishing that his modest laboratory commanded a larger budget than the vast Magic Academy. No wonder they had managed to gather such a variety of metals so swiftly when he had previously asked them to prepare different kinds. Never mind. Let's hold off on engraving the magic array for now. How come you have prepared so much mithril in the laboratory? Donna inquired, gently stroking the magic wand in his hand, from Elimia's earlier remarks. It seemed this wand had consumed thousands of magic crystals, making it suddenly feel extraordinarily heavy. Because Mama said you are a magician, and we thought a magician must require a lot of mithril. Moreover, it was too slow to transport it from home, and we were afraid of wasting time, so we prepared a bit extra. Anything we don't use can be returned, they explained. Only then did Donna recall that besides producing magic crystals, the northernmost kingdom was also a crucial source of mithril. It was likely that the price at which the gnomes procured mithril was far cheaper than in the Middle-earth. Considering this, the value of this mithril on the Hell's continent was probably more astonishing than he had imagined. This was indeed the case, as even in the northernmost kingdom, mithril production was incredibly low, compounded by export restrictions, which meant that the price of mithril in the Middle-earth was more than 10 times higher than what the Gnome Sisters had assumed. Yet, even so, it remained in high demand. This legendary magical material, renowned for its affinity with magic and lightweight properties, possessed physical characteristics far superior in hardness compared to other metals. Even a slight addition of mithril to ordinary steel could yield performance nearing that of dwarven fine steel. The magic wand before him, crafted from a blend of dwarven fine steel and 1/4 mithril, had likely achieved an unfathomable level of strength, making it formidable enough to stand against most legendary weapons. Grateful for the kindness of the Gnome Sisters, Donna reluctantly accepted this extravagant gift. With the wand in hand, he sought out Adaluia, and they spent quite some time studying outdoors, with the dwarven man unable to suppress his admiration for Donna's genius in natural history. How did you come up with the idea of a magic wand without an engraved magic array? Quite intriguing. After breakfast, Kelly was left to care for Richard, while the Gnome Sisters, at Adaluia's insistence, stayed in the laboratory to rest, and naturally, Adaluia remained with them for their safety. Before Donna departed, Kelly repeatedly urged him to be cautious. When Donna arrived at the venue for the martial and magic tournament, the competition had yet to commence, but all the students from the Magic Academy were already seated. In the front row of the academy, Lucia sat prominently among the professors, with the leader of the Scarlet Knight Order, Kaz, seated beside her. I heard about yesterday's events. Be careful today, Lucia said as she approached Donna, her concern evident on her face. Kaz shadowed her closely. Yes, I will be cautious, Donna replied softly. Lucia suddenly found herself at a loss for words, unwilling to let Donna depart so easily. She stood before him, seemingly lost in thought, while he quietly awaited her next utterance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the atmosphere between them quickly became awkward. You fought well yesterday, Lucia stammered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she managed to force out the words before returning to her seat alongside Cass. Chapter 42, Rebellion, Part 1. Are you limping? Why are you carrying a cane? Wesley asked with a mischievous grin. It's a magic wand, quite powerful, Donna replied. Yeah, right, I believe that. Wesley snatched it from him, inspecting it closely. Well, it's rather exquisite. What material is it made from? Very expensive. You'll be shocked if I tell you, Donna retorted as he reclaimed the wand from Wesley's grasp. Humph, just for show. There's not even a magic array engraved on it. Are you planning to use this stick to stand up against a squire knight? I think deep down, you're just a dwarf who enjoys brawling, Wesley teased, seemingly unimpressed by Donna's combat style or merely putting on a brave front. Donna chuckled and chose not to respond as the tournament reached its second day. The remaining 64 contestants were again required to draw lots for their matchups. This time, Donna found himself drawn into the sixth match against a familiar opponent. Roger, the eldest son of Duke Celtic. Before the match could begin, Marquis Eli, accompanied by Derek, approached the seating area of the Magic Academy. Captain Kaz, I didn't expect you to attend our city's martial and magic tournament. It's truly thrilling, Marquis Eli exclaimed, his smile genuine and a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. Marquis Eli, I came to visit an old friend, Kaz replied amicably, placing an arm around Dean Davies' shoulders. From Davies' natural expression, it was evident that the two were indeed old acquaintances. Oh, I apologize for making you sit here. I invite you, and Dean Davies, to my private box. You must agree, or I shall be restless all day, Eli insisted. You are too kind. It has been ages since I last saw Davies. It's a rare opportunity for us to catch up, so I want to intrude, Kaz declined politely. Nonsense, you can catch up later. I insist you use my box, Eli insisted, signaling to his son Derek, who immediately approached and gently took hold of Kaz's arm. Kaz furrowed his brow at the overly familiar gesture. Come now, Dean Davies, if you don't leave, Captain Kaz will surely feel awkward departing first, Eli added, moving closer as if to grasp Davies' arm. Just as his hand reached midway, Davies, now alert, opened his mouth to warn, but it was too late. That a fierce gust of wind erupted from Eli's hand. Snatching Lucia, who was seated between Davies and Kaz, and lifting her into the air, Kaz shouted, How dare you? As he reached for Lucia, only to be tightly restrained by Derek, unable to break free, unbeknownst to anyone. Derek had just advanced to a fourth-level knight. Although he may not have been able to overpower the long-standing Kaz, it was not difficult for him to momentarily impede his progress. Dean Davies and Marquis Eli were mere feet apart, and in a moment of urgency, Davies unleashed a second-level stone spear spell aimed directly at Eli's chest. Suddenly, a whirlwind surrounded Eli, encasing him entirely. And as the stone spear approached, it was shredded by the tempest. Earth spikes, earth spirits entangling, petrification. In the blink of an eye, Davies cast 4 or 5 attack spells, yet all were effortlessly countered by Eli's third-level defense spell. Wind Vortex. By the time the other professors at the Magic Academy realized the situation, Eli's third-level wind blade had already pierced through Davies' earth shield, striking him in the chest. Protect Lucia. He is a third-level magician. Davies, now injured and collapsed among the crowd, exerted his remaining strength to warn. The professors of the Magic Academy immediately dispersed, while the students erupted into chaos. Numerous attack spells were unleashed upon Eli, but without exception, they were all deflected by his third-level defense spell, Wind Vortex. Eli, calm at the center of the vortex, still had the strength to control the whirlwind, tightly binding Lucia within its grasp. The Lord has rebelled, Donna warned Wesley in a hushed tone. It appeared that those masquerading as thieves, abducting both him and Lucia, were likely troops under the Lord's command. No way has he gone mad. Though Wesley had always been indifferent towards his father, he displayed concern upon witnessing his injuries. The common people and students alike did not recognize Captain Kaz. In their eyes, the Magic Academy and Marquis Eli were the embodiments of justice. No one understood why the two sides had come to blows. Even most of the professors from the Magic Academy were unaware of the underlying reasons for Eli's sudden aggression. Only Dean Davies' authority and the sense of belonging to the Magic Academy compelled them to instinctively oppose Marquis Eli. Meanwhile, Eli's long-hidden strength hinted at the presence of a conspiracy. In a moment, fury and tumult surged forth, sand and leaves swirling together, all consumed by the roaring tempest, shredded and scattered. That a third-level magician contending against a dozen first- and second-level magicians created a scene reminiscent of a myth. Meanwhile, the clash between two fourth-level knights was equally astonishing. Kaz had finally freed himself from Derek's grasp, yet the latter still stood between him and Marquis Eli. Their barehanded combat resonated with thunderous sounds, shaking the air with each exchange, shattering nearby chairs and injuring students who were too slow to evade the onslaught. Though Derek showed signs of faltering, Kaz still found it challenging to breach his defenses. Gazing at Lucia in the air, anxiety surged within him, and he leapt desperately to reach her. Almost simultaneously, Derek sprang into action, grasping Kaz's ankle mid-air, pulling him down. As Kaz fell, he instinctively kicked out at Derek. Derek dodged the kick aimed at his head, but was still struck in the back, spitting out blood, clearly injured, yet his grip on Kaz remained tenacious. Kaz, unable to shake off the entanglement, called out to the bewildered knights in the distance. I am Kaz of the Scarlet Knight Order. Quickly protect Princess Lucia. The instructors remained skeptical, as none recognized Captain K. Az that moment. Roger emerged from among the Night Academy students, pointing at the girl ensnared by the whirlwind above, shouting, "Lucia is the princess. Lucia is the princess." As the instructors finally came to their senses and attempted to assist, the professors of the Magic Academy had already collapsed en masse, aside from those struck by Marquis Eli's windblades. Several had been ambushed from behind by Judy, including Victor. After successfully executing her ambush, Judy joined the fray alongside Derek and Kaz. The occasional flying leaves and sudden vines emerging from the air posed considerable trouble for Kaz. Derek finally seized the opportunity. "Halt! If anyone moves again, I shall slay your princess." Eli had dispelled the swirling winds surrounding his body and lowered Lucia from the air. He did not release the hurricane's binding, but merely pointed at the unconscious Lucia. Issuing a threat, no one dared to move, including Captain Kaz. Being pointed at by a third-level magician at such close range was more effective than a knife at one's throat. "Eli, do you wish to betray us?" Kaz shouted bitterly. "Betray? Ha!" Eli laughed heartily. "Who wishes to betray? My Triss family has been the rightful lords of this land for 600 years. The Triss family." From the crowd's reaction, it seemed no one had any recollection of this family. "Huh. The faming family not only usurped our lands, but also erased every trace of our lineage. 600 years ago, there was the Duchy of Triss. How could there be no Triss family? Yet now, who remembers us, the Triss family? Who are the true traitors?" Eli shouted, his hair bristling, resembling a madman. Kaz regarded him coldly, remaining silent. "The Cyril family is the Triss family. For 600 years, we have been cautious, living in obscurity, all for this day. Today, we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. The army of the Thorn Empire is crossing the border, and the kingdom of Faming is on the brink of collapse. The flames of war will scorch every inch of this land, except for here." Marquis Eli turned to the ordinary citizens in the audience and proclaimed, "You are all fortunate, for the Thorn Empire has promised that this war will not extend to the Duchy of Triss." "What a pitiable madman," Kaz finally spoke slowly. "How foolish must one be to trust a wolf's promise?" "Silence. My forces have already taken control of the entire provincial army. The Duchy of Triss has always been the hardest nut to crack. Whether as an enemy or an ally, the Thorn Empire will come to a decision. Furthermore, I possess an important gift, making this choice even simpler." Eli glanced at Lucia before addressing Derek and Judy. "Subdue them all." This morning had witnessed an overwhelming series of events. The original rulers of the Duchy of Triss, the Triss family, had finally betrayed after 600 years in hiding, while the Thorn Empire launched a massive assault. The peace that had graced the continent of hers for 18 years was shattered once more. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that Princess Lucia had fallen into Eli's hands was undeniable. Given the power Eli had displayed, no one felt confident enough to escape his magic, let alone rescue the princess before him. The ordinary audience seated above had experienced a moment of unrest. During the most intense magical confrontation below, panic had even led to a stampede, resulting in considerable casualties. That it was only now that they began to settle down. As the officials under the city lord's command started to orderly evacuate them, Derek tightly bound Kaz with pre-prepared steel chains, entrusting him to his underlings. Judy bent down to search the fallen, barely alive professors of the Magic Academy, ensuring they bore no potions or scrolls. The instructors from the Night Academy were gathered together, awaiting their fate. Students from both academies instinctively gravitated toward their respective professors or instructors, no one daring to act recklessly. Donald carefully assisted Professor Victor, and while no one was watching, he stealthily administered half a bottle of orange healing potion to him, a gift from Adalia before they departed that morning. Afterward, he discreetly passed the bottle to Wesley at his side, signaling toward Dean Davies. Wesley naturally followed the crowd, slowly making his way toward his father. Concerned about being discovered, Donald lowered his head, avoiding any further glance at Wesley. Approximately half an hour later, the unrelated masses had been entirely evacuated, while all individuals from the Magic Academy and Night Academy were herded to one side of the venue. Those injured and unable to walk supported or carried by students. Those willing to swear allegiance to the Triss family step forward. All others shall be executed in 1 hour. Eli announced loudly. The crowd stirred restlessly. Soon, a student stepped forward, followed by more and more until they formed a unified front in the slightly empty venue. A gentle breeze wafted through, The azure sky and pristine clouds painted a picture of vibrant spring. Chapter 43, Betrayal, Part 2. At the eastern border of the Thorn Empire, in an inconspicuous, uninhabited valley of the Malian Mountains, an army of over 10,000 was currently stationed. After enduring over 10 days of incessant rain, they were finally greeted by a clear day. General Klee and Mage Yalahan sat on the open ground outside their tent, enjoying morning tea. Even in such arduous conditions, Mage Yalahan stubbornly clung to the lifestyle of the imperial upper class. This army had entered this uninhabited area on the border 20 days prior. After such a prolonged wait, the morale of the troops inevitably waned, though it was the accompanying magicians who voiced the most grievances, standing in the muddy mire, faced with a brute like Klee. Yalahan felt that today's morning tea had taken on a musty flavor. According to their agreement, yesterday was supposed to be the date of deployment. He simply could not fathom what this oaf was waiting for. The news from my scouts is clear. Alai is a third-level magician. And with his son recently promoted to a fourth-level knight, the rebel forces of the Tris province are more than capable of stalling the entire southern force of the Faming Empire. If you delay any longer, are you not afraid of missing the opportunity? Yalahan finally spoke coldly. What's a day or two? Come, let us continue our tea, General. A junior officer handed a small scroll to General Klee. A message just arrived from the white-headed raven. General Klee picked up the scroll, confirming the wax seal was intact before carefully opening it. Observing the furrowed brows of his companion, Yalahan could not help but inquire, "What does it say?" General Klee did not respond, but instead handed the scroll to Mage Yalahan. "What? Alai was killed on the spot, and aside from Derek being severely injured and captured, the entire Tris family is dead. There are no rebels whatsoever. Alai's farce ended in a single morning," General Klee stated coldly. "That fool. After plotting for so long, he stirred up not a single ripple." Yalahan's expression was one of fury. The Faming Empire may very well have known about our arrangements, simply waiting for us to leap into their trap. This time, Mage Yalahan sensed something peculiar in General Klee's gaze toward him. In the laboratory of the Tris Magic Academy, Dean Davies was present. "Are you saying that Alai was killed by merely a 12th level spell?" Victor's face was a canvas of astonishment. "And a third-level ice spear," Donald added. "What an ingenious idea. Truly ingenious." Victor's face flushed with excitement as he turned to Davies, saying, "See, I told you, natural philosophy is more wondrous than magic. The Academy should allocate more funds for natural philosophy research." Dean Davies ignored Victor, continuing to scrutinize the wand in his hand. "This material, could it be 1/4 of mithril?" Donald replied. 1/4 mithril? Are you certain?" Victor snatched the wand from Davies, examining it closely. "How did you acquire such a substantial amount of mithril?" The usually composed Dean Davies's voice trembled slightly. "I collaborated with the gnomes, trading inventions with them, just like the magic crystals used for tuition last time," Donald explained. "A few dozen magic crystals is one thing." Victor hefted the wand. "But 1 kilogram of mithril is an entirely different matter. Do you realize how many magic crystals that requires?" "Over 10,000 magic crystals," Donald cautiously suggested. "Not even 100,000 magic crystals could procure that," Victor exclaimed loudly. "Then I suppose I should return it. This is too great a bargain." Donald did not anticipate the stark price difference for mithril between the central lands and the far north. The Gnome Sisters had indeed gone a bit overboard this time. What has been acquired cannot be returned. Victor clutched the wand tightly, suddenly realizing his statement was somewhat amiss, and added, "What I mean is, the dwarves value their reputation. Returning it would be a slight to them." Donald was left speechless. Dean Davies slowly rose, opening a side door of the laboratory. Addressing Donald and Victor, "Come, let us test just how powerful it truly is." Donald followed Dean Davies into the room, which was larger than the laboratory, almost devoid of furnishings, appearing quite spacious. In the center of the room stood a metallic humanoid sculpture, covered in various markings, evidently designed to test magical potency. "This dummy is sturdier than the one in the magic laboratory, capable of withstanding a full strike from a 5th-level knight," Dean Davies introduced to Donald. In truth, as a third-year student, Donald had no qualification to enter the magic laboratory. Donald took the wand from Victor, aiming it at the puppet, pushing, pulling, and twisting. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed even louder in the confined room. Dean Davies and Victor stepped forward simultaneously to inspect the scene. That was a blow exceeding the full strength of a level 3 knight, and the power is even more concentrated. Davies's voice trembled slightly. and at such a distance. Victor added, "The explosive ice orb has never possessed such magnitude before." Donald expressed his lingering confusion. "That is the effect of mithril in such a small area, surrounded by such a high concentration of mithril. The magical power will multiply several times," Dean Davies explained. "Under normal circumstances, no one would cast magic within a container made of mithril, as it serves no purpose. Indeed, if you were to utilize mithril exclusively in the explosion chamber near the handle, the power would be even greater. The mithril used in the front half only reduces weight and is essentially wasted," Victor supplemented. Donald nodded silently, acknowledging Victor's reasoning. "That 12-element magic, was it your original creation?" Dean Davies inquired. "It struck me as a sudden inspiration while I was constructing the model. I even injured my hand at the time. It was during my duel with Audric that I realized it could be applied this way, and thus the idea was born. I remember Vivian is also adept in both water and fire elements," Davies remarked as he exited the laboratory, instructing his assistant to summon Vivian. The meditation instructor, Vivian, had also sustained injuries in yesterday's battle and appeared somewhat haggard. "Dean, Professor Victor, oh, Donald, you're here too," Vivian greeted warmly, embracing Donald. The mature and alluring form of the woman startled Donald, and he briefly worried that she might perceive any unusual reaction on his part. Fortunately, her gaze did not linger on him for too long. "You called for me, Dean." "Vivian, if I am not mistaken, you are proficient in both water and fire elements?" Dean Davies asked. "Yes, Dean," she replied. "Donald, please describe your explosive ice orb magic to Professor Vivian, including its model." It was a fundamental 12-element defensive model, merely employing different divine elements for the inner and outer layers, and Vivian immediately understood. "Be cautious, the explosive force can injure your hand." "It's fine, my magical resistance far surpasses yours," Vivian replied playfully, then extended her right hand without any preparatory movements, conjuring an ice orb that was considerably larger than Donald's explosive ice orb. With a pop, the ice orb shattered, followed by a flicker of small flames. "How can this be?" Victor questioned. Perplexed, Dean Davies furrowed his brow. After dismissing Professor Vivian, he slowly spoke. "Donald, it appears your talent is exceptional. You do not need to recite incantations, and every form of magic in your hands becomes significantly more potent. This explosive ice orb magic is no exception. To maintain such a small size while achieving such explosive power may only be possible for you." Before Donald departed, Dean Davies offered words of encouragement, emphasizing that the glory of the academy depended on him to carry it forth, which Donald felt was somewhat distant. However, it was evident that the failure of the magical rifles promotion had left the dean somewhat disheartened. Donald was entirely unaffected by Dean Davies's mood. On the contrary, if not for Victor's presence, he would have preferred to keep the wand's secret to himself. Proprietary skills were far more valuable than those everyone could wield. From that day forth, Donald became a star pupil at the Magic Academy, with unfamiliar students greeting him as he came and went, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Wesley's attitude towards him remained consistent, even asking to borrow that extraordinary wand several times to flaunt it around the academy. Donald knew Wesley could not wield it effectively, so he let him be. On the day the rebellion concluded, Lucia returned to the imperial capital accompanied by Cass. Dick, who had injured Kelly at the conference, sought out Donald after disappearing for several days, bearing a face full of scars and a similarly fractured right arm, likely from self-harm or a beating from his family, and deeply lamented his past actions under Carl's influence, weeping profusely. Donald listened silently until Dick finished, then turned and left without uttering a word. Dick remained in a state of perpetual fear afterward. Ultimately unable to endure and withdrew from the Magic Academy, Richard recuperated in the Dwarven laboratory for over 10 days, and once healed, he, like Kelly, plunged into the rigorous training under Adalia, following the unexpected events of the Martial Magic Conference. Their enthusiasm for training soared, and Adalia treated them like dwarves, increasing the intensity of their training day by day. The details of the alloy experiment were sent back to the northernmost kingdom, and a prompt response from the Engineering Academy praised the experiment highly, asserting that its results would significantly enhance operational efficiency in mining areas. Consequently, Natia Vita wrote a letter of gratitude to Donald. And thereafter, the Gnome Sisters and Adaluya invited Donald, Richard, and Kelly to celebrate in a restaurant near the laboratory, with Adaluya even indulging to the point of drunkenness. As for the wand, Donald insisted on returning it to the Gnome Sisters. But after much contention, They ultimately compromised by remaking the wand, using pure mithril for the explosive ice orb's reaction chamber, while incorporating only a small amount of mithril into the other components mixed with dwarven steel to ensure strength. This arrangement not only enhanced the power but also saved a significant portion of mithril, allowing Donald to accept it without guilt. In mid-May, the Magic Academy received an official letter from the Imperial capital, inviting Donald and Wesley to attend the Martial Magic Gala at the end of May. The guest list also included Roger from the Knight Academy. Furthermore, the letter extended invitations to Dean Davies, Professor Victor, and several other faculty members from the Magic Academy. Although the royal family did not explicitly state it, it was not difficult for discerning individuals to notice that these were all those who had steadfastly refused to compromise with the Triss family on the day of the rebellion and had ultimately contributed to quelling it. It was likely that this assembly also carried the intent of bestowing rewards. The day after receiving the letter, a convoy of 4 carriages led by Dean Davies, accompanied by a dozen individuals, set out towards the imperial capital of Canaries, greeted by the dawn's light. This marked the first time Donald's footsteps left the Triss province. Chapter 44. Departure at the eastern border of the Thorns Empire. In an inconspicuous, uninhabited valley within the Maurian Mountains, a formidable army of over 10,000 was stationed. After enduring a continuous stretch of over 10 days of rain, a clear day finally arrived. General Klee and Mage Yalahan sat outside their tent, sipping morning tea. Even in such arduous conditions, Mage Yalahan stubbornly maintained the lifestyle of the imperial upper echelons. This army had entered this uninhabited area on the border 20 days prior. Following the prolonged wait, the morale of the troops inevitably declined. However, it was the accompanying mages who voiced the most complaints, standing in the muddy muck, facing a rough man like Klee. Yalahan felt that today's morning tea had a distinct moldy taste. According to their agreement, yesterday was supposed to be the deployment date, and he could not fathom what the brute before him was waiting for. The information from my men is quite clear. Eli is a level 3 mage, and with his son recently promoted to a level 4 knight, the rebel forces in the Triss province are sufficient to stall the entire southern military might of the Famin Empire. Are you not concerned that delaying the deployment might squander this opportunity? Yalahan finally spoke coldly. A day or two's delay is of no consequence. Come, let us continue our tea, General. A junior officer handed a small parchment roll to General Klee. A white-headed messenger raven just delivered a secret letter. General Klee picked up the scroll, confirming the wax seal was intact before carefully opening it. Observing the furrowed brow of his companion, Yalahan could not help but inquire, "What does it say?" General Klee did not respond but handed the scroll to Mage Yalahan. What? Eli was killed on the spot, and aside from Derek, who was severely injured and captured, the entire Triss family is dead. There are no rebels at all. Eli's farce ended in mere hours. General Klee stated coldly. What a fool. After all this plotting, he couldn't even stir up a ripple. Yalahan's expression was one of fury. The Famin Empire may have already known of our arrangements, merely waiting for us to leap into the trap. This time, Mage Yalahan sensed something peculiar in General Klee's gaze directed at him at the Triss Magic Academy, in Dean Davies' laboratory. So, you're saying that Eli was killed by merely a 12-element magic? Victor's face was a picture of astonishment. And a 3-element ice spear, Donald added. What a stroke of genius. Truly a stroke of genius. Victor's face flushed crimson as he turned to Dean Davies, saying, "You see, I have always asserted that natural history is far more miraculous than magic. The Academy should allocate more funds for the study of natural history." Dean Davies disregarded Victor, continuing to scrutinize the wand in his hand. "This material, could it be? It contains a quarter of mithril," Donald replied. "A quarter of mithril? Are you certain?" Victor snatched the wand from Davies, turning it over in his hands for a closer examination. "How did you acquire so much mithril?" Even the usually composed Dean Davies' voice trembled slightly. "I collaborated with the gnomes, much like the magical crystal I exchanged for tuition last time. I sold them my inventions in return." Dozens of magic crystals are one thing, Victor remarked, weighing the magic staff in his hands, but a kilogram of mithril is an entirely different matter. "Do you have any idea how many magic crystals are required for that?" "Over 10,000 magic crystals?" Donald cautiously ventured. "Not even 100,000 magic crystals would suffice." Victor exclaimed loudly, in that case, perhaps I should return it. The bargain is simply too great." Donald had not anticipated such a vast discrepancy in the value of mithril between Middle-earth and the northern lands. And the gnome sisters had indeed been rather reckless this time. Once acquired, how can one possibly return it? Victor protested. clutching the magic staff. Suddenly realizing his words might have been slightly off, he added, "What I mean is, dwarves value their reputation. Returning it would be a slight against them." Donald was left speechless. Dean Davies slowly rose from his seat and opened a side door to the laboratory. Addressing Donald and Victor, "Come, let us test its true power." Donald followed Dean Davies into the room, which was even larger than the laboratory, almost devoid of furnishings. Creating an expansive emptiness. In the center stood a humanoid sculpture made of metal, its surface adorned with various engravings, evidently designed for testing magical prowess. This mannequin is sturdier than the one in the magic laboratory. It can withstand a full strike from a fifth-level knight. Dean Davies informed Donald that in truth, Donald, being a third-year student, was not even qualified to enter the magic laboratory. Taking the magic staff from Victor, Donald aimed it at the mannequin and began to push, pull, and twist. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated more loudly within the enclosed space. Dean Davies and Victor stepped forward simultaneously to inspect the results. The force has already surpassed that of a third-level knight's full strike, and the power is more concentrated. Dean Davies' voice quivered slightly, and at such a distance Victor added, "The explosive ice orb has never exhibited such potency before." Donald remained somewhat perplexed. That is the effect of mithril. When surrounded by such a high concentration of mithril within such a small area, the magical power will multiply several times over, Dean Davies explained. Under normal circumstances, no one would cast magic within a container made of mithril, as it serves no purpose. Precisely. If you do not distribute the mithril evenly throughout the staff, but instead concentrate it in the explosive cavity near the handle, the power will increase even further. The mithril used in the first half of the staff, aside from reducing weight, is essentially wasted, Victor added. Donald nodded silently. He found Victor's reasoning to be sound. That 12-element magic, did you create it yourself? Dean Davies inquired. Yes, it was a spur-of-the-moment inspiration while I was constructing the model. I even injured my hand at the time, and it only occurred to me during my duel with Audric that I could utilize it in such a manner, which led to this idea. I recall that Vivian also possesses both fire and water attributes, Dean Davies remarked as he exited the laboratory, instructing an assistant to summon Vivian, the meditation instructor. Vivian had sustained injuries during yesterday's battle and appeared somewhat haggard. Dean Davies, Professor Victor? Oh, Donald, you're here too, Vivian greeted warmly, embracing Donald. The mature and alluring form of the woman left Donald momentarily stunned, and he worried that she might discern something unusual in his expression. Fortunately, her gaze did not linger too long on him. You summoned me, Dean. Vivian, if I recall correctly, you have mastered both water and fire elements, Dean Davies asked. Yes, Dean, she affirmed. Donald, please describe your explosive ice orb magic to Professor Vivian. Detailing the model. It was a basic 12-element defensive model, with differing divine energies used for the inner and outer layers, and Vivian immediately grasped the concept to be cautious. The explosive force could injure your hand. It's fine. My magical resistance is far superior to yours, Vivian replied playfully, then extended her right hand without any preparatory movement, conjuring an ice orb that was considerably larger than Donald's explosive ice orb. With a puff, the ice orb shattered, followed by a flicker of flame. How could this be? Victor questioned in disbelief. Dean Davies furrowed his brow, and only after dismissing Professor Vivian did he speak. Donald, it appears you possess a unique talent. You do not require incantations, and each type of magic in your hands becomes significantly more potent. This explosive ice orb magic is no exception. To maintains such a small size while achieving such a massive explosive force. Perhaps only you could accomplish it. Before Donald departed, Dean Davies offered words of encouragement, stating that the glory of the academy rested upon him to uphold, which felt somewhat distant to Donald. However, it was evident that the failure of the magical rifle project had left the dean somewhat disheartened. Donald was completely unaffected by Dean Davies' mood. On the contrary, if not for the favor he owed to Victor, he would have been reluctant to disclose the secret of the magic staff. After all, possessing a unique skill was far preferable to having everyone else know it as well. From that day forward, Donald became a star pupil at the Magic Academy, with unfamiliar students greeting him as he came and went, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Wesley's attitude remained unchanged, even asking to borrow the wondrous magic staff several times to flaunt it around the academy. Donald knew Wesley could not wield it, so he let him be. Lucia returned to the imperial capital on the same day the rebellion incident concluded, accompanied by Cass. Dick, who had injured Kelly at the conference, reappeared days later, bearing a face full of bruises and a similarly fractured right arm, most likely from self-harm or a beating from his family, and sought out Donald. He deeply regretted his previous actions, having been misled by Carl, and wept profusely. Donald silently listened to him before turning away, not uttering a single word. Subsequently, Dick remained in a state of anxiety and eventually dropped out of the Magic Academy. Richard spent over 10 days recuperating in the Dwarven laboratory, and upon recovery, he, like Kelly, plunged into the grueling training orchestrated by Idalia. Following the unexpected events of the Martial Magic Tournament, their enthusiasm for training surged to an extraordinary level, with Idalia treating them as dwarves, ramping up the intensity of their training day by day. The results of the alloy experiment were sent back to the northern lands, and a prompt reply from the Engineering Academy praised the experiment highly, asserting that its results, once implemented, would significantly enhance operational efficiency in the mines. Consequently, Natia Vida even penned a letter of gratitude to Donald. Subsequently, the Gnome Sisters and Idalia invited Donald, Richard, and Kelly to celebrate at a restaurant near the laboratory, where Idalia drank to the point of inebriation. As for the magic staff, Donald insisted on returning it to the Gnome Sisters, and after much contention, they ultimately compromised. The staff would be remade, utilizing pure mithril in the explosive cavity of the ice orb, while the other components would contain only a small amount of mithril mixed with dwarven steel to ensure strength. This not only enhanced its power, but also conserved a significant portion of mithril, allowing Donald to accept it with a clear conscience. In mid-May, the Magic Academy received an official letter from the Imperial capital, inviting Donald and Wesley to participate in the Martial Magic Grand Assembly at the end of May. The list of invitees also included Roger from the Knight Academy. Furthermore, the correspondence extended invitations to several professors from the Magic Academy, including Dean Davies and Victor, although the royal family did not explicitly state it. Observant individuals would easily discern that these individuals had firmly refused to compromise with the Triss family on the day of the rebellion, ultimately contributing to the suppression of the uprising. This gathering likely carried the intent of reward and recognition. The day after receiving the letter, a convoy of 4 carriages led by Dean Davies, accompanied by a dozen individuals, set off towards the imperial capital of Coinus. Greeting the dawn. This marked Donald's first step beyond the Triss province. Chapter 45. Ambition to ensure their arrival in the imperial capital before the Grand Assembly on May 31st. The convoy traveled at maximum speed for a full 15 days, with an exceptionally tight schedule. When, at noon on the final day, they caught sight of the towering walls of the ancient city of Coinus from a distance, the tension that had gripped everyone's hearts finally began to ease, to the extent that the short remaining journey took them an entire half-day by the time they entered the city gate of the upper district. Dusk had fallen. The setting sun cast its glow upon the battlements, the ancient walls, standing sentry, the orderly stone-paved roads, all seemed enveloped in a warm haze, lending a hint of tenderness to this scene that symbolized the Empire's majesty. During these 15 days, aside from sketching glyphs and meditating each night before sleep, Donald devoted all his time to constructing a mid-tier apprentice magic spell, a honeycomb model composed of 9 regular hexagons. The 38-element fire magic, Blazing Meteor. After 15 uninterrupted days of practice, he had finally mastered this magic. Now, Donald found himself momentarily entranced by the grandeur and splendor of this ancient city. I was equally astonished the first time I came here. They say Coinus is the most beautiful city in the Hell's Continent, Roger remarked with a smile, and no wonder the Empire chose to establish its capital here. Donald replied that it's rather dull, too beautiful. It makes one long for it. Wesley offered his unique perspective. By your logic, if we were to make the capital resemble a stable, we would never face any troubles again, Donald jested. The ministers would have to dress as stable hands. Wesley squinted, envisioning the sight of ministers dressed as stable hands gathered together. Roger, I suggest you relay this proposal to your father. I believe Wesley would surely be rewarded for it, Donald said to Roger. You are absolutely right. By that time, Wesley will undoubtedly be promoted and become the first chancellor disguised as a stableman. Roger had grown accustomed to the manner of conversation between Donna and Wesley. As he spoke, he extended his hand for a high five with Donna, and the two burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, with such benefits, I shall not forget either of you, Wesley replied nonchalantly. The convoy soon arrived at the inn specified in the letter, marking the conclusion of their long and arduous journey. Just after checking in, Donna's room was knocked upon, and a well-dressed young lady offered him a slight, bow before stating that Ambassador Natividad invited him to dinner at her residence. After receiving permission from Davies, Donna followed the young lady out of the inn. Ambassador Natividad's mansion was remarkably understated, appearing almost modest compared to the other buildings in the upper district of Cohinas. A small wooden door nestled among a cluster of grand estates seemed deliberately designed to conceal its presence. Donna leaned slightly and stepped through the wooden door, revealing a charming little courtyard. Natividad was seated at a small round table, sipping tea with another female dwarf, while a dwarf stood beside them. Upon seeing Donna enter, Natividad immediately rose. "Donna, you have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce my friend, Cynthia Vida." Donna inclined his body slightly, performing a somewhat awkward, gentlemanly bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Turning to Natividad, he inquired, "Are you both from the Vida family?" The two dwarves erupted into laughter, while the dwarf nearby covered his mouth with a hint of amusement, appearing a touch more solemn than Idalua. "Oh no, Donna, Vida means wise in the dwarf tongue. One must pass the highest assessments at the engineering academy to add the suffix Vida to their name." Another blunder. Donna chuckled, scratching his head. "However, in your presence, we do not dare to call ourselves Vida," Cynthia Vida remarked with a smile, remaining seated. "Oh, Donna, please do not stand. Speaking to you with my head lifted is quite tiring. Come, sit down," Natividad urged as Donna attempted to take a seat in the empty chair by the small round table. The chair proved too low, causing him to topple backward and fall to the ground. Cynthia Vida erupted into giggles at his clumsy demeanor. Natividad also laughed as she helped Donna up, saying, "Oh, look at you. You are the first human to enter this courtyard aside from Lilia. I completely forgot to prepare a chair for you." Lilia, the young lady who had delivered the message, was now standing obediently to the side. Upon witnessing Donna's embarrassment, she too stifled a laugh behind her hand. "No need for that. I shall sit on the ground, as its height is just right," Donna replied, naturally settling cross-legged on the grass, perfectly suited to the height of the small round table. "What a splendid solution," Natividad laughed, then turned to the young messenger, saying, "Lilia, you may return now. Your assistance is not needed here for the time being." "Yes, my lady," the young lady replied softly, pushing the door open and exiting the courtyard with utmost care, ensuring her movements were nearly soundless. As soon as Lilia left, the dwarf who had been standing approached and lifted a metallic cover from the table, revealing a dozen exquisite dishes, most still steaming. The three then dined together, while the dwarf remained in the role of a server. "Donna, I have seen samples of the Demon King alloy you developed. It is an impressive piece of work," Cynthia Vida remarked, delicately dabbling her napkin at her mouth, her dining manners impeccably refined, leaving no trace upon her lips. "It was merely that people had not thought of it before. To put it plainly, it is quite simple," Donna replied casually. No. Many great inventions seem simple in hindsight. Yet before the light of wisdom illuminates a corner, no one can conceive that a problem can be so easily resolved. Take, for instance, the greatest invention in dwarf history, the wheel. With our current perspective, it seems entirely natural to use wheels. But can you believe that for millions of years, no one thought of such an idea? Cynthia Vida spoke with utmost seriousness. Natividad chimed in. "Indeed, Donna, you know, I had previously underestimated your machine. After returning to our homeland, our engineers discovered that the gears you designed, though made of the most common materials, exhibit remarkably little wear. The entire engineering academy spent a whole month deciphering the principle behind it. I read that report. It was astounding. The curves, I cannot fathom how you conceived it. Perhaps because I spent my entire childhood in my father's blacksmith shop. Ha. You need not explain, Donna, that my father is the finest engineer among the dwarves. Yet here I am, merely a trade envoy. It is all your natural talent. Talent defies explanation," Natividad said with a smile. Cynthia Vida took a sip of tea, her expression turning somewhat grave. "Donna, today we are not here solely to express our gratitude. We also wish to understand your aspirations." "Aspirations?" Donna pondered, perplexed by the sudden shift in topic. "Yes, or rather, any desires you wish to fulfill, whatever they may be. Whatever they may be. Ha. I wish for my brother to become the commander of the Royal Knights. Oh, and I think Cohinas is beautiful. I would like to offer it to a girl. If you are serious. The first can be achieved today, while the latter may take half a year," Cynthia Vida stated, her expression still earnest, devoid of jest. Donna turned to Natia Vida, who also wore a serious countenance. What sort of trickery is this? I haven't had much to drink. Donna, you are not intoxicated, Natia Vida replied slowly. Do you know? In just a few short months, your research has propelled our technological civilization forward significantly, and we believe this effect will continue. At this point, Natia Vida exchanged a glance with Cynthia, who continued, Now, you, Donna Wine, have become our most important partner in the Northlands here in Middle-Earth.to ensure your continued support. We will do our utmost to assist you in achieving your personal aspirations. What are the conditions? Surely there must be conditions. Donna finally grasped their intent. The conditions are simple. Promise us you will not venture to the magic continent. Cynthia gazed intently at Donna. Why that condition? I cannot say. But please believe us, there is no malice intended in this condition. Donna pondered for a moment before replying slowly. It seems I have no particular aspirations. Power and status do not interest me at the moment. Initially, I pursued magic purely out of curiosity, much like you dwarves, who must also harbor curiosity about this world, right? Observing the reactions of the two dwarves, he continued. Therefore, if I must articulate a single aspiration, it would be to travel far and wide, through the magic continent, the Knights Federation. If possible, I would even like to see the Northlands. I genuinely appreciate all the help you have provided thus far. Particularly I value his assistance to Richard in Dorn City. However, I am truly sorry. I cannot agree to your conditions at this time. Cynthia remained silent for a long while, repeatedly lifting her cup, taking a small sip, and setting it down. Very well, this proposal will remain valid until you set foot on the magic continent. Additionally, I hope our conversation today does not affect our current cooperation, even if we cannot delve deeper. We are more than willing to maintain our existing collaboration. I feel the same. Well then, I shall take my leave for today, Donna said, gesturing to Natia Vida before rising to depart. Donna was unaware of why Natia and Cynthia proposed such a collaboration, nor could he comprehend why they insisted on that peculiar condition that he simply rejected their offer instinctively, feeling averse to constraints. Now, since they were unwilling to disclose the reason behind that strange condition, he decided it best to leave sooner rather than later. Once Donna had walked far enough away, Natia Vida spoke softly. I apologize. I should not have encouraged him to pursue magic. It is not your responsibility. Prior to this, no one considered that the chosen one would be a human. Is it truly confirmed to be him? Natia Vida inquired. There is a 90% certainty, Cynthia replied. How long until then? The original estimate was 20 years, now it may be 50. At this point, Cynthia fell into deep thought, her eyes betraying a palpable sadness. Natia Vida, your maid Lilia is a sorceress. The dwarf standing nearby spoke slowly. Natia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Smiling as she said, How intriguing, Cynthia. It seems I must request another officer from you. Chapter 46. The proposal. The annual Martial Arts and Magic Festival of the Faming Empire is scheduled for the last day of May. Apart from awaiting the victors of the provincial martial arts tournaments to arrive in the imperial capital, a more significant reason for this date is that it coincides with the day when the Shepherd of the Gods conducts his yearly inspection of the Faming Empire. This inspection is ostensibly to collect a designated quota of magical crystals and to bestow divine blessings upon the royal family. At this moment, on the viewing platform before the Imperial Square, King Austin is accompanying the Shepherd of the Gods in reviewing the young talents who have gathered from various regions. The king's only daughter, Princess Lucia, is making her debut on the viewing platform. Gracefully waving to the crowd below, adorned in a regal purple gown, her movements are elegant and captivating, and a serene smile graces her beautiful face. Even the solemnity of royal protocol cannot overshadow her youthful exuberance and vivacity. Additionally, seated upon the platform are envoys from the Thorn Empire and the Silverflower Federation, along with Natia Vida, Cynthia Vida, and the dwarf from yesterday. Once the inspection ceremony concludes, the crowd disperses, and the competitive events of the festival will commence the following day at the Imperial Arena. Before this, a ceremonial officer approaches the delegation from Tris Province to summon Donna to meet the king. Within the palace, the individuals who were just on the inspection platform are also present. Dressed in simple attire, Donna bows respectfully to King Austin and greets Natia Vida and Cynthia Vida with a smile. Lucia, meanwhile, occasionally winks at him, stifling a giggle. Lord Shepherd, this young man has rescued my only daughter multiple times. This year, the royal family intends to share the blessings of the God of Light with him. declares King Austen. Donna is taken aback by the king's words, although he is uncertain about the nature of divine blessings. It is evident that this reward carries significant weight. The shepherd of the gods remains impassive, neither conceding nor denying. His expression is devoid of emotion, yet it does not exude coldness, reminiscent of the serene statues he has seen in temples in a past life. Your Majesty, do you not fear inciting divine wrath by bestowing the blessings of the gods upon a commoner? Remarks the envoy from the Thorn Empire, Mage Clark, with a cold demeanor. Master Clark, this is merely a father's gratitude towards the valiant rescuer of his daughter. The exalted god of light will surely comprehend this, replies the shepherd, finally breaking his silence to conclude the discussion. This valiant rescuer of the princess appears to be merely a mid-tier magic apprentice. Mage Clark continues, persisting in his scrutiny. This is the first time Donna finds his magical proficiency publicly questioned, leaving him startled. He recalls his professor mentioning in the mental prowess course that only a disparity of 4 levels or more in mental strength allows one to discern another's rank. Thus, it follows that Mage Clark must be at least a level 4 mage, the so-called Bluebird mage referred to by Wesley. With the realization that Clark is deliberately targeting him, Donna feels a burgeoning wariness. Master Clark, you may not be aware that this young man, Donovan, was the one who vanquished the traitor Eli. Regarding the rebellion in Tris province, your nation seemingly contributed quite a bit. I have yet to express my gratitude to King Edward. King Austen states, his tone growing increasingly frigid, almost punctuated with each word, clearly seething with anger. Upon hearing her father's words, Lucia's expression also darkens. She internally chastises her father for revealing Donna's act of killing Eli in front of the envoys. This could potentially embroil Donna in the current tense situation, and Lucia knows he would not appreciate such a predicament. King Austen feigns ignorance to Lucia's displeasure and gestures for Donna to take a seat. Your Majesty, King Edward is quite concerned that the turmoil in your realm might spill over into the Thorn Empire due to the recent rebellion in Tris province. Consequently, he has ordered 12 legions to be stationed at the border to ensure peace. Mage Clark replies with a smile, his tone suggesting that one might think King Edward is genuinely benevolent. As for the assertion that Donna killed Eli, Mage Clark dismisses it as merely King Austen's hasty fabrication to justify sharing divine blessings with him. Clark is well aware of Eli's background. If this magic apprentice could defeat Eli, then a rabbit could surely conquer a lion. Please convey to King Edward that should calamity strike while his forces are stationed at the border, resulting in their annihilation, I shall certainly send troops to assist your nation in maintaining internal stability. King Austen retorts with a cold smirk. Haha. The Thorn Empire is strong and well-equipped. There is no need for your Majesty to worry. However, I do have a mission during my visit, which is to propose to Princess Lucia on behalf of Prince Geoffrey, Mage Clark says, gesturing towards the young man who has remained seated beside him. King Edward believes that if the marriage between the princess and the prince can stabilize your nation's situation, he will no longer need to fret over border safety. A flicker of anger crosses King Austen's face. Since the birth of Lucia at the age of 30, he has been unable to father another child. To marry Lucia off to a prince of the Thorn Empire would mean relinquishing the Faming Empire. With the Thorn Empire amassing troops at the border and now proposing marriage, their intentions are evidently sinister. At this moment, the representative from the Silver Flower Federation, Duke Hayden Gustav of the Gustav Principality, chuckles and interjects, Master Clark, Princess Lucia is truly enchanting. I suspect that not only your Prince Geoffrey is interested. My son Harry has long admired Princess Lucia, and thus, I shall also propose a marriage on his behalf. As for the situation in the Faming Empire, I believe that should my son wed Princess Lucia, the Silver Flower Federation would wholeheartedly support the Faming Empire, alleviating any concerns King Edward may have. Duke Hayden's Principality, Gustav, is the heart of the Silver Flower Federation, its influence nearly encompassing the entire alliance. His words carry no empty bravado. Dressed as a magic apprentice, Harry Gustav sits next to Duke Hayden, clearly indicating that they have come prepared. King Austen's expression softens slightly. If Lucia were to marry Harry, the strength of the Gustav Principality would deter any potential annexation of the Faming Empire. Furthermore, it would provide significant support against the provocation of the Thorn Empire. Duke Hayden's initiative likely stems from a desire to avert such a scenario. Duke Hayden, are you attempting to compete with King Edward for this marriage? Mage Clark remarks coldly, his tone laced with veiled threat. Master Clark, marriage should be a matter of mutual desire. How can it be termed as competition? I believe that if King Austin finds it challenging to make a decision, it would be better to allow my son and Prince Geoffrey to engage in a contest to determine the suitor, Duke Hayden suggests with a smile, evidently confident in Harry's abilities. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. Mage Clark has already discerned that Harry is a high-tier magic apprentice, with only a step remaining to become a formal mage. However, Duke Hayden likely remains unaware that Prince Geoffrey has already been promoted tonight. Should a contest ensue, Clark is confident of victory. I shall marry no one. Lucia, feeling like a mere commodity being bartered between two families, can no longer restrain herself from speaking. Lucia, King Austin glares at her. This daughter is becoming increasingly unruly. In such a situation, it is not her place to speak before he has expressed his stance. I simply will not marry. Lucia shoots back at her father, her anger intensifying as she recalls his earlier revelation of Donna's killing of El. In a fit of rage, she exclaims, "If I am to marry, it shall be Donna. I will wed no one else." After uttering this, whether from embarrassment or fear of her father's wrath, Lucia swiftly turns and flees, casting a glance back at Donna. Donna breaks into a cold sweat. This girl, at such a moment, has thrown the dilemma upon him. Now, under the gaze of the assembly, he can only lower his head and remain silent, feigning ignorance. The atmosphere grows tense. One anticipated that Princess Lucia would declare her intent to marry only a commoner during such an occasion. King Austin is incensed, regretting his decision to summon Donna. The envoys from the two opposing nations, who had been at odds moments ago, now were expressions of shock. Meanwhile, Cynthia Vita glances at Natya Vita, a smile gracing her lips. Should Donna truly marry Lucia, perhaps he would form a bond that would prevent him from venturing to the magical continent. Princess Lucia wishes to wed this commoner. King Austin, is this your decision as well? Mage Clark sneers. Donna steals a furtive glance at Clark, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity and eliminate him. However, this is merely a fleeting thought, putting aside the severe repercussions of killing a foreign envoy within the palace. Even if Donna were to act, he might not succeed against an opponent of such inscrutable strength. King Austin's countenance darkens as he asserts, "My daughter has been spoiled by me, spouting nonsense. There is no need for anyone to take her words seriously." I suspect that is indeed the case. How could the noble Princess Lucia possibly marry a lowly commoner? Mage Clark retorts, casting a disdainful glance at Donna. Feeling unnerved by Clark's scrutinizing gaze, Donna surmises that this must be the result of their vast disparity in mental prowess. At this juncture, the previously silent Cynthia Vita finally speaks. If Donna is willing to marry Lucia, I could provide a suitable dowry to assist him. Donner furrowed his brow, recalling the kilogram of mithril that the dwarf sisters had generously gifted him. These diminutive women were indeed remarkably lavish. Clark was taken aback by Cynthia's words. He found himself somewhat bewildered that a respectable betrothal, uttered by a dwarf ambassador, inevitably stirred one's imagination. Yet, how could this impoverished lad be entangled with dwarfs? These little folk controlled the quotas of various nations, and no one dared to offend them lightly. However, considering that the high priest was also present, Clark mustered his courage and spoke. "Your Excellency, it seems you are meddling in politics. Does this not violate the treaty? I am merely offering a betrothal gift for a friend. What does that have to do with politics?" Cynthia Vita replied, her tone still soothing and gentle. "Friend?" Clark found himself momentarily struggling to digest the term Cynthia Vita had employed. The status of this dwarf woman seemed to be vaguely superior to that of Ambassador Natia. How could she possibly be a friend to a mere commoner? The high priest, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them and spoke slowly. "The princess's betrothal is political. We do not intend to interfere with Princess Lucia's engagement that in fact, regardless of whom Donner chooses to marry. We shall present a proper congratulatory gift." As Cynthia Vita spoke, she cast a smile at Donner that he pretended not to notice, having already guessed the intentions behind her actions, and instinctively resisted this interference with his freedom. The high priest did not speak further, yet the fabric of his robes began to move as if stirred by an unseen wind. The tremendous wave of spiritual power almost placed every individual in the room under pressure. Cynthia Vita displayed no sign of tension on her face. Disregarding the high priest's actions, the low, crackling sound began to resonate in the air, as if a terrifying force was accumulating invisibly. One noticed that the dwarf who had been following Cynthia subtly extended a toe forward. Suddenly, the crackling ceased. The high priest's expression shifted slightly, his thoughts racing. What formidable power! Even restrained, the fighting spirit is already this potent. Jornada, Cynthia Vita called softly. The dwarf retracted his extended toe, maintaining the demeanor of a mere attendant throughout. Jornada. The Jornada who reputedly advanced to a 10th-level dwarf warrior by the age of 100. The high priest was struck with alarm, finally realizing the identity of the woman who had just spoken. She was not someone he could provoke. Yet, why had she suddenly appeared in the diminutive faming empire after being active within the Knight Federation? Silently swallowing the blood that had risen to his mouth, the high priest gradually regulated his breathing and spoke calmly and naturally. Since it is merely a betrothal gift, it does not constitute interference in politics. The expressions of those present were filled with uncertainty. Why had the high priest, who seemed ready to take action, suddenly changed his stance? Yet, since even the high priest, representative of the heavenly will, declared it not to be political interference, Clark found himself at a loss for words, merely casting a cold gaze at King Austin. Let us postpone discussions regarding the betrothal for some time, the king sighed. Donner exhaled in relief. Chapter 47. The Grand Assembly, Part 1. Within the palace, in the prayer chamber constructed specifically for the ceremony of divine grace, Donner, alongside the faming royal family, knelt facing the south. Partaking in the ritual of divine grace, the high priest's form began to emanate light, which, unlike the dazzling golden hue of fighting spirit, was a pure and sacred white. The holy light gradually intensified, completely enveloping the high priest before extending forward, ultimately descending upon Donner at the farthest point. Donner felt himself enter a peculiar state, as if returning to a warm womb, or perhaps immersing in an ocean of light. Every limb and fiber of his being experienced unparalleled comfort. The entire process of divine grace lasted approximately 10 minutes. Once concluded, the high priest took his leave to rest, as he would traditionally depart that evening, not remaining for the festivities of the following day. Lucia cast a furtive glance at Donner. Her cheeks flushed, uncertain whether it was the effect of divine grace or the result of her earlier reckless words. To avoid embarrassment, Donner feigned ignorance, observing his lack of reaction. Lucia pouted and stormed away in a huff. After thoroughly assessing his condition, Donner found no significant changes and remained perplexed about the true effects of divine grace on him. By the time he returned to the inn, it was afternoon. He chose not to mention the divine grace he had received to Wesley, fearing it might evoke memories of his late mother. The next day, the Martial Arts and Magic Grand Assembly officially commenced its competitive segment. Located in the upper city by the banks of the Bull River, the Imperial Arena stood as the most magnificent structure in Koana City, save for the faming palace. Viewed from above, the circular arena resembled a silver clasp ensconced in a blue ribbon. The arena could accommodate a staggering 100,000 spectators. From the highest vantage point, one could behold the entire beauty of the ancient city. The king and esteemed guests appeared in the most prestigious viewing box. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Donner noted that, as expected, the high priest had indeed departed, and Cynthia Vita along with the dwarf had not made an appearance. Through various selections, fewer than 100 young individuals qualified to compete in the assembly. Currently seated in the contestant area not far from the noble viewing box, accompanied by their mentors. Director Davies, why are you leading the team this year? It has been a long time since I saw students from Triss Magic Academy at the assembly. I thought your institution had disbanded, quipped a professor from an unknown provincial magic academy, sporting an exquisite beard, prompting laughter from those around him. I heard that due to the rebellion in Illycerial, the Martial Arts Grand Assembly in the Triss province was cancelled. How were the top 3 selected? Surely it cannot be that you sent 2 representatives to maintain the face of the Emperor's alma mater? The news of the rebellion in the Triss province had spread, yet few were familiar with the specifics of how it was quelled. Among the representatives from the province, only Roger, clad in armor, was visible. It was evident to anyone that Donner and Wesley hailed from a magic academy. In the face of their colleagues' sharp jibes, Director Davies remained stoic and unresponsive. Roger's expression soured. Although he was a student of the Tesley Knight Academy, he found the sneers distasteful. Donner noticed Wesley shift slightly, aware that he was about to speak provocatively. Indeed, he did. You all remain unaware? The Triss Magic Academy has long since disbanded. Even the land of the academy has been transformed into farmland, because those northern folk are both lazy and foolish, entirely relying on the grain from the Triss province to survive. Yet, despite this, the Empire refuses to reduce our magic crystal quotas, which is truly vexing. The Triss province, being the southernmost province of the Empire and its largest grain-producing area, had been experiencing cuts to magic crystal quotas across various magic academies in recent years. With the sole exception of the Tris Magic Academy, Wesley's every remark struck at the heart of the mockers. Yet those individuals, holding their pride, were reluctant to quarrel with the student. Meanwhile, no other student from the other teams dared to speak so boldly in such a setting. Consequently, after a few disdainful snorts, the group finally fell silent. In the front rows, a girl dressed as a magic apprentice turned to glare at Wesley. He responded with a flirtatious wink, causing her to turn away in fright. Donna and Roger could not help but chuckle, and Wesley's expression was one of triumph. Upon submitting the roster, Donner was designated as the first contestant from the Tris Province's Martial Arts Grand Assembly, granting him direct entry into the second round of the assembly, while Wesley and Roger would need to begin from the first round. Roger's first opponent was, like him, a squire. As the match commenced, Roger quickly gained the upper hand. His opponent, pressed into a corner, resorted to a desperate move to force Roger back before launching an all-out assault. The pace of battle suddenly quickened, figures intertwined, blades danced. Yet as the audience rose to their feet, everything came to a momentary halt. Amidst the resounding cheers, Roger remained composed, his sword poised against his opponent's neck. Wesley's opponent was a magic apprentice, the very same professor who had been the first to mock Director Davies. "You useless fool. I shall see how long you can maintain that bravado." This magic apprentice clearly harbored resentment over Wesley's earlier remarks, muttering a curse as he passed by. "What? You actually expect me to pay you to throw the match? What do you take me for?" Wesley suddenly exclaimed loudly. "I did not. You slander me." His opponent broke out in a cold sweat, utterly unprepared for Wesley's unexpected accusation. The referee in the arena wore a look of confusion. He had indeed observed the two approaching, with the contestant appearing to say something to Wesley. Yet he could not discern the specifics. "What do you take the Martial Arts Grand Assembly for?" "Referee, I refuse to compete against such a person. It is utterly despicable," Wesley declared, his face aflame with righteous indignation. By now, the audience was filled with boos. Donner, seated in the stands, could not clearly hear what the contestant had said, yet based on his understanding of Wesley, he knew that the other fellow must have been wronged. Witnessing Wesley's indignant demeanor, Donner mused that even if he could not become a poet, he would certainly excel as an actor. "After enduring so many trials, I have reached this point. You actually wish to tarnish this sacred arena with filthy money. Such a person as you." Wesley grew increasingly impassioned, stirring the emotions of the audience to a fervent pitch. In the stands, only a few from the province of Tris were aware that Wesley had not even registered for the martial magic tournament. His qualification for participation was likely secured by that peculiar cry that had drawn Eli's attention. It is truly baffling how he could speak of enduring countless tribulations. In the royal box where King Austin sat, Lucia stifled a laugh, wary of attracting her father's attention. After a brief consultation with several officials, the judge returned to the stage, announcing the disqualification of the magic apprentice. The individual, overwhelmed with indignation, wept profusely while hurling curses at Wesley. Yet, Wesley maintained an air of righteous composure as he sauntered off the field. Rejoining the team from Tris Province, both Donna and Roger struggled to contain their laughter. Wesley discreetly kicked Donna's foot, though his expression remained unchanged. "Davies, you have taught a remarkable student," the bearded professor who had previously mocked him remarked bitterly. Knowing his student well, he suspected foul play, yet witnessing the audience's fervor, he could only bide his time, hoping for an opportunity to vent his frustration later. Regardless of the means employed, the two contestants from Tris Province eventually advanced, with Donna taking the lead in the second round against a squire. To ensure he had a means of self-defense at a crucial moment, Donna did not relinquish the magic staff he always carried. Before the match commenced, his opponent raised an objection regarding the staff, as no magical artifacts were permitted in the martial magic gala. After a thorough inspection by the judges, no traces of magical engravings were found, nor any magical fluctuations detected. Thus, it was deemed an ordinary metal rod. Since one side could wield swords, Donna was naturally permitted to use the metal staff. With that minor interlude concluded, the match began. After his duel with Audric, Donna had learned that wind and wood-based basic attack spells were nearly ineffective against the heavily armored squire, so he opted to employ the 6 elemental stone spike technique right away. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention in such a grand setting, Donna subtly pretended to chant the spell, his mouth moving without producing any sound. This opponent was slightly weaker than Audric, after enduring a round of stone spikes. He struggled to move, even failing to grip his sword steadily. Observing this, Donna decided against further spellcasting and approached to knock the sword from his hand with his staff. During this process, he prepared his meticulously practiced 38 elemental fire magic. The blazing meteor, ready to deploy should an unexpected situation arise. As Donna raised the staff again, feigning an impending strike against his opponent, the judge finally intervened, declaring him the victor. The audience erupted in cheers as Donna unleashed a barrage of stone spikes akin to a meteor shower. And laughter erupted when they witnessed the magic apprentice use his iron staff to knock the squire's sword aside, drowning out the cheers. Meanwhile, the professors leading the various magic academies furrowed their brows in alarm upon witnessing the power of Donna's stone spike technique. Logically, such small spikes, no matter how densely packed, should not incapacitate a high-level squire. In the royal box, Master Clark displayed a look of disdain and remarked coldly, "King Austin, is this little hero truly reliant on that iron rod to rescue Princess Lucia time and again?" Before King Austin could respond, Princess Lucia interjected, "That is his magic staff." Clark had seen this peculiar iron rod in the palace the day before, and it clearly bore no traces of magical elements. How could it possibly be a magic staff? In his eyes, Lucia's comment was merely childish banter. However, the expression of Prince Geoffrey, seated beside Clark, darkened further. After several matches, Wesley took to the field once more, this time against another squire, before the judge announced the start. Wesley's opponent deliberately kept his distance, wary of a repeat of Wesley's earlier performance. As the match commenced, Wesley swiftly unleashed a wind blade, its size and force evidently surpassing Donna's 6 elemental wind blade. Demonstrating considerable power, wind magic is the fastest among the 5 elemental magics, and the squire, realizing he could not evade it, had no choice but to endure the impact. With a sharp crack, he felt the blow to his abdomen, akin to receiving a punch. Upon looking down, he saw a significant dent in his armor, with a small tear even appearing. A mid-level magic apprentice, someone in the contestant area shouted. Wesley had just cast the 28 elemental wind blade, a feat only achievable by mid-level magic apprentices, though he appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old. In reality, he was 17, the same age as Donna. He had already met the admission standards of the Imperial Capital's Magic Academy. Much to the astonishment of the crowd. In truth, Wesley had been practicing the new meditation technique for 2.5 months, and his wind elemental energy was nearing 600 in just a few days. He would be poised to advance to a high-level magic apprentice. The squire, previously blinded by Wesley's exaggerated displays, had assumed he relied solely on cunning, but now, struck by the formidable wind blade, he finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Following the typical strategy employed by squires against magic apprentices, he charged at Wesley. Wesley paused momentarily, then extended his hands. This time, however, no wind blade emerged as the audience presumed he had failed to cast the spell. The rushing squire suddenly tripped and fell, rolling across the ground until his helmet came off. Unbeknownst to him, a dense thicket of thorns had sprouted beneath him. With magic thorn technique, he is a dual-element magic apprentice. The thorn technique, too, was a skill reserved for mid-level magic apprentices, typically used in the wild to slow or ensnare beasts. It was unexpected for Wesley to employ it in this context. He first unleashed a wind blade to signal his identity as a wind magic apprentice. When the squire rushed in, believing Wesley was about to cast another wind blade, he was unexpectedly caught off guard by the thorn technique and fell. The delicate interplay of psychological insight, choice of magic, and casting speed resulted in this dramatic outcome. The squire, helmet now cast aside, had no time to rise before the sound of wind filled his ears as 2 smaller wind blades struck the ground near his head. He covered his head with his hands, afraid to move, lest the next wind blade strike him directly. The judge promptly announced Wesley's victory. The audience, having rarely witnessed such a clever battle, erupted in tremendous applause. In the contestant area, the bearded professor wore a frigid expression, clearly taken aback by the unexpected prowess of the 2 students sent by the Triss Magic Academy. Nevertheless, he still had a trump card, as long as he secured the top prize at the gala. He could silence Davies once and for all. This time, Roger finally encountered a magic apprentice. This low-level magic apprentice posed little threat to him. Once Roger closed in, his opponent immediately conceded. Thus, all 3 contestants from Triss Province advanced to the 3rd round. marking the province's best performance in nearly a decade. After the conclusion of the second round, the first day's matches of the gala came to an end, with 32 contestants remaining, 5 rounds of duels. Totaling 31 matches were scheduled for tomorrow, the final day of the event. For the 3 contestants from Tris Province, the true test was just beginning. Chapter 48. The Gala, Part 2, after the first day's matches concluded. Victor, who had been resting at the inn awaiting the professors from Tris Magic Academy, was finally summoned by King Austin alongside Dean Davies. The 3 young men, having ended the first day of competition with perfect records, could hardly contain their excitement as they celebrated modestly in the tavern adjacent to the inn. As the tavern became crowded, the owner began to vocally encourage patrons to place bets on the matches scheduled for the following day. Although the Imperial Arena could accommodate 100,000 spectators, the vast city of Kohenis, home to millions, meant that the overwhelming majority would not have the opportunity to attend in person. Thus, to facilitate the selection of betting candidates, the tavern owner produced a freshly inked list of the top 10 contenders for the gala, detailing their names, representing provinces, fighting styles, and odds. Among the 3 young men from Tris Province, the names of Roger and Wesley stood prominently on the list. Roger was ranked 8th, characterized as a peak squire with grand techniques, balanced offense and defense, and no apparent weaknesses, consistently performing well. Wesley's name appeared at the bottom, with his attributes summarized as a mid-level magic apprentice. Proficient in both wind and wood magic, employing cunning tactics and excelling at ambushes, labeled as a dark horse. Why am I ranked behind Roger? Wesley scoffed upon glancing at the list. Ranking is inconsequential. Our odds are the same. Both 4-1, Roger reassured him. Donna, having pulled his gaze from the list, smiled at Wesley. The description of you is quite accurate. The person who compiled this list possesses some skill. Donna, clarify. Are you planning to use that magic staff? If so, I'll check your odds and place my bets on you. Wesley seemed to have found a lucrative opportunity. Indeed, I'll bet everything on you, Roger echoed. Forget it. I only carry it for self-defense. If too many people see it, it will lose its element of surprise. Took a sip of fruit wine and replied softly. This friend was a lost cause. It's rare to have a chance to make a fortune and yet not lend a helping hand. Feigned a sorrowful demeanor. You've become quite the actor. Haven to you? Frankly, I believe that poetry is not suited for you. With your talent, pursuing a career as an actor would be far more promising. Jested at before turning to and inquiring. The top 3 on the list are quite formidable. Have you encountered them in previous years? The first place from last year's grand event of the Greenland province is absent from this year's list. He must have aged out. The second and third from last year are represented here as the top 2. And you must have seen them today. They have just been promoted to official knights. As for the third place, the advanced magic apprentice, today is my first time seeing him. Given his prowess, he should not be obscure. It's likely he simply did not register last year. Barring any surprises, those 2 official knights are likely to take first and second place. By the way, if you face, do you have confidence in defeating him? No, responded candidly. Shouldn't a preparatory knight have a significant advantage over a magic apprentice? Asked. That is a misconception. In the arena, preparatory knights typically possess higher levels than magic apprentices. You see, each knight academy graduates a few peak preparatory knights, while the magic academies across the empire might only produce 1 or 2 high-level magic apprentices. Magical talent is far rarer than knightly aptitude. Explained meticulously. K.S. listened to's words. He privately assessed his own combat strength and where it truly stood at that moment. Earth, wood, and wind elemental energy remained at 180 units, while his water and fire elemental energies had reached 480, placing him at the same level as a dual-element mid-tier magic apprentice. The other 3 elements were below 300 units. However, compared to, possessed an absolutely pure and perfect energy essence, allowing him to unleash the same spells with nearly several times the potency. By this reckoning, combat strength should indeed surpass that of. His absence from the list of the top 10 experts was solely due to the weakness of his opponents today, which prevented him from showcasing his true capabilities. Nevertheless, also had his own weaknesses. The time since his promotion had been too brief, resulting in a limited repertoire of spells. For basic attack magic, he had only mastered 6 elements, and for basic defensive magic, he had merely the most rudimentary 12 elements. His self-created spell, the explosive ice pearl, was rarely utilized in real combat beyond its use with the magic rifle. The only mid-tier apprentice spell he had recently grasped, the Blazing Meteor, he had yet to test, leaving him uncertain of its power. Considering all factors, felt that if had sufficient practical experience and a reasonable spell combination, the outcome of a confrontation would be hard to predict as for the two official knights. If he were to refrain from using his magic rifle, he would have no chance whatsoever. Thus, if he were to assign himself a rank on this list, estimated it would be around 4th or 5th. Of course, if he were to freely employ his magic rifle, that would be an entirely different story. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to maintain a low profile, reserving the use of his magic rifle as a trump card for survival. Regarding the opportunity to attain noble status by placing in the top 3 of the grand event, was not particularly concerned. So long as he diligently meditated each day, he could advance to an official magician within a year, at which point seeking noble status would undoubtedly be much simpler. Ant's group indeed received accolades from King for their contributions to maintaining order, with each member being elevated by 1 rank of nobility. During the audience, the king did not mention the dismal performance of the Magic Academy in recent years. Instead, he expressed satisfaction with the firm stance taken by the faculty and students of the emperor's alma mater during the recent rebellion, promising the dean that the magic crystal allocation for the Magic Academy would be increased. For those already of noble standing, elevating their rank held little significance, far overshadowed by the importance of increasing the Academy's magic crystal allocation. King's sudden confidence in the distribution of magic crystals stemmed from the assurance he received from upon successful enrollment. Starting next year, the Empire's magic crystal allocation would increase by a full 3 percentage points. The additional allocation for the Magic Academy was, in comparison, negligible. In the deep of night, half awake, vaguely heard the sounds of professors returning to the inn. Accompanied by laughter and merriment, he dismissed it as a mere illusion, rolled over, and resumed his deep slumber. The following day marked the crucial final day of the Martial Magic Grand Event, in the 3rd round of draws. The 3 students from the Magic Academy fared well, maintaining their undefeated streak and advancing together into the top 16. The 2nd-ranked defeated the 9th-ranked contestant, a rare 3-element magic apprentice. The 3rd-ranked ensnared the 4th-ranked peak preparatory knight with a high-level earth apprentice spell. The quicksand trap, and subsequently overwhelmed his opponent with dozens of high-level stone spikes. The 1st-ranked faced an unlisted competitor, swiftly knocking the opponent unconscious with a punch to the helmet, his aura-infused fist penetrating the helmet. In the 4th round, during the 8 matches of the top 16, the same province adhered to the principle of avoidance. Thus, drew the 6th-ranked preparatory knight, while, and were unfortunate, with the former facing and the latter up against. Battled his opponent for 20 minutes before narrowly losing and being eliminated from the top 16. Ever the showman, caused a stir when he appeared on stage wearing his helmet. When questioned by the referee, he proclaimed that as a handsome man, he had an obligation to protect his visage, especially since his opponent had a history of striking faces. The audience erupted in laughter, recalling that had indeed won several matches by targeting his opponent's heads. Ultimately, the referee had no choice but to allow to compete while wearing the helmet that as the match commenced, unleashed a series of thorn spells to slow down's charge, followed by a barrage of mid-level wind blades, cyclone spells, and other offensive magic aimed at his adversary. When finally managed to break through the dense thorns and was about to close in, suddenly declared his surrender. The audience was taken aback. He had never intended to engage in a head-on confrontation with, but rather had planned to provoke him before conceding. The stands erupted with boos, and while looked bewildered, unfazed, walked off the stage, with both of his companions eliminated, who had initially felt at ease, suddenly sensed the mounting pressure. Dean, it seems your team is on the brink of total elimination, with not a single person making it to the top 8, remarked a professor with a meticulously groomed mustache, smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Instead, it was, freshly off the stage after surrendering, who could not contain himself. I must ask, dear lady, why are you so concerned about our academy? He began, only to pause mid-sentence and continue in a tone of self-reflection. Wait a moment. It turns out you're an old man. Why the cryptic speech and meddling? You. The mustachioed professor pointed an accusatory finger at, his voice sharp. What of it? I once had a dog that would run amok in others' yards, barking incessantly that it was only after I had him neutered that he ceased his mischief. The professor's face reddened, but he dared not confront a student in front of the king and so many others, especially knowing he was no match for. Unable to continue a verbal spar with a student, the mustachioed professor turned away, deliberately speaking loud enough for all to hear. In the next match, don't show any mercy. In the martial magic grand event, even if you accidentally kill someone, it's of no consequence. The student nodded respectfully down on the arena, secured another victory that rose to prepare for his match. The student just admonished by the mustachioed professor also stood up. Indeed, that individual was S opponent for this round, the Advanced Magic Apprentice. Chapter 49, The Grand Event, Part 3. In the fourth round of the Martial Magic Grand Event, the final match for the top 16. Facing an Advanced Magic Apprentice for the first time, instinctively tightened his grip on his magic staff, said he did not intend to bribe your companions. After the match began, did not retreat to a sufficient distance, but instead slowly addressed. Recognized that he was referring to the magic apprentice who had been framed by. Your companion acted unjustly. Continued to remain silent, uncertain of why his opponent felt compelled to express these sentiments, as if seeking clarity on his own demise, has always studied diligently. This outcome is quite unfair for him. However, this does not concern you, so I will not intentionally take your life. Finally realized that his opponent was attempting to reason with him. He appreciated those who engaged in rational discourse. I apologize on behalf of my friend too. I will convey your words to him. By the way, that professor you've been mocking is the head of our academy and also the father of my friend, so left the statement hanging, trusting that his opponent would grasp his implication. Pa nodded slightly, turned his back fully towards Donald, and then walked a sufficient distance before slowly turning around. In that moment, Donald found it difficult to discern whether the apprentice named Pa was naive or arrogant. However, he felt a certain fondness for such an opponent. On the opposite side of the arena, Pa gradually extended his hand, and a stone spike, the size of a dagger, whistled through the air towards him. Donald immediately raised an earthen shield in front of himself. Feeling it was insufficiently secure, he added a wall of wind for extra protection. The stone spike pierced through the earthen shield, its speed diminishing, and was slightly deflected by the wind wall, merely grazing Donald's body as it soared past, eventually crashing into the ground far away with a dull thud. That was close. Dual element wind and earth, someone in the audience gasped. This marked the first time Donald had showcased magic beyond the earth element in the Mage Warrior Grand Tournament. The audience, who had previously only perceived him as a wielder of extraordinary earth magic, now held a flicker of anticipation for his forthcoming displays of power. Once the earthen shield and wind wall dissipated under the assault of the stone spike, Donald noticed that another dozen stone spikes sprouted from thin air before Pa and swiftly hurtled towards him. These spikes were aligned in such a way that they almost formed a continuous line. The time left for Donald to devise a countermeasure was woefully inadequate. He could only instinctively retreat while continuing to conjure earthen shields and wind walls in front of him. As his elemental energy for both earth and wind dwindled, the sound of stone spikes slicing through the air persisted. With only one spike remaining from Pa's barrage, it was already perilously close. In a moment of desperation, Donald hastily conjured a frost barrier and instinctively raised his wand to shield himself. The audience erupted in astonishment. A three-element magic apprentice. With a resounding clang, the stone spike easily deflected Donald's wand, striking the frost barrier enveloping him before skimming past it and landing far away. Donald's unoccupied right hand trembled uncontrollably. The spike had struck his ribs, and despite the frost barrier, the pain was excruciating. After a slight twist of his waist, he confirmed that his ribs were unbroken, allowing him a moment of relief. Both the earthen shield and wind wall could only defend against attacks from a single direction, whereas the frost barrier offered comprehensive protection. However, correspondingly, the latter's defensive strength was considerably weaker than the former two. Yield. I have only used a fraction of my elemental energy, Pa stated earnestly, having presumably realized that Donald's wind and earth energies were nearly exhausted. Continue. It is not yet time, Donald replied, gritting his teeth as he picked up his wand from the ground and stood firm once more. Pa said nothing further and raised his hand again, summoning the same stone spikes once more. Throughout the tournament thus far, he had only employed this singular offensive magic. Donald once again steeled himself, conjuring another frost barrier, followed by a series of fire shields in front of him. A four-element magic apprentice. The audience erupted into fervor once more. The oncoming stone spikes collided almost simultaneously with the fire shields, breaking through two or three of them before their power diminished significantly, leaving only shallow impressions on the frost barrier when they struck Donald. alleviating the immediate peril he had faced moments ago. Pa's stone spike technique was a high-level 32-element magic, while Donald's basic defensive spells were merely of 12 elements, due to the complexity of the former. Its casting speed was difficult to match. Additionally, Donald's fewer varieties of magic allowed for an unexpectedly high level of proficiency in each. Thus, when Donald regained his composure, even if it took 2 or 3 fire shields to block a single stone spike, he was still able to find the opportunity to unexpectedly cast a couple of 6-element ice blades. Pa was compelled to divert his focus to conjuring an earthen shield to counter Donald's ice blades. The exchange of blows between the two resulted in a surprisingly even contest. As the tournament progressed, Donald remained the first opponent capable of directly contending with Pa. The audience occasionally erupted in gasps and applause. Lucia appeared relaxed, harboring no concerns for Donald. Had it not been for her intention to maintain a low profile to avoid drawing undue attention, she believed that no opponent could withstand Donald's magic for even half a minute. Professor Bearded, on the other hand, wore a grave expression, utterly astonished that a student from Triss Magic Academy could endure against Pa for such an extended period. As the two continued to cast spells at an increasing pace, Donald viewed this battle as an opportunity to practice the rhythm of casting magic under pressure. Simultaneously, Pa began to experience an exhilarating sensation as he pushed his abilities to the limit. In the spectator area, the eliminated apprentices watched in awe as these two prodigious magic apprentices showcased their mastery in both offense and defense. Regardless of who emerged victorious, this duel would undoubtedly produce the only magic apprentice among the top 8. And both contenders were deserving of such an accolade. Just as the audience was enraptured by the spectacle, an unexpected silence fell over the arena as both contestants nearly simultaneously ceased their casting. Pa had a precarious earthen shield remaining, while Donald possessed 2 fire shields, with his frost barrier also on the verge of dissipating. Have your water and fire elemental energies been depleted as well? Pa was the first to break the silence. Indeed. And you? So have mine. You performed splendidly. This match is a draw. Pa maintained his characteristic serious demeanor. Donald remained silent. Under the gaze of thousands, he slowly extended his left hand, tracing a semicircle in the sky. In the direction his left hand swept, a flurry of leaves suddenly burst forth into the air. 5 elements. The previously hushed audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Those soaring 3-element leaves shot up into the sky before gently descending, swirling gracefully, conjuring an autumnal ambience in the early summer arena of the imperial capital. The youth standing amidst the falling leaves, until now, had not been compelled by any prior opponent to reveal his true strength. It was only in this moment, in the battle against another gifted magic apprentice, that he radiated an astonishing brilliance. He was a 5-element magic apprentice. The shock reflected in the eyes of the apprentices and professors in the contestant area far surpassed that of the ordinary spectators. This youth's true power likely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Throughout the contest, he had relied solely on the simplest foundational offensive and defensive magic, yet these basic spells, in his hands, exhibited an incredible potency. Had he unleashed more complex spells, even a mid-tier offensive magic, his opponents would likely struggle to withstand it. The professor with the meticulously groomed beard slumped in his seat, his expression despondent, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. He could not accept that the most talented student he had ever encountered, upon whom he had poured his heart and soul, who had been concealed for 3 years only to emerge as a magical genius, had succumbed to the seemingly ordinary youth from Triss Magic Academy. In the VIP section, Clark finally displayed a hint of respect. Even King Austin wore a pleased expression, feeling immense pride that the prestigious alma mater had cultivated such an exceptional student. However, when he turned to look at Lucia, the unmistakable expression of admiration on his daughter's face ignited a flicker of concern within him. You won, Pa said slowly. Next year, I will defeat you. What year are you in? 3rd year. Apologies, but I may not return next year, Donald replied. A look of sadness and confusion crossed Pa's face. He was saddened to discover that his opponent was 2 grades below him and perplexed as to why such a formidable contender would suggest he might not attend the Mage Warrior Grand Tournament again. With that, Donald finally secured his place in the top 8 of the tournament, marking the best achievement for Triss Magic Academy in 50 years. Not bad. That last move almost made me half as handsome, Wesley remarked to Donald, who had just taken his seat. Not as handsome as you were when you forfeited, Donald shot back with an eye roll. It was only then that he suddenly recalled the agonizing pain he had felt from the stone spike striking his abdomen. Why was it that he felt no lingering signs of injury after just a short while? He quickly deduced that this might be related to divine grace. What do you know? That was rationality. If you hadn't used that wand and faced that half-beast, you would have forfeited just the same. Roger chuckled at Wesley's comment, acknowledging that Quaisel did indeed have a somewhat half-beastly appearance. Isn't that right, Roger? Facing that guy, wouldn't you concede? Wesley sought validation. Me? I might forfeit halfway through just to gauge the extent of the gap, Roger replied earnestly. Stubborn fool, Wesley scoffed. Roger shrugged, smiled, and chose not to argue that on the arena floor. The results of the next round of draws were announced. Upon hearing the referee announce Donald's opponent, Wesley grinned mischievously and said, "Here it comes. Don't overexert yourself. Either use your wand or concede, or you might end up looking unrecognizable to Kelly." How unfortunate. He had indeed drawn Quaisel. Donald lamented his luck. He contemplated whether he might simply concede. In the fifth round, the quarterfinals by this stage, the competition was no longer solely a test of strength. Given the tightly packed scheduling of the events, contestants needed to weigh the cost of each match to ensure they preserved enough stamina for subsequent duels. For magic apprentices, this provided an additional advantage, as elemental energy could be replenished through magical potions, whereas the knight's fighting spirit, physical strength, and will to fight could not be replenished as swiftly. Donald's daily meditations inherently enhanced the vitality of his elemental energy. After accepting a restorative potion from Dean Davies and taking a small sip, he felt confident he would be back to peak condition before his next appearance in the arena. Mino claimed another victory, demonstrating a highly rational approach, achieving success with minimal expenditure of effort. The next two matches are both confrontations among the Prelude Knights, with both pairs of opponents exhibiting remarkably similar strengths, leaving no room for either side to hold back. Ultimately, both contests conclude with one side achieving a narrow victory. If all goes as expected, the victors of these encounters will find their journey halted at the semifinals. Rising from his seat, Donner smiles as he gently pushes aside the helmet Wesley offers him. Preparing to take the stage that moment, the usually silent Dean Davies, who has remained mute since the commencement of the event, finally speaks with deliberate slowness. It has been over a century since Triss Magic Academy has seen one of its own reach the semifinals. Donner stands still, nodding thoughtfully, as a rare seriousness flickers in his typically calm dark eyes. Chapter 50. The Grand Event, Part 4. In the previous battle against the Advanced Magic Apprentice, both sides maintained a safe distance, even with the swiftness of magic. There remains a moment for reaction. However, facing an official knight now, the pressure on Donner is significantly greater. Should his attack magic fail to subdue the opponent, a magician in close quarters with a knight would find themselves as helpless as a sheep. Quasar, with his half-orc-like countenance, appears to have no concept of mercy. The sensation of standing in close proximity to Quasar is vastly different from observing him from afar in the stands, compared to the tall figure of Donner. Quasar towers over him by a full head, his bulging eyes streaked with red veins, and his wide nostrils flaring irregularly with each breath, reminiscent of a wild beast. Donner silently resolves that if any signs of trouble arise, he must strike decisively before Quasar closes the distance. Hesitation is not an option. As these thoughts swirl in Donner's mind, his gaze flits across various aspects of Quasar, contemplating the most effective point of attack, one that would incapacitate him without causing excessive harm. Quasar suddenly rumbles. "What are you looking for?" Recalling Wesley's earlier jest about half-orcs, Donner responds with a chuckle. "Where's your tail hidden?" "I am not a half-orc. The Academy has examined me," Quasar replies, a hint of sorrow crossing his face, indicating he understands the underlying mockery and perhaps suffers from frequent ridicule. Donner feels a pang of regret for his jest and quickly apologizes. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made such a joke. No matter. I will give it my all regardless." Quasar grins, and Donner surmises that this expression might indeed be a smile. He suddenly perceives that this opponent may not be as merciless as he had imagined. Perhaps he is simply earnest. Much like Pa. Their earnestness, however, manifests differently in the arena. The two cease their banter, and under the referee's direction, Quasar steps back to a sufficient distance. The match begins, and neither combatant hesitates. Quasar charges toward Donner with the force of a stampede of wild buffalo. Donner responds with the most intricate attack magic he currently commands, the 38-element fire magic. Blazing Meteor .9 hexagonal fireball constructs coalesce into a tight formation, and upon release, they disperse in all directions, resembling 9 meteors ablaze from friction with the atmosphere, albeit each emitting a peculiar blue light. Before the audience can fully comprehend the spectacle, the magic apprentices and professors in the competitors' area erupt in astonishment. Almost everyone immediately recognizes Donner's spell. The intermediate-level magic, blazing meteor, yet none can fathom why these 9 fireballs are nearly the size of intermediate fireballs. This magic conjures 9 fireballs, which should only be slightly larger than a standard 6-element fireball, leaving onlookers bewildered by their azure glow. This marks the first instance of Donner unleashing fire-based attack magic in the grand event. The firewall spell he previously cast bore the traditional bright red hue. These thoughts are fleeting, as in the next moment, all 9 fireballs collide with Quasar. The aura of fighting spirit swelling in Quasar's chest flickers violently, yet he maintains his charge. The impact does not hinder his speed. Rather, it heightens Donner's anxiety. He raises his hand once more, unleashing another volley of blazing meteors. Quasar shifts slightly in direction, perhaps attempting to evade, but with only mere meters separating them. The fireballs approach with alarming rapidity, striking his chest once again. To everyone's astonishment, Quasar's speed does not diminish. Instead, it appears to increase. Donner, sensing the urgency, refrains from pausing to observe and swiftly casts another round of blazing meteors. Before this barrage can reach Quasar, he raises his left hand to lift his magic staff, embedding an ice spear into the handle slot. Drawing back to AIM.AS, he aligns the small aperture nestled between his palms. A semblance of assurance washes over him. This marks the first time Donner raises his magic staff at the Martial Magic Grand Event, leaving the audience puzzled yet eager regarding his peculiar maneuver. The model for the explosive ice orb is primed and ready to deliver a lethal strike. Just then, Quasar's body, in mid-charge, suddenly loses balance and collapses to the ground, extinguishing the flames still flickering on his chest. The audience initially falls into stunned silence, only to erupt into thunderous cheers and applause. The acknowledged frontrunner of this event, an official knight, has finally succumbed to the relentless assault of Donner's 3 powerful attack spells. Within the competitors' area, the reaction is not as boisterous as that of the audience. Yet the astonishment felt among them runs deeper. Some among them, possessing sufficient knowledge of fire magic, may have already deduced that the blue glow of Donner's fireballs is indicative of their extraordinarily high temperature. Though the 9 azure fireballs may not surpass the size of intermediate fireballs, their power approaches that of advanced fireball spells. Each fireball packs a punch comparable to Pa's Stone Spire technique. For Quasar, freshly elevated to an official knight, enduring such a barrage of 27 fireballs in such a short span constitutes the absolute limit. In the VIP section, Lucia's beautiful visage flushes with excitement. She is aware of the formidable power of Donner's magic staff. Yet she had not anticipated his strength to reach such heights, able to vanquish an official knight even unarmed. King Austin is in high spirits, even casting a sidelong glance at Clark, who has finally lapsed into silence. Nonetheless, the calm demeanor of the latter engenders an unsettling premonition in the king. The expression on Pa's face grows increasingly despondent. He realizes that, were he in Donner's position, he too would be unable to defend against such fire magic. Donner gradually lowers his magic staff. His right hand, which had gripped the handle, now damp with perspiration. It was a close call. Had Quasar advanced just a meter further, he would have fired, shaking off his momentary daze. He strides amidst the resounding cheers to Quasar's side. At this juncture, the referee has already turned Quasar over. The fireballs have struck Quasar's broad chest, the searing heat having melted through his armor, leaving a charred expanse on his torso. There is still a heartbeat, still breathing. The referee calls urgently for the rescuers awaiting at the sidelines. Donner crouches beside Quasar, retrieving a small vial of orange healing potion from his robe and carefully administering it to Quasar's lips. "What did you give him?" the referee inquires, momentarily turning from his rescue arrangements, only to see Quasar swallow the potion Donner provided. "A dwarf's restoration potion," Donner replies. This was a gift from Idalua, which he had kept on hand since it went unused during the day of the rebellion. Upon seeing the orange liquid in the vial, the referee gasps. "The Northern Demon orange potion? How did you come by this?" Donner remains silent, having never heard of this potion before, but he surmises it must be extremely valuable, for Idalua would not have entrusted him with such a small amount otherwise. The approaching rescue personnel, upon hearing the referee mention Quasar has ingested a small dose of the Northern Demon orange, visibly relax. Though their gazes toward Donner are filled with astonishment, it is unclear whether this is due to Donner's remarkable prowess or the fact that he carries such a rare potion. Thanks to prompt medical assistance, Quasar quickly emerges from danger. Donner, with his indisputable performance, advances into the semi-finals. Over the past 2 days of the Martial Magic Grand Event, following 5 intense battles and nearly 100 fierce confrontations, the audience has been thoroughly entertained. Yet, the anticipated semi-final battle unfolds in a dramatic turn of events. Donner and Mino draw the 2 Prelude Knights who narrowly triumphed in the previous round, both of whom promptly declare their surrender. Clearly, they have made a rational decision to conserve their strength for the decisive match for 3rd and 4th place, rather than exhaust themselves in a semi-final bout devoid of any real chance. Thus, Donner emerges victorious without a fight, advancing further into the event's climax. The initial contest for 3rd and 4th place proves to be another grueling affair, as both contestants enter the fray already bearing wounds, leading to an exceptionally fierce struggle for a place among the top 3. However, the audience remained remarkably authentic, cheering and encouraging the 2 competitors for their perseverance and bravery from beginning to end. The scene was profoundly moving, almost causing one to forget that it was the very same spectators who had unleashed a cacophony of boos when these 2 contestants had initially surrendered without a fight. Have you made up your mind? Where will you choose your territory? Wesley suddenly asked out of the blue. What territory? You've made it to the top 3. The king will grant you a title. Have you forgotten? Wesley seemed to be genuinely concerned for Donald. Even if I receive a title, I cannot choose my own territory, can I? Donald replied. Upon hearing their discussion, Roger couldn't help but interject. Hey, shouldn't you be thinking about how to deal with your next opponent at this moment? I've already thought it through, Donald answered with a smile. Slowly rising to his feet, the match had concluded, and the victors were barely able to stand, their faces smeared with blood and mud, yet they bore satisfied smiles. Donald glanced toward the VIP area, where Mage Clark was looking his way, his expression unreadable. However, the second prince of the Thorn Empire beside him could not conceal a trace of excitement. Chapter 51. The Grand Event, 5. In the 632nd year of the Finn Empire, the 593rd Martial and Magical Grand Event took place, an event that had originated in the 11th year of the Empire, but had been suspended for various reasons due to wars. Totaling 28 interruptions, this year's finals would be contested between Donald Vian, a mid-level magic apprentice from the Tris province, and Minot Forel, a knight from the Kopii province, if one were to judge solely by their ranks. It would be almost certain that the latter would emerge victorious. Nevertheless, after several rounds of competition, particularly against Pa and Quasar, the magic apprentice from the Tris province had already provided the audience with numerous surprises. Some even speculated that he held a trump card, namely, the magic staff he had raised at the last moment during his battle with Quasar. Of course, the vast majority deemed this mere speculation, a flight of fancy. Regardless, the odds in the bustling betting arena of the Empire had already indicated that Donald's odds were significantly lower than those of Minot, revealing the public's optimism for this remarkable young man hailing from the homeland of the great emperor. At this moment, as the young man stepped into the final competition area, an enormous cheer erupted from the crowd. Donald Vian, Donald Vian. It took Donald a moment to realize that the name being chanted by tens of thousands belonged to him. Even though he was naturally aloof, he couldn't help but feel a surge of passion at this moment. Minot Forel, Minot Forel, Minot, clad in silver armor with golden hair, received a slightly less enthusiastic welcome as he entered the arena. However, there was no hint of displeasure on his face. He even approached Donald, giving him a hearty embrace. I'm delighted to face you. I'm from the south as well, Kopii province, Minot said with genuine sincerity, his kindness seeming utterly authentic. It is my honor as well. Donald felt somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the golden-haired youth. After the referee commanded them to maintain a sufficient distance, he announced the commencement of the finals. Unlike Quasar, and indeed unlike any other preparatory knights Donald had faced, Minot did not charge forward. Instead, he walked slowly towards Donald, smiling as if approaching an old friend. This, however, did not affect Donald's strategy. The blazing meteor surged forth towards Minot as he raised his hand. At last, Minot made his move, not towards Donald, but darting off at an angle, he moved swiftly, dodging the 9 fireballs that whizzed past him, all of which fell harmlessly to the ground. Donald's expression remained unchanged as he continued to cast spells. Launching another 9 fireballs in the same manner, Minot shifted direction, accelerating again at a different angle, Successfully evading all the fireballs once more, Donald's brow furrowed in concentration, no matter how hard he tried. His fireballs, no matter how densely packed, were consistently avoided by Minot. Finally, as the last fiery meteor grazed by Minot, one fireball struck him on the left arm, but by that time, the two were already within mere inches of one another. Donald had no time to raise his magic staff. That Minot's sword was already poised at Donald's throat. From the moment Minot had evaded the first wave of attacks, gasps of astonishment had echoed from the audience. Yet at this moment, an eerie silence fell over the arena. No one had anticipated that the finals would conclude so swiftly. Donald wore an expression of deep disappointment. Lucia had already stood up, her concern palpable. After a fleeting moment of silence, the stands erupted into enormous cheers. Why? Minot's smile had been replaced by confusion. "You were remarkably swift," Donald replied, his voice barely audible amidst the din. "I am not that fast. From the second spell onward, I realized that if you hadn't intentionally misfired, I wouldn't have had a chance to evade. Winning might lead to trouble," Donald acknowledged, knowing he could not conceal the truth from Minot. "Are you saying I have already attracted trouble?" Minot continued to inquire. "It is possible. We shall soon find out if I win. The trouble may be even greater. I do not fear trouble. It would be wise to exercise caution. One last question. If you were to use that staff, would I have even less of a chance?" Donald paused, ultimately nodding. He did not wish to deceive Minot. "I thought we could become friends." Minot retracted his sword, his expression dejected. Donald had nothing more to say. He could not explain himself to Minot. The cheers continued for a long while, but Minot's face bore no smile. He simply stood in silence, as if lost in thought that he was unaware of the troubles that awaited him from his victory. Nor did he grasp whether he had truly claimed the title of champion in the grand event. For him, the occasion felt as if it had abruptly ceased at its most climactic moment. He had won the match, but was left with a heart full of regret. As the king announced that Minot Forel from the Kopi province had won this year's championship, Mage Clark rose leisurely from his seat and proclaimed loudly, "So, this Minot Forel is indeed the finest young man of the Fen Empire? Our second prince of the Thorn Empire, His Highness Geoffrey, wishes to descend and issue a challenge that I wonder if this brave warrior dares to accept." At that moment, Minot finally comprehended the nature of the trouble Donald had mentioned. He stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Wesley, who had just resumed his seat beside Donald, asked, "Did you intentionally lose to him?" Donald nodded. "Did you foresee this outcome?" "I suspected it somewhat." "You are truly devious." Wesley wore a mischievous grin. "I merely wished to avoid trouble," Donald replied softly, unsure if Wesley even heard him. On the VIP platform, Prince Geoffrey had already risen to his feet. King Austin's voice resonated. "Mage Clark, today's event is the martial and magical grand event of the Fen Empire. If Prince Geoffrey wishes to participate, he must first become a citizen of the Fen Empire." Clark raised his voice once more. "Your Majesty, the event has concluded. The prince merely wishes to spar with this brave warrior. Is it not true that the finest young man of the Fen Empire lacks the courage to accept the challenge?" A resounding chorus of boos erupted from nearly 100,000 spectators. Clark remained unfazed. Minot glanced toward the contestant area, attempting to discern his instructor's expression, but the distance was too great to make out any details. "Humph, since Prince Geoffrey is so keen, let Minot entertain him." King Austin's voice held a hint of displeasure. Prince Geoffrey's lips curled slightly, a cold smile gracing his face. During this mission to the Fen Empire, his father had given him two tasks. The first, to propose to Lucia, had ended in failure. The second, to challenge the champion of the martial and magical grand event and undermine the morale of the Fen Empire, was one he was determined to achieve. He had prepared thoroughly for this confrontation, and the golden-haired youth below still appeared bewildered. Even before the battle commenced, he had already gained the upper hand. Ever since that day when Lucia had declared within the palace that she would not marry him but would wed a commoner instead, he had harbored resentment. Now, he felt regret that the champion was not that commoner. Otherwise, he would have relished tearing him apart with his own hands. Meanwhile, Donald, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself that if he were to unintentionally injure the second prince in their confrontation, he might be perceived as the instigator of a war. Having heard the words spoken during Eli's betrayal and witnessing Clark's aggressive demeanor in the palace, Donald sensed that conflict might not be far off. On the arena floor, the duel between Geoffrey and Minot had commenced. It was a battle between two formal knights. Minot had not encountered particularly strong opponents throughout the event. His foe in the semifinals had conceded, and his opponent in the finals had intentionally held back, so his current state was not lacking. In this regard, Geoffrey did not possess a significant advantage over him. However, the confrontation was decidedly one-sided. The reason was simple. The 18-year-old Minot had just recently been elevated to knighthood, whereas Geoffrey had been a formal knight for 2 years. Furthermore, King Edward had even invested heavily to invite high-ranking knights from the Knight Federation to provide Geoffrey with 6 months of intensive training. Thus, in terms of both technique and the intensity of their fighting spirit, Minot was no match for Geoffrey. After several exchanges, Minot found himself on the defensive, lacking any opportunity to retaliate. In the stands, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within Donald. If this continued, Minot could very well be severely injured. Just then, Geoffrey seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful strike toward the retreating Minot. The latter managed to parry Geoffrey's sword, but ultimately lost his balance and fell backward. Without a moment's hesitation, Geoffrey lunged forward. Geoffrey's knee pressed firmly against Minuot's chest, the blade of his sword mere inches from Minuot's throat, a distance that separated life from death. Minuot fought valiantly with his sword, yet his opponent's weapon continued to bear down on him relentlessly. His empty left hand flailed in desperate attempts to strike, but Geoffrey's left hand thwarted every blow. In that critical moment, Minuot ceased his punches, suddenly gripping his sword's blade, channeling strength from his right hand to firmly hold Geoffrey's sword at bay. "Let the match conclude here," King Austin's voice resonated. "But your majesty, the outcome is still undecided," Mage Clark protested loudly. King Austin found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter the concession, while the judges, wary of acting without the king's clear directive, hesitated to intervene. Fully aware that a prince stood in the fray, any inadvertent injury to him would carry grave consequences. Intense pain radiated from Minuot's left hand, the blade resting perilously against his bone. With Geoffrey's face mere inches away, wearing a cruel smile, the chilling touch of metal brushed against his neck, blood trickling down. Time was of the essence. Donna instinctively rose with the crowd, driven by a primal urge to evade trouble. Yet he never anticipated that his retreat would cost the life of the equally spirited golden-haired youth from the south. The arena, filled with 100,000 spectators, fell into an eerie silence. King Austin clenched his fists tightly, while Mage Clark watched him intently, seemingly waiting for him to yield. At that moment, under the scrutiny of a multitude, a fireball materialized between Minuot's gripping hands. Alarm surged through Clark's heart. However, Geoffrey was fixated on a singular thought: to sever his opponent's throat and bring this all to an end. The fireball suddenly soared upward, crashing into Geoffrey's face, eliciting a piercing scream as he shielded his visage with his hands. Clark ascended into the air, while King Austin commanded loudly, "Protect Minuot." All judges rushed to assist, and a dozen court mages ascended simultaneously. In the center of the arena, Minuot gazed at the unfolding chaos around him, his expression a mixture of confusion and panic. Indeed, he was a knight, yet also a low-tier magic apprentice. Chapter 52. The North falls over the cliff at the border between the Faming Empire and the Thorns Empire. At the southernmost tip of the Morean Mountains stands the tallest snow-capped peak of the Hell's continent, Mount Talatar. Near the snowline, a modest stream winds its way down the mountainside, meandering through countless mountain springs. By the time it emerges from the desolate Morean Mountains, it has transformed into a sufficiently grand river. This river serves as the source of the Iowa River, the largest water system within the Faming Empire. Flowing northward along the sloping Hell's continent for over 6,000 kilometers, it traverses 11 provinces of the empire and ultimately joins the other great rivers of the Middle World at the North Falls over the cliff. At this moment, Donna stood at a protruding edge of the North Falls, gazing at the Iowa River cascading down the precipice. It was a massive waterfall several kilometers wide, its grandeur and might so overwhelming that even from a distance, one could not help but be moved. Yet, when juxtaposed with the cliff beneath him, this magnificent waterfall seemed trivial. Even with sturdy railings in place, Donna felt his legs weaken, instinctively wanting to retreat to a safer distance from the edge. Even the legendary paladin would likely react similarly upon standing atop the North Falls for the first time, for beneath him lay an almost vertical cliff stretching 70 kilometers. From this vantage point, one could overlook the Knight Federation below, glimpsing rivers, lakes, grasslands, farmland, and cities through the layers of clouds, akin to observing the Earth from a satellite. After the martial arts and magic competition concluded, The professors unanimously agreed that since they had traveled north, the children should broaden their horizons. Thus, the people of Tris province did not return home immediately, but continued northward, reaching the empire's northernmost point, where they now stood at the North Falls, 3 days later. In the distance, the waterfall formed by the Iowa River plummeting over the cliff vanished into a sea of clouds. Do you know why these waterfalls are called heavenly falls? Because they never reach the base of the cliff. They all dissipate into vapor, Roger remarked, seemingly addressing Donna, but before he could respond, he answered himself. How do we get down from here? Donna inquired. From the Tia Vita, he had learned that trade between the north and south was frequent, yet facing this cliff, it seemed like an insurmountable barrier for transporting goods. By way of the city built atop the cliff, head west for about 200 kilometers to reach Polk City, the Empire's most significant trade hub, which is situated on the precipice, Roger explained. You'd never believe it, but they've carved winding steps into the cliff, and people live in caves, using pulleys to transport goods up and down. Fascinatingly, whenever goods are lifted, heavier items must be tied on the other end. As the heavy cargo descends, the lighter ones automatically rise. That I wonder who devised such a clever method. Truly a time and labor saver. Is there a 70-kilometer-long rope? Donna found it hard to fathom what a city perched on a cliff would look like. Of course not. There are warehouses and living quarters every kilometer, and goods are transported one layer at a time. Merchants store their wares in these caves and conduct business, so by the time the goods arrive at the ground level, buyers have already been secured, Roger continued, likely because his father had dealings in Polk City. Upon hearing Roger's detailed explanation, Donna understood that it must be a commercial hub, akin to a dock. The grain transported northward from here would certainly be dwarfed by the volume of crystal stones and weapons brought down from the north. Thus, utilizing the weight differential for transport was indeed a clever solution. Do you think if we throw a stone from here, it would create a large pit below? If a poor soul happened to be struck, wouldn't that be certain death? Wesley exclaimed, already clutching a small stone. You must have dared not look over the edge. For dozens of kilometers below the cliff, the land is perpetually shrouded in darkness. In Polk City, the local security forces spend much of their effort preventing someone from having thoughts like yours. Better that there's no one, Wesley retorted, stepping back a few paces before hurling the stone with force. He intentionally stood further from the cliff while throwing the stone, even hesitating to take a step closer beforehand. The stone fell almost vertically downward, disappearing from sight. And one could spot such a small stone from dozens of kilometers away, let alone hope to hear its impact from such a distance. Roger, what are those lines? Donna asked, noticing parallel lines to the North Falls. Those are also perilous cliffs. That I've heard that there are dozens of such cliffs stretching northward from here. Though none are as magnificent as the North Falls, Roger replied. Are those the sacred grounds of the knights? Donna inquired, pointing northward, suddenly recalling the saying about knights venturing north. Roger smiled wryly. His disposition was typically cheerful, and he rarely displayed such a resigned smile. I once dreamed of becoming a mercenary in the Knight Federation and establishing the largest mercenary group by my own efforts, but that can only remain a dream. You know, I envy Richard a bit. He is unrestrained and can strive solely for his dreams. By the way, you've also received your own title. Soon you'll understand my plight. But it's different. I'm merely a lowly baron. In the presence of Duke Celtic, I am no different from a commoner. Donna replied with a smile. On the day following the conclusion of the grand event, when Mage Clark departed with the injured Prince Geoffrey, he had been clamoring for the faming empire to pay a price. However, in the aftermath of the farce, the king continued to smile as he adorned the 3 young victors with silver poppy medals before a crowd of 100,000. And as per tradition, conferred a title upon Donna. From that moment on, Donna was no longer a commoner, but contrary to Wesley's expectations, the king did not mention the fief then, nor did he solicit Donna's opinion. You think too much, Wesley suddenly interjected. Everyone should live for themselves. To hell with titles and territories. I'm a mage, and I intend to go to the magic continent. No one can stop me. Donna, do you also intend to go to the magic continent? Roger did not continue Wesley's line of inquiry, turning instead to Donna. I should be going, Donna responded. What about your fief? And what of Richard and Kelly? Roger pressed on. If I go, I will return, Donna assured. If you're coming back, then why go at all? I've heard that very few can return from the magic continent. Donna recalled Cynthia Vita's condition. If he relinquished the chance to go to the magic continent, what he could gain would far exceed a mere title. However, he had already provided his answer to that. In truth, I not only wish to visit the magic continent, But I also aspired to journey to the Night Federation, the land farthest north. If there were no age restrictions for entering the magic continent, I would even wish to traverse the middle world first. That's a splendid idea. Once we return from the magic continent, we can travel the world. I've always said I want to be a bard, Wesley declared loudly. You seem to call yourself a poet. But you haven't mentioned wanting to be a bard. They're all poets. Why split hairs? Wow, one day when you return from the land of magic, be sure to invite me along. Roger was also caught up in the enthusiasm of his companions. What do you think these three little rascals are shouting about? I've never seen them so animated at the gathering, Victor remarked, seated beneath a makeshift pavilion in the viewing area, sipping tea with other professors. When the wizards are not in the laboratory, they often give the illusion of being adept at enjoying life. This journey not only garnered the king's commendation, enhancing the quota of magical crystals, but also set a new record for the Triss Magic Academy, achieving its best performance in 2 centuries at the gathering. At this moment, everyone had reason to relax and savor the moment. Dean Davies still appeared half asleep and dazed. Upon hearing Victor's words, he set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and approached the 3 young men. Seeing his father approach, Wesley feigned nonchalance and walked away, with Donna and Roger following suit. Donna. Upon hearing the dean call his name, Donna had no choice but to halt. Seizing the opportunity, Wesley and Roger hurriedly distanced themselves. Your Excellency. The dean, Donna replied, adopting a submissive demeanor. I appreciate your discreet approach to your endeavors. Donna fell momentarily silent, puzzled by the dean's unexpected remark. However, sometimes discretion and retreat are but a step apart, the dean continued. Donna murmured softly. In the finals. You intentionally lost to Mino, did you not? Donna was taken aback by the dean's words. I could see it, and at least a dozen others in the audience noticed as well. Initially, I thought you were merely being modest. Avoiding the spotlight, it was only when Mino nearly encountered peril that your reaction confirmed I was right. You had indeed anticipated Prince Jeffrey's intentions. Frankly, your ability to foresee the outcome and evade it beforehand has left me quite astonished. Dean Davies continued. And Donna felt as if the dean had never spoken so much before. Upon gazing at the precipice before us, what are your thoughts? After a brief pause, the dean shifted the topic. I find humanity to be quite insignificant, Donna replied, providing a rather safe answer. Indeed, humanity is truly diminutive. Yet, there are always some individuals who possess far greater strength than others. The dean gazed toward the northern horizon, speaking almost as if to himself, one day. You shall become one of them. Donna. When the sword of the enemy swings toward you, and you cleverly evade it, it is only the weaker shoulders that must bear the burden. You cannot evade. By the time the dean uttered the final words, he had already turned to leave. Donna remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Chapter 53. The return. By the end of June, Donna and his companions returned to the Triss province. Even accounting for the 6 days spent on the return journey from Kana City to the North Falling Cliff, their return took a full 5 days longer than the outbound trip. Nearly a month had passed since the conclusion of the martial magic gathering, and Donna's mastery of both fire and water elemental energies had nearly reached 600. It was anticipated that in about 10 days, he would advance to the rank of high-level magic apprentice. Just like Wesley. In terms of magical models, he had not slackened in his efforts. Besides mastering the twin magic of Scorching Meteor, he had also elevated his 38 water elemental spells. Frosty Rain, to the mid-level apprentice magic tier, alongside improving his earth, wood, and wind defensive spells to a similar level. Since embarking on his magical studies, Donna had consistently faced the challenge of advancing too swiftly, with insufficient time to establish a rich magical framework. However, at this juncture, prior to ascending to high-level magic apprentice, he had finally solidified his mid-level magic, leaving no discernible gaps at this moment. When assessing the quality rather than quantity of the offensive and defensive spells he commanded, he had finally attained the standard of an ordinary mid-level magic apprentice. Considering his extraordinary total of 5 elemental energies, which had already surpassed the advancement criteria for a first-level mage, and the enhancement from his perfect elemental energy, Donna was beginning to possess the strength to contend with a first-level mage. However, in just over a week, this situation would transform, and he would become a high-level magic apprentice with a focus solely on mid-level spells. With Donna's daily increase of 4 elemental energies in both water and fire, he would only linger in the high-level magic apprentice stage, between 600 and 1,000 elemental energies, for a mere 100 days. Given the difficulty of high-level apprentice magic, It was likely that this 100 days would suffice for him to master only 3 spells, should anyone be aware that Donna was currently troubled by his rapid progression. They would undoubtedly be incensed out of course, excluding Wesley, who was grappling with a similar dilemma. News of Donna securing second place at the martial magic gathering had already reached the province ahead of them. As the group entered the gates of the Magic Academy, several professors remaining at the academy were leading a line of students to welcome them. Upon witnessing the dean and professors descend from the carriage, they quickly realized that Donna was absent, with only Wesley waving exuberantly to the welcoming crowd, exuding confidence and triumph. Meanwhile, Donna was riding in Roger's carriage, en route to the Night Academy to avoid potential welcoming festivities at the Magic Academy. He had preemptively taken leave from Dean Davies. Upon reaching the Night Academy, it was still during regular training hours, and the gates were tightly shut, forbidding entry to outsiders. However, Roger had his own method. After a considerable wait inside, Richard and Kelly finally emerged, their faces alight with excitement. "Brother," Kelly insisted on changing into a dress before coming out. "I was almost beside myself with worry. They said you won second place at the gathering. Is that true?" Richard rushed forward to give his brother a hearty embrace while eagerly inquiring. Kelly, slightly blushing from Richard's words, could not help but add, "Silly boy. Of course it's true. Even Roger just mentioned it." The tone she adopted suggested she was already assuming the role of an elder sister-in-law in front of her peer. "Richard," Donna retrieved the silver poppy medal from his pocket and handed it to Richard, smiling as he said, "Here, the king personally placed this upon me. Do you believe it now? Consider it a gift for you." "Brother, I want to win a medal just like this, and then I will give it to you." Richard carefully accepted the medal, examining it from all angles, before suddenly declaring, "So, now I must return to training. Brother, you and Kelly can chat. I'll see you in the lab tonight." With that, Richard promptly turned and left. Donna couldn't help but shake his head, pondering whether his brother's actions were intentional. Kelly's face had turned even redder, her hands nervously clutching her clothes, her gaze flitting about as she softly asked, "Was the journey smooth?" "Yes, everything went well." Noticing the girl's bashful demeanor, Donna chuckled warmly and said, "Kelly, would you accompany me for a stroll? I haven't had the chance to explore Dorn City properly." It was summer, and the girl in the white dress consistently maintained a half-step behind the boy clad in simple garments, occasionally glancing down at her feet, then stealing sidelong glances at the boy's profile. The sunlight streamed from behind, casting their shadows before them as they ambled leisurely through Dorn City, exchanging casual remarks about the trivialities of their separation. Curiously, neither of them brought up the grand gathering. Noticing a bead of sweat trickle down the girl's temple, the boy took the opportunity, when no one was around, to extend his hand, not to wipe it away, but to conjure a flurry of snowflakes, a diluted version of the water magic, frosty rain. Amidst the whimsical coolness, the girl suddenly halted, catching a snowflake in her hand, gazing at the boy with a smile. While he, with a gentle smile in his eyes, returned her gaze, their eyes met, and it felt as if time had come to a standstill. The boy produced a necklace made of agate stones from his pocket, and the girl obediently lowered her head, the blush on her cheeks deepening, casting a rosy glow upon her neck, making the agate necklace she had just put on appear even more radiant. "I bought this in the imperial capital. Do you like it?" The boy took the girl's hand, and they continued their leisurely stroll through the summer afternoon. The delicate, soft hand was already slick with perspiration. Unbeknownst to her, the girl had leaned closer, intertwining her other hand with the boy's arm. Sunlight filtered through the cascading snowflakes, casting a rainbow behind them. "I visited the North Falling Cliff and saw the Night Federation. If one day I journey to the land of magic, will you return?" "I will." "Then I shall wait for you." "What if I cannot come back?" "You promised you would return. You will certainly come back." That evening, in the dwarven laboratory, the gnome sisters, having been neglected for over a month, stood with their arms crossed, pouting in displeasure. Before you left, you didn't even assign us any tasks. How irresponsible." "Exactly. A month and a half without any assignments. We're nearly suffocating. Aren't you supposed to be genius engineers? You should be able to set your own goals and design experiments." Donna chuckled. "We've designed countless experiments, mixing all the metals in the laboratory. But what good is it?" Elmanda replied, twisting a metal wire into a ball, which promptly returned to its original form when released. Right. What good is it? Amanda is just playing with toys, wasting materials." "Mia, wasn't it you who insisted on seeking out other wondrous alloys? You are the elder sister. Why are you shifting the responsibility to your younger sister? The credit for our achievements should be shared equally. Why must one person bear the entire burden of responsibility? With these words, Tongna, Richard, Kelly, and Ada Leah stealthily exited the laboratory, leaving the two sisters to continue their spirited debate. Did you encounter Cynthia in the imperial capital? Ada Leah inquired. Indeed, and there was also a dwarf who appeared far more serious than you, Tongna replied. Ada Leah, unusually refraining from retorting, pressed on with her inquiry. What did she say to you? Just some nonsensical ramblings, best left unmentioned, Tongna shrugged. Ada Leah furrowed her brow, though no one could discern the change in her expression. After over a month of rigorous training under Ada Leah's guidance, Richard and Kelly had completely surpassed their peers at the Night Academy. In gratitude for the dwarf's assistance, Tongna, after dinner, meticulously sketched every gear design he could recall in front of the gnome sisters. Ultimately, even drafting a simple gearbox based on those designs, the sight of the plethora of blueprints sent the two sisters into a frenzy of excitement, akin to thieves who had stumbled upon a royal treasury. Since the Chronicles of Diamondland began, their father had languished upon a sickbed. It was not until Diamond turned 18 that the elderly baron finally passed away, bequeathing the hereditary title and a small parcel of land to Diamond. Throughout Diamond's 18 years of existence, he had never set foot on the small island named after his family. For Diamond, who had always resided in Darren, the largest city in the Western Empire, that island held only the significance of providing a meager tax revenue each year. Without the financial support of his uncle, Viscount Soth, the paltry taxes would scarcely suffice for his expenses. As a result, his aunt and cousins consistently regarded him with disdain. Fortunately, Diamond had long grown accustomed to this life of dependency. However, recent developments had altered the status quo. His aunt, having heard rumors from one of her acquaintances, spoke of the impending invasion by the Thorn Empire, suggesting that war was on the horizon. That if true, Darren would undoubtedly be the first city to face the enemy's wrath amidst the escalating atmosphere of panic. Diamond suddenly sensed a shift in his aunt's demeanor, her tone becoming increasingly gentle, and even his cousins no longer deliberately avoided him as they once did. It was only last night, when his uncle solemnly conveyed the family's decision, that Diamond comprehended the reason behind it all. The threat of war was likely not mere rumor. Recent reports from the martial arts festival in the imperial capital revealed that a contestant had injured the second prince of the Thorn Empire, prompting their national mage, Clark, to demand retribution from the Feynman Empire. Furthermore, the prohibition of all commercial activities along the two nations' borders served as irrefutable evidence of the approaching conflict. Consequently, the Soth family prepared to temporarily abandon their lands in Darren to evade the impending flames of war, relocating to Diamond's fief on Lant Island in the Tris province. This morning, when the neighbors discovered that the Soth manor had been vacated, Diamond and his uncle's family had already traveled over 100 kilometers from Darren. Just 500 kilometers behind their convoy, the army of the Thorn Empire officially crossed the border. The tension of impending war, which had hung heavily over the populace, finally snapped, after 19 years of peace. The continent of Hearst was once again engulfed in the smoke of conflict. Chapter 54. The battlefield in the royal palace of Coenus. The servants labored to clean the water stains, flower petals, and shards of porcelain strewn across the floor. Just moments ago, the usually mild-mannered King Austin had shattered a vase upon the ground, causing a hush to fall over the 10 or so individuals present. It was only when Prime Minister Adrian gestured to the servants that they dared to begin their work. Your Majesty, the private letters from the dukes do possess some merit. Adrian spoke softly. What merit? Have they fled before the enemy has even arrived, forgetting their responsibilities to their lands and subjects? Cowards, a pack of cowards. I shall strip them of their titles and reclaim their lands. As King Austin raged, he seemed to overlook the fact that the territories he spoke of reclaiming were already in enemy hands, rendering his intentions utterly meaningless. Your Majesty, you must understand, with their combined forces, the four dukes can muster no more than 20,000 men, against the enemy's 150,000, that would scarcely be able to resist for more than a few days. Adrian continued. That does not excuse their cowardice. Besides their troops, do they not have their subjects? What could be more important than defending their lands? King Austin continued to roar with fury. Your Majesty, you are aware that those farmers, when faced with the enemy's cavalry, would only become a burden to the defenders in the chaos. Now, with the dukes transporting their provisions ahead of time, those farmers, hundreds of thousands of mouths to feed, will become a liability to the enemy. But that cannot justify their flight. The king seemed to calm slightly. In my humble opinion, the suggestion presented in the Duke's letters may warrant consideration, since the Ganta Prairie is the enemy's likely route. We should gather the armies of the other dukes and the major knight orders of the empire to block their advance there. Even if the enemy boasts 150,000 troops, they will still need to divide their forces to suppress the farmers. We should be able to amass at least 1,000 soldiers. Combined with our familiarity with the terrain, we might yet turn the tide. Rather than being picked off one by one, Adrian was not mistaken. The Tedder Mountains, which traversed the continent from north to south, effectively bisected the Fayman Empire, while the gently rolling Ganta Prairie served as the enemy's inevitable passageway. For now, we have no choice but to pursue this course of action. Someone, draft a letter for me. I shall summon those scoundrels to action, no matter what it takes. We must hold the Ganta Prairie. The Minister of Finance, who had been standing silently to the side, now displayed a troubled expression. Your Majesty, according to tradition, mobilizing the nobles' private forces requires payment for military expenses in such a large-scale mobilization. Military expenses? To hell with military expenses. If we cannot defend our lands, we are all doomed. Those scoundrels ought to contribute every last copper as military funds. If they are hoarding their wealth now, do they intend to present it to that wretched Edward after the war ends? Your Majesty, before true calamity befalls, people often cling to the hope of fortune. We must not underestimate the greed of those nobles, nor overestimate their wisdom, Adrian cautioned the king. Must I pay them to defend their own lands? Anger flared once more on King Austin's face. Your Majesty, is not the military funding already on the Ganta Prairie? When the four dukes retreated, they surely did not forget to take their wealth with them along with their provisions, if we are to summon reinforcements. The military funding should naturally come from them, Adrian remarked with a smile. Indeed, it should come from them. Someone, draft a letter for me, King Austin shouted, at this moment realizing that Adrian was not as ineffectual as he had initially perceived. The two major academies in the Tris province, upon receiving news of the outbreak of war, immediately canceled the summer trials scheduled to commence in July, and all students were ordered to remain on campus in readiness. On July 3 RD, 15 professors from the Magic Academy and 16 instructors from the Knight Academy, led by Dean Davies, set out for the front lines to provide support. Tongna, Wesley, Roger, and 7 other students from both academies were designated as reserve youth troops and accompanied them. From the moment they received the orders to their departure, only half an hour had elapsed, leaving Tongna no opportunity to bid farewell to Richard and Kelly. The carriage sped through the tranquil countryside, occasionally passing by women or children standing by the roadside, gazing after the departing convoy with faces that betrayed their unmasked anxiety. Tongna stared in the direction of Dorne City, uncertain whether this anticipated war would obliterate everything before him. He felt a pang of worry for Richard and Kelly, as well as for his father on Land Island. He recalled Dean Davies's words, when the enemy's blades descend, one cannot hide. And then, a sentiment akin to gallantry or tragic resolve began to take root within him. It was time to stand against the enemy with his own flesh and blood. Perhaps this magical gun, which seemed out of place in this world, would prove crucial in the coming conflict. 6 days later, as Tongna entered the camp, he realized how ludicrous that notion had been. Countless war horses, soldiers, tents, and an array of peculiar war implements filled the valley before him, stretching all the way to the banks of the Ava River. This was a camp of tens of thousands, and Tongna felt that even Adalia would struggle to make a ripple amidst such a colossal force. His earlier ambition to single-handedly sway the course of the war now seemed naively childish. The day was July 9th, the 10th day since the war had commenced, in the preceding 9 days. The army of the Thorn Empire had surged across the borders of both nations like a tide, encountering almost no resistance as they seized 6 provinces and dozens of cities between the Morean and Tedder Mountain ranges. The 4 dukes from the Western Empire displayed a remarkable sense of rationality and unity following the outbreak of war. In order to preserve their strength, they opted to abandon their territories and subjects, retreating their armies and movable wealth to the Ganta Prairie, east of the Ava River. Here, the armies of the 4 dukes would join forces with 8 other dukes summoned from across the empire, along with 7 major knight orders, to confront the enemy in a decisive battle. By the time Tongna arrived, except for 3 dukes who had yet to arrive, all others had already set up camp. This formidable force of nearly 60,000, a sight so grand that it left Donner breathless, was an overwhelming spectacle for one who had never witnessed war, let alone the brutalities of the age of cold steel. Minofarel, present. Donovan, present. The 300 young reserve soldiers, composed of exceptional students from various regions, were stationed at the rear of the main army's encampment. An officer, whose allegiance to any knightly order was unknown, announced, after meticulously reviewing the roster of the young reserve, Minofarel, from this day forth, you shall be the captain of this 300-strong reserve force. All your actions henceforth will be under the command of the Academy's Instructional Corps. The so-called Instructional Corps comprised an elite battalion of 1,200 professors and instructors summoned from across the provinces. The esteemed head of the Imperial Knight Academy, Kane, held the position of commander, with Davies unexpectedly appointed as his deputy. Their encampment was adjacent to that of the youth army. Upon their arrival, Kane and Davies found the officer just concluding a discourse on military discipline. After saluting the two heads with a formal military salute, he loudly declared the transfer of command of the youth army to the Instructional Corps, thus fulfilling his duty. Kane stood as straight as a soldier. Yet as soon as the officer departed, he deflated like a punctured balloon, transforming back into a genial middle-aged man. Children, there's no need to be so tensed. In the event of war, the main force will be at the forefront. You are merely the reserves. The purpose of reserves is to be called upon when needed, and by then, we may have either triumphed or it may not matter, haha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Now, I officially announce the task ahead for the youth reserves. As Dean Kane raised his voice, the youths instinctively straightened their postures once more. Do not cause any trouble. All right, dismissed. Observing the children's faces, which bore expressions of playful exasperation, Dean Kane burst into hearty laughter before departing with Dean Davies, who appeared perpetually half awake, creating a stark contrast to the jovial elder. It must be said that Dean Kane's brief address was remarkably effective, alleviating the tension of the youths facing the immense pressure of war for the first time. Aside from Minofarel, Donner also spotted Pa and Quasarl in the ranks. The reunion of these young men, after more than a month apart, was filled with excitement. Quasarl, now fully recovered from his injuries, beamed at Donner, expressing his gratitude, likely aware of Donner's assistance after their duel. Pa, though still maintaining his wooden demeanor, approached Donner to greet him. However, Minofarel seemed to be avoiding Donner, his once sunny disposition replaced by a furrowed brow. Surprisingly, Wesley sought out Alva, and after an exchange of words, the two were seen patting each other on the shoulder, engaged in lively conversation. Donner had previously conveyed Pa's sentiments to Wesley, criticizing Wesley's actions as unfair to Alva. Donner surmised that Wesley had just offered an apology, yet he found it hard to believe how swiftly Wesley had mended the rift. Roger was also conversing amiably with several opponents from the tournament. Among this group of similarly aged youths, a palpable camaraderie filled the air, making the scene feel less like a battlefield and more akin to an ordinary trial. Yet, the sight of the military encampment, easily visible with a mere glance upward, served as a stark reminder of the looming war. Dinner in the camp was remarkably simple: potatoes and thin meat broth, which proved somewhat unpalatable for these predominantly noble-born youths. Nevertheless, in their state of novelty and exhilaration, no one voiced complaints about the meal. Interestingly, the portions distributed to each individual were identical, resulting in the squire knights often finding themselves underfed, while the magic apprentices could scarcely finish their servings. Given that the former vastly outnumbered the latter, the outcome was that from this day forth, the squire knights would find themselves catering to the magic apprentices, hoping to secure a bit of extra food for each meal. Donner suspected that this was perhaps one reason for the higher status of magicians within the military. Chapter 55. Intelligence. As night fell, sporadic campfires ignited, merging with the stars overhead. The camp quieted, only to reveal the faint sounds of commands emanating from the west, where the army was preparing various defensive works. Donner sat on the ground before his tent, the summer monsoon winds blowing from the south, brushing against his face, bringing with it the unpleasant aroma of sweat mixed with the distinct scent of horse manure. From the direction of the instructional camp, a figure approached. Donner, still awake. Professor Victor, it's too hot inside the tent. I'm just catching a breeze, Donner replied. This wretched place is truly unbearable, Victor remarked. Sitting beside Donner, his reputation for being unkempt made his complaint about the camp's conditions especially poignant. Have you ever been to war? Donner inquired. Never, between the pursuit of truth and the conquest of land. Only fools are fervently drawn to the latter, Victor replied, evidently viewing himself as a sage. Perhaps truth is too elusive, and only land and wealth provide a sense of security, Donner chuckled. Foolish humanity. Victor inadvertently included both himself and Donner in his condemnation. Why haven't the enemy attacked yet? Donner changed the subject to avoid any further peculiar musings from Victor. It seems they are still gathering their forces. It won't be long. At most, within 3 days, they will be fully assembled. And what of us? Do we have reinforcements? Donner asked. There are still private troops from 3 dukes, who are deliberately dragging their feet. However, they should arrive within 2 days at the latest. Altogether, that must amount to over 1 million soldiers, right? Donner had little concept of the army's size. What nonsense. The enemy is said to have around 150,000, while we only have just over 60,000. Only 3,000 years ago, during the war called by the god of light against the chaotic and filthy lands, did battles exceed 1 million combatants, and that was on the Dolong continent. Donner understood that the chaotic lands Victor referred to were the Night Federation, while the filthy lands denoted the far northern territories. Is it certain that the decisive battle will take place here? Why doesn't the enemy circumvent us and attack from another direction? This question had been troubling Donner all day. The Tatar Mountains are steep, and the Ganta Prairie is an essential route. Prior to crossing the Iowa River over the Ganta Prairie, there lies a full 500 kilometers of sheer cliffs along the eastern bank. It is impossible to cross the river there. Then would they not simply use boats upstream, sailing the Iowa River directly downstream, avoiding entanglement with us here? Donner continued to inquire. Impossible. How many boats would it take to carry an army of 150,000? Moreover, moving vessels would be sitting ducks for archers and mages on the shore, Victor explained. From the sound of it, you don't seem like someone who has never been to war. Ahem, I'm not knowledgeable in these matters. It's all from Davies. He has fought in wars, having once saved King Austin's father, the former king, George, from the battlefield. Victor revealed. Was that during the war with the Thorn Empire? This was the first time Donner had heard anything regarding Dean Davies, prompting him to recall Wesley's words about how Davies had refused to seek the king's divine favor when his mother was gravely ill. No, it was against the Silver Sparrow Empire. After that war, the Silver Sparrow Empire fractured into numerous principalities. That was King George's greatest achievement in his lifetime. Who would have imagined that this very act would allow the Thorn Empire to act with such impunity? Foolish humanity. As Victor lamented, he rose, saying, Well then, you should get some sleep. There won't be many more nights of peace left. Donner acknowledged him with a sound, watching as Professor Victor departed before retreating to his tent to sleep. Inside, Roger and Wesley were already fast asleep. 2 days later, the armies of the 3 dukes indeed made their appearance. However, Victor's other prediction faltered. On the 3rd day, the decisive battle did not materialize as expected. The 4th, 5th, and even 6th days passed in the same manner. The atmosphere within the youth reserve camp had transitioned from initial excitement and curiosity to a stifling tension and impatience. The young men could hardly endure the sensation of a sword perpetually hanging over their heads, uncertain of when it might strike. They yearned for the war to commence, desiring swift resolution to their fates. Donner began to suspect that the enemy was deliberately cultivating this sense of tension to wear down the defenders. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that seasoned veterans within the regular army would not share the same volatility as the youths. The exiled troops of the Thorn Empire, far from their homeland, likely experienced this anxiety even more acutely. What, then, was the opposing army waiting for? Perplexed, Donner resolved to set aside this question, acknowledging that the leaders of the legions possessed far greater experience in warfare than he did. Pondering such issues was merely a source of unnecessary distress. It would be wiser to invest his time in honing his skills. On the 6th day after arriving at the battlefield, his mastery in both water and fire magic finally exceeded 600, elevating him to the rank of a high-level dual-element magic apprentice. However, he had yet to master any high-level spells. After discussions with Wesley, Donner decided to focus on cultivating high-level offensive magic, for on the battlefield, mages would be prioritized for protection, allowing him to concentrate solely on casting attack spells. Thus, the first advanced apprentice spell he chose was the 62 elemental spell, Meteoric Fire Rain. This spell's model was constructed upon the foundation of the 38 elemental spell, Blazing Meteor, forming a hexagram that it no longer relied solely on the basic 6 elemental model. It was significantly more complex than the spells Donovan had previously encountered, and he anticipated that it would take him at least a month to master. On the 8th day of Donovan's arrival at the Gongta Prairie, the decisive battle had yet to commence, yet an unexpected visitor had come to pay a call. "Donovan, someone is looking for you." The camp of the young reserve army was rather small, yet there were still sentries positioned outside. Upon hearing the shout, Donovan stepped out of the camp, only to find no one in sight. "How tedious! Who would play such a prank on me?" he grumbled as he turned to head back. Just then, someone poked him in the side from behind. Lowering his gaze, he found Adaluya glaring at him with exasperation. Just a little joke." Donovan's quick wit had no effect. Adaluya still wore a sour expression. "Natia has come to find you in Dorn City. But you are not here. I was just informed on short notice. I didn't even have time to pack my luggage. How are Richard and Kelly?" "They're both fine. Richard wanted to come over, but Kelly stopped him. That kid, without any real ability, only thinks about heading to the battlefield," Adaluya remarked. "Yes, please make sure to stop him. And, if the war yields any unfortunate outcomes, could you help protect my family?" Donovan earnestly requested. "Rest assured, that won't be a problem. I must ask, are you not curious as to why Natia is looking for you?" Adaluya prompted. "Right? What does Natia want with me? We have spies in the Thorn Empire." Adaluya said with a sly grin, his demeanor reflecting the myriad of emotions he could not contain. "Natia has asked me to bring you some important intelligence." "Important intelligence? What kind of intelligence?" "Aside from a lie, there is also a traitor," Adaluya whispered, seemingly cautious of eavesdroppers nearby. "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Then what use is this information?" Donovan could not help but complain. "All right," the dwarf said, slightly disappointed by Donovan's reaction. Yet he continued, "There is another, more crucial piece of news." "Go on." After the prior conversation, Donovan had little expectation regarding Adaluya's so-called information. They have gathered a large number of personnel across the river, seemingly constructing some sort of project. "A project? What kind of project?" "I don't know," Adaluya shrugged. "Ugh, then what was the point of that?" If not for the dwarf's skills, Donovan would have almost kicked him. The news isn't finished yet. Natia mentioned that the Thorn Empire has spent 3 years training an elite force of 3,000 mountain troops. Mountain troops? Where are these mountain troops now? "I don't know." "Do you have a single piece of complete intelligence?" Donovan finally could not restrain himself and kicked him. Adaluya deftly dodged and, feeling wronged, said, "I haven't finished yet." Natia said this force is under the command of the enemy's 3rd Legion, which was the first to arrive at the banks of the Iowa River. So these mountain troops should not be too far away. The first to arrive, Donovan pondered the implications of this information while casually asking, "Is there anything else?" Ilmanda said, "Could you assign some more tasks? Once the war starts, I want to know where to find you. How can I assign tasks in my current state?" Donovan found himself at a loss for words. "Not to worry, I've brought everything with me," Adaluya said, pulling out a large stack of blank blueprints and drawing tools from his bag. "Then follow me." With no other option, Donovan greeted the guards and led the dwarf into the camp. Retrieving the blueprints to start drawing, he suddenly recalled the material experiments conducted by the lowly sisters and the components he had previously sketched for them. Perhaps together they could create something truly interesting. It took Donovan a full 2 hours to complete the drawings. The items on the blueprints are not yet perfect. They may need further refinement from them. I've noted all my thoughts on the drawings. If they can produce them, please send a few units over. I have use for them. Absolutely. Natia is here as well. By the way, there's one very important matter. Do not disclose that this information came from us. You know it could lead to significant trouble, Adaluya said as he stuffed the blueprints into his bag. The dwarf stepped out of the camp, glancing back uneasily, only to find Donovan had vanished into the military encampment. At that moment, he recalled Natia's words before his departure. "Rest assured, since he is the chosen one, he does not require protection. Deliver the message and return." Shaking his head, the dwarf turned and strode away, choosing not to dwell on the troubling matters any longer. Chapter 56. The defector. Who could the traitor be? There was no inkling. The enemy was likely constructing fortifications, probably for crossing the river, as the frontline troops should be able to see from this side. This information seemed rather inconsequential. A mountain force of 3,000, trapped between the Tettle Mountains, the narrow Gongta Prairie was a critical passage for the enemy's advance. What purpose could there be in deliberately training a mountain force? Moreover, they arrived with the 3rd Legion, the first to reach the banks of the Iowa River. Donovan contemplated a possibility. The enemy had been eerily stagnant for several days, and this conjecture provided a reasonable explanation. With this in mind, Donovan felt it necessary to report this information to his superiors, yet upon reaching the outskirts of the Instructional Legion's camp, he hesitated. How could he explain the source of this information to Director Kane? Adalia had warned him not to disclose their involvement. Who else could he pin this on? Just as Donovan was caught in indecision, the voice of Director Davies rang out. Donovan, is there something you need? Davies had noticed Donovan lingering outside the camp, frowning as he appeared to be deep in thought. Oh, esteemed Director, I have an idea. Concerning military intelligence. Donovan carefully considered his wording. Military intelligence? Come, share it with me. As Donovan followed Director Davies into the Instructional Legion's camp, he said, the enemy has not launched an attack for so long. I suspect there may be a conspiracy within. A conspiracy? Upon hearing this term, Director Davies halted, turning to face Donovan. What kind of conspiracy do you suspect? Haha, Davies, you have trained a remarkable student. Director Kane laughed heartily, then turned to Donovan and said, Child, your speculation has been raised in the Legion's conference as well. But several dukes dismiss such possibilities. Thus, we are left with no choice but to pretend this possibility does not exist. Commander, I once heard from a friend who had been to the Thorn Empire that they seem to have been training a mountain force. Donovan could only toss out this piece of information under the guise of an excuse. Haha. A mountain force. The Thorn Empire certainly has mountain troops. This is nothing. All right, child, you must understand. The military operates this way. Everyone has their own ideas, yet all actions must adhere to the commands from above. Myself included, Kane said with a smile. Donovan found himself at an impasse and could only exit the Instructional Legion's camp. For the remainder of the day, he kept a distant eye on the direction of the Iowa River, where the enemy remained utterly still. The following day, Donovan went missing for an entire day. Upon returning to the camp late at night, he faced Mino's inquiries without responding, instead rushing directly to the instructional camp. Minutes later, he returned, dejected, and proactively sought out Mino. I know I shouldn't have left the camp without permission, and I am willing to accept any punishment, but could you please hear me out regarding the reason? Donovan's expression was solemn, his tone earnest. Mino remained silent, apparently acquiescing to his request. Have you ever considered this? The enemy has been advancing with great momentum, yet why have they remained inactive for a full 9 days upon reaching this point? Logically, in an unfamiliar environment, relying on a long supply line, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for them. Wouldn't you agree? Donovan inquired. Mino nodded. 9 days ago, 3 dukes had yet to arrive. They also did not rush to attack. Why? They were preparing the means to cross the river, Mino answered, referring to the official narrative regarding the ceasefire period. After preparing for war for so long, would they not have considered the Iowa River beforehand? Is it necessary to prepare at the last moment? For 9 days, the longer they prepare, the stronger our defenses become, Donovan argued. Mino fell silent. Thus, only one answer remains, and you can surely guess it, right? They may be planning to take a detour. Mino's brow furrowed even deeper. I will share 2 pieces of information with you. The first is that the Thorn Empire, over the past 3 years, has trained an elite mountain force, and this mountain force was the first to arrive at this battlefield. Yet currently, no one knows their whereabouts. At this point, Donald paused to allow his companion to absorb the information before continuing. Secondly, I traversed the nearby villages today, and only about 20 kilometers to the south did a few hunters inform me of a mountain path leading to the summit. Beneath the cliff at the peak lies the upper reaches of the Iowa River. The upper reaches of the Iowa River, which means to the west of the Tettle Mountain Range. Indeed, it is currently enemy-occupied territory, Donald added. 20 kilometers? 20 kilometers. How long will it take to ascend? Approximately 3 days. Have any hunters ventured up the mountain recently? In summer, with the vegetation flourishing and wild beasts abundant, hunters dare only to operate at the foot of the mountain. What does Captain Kane say? The main force of the enemy is gathering across the river. The military does not perceive a possibility of circumventing them. Mino fell silent for a moment, although he despised Donald's deliberate leniency during the finals for the sake of caution. He realized he had never deceived himself. I do not like you, Mino slowly began. I am aware. Yet my intuition suggests that what you say is likely true. Moreover, you seem to possess a talent for foresight. Thank you. Subsequently, in an effort to distance themselves from other camps, the young reserve army convened their first general assembly. Before a gathering of nearly 300, Donald reiterated his earlier assessment. Following this, Mino, in his capacity as captain, spoke. I find Donald's judgment quite reasonable. Since the battle has yet to commence, and as Captain Kane indicated, Even when it does, it will not be our turn to be at the forefront. Therefore, I am inclined to scout that area to secure the rear for our forces. However, this operation will not receive approval from our superiors, so, strictly speaking, it contravenes military discipline. A ripple of unrest spread through the crowd. Regarding any repercussions, I will willingly assume responsibility as the captain, Mino added. No sooner had Mino finished speaking than Wesley stood up first, languidly stating, "Why be so tense? It's dreadfully stifling in camp anyway. I've long wanted to venture out. Whatever responsibilities arise, we shall bear them together." As he spoke, he winked at Donald. Donald smiled and nodded at him. Then, Quasar also rose. "Captain, whatever you decide, we shall follow." With two role models and Mino's influence among the youth, soon the majority responded to Mino's call. Conversely, Roger staunchly opposed it. His rigorous knightly upbringing and straightforward nature made him inherently resistant to any breach of military discipline. However, seeing the lack of support for his objections, he deliberated and ultimately acquiesced to Mino's decision. Thus, at dawn the next day, this 300-strong young reserve army set off under the guise of morning training, separating themselves from the main force. By lunchtime, the young reserve army was still absent, and Captain Kane began to feel a sense of unease. By dinner time, he was compelled to report this situation. Upon hearing the news, General Bayard, the supreme commander of the Faymont Empire's garrison, erupted in fury. "Scoundrels, war is imminent, and these rascals have found an excuse to flee. The resources invested in their training would be better spent feeding dogs. General Bayard, the lads have warned me several times to be cautious of enemy flanking maneuvers." "Nonsense. Are there not numerous living souls across the river?" "Flanking? Where would they flank from? Both upstream and downstream are sheer cliffs. Can they fly over?" "All excuses. Kane, I have long advised you not to be too lenient with these rascals. Look at what kind of army you have brought." Faced with General Bayard's tirade, Kane could only remain silent. Just as Bayard was beside himself with anger, those very rascals he berated were, under the guidance of their hunter, making their way to the area 20 kilometers from the Gomta Prairie. Near the Tettle mountain range, this region, characterized by 4 peaks resembling wolf heads, was vividly referred to as the Four Wolves Mountain by local hunters. The mountain path was rugged and treacherous, with some narrow trails along cliffs overgrown with moss, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. When maneuvering sideways against the mountainside, should one accidentally kick a stone, it would tumble down for quite a while before the sound of its landing could be heard. No one dared to look down. Occasionally encountering areas requiring climbing, it was nearly impossible for the armored reserve knights, prompting all to shed their armor, retaining only their swords and daggers at their waists. As night fell, the young army established camp on the mountainside of Four Wolves Mountain. Lacking tents, they had no choice but to sleep under the open sky. The makeshift camp was arranged on a south-facing slope, where sunlight reached during the day, preventing excessive dampness. Before ascending, they had procured ample provisions from the village below. And with fresh springs in the mountains, they did not go hungry. However, the mountains were rife with mosquitoes. Experienced hunters collected a bundle of unknown wild herbs, igniting them to produce a pungent smoke, purported to repel these bothersome creatures. As for the wild beasts the hunters feared, they had yet to make an appearance, although the 300 individuals had not seen battle. Their extraordinary martial prowess or magical abilities were more than sufficient to handle the wildlife of the mountains. Should any beasts truly appear, they would likely serve merely as a late-night repast. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Mino arranged for personnel to keep watch through the night. That moment, Donald was on duty alongside Mino for the first half of the night. "I never had the chance to say, regarding the events at the gathering, I apologize. I did not anticipate that Jeffrey would be so ruthless," Donald whispered. "It is of no consequence." "I should not have hurt him," Mino replied casually, his expression still heavy. Suddenly, Donald recalled a possibility and asked, "Do you think the war was incited because of this?" "Is it not?" Mino retorted, "Certainly not. The rebellion that occurred in our province was instigated by the Thorn Empire, aimed at inciting civil strife within the empire to facilitate their invasion. Prior to the gathering, the Thorn Empire's army had already amassed at the border of the two nations. This was stated directly by their ambassador. Regardless of that incident, war would have broken out." "Really?" Mino looked up at Donald, his eyes finally sparkling with a glimmer of life. "Of course. Jeffrey's challenge was intended to undermine the Empire's morale. You acted correctly." "How do you know all this?" "I was present during the Marquis Eli's rebellion, coincidentally." I was also there the day before the gathering when the king summoned the ambassador of the Thorn Empire. The war truly has nothing to do with me? Mino inquired, his gaze hopeful as he awaited the answer to this question. Not in the slightest. Good heavens, you have been burdening yourself with this all along. Donald inadvertently raised his voice, nearly waking their sleeping companions. Thank goodness. Why did you not tell me sooner? The familiar Mino seemed to have returned, and Donald felt a surge of joy for him. By the way, why are you still a magic apprentice? Donald finally asked the question that had long lingered in his mind, before transferring from the Magic Academy to the Knight Academy. I was already a magic apprentice, Mino replied. Given your magical talent, why did you choose to transfer to the Knight Academy? Mino lowered his head, seemingly lost in recollection. My father once took in a wandering knight who lingered at our home to recover from injuries. The only valuable possessions he had were his 2 swords. He did nothing all day, spending nearly all his time polishing his blades. He was such a pretentious fellow. I despised him back then and often said harsh words to drive him away. Yet he seemed not to hear, continuing to polish his worn swords. Then one day, I returned from the academy, and my father informed me that he had died. Died? Donald inquired. A band of thieves had come to the village outside the manor. And no one dared intervene, not even my father, who locked the manor tightly. Only this fellow rushed out, armed with 2 swords, slaying over 30 thieves. That it was not until the remaining thieves fled that the villagers discovered he was already dead. He bore no sword wounds. He succumbed to internal injuries, standing with his sword in hand, eyes wide open, perhaps to frighten off the thieves. That fool, he sacrificed his life for farmers with whom he had no connection at all. Mino's voice began to choke as he recounted the tale. He was a true knight, Donald said softly. From that day forth, I transferred to the Knight Academy. Mino quickly wiped away a tear and raised the heavy sword in his hand, saying, "This sword is his legacy." What was his name, that knight? Donald asked. Mino looked intently at Donald and replied, Roswell. Chapter 57. Encounter with the enemy. The actions of the young reserve army in abandoning the battlefield were subsequently exaggerated. Upon receiving General Baird's heartbroken missive, King Austin was taken aback and, in a fit of sorrow, issued a decree throughout the realm, placing a bounty on the deserters. Upon learning of this outcome, Dean Cain, in a fury, stormed into the army command camp alongside Davies, denouncing General Bayard's obstinacy and distortion of facts before a dozen or so commanders and the Grand Duke. In a fit of rage, Bayard stripped Cain and Davies of their military authority, nearly imprisoning them. Having once assisted the former king, George, in vanquishing the Silver Sparrow Empire, General Bayard was renowned for his bravery in the military, and his decisions were beyond reproach. Even Roger's father, the Duke of Celtic, maintained a steadfast silence. On the 3rd day since Donna and Mino had led their troop away from the battlefield, Richard and Kelly, far away in the province of Tris, also received news of the king's bounty on the youth army, including Donna. Based on their understanding of Donna, the two instinctively sensed that something was amiss. However, on that very day, while out, Richard, recognized as Donna's brother, was besieged by a fervent crowd and sustained minor injuries. Thereafter, the pair concealed themselves within a dwarven laboratory, refraining from any further excursions. Simultaneously, the families of other youth army members faced similar treatment. Under immense pressure from the war, the populace, with nowhere to vent their emotions, directed their ire towards these deserters' families. During the day, the tightly shut doors and windows could not muffle the piercing sounds of condemnation. At night, the silent darkness magnified the guilt that weighed heavily on their hearts. Why had their once proud children and brothers turned into despised deserters overnight? Meanwhile, the young men who were now fugitives had already traversed the perilous mountain paths of the Four-Wolf Mountain for a full 3 days. The sweltering summer heat, dense thickets of thorns, lurking venomous snakes, ferocious insects, loose rocks, and slippery mossy undergrowth all conspired to swiftly drain their energy and strength. By this point, even the magic apprentices in the group were relying on sheer willpower to endure. Didn't they say we would reach the summit in 3 days? Pa whispered to the guide beside him after climbing a steep slope with the help of his companions. Considering the potential presence of enemies, everyone tacitly endeavored to remain quiet. That's based on our pace. You're moving slowly, the hunter replied softly. At this moment, the 2 strongest knights in the group, Mino and Quasar, led the way, while several squire knights, under Roger's guidance, brought up the rear. Donna, Wesley, and Pa, along with other magic apprentices, supported each other as they walked in the middle of the formation. The troop arrived at a gentle slope and entered a patch of woodland. The thick foliage overhead nearly obscured all sunlight, and the rare shade tempted them to sit and rest for a while. 2 hunter guides were present, one leading the way while the other assisted the weary magic apprentices. Are there monkeys in the mountains? Since advancing to a high-level magic apprentice, Donna, whose total mana surpassed that of an ordinary first-level magician, had developed exceptionally keen senses. There are no monkeys. I've been coming up here for years and have never seen one, the hunter replied. Enemies, prepare for battle. Donna's voice remained low, but his expression turned grave. Pass the word forward and backward. At Donna's command, the entire troop drew their weapons and sought cover, swiftly spreading out from the center. Just as someone was about to utter a question in the tense silence, a volley of arrows descended from the sky. Several members of the team fell to the ground without even a scream, each with an arrow embedded in their throats. The enemies are in the trees, Donna shouted, unleashing a fireball towards the indistinct shadow glimpsed among the branches. The shadow let out a sharp, harrowing cry before crashing down. Almost simultaneously, dozens of magic apprentices unleashed their attack spells into the canopy, causing another shadow to plummet to the ground at that moment. Someone shouted, Heavens, it's elves. Of the 2 that fell, one had been charred by Donna's fireball, while the other was a lithe figure, strikingly handsome, and hardly resembled a human. Amidst the relentless barrage of magic, the shadow darted among the dense branches. Another volley of arrows followed, and several more team members were struck. Hearing the whistling of arrows, Donna instinctively ducked behind a rock, feeling one graze his scalp, leaving a burning sting. Mino's voice called out from the front, Roger. Take 20 men down the mountain to report. The rest, pull back from the woods to confront the enemy. Without hesitation, Roger responded loudly and turned to flee with the trailing group. Magic cover, Donna bellowed. Daring to peek out again as frost and snowflakes shot towards the canopy, the enemy seemed wary of his magic, hastily firing arrows before retreating from the range of his spells. In this skirmish, an arrow struck Donna's shoulder. Piercing through, he fell backward into the underbrush, but without pausing to assess his injury, he rolled behind a rock, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Several arrows landed where he had just fallen. Under the relentless magical barrage from dozens of magic apprentices, the elves finally retreated momentarily after unleashing another volley of arrows. They appeared to be few in number and could not withstand the attrition. Retreat. Exit the woods. Under the command or the fear of the situation, the troops surged out of the forest. Donna, injured and lying by the rocks, was seized by a strong hand and hoisted under an armpit. Emerging alongside Quasar, who also crouched down beside him, grinning as he snapped off the arrow shaft lodged in his leg. Mino's urgent voice rang out. Don't panic. Don't run. Seek cover. Almost all members of the troop were facing such a vivid and brutal battle for the first time. Within just a brief moment in the woods, dozens of team members had fallen to arrows, and now, as they burst from the trees, despite Mino's loud exhortations, many fled in sheer desperation, the pursuing elves. After several rounds of arrows, saw fleeing team members succumb one by one. Mino shouted hoarsely, Hold the line. By time for Roger to descend. Donna raised his magic gun, trying to crouch down, but the arrow piercing his shoulder pressed against the ground, exacerbating the wound and causing blood to gush forth in a torrent of agony. The sound of comrades being struck by arrows echoed behind him. Damn it, Donna grunted, forcing himself up, using the arrow tip to press into the earth. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes as he bore down, the rough arrow shaft scraped through the tight confines of muscle and bone, the tip piercing the wound anew, causing blood to spurt forth. Gratefully, he did not lose consciousness. Clenching his jaw, Donna crawled, his abdomen and legs smeared with the blood that dripped from his shoulder, creating a blurred trail from a narrow gap. The dark muzzle of his magic gun slowly emerged. The wound pressed by his lifted arm squeezed tightly around the arrowhead, yet his hand holding the gun remained immobile. With a resounding bang, an elf, poised in midair as if performing a graceful dance, suddenly seemed struck by a heavy blow, flying backward, blood trailing in an elegant arc behind him. A gaping hole the size of a bowl punctured through her ample chest. Another bang resounded as another elf was hit in the abdomen, her body bending backward in a way that mirrored the bough she held, blood spraying forth like an arrow released from its string. Whose arrows are sharper, yours or my gun? Donna shouted, his voice hoarse. Firing again, causing another elf to fall. Witnessing the exaggerated demise of 3 of their comrades, The elves finally ceased their pursuit and retreated in disarray. Donna charged forward, pursuing the fleeing elves relentlessly. When the last elf collapsed at the edge of the woods, Donna finally felt his knees buckle, collapsing to the ground, the hot barrel of his gun pressed against the earth, hissing as the grass beneath it was scorched black. As he slowly turned around, he found everyone, except Wesley and a few others from the province of Triss, staring at him wide-eyed, as if he were some kind of monster. How is this thing so powerful? Quasar rushed forward to support Donna. His jaw dropped wide enough to fit a fist. Remembering how he had once been menaced by this very weapon during the martial magic tournament, a cold sweat trickled down his spine. He had never felt such fear amid the rain of arrows in the woods. Be cautious, these elves are likely just scouts. Their main force is still behind, Donna warned loudly. Indeed, there cannot be just these few. According to Donna's previous intelligence, the enemy may number 3,000. We must find a defensible position, Mino echoed. The fortunate survivor among the hunter guides suggested, do you recall the cliff we passed at noon? It can only accommodate one person at a time. We can hide behind it, in a bid to expedite their retreat. The bodies of fallen comrades were left behind, and though tears may have glistened in some eyes, no one dared to oppose this decision. All understood that time dictated their chances of survival and determined whether they could hold the mountain path. Ensuring that the message could be safely relayed back to the army that if their defensive line were breached, the sacrifice of their comrades would be rendered meaningless. It would take 3 days to descend. And even if the enemy's mountain troops or elves were swift, they would require at least a day. This meant that if they could hold out for 2 days, their safety would be assured. The elves were skilled archers, and those youth army members struck by their arrows mostly perished instantly. Among the few injured in the troop, aside from Donna, all had merely sustained minor wounds, after consuming the last remnants of the extreme northern demon orange. Donna's wound began to heal gradually. Over an hour later, the troop retreated behind the cliff as the hunter had suggested. The narrow mountain path, hugging the cliff, extended for hundreds of meters but was only wide enough for a single person to pass. Donna attempted to sabotage the path but found the rock too hard to break. After discovering a hiding place at the end of the corridor, the group rested while patiently awaiting the enemy's appearance. During their retreat, Mino inquired of Donald how many more times he could wield his magic staff. Upon hearing Donald's response, a sense of reassurance washed over everyone. The 12 elemental frozen pearls required 6 water and fire divine essences each, while the ammunition consisted of 3 element ice spears, which could also be substituted with 3 element stone spikes. At that moment, Donald's water and fire divine essences had exceeded 600, meaning that under sufficient divine energy, he could unleash 100 shots. Even after having utilized half of his reserves, he would still be able to fire another 50 or 60 rounds without issue, provided the enemy did not launch an unrelenting assault. As long as he had enough time to recover his divine energy, his magic staff could continue to be employed indefinitely. Donald estimated that in 1 to 2 hours, his depleted divine energy would be fully restored. However, the enemy appeared within mere minutes, leaving Donald with insufficient time. Chapter 58. The rotating battle atop the summit of the Four Wolves Mountain. A spirited female knight gazed down at the colossal fortifications below. Rarely did she forego her armor, her tall and graceful figure now unobscured, silver hair billowing in the mountaintop breeze, while the bustling soldiers dared not cast a glance at her breathtaking visage. She was Kor, the daughter of General Klee of the 3rd Legion of the Thorn Empire. At just 25, she was not only a second-level knight but had also inherited her father's military acumen and iron-fisted methods of command. This audacious offensive against the Faming Empire, which involved stealthily transporting an entire legion of over 10,000 troops through the Tattle Mountain range using mountaineering soldiers, was orchestrated solely by her. At that moment, the vanguard battalion of 1,000 knights, alongside 3,000 elite mountaineers, had successfully reached the mountain peak. Below, the cliffs bore witness to a massive staircase, constructed painstakingly by tens of thousands of laborers over the course of 10 days. This staircase provided a direct route from the opposite bank of the Iowa River to the summit. Now, all that remained was for her to ascertain the mountain path mentioned in her intelligence report, after which the army could continuously infiltrate the enemy's rear. Contemplating this, Kor turned and entered the hastily erected tent at the mountaintop from half a day prior. 10 minutes later, a military officer entered to report that her reconnaissance team, composed of elf slaves procured at great expense, had been entirely annihilated. The mountain troops have just relayed news that 17 elves have perished, all victims of the same powerful magic. There are nearly 100 corpses on the scene, seemingly all young students from the faming empire. Kor was more shocked by the revelation of encountering enemy forces on such a remote mountain path than by the loss of her elven scouts. Could her plans have been discovered? No. The informants on the opposite side maintained daily communication, and there had been no such warning. After pondering for a moment, Kor resolutely commanded, "Mountain troops, advance at full speed and seize the mountain path. Spare no expense. Vanguard battalion, prepare to depart. Fetch Mage Yalaham." As Kor's orders were dispatched, the mountain troops encountered the youthful reserve army. To be precise, the mountain troops, under the firepower of Donald and the magic apprentices, had been forced into a precarious position after leaving behind hundreds of corpses. 6 hours later, when they received Kor's command, it was already deep into the night. The youth army ignited a pre-prepared pile of firewood with small fireballs, illuminating the narrow path barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. When the mountain troops launched their full assault, the opposing youths expected the enemy to retreat as they had earlier. As most of the magic apprentices exhausted their divine energy and Donald's magical gun had already fired nearly 100 rounds, resulting in over 300 enemy casualties, the realization dawned at this time. The adversary was intent on a serious engagement. Sensing the dire situation, Mino was the first to charge forward, cleaving a mountain soldier down the cliff with his sword and bellowing, "Quasar, prepare," one at a time. Rotating battle. Then Quasar also surged forth. The passageway adjacent to the cliff widened slightly at the exit, yet could accommodate only 2 individuals. Mino, after issuing his command, showed no intent to retreat, continuing to engage the next mountain soldier emerging from the corridor. The mountain soldiers, agile and well-coordinated, matched the reserve knights in raw strength, yet they were no match for fully fledged knights in one-on-one combat. After dispatching over 20 enemy soldiers, Mino yielded a position to Quasar while retreating, shouting, one at a time, "Rotating battle. Magic apprentices, restore your energy with full force." Quasar similarly felled 10 or more mountain soldiers before stepping back. Subsequently, the incoming reserve knight managed to eliminate 2 foes before being dragged over the cliff by a 3rd enemy, perishing together. Seeing this, Mino anxiously commanded, "Act within your means, conserve your strength." Then, each mountain soldier cautiously emerged from the cliffside passageway. While engaging with the opposing reserve knights at the entrance, the next mountain soldier could only cling to the cliff, waiting for his comrade to be slain and pushed over the edge, or for the fallen to crash down, before he could step forth to confront another warrior. The youth army organized itself primarily by strength. And after over 30 rounds of rotating battles, both sides began to experience victories and losses, with reserve knights occasionally being pushed off the cliff. In such moments, the mountain soldiers seized the opportunity to advance, allowing another comrade to squeeze past the precipice to join the fray. Whenever such a situation arose, to prevent the enemy from seizing the passageway, Donald would fire a shot to ensure that the entrance remained in a one-on-one state. Meanwhile, his magical energy was gradually replenishing. The battle unfolded in a strangely brutal manner, with each individual occupying the passageway resembling a contestant in a life-and-death duel. The only distinction was that for the youth army, losing meant death, while winning allowed them to cede the battleground to another comrade. For the enemy, however, there was but a singular fate, whether to be slain by the first opponent or the second or third. While the war waged on in a quiet yet orderly fashion, its brutality surpassed that of a battle involving tens of thousands of soldiers. The contested passageway had transformed into a maw of death, devouring lives. Witnessing and participating in such ruthless combat was the harshest trial for every young soldier present. Half an hour later, the first round of fighting concluded, with the youth army suffering a loss of 23 reserve knights. While over 200 mountain soldiers had perished, the ground at the passage's exit was soaked in blood. Mino ordered Donald to maintain fire suppression while instructing the fire magic apprentices to dry the ground. Clever water magic apprentices promptly devised a more ingenious plan, covering a small area closer to the enemy's passage with a layer of ice. Subsequently, the second round commenced, lasting nearly half an hour once more. This time, the youth army lost 9 more men, while the opposing side suffered nearly 200 deaths. The layer of ice, intentionally placed, was soon melted away by the searing blood. Nevertheless, this allowed Mino, the first to enter the fray again, to claim a few more kills. After 2 rounds, Donald had nearly regained half of his divine energy, and under the cover of his fire suppression and the devoted assistance of the magic apprentices, the reserve knights managed to enjoy a longer respite. At this juncture, These young warriors began to realize that their adversaries were indeed a formidable force, even though their average combat strength fell short. The unwavering willingness to march toward death, having already sacrificed hundreds of lives, was remarkable. Had this army not been bottlenecked in this perilous passage, but instead encountered them on the previous hillside, it was likely that their own side would have been entirely vanquished by now. However, it was evidently not the time to commend the enemy. The third round of combat swiftly commenced, followed by the fourth, fifth. With each round, the youth army incurred losses, and the duration of each battle grew shorter. With every comrade who fell from the cliff, Donald could not help but fire a few extra shots to vent his anger and grief. 3 hours later, as the seventh round concluded, the youth army's reserve knights had dwindled by half, leaving only 67 remaining. The mountain soldiers had lost nearly 2,000 men, yet showed no signs of retreating. The relentless slaughter continued unabated. In the eighth round, the youth army suffered 6 casualties. In the ninth, 7. In the 10th, 5. When dawn broke, the battle had progressed through an indeterminate number of rounds, and only 6 individuals remained standing at the passage's entrance on the side of the youth army. Donald's divine energy was barely sufficient for 2 more shots, while only Pa and Wesley among the remaining magic apprentices still occasionally cast spells. Having already killed countless enemies, fresh foes continued to emerge from the passage. Almost everyone experienced a disconcerting illusion. The enemy seemed endless. The blood continuously spilling at the passage's entrance was scorched dry by fireballs, only to be replaced by fresh blood, and after several cycles. No one had the surplus magical energy left to dry it. The blood transformed into a viscous, black sludge, making the ground treacherously slippery and adding to the unpredictability of the skirmish. Another reserve knight was pulled down the cliff in a mutual demise. Donald could not recall the fallen's name, but remembered he had placed third at the martial magic tournament, and even recalled the satisfied smile on his face when he had triumphed among the top contenders just over a month ago. Now, that vibrant life, likely without even having the chance to share his success with his family, had perished in this desolate valley. As the enemy's blades descended, there was no way to evade. Watching the ongoing battle at the passage's exit, Donald suddenly felt his eyes moisten. Those young children, none of them sought refuge. They are fully aware of the peril they face, cognizant that death may come at any moment, yet they resolutely step onto that deadly arena. Though none have yet ascended to knighthood, each one of them embodies the essence of a true knight. Another squire falls, cast off the precipice, while the squire behind him, nearing the limits of his endurance, finds his sword effortlessly deflected by the enemy. A dagger pierces his abdomen, emerging from his back. In a desperate act, he discards his sword, clutching his adversary tightly as they plunge down the cliff together. Thud, thud, thud. Donner fires 3 shots, sending the 3 enemies that emerge one by one tumbling into the abyss. Minos swiftly intercepts the remaining squire, stepping forward to the mouth of the passage, awaiting the next foe to reveal themselves. The wait seems interminable. All eyes are fixed on the enemy exit, which appears as if it may never run D or Y.N01. Not a single soul emerges. Minos stands there, dazed. The tip of Quasar's blade touches the ground, barely able to support itself. The other 2 squires collapse to the ground in exhaustion. The Donner's weapon remains steadfastly trained on the passageway, unmoving. The magic apprentices stationed behind them can no longer contain their sporadic cheers. We have triumphed. We have finally won. As the apprentices rush to support them, Minos' grip on his sword remains unyielding, even as he sinks down against the hillside. At that moment, a voice suddenly calls out, "Roger." I couldn't help but come back halfway. Roger's familiar voice resonates. What about them? Where have they reached? Wesley hastily inquires. We lit torches and descended through the night. Before I came up, they had already reached the spot where we rested the night before last. With another day and night, they should be able to make it down. As Roger speaks, he scans the surroundings. What about the others? No one responds. What about the rest? Roger shouts. They all sacrificed themselves. Donner slowly replies. All dead. Roger stands there, stunned. You made it down without encountering any mishaps, did you? Donner casually asks. No. Roger answers as he approaches Donner. No mishaps at all. Donner looks Roger in the eyes and repeats the question. None. Why do you ask? Roger replies, suspicion creeping into his tone. Suddenly, Donner raises his magical firearm, aiming it at Roger's chest, coldly stating, Don't come any closer. Drop your sword. Everyone is taken aback by Donner's actions. Roger awkwardly inquires, Donner, What's wrong with you? Mino, has Donner been traumatized? Donner, why? Mino's expression is one of confusion. Roger, do as Donner says. Wesley's demeanor gradually becomes grave. Wesley, are you all right? Roger turns to Wesley, speaking. One more step and I'll shoot. Donner bellows. Roger finally halts, and after a brief silence, asks Donner, why? With your sense of responsibility, you would undoubtedly take the message down yourself. Donner continues. I am concerned for you. Your father's army is encamped nearby. Why remain in this youth brigade? Which is nearly impotent. Donner's gun remains steady, aimed at Roger. First and foremost, I am a student of the Night Academy. Are you doubting me for this? I asked you twice if you encountered any mishaps on the way down. Now I ask you once more. Truly. You encountered nothing? Not even a wild beast? Donner queries. No mishaps. With another day and night, they will reach the base of the mountain. Roger answers without hesitation. Do you know, I witnessed a night of bloodshed. The bloodstains on your scabbard are unmistakably evident, Donner coldly states. At his words, everyone realizes that there are indeed conspicuous blood marks on Roger's scabbard. Roger glances down at his scabbard. Since you noticed so early on, why say so much? You're stalling for time. Roger suddenly charges at Donner. Thud. Roger falls to the ground, his right leg nearly severed. Indeed, I was stalling for time. My magical energy was just depleted. Donner replies expressionlessly. Now, you may tell me why. This war, the Phyman Empire stands no chance. I mentioned, envying Richard, unrestrained, my family, territory. Roger stammers before finally losing consciousness. Wesley lets out a long sigh. The brothers who descended must have been killed by Roger. No one carried the message down. Donner addresses Mino. The group has already begun to suspect this outcome, but it is not until Donner vocalizes it that a chorus of lamentation rises. Far too many lives have been lost in this day and night. Send someone again. Mino asserts resolutely. Roger's father is a traitor. This message must be conveyed. Donner speaks slowly. You all go. I will remain here. How can we allow that? Mino and Wesley almost simultaneously exclaim. Then everyone responds in agreement. The path down is equally perilous. The Celtic Grand Council will employ every means to prevent us from conveying this news. Only with a sufficient number of dissent can we hope to confront it. Donner explains his reasoning. How does he know where to intercept us? Mino counters. The Thorn Empire could not have discovered this mountain path on their own. It is likely information provided by the Celtic Grand Duke. You must hurry down. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. All eyes turn to Donner, silence enveloping them, no one daring to move. If you do not leave soon, those brothers will have died in vain. Donner shouts. I said descending may be more dangerous. Why do you stand idly by? Are you afraid to descend? Very well, Donner will stay behind, and everyone else will follow me. Mino finally resolves. From the decision made before their ascent to the recent realization regarding Roger, Donner has left him profoundly shaken. After careful consideration, he decides to heed Donner's counsel. The news of the Celtic Grand Duke's betrayal can only be shared with those who are absolutely trustworthy. Donner reminds him. Mino nods in agreement. Then, alongside Quasar, leads the team away. Observing Wesley's reluctance to leave, Donner bellows. Stop being so indecisive. Hurry up and go. Wesley chuckles, sitting down defiantly. Whatever you say is futile. I won't leave. Donner shoots him an exasperated glance, offering a wry smile, and lapses into silence. The two sit quietly, the battlefield before them, stained with the blood of a night of fierce combat. The blood now congealed. Below the cliff, over 3,000 corpses pile high like a mountain. Just beside them, friends who had once vowed to traverse the world together have recently perished. Chapter 59. Captured. The sun rises higher behind them, its rays scorching the back of their necks. While the corpses and blood attract swarms of flies, and the air grows thick with the stench of decay. Well then, let us hear your plan. Wesley finally breaks the silence. There is no plan. I'd be a fool to believe you. I've never seen you undertake something without certainty. I truly have no certainty. Only a fleeting suspicion. Donner's gaze remains fixed on the exit of the passage. Bolstered by the formidable mental acuity of a fully fledged mage, he feels no fatigue despite the night's battle. Don't test my patience. Speak. What is your suspicion? When three bandits divide their spoils, what does the leader fear most during a quarrel with the second? Fearing the third, of course. Exactly. Given the Thorn Empire's current military strength, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Phyman Empire is indeed incapable of resisting. Roger's judgment holds true. However, they are now concerned about the Silver Magpie Federation. What relevance does that hold for us? The connection is quite intricate. Inciting Eli to rebel, secretly colluding with the Celtic Grand Duke, the clandestine plans surrounding this passage, all these aim toward a singular goal, to win this war with minimal cost. I understand that. A war resulting in mutual destruction ultimately benefits the Silver Magpie Federation. Wesley interjects. Precisely. Thus, the Thorn Empire is employing a highly rational strategy in this conflict, not seeking a swift victory, but rather minimizing losses. Now, we must wager how much they are willing to sacrifice at this passage. Is that your speculation? Wesley queries. Let us recall that we eradicated all the elven scouts, and not a single individual who has exited this passage has returned alive. This signifies that the enemy has lost over 3,000 troops without any knowledge of our situation. If you were the commander on the other side, how would you proceed? We have over 100 corpses still lying in that grove. Have you forgotten? Very well, we will count that in. What would you do? Remember, do not act impulsively. As we have assumed, the enemy is quite rational. If sheer numbers won't suffice, then they would replace them with stronger troops. Donner smiles slightly and states, that is my suspicion. Huh. I knew you were cunning. My uncle mentioned that your magical staff can match the full force of a third-tier knight strike. Surely they wouldn't send their knight commander to take such a risk. In truth, I have modified it further. Its power is now even greater, Donner adds. Since using pure mithril materials in its construction, the magical firearm has indeed seen an enhancement in potency. So, as long as you recover well, you could potentially contend with 100 third-tier knights. Why didn't you mention this earlier? That reassures me greatly. I think I shall take a short nap. Hello, I have a plan now, Donner suddenly exclaimed. Wesley, who had just leaned back, immediately sat up straight and hurriedly inquired, what plan? I'll keep watch here. You go fetch some water, and it would be best to bring back some food as well. Wesley muttered curses under his breath, but still stood up. It would be ideal to procure some game. If we are to perish, we might as well enjoy a good meal first, Donner reminded him. Get lost. As Wesley departed in search of water, Corlei, who was marching halfway, encountered a soldier returning from the mountain camp to deliver news. Report to the commander. The mountain camp has been entirely annihilated. They failed to secure the mountain pass. The soldier's voice dwindled as he continued. Corlei's brows furrowed tightly, and her gaze at the soldier was almost fiery. How many enemies were there? I do not know. 3,000 are dead, and you don't even know how many enemies there were. They were stationed behind a perilous path. Only one could pass at a time. Those who ventured out were killed. Then why are you still alive? I must report to the commander. Corlei suppressed her fury and spread out a map. Point out to me where this perilous path is. The fully armed knights of the vanguard moved much slower along the mountain path than the mountain infantry. By the time Corlei reached the treacherous cliff path, Donner and Wesley were already feasting on the rabbit that Wesley had just roasted. To be honest, your roasting skills leave much to be desired, Donner remarked. One hand clutching a rabbit's leg while the other firmly grasped the handle of his magic gun, aimed straight at the mouth of the passage. Better to have something to eat than to be picky. If I had gone down earlier, you wouldn't be enjoying this at all. Wesley scoffed. Donner had no retort. You really are quite unfortunate. Wesley suddenly made a nonsensical comment. Do you know each other? Donner asked casually. I meant, you finally managed to flirt with a princess, and now she's about to become a princess of a fallen kingdom. Worry about yourself first, you great romantic. I've come to realize that the superficial beauties of Middle-earth are not for me. My future lies in the land of magic. When the mountain soldier who had just come to deliver news appeared at the passage, the two young men had just divided and consumed a rabbit, still engaged in idle chatter. As the soldier stepped out, he saw no one that he shouted. There's no one. Hearing the shout, Donner hastily aimed and fired. This last soldier sent by Corlei to deliver the message finally fulfilled his mission and fell from the cliff in response. Following that, more than a dozen fully armed knights rushed out, each shouting that there was no one before being sent tumbling down the cliff by Donner. These knights must have received orders beforehand, and upon exiting the passage, they were to report what they had seen. Yet, not a single one noticed Donner, who was hiding behind cover and firing. After 10 had passed, the passage fell silent once more. No one. Yes, they all said there was no one, and then there was a strange sound. And they fell off the cliff. The knight who had returned to report reiterated. Master Yalaham, you see. Commander Corlei, it seems that Similar to the methods used to kill those elves, the enemy has at least one high-level mage. What kind of magic is this? Oh, the world of magic is vast and complex. It is difficult for me to ascertain, but I am certain this mage specializes in water magic and occasionally employs earth magic. Yalaham likely sensed the residual ice spears and stone spikes on the corpses of those elves. The two types of tri-elemental magic had long lost their form, reduced to mere faint elemental fluctuations. A dual-element mage? Corley's brows furrowed even tighter. What level do you think they are? In my estimation, at least on par with Mage Clark. At least a level 4 mage. Corley gasped. It may be even more than that. For a bluebird mage, it is conceivable to kill 3,000 soldiers with powerful magic, but to kill them one by one without exhausting their magical energy is simply incredible. From the injuries on those elves, it seems that only a level 3 magic could inflict such wounds. 3,000 level 3 spells. That is of course impossible. I believe that when facing those ordinary soldiers, they do not require such extravagance that we can conduct a simple experiment. I will cast a level 3 defensive spell on a soldier and see if he can still withstand it. Fine. One is not enough. Send 10. Corley declared fiercely. Yalaham appeared somewhat troubled. As a level 3 mage, the total number of level 3 spells he could cast in perfect condition would be just over 10. However, considering the strategic significance of the passage, he reluctantly agreed to Corley's request. Before long, Donner spotted a knight emerging from the passage, covered in a dense layer of vines, based on his understanding of wood magic. That was at least a level 2 vine armor spell. However, the outcome was no different. The enhanced magic gun, delivering a near full-force strike of a level 4 knight, effortlessly pierced through the level 3 vine armor. And the tremendous impact directly shattered the knight's internal organs. All 10 knights fell in an instant. It truly is a bluebird mage. Corley had no doubts left. At the very least, it is a bluebird mage. Yalaham added, how could the faming empire have such powerful reinforcements? Perhaps, like Mage Clark, they returned from the land of magic. Corley closed her eyes, rubbed her brow with her hands, and sighed deeply. Was the plan she had devised at such great expense for the empire really doomed to fail? Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes and commanded, send another 200 from the vanguard to charge. If we fail again this time, we shall retreat. As they had slain over 70 knights, Donner felt that his judgment might have been flawed. The enemy seemed far less rational than he had initially surmised. After a while, he quietly said to Wesley, I probably have 3 shots left. Prepare to surrender. When they see that it is just the 2 of us, they will surely be startled, haha. Wesley surprisingly still maintained a good sense of humor at that moment. After 3 shots, Donner and Wesley stood up, with Donner raising his magic staff high. The knight emerging from the passage had already resigned himself to death, even envisioning the pose he would take as he flew off the cliff. However, strangely, there was no resounding crash, and then he froze for a moment, as if realizing something, before rushing out. Behind him, soldiers surged forth like a tide. Gazing at the 2 young faces, the leading knight looked around while shouting, Where is that mage? What mage? Wesley asked. The knight delivered a fierce slap to his face, exclaiming, Stop playing dumb. Where is that bluebird mage? Yalaham and Corley's assessments had evidently reached these knights as well. He ran away. Donner suddenly interjected. Mage Victor instructed us to cover his retreat. He said he would ambush at the next intersection. Wesley immediately grasped Donner's intention and, covering his face, lamented, The old man just sent us to our deaths. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Should we continue the pursuit? One knight tentatively asked. What are we pursuing? Quickly report to the commander. We have already seized the passage and captured 2 live ones. The knight who spoke seemed to be a small leader. Upon hearing his decision, the other knights expressed their agreement. There is a difference between being fearless and seeking death. Since that devilish mage had temporarily retreated, why would they rush forward to meet their demise? Thus, by the time Commander Corley and Mage Yalaham arrived, they found only 2 young magic apprentices who had been left behind to face death by the powerful Mage Victor. Chapter 60. The Essence of Barbecue, aside from Mage Victor. How many of you are there? Corley inquired. There are still quite a few knights behind. Donner answered eagerly. How many knights? Who is leading them? It seems like many. The leader, I do not recognize. Oh, Mage Victor seems to refer to him as Cass. The Scarlet Knight Brigade. Corley glanced at Mage Yalaham, who nodded in response. How did you end up here? Mage Yalaham asked. It's all that old codger. He forced us to go in front. And said something about there being no danger on the mountain. We young ones can run fast. I always knew he wasn't a good person. If there is no danger, then why are so many knights following behind? Wesley fell back into his theatrical performance. Seeing his tearful demeanor, even the guards beside him began to doubt that if Mage Victor were to appear at that moment, he might very well charge at him in a fit of rage. What nonsense, you speak. Corley barked at Donner. We are the young reserve troops. 3 days? Oh no, 4 days ago, Commander Kane ordered us to cooperate with a stranger mage. Yes, that Mage Victor. And then we were dispatched up the mountain. Donner pretended to be very frightened. Do you know why you were sent up the mountain? Corley continued her inquiry. I clandestinely overheard those knights discussing an ambush, seemingly targeting someone here. Moreover, they appeared to be incessantly mentioning the name of Duke Celtic. Upon hearing the mention of Celtic, Keely's expression shifted dramatically. She ceased her inquiries and began to pace back and forth, evidently embroiled in an intense internal struggle. Meanwhile, the idle Magus Allahan casually picked up the magical rifle confiscated from the knights and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "My mountaineering staff," Donner promptly replied, anxious that Allahan might notice the mithril, encased beneath dwarven steel, adorning the rifle's handle. Allahan scoffed, curling his lip. Such a heavy mountaineering staff. In fact, this is a small invention of mine, designed to better control the heat while roasting game. Donner added, Intriguing. How does it work? Allahan had already noticed the scattered bones of hairs on the ground, and he held no skepticism towards Donner's explanation, as he himself was quite fond of such whimsical inventions. The handle can rotate, and there is an exhaust vent on top to adjust the flame's temperature. Allahan twisted the handle, locating the small opening, yet he still could not fathom how to regulate the temperature. I can demonstrate for you, Donner said, striving to modulate his voice to avoid appearing overly excited or nervous. Allahan gestured to a nearby guard, who promptly untied Donner's bound hands. Confident that the young apprentice would not dare make a reckless move in the presence of the formidable Magus Allahan. Both Donner and Wesley were merely 16 or 17 years old, and by common sense, they were nothing more than advanced apprentices in magic. Thus, to the guard, the ropes binding the two youths seemed entirely superfluous. Anyone present could easily crush them with a mere flick of the wrist. As Donner reached out to take the mountaineering staff from Allahan, Wesley deliberately averted his gaze, uncertain whether he was more anxious or struggling to suppress laughter. Through my research, the pinnacle of roasting is achieving a crispy exterior while maintaining a tender interior. Donner spoke while fondling the magical staff. Allahan nodded appreciatively, evidently in accord with Donner's perspective. Keely continued to pace nearby, contemplating her next move, indifferent to the triviality of roasting game. The uniqueness of my invention lies in the fact that it cannot solely rely on fire, but must be harmonized with water magic, like this. Merely using a small ice spear will suffice. As he spoke, Donner began to chant a spell, embedding a triad ice spear into the empty slot at the front of the handle. That idea is quite creative, Allahan mused. Stroking his sparse beard, finding the young man before him rather appealing, Wesley had ceased to look away, his head hung low, and if one were observant, they might notice his shoulders trembling slightly as he struggled to contain his laughter. Fortunately, at that moment, aside from Keely, the attention of the guards and Magus Allahan was entirely fixated on Donner's roasting gun, leaving no one to notice him. Now is the crucial moment, my lord. You must be quite curious how a mere ice spear can adjust the heat. You can observe this process through the flame outlet. It is truly marvelous. Please step back a bit to avoid being singed by the flames. Allahan scoffed. Humph. Do you think your flames could harm me? He remained steadfast, standing just a step away from the flame outlet, squinting his left eye while intently aiming his right eye at the finger-width opening. Witness the moment of marvel, Donner whispered. With a loud bang, a miraculous event indeed occurred. But Allahan was destined to miss it, for half of his brain was obliterated, his gray matter splattering in all directions. Curiosity had led to the demise of Magus Allahan. Donner twisted the rifle's barrel and shot the guard who had just untied him, then aimed directly at the astonished Keely, shouting, Anyone who dares to move will face her demise. Unaware of the significance of this female officer to the army, Donner could only take a gamble. Fortunately, no one dared to move. His gamble paid off. So there is no such thing as Magus Victor, is there? Keely inquired coldly. Enough with the pleasantries. Untie his ropes. Donner steadied the magical rifle towards Keely. He was deeply concerned that she might resolutely utter the words, Don't worry about me. Yet thankfully, such melodramatic statements did not materialize, For a time, no one dared to stir. Let me guess, it has always been just the two of you here. Keely continued her questioning. Bang! Donner shattered Keely's nearby folding chair, warning again, do not test my patience. At this, Keely instinctively shut her eyes tightly, her body trembling violently. Do as he says. Keely's voice remained cold, yet lacked the previous firmness. The guards swiftly complied with the order, unbinding Wesley's hands and then, under Donner's command, retreating to a safe distance. The knights of the vanguard camp, stationed in the valley, were thrown into disarray upon hearing the devilishly familiar gunfire emanating from the direction of Commander Keely. By the time they arrived, General Keely had already been subdued by the 2-inch little rascals they had just captured. The once mysterious and formidable Magus Allahan was now left with only half a head. And one guard lay dead in a gruesome state. They were forced to accept an incredulous reality, that the Bluebird Mage was indeed one of these two youngsters. Fools, what are you still standing there for? Go bind her. Donner cast a fierce glance at Wesley. Don't you dare shoot. Wesley trembled as he picked up the rope from the ground. Mumph, enough with the chatter. I will collect what you owe me in due time, Donner replied coldly. Wesley, avoiding Donner's rifle, positioned himself behind Keely, binding her hands behind her back. Yet, seemingly still uneasy, he wrapped her upper body tightly once more. Under his clumsy binding skills, Keely's alluring figure still exuded a peculiar beauty, perfectly complementing the determined expression on her exquisitely beautiful face. Was that intentional? Donner could not help but ask Wesley. I didn't expect the effect to be this good. Wesley chuckled in response. Check that mage for any scrolls or the like. Donner gestured towards Magus Allahan. Wesley approached and rummaged for a while, eventually retrieving several scrolls and a small pouch of magical crystals. Only then did Keely realize that the earlier conflict between the 2-inch little rascals had been a ruse. It was precisely because she had considered their discord that she had abandoned the idea of suddenly subduing Wesley. The recurring deception left her, who had always prided herself on her intelligence, feeling inexplicably humiliated. Release the commander, and we shall let you go, an officer spoke up. Nonsense. Clear the way for us, allow us to pass, and once we are safe, we will return her, Wesley retorted. It was a remarkably peculiar scene. As Donner and Wesley stood near the perilous path ascending the mountain, while the knights of the vanguard camp crowded the ambush position previously occupied by the young army, the two sides became locked in a stalemate. The knights were not unwilling to part ways, but simply could not, as over 700 knights standing there made it impossible to create sufficient space. Half an hour later, the deadlock remained unbroken, prompting Donner and Wesley to make a strange yet unavoidable decision, to retreat up the mountain. Wesley led the way while Donner trailed behind, maintaining a distance to keep Keely securely in the middle, cautiously traversing the perilous path along the cliff's edge. The knights of the vanguard camp followed closely behind them. For the next half-day, this peculiar procession ascended to the mountain's summit in such a formation, encountering not a single soul along the way. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Wesley gazed down at the expansive steps below and turned to ask, why is there not a single person? Keely lifted her chin, casting her gaze elsewhere, her expression reminiscent of a heroic maiden preparing for sacrifice. Though her heart may not truly harbor such resolve, the fortifications here had long been completed, and the laborers had naturally been relocated. The mountain and vanguard camps, comprising a total of 4,000 troops, had ascended in succession. The 3rd Legion, preparing to make a detour, was still pretending to be stationed on the opposite bank of the Gongta Prairie. Clearly, there was no one left. Only sending these people to make a detour is utterly useless. Where are the others? Wesley pressed on. Keely snorted coldly, maintaining her silence. Never mind, we shall descend. Observing the knights who continued to approach, yet dared not draw closer, Donner made an immediate decision. Wesley continued to lead, while Donner remained at the rear. Facing the pursuers, Wesley crawled backward, using both hands while occasionally commanding the pursuers to keep their distance. Donner held his rifle with one hand, while the other grasped the railing, proceeding with utmost caution. Keely was sandwiched between the two, with sufficient distance maintained to ensure she would not dare act recklessly. 2 hours later, as they finally set foot on the ground, the sun had already set, leaving only a trace of twilight on the horizon, with darkness poised to envelop them at any moment. Find some rope and bind her completely. Upon touching the ground, disregarding his trembling legs, Donner urgently shouted. There were still ample supplies left over from the construction materials scattered about, and Wesley easily found suitable rope to bind Keely's legs and feet. Just as he was finishing the bindings, Donner turned his rifle's barrel, not aiming at the knights descending the steps, but rather at the massive column of the fortification. He aimed at the most robust pillar base and fired his weapon. After 6 or 7 shots, the local steps began to tremble incessantly. The knights who had ascended the stairs were suddenly thrown into disarray, clutching the wooden frames beside them in a panic. "Find a cart and bind her to it. Drag her away," Donald shouted, retreating while continuing to fire his magical gun. After 20 shots, the massive structure began to crumble, its collapse gradually escalating in magnitude. Knights fell into the raging waters of the Iowa River. Crushed beneath the collapsing edifice, once assured there were no survivors, Donald turned and fled into the dark wilderness. Wesley, running alongside him, dragged a cart that the villagers had brought for transporting supplies, bound to the cart. Corey was in excruciating pain. Chapter 61. After the disaster, this was an inconspicuous little estate on the western bank of the Iowa River. From here, one could faintly gaze eastward at the Tettle Mountains. Approaching noon, the estate remained eerily silent. Suddenly, a peculiar sound shattered this unsettling tranquility, rousing Donald and Wesley from their slumber. A female knight, bound in ropes, writhed incessantly, emitting strange sounds. Not far from her, a wooden stake impaled the corpse of a girl. Naked and lifeless, the sharpened stake penetrated her lower body and emerged from the back of her neck. Her face, now beginning to decay, was turned towards Corey, the grotesque contortion of her features bearing witness to the inhuman treatment she had endured. Wesley rushed over, swinging his hand to strike Corey's face. She seemed to forget to defend herself with her energy, and her face immediately swelled, the cloth stuffed in her mouth dropping to the ground. "Are you afraid to? Isn't this a deed of your kind?" Wesley, still seething with anger, kicked the kneeling female knight to the ground. Donald's tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. The girl appeared to be no more than 15 or 16. The same age as Kelly. After escaping the previous night, Donald and Wesley had fled in exhaustion, collapsing in a corner upon reaching this remote estate, never anticipating such a sight upon waking, curled up on the ground. Corey futilely protested, "No, our army wouldn't do this. It can't be." Her voice grew softer, lacking conviction. Wesley landed several more kicks before ceasing, panting as he demanded, "Where is your army now?" Corey seemed oblivious, repeating her earlier defense in a half-hearted manner. Donald, unlike Wesley, did not vent his frustration on Corey, nor did he attempt to soothe her. He sat in silence, striving to quell the fury swelling within him. After a moment, he struggled to rise and walked away quietly. Before long, he returned, placing another similarly tragic female corpse before Corey. An hour later, dozens of bodies lay before her, all female and utterly naked, alongside elderly individuals and even children, but conspicuously absent of adult males. Donald sat despondently on the ground, his gaze vacant, while Wesley crouched with his head in his hands. Corey fell silent, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not conceal the truth before her. The army she led was among the first to cross the border into the Fremont Empire, facing little resistance as they proceeded to the banks of the Iowa River. The subsequent troops continuously brought adult men to her encampment to serve as laborers. She had never fathomed that the families of those laborers would suffer such fates. In her understanding, war was always intertwined with courage, strategy, conquest, and honor. She could not comprehend that the loyal and upright imperial troops in her eyes could commit such heinous acts. She attempted to reject the reality before her, but as more and more corpses, each bearing the marks of abuse and cruelty, came into view, she broke down. In the afternoon, Donald and Wesley retrieved shovels and began digging a grave on a hillside near the village. Before sunset, they buried all the bodies, ensuring that regardless of the horrors they had faced, they could finally return to the earth and preserve a semblance of dignity. At that moment, the surroundings were utterly silent. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. The setting sun cast a beautiful glow over the estate below the hillside, rendering the scene as enchanting as a fairy tale. "Why would your army commit such atrocities? You can't comprehend it, can you?" Donald spoke slowly from his perch on the hillside, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Each person harbors a seed of evil within them, awakened by war and slaughter, nurtured by fear and bloodshed. Corey's vacant eyes finally flickered with life. She realized Donald was addressing her. "Since they have become demons, they ought to be sent to hell. But those who unleash these demons upon the world are precisely those who instigate wars. I will make them pay. Make them regret. Let them experience the agony of despair. You had better pray that you do not live to see that day. I will ensure she lives to see that day, Wesley interjected suddenly. After a day and night of relentless battle, followed by a perilous descent lasting 2 days and nights, Mino was utterly exhausted. The magic apprentices behind him were now clinging to their faith to persist. Along the way, Quasar's arrow wound began to fester and ooze. Reluctantly, Mino left behind some food and water, continuing the descent with the group, shortly after the sun dipped below the peaks of the Four Waves Mountains. The remaining 50-odd members of the Youth Reserve Army finally reached the village at the foot of the mountain. Is this the Youth Reserve Army? In the darkness, a dozen soldiers emerged, the foremost being an officer. Who are you? Mino asked warily. We were instructed by Captain Kane to wait here for you. Is this all the men you have? The officer explained. Others are still behind. Where are our horses? Mino's left hand was hidden behind him, signaling the team to remain alert. Should we not wait for everyone to gather? The officer inquired. Puzzled. We're exhausted. We'll head back to camp first. Those useless ones are too slow. We can't wait for them. Mino replied, walking towards the village, where they had left their horses before ascending. A few soldiers blocked Mino's path, and the leading one continued. We should wait until everyone arrives. Fine, Mino said, turning to walk back, his back to the soldiers, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. His lips subtly signaling a direction. Almost simultaneously, the 50-odd magic apprentices charged toward that direction. Stop them, the officer shouted, and countless soldiers emerged from the surrounding darkness. Mino drew his sword, striking down a soldier, while the magic apprentices unleashed a torrent of spells toward the fleeing direction. Each casting of Paz Stone Spike's spell felled a soldier. The sound of arrows whistled through the air, and within moments, over 20 magic apprentices were struck down, yet those on the ground continued to cast spells towards the advancing soldiers. Their faces contorted in agony. They bore their pain, unleashing their magic with reckless abandon. Suppressing the soldiers' advance, arrows rained down incessantly, and these young men, resembling hedgehogs with shafts embedded in them, did not relent until their magical energy was depleted, collapsing in exhaustion. They had witnessed their comrades sacrifice their lives to shield them from the enemy. And now it was their turn. Not a single one faltered. Like those knights standing resolutely at the precipice, they would rather drain their own blood than allow the enemy to advance. The soldiers were taken aback by the scene before them. They could not comprehend why these seemingly frail magic users would display such fearless determination. They had received orders from the Duke to keep this group of deserters here. Yet witnessing the children's fervor, their resolve began to waver. Could this iron-willed group truly be the ones to flee in the face of battle? What are you all standing around for? Hurry and pursue them. The commanding officer, leading the charge, suddenly found himself ensnared by a magic apprentice lying in a pool of blood, who clung desperately to his leg. Despite his struggles, he could not break free and resorted to severing the apprentice's hand with his blade. At that moment, the remaining 20-odd members of the youth army had vanished completely into the darkness. Father, my brother and the others have been up the mountain for 5 days. Surely nothing has gone awry. The speaker was Roger's younger brother, Ron Celtic, the second son of the Duke of Celtic. Do not worry. Your brother is meticulous and will be fine, the Duke reassured Ron, although he himself harbored doubts when he received the message from Roger on that fateful night. He had hesitated to prevent him from accompanying the youth army up the mountain, but it was too late for such thoughts now, and he could only hope that Roger would stay sharp and that the army of the Thorn Empire would exhibit some level of rationality and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Father, General Bayard sighed. There will be no suspicion, will there? Ron asked, still unconvinced. Sigh, you should learn from your brother not to be so anxious about everything. The spies left on the western bank have long been replaced. Old Bayard is stubborn and self-willed. He will merely perceive any dissenting voices as a challenge to his authority. The Duke was interrupted mid-sentence as a voice called from outside the tent. My Duke. There is news from over there. What news? Come in and tell us, he commanded. A soldier entered the tent, and it was indeed the same officer who had previously intercepted Mino at the foot of the mountain. Indeed. As you anticipated, we intercepted them at the foot of the mountain. What about Roger? Is he among the ranks? The voice of Duke Celtic was tinged with urgency. I did not see him. How many of them are there? Have they all been sent to the location I instructed you? Over 50, we killed half of them. The rest fled. Fled? You let a group of green recruits escape right under your nose. The Duke was seething with rage. Although he refrained from deploying his elite knights to avoid raising suspicion, even a 500-strong army should have been sufficient to contain 50 inexperienced children. My incompetence. However, Duke, those children seemed rather peculiar. Peculiar? In what way? As if they were driven by bloodlust. The Duke pondered thoughtfully. More ferocious than seasoned veterans, the leader was drenched in blood, the officer added. So, they have indeed come this way. Good. You stay there to provide support. Have your men, lead another 200 and seal off the rear of the camp. They must not be allowed to return to the barracks. Understood. The officer complied and exited the tent. Father, my brother, he will be fine. You should have already joined the forces over there. Duke Celtic reassured his youngest son. As if comforting himself on the dark slopes of the Four Wolves Mountain, Quasar awoke from his stupor, fumbling to ignite the grass and branches beside him with a flint in the dim light of the fire. He used his long sword to carve away the putrid flesh from his thigh, then tore a strip from his clothing to gag himself. The flames flickered on the branches, and the hand holding the stick hesitated momentarily before thrusting the flame into the gory wound. Darkness enveloped him once more, and Quasar fell unconscious again. Chapter 62. A chance encounter. The two youths who had just exchanged fierce words found themselves in an awkward predicament. They scoured the entire estate, but discovered no food. Leaving them to sleep on empty stomachs in the darkness, their hollow bellies took turns emitting embarrassing growls. The next morning, awakened by hunger, they finally realized that the most pressing concern was not their vows of vengeance, but rather ensuring they did not perish from starvation beforehand. Isolated behind enemy lines, with empty stomachs, they swiftly pinpointed their next objective, the enemy's supply line. Helii remained as unresponsive as a living corpse. And no matter how hard Wesley tried, he could not extract any information about the supply route from her lips. Thus, they had no choice but to bind her back onto the cart and drag her northwestward. Along the way, they passed several villages but, as expected, found no food, only the occasional corpse, though fortunately, they did not encounter any more gruesome scenes. To conserve energy, they gathered grass mats and other debris to hastily cover the bodies before continuing on their way. A full day passed without encountering the enemy's supply troops or any living souls. Even Donald, who had grown accustomed to a life of poverty on Rand Island, had never experienced such hunger. His stomach, devoid of any food to digest, still writhed in protest, its walls painfully rubbing against one another. Gradually, the pain intensified, engulfing not just his stomach, but his entire abdomen, as though it were ablaze. Saliva ceased to flow, and his lips cracked. No amount of water could alleviate his suffering. To avoid further exertion, his body instinctively hunched over, his legs dragging weakly along the ground, when the cart became unbearably heavy. They finally abandoned Helii. Donald was unaware of when he fainted by the roadside. Upon awakening, he saw Wesley gnawing on wild grass, green juice dripping from the corner of his mouth, creating a ghastly sight. Perhaps he would starve to death here, Donald thought, recalling the wild rabbit from days prior on the mountain. Yet, there were no rabbits here, only fields of crops thriving under the summer sun, needing months more to reach maturity. Donald slowly closed his eyes, transforming the rabbit into a myriad of food shapes. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and crawled towards the farmland. Time passed, and Wesley heard Donald shout, "Windblade, prepare." Wesley could not grasp Donald's meaning before he witnessed several creatures emerge from who knows where. He felt an unexpected surge of strength, sitting upright and desperately unleashing Windblade. "Did you hit anything?" Wesley did not reply. He too succumbed to unconsciousness when Wesley was roused by Donald's shaking. The long-forgotten aroma of meat wafted through the air. He seized the morsel from Donald's hands and, without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Donald smiled at him as he ate. "What kind of meat is this?" "Drink some water first." Wesley took the water Donald offered, gulping it down. Along with the meat's flavor, he could still taste the bitterness from gnawing on grass. "A rabbit." Donald chuckled wryly and shook his head. "It's a rat." Wesley's face paled, as if he were about to vomit, but he fought to hold it back, finally managing to say after a long pause, "Is there more?" "Rest a bit, then we'll catch more. You hit 2 in total just now." "I never imagined I would have to survive on rat meat one day." Wesley's expression was one of impending tears. "If I told you I ate mine raw, would that make you feel better?" "Really? Just pretend it is," Donald said with a wry smile. The rat meat settled into his stomach, gradually restoring his strength. After a brief rest, Donald discovered a field mouse hole and cast a small fireball inside. Soon, countless field mice scurried out from various burrows. This time, Wesley had a bountiful catch. In the end, he saved 2 pieces of rat meat, and instead of eating them, he and Donald took half a day to return to Keeley, feeding the meat to her. Keeley, who had always possessed better stamina than the two, had been tied to the cart and had expended no energy. Though she was still tormented by hunger, she had not yet fainted. Initially, she whimpered in refusal, but ultimately, she could not resist the temptation of the meat's aroma and consumed both pieces of rat meat. Wesley waited until she finished before speaking. "Do you know what you just ate?" "Dead rat." Keeley shrieked and fainted. Donald shook his head slightly and took the cart by himself. The two continued deeper into enemy territory. By noon the next day, the scent of roasted field mice attracted a group of unexpected guests. "Don't move, who are you?" Donald and Wesley were fully absorbed in their delicacies, and after days without encountering any living souls, they unconsciously lowered their guard, allowing a small squad of a dozen or so to surround them without detection. "And you lot, who are you?" As Wesley spoke, his right hand discreetly clutched a scroll he had taken from Yalaham. Donald also readied his magic gun. The group before them consisted of several young men and women, all dressed in knightly attire, slightly older than Donald and Wesley. The one who had just spoken was a striking female knight, tall and slender, with glaring red hair cascading from beneath her silver helmet. She pointed at Keeley, bound to the cart, and inquired, "Is this your captive?" Keeley was clad in the Thorn Empire's distinctive deep blue military uniform, clearly revealing her identity. From the indifferent gazes directed at her, it could be inferred that they were not enemies. Nonetheless, Wesley cautiously replied, "What do you think?" Perhaps having recognized Keeley's outfit, the red-haired knight adopted a more probing tone. "We are the Azure Knights of the Western Empire of Faming." "Azure Knights?" Wesley queried, perplexed, as he had never heard of such a name. That a small man quickly added, "We've only been established for 12 days. Both Donald and Wesley could not help but laugh, realizing that the so-called Azure Knights were merely a makeshift militia. No laughing. "Who are you?" the red-haired knight chided. "We are from the Tris province, currently affiliated with the Imperial Youth Reserve Army," Donald interjected, anxious that Wesley might say something inappropriate. "How did you end up here? And what about this captive?" "We sabotaged the secret passage the Thorn Empire built in the Tettle Mountains. This woman is their captain," Donald succinctly replied. "Captain?" The red-haired knight's face displayed unmistakable disbelief. "Just the two of you? Why so many questions?" "The others are dead," Wesley snapped impatiently. The small man who had spoken earlier seemed displeased with Wesley's attitude and barked, "Try speaking to Captain Sarah like that again." The red-haired knight, referred to as Captain Sarah, feigned magnanimity, waving her hand dismissively and mockingly saying, "So, we've encountered 2 heroes, have we?" "Captain, why don't I see your team?" Wesley retorted. "Humph, the Azure Knights are all elite knights, so of course, their numbers are limited. However, out of sympathy, we wouldn't mind recruiting a few novices, especially those starving enough to resort to eating rat meat." As Sarah's lips curled into a sneer, she continued to laugh contemptuously. "Do you have provisions? Did you acquire them from the enemy?" Donald immediately discerned the crux of the matter. "We have already thwarted 3 of their supply units." The diminutive man could not help but interject, his tone brimming with pride. Donald and Wesley exchanged a glance before continuing. "We can indeed join you. In fact, we have been seeking their supply lines." Upon hearing such grandiose claims from the disheveled youth, resembling a beggar, the members of the Azure Knights erupted in laughter. "Come, let us treat you to a hearty meal," Sarah remarked, turning to lead her group away. Donald and Wesley hastened to rise, awkwardly dragging their cart to keep pace with them. "I detest that woman," Wesley spat vehemently. "She resembles a long-lost sister of yours. Do you not find her manner of speaking strikingly similar to your own?" "Shut it." Among the forces of the Thorn Empire, General Cleary commanded the vanguard, the 3rd Legion, which had been stationed by the banks of the Iowa River for a full fortnight. 3 nights ago, a soldier reported seeing countless logs floating downriver, suspected remnants of a crossing operation. Soon thereafter, news reached the general's tent that a crossing site 30 kilometers away had been utterly destroyed, and the whereabouts of the over 4,000 troops led by Captain Cly were unknown. Cleary, bereft of time to ponder the fate of his missing daughter, was now faced with the repercussions of a strategic failure. The military convened an emergency meeting to revise their battle strategy and restructure the frontal assault plan. Originally, the 3rd Legion was to circumvent and strike directly at the city of Coenus, thereby drawing away a significant number of defenders and alleviating pressure on the front line, with this plan now in tatters. The crossing operation relied on rudimentary fortifications, proving woefully inadequate. The failed diversion had squandered considerable resources, and any reinforcement to the frontline fortifications had to await the arrival of additional materials from the occupied territories. At this moment, the army's food supplies dwindled to a mere fortnight's worth. A letter, encrypted and dispatched by a raven, was sent to the Duke of Celtic. Upon reading the missive, the Duke slumped in despair. The contents were starkly simple. The diversion plan was rescinded. 2 days later, the Thorn Empire's forces discovered survivors from Clyde's vanguard camp not far downstream. From him, General Cleary finally learned that the diversion had been thwarted by a young Azure mage, and Captain Cly had been taken captive to the occupied territories west of the Iowa River. News of a formidable Azure mage roaming the occupied lands swiftly reached King Edward. Chapter 63. The assault were it not for the guidance of the Azure Knights. Donald and Wesley would have never stumbled upon the abandoned village nestled within this ravine. Here, there were no farmlands, only overgrown grass reaching half their height and dilapidated cottages. Before long, a multitude of elders, women, and children emerged from the village's nooks and crannies, as though conjured by magic. It was almost inconceivable how they had hidden themselves. This was the first time Donald and Wesley had encountered living civilians in enemy-held territory. The Azure Knights evidently held a revered status among these people, who gazed upon Sarah and her companions with the reverence one might reserve for a savior, while the children spun around them in joyful circles. "These two are our guests. The soldier in the cart is their captive," Sarah announced to the crowd. Seemingly forgetting her earlier intention to recruit Donald and Wesley into the order, the civilians erupted into cheers, yet none dared approach the cart binding Cly. The women instinctively shielded their children from view, perceiving any soldier of the Thorn Empire as a fearsome entity. Before long, a woman brought bread to Donald and Wesley, thoughtfully preparing 2 bowls of meat soup as well. The two expressed their gratitude politely before accepting the offerings. However, once the long-awaited food touched their lips, they entirely forgot their decorum, ravenously devouring it in plain sight. Driven by insatiable hunger, the surrounding civilians observed their voracious consumption with smiles that bore no hint of mockery or derision. For not long ago, they too had endured the pangs of hunger. "This, was taken from the enemy?" Donald inquired between mouthfuls. "Indeed, the retreating nobles carried away all the provisions, leaving many to perish from starvation," Sarah replied. "Our supplies are also quite limited. Did you not already engage 3 supply units?" Donald, having finished his meal, asked while wiping his mouth without a shred of refinement. "Our numbers are finite," Sarah remarked, casting a pointed glance at Wesley, likely recalling his earlier taunt regarding their scant ranks. However, this time, Wesley refrained from retorting, not out of deference for the bread he had consumed, but rather from a sense of admiration and gratitude for Sarah and her companions' efforts to save so many impoverished souls within enemy territory. "We can only contend with isolated transport teams, and retrieving the provisions poses a dilemma. Should we encounter pursuers, we would be compelled to incinerate the supplies," Sarah lamented. "When do you plan to act next?" Donald queried. "We could join you," Wesley added. "You?" Sarah's tone dripped with skepticism. The small man who had been unable to restrain himself chimed in. "You should remain here. Do not hinder our retreat." Wesley, instead of retaliating with sarcasm, spoke earnestly. "We are magic apprentices." "Is that so?" Sarah replied, glancing at Donald, who solemnly nodded. Clad in the tattered gray uniforms of the youth army, Donald and Wesley appeared more like beggars than noble mages, making it difficult for others to believe they were connected to the esteemed practitioners of magic. Seeing the lingering doubt on Sarah's face, Wesley boldly stood and approached the encircling crowd. The people parted to let him through, and as he stepped out, he cast a glance back at Sarah, seemingly ensuring she could see him. Turning to face the wilderness, he softly recited an incantation, then waved his hand forward. 6 or 7 wind blades, each the size of a palm, shot forth, slicing through the overgrown grass to carve a clear path. Blade of the Gale. Amid the gasps of astonishment, only Sarah recognized Wesley's magic. An advanced magic apprentice? Wesley nodded at Sarah, a hint of pride lingering on his face. "Very well, then you shall accompany us shortly." After Wesley showcased his abilities, the Azure Knights regarded the two with newfound seriousness. Introductions followed. The Azure Knights numbered over a dozen, all full-fledged knights, with Sarah being a second-tier knight. Interestingly, the incessantly interjecting small knight turned out to be Pietro, the champion of the previous martial magic festival from the province of Greenland. The Azure Knights expressed delight at having absorbed 2 advanced magic apprentices into their ranks. An hour later, Donald and Wesley rode northward alongside Sarah's party. Before departing, Wesley pushed the cart binding Cly into an abandoned farmhouse and fed her some food. After 30 kilometers of travel north, they concealed themselves within a copse on a hillside, affording them a clear view of the lengthy official road several kilometers away. Before long, a convoy of 20 to 30 men appeared on the horizon to the northwest. "Did you ambush here before?" Wesley whispered. "Certainly not. We change locations each time," Pietro replied. Wesley fell silent. The members of the knightly order maintained their quietude, their expressions a blend of seriousness and excitement. "In a moment, we will charge down. You will provide support from the rear," Sarah instructed softly. Donald and Wesley nodded in silent agreement with Sarah's plan. The cavalry advanced steadily, soon reaching the foot of the hill. Sarah silently signaled with her hand, leading the charge. The others followed closely behind, swords and blades raised high. The convoy below, whether due to fatigue or overconfidence, did not form a defensive line until the cavalry was nearly upon them. The warhorses charged straight into the disorganized formation. Sarah stood in her stirrups, raising her heavy sword high to strike down upon the foremost soldier. With a resounding clash, the sound of steel meeting steel echoed, but the soldier did not fall as anticipated. Instead, Sarah felt a tremendous force surge against her, nearly unseating her. "It's a trap. Retreat." After barely fending off 3 strikes from the soldier, Sarah glimpsed the armor faintly revealed beneath the adversary's gray cloak. She shouted, turning her horse, only to narrowly deflect another blow. The enemy's sword cleaved through her heavy sword, striking the belly of her steed, sending it reeling in pain. By the time the other knights who had charged down the hill turned their horses, the enemy below was already mounting their own steeds to charge forward. The logistics unit of the Thorn Empire, having faced ambushes thrice in this area, had organized this small squad, disguised as a supply unit, waiting for Sarah and her companions to fall into their trap. To ensure the supply of provisions to the front, the Thorn Empire was determined to secure their rear operations. This 30-man squad consisted entirely of elite knights drawn from the front lines, in addition to 21st-tier knights. They had 9 second-tier knights, with the leader being a formidable 3rd-tier knight. Were it not for Sarah's quick reflexes at the forefront, the other members would likely have met their demise in a single clash with this 3rd-tier knight. The current situation is hardly any better. The horses of those below the mountain are far more robust than those of Sarah and her companions, and the distance between both parties is rapidly diminishing. Just as Sarah, having dashed back up the slope, recalled that there were still 2 individuals above, she urgently shouted, "Retreat! They are all high level," before she could finish her sentence. She was stunned by the actions of the 2 individuals waiting on the mountain, who had already abandoned their horses and were charging down on foot. "Have you lost your minds? Return at once." Donovan and Wesley paid no heed to Sarah's command, continuing their descent until they brushed past her horse herd. When Sarah anxiously turned her head to look, the scene below sent chills down her spine. On the desolate slope, 2 frail figures stood defiantly against the oncoming horde of dozens of riders. Countless fireballs erupted from Wesley's back as he faced away from her, hurtling towards the advancing cavalry below. Wesley had activated a scroll seized from Yalaham that a dozen first-level knights were struck by the fireballs. Instantly engulfed in flames, emitting horrifying howls, the remaining knights' mounts either fell victim to the fireballs or were startled into a halt. The members of the Azure Blue Knight Order, hearing the commotion, turned around, momentarily forgetting to urge their steeds onward. "It's futile. Run. They are 3rd-level knights." Sarah screamed in hysteria, and then she witnessed Donovan oddly raise the iron rod he had been carrying, with a resounding thud. The knight who had previously pressed her down, nearly suffocating her, fell from his mount. Sarah stared in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. That a long sword hurled towards Donovan was deflected by Wesley's wind barrier. A knight lunging at them was blasted away by a nearby magical gun. After a rapid succession of sounds, not a single enemy remained standing. When Wesley turned back, he felt the gaze that Donovan had once experienced. All the members of the Azure Blue Knight Order stood with their mouths agape, staring at them in a daze. Wesley, of course, would not squander such an opportunity to display his prowess. With a cheerful whistle, he spread his arms and said, "Why are you running? Sister, do you eat people?" Keeley looked at the 5 or 6-year-old girl, who was both frightened and curious, shook her head, and forced a bitter smile. But Grandma said you all love to eat children. Aren't you afraid? I am. But, sister, you are so beautiful. You don't seem like someone who would eat people. The little girl said with an innocent expression. Where are your parents? Keeley casually inquired, immediately regretting her words. Daddy was taken away. Grandma said Mommy went to find him. Grandma also said that when Mommy finds Daddy, they will come back together. But Katie said Grandma is lying. Daddy and Mommy will never come back. At this point, the little girl's mouth suddenly quivered, and tears streamed down her face. Sister, could you make them bring back my Mommy and Daddy? The girl wiped her eyes vigorously, tentatively asking. Keeley finally understood why the little girl had the courage to speak to her. Chapter 64. The message the third-level knight struck down from his horse by Donovan's magical gun did not die immediately. Severely wounded, he refused to answer any questions and was ultimately slain by Sarah's sword. Despite the remarkable strength of the two newly joined members, who had decisively wiped out the enemy's elite squad, Sarah could not find joy in their victory. This operation had yielded no tangible gains. The cart at the bottom of the mountain bore no food. The seemingly full sacks were merely stuffed with rags and paper scraps. Upon seeing the contents of the sacks, Donovan, recalling something, silently took 2 bags and secured them to his horse's back. After a moment's thought, he also tied 2 bags to Wesley's horse. Sarah, unaware of his intentions, had no mind to inquire. Noticing Sarah's dejected demeanor, Donovan speculated that the food reserves in the village might be even more precarious than he had imagined. Upon returning to the village, Sarah helplessly shook her head at the welcoming crowd. The elderly and women remained warm in their greetings. But Donovan keenly sensed the anxiety they were desperately trying to conceal. That woman has escaped, Wesley shouted as he dashed out of a farmhouse. I checked before I left. She was tied up securely. The captive. Has anyone seen her? Sarah asked anxiously. Shirley said. A year-old girl stammered. Katie, what happened to Shirley? An elderly woman beside the girl grasped her tightly, asking urgently. The girl suddenly burst into tears, refusing to speak despite the woman's frantic questioning. Sarah approached, squatting before the little girl, gently stroking her hair, and softly said, Katie, it's all right. Just tell us, and we can go save Shirley, right? The girl finally managed to suppress her sobs and spoke in broken phrases. Shirley said. She wanted to ask that big sister to bring back her mommy and daddy. My poor Shirley, the elderly woman suddenly wailed, then fainted. Everyone hide for now. We'll split up and search. Before Sarah could finish her sentence, she had already leapt onto her horse. Don't bother searching, a strange woman's voice called from a distance. I'm right here. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and Keeley was seen descending a slope, holding the very girl who had spoken to her earlier. Shirley, what do you want? Let that girl go, Wesley shouted. Upon seeing the elderly woman collapsed on the ground, Shirley ran over, calling out for her grandmother. Keeley did not stop her. Shirley, take me to the mountain. She said we could see her home. She seemed to have tidied her appearance, no longer looking as dirty as when she had been bound in the cart. Her tone was now oddly unfamiliar, lacking the commanding presence she had displayed while leading troops. Donovan aimed his gun at her and coldly asked, Why don't you escape? Keeley approached the crowd, unfazed by Donovan's gunpoint, her expression surprisingly calm. My war has ended. If possible, I wish to stay and protect them. Why should we trust you? Wesley shouted. I could have fled. Keeley replied candidly. What if you have ulterior motives? Donovan inquired. The time you have spent away is sufficient for me to summon an army to besiege you. Keeley responded swiftly, without hesitation, her expression impassive. Seeing that the two sides could not come to an agreement, Sarah, growing impatient, asked Keeley, Hey, you are a knight, right? Keeley nodded, the aura of her fighting spirit flickering momentarily, enough for Sarah to discern that she was at least a second-level knight. Then swear by your honor and dignity as a knight, Sarah said. Keeley immediately complied, and then Sarah waved her hand, making a welcoming gesture. Donovan felt that Sarah's actions were somewhat trivial, and although Keeley had a point, he resolved to remain cautious. Wesley's distrust was plainly evident on his face. After dinner, Donovan, Wesley, and the members of the Azure Blue Knight Order discussed their next plans, while Keeley wisely kept her distance. This time, Sarah candidly informed Donovan that the village's food supply would last at most 3 more days, if they did not acquire replenishments within that time. The consequences would be dire. With so many people, it was impossible to rely solely on field mice for sustenance. Placing hope on the already established supply line was clearly unreliable. The Thorn Empire had suffered 4 consecutive losses and would likely abandon this supply line entirely, redirecting their forces elsewhere. After losing an elite Knight squad here, they would undoubtedly retaliate with greater ferocity. To rashly attack now would mean facing more than just a Knight squad. Under these circumstances, the group devised a shocking plan to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's stronghold. The second largest city in the Greenland province, Elba City, lay just 120 kilometers to the west, shortly after the war began. Pedro had once infiltrated there. According to him, the enemy had a force of several hundred troops stationed in Elba City. Aside from regular soldiers, there was only 1 Knight squad and 2 mages, meaning that their actual combat strength would not be significantly stronger than the Knight squad they had ambushed today. Elba City was a crucial transportation hub in the western part of the empire and was likely being used as a transit point for logistical supplies, at the very least containing enough provisions to sustain that several hundred-strong army. Now, the Thorn Empire would certainly deploy the majority of its forces along the supply line for escort duties, never suspecting that anyone would dare to attempt a surprise attack on their stronghold. Once the target was confirmed, they would wait until the next day to scout the area and formulate a detailed assault plan. At this moment, Donovan suddenly spoke up. "Everyone wait a moment, that I have one more thing I need your help with. That I've been worried that an important message may not have been sent back." "You want us to help you send a message?" Sarah asked, puzzled. "How is that possible? The enemy's army is right there. How can we get through?" "There might be a way. We can give it a try." Donovan opened the sacks he had dragged back and spilled their contents onto the table, continuing, "But it will require everyone to mobilize and gather some materials. I noticed there's a blacksmith shop in the village." 2 full hours later, Donovan and Wesley led the members of the Azure Blue Knight Order, riding eastward. Under the starlit sky, the cavalry steered clear of the main road, deliberately choosing to traverse the desolate paths. After traversing for more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the banks of the Iwa River. "Is it truly feasible?" Sarah inquired, gazing at Donner as he unfolded a crumpled piece of paper, her concern palpable. "Are you worried that I might ruin your precious silver coins?" Donner chuckled, pouring butter into the small bowls crafted from the flattened coins. The coins had been hammered to an exquisite thinness, with a single coin capable of yielding 7 or 8 diminutive bowls. Once everyone was prepared, Donner ignited the butter in their bowls sequentially. "Release." At his command, a multitude of giant paper spheres soared into the air simultaneously, heading northeast, each trailing long strips of fabric. Watching the paper balls ascend, Donner merely smiled faintly, while the others gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. "Stop staring. Keep moving." Donner hastily reminded them. A few minutes later, as they mounted their horses to retreat, hundreds of lanterns had adorned the night sky, rendering the stars themselves pale in comparison. "Hold on. If we fail to return, our comrades will have died in vain," Mino exclaimed, helping a weary magic apprentice to his feet. On the western side of the Tedder Mountains, a group of youthful soldiers was utterly exhausted after descending the mountain. They had first lost half their number before shaking off their pursuers. Several attempts to approach the main camp had cost them additional lives, with the last attempt nearly culminating in encirclement by a force of nearly 1,000. At this point, they had confirmed, as Donner had indicated, that the Duke of Celtic was employing any means necessary to prevent them from relaying their message, since parting ways with Donner on the mountain. These young men had not enjoyed a moment of restful reprieve over the course of 5 grueling days. Had it not been for Pa bringing down a wild boar 2 days prior, they might have already succumbed to starvation. "Captain, I truly can't move any longer. Please let me die here," pleaded a magic apprentice named Best, his voice barely above a whisper. Mino finally ceased his attempts to pull him along and sat down in despair, angrily grasping at the weeds beside him, striving to uproot them, but after several futile efforts, he surrendered. He was simply too fatigued. "Captain, am I imagining things? Is there something in the sky?" Best asked softly. Mino looked up to see several glowing orbs slowly approaching from the southwest, seemingly traversing from the opposite side of the Tedder Mountains. These did not resemble magic, nor could they be meteors. Upon closer inspection, the lowest flying orb appeared to have something atop it. "Pa, can we bring one down?" Mino inquired. "We should be able to," Pa replied, though he too was weary, his magical reserves still abundant. Before long, the lowest orb suddenly brightened, trailing a fiery tail as it plummeted to the ground not far away. Mino dashed forward to retrieve the remnants, and under the starlight, he discerned the writing on the fabric. "It's Donner. It must be him. He is still alive." Mino shouted. "What does it say?" Pa asked urgently. "It says, 'The Duke of Celtic is a traitor.'" Mino choked out. It must be Donner. Look, there are many more. They're heading towards the military camp. We no longer need to relay the message. Donner has sent it back using this method. The group of young survivors erupted into tears at the border between the Thorned Empire and the Faming Empire. A gaunt horse carried a slight figure, moving slowly. The horse was black, and the figure wore black attire. Creating an eerie and mysterious presence in the night, the individual bore a peculiar curved dagger at their waist, short and slender, seemingly ill-suited for combat. Had anyone recognized this dagger, they would have avoided it at all costs. This dagger, known as the Shadow Blade, bore a name that signified both its identity and that of an organization, a guild of assassins. Those who wielded such a blade never engaged in battle, they simply killed. Silently and without a trace. Chapter 65. The Trap in the Dead of Night. The Duke of Celtic, slumbering soundly, was abruptly awakened by a guard. Your Grace, something has been spotted in the sky. The guard's demeanor was tense. His voice hushed. In the sky? The Duke reached out to accept the fabric strip from the guard's hand, and upon reading the words inscribed upon it, he was seized by a sudden jolt. Leaping from his cot, how could this thing have flown up there? It seems to have been dragged beneath a lit paper sphere, the guard stammered. When the soldiers presented it to him, it was indeed entangled with a half-burned paper ball. How could such a thing occur? You must investigate immediately to ascertain its origin. Fortunately, it has landed in our hands. Otherwise, the Duke breathed a sigh of relief. The guard's expression darkened as he quietly added, Your Grace, there are many more. They are flying everywhere. The Duke's countenance fell in shock, and he dashed out of the tent, the guard quickly following, pointing to the scattered glowing orbs still drifting in the sky. Many have already descended. Prepare my armor at once, the Duke commanded, his voice rising in urgency. Your Grace, should we prepare the troops? The guard tentatively asked. Indeed, recall the scattered forces from the rear. We need not stop those. At this point, can we even halt them? The Duke's tone was tinged with desperation. Orders were immediately dispatched to relay his commands. The Duke's heavy armor was complex, requiring approximately 10 minutes to don fully, before he could finish. Chaos erupted outside the tent. He hurried out to find General Bayer standing before him with a squad of elite knights. General. The Duke stammered, panic evident in his voice. Your Grace, why are you donning armor at such an hour? General Bayer inquired with a smile. General, I was just about to brief you on the situation, the Duke replied, growing increasingly uneasy at the general's smile. Humph, the general scoffed, proceeding, You underestimate me, Your Grace. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the Duke felt a sense of dread. The general continued unabated. These ghastly things in the sky were blown here by the southwestern winds. And where is that? The enemy-occupied territory. Do you think I lack intelligence? General. The Duke's body swayed slightly, cold sweat trickling down his temples, yet he dared not wipe it away. Such insidious tricks. The general was interrupted mid-sentence by a messenger's voice. General. We've captured a fleeing youth. He claims to have vital information to convey. General Bayer's brow furrowed, and he barked, Bring him forth. 2 knights escorted a bloodied, burly figure into their presence. General Bayer. The enemy has indeed constructed a secret passage. We discovered them in the Tedder Mountains. Furthermore, the Duke of Celtic has betrayed us. The speaker was Quasar, now at the brink of exhaustion. After descending the mountain, he had made a direct line for the camp, fortuitously arriving just as the Duke was recalling the rear forces, allowing him to enter the military encampment unimpeded. Oh, you've spotted the enemy? How many are there? General Bayer inquired with interest. There are over 3,000, and a squad of elven archers. When did you discover this? The general continued. Quasar hesitated, calculating silently before answering. It seems to have been 5 days. Perhaps 6. Lies. You continue to spin your tale. 3,000 men, with elven archers, and you managed to escape. It's been 5 days. Where are the enemies? Where are they? General, I'm not lying. We killed all 3,000. General Bayer waved his hand dismissively. Take this madman away. Unable to even spin a coherent lie. As Quasar attempted to speak again, the Duke interjected, stepping forward. General Bayer, to clear my name, my forces are willing to serve as the vanguard. Excellent. General Bayer exclaimed, clapping the Duke on the shoulder enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Quasar was dragged away, his cries falling on deaf ears. The Greenland province is modest in size, and Elba City is rather small, resembling a bustling town more than a city. From a distant mountaintop, its strategic position as a transportation hub is readily apparent. 5 broad highways converge from the west at this point. merging into a single route before proceeding eastward. In times of peace. This road leads to the Ganta Prairie, where travelers may either ferry across the river or proceed directly by boat to the northeastern reaches of the empire. Elba City has gradually evolved from a mere village into its current stature due to its location on this vital trade route. However, at present, the entire town is shrouded in an air of desolation. Only a small contingent of 20 to 30 soldiers patrols the town listlessly. Over there, the largest buildings with whitewashed walls. Do you see them? They are the town's warehouses, Pedro pointed out. Why are there so few people? Wasn't it said there would be hundreds? Donner queried, puzzled. Could the cavalry squad that ambushed us yesterday have been the same one stationed here previously? Wesley proposed. That's quite possible. Sarah mused thoughtfully for a moment before suggesting, if that is the case, we should act swiftly before they can reinforce their numbers. I still feel a bit uneasy if this place truly serves as a logistics base. There shouldn't be just this few troops. Even if that cavalry has been redeployed, Donner cautioned. We are running out of time. Sarah spoke in a low voice. Even without certainty, we must dare to take a risk. The captain is right. The provisions will only last for 2 days. If we wait any longer, the situation will become increasingly perilous, Pedro concurred. Donna acknowledged the validity of Sarah's words, but insisted on observing for 1 more day, followed by a night of rest. And then to act at dawn. After some deliberation, Sarah acquiesced to Donna's plan. Having witnessed the power of his magical firearm and the extraordinary means of communication, she had begun to regard Donna's opinions with considerable respect. The group settled their horses on a hillside behind them, lying low at the nearest hilltop to the town, quietly gazing out. Each time the soldiers completed a patrol, they would return to the warehouse, where another team of soldiers would take over. From afternoon to dusk, 4 hours elapsed, and there had already been 6 shifts. Something feels off, Donna murmured. The individuals returning are not the same each time. That implies there are at least 170 or 80 of them. Pedro mentioned that their common soldiers number in the hundreds. This is not an issue. With their abilities, both Donna and Sarah were capable of discerning the stature and appearance of that group. It doesn't take much stamina to patrol around the city. They shouldn't need long rests. Donna analyzed. Indeed, there is no need for them to divide into so many small teams. Wesley echoed. Then why are they intentionally doing this? Sarah remained perplexed. They are deliberately feigning weakness, Donna suggested. So, this could also be a trap? Sarah inquired. It is highly likely. We must be mentally prepared. The individuals in that warehouse are likely stronger than we imagine, Donna replied. What shall we do? Sarah's brow furrowed. Donna continued to fixate on the warehouse in the town below. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I have a plan. In the final darkness of the early morning, when people are in their deepest slumber, it is the most anxious moment for the hunter laying traps. Once this darkness is endured and sunlight returns to the earth, the hunter, having achieved nothing, will relax their vigilance, waiting for the next night to come. At dawn, during the soldiers' first shift change, 2 figures stealthily appeared at the warehouse door. Wesley had already prepared a scroll. After merely casting a glance into the warehouse, he activated the scroll, and instantly, a massive snowstorm materialized within. Not good. There's an ambush. With a loud shout, Donna and Wesley were already mounted and galloping away. In truth, they could not discern the situation inside the warehouse. All their reactions were premeditated. Behind them, screams, curses, and the sharp sounds of ice and weaponry clashing erupted into chaos. Just as they had not run far, a knight clad in golden armor charged out, pursuing them. He was not on horseback but ran with astonishing speed, rivaling that of Donna and Wesley. The endurance of battle steeds for rapid galloping is quite limited, and after a few minutes, their speed began to wane. Donna noticed the knight closing in swiftly and decided to stop. Dismounting, Wesley nearly simultaneously made the same choice. The knight was nearly covered in exquisite golden armor, save for a missing helmet. His gray-white hair flowed behind him, and despite the numerous wrinkles on his face, he remained strikingly handsome, running with a calm demeanor as if still possessing ample energy. Bang! Donna's magical firearm struck the knight, leaving only a hand-sized dent on his armor. The knight glanced down, sneered coldly, and suddenly charged forward, his speed surpassing that of his previous pursuit. Donna aimed at his exposed head and fired again, but the knight adopted a peculiar gait, weaving unpredictably, rendering it impossible to aim. Observing the knight's indifference to Donna's magical firearm, Wesley activated his last remaining scroll, unleashing a barrage of fireballs towards the knight. The knight snorted coldly, and a radiant golden aura erupted, causing the fireballs to disintegrate upon contact. Almost simultaneously, he threw a punch towards Wesley, and the aura surged forth like a tangible force, striking Wesley from several dozen steps away, sending him flying and causing him to spew blood, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Seizing the moment while the knight stood still, Donna rapidly fired with both hands, unleashing a torrent of ice spears, all of which were thwarted by the knight's aura. In an instant, Donna felt an immense force strike his magical firearm. And when he realized his hands were empty, the knight was already standing before him, holding the firearm. I expected to encounter a true young azure bird mage. It appears you merely rely on this. The knight in golden armor spoke slowly. Though his tone was inquisitive, he did not anticipate an answer from Donna, continuing, "Then, you must have killed Kore, correct? Do you know? She was my most satisfactory pupil during my 3 years in the middle world." Donna understood that he was facing the most formidable and terrifying opponent he had ever encountered. He could very well act on his words and kill him at any moment, but at such close proximity. The knight's overwhelming presence nearly robbed Donna of his ability to think. Just then, a strange voice sounded. "Are you going to kill him?" A figure cloaked entirely in black stood silently not far from them. No one knew when he had appeared. Not even the formidable knight noticed him. "Since he is already in my grasp, your involvement is unnecessary," the knight replied, turning his head. "Could you hand him over to me?" The figure in black continued to inquire. "No," the knight responded firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this answer, the figure in black finally turned to leave, no longer insisting. "Now you may tell me this," the knight began, but suddenly paused in puzzlement. Donna looked at him in confusion, then noticed a slender blade slowly emerge from the knight's throat, only to retract abruptly. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering all over Donna. The knight's body then slowly toppled forward, revealing the figure in black behind him. "What a pity. I cannot allow you to kill him. You must be the azure bird mage they speak of, correct?" The last part of the black-clad figure's statement was directed at Donna, yet his gaze remained fixed on the corpse on the ground. In fact, he had not looked at Donna even once throughout. "I suppose so, but why do you wish to save me?" Donna queried, certain he did not recognize this individual. "Because you are my mission. I must kill you myself." When Donna heard this response, even astonishment came too late. The stranger's slender sword had already pierced through his chest. In his final moments, he vaguely heard a soft exclamation. So similar. King Edward of the Thorn Empire could never have anticipated that after investing a fortune to hire the Shadow Blade, he would inadvertently seal his greatest trump card, a 5th-level knight summoned from the Knight Federation, before the mission was completed. Chapter 66. We're confirming that Donna and Wesley had drawn the enemy away. The Azure Knights finally entered the warehouse, only to be met with utter devastation. The immense power of the 3rd-level magical snowstorm had reached its peak within the nearly enclosed warehouse. Almost capable of demolishing the vast structure from the inside, the scene was littered with hundreds of mutilated soldier corpses, and the surviving dozen knights were already on the brink of collapse. Unable to withstand even a minute against the Azure Knights' relentless assault. "This is merely a barracks. Quickly, scatter and search. Identify which one is the food warehouse," Sarah commanded loudly, withdrawing her bloodied greatsword from the chest of an enemy knight. After confirming there were no survivors, she turned and rushed towards another building. "Captain, there's food here." "There's food here too." As they opened 6 or 7 massive warehouses in succession, they found them all filled to the brim with provisions. The young knights, including Sarah, were left astounded. This stronghold was indeed the enemy's most crucial logistical transfer warehouse. Therefore, the knight who had just pursued Donna and Wesley must have been extraordinary. With this realization, Sarah quickened her pace. Minutes later, dozens of warhorses laden with provisions were led away by the young knights, disappearing into the rugged wilderness of the southeast. Left alone, Sarah waited until the group was completely out of sight before igniting a torch and setting every warehouse ablaze. After completing this task, she chose not to follow the retreating team but instead headed in the direction where Donna and Wesley had drawn the enemy away. Behind her, the entire town was engulfed in flames. Soon, Sarah discovered Donna, Wesley, and the fallen knight lying on the ground. Donna. Upon seeing the knife wound piercing through Donna's chest and the large pool of blood on the ground, the typically resolute female knight could no longer contain her tears. Weeping openly, in the afternoon, in an abandoned village rarely trodden by human feet, under the blazing sun, The path leading into the village shimmered as the air was scorched by the searing ground. Twisting like transparent flames, the figures of young knights twisted through that narrow path, and when they finally discerned the horses they led were laden with provisions, cries of joy erupted from the elderly, women and children alike, as if celebrating a festival. However, the atmosphere quickly turned somber as they realized that Captain Sarah and the two newcomers had not returned. The young knights carried sack after sack of provisions into the farmhouse, while the peasant women silently assisted, no one daring to voice a question, as if uttering that query would summon dire tidings. That it was Sherry who finally shattered the oppressive silence, her wide eyes brimming with concern as she asked, "Brother Pedro, where are Captain Sarah and the two new brothers?" Pedro gently ruffled Sherry's hair, smiling as he replied, "Captain Sarah is just behind us, and will return shortly. As for the two older brothers, they have gone to divert the enemy." Noticing Sherry seemed poised to inquire further, Corey quickly scooped her up, whispering soft reassurances in her ear. Pedro gazed at her with gratitude, though she appeared oblivious to his glance. As time trickled by and the sun dipped behind the western hills, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the village, just as the knights could no longer withstand the urge to return and check. Sarah and Wesley emerged at the village's entrance, both bearing unmistakable traces of tears on their faces, and behind them, a body lay draped across a horse. The crowd fell into a heavy silence. It seemed Sarah had only just realized she was back in the village. Upon this realization, she dismounted but did not approach, standing tall with her back straight and head held high, striking the proud pose of a knight. From the province of Tris, the Empire's most exceptional magical apprentice, the bravest warrior of the young army, Donavian, sacrificed himself to save you all, and has heroically perished. As she spoke, tears silently streamed down Wesley's face. Everyone was engulfed in sorrow, except for Corey, who approached Sarah with an inscrutable expression. She circled around Sarah to stand before the horse bearing Donavian's corpse. "What are you doing?" Wesley leaped down, blocking Corey's path, his voice raised in alarm. "He's still moving." Corey pointed at Donavian's hand resting on the horse's back. "Don't touch him. What did you say?" Wesley suddenly grasped the implication of Corey's words and followed her gaze. Indeed, Donavian's fingers were twitching to eye in a flash. Wesley scooped Donavian off the horse and dashed towards the village, hoarsely shouting, "Quick, prepare the healing supplies." Sarah stood there in a daze, murmuring, but there was no heartbeat. Then she heard Corey utter a startling phrase, "Divine grace." The next day, the Thorn Empire's forces stationed on the western bank of the Ava River received intelligence bearing both good and ill tidings. The good news was that the Bluebird mage from the Phyman Empire, who had infiltrated the occupied territories, had been slain. The bad news was that the mage had destroyed the largest supply depot along the logistics line just before his demise, leaving the army's food reserves perilously low. If the destruction of the detour plan was merely a setback to the offensive strategy, the obliteration of the supply line plunged the entire operation into a grave crisis, with 150,000 troops far from home. They were on the brink of facing starvation, the consequences of which were unimaginable to prevent the morale from wavering. The military high command kept this information tightly under wraps while swiftly initiating an aggressive assault plan. The greatest uncertainty in the plan was whether General Kelt of the Phyman Empire could still be trusted. Late at night 2 days prior, a multitude of fireballs flew through the southern sky, each trailing a message proclaiming Kelt's betrayal, with many similar fireballs landing in the Phyman camp. Yet that night, the opposing bank remained eerily quiet, and no anticipated mutiny occurred. The following day, Duke Kelt even sent a letter assuring that not only had nothing gone awry, but he had also secured command of the forward troops. After heated discussions among the military leaders, and considering the dire circumstances that left them with no choice but to gamble, they decided to trust Duke Kelt. And the date for the offensive was hastily moved forward on the morning of July 28th. The sky took on an unusually gloomy hue, with dark clouds roiling overhead, instilling a sense of dread. The vanguard of the Thorn Empire, comprising 20,000 men, set out in a procession of boats and rafts, launching their river-crossing assault, which quickly filled the wide river with soldiers on the opposite bank. The Phyman troops responded with urgent drumbeats, and soon, alongside deafening shouts, a barrage of arrows, stones, and fireballs rained down upon the river. Several small boats were capsized or ignited in an instant, and the cries for help from drowning soldiers mingled with the screams of the wounded and the shouts of those desperately rowing. A short distance away, atop a high command platform, General Baird surveyed the battlefield with a triumphant demeanor. As he stroked his graying beard, he called out to Kane, "Do you see? The enemy's 150,000 troops are all waiting to cross on the other side. Where is that detour force you spoke of?" He had to raise his voice to be heard over the cacophony of battle. Kane remained silent. He had already been stripped of his command by Baird. But after visiting Quasar in the military prison, he had repeatedly sought to confront Baird. Though Kane had never seen battle, he held considerable respect among the various Knight orders as the head of the Empire's Knight Academy. Baird, exasperated by Kane's persistence, had eventually summoned him to witness the true nature of war before it commenced. The key to any battle is to observe the movements of the enemy's main forces. We are already outnumbered. How can we afford to be distracted by foolish rumors? General Baird continued loudly. If we had not focused entirely on constructing these defenses, how could we have achieved such a favorable situation? Have you never considered? Perhaps those children were responsible for disrupting their detour plans. Kane finally could no longer contain himself. With just 300 children, Baird retorted. Kane found himself at a loss for words. There were indeed numerous doubts within the information provided by Quasar. The greatest being why no enemies had yet been discovered in the rear despite the existence of secret passages. Enough. Discussing this now is futile. The enemy will soon be upon us. Mark my words, the concealed fortifications we built along the riverbank will send them all into the water to feed the fish. General Baird declared confidently. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the perimeter of the central camp. Soldiers shouted reports towards the command platform. "General, someone has breached the main camp." "Fool, is it necessary to report such matters? Anyone who sows discord will be executed," Baird bellowed. "General, that person carries the staff of King George I. The first king's staff." The general began to grasp the identity of the intruder and promptly ordered, "Bring him here." In an instant, a ragged figure, wielding a golden poppy staff, rushed towards the command platform, shouting, "There are thousands of enemy corpses on the mountain. Elves, mages, knights among them. The young army. Nearly all have perished." Quasar spoke the truth. It was the voice of Director Davies. "How can this be? They only had 300 men." Baird's complexion shifted dramatically to be why this time. The front lines had already encountered turmoil. Faced with thousands of surviving enemy troops crossing the river, Celt's forces yielded the riverbank without resistance. All the resources spent constructing fortifications along the riverbank had proven utterly ineffectual. "Celt!" General Baird's finger trembled as it pointed towards the front lines. "You fool!" Kane shouted, unsheathing his sword, raising it several times. But ultimately refraining from striking. He then leaped from the command platform, charging toward the chaotic front lines. After Celt's 7,000 troops relinquished the riverbank to the enemy, they did not remain idle but instead turned to engage. Confronted with this sudden shift, the defending soldiers quickly fell into disarray, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of archers were slaughtered and hundreds of catapults were destroyed. Seizing the opportunity, the Thorn army launched a massive river crossing, and the Phyman Empire's defenders, having lost their advantageous terrain, crumbled in defeat. Several knight orders that barely held out were nearly annihilated under the weight of the enemy's successful crossing and the support of high-ranking mages. The unconscious Baird was shielded by his loyal guards as they retreated to the imperial capital. Following a resounding victory, the Thorn Empire surged toward the city of Coena's Point 4 days later, when General Baird regained consciousness after retreating to the capital. He found the 12,000-strong Thorn army already at the city's gates. The scattered defenders, reorganized by Kane, Davies, and Kaz, numbered only around 30,000 within Coenas. The Royal Knights numbered a mere 6,000. The Empire's demise was now merely a matter of time. Chapter 67. Returned Donavian lay in a deep coma for a full 15 days, when he finally opened his eyes in a daze. The first person he saw was unexpectedly Corey. She had changed into simple civilian garb, her silver hair loosely tied back, and her face seemed to have lost some of its fullness. "Why are you here?" Donavian weakly inquired. "They are resting. Should I call for them?" Corey replied matter-of-factly. "Never mind. How long have I been unconscious?" 15 days. Such a long time. How did the battle fare? You lost. Donavian took a deep breath, still unable to muster even a modicum of strength. Why did I not die? He remembered the last sight before losing consciousness, the black-clad figure's blade piercing his chest. You have received divine grace. Corey's tone was flat, leaving it unclear whether it was a question or a statement. Donavian offered no reply. In recent days, as Donovan gradually recovered from the brink of death, with the wound on his chest healing little by little. Both Sarah and Wesley concurred with Keely's perspective that Donovan must have received divine grace prior to this. The divine grace bestowed by the celestial shepherd could endow the blessed with miraculous healing abilities for up to 6 months, sometimes even granting them the semblance of resurrection. So, has the war concluded? Donovan inquired again. Not yet. Konas can hold out for quite a while. Is everyone all right? There have been no more deaths. Donovan exhaled deeply and fell back into a slumber. 10 days later, as Donovan was finally able to rise and walk normally, he sought out Sarah. The war here has come to an end. Wesley and I must return home to defend your homeland. Sarah asked. Donovan affirmed her assumption. After a moment of contemplation, Sarah looked up with a faint smile and said, Very well, I'll inform everyone later. During dinner, Sarah deliberately gathered everyone together and announced loudly that Donovan and Wesley were set to depart. Without pausing, she added, I will accompany Donovan. The war is not yet over. Donovan was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Sarah with gratitude, to which she nodded in understanding. Captain, I will go with you as well, Pedro declared. Following his lead, other members of the Azure Knights expressed their willingness to follow Sarah. No. If you all leave, who will protect Sherry and the others? A woman, trembling, stood up and said, Captain Sarah, please let them go with you. It is safe here. And besides, we have enough provisions. Just as Sarah hesitated, Keely suddenly spoke up. You may go. I will take care of them and ensure their safety until the war concludes. With Keely's assurance, Sarah finally relented. The following day, after a brief farewell, Donovan and Wesley, accompanied by the Azure Knights, set off on their journey back to the Tris province. Donovan's magic gun had been taken by that cloaked figure, and the magical scroll Wesley had scavenged from Yalaham was now depleted. Both were merely ordinary high-tier magic apprentices. Fortunately, their journey back was free from encounters with enemies, as Donovan speculated they were likely preoccupied with besieging Konas City. Leaving them unbothered as they passed through the Ganta Prairie, it was as if they were traversing a hell on earth, with countless corpses rotting and stinking, the vast majority clad in the uniforms of the Feynman Empire. Reflecting on the fact that he had camped here just over a month ago, both Donovan and Wesley sighed in lamentation. Heading south from Ganta Prairie towards the Tris province, the path showed no immediate signs of the ravages of war. However, each village appeared eerily quiet, with very few people in sight. Occasionally, they would come across an inn still operating, where they would hear scattered rumors about the war. The Thorn Empire's army is fiercely attacking the Imperial City, and after incurring tens of thousands of casualties, they remain thwarted outside the towering walls. The Thorn army has altered its strategy, ceasing direct assaults to instead adopt a siege approach, with all supplies to the Imperial City cut off. 6 days later, just before stepping onto the soil of the Tris province, the last piece of news they heard was, Captain Kane's relief army suffered heavy casualties in a fierce battle outside Konas City. Upon entering the Tris province, their first stop was the Magic Academy. The academy was equally desolate, and Donovan suddenly felt an unsettling illusion, as if the majority of the world's populace had vanished overnight. This sensation did not dissipate until he arrived in Dorn City. On the empty path from the Night Academy to the Dwarven Laboratory, Donovan was recognized by the townsfolk. Isn't that the one from the martial magic tournament? Just as Donovan intended to engage politely, he was immediately surrounded. The crowd shouted, Deserter! Deserter! And began hurling whatever stones and debris they could find at Donovan and his companions. The Azure Knights, being seasoned knights, were unfazed by the attacks of these ordinary citizens. However, Donovan and Wesley could only cower behind them, but as the crowd grew more agitated, Sarah suddenly let out a thunderous shout, brandishing her gleaming sword. Who is the deserter? Who the hell is the deserter? The crowd was momentarily stunned by her imposing presence. Falling silent, while a bold individual stepped forward to argue, the king issued a proclamation a month ago. The Youth Reserve Army fled the battlefield before the war began, and that Donovan is on the list of deserters. Seeing the crowd being stirred by this individual, Sarah shouted once more, Nonsense. 300 youth soldiers annihilated over 3,000 Thorn troops on the Tettle mountain range, almost all perishing in the process. You fools dare to brand them as deserters. This was information Sarah had gleaned from Donovan and Wesley, which she had initially dismissed as a jest, but after sharing the trials of battle alongside them, she now believed wholeheartedly. This was the first time the townsfolk had heard such a claim, and while astonished, they struggled to accept it. They killed over 1,000 enemies in occupied territory, destroyed countless supplies, and saved hundreds of ordinary people like you. Dare you utter another word calling them deserters?" As Sarah spoke, she plunged her sword forcefully into the ground before her. Those closest to her recoiled in fear. "But why should we believe you?" someone in the crowd muttered. Sarah, still seething, turned to her companions, Pedro and the others, and commanded, "Tell them why they should." The members of the Azure Knights, familiar with Sarah's temperament, understood her intent immediately and drew their swords, advancing menacingly. The crowd scattered in a panic. Donovan shook his head with a wry smile, and Wesley patted his shoulder, saying, "So this is what it feels like to be wrongfully accused. It truly is quite unpleasant." The farce ultimately concluded under Sarah's unwavering stance. The group soon arrived at the dwarven laboratory, and upon knocking on the door, Richard and Kelly, upon seeing Donovan, were unable to contain their tears. "Why are you crying?" "I'm back, aren't I?" Donovan said lightly, reaching to pat Richard's head, a gesture inherited from his blacksmith father. "Exactly. Why cry?" "Kelly, come here, let Wesley hold you." Finally unable to resist the urge to tease, Wesley laughed heartily. Kelly, blushing, hid behind Richard, fearful that he might actually pick her up. Wesley found this utterly amusing to that moment. Natia and Adaluya also emerged with their twin sisters. Donovan promptly introduced everyone, as most of Wesley and the Azure Knights had never encountered dwarves and gnomes, leading to a moment of surprise. During dinner, Natia thoughtfully refrained from inviting everyone out to eat, and instead ordered a sumptuous feast from the restaurant, the dining table. Donovan briefly recounted his experiences since their separation. Wesley, Sarah, and the others continually supplemented his story, painting Donovan as a figure of both wisdom and courage. After dinner, Natia arranged accommodations for the Azure Knights, while Wesley, unwilling to return to the desolate Magic Academy, opted to stay in a room adjacent to the laboratory. Once everything was settled, Donovan returned to the laboratory where Natia, Adaluya, and the twin sisters were indeed waiting for him. "Natia, thank you for your intelligence," Donovan said, having restrained himself from expressing gratitude at the table, as Adaluya had previously cautioned against revealing the source of the information. "From the outcome, it seems to have had little effect," Natia replied with a smile. "I am but a minor figure, doing what I can. However, I can't help but feel a bit guilty for those brothers." Donovan's expression turned somber. "What is the situation in the Imperial City now?" Donovan inquired, confident that she would have reliable channels of information. "Kane has gathered over 30,000 men, but they have been scattered again. Kona City is currently sealed off. It remains to be seen how long the food supplies within can last. Is there any sign of enemy forces moving south?" "Not at the moment. The southern front has little strength left. Once Konas falls, the war will conclude." "Any movements from the Silver Flower Federation?" Natia sighed. "Unfortunately, due to the catastrophic defeat at Gonta Prairie, Bayard's blunders have left them in dire straits. If they could have just held on a little longer, the war wouldn't have appeared so disastrous, and the Thorn Empire might have hesitated to advance eastward again. Now the Silver Flower Federation is likely only concerned with how to ensure their own survival. It truly is disheartening." Donovan sighed deeply, leaning back into his chair. Suddenly, Natia wore a mysterious smile, leaning forward slightly, and reminded him, "It seems you have forgotten something." Donovan scratched his head, about to ask when he noticed the unmistakable excitement on the faces of Almanda and Alamia. Turning to look at Adaluya, he found him feigning innocence, deliberately looking away as if he were uninvolved. "Did you complete what was on my blueprints?" The sisters finally broke into exaggerated smiles, wide-eyed and nodding vigorously. "Take me to see it." Chapter 68. The Remnant Army. The Feynman Empire's great power has waned. A fact known to Kane, Davies, and Kaz more than anyone else that in the Battle of Gonta Prairie, the Feynman Empire's forces suffered a catastrophic defeat. Witnessing the riverbank fall with alarming ease, several Duke's private soldiers immediately fled in panic. The formations of elite knight legions were shattered by the stampede of retreating soldiers. Those who wished to resist found it impossible to coalesce into a united front and were ultimately decimated one by one after being divided by the Thorn cavalry. Consequently, the 30,000 remnants regrouped by Kane and others after this battle comprised nearly all those who had fled the fastest and most resolutely during the Gonta Prairie conflict. Thus, this disheartened force, stationed beneath the walls of Koinas, faced off against the vastly outnumbering Thorn army, and without a shadow of a doubt, met with another inevitable rout. The Thorn army immediately dispatched 4,000 troops, 2 complete legions, to pursue southward, intent not only on utterly annihilating this remnant force, but also on quelling the rebellion in several provinces of the southeastern Feynman Empire. thereby preventing these regions from organizing their own loyalist armies. Following 2 consecutive defeats, the gravely injured Cain and Kaz, desiring to sacrifice themselves for their country, were restrained by Davies, Victor, and others as they retreated towards the southernmost province of Thessalide in the dead of night. Sisters Ailmanda and Ailemia could no longer withstand their fatigue and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Donner, Natia, and Idalua continued to deliberate on their next course of action. Suddenly, Donner recalled an incident he had omitted during dinner to spare Richard and Kelly's worries. "By the way, I encountered 2 individuals in the Greenland province who nearly took my life," he remarked. "What about these 2 individuals?" Natia inquired eagerly. The first was a knight clad in golden armor, with silvery hair. Appearing to be around 50 years old, my magic gun could not penetrate his armor, nor could I contend with his fighting spirit, Donner recounted, lost in recollection. "Golden armor," Idalua interjected. "An armor capable of withstanding your magic gun must belong to someone from the Radiant Mercenary Corps. Edward hired a level 5 knight from the Radiant Mercenaries 3 years ago. You might have encountered him," Natia added. "Did he do anything to you?" "He probably intended to kill me," Donner replied. Although Natia was already aware of Donner's safety, she pressed on with concern. "Intended to kill you? What happened next?" "Before he could strike, he was killed by someone else." "Who killed him? Why did that person save you?" Natia asked, astonished. "That individual did not come to save me. On the contrary, he aimed to slay me himself," Donner said with a bitter smile. "Is that one of the 2 individuals you mentioned? Why did he wish to kill you?" "He seemed to say that killing me was his mission and that he eliminated the knight to fulfill that task." Natia's expression shifted from astonishment to anxiety as she seemed to realize something. She hastily interrupted Donner, asking, "Was that person dressed in black?" "Indeed, wielding a slender curved dagger," Donner confirmed. "How did you deal with him?" Natia, now standing in agitation, demanded. "What could I do? He effortlessly killed that knight. He stabbed me right through the heart," Donner recounted nonchalantly, as if it were someone else's experience. "Then you," Natia gasped. "Have you forgotten? I have received divine grace," Donner reminded her. Recalling the moment when King Austin declared he would share divine grace with him, a moment that Natia was present for. Right. You have received divine grace." "Oh no," Natia suddenly exclaimed, and Idalua nodded vigorously in agreement with her abrupt realization. "What is it?" Donner asked in confusion. "The person you mentioned is an assassin from the Shadowblade," Natia responded. "And so what? Am I not still alive?" "You do not understand the Shadowblade. Once they realize a mission has failed, they will swiftly return, and this time they will be even more vigilant." Natia finally articulated her concern. Idalua shook his head and said to Natia, "I cannot deal with them. Quick, inform Cynthia of this news." Upon hearing Natia's words, Idalua turned and exited the laboratory, muttering to himself, "You previously claimed that the Chosen One would be fine. Yet now you are in such a fright." Donner was startled by Natia's reaction, but after listening to her explanation, he too felt a sense of unease. However, he could not fathom why they needed to relay this message to Cynthia. What could Cynthia possibly do? The following morning, Donner donned a voluminous mage's cloak, pulling the attached hood low, thereby shrouding his entire face in shadow to avoid the troubles of the previous day. He had to adopt such a peculiar appearance as he ventured out to visit Mr. Cliffack, Mr. Merkel's father. "Mr. Cliff, I am aware of some troubling rumors circulating outside. I hope you will believe me when I say they are unfounded," Donner explained. "Donner, there is no need for such explanations. I have gathered enough information from Merkel and Kelly to know that there must be some misunderstanding." Mr. Cliffack, whose hair had long since turned white, still appeared vigorous. "I owe much gratitude to Mr. Merkel for his assistance. I hope he remains safe. Child, that is his duty, from the day he became a knight. I knew this day would come. Now, let us discuss the purpose of your visit. You did not come merely to console this old man, did you?" Mr. Cliffack inquired. "I wish to commission a batch of machines from you," Donner replied, handing over a stack of blueprints. "Machines?" Mr. Cliffack took the blueprints and began to peruse them, flipping through nearly all the pages before continuing. "What are these machines for? The blueprints seem incomplete. Some components I have entrusted to the dwarves for processing. To be frank, this is a machine intended for warfare." "Warfare? Are you saying you wish to use it against the Thorn army?" the old gentleman asked. "Indeed, the dwarves' manufacturing capacity is limited, which is why I thought of you," Donner answered. "How many do you need?" "The more The better.as for payment. I have a portion of the profits left with you, Donner stated cautiously. In that case, our workshop's processing capacity is also quite limited. I can offer you additional magic crystals as compensation, Donner promptly replied. Mr. Cliffback scrutinized Donner, shaking his head slightly. Child, what are you thinking? What I mean is, our workshop's capacity is limited, so I will do my utmost to enlist the help of other peers to produce them. As for compensation, do you truly believe a merchant only thinks about money? The principles of life and death are well understood by this old man too. Upon hearing this, Donner sprang to his feet and bowed deeply to the old gentleman, declaring, Sir, I have witnessed the tragic fates of civilians ravaged by war in the enemy-occupied western regions of the empire, and I will do everything in my power to prevent such horrors from occurring in the province of Telis. Thank you for your assistance. As he spoke, Donner stubbornly produced a bag of magic crystals from his pocket, part of which was his own, while the rest he had salvaged from the unfortunate Allahan mage. He placed this bag of magic crystals on the table before him and continued, If you can rally other workshops for production, I hope this bag of magic crystals can be of some assistance. We cannot expect everyone to be as considerate as you. Mr. Cliffback picked up the bag filled with magic crystals, nodding repeatedly, his face betraying an unmistakable admiration. Child, Merkel spoke truly. You will be an extraordinary person. I accept the magic crystals, and I should be the one thanking you. Upon exiting Mr. Cliffback's residence and making his way back to the laboratory, Donner unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, Mino and a dozen or so young soldiers from his army. Mino froze upon hearing Donner's voice call from behind, and when he turned to see Donner's face peeking from beneath the hood, he struggled to suppress the urge to weep and embraced him tightly. Donner, concerned about potential surprises on the street, quickly led them back to the dwarven laboratory. Wesley, upon seeing Mino and the others, also embraced them. Like Donner, he felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing that only a handful of Mino's comrades remained and refrained from asking questions. After an emotional reunion, Mino recounted the experiences following their separation. Donner and Wesley listened with heavy hearts as Mino described their ambush after descending the mountain, their repeated attempts to approach the military camp thwarted by Celtic forces, and the grievous losses they had suffered. Mino could not comprehend why, despite Donner relaying the news of the Celtic betrayal, the war had unfolded in such a manner. Having received a general idea of the situation from Mattia, Donner knew that his efforts had been in vain. However, he refrained from sharing this news with Mino, realizing that doing so would only render the sacrifices of their fallen comrades meaningless. Donner inquired why Mino and the others had come to Dorn City. Mino explained that upon seeing the fireball signal, they realized not only that Donner was alive, but also that he had ventured into enemy territory, unable to return to their camp due to interception. They had been hiding in the mountainous regions near the Tidal Mountains, during which time the battle at Gongta Prairie had ended in utter defeat for the Empire's forces. Upon hearing this news, they comprehended that turmoil was imminent in the Eastern Empire, yet they were at a loss as to what actions to take. They resolved to seek out Donner first, after all that had transpired. Donner had supplanted Minuo as the spiritual pillar of the remaining youth army. Minuo had led the group across the Iver River, briefly lingering in enemy territory, and like the newly arrived Donner, had narrowly escaped starvation. Subsequently, Minuo acquiesced to Pa's conjecture that Donner had most likely returned to Tesli province, and thus they crossed the Iver River once more, journeying southward by the time they fortuitously encountered one another in the streets today. They had already been wandering through Dorn City for 5 days. Chapter 69. The envoy in the palace of Kina's city. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The Thorn army had besieged the city for 15 days, and this was the first occasion their envoy had been permitted entry. The envoy, appearing to be in his 50s, was clad in a light blue ceremonial garb. His countenance amiable, he requested an audience with King Austin under the guise of negotiation. Yet everyone, including the king, understood that he was there to persuade surrender. Given the current state of the conflict, listening to the opponent's terms had become a reluctant necessity. The defenses of Kina's city were robust and impenetrable, unless the Thorn army was willing to incur over 50% casualties in a full-scale assault. They had no recourse but to maintain the siege. Furthermore, under the watchful eye of the Silver Sparrow Federation, it was evident that the Thorn army would not resort to such measures. The Thorn Empire feared that an extended conflict might lead to unforeseen complications. While the royal family of the Phyman Empire, recognizing the futility of the situation, sought to exploit the opponent's psychological state to secure a respectable outcome. The envoy conveyed King Edward's intentions. Lucia would still marry Edward's second son, Geoffrey, and on this foundation, promised Austen a title of duke, with lands to be allocated in the southern region of the Thorn Empire. These measures were evidently designed to undermine the influence of the Fiman royal family, thereby facilitating better control over the Fiman Empire. King Austen readily consented to the proposed marriage, yet insisted on retaining the status of a nation within a nation, establishing the Duchy of Fiman with Kina City and the surrounding 500 miles of territory. Princess Lucia, seated beside her father, turned pale at his words, her eyes devoid of life, remaining motionless as if she were merely a beautiful doll placed there as a princess of a fallen kingdom. She no longer possessed the luxury of defiance. This marked the first negotiation between the two parties, and the disparities were so great that an agreement was utterly unattainable. The Thorn Empire had dispatched a kind-hearted and affable envoy, ostensibly to placate King Austen. In the future, should negotiations falter, an envoy with a starkly contrasting demeanor would undoubtedly appear before the king. These were all anticipated occurrences. Thus, even if an agreement proved elusive, both parties maintained a remarkably rational demeanor, especially the envoy from the Thorn Empire, who continued to treat the king with the utmost respect. After the negotiation concluded, the envoy did not take his leave immediately, but instead made a modest request of King Austen. "Your Majesty, during my visit, I received a commission from General Clee. The general longs to see her daughter. Would you permit me an audience with her?" "The daughter of General Clee?" "Yes, Commander Keeley." "Commander Keeley?" King Austen inquired, still looking perplexed, glancing towards the ministers and generals beside him, none of whom could provide an answer to his question. The envoy noted the king's reaction with mild surprise and continued, "Commander Keeley was responsible for opening the secret passage through the Teeter Mountains. Yet all 4,000 of her subordinates perished, the massive fortifications erected on the Iver River were destroyed, and she herself was captured by a young mage, prior to the Battle of Ghana Prairie. That mage had been active in the occupied territory, but to this day we have yet to locate Commander Keeley. 4,000. This was the first time King Austen had heard such news, the sole piece of good news he had received since the war began. Yet why did it come from the mouth of an enemy envoy? He cast a puzzled glance at General Bayard. General Bayard seemed reluctant to discuss this achievement, lowering his head in silence. "General Bayard," the king pressed on, "Your Majesty, the secret passage through the Teeter Mountains was likely discovered by the Youth Reserve Army," Bayard explained. "The Youth Reserve Army? Did you not say they fled the battlefield?" King Austen grew even more perplexed. Lucia, who had remained in a daze ever since her father agreed to the envoy's marriage proposal, as if detached from reality, suddenly regained her composure at this moment, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Shortly after the war began, she had heard that the Youth Reserve Army, in which Donner served, had fled the battlefield. Given her understanding of Donner, she could not possibly believe this news, having quarreled with her father over it. Since then, she had heard no further tidings of the army to which Donner belonged. In the face of a grave threat, they refused to obey orders and acted independently. Moreover, the so-called secret passage holds little impact on the current situation. Bayard continued. The envoy from the Thorn Empire interjected. "It seems the general's perspective differs somewhat from that of our army's commander." "What difference?" King Austen inquired. "Opening the secret passage through the Teeter Mountains was a covert plan devised by our military long before the war commenced, for which we prepared for 3 full years. Among the 4,000 casualties were not only 3,000 elite mountain troops but also 1,000 distinguished knights and esteemed Arelon mages. Had the passage not been destroyed, our losses would undoubtedly have been significantly less." Upon hearing this news, King Edward was filled with rage. "Bayard, why have I not heard you mention this achievement before?" King Austen questioned. General Bayard understood that the greater the victory, the more it highlighted his own incompetence, and thus he continued to keep his head down in silence. Suddenly, Adrian, who had been standing to the side, spoke up. "Your Majesty, it seems that a prisoner from the youth army returned alongside General Bayard." Bayard was unaware that, during his unconsciousness, his guards had inadvertently brought back that youth army prisoner. "Is that so? Where is that individual now?" the king inquired. "He should still be confined in the dungeon," Adrian replied. "Your Majesty, may I request an audience with him? Perhaps he possesses knowledge regarding Commander Keeley's whereabouts," the envoy politely asked. Before long, a disheveled prisoner, exuding an awful stench, was brought in. This individual was Quasar, who had risked his life to deliver a message but had been imprisoned by Bayard at this moment. The wound on his right leg had swollen to the size of a bowl. festering and oozing pus, crawling with maggots, the foul odor emanating from the injury. The king frowned, casting a glare at Bayard before speaking. "Are you a soldier of the youth army?" Quasar appeared somewhat disoriented, glancing around before murmuring, "Is Duke Kelt not present?" Upon hearing that name, King Austin's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to erupt, Adrian interjected, "That traitor is absent. The king is inquiring about you." "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, Duke Kelt is a traitor. General, he refuses to believe me. Quickly, apprehend Duke Kelt." King Austin suddenly stood up, disregarding the stench emanating from Quasar, and approached him, asking, "How do you know Kelt is a traitor?" "Roger, Duke Kelt's son, Roger. He betrayed us and was killed by Donner. He urged us to return with news. Many of us have perished. So many have died, thousands slain, all of it bloodshed. The secret passage is real. Hurry, Your Majesty, send troops to the mountains." Only Donner and Wesley remained there. Quasar struggled to crawl toward the king, grasping at the king's leg, babbling incoherently, witnessing Quasar's desperate attempt to reach the king despite his injuries. The onlookers could not help but be moved. "Roger is dead. What of Donner? How is Donner?" Upon hearing that haunting name, Lucia sprang to her feet, rushing toward Quasar, but was halted midway by King Austin. "Bayard," King Austin barked, "you knew all along of Kelt's treachery and still placed him in command." Bayard suddenly fell to his knees, fervently defending himself. "Your Majesty, the youth army consists of only 300 men. How could they possibly kill thousands of enemy soldiers? Duke Kelt's wife is—" Bayard hesitated. Knowing Duke Kelt's wife was the queen's sister, Lucia's aunt, King Austin trembled with rage, unable to fathom that Bayard had refrained from suspicion for such a reason. "The youth army consists of only 300 men. Lucia shouted at Bayard, "But do you not know that Donner's staff has slain a lie?" "Indeed, Donner's staff." Quasar's voice rang out. "He used his staff to eliminate the elven archers, over 1,000 mountain troops. When his magic was depleted, we held our ground behind the cliff, cutting them down one by one, 3,000 in total. Minuo claimed we had slain 3,000 enemies, and many of us perished." Upon hearing this, the envoy from the Thorn Empire could no longer contain himself. "So, this young mage known as the Bluebird, is he called Donner? Commander Kelii was captured by him? What became of Donner afterward?" Lucia inquired of Quasar. "I do not know. He and Wesley remained on the mountain, sending us down to deliver the news. Why am I here? Has the war ended? Have we held our ground?" No one answered Quasar's questions. "Have you seen a silver-haired female officer?" the envoy inquired. "What of the female officer?" "No," Casal replied. "So, it was after your descent that Commander Kelii was captured." The envoy frowned, and then turned to Lucia, saying, "Your Highness, I am aware of the whereabouts of that mage. Where is he now?" "He is dead. Before his demise, he destroyed our largest granary, nearly obliterating our military logistics. Truly an impressive individual. Had you held your ground for just 10 more days, we might have retreated. The situation of war had been settled." And the envoy of the Thorn Empire did not hesitate to divulge this information. "Before he died? You mean, Donner is dead?" Lucia suddenly collapsed to the ground. "We did not hold. Donner is dead. So many of us have perished. And we could not defend?" Casal murmured, tears streaming down his dirt-streaked face. 10 days. If only we could have held for 10 days. I entrusted you with the entirety of the nation's military force. Just to hold for 10 days. King Austin coldly reiterated the envoy's words, stepping before General Austin, who lowered his head, too fearful to meet his gaze. "You did not hold for even a single day." The king roared, swinging his sword, and Bayard's head flew from his shoulders, blood gushing forth. Chapter 70. Preparations for war. Beneath the walls of Coinus, the siege forces of the Thorn army showed no signs of waning. And from this day forth, a protracted negotiation formally commenced. Simultaneously, General Kelii led the 3rd and 4th legions of the Thorn Empire southward in the direction that this army advanced, within the southernmost province of the empire. The city of Dorne, Donner was making his final efforts for the impending war. Since the outbreak of hostilities, he had often found himself in peril, or would simply lapse into unconsciousness, unable to maintain his daily meditations. 2 months had passed, yet the elemental essence of water and fire had only increased by a little over 100, and he had not established a complete model of high-level apprentice magic. Upon returning to Dorne, Donner resumed his regular training routine, including drawing runes and meditating, but he also understood that the crisis of war was imminent, and focusing solely on his own strength would scarcely impact the overall situation. Thus, whenever he had the opportunity, He would visit the weapons workshop of the Buck family to check on production progress, occasionally offering suggestions to help enhance their efficiency. Natia had purchased all the nearby residences around the dwarven laboratory, yet it still could not accommodate all the members of the Azure Knights and the young reserve army. Consequently, on the day after Mino and others sought refuge, Sarah silently occupied the Tris Knight Academy. Donner was more than pleased, bringing along the remaining few young soldiers this time. Donner had effectively become the spiritual leader of these dozens of individuals. Pedro and the others held the young reserve army's iron-willed performance on Wolf Mountain in great esteem. So when Sarah proposed that the Azure Knights merge into the young reserve army under Donner's unified command, no one objected. In such extraordinary circumstances, Donner certainly would not feign modesty. Wesley suggested that they no longer use the ineffectual name Young Reserve Army, proposing a more formidable title, such as the Lant Legion after Land Island. Donner believed that with only a few dozen individuals, calling themselves a legion was rather ludicrous, and he did not agree. Yet, in fact, under the subtle influence of Wesley and Sarah, this group ultimately came to be referred to as the Lant Legion by outsiders. Thus, the 16 original members of the Young Reserve Army from the Phyman Empire, led by Mino and Pa, including Donner and Wesley, officially merged with the 17 from the former Azure Knights, led by Sarah and Pedro, forming the Lant Legion composed of 18 formal knights and 15 mid to high-level magic apprentices. Donner assumed the role of commander. With Sarah as vice commander, the following day, the Legion welcomed 2 more probationary knights, Richard and Kelly, bringing their numbers to 35. The news of the Thorn army's advance southward reached Dorne at an unknown time, casting a shadow of war over the city, and the streets began to grow desolate, with various shops gradually ceasing operations. Occasionally, one could see families fleeing the city. Natia, I see many people preparing to leave. Where can they go? Donner could not help but ask upon returning to the laboratory. He knew that the news among the dwarves was far more acute than his own. Do you not know? Duke Celtic claims that the Thorn Empire has bestowed the province of Pecona upon him, and he is seizing this opportunity to attract wealthy refugees from all over. It is said that as long as they pay a certain tax, they can receive his protection. Natia replied. Donner sighed, rendered speechless. For most ordinary individuals, notions of loyalty and betrayal became utterly trivial in the face of life and death. I have heard that the Thorn Empire possesses an army of 40,000 marching southward, and you intend to resist with just these few dozen men? Natia inquired. I have already sent Richard and Wesley to recruit personnel. The 2 academies should have many students remaining in Dorne, Donner replied. Have they managed to recruit anyone? Natia asked with a smile, evidently anticipating the outcome. Donner shrugged, responding, one must at least try. If you do not speak up soon, it may be too late. Natia's gaze held a teasing glimmer. If one disregarded her height, this gnome woman possessed quite an admirable figure, and her expression at that moment bore a hint of a wistful married woman. However, in Donner's current state of mind, he was clearly oblivious to such matters. I cannot shake the feeling that you have already assisted far too much. Moreover, you are not in a position to intervene in Middle-earth. We certainly cannot intervene, Natia interjected, raising her hand to interrupt Donner, continuing, however, the items you have created in this laboratory. The Demon King's light iron, those various gears, and the machine you recently invented. None of these have we yet compensated you for. You have already gifted me a magical gun, but alas, it was taken by that man in black. No. Donner, you have yet to grasp the situation. Compared to what you have created, that magical gun is of no consequence. Cynthia is preparing to offer you a substantial reward. A substantial reward? Indeed, at a sum large enough to hire a mercenary company in the Knight Federation. Of course, how you choose to spend this money is entirely your affair. After all, we cannot interfere in Middle-earth matters, Natia said, playfully winking. To recruit a mercenary company? But is there still time? Donner quickly inquired. Cynthia has a shipment arriving in the south and has hired a mercenary company for that purpose. They seem to be near Dorne at present. Perhaps you can hire them. Donner was certainly not foolish enough to believe that such a coincidence could occur. Everything had undoubtedly been arranged in advance by Natia. You need not thank me, compared to your assistance to us. These are but trifles that by the way. Cynthia has another gift she asked me to pass on to you. After saying this, Natia turned and entered her room, shortly returning with a parcel. Donner accepted the parcel and carefully opened it. revealing an unremarkable iron rod resting upon a velvet cloth as deep blue as the night sky. Cynthia mentioned you might prefer a more modest design, Natia explained. Donner picked up the iron rod and examined it closely. The rod was approximately 1 meter long, hollow on one end, and the handle on the other could not be pushed or pulled, making it impossible to embed an ice spear dot on the handle. Donner discovered a protrusion that required considerable pressure to open a small aperture. Once released, it would immediately revert to its original state. A unidirectional locking valve? He looked up at Natia in confusion. Describing a check valve in the language of the Hell's continent. Yes, this way, you need not turn it each time you use it, Natia nodded. How does one fill the ice spear? Donner knew that Natia must have seen the blueprints from the Alamanda sisters and asked directly. Cynthia had someone engrave 3 magical arrays on it. Natia explained. Why is there no magical fluctuation? Donner asked, increasingly puzzled. Do you know of a material called abyssal gold? The legendary anti-magic metal, capable of withstanding any magical attack. Donner gasped. I do not know if it can withstand any magical attack, but at the very least, it can isolate magical fluctuations, Natia calmly explained. This magic staff is crafted from mithril and engraved with 3 layers of magical arrays, then coated with a layer of abyssal gold. Donner was taken aback to discover that this seemingly unremarkable magic staff possessed such a complex structure and utilized such rare materials. He endeavored to calm his emotions and continued to inquire. Which 3 magical arrays? Ice spear, silence barrier, and whirlwind technique. The middle portion of the magic staff can be twisted open, allowing for the embedding of 12 magic crystals each time, Natia replied. Donner immediately grasped the function of these 3 magical arrays. Ice spear served as an automatic loading mechanism. The silence barrier functioned akin to a silencer, and the whirlwind technique evidently played the role of a rifled barrel. The question remained, however, in a world without guns, how could anyone conceive of incorporating a whirlwind technique into his magic gun? How did Cynthia think to add the whirlwind technique? Donner queried. Natia responded naturally. The elf race possesses a type of archery technique that causes arrows to spin rapidly upon release. These arrows can maintain their trajectory without fletching and possess greater power, this time. Donner did not hesitate to accept the modified magic gun directly from Natia. After finalizing matters concerning the Knight Mercenary Corps, he made his way swiftly to the training grounds of the Knight Academy to test the might of his newly acquired magical firearm. In terms of firing rate, stealth, and range, this new weapon exhibited a significant enhancement over its predecessor. With each discharge, new ice spears would instantaneously materialize, eliminating the need for manual reloading or delay. One merely had to unleash the explosive ice orbs with full force. Thanks to the presence of a silence barrier, the magical firearm's operation was devoid of the previously alarming bangs, since the projectile surpassed the speed of sound before leaving the barrel. The resultant thunderous sound of breaking the sound barrier was likewise muted by the silence barrier. The ice spears, propelled by the whirlwind spell, spun at high velocity, resulting in a reduced area of destruction compared to before, yet they possessed greater range and penetration power. Through several pivotal battles, Donner gradually became reliant on the magical firearm. Feeling a profound emptiness during the days of its absence, it was only now that he reclaimed a sense of reassurance. That night, the remnants of the teaching corps, led by Davies, finally returned to the province of Triss. They did not visit the Triss Magic Academy, but headed straight into the city of Dorne, for only the walls of Dorne could possibly offer a semblance of protection against their pursuing enemies. Reunited after the tribulations, it was the first time Donner witnessed the excitement etched on Dean Davies's face, while Professor Victor, after embracing both Donner and Wesley fervently, continued to lament the war and the folly of humanity. Accompanying them back to Dorne were also the head of the Imperial Knight Academy, Kane, the leader of the Crimson Knights, Kaz, the professor of meditation at the Magic Academy, Vivian, and Donner's old acquaintance, Mr. Merkel, though they were all still in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. Donner could only procure a small vial of frosty orange from Natia and administer it to them. That evening, the remaining 60 or so members of the teaching corps, alongside Donner's team, sealed the gates of Dorne. The city of Dorne, which had enjoyed over 1,000 years of tranquility, was about to face another siege. Chapter 71. The Divergent. In mid-August, the sweltering heat was at its peak, with the sun blazing down. The unshielded walls had been scorched throughout the summer, the stones becoming unbearably hot. Even the rare gusts of wind felt like fire. Sweat trickled down Donner's forehead and along the sides of his nose. Salty upon reaching his lips, he stood motionless atop the city wall, gazing intently towards the end of the distant road that a year ago he had been just an ordinary country boy from Land Island. Back then, Dorne was the pinnacle of the imagination for the island's youth, a place of unattainable splendor. On a certain afternoon, likely during a summer much like this, he had heard Kelly speak of Dorne. Of its towering walls, now, he stood high above the city, keeping watch over it, the wall at his feet, the city behind him. His silhouette was slender yet upright, embodying a hint of defiance, while nearly everyone believed the war held no uncertainties. He continued to strive, clinging to even the faintest glimmer of hope, fueled by his obstinacy. Sarah observed the boy quietly, recalling that he had never uttered grandiose proclamations. Even now, he merely stated, "We must at least give it a try." Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, his presence instilled a sense of stability and reassurance in the young ones. Perhaps this was the essence of a born leader, Sarah mused. "Hey, time to change shifts." Sarah suddenly patted Donner's shoulder. "Is it already time? How are the townsfolk? Is anyone causing a ruckus?" Dean Davies has already calmed them down. They've gone mad. They don't even consider that if we let them out now, they won't be able to run, Sarah replied. Fear always strips people of their reason. Donner shook his head with a wry smile. I'm more worried that before the enemy can do anything to us, the crazed populace will drown us first. Then we must keep that fear beyond the city walls. By the way, how many of those machines have you built? Why not bring a few up? Sarah inquired. They still need some adjustments before they can be used. Let's keep them hidden for now. Once we produce a few more, we can spring a surprise on the enemy, Donner explained. Oh, and I've prepared a surprise for you all. All right, before that, we have work to do, Sarah interrupted, pointing towards the distant road's end. They're coming. The 3rd and 4th Legions of the Thorn Empire, during their southern advance, encountered almost no significant resistance. Thus, General Cleef decisively split his forces, sweeping through with an encircling approach, leaving behind a contingent in each city to maintain local order. Consequently, the first wave of Thorn troops to arrive at the gates of Dorne numbered merely over 2,000. Initially, they intended to gather a few hundred meters from the walls. But after several of their officers were shot down by Donner's magical firearm, they retreated a kilometer away. At this moment, the walls were nearly manned by all the combatants within the city, Davies leading the remnants of the teaching corps and Donner at the helm of the youth brigade. Totaling scarcely over 100 upon learning of the Thorn Army's imminent arrival, some citizens cowered in their homes, while others surged towards the city walls, demanding the gates be opened. Pedro could only lead a contingent of knights to block these agitated civilians. Only these people. How can we possibly hold the city? Yes, if we provoke them, they'll slaughter us all. As the crowd descended into chaos, a frail voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The Feynman Empire has not yet fallen. The speaker was Mr. Cliffack, Merkel's father, his white hair a testament to his years, standing with a dozen elders, fury etched upon their faces, behind the hundreds of rioters. Cliff, open your eyes and see, the war is over. These people have been chased here like wild dogs by the Thorn Army. Do you still expect them to defend Dorne? A middle-aged noble shouted. Yes, the Thorn Army numbers in the tens of thousands advancing south. Dorne cannot be held. Resistance will only incite the enemy's wrath, others echoed. Nonsense. You spineless cowards. Do you think surrender will earn you the enemy's mercy? Who has yet to learn of the fate that befell Celtic? Mr. Cliff shouted angrily. What happened to Duke Celtic? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Mr. Cliff pointed to an elder beside him. Dinks, tell them what you witnessed in the Pecona province. The Thorn Army slaughtered the entire Celtic family at a banquet. Many died in Pecona province. Only 3 of us from the Pierce family managed to escape. The elder's voice quivered as tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. Duke Celtic is dead. That cannot be. Why should we believe you? If what you say is true, we cannot resist. They will kill us all. You fools. Mr. Cliff denounced them vehemently, his fury causing his white hair to almost stand on end. He had hoped that the fate of Duke Celtic would awaken them, yet he was met with their obstinate ignorance. At that moment, Donner descended from the city wall, summoning all his strength to declare, Mr. Cliff, you need not say more. Those willing to defend the city may stay and fight with us. For those wishing to surrender, we can open the gates now and let you leave. He paused briefly before continuing. Everyone is fighting for their own lives. Do not drag others into it if you wish to go. You may if you want us to surrender. Ask our soldiers if they agree. As Donner's words echoed, knights atop the walls drew their swords in unison, a fierce battle cry rising from their ranks. The members of the Azure Knights and Minas, all formal knights returning from the battlefield, exuded an aura of strength akin to that of 1,000 troops. The rioters fell silent. All right, for those wishing to leave. I give you half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, we shall open the gates and let you go. With that, Donner uttered his ultimatum before turning back to the wall, disregarding their reactions. Dean Davies and Victor, among others, witnessed Donner's fervor for the first time. At that moment, the image of the seemingly harmless Donner merged with that of the warrior Wesley described, who had slain 5,000 enemies, destroyed pathways, and burned supplies. Sarah and the others sheathed their swords, suppressing their inner tumult, silently reveling in the satisfaction of the moment. Half an hour later, the gates creaked open, and over 200 individuals stepped out slowly, only to see the gates close behind them. A handful attempted to stop the gates from shutting, desperately shouting towards the Thorn army, "Quick! The gates are open! We've opened the gates!" The enemy remained utterly still. After swiftly dispatching the few who obstructed the gates, Sarah and the others calmly closed them once more. Moments later, the 200 individuals, laden with various valuables, approached the Thorn troops, only to be met with a volley of arrows that felled them all. "Isn't that a bit cruel?" Minos asked. "Compared to the enemy, these people are far more terrifying," Donner replied. "Now, it's time to instill some confidence in those who remain." Chapter 72. The performance following the consecutive defeats at the Gonta Prairie and beneath the walls of Kaunas. The morale of the teaching corps had plummeted to its nadir. This was evident from the helpless expressions on Davies and others' faces when confronted with the unruly crowd. In a sense, their predictions regarding the outcome of the war mirrored those of the rioters. At this moment, what sustained their fight was no longer the thirst for victory or faith, but rather their conscience and courage. As Donald contemplated this, he approached Dean Davies. "My lord, why have they not yet stormed the city?" "They are waiting for more reinforcements." "How many enemies do you predict will gather during this time?" "At least 20,000 will arrive in the next few days," Davies replied calmly. "With just us, it may be difficult to hold our ground," Donald ventured hesitantly. "It was from here that King Louis set forth. Let us fight for the Empire one last time," Davies declared. Surveying his surroundings with a tone tinged with solemnity, Donald fell silent, pondering how to articulate his next words. "Donald, are you afraid of death?" Davies suddenly inquired. "My lord, I do not wish to die." Donald gazed towards the enemy's direction. "For I must protect this city." "And push back to Kaunas." His tone remained steady, as if discussing something trivial, yet Davies was left momentarily speechless. "Now, my lord, I need a favor from you." "What do you wish me to do?" "I need you to call the townspeople to the city walls." "The more the better. I will let them know that we do not intend to perish for the Empire." Davies regarded Donald with profound understanding before turning and descending from the walls. Minutes later, citizens began to cautiously ascend the walls, initially hesitant to approach the outer edge until reassured that the Thorn army was merely gathering in the distance. 2 hours later, as Donald led the youth brigade down from the walls, thousands had already gathered. "Open the city gates," Donald commanded calmly, offering no explanation for his actions. Having endured the trials of war together, he trusted the brothers and sisters standing beside him, and they trusted him in return. As for Richard and Kelly, it was high time they experienced the harsh realities of war. The gates swung open once more, and 35 young soldiers on horseback surged forward, the gates closing behind them. The crowd atop the walls leaned forward, whispering among themselves. The Thorn army's camp began to stir. "Look, more are coming out. What are they planning? Could they be trying to lure us in?" Ignore them. Maintain your positions. "Hey, aren't you all curious? Why are we coming out? Wesley, don't you have any questions for me?" Donald asked, halting the procession not far from the gates. "You're the leader. You call the shots," Wesley replied nonchalantly. "Are you trying to awaken their courage through sacrifice?" Sarah inquired. "Yes. This is the destiny of a knight." Minot added in agreement. Richard and Kelly lingered at the rear, silent, their faces flushed with excitement. Donald let out a hearty laugh and turned back. "This is a performance about courage. Let us make it as convincing as possible." Before Sarah and the others could grasp the meaning of his words, Donald bellowed, "Stay close to me," and spurred his horse towards the enemy's direction. With his charge, over 30 others instantly sprang into action, following closely behind. From the walls, the youth brigade appeared as a solitary arrow, piercing towards the distant behemoth. "Have they lost their minds?" many exclaimed in bewilderment. Amidst the questions, however, a number of young hearts began to swell with fervor, as though they too were part of this audacious charge. Fear may spread, but so too does courage. "Davies, what is Donald doing?" Victor asked anxiously. "Listen," Davies abruptly interrupted. "Listen to what?" Victor asked, confused. Oh no, the enemy has set an ambush. Troops are approaching from the northwest. Just as Davies finished speaking, several knights clad in black armor burst forth from the slope to the northwest, shadows thick behind them. All heavy cavalry, Victor exclaimed. No, they don't seem to be from the Thorn army at this moment. Donald and his companions had just entered the range of the Thorn army's archers. After a few arrows were loosed, the attention of the Thorn army was immediately drawn to the unfamiliar cavalry that had suddenly appeared to the west. They soon realized that this cavalry unit was charging straight for them. After 3 volleys of arrows were fired, not a single knight fell. The Thorn army immediately formed ranks, preparing to meet the onslaught. The youth brigade, under Donald's signal, halted their charge. Donald dismounted and took aim with his firearm, while Wesley, Pa, and others began casting spells to attack the enemy's flanks from afar. The black-armored knights paid no heed to the Thorn army's defensive formation, crashing directly into the dense lines of spears. Only then did their terrifying prowess become evident. Hundreds of black-armored knights swept across the battlefield like hot oil melting snow, slicing through the enemy ranks with the ease of a knife through butter. Encountering no resistance, blood spattered amidst the wails, where iron hooves trampled, shattered swords and severed limbs lay intertwined. Donald stood momentarily stunned, his magical firearm hanging limply at his side. What kind of force had Cynthia summoned for him? The crowd atop the walls erupted in fervor. After more than a month of invincibility within the Empire, the enemy was being slaughtered like cattle, fleeing in disarray, so they could indeed be defeated. They too could feel fear and collapse. The black-armored knights scattered, pursuing the fleeing Thorn army. Occasionally, soldiers attempting to escape towards Dawn City were picked off one by Donald. Wesley, standing beside Donald, finally spoke up. Hey, who are these people? If I say they are mercenaries I hired, would you believe me? Donald replied, continuing to fire. Sarah interjected, how did you know they would arrive in time? Before I opened the gates to let those people out, they were lying in ambush there, Donald explained. Natalia must have had some means of maintaining contact with this cavalry. You should have said something earlier. I thought you were truly courting death, Wesley complained, turning his head. I wanted to make it more convincing, Donald chuckled. Gesturing towards the walls, look, on the walls, the crowd was cheering, every face alight with excitement, fear replaced by exhilaration. Chapter 73, The War Machine, excuse me, which of you is Captain Donald Vian? The knight speaking was evidently the leader of this mercenary group. He had removed his black helmet, revealing a friendly, round face. If one were to only see this face, they would hardly suspect that just moments ago, he had led these knights in a blood-soaked charge. I am Donald. You must be Captain Enriquez, Donald responded, having learned the name from Natalia. Haha, you are younger than I imagined. Enriquez laughed, then turned to call out, brothers, come meet the boss. Hundreds of black-armored knights removed their helmets, revealing obsequious smiles, all greeting him as boss. Initially, Sarah and the others had admired the prowess of these black-armored knights, but now they were utterly dumbfounded. How could these men lack the air of true warriors? It was as if a foreman had brought along a crew of laborers. While Donald inwardly criticized, he asked, how many of you have come? Boss, I brought all 500 of my brothers. You have no idea. We nearly broke our horses' legs getting here, and we were cheated out of quite a bit of money by merchants transporting horses at North Cliff. You see, this part is, right, boss. Look how much my horse has slimmed down. What do you mean? My horse was coughing up blood just 2 days ago. Donald wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly interrupted their lamentations. All right. I'll take all of that into consideration. Let us head into the city. Oh, by the way, what is the name of your mercenary group? The Black Hall Mercenary Group, Enriquez replied with a smile. After leading the Black Hall Mercenary Group into the city, Donald introduced them to Davies and the others, omitting how he had come to find them. Davies, perceptive as ever, did not press for details. From the dwarves' generous gifts of precious magical staves on 2 separate occasions, he had already deduced that Donald's relationship with them was not merely that of simple commerce. He sensed that the appearance of this group was likely tied to the dwarves, who traditionally refrained from meddling in the affairs of Middle-earth. Thus, he decided it best to feign ignorance. Observing the citizens' rising morale, Donald instructed Sarah and the others to seize the moment and recruit warriors. The resounding victory had completely transformed the previously morose atmosphere within Dawn City. Sarah easily recruited over 700 young people, most of whom were former students from the 2 academies in Tris Province. With some already graduated, the members of the Black Hall Mercenary Group were also assigned to the Knights Academy, though they seemed not to require rest, quickly returning to the walls to take on the responsibility of patrolling. On the walls, the Black Hall mercenaries, organized by Enriquez, took turns patrolling day and night. Sarah and Mino, along with others, dedicated their energy to training the new recruits within the Night Academy. As the conditions became ripe, Donna finally summoned the mysterious machine to the academy, preparing to demonstrate it to all the new soldiers. Nearly 1,000 individuals gathered around Donna, watching as he unveiled the covering from the enigmatic apparatus. The machine was roughly the size of half a cart, equipped with a pair of wheels like a simple cart. One end rested on the ground while the other featured a sloped iron plate, uniformly drilled with holes. Upon closer inspection, one would find 8 rows and 8 columns, totaling 64 holes. Do you see the cranks on both sides? 15 people, like me, come forward in this direction, Donna instructed, demonstrating it requires some strength to turn. And you can use your waist and abdominal muscles to assist. 8 individuals stood on either side of the machine, straining to turn the cranks, creating a comical scene reminiscent of 16 people attempting to operate a hand tractor simultaneously. For Donna, a magic apprentice, turning the crank indeed required effort, yet among the 16, several prospective knights possessed significantly greater strength, causing the crank to spin rapidly in their hands. When you can no longer turn, just stop, Donna directed, noticing a prospective knight who had reached his limit yet continued to exert himself. 3 minutes later, everyone gradually ceased their efforts. After instructing them to disperse, Donna retrieved a bundle of slender iron spears from a nearby wooden box. Inserting each spear into the holes of the machine, where they seamlessly slid down to the bottom. Completing this task, Donna moved to the rear of the machine, aimed at a row of dummies in the training field, instructed the crowd to stand behind him, and grasped 2 symmetrical triggers, applying force simultaneously. With a resounding thunk, a sound akin to a bowstring snapping echoed as 64 long bolts were released in unison. Following a cacophony of chaos, not a single metal dummy remained intact. The throng of nearly 1,000 fell into a profound silence, their breaths heavy. More than half were students of the Night Academy, who knew that the dummies used for strength testing would only bear imprints from instructors. Yet under this volley of bolts, they were utterly obliterated. You can form groups of 18, with the 2 weakest individuals responsible for loading the bolts while others draw back the strings, Donna continued to explain. To prevent accidents, the rear triggers must be pulled simultaneously to fire. Later that evening, Donna inspected the progress of the lowly twins in the dwarf laboratory. Teacher, I have never understood why we don't use springs to launch the bolts directly, but instead incorporate a cylinder in the middle, Elmanda inquired. Ever since Natya arrived in Dorn City, the Gnome Sisters had altered their address for Donna. Exactly, that cylinder is such a hassle, Elmia echoed. Conduct an experiment yourselves, and you'll understand, Donna replied casually while operating the machine. Then, teacher, why make the crossbow mechanism so large? Indeed, if it were smaller, one person could operate it much more easily. Isn't it because the precision required for a smaller cylinder is exceedingly high? After answering this, Donna finally reached his limit with their inquiries and turned to enter the laboratory's kitchen in search of a snack, where he found Natya as well, the mercenary group that Cynthia helped me hire. Donna found a loaf of bread and consumed it in 2 or 3 bites. Natya was savoring a plate of sliced fruits and, upon hearing this, put down her fork with a smile, saying, Isn't that a bit unseemly? You know too. Haha, they charge a high fee, but their reputation is quite good. Moreover, they accept all sorts of jobs. Typical mercenary groups would not take on tasks in the Middle Lands. Why don't they take on tasks in the Middle Lands? Is it too far? Distance isn't the issue. The environment in the Middle Lands differs from that of the Knight Federation. Staying here too long is detrimental to a knight's training. In the Knight Federation, those knights who move to the Middle Lands are referred to as fallen knights, implying they have forsaken their pursuit of strength. By the way, the 5th level knight Edward invited is among the fallen knights. Then why do Enriquez and the others choose to come to the Middle Lands? For the money. Haha. Besides, they can only stay here for 3 months. After 3 months, the mission concludes. This is non-negotiable. 3 months. Donna pondered this number while casually asking, what level knight is Enriquez? A 7th level knight, and the lowest among his subordinates is a 2nd level knight, Natya replied calmly. Donna was taken aback, speechless in astonishment. In the 74th chapter, Confidence, 2 of the Empire's mightiest knights, Kane and Kaz, along with Professor Vivian and Mr. Merkel, returned to Dorn City with Davies. After being nourished with the extreme North's demon oranges by Donna, they recovered swiftly and were able to move about. Though upon realizing they were in the Empire's southernmost Dorn City, Their spirits were notably low. Observing their demeanor, Davies did not offer consolation, but suggested they take a stroll and explore Dorn City. As they walked the streets, Kane suddenly inquired, "Davies, did the Thorn army not pursue us?" "Over 2,000 enemies followed us to the city gates, but were scattered," Davies replied. "Scattered by you, not us," Victor interjected. "Not you. Is there still an army in Dorn City?" Kaz asked, puzzled. "We're almost there. Just wait a moment longer," Davies said as they continued walking. Shortly thereafter, the group ascended the steps to the city wall. "Dean Davies, what brings you here? Have you seen the boss?" Enriquez greeted enthusiastically, having heard Donna refer to Davies as such. The boss he mentioned was, of course, Donna. "It seems Donna is at the Night Academy. Captain Enriquez, having just fought yesterday. Shouldn't your team rest properly?" Davies replied politely, aware of the caliber of the individuals before him. "Haha, Dean Davies, we cannot afford to be idle until we receive our payment. As you can see, we are diligent, if the boss inquires." "You must speak well of me," Enriquez said, attempting to curry favor. Understood, understood," Davies responded while eager to escort Kane and the others away from the city wall. Enriquez, seemingly aware of his thoughts, pressed, "Dean, these gentlemen seem unfamiliar. Would you introduce them?" "Ahem. Allow me to introduce you. This is Captain Kane, this is Captain Kaz, and this is Captain Enriquez of the Black Hall Mercenary Group." "Oh, they are all captains. Where did they amass their fortunes?" As Kane and the others descended from the wall, a wave of questions surged forth, prompting them to ask, "Who was that person just now?" "Captain Kane, you are the mightiest knight here. Can you discern that person's level?" Davies queried, wiping the sweat from his brow. Unable to fathom how such a powerful knight could be so crass and sycophantic. "I was just wondering. That man must be exceptionally strong." I felt immense pressure standing before him. "Who exactly is he? What is the Black Hall Mercenary Group?" Kane inquired. "The Black Hall Mercenary Group was hired by Donna. That man is their captain. Donna informed me he is a 7th level knight." "A 7th level knight?" Apart from Davies and Victor, Kane, Kaz, and Professor Vivian all gasped, recoiling slightly. "He brought 500 mercenaries, all of whom are at least 2nd level knights," Victor added, fanning the flames. Earlier that morning, upon hearing this from Donna, both he and Davies had reacted with no less shock than Kane and the others. Kane's mind was blank. It took him a while to regain his composure before he asked, "How could Donna possibly enlist such formidable assistance? I heard Edward expended considerable effort just to hire a 5th level knight from the Night Continent." "I don't know. But I sense there are elements we remain unaware of," Davies replied. "The individuals present were seasoned enough to recognize what inquiries were appropriate and which were best left unasked, since Davies had already expressed this notion. They deemed it prudent to feign ignorance." "So, does this mean there is hope for defending Dorn City?" Professor Vivian timidly inquired. Among the group, she was the youngest and least experienced, rarely having the opportunity to voice her thoughts. Upon hearing the question, Kane and the others fell silent once more. "Let us proceed to the Night Academy. Perhaps Donna is there," Dean Davies concluded, heading in the direction of the academy at the training grounds of the Night Academy. Nearly 1,000 new recruits were gathered around several crossbow carts, practicing their operation. Donna was nowhere to be seen. "What is that contraption?" Kane spotted the crossbow carts from a distance. "I can't quite say," Dean Davies replied. "Let the children demonstrate for us." Dean Kane. Dean Davies, Sarah, a graduate of the Imperial Night Academy, naturally recognized Kane. After greeting the newcomers one by one, she turned and shouted, "Brothers, let's conduct a drill for loading bolts." The recruits immediately erupted in cheers. Due to the immense power of the crossbow, each bolt launched could not be reused, so aside from practicing aiming at targets, they spent the remainder of their time rehearsing the loading of bolts. Only to extract them one by one and discharge the empty crossbows, that a dozen young men busied themselves around a peculiar iron contraption, and after a brief moment, they all halted and turned to look at Sarah. Awaiting her command, Kane and his companions observed with great interest. The recruits waited for Sarah to give the order, but she suddenly recalled something and, feeling awkward, addressed Davies, saying, "Director Davies, we have run out of targets." "Have we exhausted all the dummies? What shall we do?" Director Davies found himself equally at a loss. It was then that Mr. Merkel, who had been following Kane and the others, finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Phalis, Lunio, you lot go to the logistics office and bring back a few more. The key to the warehouse is on the windowsill beside the main door." The names Merkel called out belonged to former students of the Night Academy. Upon hearing his directive, they dashed off to the logistics office and shortly thereafter returned, collectively carrying a metallic dummy. "Why did you choose the heaviest one?" Merkel remarked, shaking his head at the dummy they bore. Once the dummy was placed at the farthest end of the training ground and secured with tools, Phalis and the others returned. "Ready, aim, fire." Sarah's commands were entirely learned from Donna.at her signal. The recruit responsible for triggering the mechanism pulled both levers simultaneously, resulting in a thunderous roar as 64 bolts flew forth in unison. Witnessing the speed of the projectiles, Kane furrowed his brow. Looking towards the heavy dummy, he was astonished to find a bolt lodged in its chest, its bare tail quivering incessantly. Sarah instructed one of the recruits to retrieve the bolt. However, when he approached the dummy and grasped the tail to pull, despite exerting all his strength, the bolt remained steadfast, forcing him to turn back to Sarah, embarrassed. "Allow me." Director Kane strolled to the front of the dummy, gripped the arrow firmly, yet it yielded no results. Suddenly, a flash of energy enveloped him, and he effortlessly extracted the bolt. Holding it in his hand, the one sharp tip had been irreparably deformed. "It penetrated 4 inches, he proclaimed loudly, his voice trembling. "It penetrated 4 inches, Kaz slowly echoed Kane's words, momentarily lost in thought. Even with his full might thrusting a heavy sword, he could only penetrate 6 inches into that dummy. It was crucial to note that this had been the result of a simultaneous volley of 64 arrows. What sort of force could withstand such power? "How many of these machines are there?" Kaz inquired. "Donna mentioned that 40 have been constructed," Davies replied. "So, is it safe to assume that Dorn City can hold its ground?" Professor Vivian's voice chimed in once more. Chapter 75. Courage. While Director Davies and Kane's party was exhilarated by the new crossbow's capabilities at the Knight Academy, its inventor, Donna, was in the courtyard of a recently acquired dwelling, observing Idura as he trained Richard and Kelly. For the past few days, he had been darting between the Dwarven laboratory, workshop, Knight Academy, and city walls. Under his meticulous planning, various preparations for war were progressing smoothly. This brief moment was his only respite throughout the day. Idaroa's training methods had evolved significantly from the roughness of 6 months prior. As he put it, that time was merely laying the groundwork, and now they were getting serious. Indeed, they were getting serious. As Richard and Kelly attacked Idaroa with their bare hands, yet despite their relentless efforts, they could barely graze his clothing, repeatedly finding themselves on the receiving end of his swift counterattacks, resulting in grimaces of pain. As the sparring intensified, Richard and Kelly resorted to a chaotic brawl, resembling a street fight. "Boss, I inquired around and discovered you were here." "Captain Enriquez, what brings you here? Do you have business with me?" "Not particularly. It's just, you see, we can only remain in the Central Lands for 3 months. Moreover, even though we just arrived yesterday, we have actually been here for 7 days. 7 days. This indicated that the Black Palace Knights had traversed from the northern cliff to Dorn City in merely 6 days. Such a pace was astonishing, especially considering they were clad in heavy armor. Donna marveled internally and replied courteously, "I was already aware. Your time is limited. What I mean is, with this little time we have, you wouldn't feel shortchanged if we simply waited around, would you?" Enriquez probed cautiously. This fellow truly seemed either overly considerate of his employer or perpetually anxious about losing pay. Donna chuckled softly and reassured, "Rest assured, that won't be the case." "That's good to hear." Enriquez chuckled, sitting beside Donna. Apart from lacking a helmet, he was clad in full body armor. The cumbersome suit seemed to pose no burden to him, allowing for effortless movement. Donna speculated whether he even bothered to remove it when sleeping in the center of the courtyard. Richard and Kelly continued their fervent pursuit of Idura. "Captain Enriquez, have you ever witnessed knights training in such a manner?" "Never," Enriquez replied candidly. "Based on your experience, does this training seem chaotic?" Donna continued. "Not at all." "Oh, why is that?" "Boss, do you know how knights cultivate their fighting spirit?" "I do not. I am merely an apprentice in magic," Donna admitted bluntly regarding his level of training. "I've heard that mages cultivate divine essence, which resides in the Sea of Divine." Enriquez gestured towards his head upon mentioning the Sea of Divine. Donna nodded in understanding. "The fighting spirit cultivated by knights resides here, in the Chi Sea." Enriquez indicated towards his chest. "What relevance does this have to my question?" "Boss, you must know that knights face north while mages face south. However, you may be unaware that this saying has another interpretation. Courage faces north, wisdom faces south. To be honest, I dislike the latter interpretation. It makes the north seem filled with fools." Nevertheless, it encapsulates the essence of knightly cultivation, courage. Enriquez continued to gesture towards his chest, as if declaring that it was brimming with courage. The strength of flesh and blood increases with the expansion of the chi. And conversely, the same is true. However, 3 factors influence the rate of enhancement. What are the 3? The environment of cultivation, the methods employed, and most importantly, courage. Could you elaborate? The first factor is straightforward. The further north you go, the more conducive it is for knight training. The second factor involves the various methods of cultivating fighting spirit, which yield different types of energy. You mages may not perceive the differences, but among knights, it is glaringly apparent. Oh, and by the way, most specialized training methods have little effect in the central lands. As for courage, that needs no explanation. Enriquez paused before continuing. So, you see, these 2 youngsters are striking out like madmen, fully aware that they might be struck at any moment. From another perspective, they are facing an insurmountable opponent yet still giving their all. Is that not courage? Facing an insurmountable opponent while still giving one's all, Donna pondered intently on this statement. The most confident teachers do not instruct their students on fighting spirit training until they turn 18. All training focuses on willpower, because by adulthood, one's character is mostly formed. Indeed, that makes sense. Donna casually responded, yet internally, he considered that if he were to cultivate fighting spirit, it would be impossible to reshape his will, as his soul had matured by the age of 6. In any case, this training method is rather intriguing, as it also hones one's reflexes under extreme conditions. If you were to teach, would you employ this method as well? Donna suddenly inquired. Not at all. Why not? Too much trouble. Enriquez had scarcely settled in before he departed, and soon after, the training session came to a halt. With that fellow present, I felt somewhat unsettled. Idaru complained. Has he grown so formidable that merely sitting there imposes pressure? Donna expressed his surprise. Nonsense. Even standing before me, I feel no pressure. Then why the unease? That guy kept scrutinizing the flaws in my techniques. I'm training children. Of course, there will be flaws. Donna couldn't help but chuckle, and Idaru shot him an indignant glare. The more Idaru scowled, the more Donna struggled to contain his laughter. Finally, Idaru threw up his hands and stormed off. Brother, why don't you join in the training? It's quite exhilarating. Richard, wiping the sweat from his brow, gasped. I have too much on my plate right now. Perhaps later. Donna deferred, feeling increasingly convinced that he was ill-suited for cultivating fighting spirit after hearing Enriquez's words. Richard glanced at Kelly, who appeared hesitant to speak. Then at Donna, before breaking into a grin and announcing, I'll go check out the Night Academy, before turning to leave. Kelly had not been alone with Donna for quite some time, and she suddenly felt a bit shy. Donna stood there, smiling as he reached out to smooth her hair, which was damp with sweat and clinging to her forehead. She stood there, timid and motionless. I've been quite worried about you. Kelly suddenly blurted out a remark. Her lips slightly pursed as she struggled to hold back tears. Did I not return? Donovan replied with a comforting smile. I suddenly feel a bit afraid of you going to the magical continent. Donovan reached out and embraced Kelly, who wrapped her arms around him tightly, her body trembling slightly. No matter where I go, I will always return. Chapter 76. The plan in the Night Academy's operations hall that night. The leaders of several factions within the city finally convened for the first time to discuss their battle strategies moving forward. Donovan formally introduced Enriquez to the assembly and outlined the various preparations he was undertaking. Although he was the youngest and weakest among them, he had achieved the most remarkable feats since the war began. With an army of 300, he had annihilated 4,000 elite enemy troops, thwarting the Thorn Army's plans to circumvent the Tattle Mountains, and he had severely disrupted the enemy's logistics in occupied territories. Twice, he had single-handedly turned the tide of the entire battle. After retreating to Dorne City, he had also managed to enlist the formidable assistance of the Black Hall Mercenary Corps, creating a crossbow that could decisively influence the battle in localized areas. Even the swift recovery of Kane and others was due to the potions he selflessly provided. Thus, when he finished detailing the city's preparations and looked up, he found that no one was eager to continue the discussion. Instead, everyone was waiting for him to speak further. Clearly, they had subconsciously begun to regard him as the leader of the city defense. Director Davies stated that the Thorn Army's southern advance comprises approximately 40,000 troops. And after accounting for the divisions left behind in various provinces along the way, around 20,000 will reach Dorne City, Donovan remarked, glancing at Davies, who nodded in confirmation, encouraging him to proceed. Our current forces consist of 500 elite knights from the Black Hall Mercenary Corps. 1,000 young soldiers, and nearly 100 night mages, Donovan continued. The 60 or so individuals who had returned to Dorne City with Director Davies, along with the gradually recovering injured, totaled about 100. Except for Captain Kaz and a few of his knights, all were elites from the original teaching corps. In my view, when facing 20,000 enemy troops, our only disadvantage lies in our smaller numbers. Everything else is an advantage. Firstly, our combat strength is concealed. The prowess of the Black Hall Knights, the power of the crossbows, the recovery of Captain Kane and Captain Kaz. These are all pieces of information the enemy lacks. Secondly, we are more familiar with the terrain than the enemy. Lastly, Dorne City is the last stronghold in their southern sweep. They have encountered little resistance along the way, and one can imagine that the enemy is eager to seize us in one swift move. This overconfidence and recklessness is precisely what we can exploit. After analyzing the situation, Donovan turned to Enriquez and inquired, Captain Enriquez, with your forces, how many enemies could you contend with in a direct confrontation? After a moment of contemplation, Enriquez replied, if it were an army like yesterday's, 1 against 10 would not be a problem. Captain Kaz finally spoke up. In a collective operation, if we can achieve an overwhelming victory in a localized area, it can easily incite chaos and retreat. Captain Kaz, even if the Black Hall Mercenary Corps could slay 5,000 enemy troops, if 15,000 remain, our forces, even if fully deployed, would not be able to pursue them, Donovan stated. Are you suggesting? Kaz asked incredulously. Yes, if we only repel the enemy, Donovan responded. They will inevitably return, and we will remain trapped in Dorne City. Therefore, we must annihilate them entirely to advance and support Cohenus. 1,600 men to obliterate 20,000? How many crossbows do you have? Kaz challenged, believing the young man before him was intoxicated by successive victories. By tomorrow, at most, there will be only 50 crossbows. Trained soldiers require 2 minutes to fire a round, each round releasing 3,000 bolts. The crossbow's range is 2 kilometers, and 2 minutes is ample time for the enemy cavalry to cover that distance. Meaning, even with preloaded bolts, the enemy cavalry could be struck with a maximum of 2 rounds. Totaling over 6,000 bolts, it is impossible to rely solely on crossbows to annihilate the enemy. What do you mean? Davies inquired. Director Davies, if there were no young soldiers or Black Hall Knights, how long could you hold Dorne City? Donovan, what do you mean by that? Captain Kaz erupted in anger, demanding, do not be so self-important. Kane and others also looked perturbed. Davies waved his hand, saying, Kaz, Donovan does not mean it that way. Let him continue. Donovan shook his head slightly, pondering how these individuals had become so fragile, yet refrained from rebutting, calmly continuing. Director, my proposal is to send the Black Hall Knights out in advance, concealing the crossbows on the city walls. Only you and Captain Kane will defend the city, drawing the enemy to attack, and when they concentrate at the base, we will unleash the crossbows. I believe the enemy is highly motivated and will not retreat until suffering less than half their casualties. This way, the crossbows can fire several rounds, and we can deliberately prioritize eliminating the enemy cavalry. Once they begin to scatter, the Black Hall Knights can encircle and intercept. Donovan then glanced at Kaz, adding, that is why I asked how long we could hold without the young soldiers and Black Hall Knights. Kaz's face flushed, and he sheepishly conceded, Donovan, I apologize for misunderstanding you. A defeated general can be easily provoked. I believe this plan is feasible. We can hold on for at least half a day, Kane interjected, cutting off Kaz's lamentations with a loud voice. No need for half a day. I estimate half an hour will suffice, Donovan chuckled. Moreover, it is best if no one else dies. If we retreat to Cohenus, we will be left with only ourselves. Ha! You are right. Let us retreat to Cohenus. Kane finally laughed heartily, a sound Donovan had not heard since parting at Ghana Prairie. There are still preparations to be made. To ensure the foreign army's main assault on one side, we need to slightly damage that section of the wall ourselves. Director Davies, can you handle that? Just make it look a bit shabby. Break a couple of small openings, but do not damage it excessively. Rest assured, I understand. Davies replied. Captain Enriquez, you may now lead your troops out of the city. That if you encounter the enemy, be cautious and avoid detection. During the siege, maintain your distance. Once they begin to retreat, I hope no one escapes. No problem. Enriquez replied readily. Who will take on the patrol duty? We will. Captain Kaz volunteered. Then everyone, let us prepare separately. I need to modify the crossbows. A night of busyness ensued. By noon the following day, General Klee finally led 30,000 Thorn Army troops to the foot of Dorne City. Chapter 77, Defending the City, Part 1. The 30,000-strong army stood in orderly formation over a kilometer from the city walls, with a multitude of siege engines among them, creating an imposing spectacle. In stark contrast, the scattered defenders on the walls appeared woefully outmatched. General Klee seemed unhurried to initiate the attack. Instead, he stood at the forefront of the formation and bellowed, "Defenders within the city, heed my words. You have 1 hour to open the gates. Otherwise, after breaching the walls, I shall unleash 3 days of slaughter." He spread out his formation merely for show, along their route southward. Almost every city had surrendered at the sight of such a display. From the city walls, Klee stood in a position easily within range of the crossbows. However, in accordance with their pre-battle strategy, all crossbows were currently concealed on the far side of the walls, protected by groups of 20 young soldiers. Each soldier bore a sturdy shield to fend off arrows or projectiles during the siege. Captain Kane's figure emerged from the wall. His injuries had not fully healed, but summoning all his strength, he shouted, though his voice lacked the booming resonance of Klee's, "If you want to fight, then fight. Spare us your ramblings." The corner of Klee's mouth curled in a slight, disdainful smile, and he fell silent. Donovan peered through the observation hole in the wall, gazing at Klee from a distance. Klee, like Corey, sported a head of silver hair. He was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face, and even from afar, one could feel the sharpness of his gaze. The hour dragged on painfully, particularly for the defenders on the walls. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Donovan could even hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart. Despite his efforts to wipe his hands on his clothing, his palms remained clammy. Although he had endured several brutally intense battles, he had never participated in a large-scale confrontation, nor had he witnessed the onslaught of tens of thousands of troops. The plan appeared flawless, yet in actual execution, any oversight in any segment could lead to disastrous consequences. As he pondered this, the first unexpected event occurred. The Thorn army commenced their siege. They showed no intention of approaching the city walls, but rather began to methodically operate their trebuchets. Before long, colossal stones came hurtling towards the city walls, the majority crashing against them, while a few soared over, landing within the city and reducing several buildings to ruins. Fortunately, the residents in close proximity to the walls had been evacuated in advance. The Thorn army had brought with them over 30 trebuchets. After the initial round of bombardment, the soldiers gradually repositioned them and launched a second volley. This time, the projectiles were concentrated, with most striking a small section of the wall. One particularly unfortunate stone landing directly on a crossbow cart, utterly demolishing it. Among the young warriors manning the crossbow, 7 were instantly reduced to a gruesome mash, while the others sustained varying degrees of injury. As Sarah observed her crossbow team descending into chaos, she urgently called out, "Captain!" Kane, equally frantic, shouted, "Donna, they're going to breach the walls." After a brief moment of hesitation, Donna commanded, "No waiting, take out the trebuchets first. Be mindful to avoid their command camp." On the walls, 52 crossbows had already been preloaded. Upon receiving the order, they began to take aim. After receiving reports of readiness, Sarah issued a command, and over 3,000 crossbow bolts soared into the air. The Thorn army, adjusting their trebuchets for a third launch, were taken aback by the deep twang of bowstrings from the wall. Countless bolts simultaneously ascended, hurtling towards them. Over 3,000 bolts rained down upon the Thorn army's encampment. Where the bolts landed, siege engines were shattered, and armored soldiers, along with their steeds, were pierced through, pinned to the ground. The air was filled with chilling wails of agony. General Klee, stationed at the command camp, was fortunate to remain unscathed. He promptly ordered a retreat of 1 kilometer. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the Thorn army surprisingly maintained their formation, retreating in an orderly manner while simultaneously safeguarding their siege equipment. In their wake, over 1,000 corpses lay strewn across the ground, a harrowing sight. The crossbow teams, previously showing signs of disarray, were invigorated by this round of success. However, Donna was dissatisfied with the outcome. Only 7 trebuchets had been destroyed. The distance of merely 2 kilometers had exceeded the firing range of the trebuchets. Hearing the reports of readiness in succession, Donna suddenly commanded loudly, "Sarah, cease fire. Hold your positions." Sarah rushed to Donna's side, inquiring, "Why not fire? They are still within range, and they've already witnessed the devastation. They remain unaware of the preparation time required for each of our launches. Start the timer now. If they remain inactive after an hour, We shall fire again, Dona explained. Understood. Within the Thorn army's encampment, General, have you ever encountered such powerful crossbow bolts? Gilfry, the captain of the 4th Legion of the Thorn Empire, cautiously asked General Klee. Never before, Klee replied. His brow furrowed as he gazed towards the walls. Why has the faming Empire not deployed such formidable weaponry until now? It is likely that these crossbows are too cumbersome to transport, Klee speculated. Could it be that Louis Faming left them here? Considering he once, Gilfry continued. It is possible, but speculating now serves little purpose. The greater the power of the bolts, the longer the preparation time required. Then, by retreating now, are we not merely providing them the time they need to prepare? Gilfry ventured cautiously. Klee's expression shifted, and he responded, Indeed, prepare immediately. We shall launch a full-scale assault in 5 minutes. On the walls, the defenders were still recovering from the recent onslaught when they noticed the Thorn army, which had just retreated, advancing once more. Attention, they are launching an assault. Captain Kez warned loudly. No sooner had he spoken than an arrow whizzed past his helmet. He quickly turned, drawing his bow in response. All mages, target the siege equipment, Davies declared, simultaneously casting a stone skin spell upon himself, then stepping to the wall's edge to begin reciting incantations. Regular mages typically required no incantations, but Davies was evidently preparing a large-scale offensive spell. At that moment, a massive fireball hurtled towards him. Realizing his stone skin would not suffice, he swiftly dodged. The spell he had been preparing was interrupted, the fireball grazing him and erupting in a shower of sparks, then soaring over the wall to ignite the rooftops of buildings within the city. A 3rd-level mage, Davies warned as Dona, peering through a spy hole, spotted the gray-robed sorcerer. The mage was positioned 700 or 800 meters from the wall, flanked by several knights for protection. Under this tight guard, the mage suddenly erupted in a spray of blood, collapsing to the ground. Dona shifted his gaze, seeking another target. Chapter 78. Defending the City, Part 2. The southwestern flank of Dorne City is bordered by the Sea of Oblivion, with forests to the east and mountainous terrain to the north, leaving only a small expanse of plain near the northern gate. Even if Davies were to refrain from tampering with the walls, the enemy, equipped with numerous siege engines, would likely attack through this narrow plain. This stretch of land is merely about a kilometer wide, and the defending forces were concentrated along this kilometer of wall. At this moment, a considerable number of Thorn infantry, shielded by mages and archers, were pushing siege towers, moving ladders, and other equipment closer to the walls. The defenders had little time to prepare, lacking the usual defensive supplies such as rolling logs, stones, and boiling oil. They relied solely on the combined efforts of over 100 knights and mages to withstand the onslaught. Armed with his magic rifle, Dona single-handedly eliminated 3 high-tier mages, effectively suppressing all enemy mages from revealing themselves. Under the intimidation of his firepower, the 40-odd mages among the defenders unleashed their spells with abandon. At this juncture, the crucial role of mages in the defense was starkly evident. Even a 1st-level mage could inflict greater damage to siege equipment than 4th-level knights like Kane. A plethora of siege towers and mobile platforms were destroyed before they could even be employed, resulting in significant casualties among the ordinary soldiers as well. Yet, the defending forces were far too few, and the coverage of their firepower was inadequate. As a result, the Thorn archers faced little obstruction and advanced right up to the walls. A torrent of arrows rained upon the battlements, striking down mages left and right. The enemy has formidable archers, Kane shouted as he continued to shoot arrows. While Dona could easily identify the enemy mages, he was powerless against the hidden elite archers among the common troops. Watching as his own mages fell to arrows, he could only feel a rising frustration. Captain, should we not first deal with the archers? Sarah shouted with all her might, her voice barely rising above the din of battle. Reaching Dona's ears. Trebuchets, target the trebuchets, Dona cried desperately. Mages, take cover, let them attack for a while. Shortly after his command was issued, the crossbows unleashed their fury once more, this time with reference from the previous volley. Nearly all remaining 20-odd trebuchets were obliterated. With only a short time remaining, these trebuchets were almost ready, and it was likely they could collapse a small section of the wall this time. Headmaster, how many mages have been injured? Dona inquired loudly as he confirmed the damage through the spy hole. Davies has been injured. Approximately a dozen others are hurt. Victor shouted. The defending mages, upon hearing Dona's orders, ceased their casting. Meanwhile, the knights, including Kane and Kaz, continued to shoot arrows, Encased in armor and shielded by their own fighting spirit, they remained unafraid of the powerful archers. However, relying solely on their small number proved insufficient to suppress the enemy. After shooting 2 arrows downward, Cain pushed away a recently placed long ladder, shouting, "They are coming up! Mages, hold on a moment! Sarah, target the archers!" Donna urged, simultaneously scanning for the enemy mages through the spy hole. The young soldiers operating the crossbows under Sarah's command were desperately cranking the levers in the brief minute they had prepared. The situation had grown increasingly dire on the walls. Only about 50 knights remained, frantically working to push down the ladders while occasionally dispatching 1 or 2 enemies who had managed to ascend. The sound of siege engines battering against the city gates echoed from below. "Crossbows, push them up, target the archers." Sarah's command finally rang out. Over 50 crossbows were simultaneously pushed to the outer side of the wall. Their modified supports raised high. One soldier, tasked with aiming, crouched behind the crossbow's framework, directing a team of others. Countless arrows flew towards them, striking the iron plates of the crossbows with a series of loud thuds. "Release!" At Sarah's command, a storm of crossbow bolts soared towards the enemy's archers. After firing, the crossbows were swiftly dragged back to the other side of the wall, their supports lowered, and reloaded for the next round of fire. "How can they be so fast?" General Clee, commanding from the rear, was taken aback, hastily ordering, "Archers, disperse." Prior to launching an all-out assault on the city, Clee had speculated that the enemy's crossbows would require over an hour to be fully prepared. In his eagerness for a swift resolution, he had not even considered dispersing his formation. Yet, to his astonishment, those crossbows managed to fire another volley in merely 20 minutes, utterly destroying all the catapults under his command. As Clea reflected on his own underestimation, he calculated the time and planned to command his archers to spread out in 10 minutes. However, he miscalculated yet again, and this error would cost him dearly. To ensure the effectiveness of his archers while maintaining the concealment of his elite bowmen, he had his over 5,000 archers form an exceedingly tight formation. The enemy's volley of crossbow bolts decimated nearly half of his archers. On the walls, the mages re-entering the fray immediately obliterated the siege engines battering the city gates, and a widespread magical assault wreaked havoc on the soldiers tightly clustered against the walls, resulting in a significant loss of life. The pressure on the defending forces was alleviated considerably. The Thorn Army's archers had dwindled to half, and their power diminished further as they scattered. The once concealed elite bowmen were finally exposed. And within moments, several were slain by Donner's arrows that a little over 2 minutes later, another volley from the crossbow struck, claiming hundreds more archers' lives. The threat of ranged attacks against the walls lessened significantly, allowing the mages to cast spells with reckless abandon. At this juncture, all siege engines and mobile towers of the Thorn Army lay in ruins beneath the magical onslaught. Yet the number of soldiers bracing ladders against the walls continued to swell. Sarah? The night camp on the opposite side. Sarah understood immediately. Once the crossbows were prepared again, they targeted the Thorn Army's night camp nearly 2 kilometers away. Another volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed, decimating 1/3 of the 4,000-strong cavalry. General Clea once again fell victim to his own assumptions. Unable to fathom the formidable power of the enemy's crossbows at such a distance, he commanded the retreat of the cavalry. He found himself ensnared in inner turmoil. The relentless barrage of crossbow bolts was steadily eroding his elite forces, and every moment spent on the battlefield incurred staggering costs. Yet, concurrently, the siege had reached a fever pitch, and his army was on the precipice of victory. Should they succeed, those wondrous weapons would belong to him, potentially allowing for their immediate transport to Kinnas, thus ending the loathsome negotiations. Amidst this conflicting sentiment, Clea continued to endure. Another volley of crossbows was unleashed upon the cavalry, claiming over 400 lives, prompting yet another retreat. Clea was trembling with rage. Suddenly, his deputy, Gilfry, had a realization and cautiously inquired, "General, it seems our command camp has been within their range from the very beginning. Are you suggesting?" Clea furrowed his brow in inquiry. Just then, on the walls, the crossbows were wheeled out again, this time standing upright, directly targeting those below, resulting in countless casualties among the Thorn Army. "They do not wish for us to retreat." Gilfry stammered. Chapter 79. Play it more realistically. From the onset of battle until now, every minute, this stretch of wall appeared to be teetering on the brink of capture, yet throughout, it maintained a delicate balance. Under this equilibrium, the siege engines were entirely destroyed, the archers nearly obliterated, and half of the elite cavalry lost, until those peculiar crossbows began firing downwards from the walls. Within mere minutes, 3 consecutive volleys of dense crossbow bolts rained upon the besieging forces below, resulting in staggering casualties. At the foot of the wall, nearly 10,000 crossbow bolts were embedded in the ground, each piercing through a corpse, some bodies even strung together. The balance of attack and defense was shattered. From General Clea to the ordinary Thorn soldiers, everyone comprehended that the city could not be taken. Retreat. Full retreat. General Clea bellowed in hysteria. Before he could issue the command, signs of disarray had already manifested in the front lines. At the base of the wall, over 1,000 fleeing archers and more than 8,000 infantry required 6 or 7 minutes to retreat 2 kilometers away. In that time, nearly 10,000 crossbow bolts were released, leaving over 2,000 corpses in their wake. Witnessing the rapid decimation of his 30,000-strong army within less than half an hour, General Clea was nearly incapacitated. At that moment, Gilfry suddenly pointed toward the direction of retreat, exclaiming, "General, look!" Behind the Thorn army, 500 black-armored knights were lined up in formation, charging towards them in a surrounding maneuver. Though this cavalry was not numerous, their charge was remarkably imposing. The nearly 10,000 recently gathered Thorn soldiers began to exhibit signs of panic under such pressure. In a state of alarm, General Clea commanded, "Cavalry, go and hold them off." Over 2,000 Thorn cavalry surged forward to meet them. The disparity in strength between the 2 cavalry forces was stark, and the Thorn cavalry had just suffered a devastating defeat, leaving their morale low. The outcome was predictable. The Black Hall Knights merely paused momentarily before annihilating the opposing cavalry and continuing their advance toward the Thorn forces. "Form up! Form up!" Clea's orders had no effect, as the Thorn infantry collapsed entirely, scattering aimlessly. The Black Hall Knights widened their encirclement, driving them toward the direction of Dorne City, where the crossbows were already primed on the walls. Enriquez had not participated in this hunt. Instead, he rode alone to stand before General Clea. "Are you the leader of this army?" Enriquez asked without hesitation, removing his helmet and tucking it under his arm. "Our boss wishes to meet you." In the afternoon, the operational hall of the Knight Academy remained bustling. Aside from Dean Davies, who was recuperating from injuries, all who had attended the pre-battle meeting were present. The same individuals were there. Yet the atmosphere was markedly different. They had just experienced the most significant victory since the onset of the conflict, annihilating the Thorn army's 30,000 troops with just over 1,000 men. A veritable miracle. Judging by today's accomplishments, it was merely a matter of time before they returned to Kennis. In contrast to the jubilant demeanor of others, Donner appeared unexpectedly calm. "Donner, when are we heading back to Kennis?" "Yes, we must hasten. We need to arrive before the enemy breaches the city." Following the resounding victory, Donner's status within the defending forces was unquestionable. Yet only Donner understood that the true test had just begun. From this point forward, any misstep, no matter how minor, could transform him from a hero determining the fate of the battle into a reviled fraud. However, this was the only opportunity he could see, and he had to take a gamble. War must ultimately be fought by men. Donner remarked with a smile. "Dean Kane, Captain Cass, starting today, you will join forces with the Black Hall Knights to reclaim the southern provinces while simultaneously recruiting troops. Is that agreeable?" "No problem. There are only about 10,000 Thorn troops across several dozen cities in the southeastern empire. With Captain Enriquez's assistance, we can sweep through effortlessly," Kane replied readily. "Good. Let us not delay. Prepare at once and set out after the meeting adjourns." "Captain Enriquez, could you leave 100 men behind?" "As you command, boss." Enriquez acquiesced. "Dean Kane, the troops you recruit along the way, please have Captain Cass send me 3,000, and then you can camp near the Gongta grasslands. As soon as we are ready, we will immediately head north to rendezvous with you." "Understood. Within a month, we shall reclaim the entire territory of the empire." Donner suddenly stood, surveying the assembly, and proclaimed loudly. The attendees erupted in fervent enthusiasm. That evening, in the Dwarven laboratory, "Donner, why did you call me here? We still have training tonight," Sarah inquired anxiously. "Come, let us have something to eat first," Donner replied, leading Sarah into the dining area. Noticing Donner entering with Sarah, Natia greeted them before discreetly excusing herself. Donner retrieved a plate of fruit and some slices of bread from the kitchen, placing them before Sarah. "Come on, just tell me what's going on." "I really need to get to training," Sarah said, grabbing a piece of bread and stuffing it into her mouth. "What I need to discuss is of utmost importance. Very, very important." Donner said, locking eyes with Sarah earnestly. Sarah was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to swallow the bread in her mouth. She had never seen Donner so serious. "What is it?" she asked, her voice muffled. "My design for the crossbows has failed miserably." Sarah burst into laughter, crumbs of bread flying from her mouth, followed by a fit of coughing. "You called me here to share this joke?" Donner remained serious, his gaze unwavering. After a moment, Sarah composed herself, her smile fading as she asked, "What do you mean?" "The crossbows I designed can only shoot 200 meters, and their power is quite weak," Donner continued. "Then, what about those? Those crossbows are equipped with magical bows, powered by a 9th-level magic array, requiring no winding. They operate solely on orange magic crystals. The only modification I made was increasing their firing capacity from 1 arrow to 64. A 9th-level magic array. Where did you acquire that?" Sarah exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. "Natia provided it. I obtained the blueprints long ago, and before Enriquez and the others delivered the magical bows, we only manufactured the casings," Donner explained. Upon his return to the city of Dorne, he was aware that Cynthia would deliver these magical crossbows to him. According to Natia, the Black Hall Knights were to assist Cynthia in transporting these weapons to Dorne, and naturally, this batch of magical crossbows was included. It was only then that Sarah recalled that before the arrival of the Black Hall Knights, Donna had never demonstrated the power of that siege engine. How could she give you this? That's not the main point. The crux of the matter is that there are only 60 magical crossbows, and each can be fired a mere 16 times, Donna stated calmly. Only 16 times, then we. Sarah's expression changed dramatically once more. "We have already fired 8 rounds on the battlefield, and the one you used in training, I had mentioned, can fire a maximum of 3 times a day. What about when we dry fired?" Sarah inquired, "Without loading a bolt." "The magical crossbow does not consume ammunition. The sound you heard was merely the release of the winding spring. The crossbow itself is almost silent," Donna continued to explain. "How many people are aware of this?" "Only Natia and I. And now you as well. So it's impossible for us to produce more crossbows. We can only deplete our stock. We will continue to manufacture them, but they will merely be shells." Sarah bowed her head in silence for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Is this a ruse?" "This is a performance. Do you remember what I said? We must play our roles convincingly." Chapter 80, The Expedition, Part 1, in the temporary prison cell of the Night Academy. Donna dragged a chair over and sat down, leaning slightly forward. "General Cleary, is it? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Donna Veen." Cleary was seated on the ground, his back against the wall, with his hands and feet tightly bound. Upon hearing Donna's voice, he did not even raise his eyelids. "A month ago, I had a captive as stubborn as you. By the way, her hair color is the same as yours." Cleary suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze directly on Donna's eyes. "What was the name of that captive?" "Corey. What have you done to her?" Cleary's voice rose suddenly, demanding fiercely, "Do you know her?" Donna sensed a resemblance between Corey and the general before him, yet he was unaware of their connection. "She is my daughter. You are that bluebird mage? Where is Corey now?" "I did not anticipate that the fates of you and your daughter would be so intertwined." Donna deliberately paused for a moment. His tone calm as he continued, "You seem to have many questions." Cleary fell silent, glaring at Donna with fury. "General Cleary, glaring will not kill me. Such a look only amuses me. However, I must inform you that your daughter is still alive. And perhaps after the war, you will be reunited. I have also told her this." At this, Donna leaned forward slightly, locking his eyes onto Cleary's and slowly said, "You had better pray you do not live to see that day." After uttering these words, Donna stood up and turned to leave. At the entrance of the cell, he commanded the 2 armored knights, "Keep a close watch." It was then that Cleary realized, drenched in cold sweat, the weight of his predicament. Exiting the cell, Donna approached the training grounds where Sarah was leading the youth army in drills. Observing from a distance, he felt that something was amiss with Sarah. She no longer seemed as enthusiastic as she had a few days prior. He began to regret assigning this task to her. If it had been Wesley, unfortunately, he was not a knight, and his demeanor did not suit the leadership of this troop. As Donna pondered, he walked towards Sarah. Captain. The young soldiers' training halted upon seeing Donna approach, each face alight with admiration. After acknowledging them with a slight nod, Donna turned to Sarah and said, "In a few days, Captain Kaz will bring many new recruits. For now, could I borrow Mino and Wesley?" "Captain, it's your call," Sarah replied, lacking confidence. Before leaving with Wesley and the others, Donna called out, "Sarah, the war is not over. Training cannot falter." Understanding the underlying message, Sarah promptly responded, "Yes. Donna took Wesley and the others to the operations hall of the Night Academy. An hour later, they emerged, each wearing varied expressions. That evening, they departed Dorne, with no one aware of their destination. 5 days later. On August 23 RD, Kez returned as promised with 3,000 new recruits, most of whom were knights from Triss and surrounding provinces, as well as students from the Magic Academy. The number of soldiers under Sarah's command swelled to 4,000. Intensifying the training demands, the training grounds of the Night Academy soon became overcrowded. The new recruits had already learned from Kez about the power of Dorne's siege engines, yet on the training grounds, they were allowed only one live-fire demonstration per day. The rest of the time, they engaged in the monotonous practice of winding and aiming. Nevertheless, no one voiced complaints. In Donna's words, every bolt produced should be used to slay enemies, not squandered on the training field. On August 26 after a hasty 3-day training, this 4,000-strong force departed Dorne, protected by 100 armored knights. By this point, the convoy had amassed a total of 150 siege engines. Observing this grand procession from the confines of the prison cart, Generals Cleary and Gilfry turned pale at the sight of the formidable array of siege engines. On September 3 RD, the convoy reached the vicinity of the Gonta Plains, where they joined over 20,000 soldiers under the command of Dean Cain. After encamping for one night, they struck camp and set out on the evening of September 10 with only 3 days' journey remaining to Kana City. Due to the negligence of the guards, the prison cart containing Cleary and Gilfry was compromised. By the time they were discovered, the two had vanished without a trace. Captain Kaz was furious. Dean Cain and Davies proposed that to prevent Cleary and Gilfry from escaping back to the Thorn army and leaking military secrets, they should march overnight to reach Kana's ahead of them, catching the enemy off guard. After careful consideration, Donna rejected their proposal, reasoning that the delicate structure of the siege engines might sustain damage on a long, hurried march. Without any alternatives, Cain and the others had no choice but to accompany Donna in their slow advance. On the evening of September 12 just a day's journey from Canas, Donna summoned Enrique, giving him a few instructions before he, along with 2 knights, departed from the convoy. Following this, Donna ordered the entire army to rest in place. When questioned, he explained that the troops were too fatigued after their long march and needed to recuperate to be in optimal condition for the forthcoming battle. Although Cain and the others disagreed with his assessment, no one voiced further opposition. On the morning of September 13 at the foot of Kana City, within the command tent of the Thorn army, General Mandel. There is still no word from General Cleary, a messenger reported anxiously. Very well, you may leave. General Mandel waved him off, his gaze fixed on the chessboard before him. General Mandel appeared to be in his 50s, broad-shouldered with a square face, embodying the typical image of a military commander. General Mandel, it is fortunate that a game of chess may not accurately reflect one's command capabilities. Otherwise, I would certainly advise His Majesty Edward to revoke your command, Wizard Clark remarked with a sly grin. Suddenly, General Mandel swept his hand across the board, disrupting the pieces, and chuckled. Wizard Clark, you see, I have not lost. Clark merely smiled nonchalantly before continuing. You are not concerned about the lack of news regarding General Cleary. Concerned? What is there to worry about? He resents me for being appointed as the commander of this expedition. As we sit here playing chess, the glory of breaching the city will be ours. While he is off exterminating southern farmers, his resentment will surely deepen. I do not expect him to dutifully report military intelligence, General Mandel scoffed. Austin's temper is quite something, isn't it? We could place a bet. I wager he can last no more than 5 days, General Mandel declared, raising a hand triumphantly. I shall not take that bet, Clark laughed. General Mandel hailed from a prominent family in the Thorn Empire, possessing an entire province, having thrived in commerce for over 1,000 years. Whereas he himself had only returned from the magical continent 7 years prior. Although he had gained Edward's favor, he could not compare in wealth to General Mandel. Just as their conversation grew lively, chaos erupted outside the tent. General Cleary, you. A guard's voice trembled with alarm. Chapter 81. The Expedition, Part 2. Cleary. General Mandel stood in shock, moving towards the tent entrance. Before he could step outside, 2 figures, resembling beggars, burst into the tent. General Cleary, Captain Gilfry, what has happened? How did you end up like this? Wizard Clark gasped, instantly recognizing their identities with his formidable mental acuity. General Mandel, quickly, withdraw the troops, Gilfry exclaimed, disregarding his disheveled appearance. Urgency etched across his face. Withdraw? Are you insane? General Mandel shouted in outrage. General, the 3rd and 4th Legions have been completely annihilated. They're new siege engines. Gilfry struggled to explain. What completely annihilated? Is he telling the truth? General Mandel interrupted Gilfry. His eyes wide as he fixed his gaze upon CLE, awaiting his response. CLE averted his eyes, replying with evident anguish, yes, they have summoned an entire knightly order from the realm of chaos. Furthermore, their new crossbow carts can slay official knights from 2 kilometers away. What? An entire knightly order, slaying official knights from 2 kilometers away. How is that possible? How many knights are in that order? What is their strength? Clark inquired with urgency. There are approximately 500 to 600 of them. Immensely powerful. The commander is at least level 7. I felt utterly devoid of the courage to resist before him. CLE candidly responded. Both General Mandel and Clark gasped in shock. What are the crossbow carts? How many do they possess? General Mandel pressed. 50. They utilized 50 carts, each capable of launching nearly 100 crossbow bolts in a volley. After just 8 volleys, our entire army was obliterated. Clee's voice trembled as he recounted the despairing battle, as if he were reliving it once more. General Mandel, this time, they have brought 150 such crossbow carts that I have counted them, 150 in total. Gilfrey's voice quivered with distress. We must retreat. General, if we do not act swiftly, it will be too late. Mandel cast a glance at Mage Clark and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke again, this time slowly, as if each word were a weighty stone. CLE. Is everything you have said truly accurate? I swear upon the dignity and honor of a knight that it is all true, CLE declared without hesitation. What we must consider now is not whether we can take this place, but how we can preserve the empire. General Mandel fell into deep thought once more, unable to accept this sudden turn of events. Just minutes ago, he had been wagering with Clark that the war would conclude within days, allowing them to seize the city of Coenus. Now, he was being told that without a retreat, even the homeland of the empire might be at risk. As he hesitated, a soldier's voice echoed from outside the tent. General. Urgent news. Come in. Mandel bellowed. A bloodied knight stumbled into the tent, half kneeling on the ground as he gasped. General. Scouts have discovered the enemy, probing the perimeter of our formation. We sent 200 knights to intercept them, but they were all slain. I am the only one who escaped. What were they wearing? CLE asked with urgency. All clad in black armor. How many were there? Only 3. 3. Merely 3. Mandel slumped into his chair. Mage Clark suddenly interjected. How did you manage to escape? I feigned death. General, if we do not retreat now, it will truly be too late. They have 500 black-armored knights, and even more terrifying are those crossbow carts. Gilfry suddenly knelt on one knee, pleading. CLE hesitated slightly, then mirrored Gilfrey's gesture. General, for the sake of the empire, let us withdraw. Within the palace of Coenus, in Princess Lucia's chamber, she appeared significantly more emaciated, her complexion increasingly pallid. At that moment, she was lost in thought, staring at a finely crafted short sword in her hands. The sword was exquisite, its hilt entwined with delicate golden threads, and the pommel adorned with a sapphire. Most notably, the blade was etched with ethereal patterns, said to possess magical properties. A few days prior, while wandering through the royal armory, Lucia had immediately chosen this sword upon hearing the guard mention its name. Your Highness, this peculiar patterned sword has only circulated in the market for a brief period before becoming extinct. Now, most are considered collectibles. It is called the lance sword, purportedly originating from the southern regions of the empire. Lant. Lucia murmured the name. Your Highness, is this sword connected to the island you mentioned? Veronica, Lucia's handmaiden, asked softly. Lucia shook her head slightly, unaware of any relationship between the two. Veronica and Lucia were of similar age and had nearly grown up together. Except for Lucia's 3 years in trysts, during which they were often separated. Watching Lucia wither away day by day, Veronica felt a growing sense of urgency but was at a loss for solutions. Matters of war, negotiations, betrothals, and even the potential downfall of their nation were beyond the purview of a mere handmaiden. The only thing she could do was to engage Lucia in topics she enjoyed, encouraging her to speak and not retreat into silence. Recently, she had discovered a way to open Lucia's heart, the young man from the south she had once seen at the martial arts festival. Princess, have you ever visited Land Island? Veronica gently inquired. I always thought there would be time, never imagining it would come so swiftly. Crystal tears rolled down Lucia's pale cheeks. Veronica immediately felt alarmed but soon realized that the princess's tears might be a release for her burdens. How could it be too late? After the war concludes, you will regain your freedom, Veronica reassured her. Veronica, I cannot set foot on that island in such a capacity, and Lucia trailed off, lowering her gaze to caress the short sword in her hands. Your Highness. You cannot mean, Veronica's voice trembled. Veronica, do you know? He is already dead. Lucia whispered, T.O. die for the Empire. Let the Princess of the Empire die for you. Suddenly, Lucia smiled faintly, as if finding some measure of solace. Then a playful expression crossed her face as she whispered, It seems I haven't had a chance to be alone with him this time. Just then, a handmaiden rushed into Lucia's chamber without announcement. Breathless as she pointed outside, Your Highness, they are retreating. The Thorn Army is retreating. Chapter 82. The Expedition, Part 3. On the evening of September 13th, the royal army of over 20,000 remained stationary. Just a day's journey from Coenas, biding their time. The youth army's modest command tent was packed with individuals. Aside from Donna and Sarah, Dean Kane, Commander Kaz, and the recuperated Dean Davies were all present. Donna, they have besieged the city for a month. Coenas could fall at any moment. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Dean Kane urged. I understand your concern about the enemy resting while we remain idle. And we can slow our march, but we cannot delay here and miss our opportunity. Those two officers may have already fled back to Coenas, Commander Kaz said, his expression more anxious than Kane's. Davies, do you agree with us? Since the great victory at Dorn City, Donna had established an undeniable reputation within the army, and even though Kane and Kaz did not comprehend his current course of action, they merely advised him, hesitant to oppose. Dean Davies had returned to his habitual state of half-sleep, only awakening when Kaz called his name. Donna, can you tell us what you are waiting for? Davies inquired slowly. Everyone, do not fret. The person I am awaiting should be arriving soon, Donna replied. Donna, with 150 crossbow carts from the Lant Legion, along with Commander Enrique's 500 cavalry, we could easily decimate the Thorn Army. What more do we need to wait for? Kaz raised his voice again without realizing it. Aside from Donna, who still referred to the group as the Youth Army, Sarah's contingent of 4,000 always identified themselves as the Lant Legion, while Kane's newly recruited 20,000 infantry were known as the Tris Legion. Indeed, with 50 crossbow carts, we annihilated 30,000 enemy troops with just over 1,000 men, given our current strength. Even if we cannot completely destroy the 80,000 besieging forces, we can at least break the siege of Coenas immediately. If we can reclaim Coenas, the Thorn Army will stand no chance. Kane had only begun to articulate his thoughts when Enrique suddenly flung aside the tent flap and entered. Clad in full armor with his helmet tucked under his arm, he appeared relaxed. Boss, it's done. What was their reaction? Donna asked. Faster than you anticipated, Enrique replied. Kane and the others looked at one another in confusion, unsure of what the two were discussing. Did they head north or south? Donna continued. What are you talking about? Kaz finally could no longer contain his curiosity. Donna smiled slightly and said, Enrique, why don't you explain? The boss sent me last night with 2 brothers to Coenas to find an opportunity to make a move and then to scout the area. As soon as the Thorn Army began to pack up, we were to report back. This morning, we killed over 200 knights, deliberately leaving one alive. Enrique glanced at Donna with a sense of pride before continuing. Within just half an hour, they began to pack up and retreat. They are retreating, Kaz exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, retreating, just as the boss predicted. They must be avoiding us intentionally and taking a southern route, and my 2 brothers are still following them. I returned to report. Why would they? Donna raised his hand to silence Kaz's questions and commanded, Enrique, immediately dispatch 100 of your men to follow them. That I need to be informed of their movements at all times. Enriquez, upon receiving orders, emerged from the tent. It was then that Dean Kane spoke up. Let me guess, you deliberately let Sally and Gilfry go as well. Indeed, I instructed Commander Enriquez to create a diversion for the same reason. To first diminish their morale, replied Donner. And you do not wish to engage on the battlefield at Coenas? Kane continued. Donner smiled faintly and responded, Wherever we have suffered defeat, we shall reclaim our victory. Kaz suddenly realized, You intend to drive them to the Gonta Prairie? Is there a more suitable location than that? Donner retorted. Dean Davies, with half-closed eyes, suddenly flickered with a barely perceptible smile. The Knights of the Black Hall Mercenary Corps continually relayed the movements of the Thorn Army, while the Lant Legion and the Tris Legion maintained their distance, secretly following them. When the Thorn Army departed from Coenas, nearly all of their supplies were left behind, carrying only the essentials for sustenance. Their retreat was remarkably swift, even after circumventing the Lant Legion. They reached the Gonta Prairie in just 9 days. On the afternoon of September 22 ND, the figures of the Black Hall Mercenary Corps finally appeared within the sight of the Thorn Army, shortly followed by the Lant Legion. Under Donner's directive, Enriquez did not engage fully, but instead executed continuous harassment. The Thorn Army, refusing to entangle with them, hastened their retreat towards the banks of the Iver River. After thoroughly digesting the intelligence brought back by CLE and Gilfry, General Mandel showed no intent to halt for confrontation, maintaining a distance of over 5 kilometers from the Lant Legion as they marched at full speed. Observing the remnants of the battlefield before him, Mandel could not help but reflect. Just over 2 months prior, he had led his forces to a decisive victory over the Feynman army right here, with tens of thousands of enemy bones still scattered about. Yet now, he found himself merely making a round trip before having to flee in haste. However, in the distance, he spotted the vessels used to cross the river over a month ago still remaining on the Iver River, prompting a sigh of relief from General Mandel. Quickly, full speed ahead, archers to the rear for cover, and be mindful to disperse the formation. Under the command of General CLE, the archers of the Thorn Army completely spread out nearly a kilometer from the Iver River. As the Lant Legion closed in within 2 kilometers, first squad, prepare, fire. Upon receiving Donner's command, Sarah shouted, and the 10 siege crossbows at the forefront unleashed their bolts simultaneously, sending 640 crossbow arrows soaring into the sky towards the enemy's archers 2 kilometers away. This was the first time, aside from CLE and Gilfry, that the Thorn Army experienced the overwhelming power of these crossbow bolts. Although the formation had been dispersed early by General CLE, resulting in only a few dozen casualties, the enemy's crossbows, even from 2 kilometers away, managed to pierce through the leather-clad archers, pinning them to the ground. Observing the 100 or more siege crossbows arrayed against them, General Mandel could not help but feel fortunate for his timely decision to retreat. Elite forces crossed the river first, he commanded loudly. Minutes later, over 20,000 elite knights boarded vessels, setting sail for the opposite shore. Other troops crowded the riverbank, waiting for the cavalry to cross before sending the boats back. As the elite knights finally boarded, General Mandel felt a surge of relief. These were the Empire's finest, and any losses would not be easily replenished. Wizards and elite infantry, prepare for the second wave to cross. Chapter 83. The Expedition, Part 4. Black Hall Mercenary Corps. Eliminate the enemy archers. Lant Legion, advance at a steady pace. Upon receiving Donner's orders, Enriquez led his troops towards the archers of the Thorn Army. The enemy's arrows fell upon them like a torrential downpour. Yet not a single soldier fell. Soon, they breached the enemy's position point. 500 black-armored knights slaughtered the archers, who had little capability for close combat, like tigers among sheep. Sarah led the Lant Legion to a halt over a kilometer from the enemy's archery camp, seemingly waiting for the massacre of the enemy archers to conclude. These siege crossbows were nearly 3 kilometers from the riverbank, and advancing further would allow them to unleash deadly bolts at any moment. Yet Sarah, responsible for command, remained motionless, silently waiting. The first wave of over 50,000 Thorn soldiers, under the pressure of these siege crossbows, had crowded tightly against the riverbank. The first cavalry had now reached the center of the Iver River, only 500 meters from the opposite shore. "All right, it's our turn to take the stage," Wesley remarked, spitting out the stem he had been chewing. "Everyone ready?" Upon receiving affirmative replies, he pushed aside the remnants of the barricade, revealing a siege crossbow. Alongside him, 50 siege crossbows appeared simultaneously. During the night, the Lant Legion camped on the Gonta Prairie. More than 200 men had joined Wesley's ranks, and they had been preparing here for many days since crossing the river. Prepare. Fire. Over 3,000 bolts soared into the air, targeting not the knights crossing the river, but the tightly packed formation of wizards and infantry on the other side. "Look, the opposite bank." A soldier beside General Mandel suddenly shouted in a frenzy. As the general turned to look, countless bolts were already raining down upon them. The crowd along the riverbank was too densely packed, even more so than at the time of the siege of Dun City. Over 3,000 bolts struck, nearly every one claiming 2 or 3 bodies. The survivors fled in panic from the riverbank. In the distance, Sarah led the Lant Legion into motion, over 100 siege crossbows advancing in formation. The crowd, which had just dispersed, was once again driven back to the riverbank. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the Iver River. The vessel laden with knights began to slowly sink. The cries grew louder, as many ships began to show signs of distress near their waterlines. In a state of panic, The knights desperately attempted to plug the breaches, but the gaps only multiplied, as if someone had tampered with the vessels. Soon, several boats filled with water and sank entirely. And the heavily armored knights were almost instantly submerged in the river. General Mandel trembled, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Now, on one side was the wide Iver River, and on the other, the imposing formation of siege crossbows closing in. He was powerless to turn the tide. On the opposite bank, another volley of bolts was unleashed, and the intervals between their launches seemed to be far less than the 2 or 3 minutes CLE had mentioned. Yet none of it mattered anymore. The Black Hall Knights had decimated the Thorn Army's archers, and General CLE was captured once more. The Lant Legion advanced to within 2 kilometers of the riverbank. Then, like spectators at a performance, deliberately paused their advance. The swift currents of the Iver River had already carried away the remnants of sunken vessels, leaving no trace of humanity upon its surface. The 50 siege crossbows on the opposite bank had unleashed several volleys in a very short time, slaughtering nearly 30,000. The over 5,000 archers of the Thorn Army were annihilated. Along with 20,000 elite knights. At that moment, fewer than 30,000 remained, scattered along the riverbank, bewildered and at a loss. Dean Kane, shall we allow your troops to have a little practice? Donner said with a smile. Kane first looked at Donner in confusion, then smiled knowingly, nodding silently before calling out to the troops behind him. Soldiers, do you see, on this battlefield, those white bones once belonged to our brothers, what they lost? We shall now reclaim. After uttering these words, Kane charged ahead, followed closely by Cass, Davies, Merkel, and over 20,000 fervent Feynman soldiers. Donner spurred his horse forward, closely trailing behind. Lant Legion, hold your positions, Sarah shouted, also rushing out alongside Donner. Enriquez, let us go together. In the direction of Donner's wave, the Black Hall Knights followed closely behind Kane. Over 20,000 men crashed into the remnants of the Thorn Army like a surging tide against rocks. It was a massacre. Without their elite knights, terrified and devoid of command, the dispersed Thorn Army resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Mandel had already been struck down by enemy bolts from across the river. Mage Clark fell beneath Enriquez's sword. On the opposite bank, had I known this would be the nature of the battle, I would not have come. Richard observed the battlefield across the way, his heart surging with emotion. But we just killed more enemies. Did we not? Wesley comforted. Brother Wesley is right. Richard, the task your brother assigned us is of greater importance. Kelly resumed her sisterly role, admonishing Richard. Those brothers have not died in vain, Mino said softly. Everyone knew whom he referred to. And a hush fell over them, as if mourning for those who had fallen in this war. The slaughter continued on the battlefield across the way. Yet, the war had already concluded. After unleashing those arrows, they understood the war was over. Foolish humans, Wesley suddenly remarked, his tone mirroring that of his uncle Victor. Brother Wesley, will you also go to the magical continent like your brother? Richard suddenly inquired. Indeed, I shall venture to the magical continent, and then return to explore the world with your brother, Wesley replied. But his expression grew a touch somber as he recalled Roger, who had once broached this very topic. The Duke of Celtic believed that aligning himself with a powerful enemy was the sole means of ensuring his own survival. However, he failed to consider that he was merely a pawn in the enemy's game. Once his value diminished, he would undoubtedly be cast aside without mercy. Why could Roger not grasp this truth? Why did he choose to meet his demise in such a sorrowful manner? Wesley silently shook his head, lamenting in his heart, foolish humanity. I shall journey to the Knight Federation, and upon your return, I will travel the world alongside my brother and you. Kelly smiled softly, echoing Richard's sentiments. Brother Mino, what about you? Will you also go to the Knight Federation? Richard inquired. Me? I shall not go anywhere. I intend to remain here, shielding the defenseless common folk from the ravages of war. Mino replied, narrowing his eyes, as if his gaze had pierced through the ongoing carnage to a place far beyond. Chapter 84. Triumph on the evening of September 14 in the city of Kohenars, within the royal palace, a soldier stood before the king, being interrogated. Princess Lucia still sat at the king's left side. Her pallor lessened, though a look of sorrow lingered upon her face. Just as General Mandel had anticipated, after being besieged for over a month, King Austin's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. Yesterday, as he was discussing arrangements for surrender with Prime Minister Adrian, it was as if divine intervention had occurred. The Thorn Army had inexplicably retreated without a sound for an entire day. The city of Kohenars remained engulfed in tension, with no one knowing what had transpired or whether the Thorn Army would suddenly return. It was only moments ago that a young soldier arrived with a message. Upon seeing the soldier holding a personal letter from Dean Cain, the guards hastily ushered him into the palace. The letter from Dean Cain to King Austin was exceedingly simple, merely stating that the siege of Tris had been lifted and that the Lant and Tris legions were in pursuit of the Thorn army. How many men are there in the 2 legions mentioned in Dean Cain's letter? Your Majesty, there are over 20,000 in total. 20,000 pursuing over 100,000? King Austin asked, bewildered, glancing at Adrian, who shared his confusion. Your Majesty, when the Lant Legion annihilated 30,000 of the Thorn army at the foot of dawn. They had only 1,000 men, the soldier responded. However, upon hearing that name, Princess Lucia suddenly came to life, leaping to her feet and asking, Lant Legion? Why is it called the Lant Legion? Why is it called the Lant Legion? I do not know. Upon hearing the soldier's response, Lucia slumped back down in despair. He was already dead. It was merely a coincidence, she thought. The Lant Legion? King Austin was also perplexed, for the Empire had never possessed such a legion. Nor was there a province or major city named after it. Yet he could not comprehend why his daughter reacted so intensely to that name. 1,000 men annihilating 30,000? How is that possible? Adrian identified the crux of the matter. The Lant Legion employed a miraculous crossbow cart, along with 500 mercenaries summoned from the Knight Federation. What crossbow cart? And what about the mercenaries? King Austin pressed eagerly. Your Majesty, it is a new type of crossbow cart, with an extraordinarily long range and tremendous power. I have heard that tens of thousands of enemy troops perished beneath its fire at the foot of Dawn.O, and those mercenaries are incredibly formidable. I have been informed that their captain is at least a 7th-level knight. The soldier continued. Dean Cain stated that with these crossbow carts and mercenaries, it is sufficient to obliterate the entire Thorn army. Obliterate the entire Thorn army. Are you certain Dean Cain said that? King Austin exclaimed, rising in excitement. Yes, if it weren't for Captain Donna insisting on luring them to the Ganta Prairie. What did you just say? Lucia suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with shock. The young soldier appeared startled by her sudden movement. Your Highness, I was saying that we must lure the Thorn army to the Ganta Prairie. No, you just mentioned Captain Donna? Which Captain Donna? Lucia interrupted, probing further. Captain Donovan of the Lant Legion. Oh, that miraculous crossbow cart was invented by him. And he also hired the mercenaries. Dean Cain said he single-handedly saved the Empire. He is not dead, he is still alive. Your Highness. Veronica rushed forward to embrace Lucia. The princess had fainted. On September 26th, news arrived that the Lant and Tris legions had completely annihilated the Thorn army on the Ganta Prairie, plunging the entire city of Kohenars into a sea of celebration. On October 1 ST, apart from Kaz leading 10,000 troops and the Black Hall mercenaries to various locations for reclamation, the majority of the Lant and Tris legions returned to Kohenars. The returning heroes were greeted with the warmest welcome from the citizens of the city. Applause, cheers, flowers, ribbons, swaying wines, fragrant roasted meats, and the enthusiastic embraces of maidens lined the path from the city gates to the palace entrance. The initial 35 members of the Lant Legion, along with Dean Cain, Davies, and other outstanding individuals from the war, were all invited into the palace. By King Austin's side, Lucia's eyes were fixed on Donna, filled with joy and affection. Dean Cain recounted to the king the series of battles and victories from dawn to the Ganta Prairie. As the head of the Empire's Knight Academy, Cain possessed excellent oratory skills. As he narrated, the king, princess, and ministers felt as though they had personally experienced the 2 thrilling battles. Excellent. Wonderful. The Empire shall not forget a single hero. King Austin exclaimed loudly. There is another hero here. Adrian, quickly summon him as well, the king commanded. Moments later, Quasar was brought forth, his right leg fully healed, clad in neat light armor, no longer resembling a prisoner. Quasar, Donna, Mino. A dozen youths stepped forward to embrace him, tears welling in each one's eyes, unsure whether it was joy at their reunion or sorrow for their fallen comrades who now lay at rest on the battlefield. Prime Minister Adrian cleared his throat and proclaimed, I have good news to share. That old fool Bayard has been executed by the king. Sparse cheers erupted in the hall. King Austin continued from where the Prime Minister left off. The Empire treats everyone fairly. Bayard's foolishness placed the Empire in peril, and he deserved his fate. However, on this joyous day, our primary focus should be to honor our heroes. The crowd remained subdued, prompting King Austin to raise his voice further, passionately stating, You are all the Empire's finest warriors. It is you who have saved the Empire and defended its honor. Each of you shall receive the highest commendation from the Empire. Your Majesty, Dean Cain interjected, There is truly only one person who deserves recognition. The king had been striving to elevate the atmosphere of the hall, but found it impossible. Dean Cain succeeded. The young members of the Lant Legion, such as Sarah Wesley, began to applaud, soon joined by Davies and others. Dean Cain continued. This young man saw through the enemy's schemes, which we failed to heed. He sabotaged the enemy's logistics in the occupied territory, risking his life for the opportunity that we squandered. Cain glanced at Sarah as he spoke. This information had been relayed to him by her. Chapter 85. The Aftermath. In Dawn City, while we had all lost hope, he persevered. Without the crossbow cart he invented and the mercenaries he summoned at the last moment, we would not have achieved victory in this war. As those returning from the battlefield spoke, the applause grew even more fervent. Amidst the clamor, Donna suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, Dean Cain, could we inform the families of the fallen young soldiers that their children are not cowards, but heroes who died for their country? The applause came to an abrupt halt. Yes, Your Majesty, they are not cowards. They were braver than anyone else, Mino choked out, recalling the taste of injustice they had experienced on the road to the province of Tris, compared to the swords and blades of the enemy on the battlefield. The unfounded accusations were far more despairing. Adrian, compile the list of fallen young soldiers and their acts of bravery immediately and disseminate it nationwide. The Empire must not allow any hero to suffer from slander. As soon as King Austin's words fell, the young people present erupted in cheers. The king finally felt at ease, for the scene before him indicated that the concerns he had harbored were unlikely to materialize. The recently concluded war had nearly drained the Empire's military strength. Their victory was entirely reliant on the youthful vigor of those present. Moreover, King Austin no longer possessed the power to balance these young individuals that in the days leading up to this moment. He had lived in trepidation, but now he regained the feeling of holding power firmly in his grasp. He needed to act decisively. Furthermore, Dean Cain is absolutely right. I shall certainly commend Donner for his contributions in this war. On the 1st of October a year ago, Donner departed from Rand Island. And on the same day a year later, he was bestowed the title of Duke of Vane by the king in the city of Coinus, half of the Tris province, including Rand Island, became his fiefdom. Others also received their respective honors. The next day, the king summoned Donner, Cain, and Davies once more. Within the palace, the king had already dismissed the others, leaving only Adrian present initially. Have you all not considered the opportunity to mount a counterattack against the Thorn Empire while our forces are strong? Dean Davies remained silent. However, Dean Cain nodded in agreement, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he looked at Donner, clearly supporting the king's proposition. Donner pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Your Majesty, we do not possess the capability to do so at this time. No capability? Duke Vane, you need not be so modest. With the crossbow battalion of the Rand Legion and those mercenaries, we could easily sweep through the Thorn Empire. The king deliberately altered his address. Donner managed a wry smile, refraining from replying and casting a subtle glance at Adrian. King Austin immediately understood. Adrian, you may take your leave. After Adrian exited the hall, Donner spoke softly. Your Majesty, not only do we lack the strength to counterattack the Thorn Empire, but we must also guard against the Silver Sparrow Federation taking advantage of our vulnerabilities. This revelation left not only King Austin bewildered, but also Cain and Davies gazing at Donner in confusion. Your Majesty, that extraordinary crossbow was not my invention. It was a gift from the dwarves. Not your invention? Indeed, after the war commenced, the dwarves provided me with 60 magical crossbows, each capable of firing only 16 times. Then what about the more than 100 crossbows? Cain exclaimed. They are mere decoys. During the battle at the Ganta Prairie, I left 50 magical crossbows on the opposite shore, while Sarah's forces only had 10 operational ones. The rest were merely for show and could not fire, Donner clarified. So, they were deceived by us? Davies inquired. Yes, had we not pressured them to the banks of the Iowa River, forming a dense crossing formation and using modified ferries to deal with their knights, we would have never emerged victorious. You kept us all in the dark. Cain marveled. Your Majesty, Dean Cain, Dean Davies, please forgive me. To execute this plan, it is better that fewer people know the truth. How could you be certain that Mandel would allow the elite knights to cross the river first? King Austin asked suspiciously. Your Majesty, I merely speculated that under such pressure, the enemy would allow their most elite forces to escape danger first. That I also conjectured that after witnessing the power of the crossbows, they would crowd the riverbank, waiting to cross. However, I had no certainty. I simply recognized the greatest possibility and took a gamble, Donner responded. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. How many magical crossbows remain now? Dean Davies questioned. I have checked. Only 2 remain. And each has only 1 shot left. Can we replenish the magical crystals? Davies continued to inquire. Yes. Can we replenish the magical crystals? King Austin asked urgently. Donner shook his head helplessly, replying, No, the magical formations on the crossbows can only withstand 16 shots. And moreover, Nasha mentioned that we cannot afford to expend orange magical crystals. Orange magical crystals. Both the king and Dean Davies exclaimed simultaneously. Dean Cain showed no reaction. He likely, like Donner, had never heard of such magical crystals. King Austin leaned back in his throne, seemingly drained of all vigor. So, we now have only those mercenaries to rely on. Your Majesty, the Black Palace Knights can only remain in Middle-earth for 3 months. And a month and a half has already passed. Donner's response struck King Austin like a crossbow bolt, causing him to slump completely, repeating in a daze, a month and a half. A month and a half. Your Majesty, as long as we make good use of the remaining crossbow bolts and the time we have left, we can ensure at least decades of peace. Perhaps we can even extract some benefits from the Thorn Empire. How can we do that? King Austin suddenly sat up straight, asking urgently. Before Donner could respond, Dean Cain seemed to grasp the idea. Donner, you mean to continue concealing the secret of the crossbows? Precisely, and furthermore, we could invite the emissaries of the Silver Sparrow Federation to witness the power of the crossbows. A splendid idea. King Austin praised. We should also inform their emissaries that within a month, we will make the Thorn Empire pay a price for this war. A price? What price? The king asked again. Your Majesty, does the Thorn Empire possess any powerful families that might covet Edward's throne? Are you suggesting to support them in seizing power? King Austin queried in confusion. With the strength of the Black Palace Mercenary Corps, assisting them in a coup does not seem difficult. Moreover, we can first amass troops at the border to create some pressure, Dean Cain supplemented. Indeed. Following a defeat in war, there will surely be public discontent within the Thorn Empire. If we seize the opportunity to orchestrate a coup, the newly installed king will undoubtedly direct this discontent towards Edward. Who instigated the war? You are right. Perhaps the new king of the Thorn Empire will even cede some territory to us. King Austin finally appeared in high spirits. Your Majesty, we can negotiate this condition from the very beginning. Donner continued, with the Thorn Empire as a cautionary tale. The Silver Sparrow Federation would think twice before acting rashly. Excellent. This plan is brilliant. Duke Vane, I truly did not misjudge you. Chapter 86. The Journey Home. Only 3 days remained until reaching the Tris province. In the opulent carriage, Donner gazed out the window through the drawn curtains. The road was lined with fallen leaves, and the countryside was alive with the bountiful harvest. Several days prior, the king had accepted his counsel, and preparations were underway in earnest. Before bidding farewell to Enrique, he informed him that once the king's mission was complete, his own duties would conclude, and he would return directly to the Knights Federation from the Thorn Empire without needing to take leave of him. Most of the Rand Legion would head to the western frontier for a final performance, a secret known only to a select few. The soldiers would be led to believe that a true counterattack against the Thorn Empire was imminent. After arranging all these details, Donner took his leave from King Austin, accompanied by Richard and Kelly, citing his longing for his father after an entire year away from Rand Island. The king did not attempt to retain him, fully aware that Donner's actions were deliberately intended to avoid suspicion. Once Donner departed, he could begin to diminish the supreme influence he held within the army. When Lucia sought a private meeting with Donner, he was already en route back to the Tris province. Over the past 6 months, he had traveled this road each month, each time experiencing a different emotional landscape. In May, he attended the martial magic festival led by Dean Davies. Traveling alongside Roger Wesley, the carriage curtains were always drawn open, and the scenery outside was endlessly captivating. In June, he returned triumphantly from Coinas, the majestic sight of the North falling cliff still vivid in his mind. With the specter of war looming ever closer. In July, he received the call to arms. Traveling this very path to the battlefield at Ganta Prairie, his heart filled with tension and unease, fretting over the future. In August, he returned to Tris from enemy-occupied territory, feeling a profound sense of frustration after countless efforts and the sacrifices of many comrades fell short. In September, he set forth with the Rand Legion to Coinas. Projecting confidence before others while privately scrutinizing his plans, fearful that a single misstep could lead to total failure. Reflecting on these experiences, he realized that one person had accompanied him on each journey: Wesley, the first friend he had made after leaving Rand Island. That fellow, who always appeared nonchalant, sometimes even sharp-tongued, concealed within that a kind and warm-hearted disposition. Donner could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. Reminiscent of his thoughts that night in the Academy's arena, having such a friend is truly wonderful. Brother, what are you smiling about? Richard's question interrupted Donner's reverie. Oh, I was just thinking about how interesting your brother Wesley is. Donner replied candidly. Brother Wesley said you would go to the magical continent with him. Right? Yes, but it's still a long way off. We won't leave until we turn 20, which is 3 years from now. What? Are you worried I won't come back? Not at all. Kelly has already told me that you will definitely return, right, Kelly? Kelly felt a bit awkward and did not respond. Brother, on the day you leave for the magical continent, I will set off for the Knights Federation. I've made a pact with Kelly that we will go together. I will help look after her then, Richard said with a smile. Who needs you to look after me? I can take care of you just fine, Kelly retorted. Donner watched the two bicker, smiling to himself, contemplating that perhaps he could ask Naisha to help them find a place to stay. She should be quite familiar with the Knights Federation. However, it was still too early to think about such matters. There were 3 years left. By the way, brother, Uncle Ida said I would be promoted to knight in half a year, and Kelly will have at most another year. Brother, you must work hard. Otherwise, we might surpass you, huh? Richard, that's not a fair comparison. Becoming a mage is far more challenging than becoming a knight. Besides, your brother doesn't have a mentor as exceptional as Uncle Ida, Kelly defended Donald. Suddenly, Donald burst into laughter, leaving Richard and Kelly bewildered. After being scrutinized by both for a while, he finally explained, in just a couple of days, I will be officially promoted to mage. Richard and Kelly were taken aback. The 17-year-old official mage was indeed more astonishing than a 17-year-old duke. 4 days later, the carriage entered Dorne City, where the news of victory in war had already arrived, enveloping the place in a festive atmosphere. The luxurious carriage, originally belonging to the royal family, halted in front of the dwarven laboratory. And the three of them jumped down. The coachman had long been standing respectfully to the side, bowing to each of them before moving the carriage to a nearby courtyard at Donald's gesture. Such a lavish carriage parked here appeared rather conspicuous. Ah, it's Duke Wayne. If you don't return soon, I will have to come looking for you, Natalia teased upon spotting Donald. Please, do not mock me. All of this is thanks to your assistance. And I cannot express my gratitude enough. By the way, did you have something to discuss? There is something important. Have you forgotten about that assassin in black? Natalia reminded him. Have you found that assassin? What assassin? Richard and Kelly chimed in almost simultaneously. It's nothing. You should hurry and train with Idalia. You haven't practiced properly in over a month. Donald quickly diverted the topic. Upon saying this, Donald realized that the dwarf beside Natalia was not Idalia, resembling someone he had seen near Cynthia, but he couldn't be certain, as distinguishing dwarven appearances was not an easy task. Idalia is in the eastern courtyard playing with the two little ones. You can find him there, Natalia explained, after Richard and Kelly left. Natalia turned to Donald and said, by now, the Shadow Blade may already know you are alive. Cynthia especially sent Jornada to protect you. Donald smiled gratefully at Jornada and continued, however, we have no idea when they will come. Should we have Jornada wait indefinitely? What if they never arrive? Rest assured, they will come soon, for we have already taken the initiative to disseminate the news, Natalia replied. Aren't you worried they might never cease their pursuit? You do not understand the Shadow Blade. Or perhaps you are not well versed in the affairs of the Middle-earth. The influence of the Shadow Blade spans the entirety of the Middle-earth, but in the wilds of the Hell's Continent. They would only dispatch 1 or 2 assassins at most. 1, Jornada interjected. There is only one on the Hell's Continent. Yes, only one that due to the great distance from their headquarters, this assassin operates independently and has little to no contact with them. In other words, if we eliminate this assassin, the threat will be neutralized, Natalia elaborated. Chapter 87. Father, since Edward can contact him, we should be able to reach him as well, right? Why not give him a false mission and set a trap? Donald still felt perplexed. We cannot reach him, as he is likely occupied with a task, or perhaps he is even searching for you. Until a mission is completed, we cannot establish contact. Donald finally comprehended. Then I must trouble you. He smiled and nodded at Jornada, accepting the dwarf's goodwill without hesitation. After witnessing the prowess of that assassin, he did not feel capable of defending himself against him. even regarding whether the dwarf before him could handle that assassin. He held reservations. However, he would never voice such thoughts, as that would be rather ill-mannered. Not a trouble at all, Jornada replied with a slight smile, after resting for a night in the dwarven laboratory. Donald bid farewell to Natalia, preparing to return to Randy Island, and Jornada would accompany him, of course. Upon hearing that their teacher would return to his hometown, the twin sisters insisted on joining him, leaving Natalia no choice but to comply. Thus, the 8 of them split into 2 carriages to the port of Dorn City, chartered a boat at the dock, and set off westward for 2 days and nights. Arriving at the small harbor of Randy late at night, Randy Island, long missed, indeed felt as if it were isolated from the world, showing no signs of celebrating the victory of the war. Donald even suspected that the islanders might not even be aware that a war had occurred. Randy Town was right next to the dock, and Kelly, eager to return home, dashed towards her father's tavern. Halfway there, she suddenly turned back, playfully smiling at Donald from a distance, saying, "See you tomorrow," before continuing on her way. "See you tomorrow." Donald responded with a playful grimace, as he walked towards the blacksmith's shop. Donald felt that the familiar street seemed to narrow unexpectedly and even appear somewhat desolate. Upon reaching the dock, he encountered only Uncle Jim along the way, from Uncle Jim's honest smile and his awkward expression upon seeing the dwarf and gnome. It was evident that Ranty Island remained unchanged. He realized that he had been deceived by the wide streets and bustling crowds of Dorn City and Cohenus. The dim glow emanated from the windows of the blacksmith's shop. At this hour, his father should have extinguished the forge. Could it be that an old friend had come to visit for a drink? But why was the door closed? From a distance, Donald gazed at the home he had lived in for 10 years, feeling a twinge of confusion. Richard, however, paid no heed to these thoughts and had already sprinted ahead. Donald shook his head with a smile and followed him. After a year apart, the 2 brothers were finally able to see their father. With a loud bang, the door was flung open, and Richard froze as if struck by lightning, letting out a piercing scream. "Father!" Inside the blacksmith shop, old Tom was bound to a chair, his body covered in blood. Standing before him was a figure clad in black, wielding the very slender, curved dagger that Donald had seen before. As Richard pushed the door open, the assassin's dagger lunged towards him. The speed of the attack was so swift that Richard had no time to evade. Helplessly watching as the dagger pierced his chest, Donald had seen the assassin, witnessed the bloodied state of his father, but everything transpired too rapidly. By the time he reacted, the slender dagger had already plunged into Richard's chest. Donald felt as though all the blood in his body surged to his brain. His younger brother had never received divine grace. This strike would undoubtedly extinguish his young life. He was merely 6 months away from being promoted to knight, and in 3 years he was to join the Knights Federation. Yet, all these realities and dreams would be cruelly terminated by that glistening, white-bladed dagger. Just then, a miracle occurred. The dagger stopped after piercing just a fraction. It was not because the assassin had a change of heart, but rather because Jornada's hand had pressed against Richard's back. That a brilliant aura of fighting spirit radiated from Jornada, enveloping Richard entirely through his arm and hand. If Enrique's fighting spirit resembled a flame, then Jornada was akin to a sun god descending to the mortal realm. Under such miraculous might, the assassin's dagger instantly rebounded, sending him flying backward. Donald barely registered the swift motion, as Jornada had vanished from his position, and in the next moment, the assassin lay pinned to the ground like a defeated dog. "Ah!" Jornada breathed lightly, releasing the assassin before turning back to say, "He committed suicide by poison." Donald and Richard ignored his explanation, rushing towards their father, now a bloodied figure. Old Tom was on the verge of death. Jornada quickly pried open the old man's mouth and poured an entire vial of potion into it. "Father! Father!" Donald and Richard cried out simultaneously. Natalia had already brought the twins inside, and with a thought, instructed Idalua to guard the door before securely closing it behind them. Old Tom finally opened his eyes, meeting the faces of the 2 brothers close by, revealing a gratified smile before closing his eyes once more, ceasing to breathe. "Father!" Their cries abruptly halted as Richard fainted from overwhelming grief. Donald trembled violently, his face contorted in agony, features almost collapsing into a mass, and then his tightly closed mouth slowly opened, emitting a hoarse rasp as tears finally streamed down. This was the ultimate expression of despair. Jornada and the others stood quietly to the side, neither leaving nor attempting to console. At such a moment, comfort held no significance. The old man had likely endured torture, dying in the most excruciating manner, leaving no grounds for solace. Time passed without notice, and while Richard remained unconscious, Donald finally spoke slowly. Why? His voice was chilling, almost unrecognizable. I do not know. The man committed suicide by poison, Jornada replied. Was it because of me? Donald asked in anguish. A notion he could hardly bear. Absolutely not. Natalia interjected with a definitive conclusion before elaborating. To him, killing you was merely a business transaction. He bore no grudge against you and had no need to target your father. Besides, your whereabouts are not a secret. It would not be difficult to inquire from elsewhere, making it unnecessary to specifically come to Randy Island to interrogate your father. From the methods he employed to extract confessions and the immediate act of poisoning himself upon discovery, it appears that he sought to obtain some significant secret or clue from your father, yet it seems he did not succeed. Your father is remarkably resilient. It is also possible that the inquiries he made were regarding matters your father was entirely unaware of. Donald was gradually regaining his capacity for thought. Naisha's analysis held merit. If the assassin's intention was solely to locate himself, there would have been no need for such drastic measures. However, how could his typically honest and simple-minded father possibly possess any secrets concerning an assassin organization? Chapter 88. Shadows. The assassin did not hesitate to take his own life, likely to protect those hidden behind him or the organization he served. If I am not mistaken, this operation was orchestrated by the headquarters of the Shadow Blade, or at the very least, by its higher echelons. With your father's demise, it is highly probable that the focus of their vengeance will turn towards you and Richard. As Naisha was midway through her analysis, she suddenly furrowed her brow. One thing strikes me as peculiar. Why did they choose this precise moment to act, rather than any other? It coincides perfectly with your designation as a target. I may have an inkling as to why, Donald replied coldly. 2 months prior, during the ambush by the dark-clothed assailants, he had vaguely heard one of them utter the words, "So similar, so similar." This phrase was quite familiar, as the neighbors of Rant Island often remarked. This child bears such a resemblance to his deceased mother. This implies that the assassin must have encountered Donald's mother. His father had never spoken of her origins. Neither Donald nor Richard had ever met any of her relatives. Coupling this with the letter his mother had left him, written in an unknown tongue, one could easily surmise that she was not originally from the continent of Hells. How she arrived on this small island and ended up marrying an ordinary blacksmith remains a mystery. If the assassin from the Shadow Blade had seen her, perhaps she had once been a target for their assassination. Now, the only two individuals who might have known the answers, his father and that assassin, were both deceased. The sole remaining clue was that letter. It is possible that what the dark-clothed man was interrogating him about pertained to his mother's legacy. If that were the case, the letter might contain monumental secrets. With this thought in mind, Donald dismissed the idea of retrieving the letter and seeking Naisha's assistance in deciphering it. He refrained from sharing these revelations with Naisha, instead coldly inquired, "How extensive is the Shadow Blade?" "Quite extensive. Spanning the entirety of Middle-earth," Naisha replied. "Where is their headquarters?" Naisha glanced at Jornada, who shook his head in response. "Unknown. They are shrouded in mystery. Do you intend to confront them?" "It is a matter of avenging my father's death." Donald offered no further explanation. As those 4 words sufficiently conveyed his intent, "I fear that would prove exceedingly difficult. Even the Church of Light has little recourse against them. Furthermore, you and Richard are presently in considerable danger. Being targeted by the Shadow Blade would lead to significant complications. This is no longer merely an issue of 1 or 2 assassins, but we might be able to turn this to our advantage. When they come for us, we shall strike back." No, Donald rejected Naisha's proposal. Given the vastness of the Shadow Blade, such a tactic could not inflict substantial damage upon them. Moreover, should they proceed down that path, he and Richard would find themselves perpetually reliant on the protection of the dwarves. Through what means does the Shadow Blade recruit its assassins? No, that is far too perilous. Naisha surmised Donald's intentions. Donald, seated amidst the pool of blood, fixed his gaze upon her. "Naisha, this is something I must undertake, with or without your assistance." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "The core of Middle-earth is beyond our capacity to influence." Naisha answered with anguish. "You need only provide me with information. I shall go alone. By the way, I may need to entrust Richard to your care. If possible, please take him to the Knights Federation." With no alternative, Naisha could only nod in silent acquiescence. In the deep of night, at the prominent cliffs of the southernmost tip of Rant Island, Donald and Richard worked together to bury their father beside their mother. Richard, having awakened, continued to sob quietly, now aware of Donald's decision. After much persuasion from Donald, he finally agreed to go to the Knights Federation. "Brother, when you find the mastermind behind this, you must take me along. We shall avenge our father together." Indeed, Donald nodded affirmatively while striving to restore the grass to its former state. "Father, can you hear me? Once my brother and I have avenged our enemies, we will return to see you." Listening to his brother's muffled cries, tears streamed down Donald's face as he stood on the cliff. The wind howling around him, the chill biting. The old blacksmith, now buried, was not his biological father, but after a decade of nurturing and care, he had long since regarded him as such, including his past life. He had known only this one father. Why? Why would such a simple, peace-loving man be subjected to such cruelty? Recalling the torment his father endured before his passing, Donald silently roared within, "Shadowblade, what you inflicted upon my father, I will return to you 100-fold, 1,000-fold." The twin sisters suddenly huddled close to Naisha. "Mother, the teacher has become frightening." Naisha tightened her embrace around them, and upon seeing Donald's current expression, even she felt a shiver of fear. The night deepened further. Aboard the ship at Rant Harbor, Adaruya leaped onto the gangplank, softly declaring, "All is prepared. It will burn clean." In the distance, Rant Town was engulfed in flames. "Is the neighboring house unharmed?" Naisha inquired. "Rest assured." "It is fine," Adaruya replied. The boatman was preparing to set sail. "Wait, brother, what about Kelly? If she believes you have perished, she may not survive," Richard suddenly asked anxiously. "If Kelly disappears with us, it will raise suspicion." "Naisha, could you send someone to retrieve her afterward?" "That would be best." Naisha nodded in agreement. 10 days later, at the largest port of the Hell's continent, Neum Harbor in the southern region of the Silver Sparrow Federation. "Brother, I will train diligently, awaiting the day of vengeance. Richard, should I fail to locate our enemy within 3 years, I will first journey to the Magic Continent. Upon my return, we shall together take our revenge." After tightly embracing his brother, Richard disembarked and followed Naisha towards the Knights Federation. The two brothers parted ways, uncertain of when they might meet again. Another 7 days passed, and Donald boarded a colossal magic vessel, setting sail eastward. On the night Donald left Rand Island, by the time the neighbors discovered it, the blacksmith shop had been reduced to ashes. The following morning, when Kelly arrived at the blacksmith shop and beheld the scene, she fainted on the spot. That a month later, Lucia and Wesley, having awaited Donald's return in vain, also arrived at Rand Island, only to learn of the tragic news that the father and son had perished in the fire. By this time, Kelly had already been taken away by Naisha's sent agents. They could not believe that Donald had succumbed to a mere fire, yet regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed vanished. The reasons behind the sudden disappearance of Duke Wayne, who had achieved great merit in the National Defense War, became the subject of much speculation, leading to the rapid emergence of multiple legends. Some claimed he was summoned to the Magic Continent due to his extraordinary talents. Others suggested he was assassinated by a killer sent by the former king of the Thorn Empire, Edward. There were also whispers that he had been slain by the envious King Austin. Among the most fantastical tales was the assertion that he was, in fact, the incarnation of the god of light, and thus returned to the heavens amidst the flames. Chapter 89. The Cold Countenance in the southern region of Neum Harbor, a magnificent ship powered by magically assisted sails, the Ister. The colossal hull stood beside the more common trimaran vessels at the docks. Resembling fledglings nestled beneath the wings of their mother, the towering six-tiered cabins resembled a moving castle upon the sea. The Ister was scheduled to remain at Neum Harbor for only 1 day, and due to the exorbitant ticket prices, all passengers aboard were exclusively of noble birth. The price of a ticket escalated geometrically with each ascending tier of the six-tiered cabins, with fewer rooms and larger accommodations. By the time one reached the topmost sixth tier, there were merely 6 suites, each costing as much as reserving the entire 5th floor's rooms. Each suite was adorned with thick, dark wool carpets, and the walls, crafted from purple gold pomelo wood, displayed renowned artworks collected from various continents. The elegantly designed furniture, wrapped in leather, reflected the soft ambient light. Sitting in such a chair, one felt perfectly cradled, as if embraced tenderly from behind by a lover. At this moment, Donald, who had mysteriously vanished from the Faman continent, was seated in a spacious living room of such a luxurious suite, gazing through the wide porthole at the tranquil sea beyond the harbor. The ticket had been arranged for him by Naisha. Upon boarding with the golden ticket in hand, he was directly escorted to this lavish suite, leaving him no choice but to accept her kind gesture. It dawned on Donald that even aboard this fastest magic vessel, the journey from the continent of Hells to the heart of Middle-earth, the distant Chaos continent, would require a full 6 months. This realization reminded him of Naish's previous words. He knew far too little about Middle-earth. The Faemen Empire was merely a small nation. The continent of Hells is merely a desolate expanse at the world's end. What, then, might the thriving heart of Middle-earth resemble? In such a realm, what formidable power does the Shadow Blade command? At this moment, he possesses only a note inscribed with an address and a name. Beyond that, he is utterly oblivious to his journey's destination. The great ship gradually lifts anchor, the hull vibrating ever so slightly, while the dock recedes from view outside the portside window. Such a lengthy voyage warrants the prudent use of time. A sudden voice startled Donna. "Jornada, how did you come to be here?" With Jornada's prowess, it was certainly within his capabilities to appear before Donna without a trace. "I have come to deliver some intelligence and to assist you in your preparations," Jornada replied. "What intelligence?" Donna inquired. "Concerning the Shadow Blade. Until now, our understanding of them has been rather limited. You would have wasted considerable time otherwise." As Jornada spoke, he leapt onto a chair, caressing the leather-wrapped armrests, even bending down to inspect it, seemingly quite pleased with the craftsmanship. "Why is that?" Donna asked, puzzled by Jornada's assertions. "The Shadow Blade does not accept mages. Only knights are welcomed. Furthermore, once admitted into their ranks, if one's identity as a mage is revealed, it would spell considerable trouble." "How could that be?" Donna exclaimed in astonishment. This revelation was undeniably significant. Had it not been for Jornada's timely warning, he might have recklessly walked into a perilous situation. The Shadow Blade is not merely an assassination organization. It is also a resistance against the Church of Light, considering themselves the antithesis of light. Jornada elucidated. The antithesis of light? Why do they oppose the Church? The Shadow Blade was initially founded 5,000 years ago by the Mad King Daro on the Solomon Islands in the southern part of the Chaos continent. Daro publicly denounced the Light God, declaring the Church a regime that enslaves the populace, urging the people to expel the shepherds of the divine and establishing the Shadow Blade as a counterpart to the light. It is said that in his youth, the Mad King traveled through the Night Federation, possessing strength akin to that of a paladin, and the Church could do nothing about him. Certainly not. The Church's retribution soon followed, a divine son, 2 divine shepherds, and a multitude of high-ranking mages descended upon the Solomon Islands, slaughtering countless innocents labeled as heretics. Daro himself perished amidst this divine punishment. However, the Shadow Blade subsequently went underground, and by the time the Church of Light took notice of this matter, it had already evolved into a vast assassination network throughout Middle-earth. So they opposed both the Church of Light and the mages. Has the Church of Light and the magical continent not retaliated against them since then? Their organization is shrouded in mystery. With a strict internal hierarchy, no one knows where their headquarters lies or who their leader is. This is a secret even among their ranks, known only to a select few. Since they oppose mages, could they be covertly supported by the Night Federation? Donna queried. Not at all. They actually oppose the Night Federation as well, albeit with less fervor. They claim to represent the interests of Middle-earth, inciting hatred against all forces beyond its borders, Jornada responded. Including you. Of course, hatred may unite people, but a frenzied hatred only leads to self-destruction, Donna lamented. I assume you would not be resigned to waiting for their own demise. Thus, we must address this issue now. Are you suggesting that you could train me to become a knight within 6 months? Donna asked, perplexed. I cannot guarantee that, but 6 months is ample time to mold you into a competent assassin, Jornada replied. Moreover, there is another crucial preparation. Since that assassin can recognize you, it is likely that others may as well. I understand. So I plan to disguise myself before disembarking, Donna explained. A slight alteration of my appearance should render me less recognizable. You underestimate assassins. Superficial disguises will merely arouse their suspicions. Do you possess a more ingenious method? Jornada did not respond, but instead approached Donna, handing him a small pill. Will this change my appearance? Donna inquired, puzzled. No, it will merely lessen the pain. As Donna contemplated the dwarf's cryptic words, he swallowed the pill. Close your eyes and lean back. Following Jornada's instructions, Donna shut his eyes and reclined against the chair's backrest. An eerie stillness enveloped him. Just as Donna was about to sit up, a large hand pressed him back down. Do not speak or move. I am awaiting the pill's effect, Jornada commanded. Minutes dragged on until Donna was suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his face, as if hands were attempting to fracture the bones of his cheeks. Soon after, Those same hands began to tear at the tendons of his face. He desperately wished to resist, yet found himself utterly powerless, forced to endure the torment. Throughout the ordeal, he remained conscious, relying solely on his willpower to withstand the agony. After what felt like an eternity, the pain gradually subsided. Eventually, his lost strength returned. Donna opened his eyes to find Jornada still seated in that very chair. "I apologize. I could not allow you to lose consciousness, as that would compromise the outcome." Donna nodded slowly, rising to his feet. He had deduced what Jornada had done to him. Indeed, the mirror upon the wall reflected a visage he scarcely recognized. Compared to his former self, this new face bore a higher nose, deeper eye sockets, slightly prominent cheekbones, and thinner lips. Indeed, it was a countenance imbued with an air of coldness. Chapter 90, Training to Transform Donna into a Proficient Assassin. Jornada devised a comprehensive 6-month training regimen, perfectly aligned with the duration of their journey. The training encompassed 3 key components: honing combat aura, mastering the art of swordsmanship for killing, and identifying an assassination target aboard the Isther each month. While devising a detailed plan for the hit, I understand that your passion lies in magic. However, whether to infiltrate the Shadow Blade or to eventually step into the Knight Federation, you must simultaneously become a knight. Nonetheless, to adapt to the dual identity of assassin and mage, I have selected a unique combat aura for you. Jornada continued, placing a hand upon Donna's back. Donna felt an immense force surge through him, propelling him violently against the wall of the room. Just as he was about to collide with the barrier, Jornada appeared in a flash, halting him with an outstretched hand. "What are you doing?" Donna gasped. "Do not speak. Focus your energy and feel the velocity," Jornada commanded. "From this day forth, I shall assist you in mastering the Azure Combat Aura." "What is this Azure Combat Aura?" Donna was about to inquire when Jornada propelled him forward once more, the wind howling past his ears, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself at the opposite corner of the expansive hall. It is worth noting that not only had Donna never heard of such a combat aura, but even within the entirety of Middle-earth, few were aware of this exceedingly rare knightly training method. As the name suggests, this combat aura emits a distinctive azure glow, and its uniqueness lies in its almost exclusive enhancement of the practitioner's speed. Offering minimal assistance in terms of strength, even at the 3rd level, it merely enables one to withstand the gravity of the Knight Federation. Due to its specialization in speed, those who cultivate this combat aura adopt a combat style primarily focused on agility. Or to put it in Jornada's words, fleeing becomes significantly easier. Furthermore, the rarity of the Azure Combat Aura is attributed to the necessity of having a warrior nearing the saintly tier assist during initial training. This requirement is unattainable for the vast majority of individuals in the entire Knight Federation. Aside from the 3 Holy Knights, there are at most 10 individuals nearing the saintly tier, all of whom are relentlessly striving to ascend to the holy level. How could they possibly afford to squander their precious energy on laying the foundation for a novice by training in this peculiar aura that emphasizes speed? From the day he boarded the ship, Donna dedicated 4 hours daily to mastering this special combat aura, continually attuning himself to the velocity Jornada had created for him, while attempting to control his muscles and blood vessels under this unique speed, and consolidating his energy reserves. "Before we proceed to the 2nd phase of training, please hand me your magic staff." Donna complied, passing his wand to Jornada, who took it with both hands, without any visible effort. Jornada twisted the staff, snapping it into 2 segments. "What are you doing?" Donna exclaimed, alarmed by his actions. "You are far too reliant on this object," Jornada replied, his demeanor calm, as though he had merely snapped a trivial twig. "This is a tool. If one deliberately avoids using tools, what differentiates them from a monkey?" Donna retorted angrily. This magic staff had been custom-made for him by Cynthia, at an incalculable cost, yet the dwarf had unceremoniously destroyed it. Jornada fixed his gaze firmly on Donna, his eyes betraying no emotion, unaffected by Donna's words. "The limitations of this tool are far too constraining for you. I was capable of defeating a level 4 knight with it," Donna defended. "With your method, even if I were to employ it, I could only contend with a knight of the 4th rank," Jornada remarked as he picked up a short sword from the table, adding, "Yet with this very blade, I could vanquish a knight of the 11th rank." Donna appeared to grasp the implication. "You rely too heavily on the combat style that it fosters, and soon it shall constrict your growth. Therefore, from this day forth, learn to wield it for the purpose of slaying." Jornada tossed the short sword, along with its sheath, to Donna. "I am a magician," Donna murmured in protest, still somewhat reluctant. "You may continue to refine your magical prowess." Jornada said as he hurled a half of a magical spear forward. In an instant, Donner found that the short sword had been drawn from his grasp. The spear cleaved in two as it fell soundlessly upon the thick carpet. Before Donner could react, the short sword returned to its sheath. But before you disembark, I must teach you how to wield a sword. With that, Jornada leapt onto a chair, positioning himself to meet Donner's gaze. He pointed to the prominent trachea on his neck and instructed, "Come, aim for here with your sword. Be mindful to sever only the trachea, lest you cut the arteries, or you shall find yourself drenched in blood." Donner stared at him in horror. At a loss. "Fear not, you cannot slay me. Go ahead," Jornada said, tilting his head back, fully exposing his neck to Donner. Resolving to act, Donner drew the short sword and struck towards Jornada's neck. The moment the tip of the sword made contact, all force was dissipated, resulting in a gentle rebound. Too slow. Drawing and striking must be a singular motion. Faster, even faster. Do not grip the hilt too tightly, only tighten your hold at the moment of impact. Are you deaf? I instructed you to slice the trachea, and instead, you nearly decapitated me. Your movements must flow seamlessly, a single, coherent action. Heed the arc traced by the tip. A straight strike is ineffective for generating power. Angle it upwards. And you are already faltering after 792 strikes. Take a moment to regroup and complete 1,000 strikes. We shall practice thrusts later. Jornada descended from the chair and addressed the slumped Donner on the floor. Your shoulders ache. Do they not? Donner nodded slightly, lacking the strength even to speak. Your form is flawed. You must twist your waist to engage your shoulders, then allow your shoulders to guide your upper and lower arms, culminating in your wrist. Throughout the entire motion of swinging the sword, only at the moment of impact should your body be tense. Otherwise, maintain relaxation. After elucidating the mechanics of the movement, Jornada handed Donner a vial of green potion. Struggling, Donner uncorked the bottle and drank. Having previously encountered this substance at Adelia's, it served to restore stamina. Within the opulent confines of the magical vessel, Donner commenced a grueling regimen of training. In addition to 4 hours of combat energy refinement each day, he endured thousands of sword swings and thrusting drills, while also allocating time for meditation and constructing his first level of magic. Chapter 91. Companions. The Isthir was a magical ship meticulously designed for long voyages. Thus, it boasted an array of amenities for noble entertainment beyond the mere division of cabins. Although meals were delivered at regular intervals to each cabin, the vast dining hall on the third level provided a continuous supply of delectable cuisine for the socializing passengers. Adjacent to the dining area was a sizable casino, perpetually buzzing with lively chatter. Weather permitting, lavish outdoor dinners were held on the deck at dusk, which would transition into grand balls, where the warm, golden glow of magical lights mingled with the azure sea and sky, wine glasses swaying, skirts fluttering, in the air filled with laughter and revelry. As dusk settled, amidst the expanse of stars, the Isthir stood alone, a gentle haven adrift beneath the limitless night sky. At this moment, clad in noble attire, Donner sat at one side of the ball, toying with the wine glass on the table, raising it only to touch his lips, never truly drinking. The seating around the dance floor naturally formed 6 distinct areas, each defined by a common language spoken among its occupants. In other words, Donner surmised that there were approximately 6 prevalent languages in Middle-earth. He was curious to know which language was used in the letter left to him by his mother. However, he could not bring himself to inquire about it, not even in front of Natia. Yet Jornada had informed him that at the next port of call, Cynthia had arranged for him a language instructor to teach him the tongue of the central regions of Middle-earth. Cows. The ballroom was saturated with an intoxicating atmosphere, yet Donner remained burdened with thoughts. This was not merely due to the grief of losing his father, having already devised a plan for vengeance. His concerns lay primarily in ensuring the execution of that plan without succumbing to despair, for excessive sorrow only leads to disorientation, rendering it futile. His preoccupations stemmed from the training task assigned by Jornada, which required him to identify an assassination target within a month and formulate a detailed plan that not only guaranteed success, but also evaded any suspicion. Although Jornada did not demand that he actually kill anyone, the mere notion of hunting for prey left him feeling unsettled. For the past 3 days, he had sat in this ballroom for a while each evening, and naturally, some people had approached him. Both men and women. For instance, at the adjacent table, the dashing Viscount Gresham was exchanging flirtatious glances with a flamboyantly dressed noblewoman. Gresham appeared to be under 30, possessing the visage of a quintessential dandy. He claimed to be the second son of a duke from the Soke continent, intending to spend a year traveling across various continents before marrying the bride chosen by his father. However, Donner soon discovered that he resided in the cheapest lower-tier cabin, and his romantic interests were not young, beautiful maidens, but rather single noble women. His approach to Donner was likely motivated by the observation that he descended from the upper levels of the ship each evening. This was a low-ranking nobleman, perhaps even lacking true noble status, seeking to ensnare wealthy women. Donner assessed that killing him would pose little challenge, yet his ostentatious demeanor would surely draw attention upon his disappearance, rendering him an unsuitable target. Donner shifted his gaze towards the dance floor. Miss Teresa, adorned with lace gloves, had her right hand resting on the shoulder of a young gentleman, swaying gently to the rhythm of the music. Given their distance, it was evident that they either shared mutual dissatisfaction or had only just met and were still unfamiliar with one another. Over the past 3 days, Teresa had changed partners at least 20 times. On the first day Donner attended the ball, she had greeted him warmly. She had been vague about her origins, asking only whether he was a knight, and upon receiving a negative response, disappointment had been plainly visible on her face, prompting her to excuse herself shortly thereafter. This young lady was evidently enamored with romantic tales of knights, likely fantasizing about encountering a foreign knight. Teresa appeared to be an easily accessible target. As she had not formed deep connections with anyone, should he choose to eliminate her, it would likely go unnoticed for some time. By the time the meal-serving attendant discovered her absence from her cabin, all traces would have been erased. She would represent a simple target, and he could even masquerade as a knight to lure her to a secluded location. No, he must not allow anyone to perceive his proximity to her. Have you found a suitable target? Donner hastily redirected his gaze, startled to see the girl who had spoken. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, her golden hair cropped short, revealing a pair of elongated ears that set her apart from ordinary humans. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, as if crafted by the most skilled sculptor according to humanity's every ideal of beauty. Yet, upon that visage was a mocking expression, her bright blue eyes fixed intently upon Donner. If you have yet to find a target, what do you think of me? Am I suitable? Upon finishing her question, the girl pouted playfully, her teasing demeanor tinged with mischief. Target. Donner frowned, perplexed at how she could know of his search. Are you not seeking a desirable dance partner? The girl inquired. A dance partner? Oh, yes, I am looking for one. Donner quickly clarified. Then what do you think of me? She pressed on. You? I'm afraid. Are your standards so high? The beautiful elven girl pulled a chair and sat down. Let me tell you, I have surveyed the room, and there is no one more beautiful than I. No, I cannot dance, Donner stammered, feeling somewhat flustered by her candor. You need not comfort me, the girl casually remarked, gesturing for a servant to bring her a drink. You are exceedingly beautiful, Donner admitted. Speaking the truth. I know, she replied. Oh, I am called Ruko. I am Bruce. Donner introduced himself, using the name he currently bore. You are quite peculiar, sitting here for 3 consecutive days, neither drinking nor dancing. Ruko lifted her glass and took a small sip before placing it back on the table, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Donner. Why have I not seen you before? Donner asked, somewhat uncomfortable under her direct stare. It felt a tad impolite for someone like Ruko to gaze so intently at another. You certainly cannot see me. I have been sitting over there. Speaking cows, you have yet to answer my question. Why do you neither drink nor dance? I merely stepped out to clear my mind, Donald replied helplessly, then inquired. Do you still speak cows? Humph, you are deliberately changing the subject. Do not think I am unaware. You have been sitting here, looking around, yet you do not invite me to dance. I see now. You must be plotting something nefarious. The girl feigned a look of sudden realization. How could that be? I am simply, Donald stammered, unable to confess. I am merely planning an assassination I do not intend to carry out. Humph, you need not feign innocence any longer. I shall expose you, unless you allow me to join you in your endeavors. The girl's eyes sparkled as they locked onto Donald's. I beg you, I am utterly bored. She suddenly adopted a pitiable demeanor. Donald could only respond with silence. Chapter 92. The target since that fateful night when he fled in disarray. Donald had not ventured outside his room for 3 whole days. Indeed, I do not seem to be a good person, he mused as he gazed into the mirror at his cold visage. Beginning to empathize with the half-elf girl's sentiments, his right hand brushed along his left cheek, fingers gathering at his chin. It was unclear what methods Jornada had employed, but the hue of his chin and upper lip was noticeably darker than the rest of his face, as if remnants of a razor had lingered. Consequently, Donald, or perhaps Bruce, appeared far older than his actual age. With such an image, sitting among the throngs at the ball, glancing about in contemplation, it was no wonder that anyone observing him would form a poor impression. Thus, his initial step had already gone awry. Jornada had stated that as an assassin, one must either completely conceal oneself, rendering one's existence unknown, or blend seamlessly into the crowd, becoming an inconspicuous ordinary person. "Hey, don't you think my face is a tad too recognizable?" Donald complained as he turned. Jornada scrutinized Donald's face for a moment before nodding slightly. "Now that you mention it, it does seem so. By an assassin's standards. Looking like this means I've already failed halfway. Perhaps others might think, how could such a face belong to an actual assassin, and thus not suspect you? I believe you are merely grasping at straws," Donald candidly replied. "At this point, you must make do. The art of face changing, which alters bones and flesh, can only be employed once every 6 years. Otherwise, one risks disfigurement and becoming a monster." Jornada shrugged, adding, "It has been 3 days since you last ventured out. Could that be the reason?" "It has somewhat to do with this face," Donald replied helplessly. "Stop making excuses. Surely you have rested enough. Continue your sword practice." As evening fell, Donald finally descended the gangway once more. In November, the Hearst continent should have been somewhat chilly, yet the sea remained warm, with the east wind vessels sailing with the breeze. The deck was pleasantly calm. He silently chanted to himself, seeking to blend into the crowd. "Greetings, Viscount Gresham. How have your days fared?" Donald blurted out. Gresham paused momentarily, then forced a smile, stammering, "Not too bad, not too bad." Just as Donald intended to engage him further, Gresham intentionally distanced himself. The Viscount was indeed masquerading as a top-tier nobleman, seeking to charm the wealth of lonely matrons. However, his skin was evidently not as thick as one might expect. Upon Donald's remark, he became flustered and hurried to evade. "No one likes the clever," echoed that half-elf girl whose words were both amusing and exasperating. "So, does that mean no one likes you?" Donald retorted. Rico smirked, her eyes narrowing mischievously. "So, does that mean you concede to being exposed? Do not indulge in fantasies. This world has far too few villains." Donald replied as he approached an empty table. "My mother always said, there are no good nobles." Rico interjected, seating herself before him. Donald had no choice but to occupy the chair beside her, suddenly realizing that perhaps having a female companion as a cover was not such a bad idea. "Aren't you a noble as well?" Donald countered, eyeing her opulent attire. "I am no noble," Rico replied dismissively before reverting to their previous topic. "So what are your plans for today? Are you intending to blackmail that Gresham fellow?" "What makes you say that?" "That fellow did not return to his quarters last night. He must have stayed with Countess Pellenin. Look, the Countess appears to be in high spirits today, looking rather youthful. Gresham may have already gotten what he wanted. So, if we were to ask Gresham for a favor now, he would likely be surprisingly generous." "Wouldn't he?" As Rico spoke, her smile grew increasingly radiant. "That is your plan, isn't it? Blackmailing the blackmailer?" Donald inquired. I like that term, blackmailing the blackmailer. Aha, quite amusing." Rico's gaze darted from Gresham back to Donald. "You can try it yourself. I have no interest in that. Is your plan more grandiose?" Rico's blue eyes sparkled. "I merely enjoy observing people," Donald explained. "Observing people? If there were no benefits to be gained, why bother observing?" Rico questioned, evidently skeptical of Donald's assertion. "My father was betrayed by someone he trusted. Just before his death, he advised me not to trust anyone. Since then, I have developed the habit of observing others' thoughts. Over time, I have discovered that everyone harbors a hidden side." The tale Donald spun about his father was not a mere fabrication, but rather a new identity orchestrated by Natia. He was the youngest son of a wealthy merchant in the Doran continent, the sole survivor of a family tragedy. The merchant, named Chris Wynn, had employed a mage who returned from the magical continent, only to be ultimately betrayed by that very mage. This was a true story, however. Donald claimed to be the only survivor, while in reality, the true Bruce Wayne, the merchant's youngest son, had also perished at the hands of that malevolent mage. This character, filled with disdain for mages, perfectly aligned with the criteria for recruitment into the Shadow Blade. "So, what is your hidden side?" Rico seized upon the inconsistency in Donald's words. "Since it is hidden, I cannot divulge it to you. Moreover, you would do well to exercise caution, for from this moment forth, I shall begin observing you," Donald declared, shifting from a passive stance to an active one. "Very well, I relish this game. From now on, let us see who can uncover the other's secret first. Rico stood, winking at Donald before turning to leave. Donald shook his head silently, bemused. Thus, he resolved to make this oblivious girl the target of his first assassination plan. After Rico departed, she headed directly to the area where cows was spoken, adding an extra layer of difficulty to Donald's task. Yet, with the target set and a month remaining until the end, Donald relaxed, attempting to blend into the crowd. Viscount Gresham and Countess Pellinen were already inseparable, appearing as a pair of love-struck couple, and aside from them, several newly formed pairs were present at the ball. Donald couldn't help but wonder if those nobles who looked like couples upon his arrival at the ball had only recently met. Miss Teresa remained solitary, apparently still searching for a suitable partner. Miss Teresa, I aspire to become a knight, Donald greeted her, casting a glance across the dance floor at Rico, who happened to glance back, wearing a mysterious and playful smile. Chapter 93. Research. Donald spoke the truth to Miss Teresa. He genuinely aspired to become a knight, devoting 4 hours each day to the cultivation of azure energy. Initially, when Jornada had flung him around the room, he merely felt a sudden force acting upon him, and then he found himself in another corner. However, in recent days, he had begun to perceive the speed of his movements clearly. By fully relaxing, he eliminated all tension, excitement, or anticipation, allowing his will to rest in a relaxed state. When his body surged forward suddenly, his mental focus sharpened, and time seemed to slow down. During the transition from one corner of the living room to another, he had already managed to achieve what Jornada had required, allowing his veins to sense the stimulation of speed and respond accordingly. Jornada had informed Donald that his rapid progress might be related to his status as a formal mage. A powerful mental force significantly aided in perceiving the speed of the external world. The advancement to a formal mage had provided Donald with even more benefits. Since his promotion, he discovered he could project a small amount of mental energy outward to perceive the structure of objects. Finally understanding why Professor Victor could directly reveal the secrets of his tempered sword. However, the distance and quantity of mental energy he could project were quite limited, offering no advantage in combat or in sensing the movements of enemies. From the very first day aboard the vessel, Donald commenced the arduous task of constructing his inaugural first-level spell. Influenced by the combat philosophy of Jornada, he resolved to employ the simplest and quickest casting attack magic, which also possessed the greatest potential for growth. For any mage, the upper limit of basic attack magic is fixed at 1/10 of their mental capacity. Thus, for Donald, who had just ascended to the rank of a first-level mage, the most powerful basic fireball he could conjure would be a regular 100-sided polygon composed of 100 fire elements. Due to the excessive density of the polygon's vertices, it essentially resembled a circle divided into 100 segments. Donald was a dual-element mage. His other 3 elemental energies remained at 180, rendering them negligible. And since basic attack magic was universally applicable across elements, he only needed to practice one model to master 2 types of magic. Even the simplest first-level spell required a dauntingly long modeling time. Donald anticipated that with his current practice schedule, achieving proficiency before disembarking, which was within half a year, would be quite an accomplishment. However, as he endeavored to establish this model, doubts began to plague him. If the simplest first-level magic demanded such a lengthy learning period, would not the more advanced spells require years, even decades, to master? Wesley had previously mentioned that in the magical continent, there were prodigies who ascended to the rank of Bluebird Mage before the age of 20. How did they manage to master 4th-level spells in such a brief span? He began to question whether there existed an entirely different methodology for constructing magic in the magical realm. With each day spent painstakingly crafting this first-level spell, his skepticism intensified, gradually transforming into certainty. Those mages who advanced rapidly must not expend such an extensive amount of time on spell construction. Now, gazing at the half-formed, awkward circle within his sea of consciousness, Donald found himself lost in thought. He often pondered why these particles needed to be arranged in a specific manner to cast magic. The meditation technique he practiced daily confirmed that the elemental energy was both a particle and a wave. Thus, the previous inquiry could be rephrased. Why must these waves be arranged in a particular way to facilitate the casting of magic? Moreover, why was it that only basic magic could overlook the differences between various elemental energies? The distinctions among different types of elemental energies were merely variations in wavelength. This led him to delve deeper into the question. Why could only the regular polygon of basic magic ignore the influences of differing wavelengths? What characterized a regular polygon? Symmetry, No, many magical models exhibit symmetrical structures. Wait. He realized he might have been misled by the regular polygon. The essence of basic magic might not lie in the polygon itself, but rather in a circle. This thought emerged naturally while constructing the complex model of a white polygon. Could it be that basic attack magic is a circle? If elemental energy manifests as waves, then energies of the same type are waves of identical wavelengths. The purpose of the magic model should be to combine these waves if the key to casting magic lies in linking or superimposing these waves. Then why is it that a uniformly composed circle can facilitate such connections or superpositions? There must be a secret within this, and perhaps unraveling it could lead to a more efficient method of constructing magic. Donald felt that even if it took him half a year, or even longer, it would be well worth the effort. With this conviction, he promptly abandoned his attempts at building the first-level spell and set about investigating the essence of the basic magic model. Before long, he achieved a breakthrough. He initially focused on the simplest model of basic attack magic, and before long, he discerned that the 3-element fireball and the 4-element fireball possessed identical power. The 3-element fireball was 2/3 the strength of the 6-element fireball, while the 4-element fireball was precisely half the strength of the 8-element fireball. Arriving at this conclusion was facilitated by Jornada's assistance, as the dwarf, a step away from becoming a 13th-level holy knight, was extraordinarily sensitive to subtle variations in power. After conducting several experiments, Donald arrived at an even more succinct conclusion. Any odd-element fireball possessed the same power as an even fireball with one additional element, implying that the odd fireball was merely supplemented to become even. This was a significant discovery, yet Donald found himself unable to provide a rational explanation for it. He felt he was merely a step away from the answer. Yet his research stalled with no further progress. Fortunately, his assassination plan was progressing smoothly. Ever since he and Reiko had begun their so-called game of uncovering each other's secrets 5 days prior, the half-elf girl had not uttered a word to him. Meanwhile, Donald gradually became familiar with Miss Teresa and other regulars at the ball. He secretly observed Reiko's social circle, her activities, daily routines, in search of the optimal assassination location, methods for disposing of a body, and escape routes, among other details. Finally, on November 18th, after the vessel, the Easter, had sailed for 13 days, it docked at the port of Sesku, located in the southern region of the Iki continent. The magical ship would remain here for a day, and Donald was finally set to meet his teacher, Novia, who would instruct him in the cow's language. Novia appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old. With her flaxen hair casually tied back in a ponytail, her slender face bore a few freckles, and a small leather suitcase was her only luggage. This linguistic prodigy would accompany Donald throughout the journey ahead. Chapter 94. The game ends. Donald's suite on the 6th floor of the Easter boasted 4 bedrooms, yet he certainly would not extend an invitation to Novia to reside there. Natia had specifically arranged a cabin for her on the 2nd floor, a decision that was both reasonable for safeguarding Donald's privacy and respectful towards Novia. Each morning, after completing his martial training, Donald dedicated a full 2 hours in Novia's cabin to learning the cow's language and script, often resolving to have lunch during the study intervals to save time. After the first lesson, Donald was able to confirm that his mother's letter was indeed written in cows, and he was confident that it would not be long before he could comprehend its contents. As a language instructor, Novia possessed a melodious voice, and her consistently gentle demeanor made Donald thoroughly enjoy their 2-hour learning sessions. In stark contrast, Jornada resembled a tyrant, even when time was further constrained. The dwarf insisted that Donald complete his previous training quota. Were it not for the continuous supply of stamina potions, Donald believed he would have collapsed long ago. Despite this, he persevered with his daily meditation and magical research, consequently reducing the time he could dedicate to his assassination plan. As anticipated, Reiko expressed her discontent. "Hey, are you so afraid of losing the game that you've bolted before even settling into the hot seat?" "I'm quite busy," Donald replied, thinking, "I've already devised how to eliminate you. What is there to fear?" "I know what you're thinking." The elven girl seemed to possess mind-reading abilities. As her words often startled Donald, he lifted a wine glass. Taking a small sip, he needed this to calm his nerves, for conversing with her always left him feeling anxious. "What am I thinking?" he inquired. "You're contemplating how to cheat." And Reiko paused slightly, tilting her head back to reveal her slender neck. She must have intended to wear a proud expression, yet Donald found himself involuntarily fixated on her trachea. Unlike Jornada, Her trachea was less pronounced, but after countless practices, Donald felt confident he could sever it with a single strike, avoiding the major arteries. And furthermore, you're secretly seeking other women behind my back. Donald nearly spewed his drink. Other women? You and I are not that kind of relationship. The elven girl suddenly made a face and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Just teasing you, silly." Donald was left utterly bewildered. He saw nothing amusing about it. "All right, now that the game has commenced, share your findings." Reiko insisted earnestly. "I discovered that you have no companions and no close friends. You always leave alone before the ball concludes. Taking the left staircase upstairs, sometimes, before ascending, you pause to lean against the rail on the deck and gaze at the sea. That corner is much darker than this side of the ball, and the staircase is rarely traversed late at night. If I were to eliminate you there, I could simply push you into the sea, leaving no trace." As Donald contemplated this, he, of course, presented an alternate version. "Your father is a merchant," Reiko exclaimed, her eyes widening. "How did you know?" "That's a secret," Donald replied. The half-elf girl had inadvertently mentioned she was not of noble birth, and since Donald knew she did not reside in a first-class cabin, the only ones who could afford tickets for the second floor or above, aside from the nobility, were merchants. It was quite simple. "You earn a point. Now it's my turn." Reiko turned her head slightly, frowning, her eyes gazing upwards. Suddenly, she broke into a charming smile and continued, "You have something extremely, extremely important to attend to." Donald furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Reiko immediately clapped her hands in delight, for his reaction clearly indicated that she had guessed correctly. The reason she guessed correctly was quite simple. Donner had displayed an excessive aloofness towards her. Based on the experiences of a half-elf girl, it was evident that any ordinary man would not treat her with such indifference. Donner appeared, aside from a slight air of melancholy, relatively normal, thus his behavior likely stemmed from some inner turmoil. "All right, let's call it a draw. I'm done playing." Donner lifted his glass and gulped down the remaining drink, preparing to rise. No, you can't back out. We must determine a winner." Ruko leaned forward, placing her hand firmly on Donner's shoulder, compelling him back into his seat. At that moment of contact, Donner caught a whiff of a unique fragrance emanating from her. "You've been longing for someone who is not on the cow's continent," Donner remarked casually. Ruko suddenly froze. The smile that had adorned her face just moments ago vanished, replaced by an inexplicable sadness. Her sorrowful expression was even more captivating than her smile. "I'm done," the girl declared, standing up and turning to leave, not heading to the opposite side of the dance floor as she usually did, but directly towards the gangway. Donner made no attempt to retain her. He shook his head as he watched Ruko ascend the gangway and stood up himself. At the optimal assassination point he had designated, the half-elf girl often lingered at the railing, gazing towards the stern of the ship. Each time Donner witnessed this scene, he would ponder whether the girl too was missing someone. It reminded him of how he frequently gazed out of the cabin's porthole towards the direction of Hels, reminiscing about his father's demeanor in life, recalling how he would tousle his hair. Sometimes he would also wonder how Richard and Kelly were faring now. His words must have struck a chord with her melancholic past. He should have apologized. However, after a moment's contemplation, Donner abandoned the thought. For he had already discerned her intentions. Given his current state, the beautiful half-elf girl approaching him so eagerly, even devising games to pique his interest, could only imply one thing. She was fishing for something. Much like Gresham. Yet, her methods were far more sophisticated and subtle. With careful observation, it was evident that he resided on the 6th deck. This girl had undoubtedly noticed it long ago. Yet she still devoted considerable time to watching him, truly a patient individual. Upon returning to his cabin, Donner meticulously documented his observations regarding Ruko and the assassination plan. Handing it over to Jernada, he then retreated to his bedroom to commence his daily meditation. From that day forth, he abstained from attending the ball for a full fortnight. Late at night, as he lay in bed, he continued to ponder the reason why the circular model of basic attack magic could flawlessly integrate those divine elements. Why did the magic constructed with an odd number of divine elements appear identical to that formed with an even number? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Donner. He sprang from his bed and rushed to his desk. Illuminating the lamp on a blank sheet of paper, he sketched a circle, then drew a straight line through the center. Bisecting the circle, he had a bold hypothesis. Along this line, only the divine elements distributed in the cut half of the circle played a role in casting the spell. When a circle composed of an odd number of divine elements was bisected, The larger half would contain exactly the same number of elements as the even half. In simpler terms, when three divine elements were evenly distributed in a circle and divided by a straight line, the side with more would always contain two elements, not a half, for the elements were too minuscule to be bisected, or rather, the probability of being bisected was exceedingly low, so low that it would be unobservable within a finite number of trials. This raised another question: why did only the divine elements in the half-circle contribute to the effect, while the other half was discarded? Was it feasible to construct a model using only half a circle? This final question was easily verified. Donner assembled a 6-element fireball in the divine sea and discovered that regardless of which 3 elements were removed, the magic could not be triggered. Thus, building only half a circle was not an option. Was his inference incorrect, or did the other half also serve an auxiliary function? What differentiated a half circle from a full circle? Symmetry and asymmetry. Symmetry. Donner suddenly jolted, picking up his pen once more to draw a regular hexagon on the paper, thickening each vertex and drawing an outward arrow from each. Yes, this illustrated the distinction between a circle and a half circle, because waves possess directionality. When elements are symmetrically arranged around a center, they exert symmetrical forces on each other, naturally aligning in directions relative to the center, although the elements existed in particle form within the divine sea. This directionality remained imperceptible, yet it was undeniably real. Why were the elements, positioned and directed symmetrically around the center, combined? This was easy to speculate. Arrows aligned along a circle moving in that direction would combine into a thicker arrow. Indeed, they could also form two. Donner suddenly slammed his hand on the table. What is going on? Jornada's voice echoed. Nothing. I've made a significant discovery, extremely important. Donner replied. The dwarf's voice did not return. Donner trembled with excitement. After calming himself, he drew a straight line on the paper and marked 2 points upon it. These points represented a circle, or rather, they were the projection of a circle collapsed into one-dimensional space. Although the divine sea existed in 3-dimensional space, the circle of basic attack magic was a 2-dimensional figure. Every point on this circle maintained an equal distance from the center, and upon collapsing into one-dimensional space, these 2 points still retained equal lengths from the center. These 2 points aggregated half of the circle's divine elements, and the elements at each point shared a common direction. It could be inferred that every instance of casting magic was a process of collapse, and only one of the 2 points formed post-collapse would be effective, explaining the phenomenon of 3-element fireballs wielding the same power as 4-element fireballs. Now, how could this conclusion aid in constructing magic? It seemed that it could only be accomplished at the moment of collapse, reacting in an instant. Wasn't that precisely what Donner had been practicing of late, during his training with Azure Fighting Spirit? Jornada had instructed him to feel the passage of time, extending it to enable rapid responses. Upon this realization, Donner took a deep breath and constructed a 6-element fireball in the divine sea. He then endeavored to relax, and after what felt like an eternity, suddenly focused his attention to trigger the model. In a haze, he seemed to capture a fleeting moment, where the basic attack model truly transformed into 2 points of light and dark. However, this moment was ephemeral. He could not ascertain whether he had genuinely observed it, or if it was merely an illusion conjured by his expectations. It wasn't until the 6-element fireball extinguished in his hand that Donner gasped for breath. He had been so tense that he had forgotten to breathe. That night, he was unaware of how many 6-element fireballs he had cast, but he emerged with a 90% certainty that the divine sea indeed collapsed into one-dimensional space, the form of a straight line, at the instant of magic activation. Given his current ability to control speed, he was still too slow to arrange the divine elements in that moment. Yet, this research had made significant strides in understanding the essence of magic. Donner believed that as he advanced in his Azure Fighting Spirit, he would undoubtedly harness this discovery to create a novel method of magic modeling. Could it be that the genius magicians of the magic continent operated in a similar manner? Contemplating this, Donner felt a twinge of doubt about the state of magical civilization on the continent. Why had the prodigious magicians who ventured south never returned? Was it truly as Professor Victor suggested, that they had become so enamored that they forgot their homes? Or was there some sinister plot afoot? Donner abruptly interrupted his train of thought, ever since adapting to the identity of an assassin. His approach to problem-solving had gradually shifted. What once seemed self-evident now prompted him to contemplate whether hidden schemes lay beneath the surface. This may not be a beneficial habit, At least he felt that way now. With his research on magical modeling temporarily at a standstill, Donner knew he could not advance any further until he made tangible progress in his Azure fighting spirit training. Thus, from that day forward, he allocated the hour he had previously dedicated to magic construction entirely to the training of Azure fighting spirit. Jornada was pleased that he was reducing his magical research in favor of focusing on nightly cultivation. Every morning, starting at 6 o'clock for a full 5 hours, the dwarf continuously intensified the training regimen while Donner, undistracted, followed his instructions, attuning himself to the passage of time and the variations in speed. With the dwarf's assistance, he experienced repeated moments of vanishing from one location and reappearing at another in an instant. Through this process, Donner began to perceive time in a subtly altered manner. He even developed an illusion that when speed reached extraordinary heights, his own weight felt heavier, as if his personal time system had diverged from the external flow of time, splitting into two distinct systems. This must be an illusion, a phenomenon arising from Donner's application of the theory of special relativity. His familiarity with the intricacies of this theory only amplifies his understanding that the deceleration effect of motion cannot be so pronounced by mere human speed alone. Yet, astonishingly, once Donner embraced this illusion as a fact, his progress in cultivating Azure combat energy experienced a qualitative leap. Merely 26 days after boarding, he shattered his first bottleneck, advancing to the rank of a low-level preparatory knight. This progress left even the most talented warrior in dwarven history, Jornada, utterly astonished. Although he had yet to awaken true combat energy, Donner made an unexpected discovery. He confirmed that at the moment a magical model is triggered, the divine sea indeed collapses into a straight line. Chapter 96. Companions. Since Jornada entered the suite on the 6th floor of the East Star, he had not set foot outside again. Confining himself to his bedroom except for the brief periods dedicated to training Donner, that it was unlikely he was merely sleeping, Donner speculated, though it was hard to tell. Director Davies had always appeared perpetually drowsy. Perhaps one of the advantages possessed by such masters was simply a copious amount of sleep. Shaking his head, Donner dismissed this peculiar thought that a month had passed since boarding, and in the coming month, he needed to devise a second assassination plan. To ensure a variety of practice targets, Jornada imposed a new condition: the target must be a man. Donner immediately thought of Viscount Gresham. In December, even in the temperate waters, the weather inevitably grew colder. Outdoor banquets and balls had moved indoors on the third deck of the ship. Aside from the dining room and casino, there was a spacious hall clearly designed for the long winter and summer seasons. By the dance floor stood Countess Pellinen, solitary and with a grim countenance. Gresham appeared to be deliberately avoiding her. Seated at a distance, engrossed in conversation with a noblewoman, he must have derived sufficient benefits from the Countess. Or perhaps he had completely drained her of her resources, thus withdrawing from this affair. To maintain her dignity, the Countess would, of course, refrain from disclosing that Gresham had approached her for monetary gain. Therefore, no one would cast blame upon him. For true nobility, fleeting romances were commonplace. Such relationships always came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Viscount Gresham has begun his second transaction, remarked a voice adorned with silvery high heels, well-proportioned calves, and a flowing purple gown. Donner recognized her without needing to look up. In comparison, your efficiency is rather lacking, he replied. Allow me to offer a suggestion. Instead of stubbornly pursuing one target, consider switching it up, perhaps a change of luck. Rico chuckled heartily, gracefully taking a seat. Seemingly unfazed by Donner's mockery, he gestured towards the circle of cow speakers, continuing, "Look, there's a young man over there who has been glancing at you." Perhaps unintentionally. Following his indication, Rico glanced in that direction. The blonde, blue-eyed youth hastily averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. The half-elf girl scoffed. "Boring. He clearly lacks any substance." Donner shook his head, speechless. He had never encountered someone with such audacity. Thinking back, who could have possibly caused this shameless individual such sorrow? She did not strike him as someone capable of falling in love. Perhaps she longed for a close relative, when he guessed her father was a merchant. She reacted normally, suggesting it might be her mother. She once quoted her mother, "There are no good people among the nobility." A woman who would voice such sentiments likely had endured a turbulent fate. Well then, what about you? What is your business? Please don't regale me with your theories on observing people. I refuse to believe you are merely sitting here watching. Rico donned a haughty expression. And it must be said, with her beauty, she indeed had the capital to be proud. Most men would undoubtedly smile at her demeanor, but Donner was different. He had a vendetta to settle. In pressing responsibilities regarding the assassination plan, his time was so limited that even sufficient sleep had become a luxury. Were it not for the assassination plan, he would not squander his time here. To escape this endless entanglement, he resolved to be more severe. Curiosity can be perilous. Perhaps your mother's tragic fate is a consequence of that. Donner raised his glass, seeking an object to mask his discomfort. By nature, he could not utter such venomous words that Rico's expression immediately darkened, her blue eyes narrowing dangerously at him. That it was the first time since their acquaintance that he had witnessed her with such an icy demeanor. The girl tensed, as if she might hurl her drink at him at any moment, and Donner braced himself. However, Rico did not act. She merely stood coldly and returned to the circle of cow speakers. Though he had finally extricated himself from the entanglement, Donner felt uneasy. It was morally reprehensible to agitate someone's wounds in such a manner. Empathizing, he realized that if someone were to speak of his father in such a way, he might not endure it with the same restraint as Rico. Nevertheless, it was too late to ponder. It was crucial to focus on his affairs. From Miss Teresa, he learned that the lady conversing with Viscount Gresham was Miss Letitia. Miss. Upon expressing his confusion, Teresa immediately adopted a look of disdain. She informed Donner that Miss Letitia was a mistress kept by a marquis, having just parted ways with him at Sescouport. What a tangled web. Donner thought, shaking his head. Even more chaos lay ahead. 15 days later, a servant discovered Miss Letitia's corpse in her cabin on the second floor. She had committed suicide by wrist cutting, leaving no note behind. By chance, a clergyman aboard officiated her funeral on deck. Lost child, guided by the light, relinquish your earthly attachments, return to the heavenly realm, and find solace in the embrace of the divine. After the clergyman recited the eulogy, Miss Letitia's body was cremated and scattered into the sea. Her belongings, 2 large trunks, would be sent to the address registered at the time of ticket purchase upon docking. There likely remained little of value within those trunks. Was it that this lady had lost her will to live due to being swindled of her possessions, or was she simply trapped by the bonds of love? Donner could not fathom. He had been searching the crowd at the funeral for Viscount Gresham's presence, only to find, with resignation, that Gresham had not attended. Was it fear of confrontation, or did he simply not care? Donner remained uncertain. He suddenly felt that the plan he had devised for Viscount Gresham might indeed be feasible to enact. After the funeral, the captain provided a brief report to the gathered passengers, essentially stating that Miss Letitia's death had been confirmed as a suicide, and urged everyone to trust that the East Star was entirely safe. Ironically, shortly after the captain's announcement, it was discovered that Viscount Gresham had gone missing. The frequent ballroom attendee had not appeared for several days, prompting someone to suggest that a servant check his cabin for any issues. The servant found that he was not in his quarters at all, and even his luggage had vanished. The captain initiated a thorough search among all ship staff, ultimately concluding that Viscount Gresham was indeed absent from the vessel. Since Miss Letitia's suicide, the East Star had not docked. Where could the Viscount have gone? When Donner presented his assassination plan to Jornada, he added, "This time, the target has truly been eliminated, but it was not my doing." "Oh, so there is a fellow traveler aboard?" Jornada remarked with keen interest. Chapter 97. The money has disappeared, having been aboard for nearly 2 months. Donner practiced wielding his sword 1,000 times each day, thrusting it 1,000 times as well, under the tutelage of a sword master like Jornada, coupled with the speed enhancement from Azure Combat Energy. His proficiency with the sword had progressed significantly. Now, with each strike, he could confidently sever the windpipe of a dwarf or pierce the heart between the 3rd and 4th ribs as per a dwarf's guidance. Yet, to Jornada, he still fell far short of even the basics. "I am not an assassin, but I understand their habits. Generally speaking, if a killer is discovered, they have already failed, for once discovered, it inevitably leads to a confrontation. And assassins are not adept at combat. Why, aren't assassins knights as well? Don't they cultivate combat energy?" Donner inquired, puzzled. "I heard from Natia that the cloaked man once killed a 5th-level knight in front of you. Do you recall the scene?" Jornada did not directly respond to Donner's question. "I remember. The knight was standing directly in front of me, and the cloaked man's curved blade suddenly pierced through from behind his neck, severing the blood vessel. The knight indeed did not perceive his movement, and his expression was one of shock as he met his end." Donner recounted. "Do you know what level knight that assassin was?" Jornada asked. 6th level. Or was it 5th? Donner guessed. Jornada shook his head. 3rd level. Only 3rd level. How could that be? Donner exclaimed in disbelief. The most exceptional assassin can eliminate a knight even 4 levels above their own. 4 levels above. This implies that the cloaked figure, if sufficiently skilled, could indeed slay Enriquez, the leader of the Black Hall Mercenary Corps. This is utterly astonishing that it seems that Jornada is aware of Donner's thoughts and elucidates. Thus, assassins are not adept at direct combat. Their expertise lies in stealth, patience, and delivering a lethal strike. Have you considered why your magic wand can vanquish a 4th level knight or a 4th level mage? My wand possesses the equivalent power of a full-strength strike from a 4th level knight, Donner replied. Yet even a 4th level knight's full-strength strike cannot fell another 4th level knight, Jornada countered. Are you suggesting that it is due to stealth and surprise? Donner pondered. Indeed. Stealth, suddenness, and, additionally, sufficient force to land a hit, Jornada elaborated. Let me ask you, after all this time training, have you contemplated the appropriate scenarios for using a dagger versus a sword as an assassin? Isn't it obvious? The sword is for slashing the throat, while the dagger is for piercing the heart, Donner blurted out. Jornada shook his head again, perceiving Donner's combat instincts to be rather lacking. If there is ample preparation time, opt for the dagger, as it delivers a more concentrated force, making it easier to bypass defenses. Conversely, the sword is swifter, better suited for seizing unexpected opportunities. Jornada expounded. How can a sword possibly be faster than a dagger? You have not factored in the time it takes to draw the sword from its sheath. To illustrate his point, Jornada demonstrated a sword strike, seamlessly transitioning from drawing the sword to the act of striking, all in an instant, in the blink of an eye. Donner perceived a glimmer of steel, only to find the sword return to its sheath. He then repeated the dagger demonstration, at the same pace, drawing the dagger, retracting it, and then thrusting forward took considerably longer. Donner nodded again, feeling somewhat disheartened indeed. A more methodical study of magic seemed more suited to him. Assassins typically lack overwhelming strength, which renders speed their key to victory. Even the mightiest knights and mages will find their defenses severely compromised if they have no time to summon their fighting spirit or cast spells. Moreover, knights of the 4th level and above possess a baseline defensive capability even without activating their fighting spirit. For instance, a 7th level knight has a foundational defense equivalent to a 3rd level fighting spirit. So, an 8th level knight has a defensive capability of a 4th level fighting spirit in their ordinary state. Donner inquired. Precisely. Thus, can an assassin indeed kill those 4 levels above? Indeed. Can a 4th level assassin slay an 8th level knight? Could my magic gun achieve this if the knight were entirely unprepared? No, for the assassin's blade is swifter and delivers a more concentrated force than your ice blade. Additionally, your wand, due to its extended range, grants higher-level knights ample time to react, thereby nullifying the element of stealth and surprise. If the cloaked figure wields a dagger, why must I use a sword? Donner suddenly questioned. The dagger has a curve, allowing for a more fluid draw and strike. As for why I teach you to wield a sword, you will understand in due time, Jornada replied. Now, enough theory. From this day forth, I shall set the scene, and you will choose your sword techniques. Furthermore, begin practicing stealth. Stealth. Jornada's first lesson on stealth for Donner involved practicing walking without making a sound, ensuring that at all times, on any surface, he would not emit even the slightest noise. Next came the breathing technique, elongating each breath to render it faint and even. He also covered some easily overlooked details, such as maintaining nasal cleanliness. If one were to have mucus obstructing the nose, the likelihood of detection would significantly increase. Jornada recounted a tale of an exceptional assassin who perished due to a cold, not on a sickbed, but while lying in wait, when a sudden sneeze led to their discovery by an opponent. Donner suspected this was merely a story crafted to lighten the mood, yet Jornada did not chuckle. When in extremely close proximity to the target, one may slightly part their lips to widen the airway and further diminish the sound of their breathing. However, do not allow this to become a habit. Why? Donner queried, puzzled. Because it would appear rather foolish, Jornada replied. Unable to restrain himself, Donner laughed, envisioning an assassin perpetually gasping with their mouth agape. From that day forth, Donner commenced his practice of breath control and silent footfalls. Jornada did not specify how to render footsteps entirely inaudible, leaving Donner to discover this on his own. The entire suite was adorned with thick carpets, rendering the practice imperceptible. The dining hall and deck were too crowded, making it overtly conspicuous to wander leisurely while experimenting with various walking methods. Thus, Donner resorted to stealthily pacing the entire 6th-floor corridor. painstakingly controlling his leg muscles. Only by focusing intently on his feet could he manage to silence his steps. "What are you up to, sneaking around?" A familiar pair of silver high heels appeared, accompanied by shapely calves, this time clad in a green dress. Donner abruptly looked up, his face flushing with embarrassment. I dropped a coin and was searching for it." In his flustered state, he could only muster this excuse. Chapter 98. Pirates, it's just a coin, Reiko scoffed. Wait until you learn to fend for yourself before uttering such grandiloquent phrases. In an effort to appear more convincing, Donner knelt on the ground, searching earnestly. "What are you doing?" The half-elf girl suddenly leaped back. Her dress notably short today. "Huffed. Who cares? How did you end up here?" "Let me guess. Found a new target. Seems like luck is on your side this time." Donner stood, hastily redirecting the conversation to mask his embarrassment. Reiko, caught off guard by the inquiry, hesitated before replying. I assure you, I'm far more affluent than you." With that, she turned on her heel and left. Donner, disheartened, returned to his room. Later that evening, when the server arrived with his meal, he requested a long wooden plank. For a distinguished guest residing on the 6th floor, the server was more than accommodating. After clarifying the request, a few individuals soon arrived with a long board. Laying it across the carpeted living room at last, Donner could practice walking without fear in the corridor. The following morning, while Donner was honing his azure fighting spirit under Jornada's guidance, chaos erupted outside. "What is happening?" he inquired, approaching the porthole to ask the dwarf. "Look," Jornada replied. On the sea, 6 smaller sailing vessels were rapidly approaching the Ister. Meanwhile, 3 more could be seen from the opposite porthole. "What kind of ships are those? How can they move so swiftly? Can they catch up to the Ister?" Donner asked, perplexed. Pirates. Donner was taken aback. Considering the opulence of the Ister, it must be backed by a formidable force. How could any pirates dare to attack it? Jornada nodded. "You should go and see. The Ister ought to have means to deal with them. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer to remain out of sight. It would not bode well for anyone to observe you with me." After boarding, Jornada had done so discreetly, and each time a messenger knocked, he would momentarily evade. Moreover, all the portholes on the 6th floor directly faced the sea, rendering the corridor's view of the cabins private. Thus, no one was aware of the dwarf's presence on board. Following Jornada's advice, Donner exited his cabin, securing the dagger he had been given at his waist before stepping outside on the lower deck. A throng of people had gathered, forming 6 small circles, speaking in various tongues. Most were unfamiliar faces, and Donner struggled to discern which group spoke Hulse until he spotted Miss Teresa and Countess Pellenin. "Miss Teresa, what are pirates doing here?" Donner approached her casually. As 9 small sailing ships drew nearer to the Ister, the skull flags flying from them became increasingly discernible. In the Sea of Oblivion, anything can happen. Aren't we fortunate? We get to witness live pirates. Miss Teresa appeared unfazed. Donner couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This girl seemed blissfully unaware of the danger. Reality does not mirror the nightly tales where the good invariably triumph over evil. Should the pirates seize this ship, the fate of young women like her would be far graver than mere loss of possessions. However, such an event was unlikely, not due to Teresa's optimism, but because Jornada was aboard. Donner noticed that, aside from himself, none of the gentlemen from the earlier gathering had emerged. The deck was predominantly populated by passengers dressed as mages or knights. Glancing at Countess Pellenin, Donner marveled at the enduring curiosity of women, irrespective of age. "Oh, Mr. Bruce, did you ever find that coin?" A familiar voice, laced with playful teasing, approached as the half-elf girl sauntered over from the cow's crowd. "Thanks to you, Miss Reiko, I have yet to find it," Donner retorted, his earlier conclusion resonating more strongly within him. "Oh, I never imagined Mr. Bruce would wield a sword as well," Reiko remarked, eyeing the short sword at Donner's waist with a grin. "It's for bravado," Donner explained. "Humph. I don't believe you," Reiko replied. Edging closer, the fragrant breeze wafted through the air as the half-elf girl leaned closer to Donald's ear and whispered in a hushed tone. "However, I still believe you resemble a wizard more." The gentle breath of the girl brushed against his ear, causing Donald's heart to flutter momentarily, yet the content of her words jolted him back to reality to know he couldn't show any signs of weakness. Quickly, Donald masked his nervousness and astonishment, forcing a smile, although he wasn't entirely confident in the timeliness of his response. In the realm of hells, he had frequently employed cunning to deceive his foes, yet now, confronted by this captivating half-elf, He felt a sense of trepidation. Was it her beauty that bewitched him, or was there more to her than met the eye? Or perhaps, as Naisha had suggested, Hell's was a wild frontier on the fringes of the middle world, rendering its inhabitants more naive. Regardless, having resolved to join the Shadowblade, he must never reveal his identity as a wizard. Analyzing his thoughts, he maintained a smile and said, "You guessed correctly. I am indeed an evil wizard." "I knew it," Rueko exclaimed with a triumphant smile. Wasn't it odd? Hadn't she always dismissed his words? Why did she choose to believe him this time? Donald felt a mix of frustration and amusement. "Did you know? You never smile when you lie." Rueko seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and explained with a mysterious expression. Clever individuals were indeed quite bothersome. Should he find a way to steer the conversation back on track? No, it was already a mess. The more he spoke, the more he erred. Donald endeavored to maintain an expressionless demeanor, feeling a sense of defeat as if his intellect had been trampled upon. "Hey, when the pirates arrive, you must protect me." Rueko feigned a pitiful expression. Donald remained unmoved. "Your cold demeanor truly resembles that of an evil wizard," she commented. Still, Donald did not react. "Am I right? Are you unhappy?" Finally, Donald could not restrain himself and retorted, "Why do you keep staring at me? I have no money." Rueko scrutinized Donald's face and replied, "Because you've left me with shadows of failure. And the only way to escape this entanglement is to help me regain my confidence. I know you're a miser, but my demands aren't high." She smiled mysteriously, leaving him uncertain whether her words were true or false. Shouldn't a liar cease once they are discovered? "Your actions lack professional ethics." Professional ethics? I quite like that term. Rueko nodded repeatedly, seemingly savoring its nuance. Their dialogue reached a pause as the pirate ship docked. Chapter 99. The half-saint. The crowd on the deck fell into a sudden hush, as several knightly passengers drew their swords, brandishing them in hand. Captain Darkan appeared unfazed. He neither panicked nor urged the passengers back into the cabin, but instead waved his hand reassuringly. Standing silently by the ship's railing, beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in wizardly robes. The deck of the pirate ship was crowded, filled with individuals dressed in tattered cotton garments, their gaunt faces resembling those of refugees more than pirates. Even from a distance, Donald could detect the foul stench emanating from them. Contrary to expectations, they did not swarm onto the ship wielding weapons with malevolence. Rather, a single individual stepped forth from one of the boats, confidently boarding the Easter. This man appeared clean and intact, lacking the customary eye patch that symbolizes piracy, and he was too handsome for a pirate. "Captain Zeasize, it has been a year. Your business seems to be thriving with the addition of 2 more ships," Darkin remarked. "Merely a small trade. Enough to sustain a few more souls. I cannot compare to you," Zeasize replied. Their exchange resembled a reunion of old friends. "Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is the newly appointed ship wizard of the Easter. Mage Trefew." Captain Darkin emphasized the title mage deliberately. Upon hearing the name Trefew, Zeasize showed no reaction, as though he were merely being introduced to an acquaintance. "A pleasure," he said blandly to Mage Trefew before turning back to Captain Darkan. "Is it the usual arrangement this time? Your request puts me in a bit of a predicament." Captain Darkin shrugged, genuinely appearing troubled. "Is the Maidiki Consortium short on funds?" Darkin shook his head helplessly, glancing at Mage Trefew, who immediately understood and spoke for the first time. "This isn't a matter of funds." As he spoke, he extended his hands, and a massive fireball rapidly formed before him, soaring towards the sea. The fireball did not target any pirate vessel. It was merely a display of power. Zeasize remained unperturbed. A golden aura of energy erupted around him, prompting several pirates aboard their ships to mimic his actions, though their energy was weaker than his. Mage Trefew's expression darkened, and when Captain Darkin looked at him, he frowned and shook his head. "In that case, let us proceed as usual," Captain Darkin declared audibly. "My crew has expended considerable effort and will require more provisions. The usual terms may not suffice." Zeasize rubbed his stomach, as if suddenly hungry from exerting his energy. Rueko stifled a laugh. Captain Darkan, however, had no inclination to appreciate the humor and walked away with a grim expression, only to return shortly with a bag, which he handed to Zeasize. The pirate chief unfastened the cloth bag, peered inside, and rummaged through it, producing a clinking sound of metal. "Alas, provisions are becoming increasingly costly," Zeasize remarked, yet he tightened the bag and leapt back onto his ship. "Captain Darkan, until next year." One by one, the iron hooks securing the Easter were released, and the pirate ships began to depart. "Let us hope we never meet again," Captain Darkin muttered through clenched teeth before turning to the crowd on the deck. reassuringly declaring, "All is well. The Easter shall always remain safe." His expression was slightly disheartened. He had intended to showcase the might of the Maidiki consortium by keeping the passengers on deck. Yet Mage Trefew had let him down. As the pirates departed, the crowd dispersed, and Donald ascended the stairs, with the half-elf girl trailing closely behind. That pirate was quite intriguing, and, very ethical, she whispered, her face alight with admiration. "Then why didn't you go with him?" Donald maintained his indifferent demeanor. The half-elf girl shrugged, feigning regret. "Pirate ships are far too filthy." "You aren't much cleaner yourself," Donald shot back, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. "Oh, how do you know? I haven't washed my face in 3 days." Donald exaggeratedly pinched his nose, adopting a disdainful expression. Rueko bounded up several steps and jumped in front of Donald, blocking his path. "I don't stink. You can smell for yourself." Donald pushed her hand away from the railing and continued his ascent. "Stop following me. I have no money." "Miser!" Rueko's voice echoed from below the stairs. Donald hurriedly retreated to his cabin, as if fleeing from misfortune. "Why the rush? Did the pirates leave? Was there no fight?" Gelnada inquired, having been unable to see the events on deck through the porthole. "No fight. That pirate was quite amusing. He showcased his strength, and the captain complied with his demands. By the way, those pirates didn't seem like villains. They resembled a group engaged in robbing the rich to aid the poor." "Is that so?" Gelnada expressed surprise. "Yes. The pirate chief is named Zeasize. Have you heard of him?" Donald asked. "Zeasize? The Rose Knight Zeasize. You know him?" Gelnada nodded, then shook his head. "I know of him, but do not know him personally," he explained. "Why is he called the Rose Knight?" "He appears to have nothing to do with roses, leading a group of filthy pirates. Because of his remarkable handsomeness, tales of him have spread throughout the Knight Federation, and countless maidens have offered him roses to express their affection, which he has always declined. Thus, wherever he travels, traces of roses are left behind. He does sound quite handsome, but how did he end up in the middle world as a pirate? By the way, does his departure from the Knight Federation count as falling from grace?" Donald recalled Naish's explanation of fallen knights. "Certainly. A fallen knight merely signifies that he has lost his pursuit of power. It does not pertain to his character. The reasons behind his departure from the Knight Federation are rather fantastical, and I cannot ascertain their truth," Gelnada responded. "Do share," Donald urged, curiosity piqued. "Some say it's because his beauty incited his brother's wife to fall in love with him. His brother left for the middle world over this, and he personally killed the woman before seeking out his brother." Gelnada recounted the tragic tale in a rather dull manner. "Oh, his brother holds an even more illustrious title than the Rose Knight. He is known as the Half-Saint Knight," Gelnada added. "His brother is one of the 3 great holy knights of the Knight Federation." Donald exclaimed in astonishment. "No, his brother is weaker than him," Gelnada clarified. "Then why is he called the Half-Saint Knight?" The dwarf's words only served to deepen Donald's confusion. "That signifies he embodies the true spirit of chivalry. A title bestowed upon him by the common folk, a remarkable individual. Alas, why has he chosen such a woman?" Gelnada lamented, appearing quite impressed by the half-knight. "What is his name?" "His brother, Roswell." Gelnada blurted out. Chapter 100. Familiar Faces. Roswell. Why does that name sound so familiar? Minot had mentioned him. The knight who was wounded at his home and perished fighting for the commoners. The knight who had such a profound impact on Minot turns out to be this extraordinary figure. For some reason, upon hearing the tale behind this knight, Donner felt a sense of pride for Minot. I must share this story with Minot the next time I see him. Thus, it makes sense that the Rose Knight, Zeasize, has become a pirate in Middle-earth, robbing the wealthy to aid the poor. He is likely following in his brother's footsteps, perhaps seeking forgiveness from him. Becoming a pirate may very well be his way of traversing the lands of Middle-earth in search of his brother's whereabouts. The next time I encounter him, I should also inform him of his brother's fate. Strangely, Donner's thoughts drifted to his own brother, Richard. If Kelly fell in love with Richard and he ventured far away, would Richard also take drastic measures to seek him out? What a tangled web of thoughts. Donner hastily dismissed such musings. This month, Gelnada assigned Donner the task of simulating the assassination of a middle-aged woman, alongside a long-term mission to uncover the identity of the one who secretly eliminated Gresham. The role of Countess Pellinen was quite fitting, and the difficulty of assassinating her was not particularly high. Donner's primary focus at the ball would be on locating the lurking assassin. Gelnada had casually mentioned that it was a fellow practitioner, yet Donner remained skeptical. The timeline of Gresham's disappearance and Letitia's death was too closely intertwined. It could be inferred that someone disapproved of his actions and decided to eliminate him. Assassins typically operate with meticulous planning and do not act on whims. Among the multitude aboard, those who could discern Gresham's behavior would be confined to a small circle of speakers of hells, who were regulars at the ball. Aside from the two deceased individuals, nearly 30 attendees spoke the language. That was far too many. It was prudent to first narrow down the list of suspects. Women are more likely to empathize with Letitia, while the youth tend to possess a sense of justice. Furthermore, the assassin would not be an ordinary individual. They would either be a knight or a mage. Which amongst them are not ordinary? As he pondered this, Donner suddenly recalled the crowd gathered on the deck that morning. When the pirates attacked, common folk would have remained in their cabins, too frightened to emerge. Thus those on deck were all knights and mages in disguise. Yet, knights and mages had not attended the ball. No, Miss Teresa and Countess Pellinin were both present. At that moment, he had mocked the women's insatiable curiosity, failing to consider the possibility that these two ladies could very well be knights or mages. Miss Teresa had been inquiring about knights. Perhaps it was because she herself was one, giving her a commonality with them, or perhaps she was a mage seeking a knightly lover. He had long been blinded by her seemingly childish demeanor. But who says knights and mages cannot be naive? Moreover, she fit the characteristics of both a woman and a youth. As for the Countess, she had suffered at Gresham's hands, providing her with a motive if she were indeed the culprit. Her choice to act only after Letitia's suicide would serve to distance her from suspicion. If Gresham had just deceived the Countess before disappearing, all fingers would point to her. In such a case, even the cause of Letitia's death would be hard to ascertain. The Countess might have killed her out of jealousy, staging it as a suicide, and simultaneously eliminated Gresham. Indeed, since the discovery of Letitia's body, Gresham had not reappeared. What a coincidence. After piecing together these deductions, Donner resolved to identify Countess Pellinin as the primary suspect, with Miss Teresa as a secondary one. Just a moment ago, he had thought assassinating the Countess would be a straightforward task. Upon reflection, he realized he knew nothing of her capabilities, which was utterly absurd. Donner shook his head in a wry smile. Now it seemed that Jornada's task for him was indeed quite useful. Hence, let us commence with the Countess to ascertain her true strength. With this plan in mind, Donner effectively combined the tasks of assassination and the search for the murderer. How can one ascertain the strength of the assassination target? After completing 1,000 sword practice swings, Donner inquired of Jornada. Since advancing to a low-level preparatory knight, swordsmanship had become considerably less strenuous for him. I've never contemplated that question, Jornada replied bluntly. But this question is of utmost importance. It is indeed important, yet I am not an assassin. I have merely studied their combat styles and habits. As for how to investigate a target and formulate a plan, I am entirely at a loss. Jornada shrugged, extending his hands in a gesture of innocence. Then why did you assign me to devise a plan? Donner complained. This is self-study material. I never claimed I would review the plans you wrote for me. Left without a retort, Donner could only roll his eyes. On the very night of the pirate encounter, the ball was attended by an increased number of guests, likely those who had not witnessed the earlier events and were now seeking information. Different circles of people congregated, engaging in various discussions. The dance floor, in contrast, was rather vacant. The band, after persevering for a while, ceased their performance upon realizing there were no dancers. Within the circle of Hell's speakers where Donner found himself, an elderly knight was speaking animatedly. Indeed, the so-called Hell's language was merely a habitual term for Donner. Others referred to it as Dolan or Soak, due to the small size of the continents where this language was spoken and the absence of a dominant center. It was designated as Western language in the heart of Middle-earth. At that moment, I wondered why the name Zycesis sounded so familiar. It wasn't until I returned to my room that I recalled. He is the Rose Knight. The old knight was aware of the Rose Knight's renown. What is the tale behind the Rose Knight? How could a pirate earn such a title? Miss Teresa was particularly intrigued by any rumors concerning knights. However, it was somewhat surprising that someone so enamored with knights had not heard this story. Speaking of him, there are countless tales to tell. The old knight knew how to pique the audience's curiosity, and everyone held their breath, eager for his continuation. Yet Donner was entirely uninterested in what he had to say, for he had spotted an unexpected acquaintance in the crowd, Prince Geoffrey, the second prince of the Thorn Empire. He was seated alongside Countess Pellinin. Chapter 101 3 Tickets. Geoffrey, the one who had nearly slain Minot at the martial arts and magic festival, only to be scorched in the eye by Minot's fireball. His face bore no trace of injury. Considering his royal lineage, this was evidently the effect of divine favor. Even someone like Donner, who had suffered a pierced heart, could fully recover. Such a minor injury was inconsequential. At that moment, the second prince of the Thorn Empire was engaged in a hushed conversation with Countess Pelinan. The countess would pause mid-sentence, discreetly pointing in various directions, likely introducing the assembled company to her companion. The manner in which they spoke suggested a familiarity that belied a mere recent acquaintance. Noticing that Donner was looking at them, the countess smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Donner quickly returned the gesture. His expression slightly awkward. However, given his naturally somber demeanor, his smile likely appeared as it did, and the countess did not seem surprised. Geoffrey, too, acknowledged Donner with a nod, though his face bore no smile. Donner swiftly deduced the reason for Geoffrey's presence on the vessel. King Edward of the Thorn Empire had likely anticipated his own fate following the complete annihilation of the expeditionary force, thus sending Geoffrey away in advance. The coup d'etat he had orchestrated should have succeeded. Otherwise, Geoffrey would not have been hiding in a cabin for over a month, given that he had remained in hiding. How could he be so familiar with Countess Pelinan? The most plausible explanation was that the Countess's identity was a facade. She was either a former member of the Thorn Empire's royal family or a protector assigned to Geoffrey by Edward. With this thought in mind, Donner rose and approached the two, courteously stating, "Countess, I never anticipated that pirate would have such a significant background. By the way, who is this gentleman?" "This is Mr. Bruce, and this is my nephew, Baron Leod. He has been sulking in his room for days over a broken heart. Had it not been for that ruckus caused by the Rose Knight, he might not have emerged at all. Honestly, for just a girl, why should he be so distressed?" The countess spoke with remarkable ease. "Countess, I must say, the pain of losing one's dearest is truly unbearable," Donner remarked earnestly, appearing to empathize deeply with Geoffrey's sentiments. In truth, he and Geoffrey had both suffered the loss of their fathers almost simultaneously. However, his intent was not to convey sympathy, but rather to deliberately provoke him. Furthermore, he was plotting how to eliminate him. He had once told Keelii that he would make those who instigated war suffer immensely, and he was not merely jesting. Moreover, the man in black was sent by Edward to assassinate me. Had it not been for this, my father would not have perished. This vendetta now inevitably falls upon Geoffrey. Alas, the countess sighed softly. In this world, affairs must ultimately be consensual. Once something is lost, one must accept fate. At my age, you will come to understand this. The countess spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Had it not been for recognizing Geoffrey, Donna might have truly believed she was expressing her sentiments regarding the Gresham debacle. "You are correct. It indeed requires mutual consent," Donna replied casually, then inquired, "Countess, do you have any acquaintances aboard this vessel? Surely you are not traveling solely with your nephew." As he uttered the last phrase, Donna feigned a lewd expression, for indeed, various astonishing tales circulated among the nobility, and traveling with one's own nephew was hardly the most outrageous. The countess, perceiving the insinuation, was not angered. Rather, she playfully pushed Donna aside, retorting, "Mr. Bruce, what are you saying? You are, after all, one of my acquaintances." Donna chuckled heartily, turning to depart, casting a glance at Geoffrey before he left. The second prince's eyes brimmed with barely suppressed fury. It was now evident that the countess and Geoffrey were at least related. Although her demeanor was skillfully composed, Geoffrey's expression spoke volumes. "I know why you have lost interest in me." Donna had just exited the crowd and was about to return to his quarters when a familiar voice called out from behind him. "So, you've developed a fondness for the older ones." The half-elf girl's voice was melodious, yet upon hearing it, Donna felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Ignoring her, he continued forward until he reached the staircase, where he paused to turn around as Ruko shouted from below, "I know quite a few secrets about the Countess." Du refrained from shouting. He turned to her, lowering his voice. Ruko ascended the stairs with purposeful strides. Mimicking Donna's earlier tone, she whispered, "Fear not, she cannot hear us." "What secrets? Do you truly fancy older women?" Ruko replied, sidestepping the question. Donna gazed at the girl's neck, reminiscing about the short sword he had not brought with him. "If you intend to strangle me, I shall indeed scream," the girl threatened. "I have no intention of doing so," Donna replied, devoid of laughter, yet truthful. "I noticed you inquiring whether the Countess had any other acquaintances. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Donna responded. Oh, well then, Ruko said, feigning to descend the stairs. Donna suppressed the urge to pull her back. When the girl noticed his lack of reaction, she giggled, declaring, she purchased 3 tickets in total. Finally, gaining some ground, Donna continued to feign indifference, casually asking, how do you know? She was right in front of me when she bought the tickets, she replied. Why were you paying attention to how many tickets others purchased? Because she took ages deciding. First, she wanted 3 tickets on the first floor, all adjacent, but was informed there weren't any left as the lower cabins were selling quickly. In the end, she had to settle for 3 tickets all on the 4th floor, even though they were not adjacent. You see, older women can be quite troublesome. I have not encountered anyone more troublesome than you, Donna remarked, turning to ascend the stairs. Hey, I've shared so much with you. You ought to reciprocate. Donna reached into his pocket, producing a gold coin, which he tossed behind him without looking back. The anticipated sound of the coin hitting the ground did not occur. Thanks, the half-elf girl called out, her tone seemingly cheerful. What a lunatic, Donna muttered under his breath. In the depths of night, Donna lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, while outside the porthole, the stars twinkled, and the sea lay calm like a mirror. The Countess had purchased 3 tickets, all on the 4th floor. Yet there were a total of 60 rooms on that floor. Who could the other person be? Edward himself? Or perhaps Geoffrey's brother? Apart from Geoffrey, Donna had not encountered any other members of the Thorn Empire's royal family, even if that person had already revealed themselves. He would not recognize them if that individual, like Geoffrey, remained elusive. He could hardly go around knocking on doors. It seemed the only course of action was to wait. The fact that Geoffrey was walking alongside the Countess upon exiting his room indicated that their guard was not particularly high. Eventually, the remaining individual would undoubtedly make their appearance. The pressing question now was when they would disembark. Dread washed over him as he realized he needed to inquire with that fellow about the destination of their tickets. The thought of having to initiate conversation with Ruko made Donna feel increasingly vexed. Chapter 102. The Elf until he had uncovered the identity of Geoffrey's other companion. Donna resolved not to act rashly. Nonetheless, after his inquiries, he had made new progress regarding the mystery of the disappearance of Viscount Greysham. The Countess, while on the run, managed to maintain a faade, engaging with the Viscount in a manner that showcased her cunning. Given her astuteness, Greysham could hardly have gained the upper hand. Thus, any motive for revenge was rendered implausible. Moreover, even if the Countess had suffered some slight, she would not risk murder. Consequently, the most suspicious figure became Miss Teresa. However, before probing Miss Teresa, Donna had more pressing matters to attend to. At the ball the following day, Ruko remained ensconced in the circle of cow speakers, where a golden-haired youth seemed to be boasting about something, his words spilling forth with fervor and his face flushed. Yet, Ruko merely responded half-heartedly, her expression indicating that she was lost in thought. Donna waited impatiently, feeling as if he might have to resort to grand gestures to capture her attention, yet she maintained her demeanor. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached the throng of cow speakers. Having studied cows under Professor Novia for over a month, his progress was disheartening. He still could not decipher his mother's letter and found himself utterly bewildered by the fast-paced conversations of the cow speakers, who spoke much quicker than Novia did. Hey, that, Donna began, but found himself at a loss for words, especially since he had just called them lunatics yesterday. Ruko seemed to take pleasure in tormenting him, deliberately avoiding his queries and simply gazing silently in his direction. Donna felt his face grow warm from embarrassment, and in a fit of frustration, he blurted out, where did they purchase their tickets to? The golden-haired youth glanced at Donna, then exchanged words with Ruko. She responded, then stood up, extending her hand toward Donna. What does that mean? He asked, bewildered. He asked me what you said. I told him you asked me to dance. I cannot dance. Then I forgot where they bought their tickets. The girl shrugged, feigning regret, yet her hand did not withdraw. This inquiry was too crucial. He needed to know the answer. Otherwise, if he awoke to find the ship docked and Geoffrey and the others nowhere to be found, locating them again would be a monumental challenge. I truly cannot dance, Donna insisted, yet his hand had already reached out. The girl's hand was small, cool to the touch, and surprisingly smooth. Neither can I, Ruko replied nonchalantly. Yet she was already leading Donna into the dance floor as the ball was nearing its conclusion. The band prepared to play the final piece of the evening in the dance hall. Only a few pairs remained. With Donna and Ruko standing opposite each other, under the dim light, The girl's blue eyes sparkled like precious gems. How could they be so blue? Donna gazed intently, his mind wandering. Suddenly, the half-elf girl blushed. Lowering her head and closing her eyes, her gently lowered lashes were remarkably long and perfectly aligned. Surely, they could not be false lashes? Donna was tempted to reach out and test them, but restrained himself. Slowly, the girl opened her eyes, offering a subtle smile as she placed her left hand lightly on Donna's shoulder. She wore an air of playful pride. After a moment's hesitation, Donna placed his right hand on her waist. It was slender. "You still claim you cannot dance," the girl teased. Half in jest, he could not utter the truth he had seen on television. Their other hands gently intertwined, and the band, in perfect timing, began to play. Donna naturally stepped forward with his right foot, but accidentally stepped on Ruko's foot. Hastily withdrawing. "Really cannot. I am not deceiving you. Perhaps we should stop," Donna suggested. "No way," Ruko replied, leaning in closer. Donna hastily retreated. After a few steps, he realized she intended to lead him in the dance. After a few missteps, they finally found their rhythm, moving gracefully to the soothing tempo of the music in the center of the dance floor. The wall of despair loomed like an insurmountable chasm, while the coast of Middle-earth stretched endlessly between them, and the sea of oblivion unfurled like a blue silk ribbon, vast and boundless. Beneath the eternal starry sky, the ship, the Ister, trailed a silvery wake as it headed eastward. Between the sea and sky, it seemed only one grand vessel remained at a T-some point. Donna realized the music had ceased, as had their awkward dance steps in the center of the floor. The ball had come to an end, and the crowd began to disperse. "Emerald Harbor," Ruko whispered. "What?" Donna seemed momentarily distracted. "Emerald Harbor, on the Cow's continent," she repeated. Finally, Donna comprehended. He was surprised to discover that their destination was the same as his own, the continent of Cows. He expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Behind him, in the center of the dance floor, the solitary figure of the half-elf girl lingered, staring at Donna's retreating back, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Since her earliest memories, she has lived on the continent of Dolong with her mother. For 16 years, she believed her mother to be an ordinary elf, deceived by humans into giving birth to her. It was not until a year ago that an elderly elven sage, utilizing ancient divination techniques, painstakingly located Ruku's mother, revealing to the girl the origins of her mother and her own lineage. 21 years prior, Ruku's mother was the saintess of the Qingdao elven tribe on the magical continent. Driven by curiosity, she had secretly departed the magical realm to explore Middle-earth, only to fall in love with a human man during her journey. Never to return to the magical continent. However, that man, after Ruku's birth, married another human woman. In a fit of anger, her mother fled with the not yet 3-year-old Ruku, seeking refuge in Dolong. The sage informed her mother that the Qingdao elves had languished since losing their saintess. And 4 years ago, in a battle against other elven tribes, they suffered catastrophic losses, leading to their ultimate demise. The sage, along with 17 young tribesmen, escaped and subsequently arrived in Middle-earth to search for Ruku's mother. In the first year on Middle-earth, those 17 tribesmen were captured by humans, and when the sage finally found her mother, she was on the brink of death, upon hearing the tragic fate of her kin. Ruku's mother was consumed by regret and soon succumbed to her grief. Before her passing, she revealed Ruku's father's identity and left a final wish for her to seek out the 17 lost tribesmen. It was only then that the half-elf girl learned her father was the eldest son of the Maidiki family on Cow's continent, finally understanding why her mother insisted on teaching her Cow's language in addition to Dolong language, the Western tongue. She had never forgotten that man. To uncover the whereabouts of her mother's kin, Ruku had no choice but to contact her biological father through the Maidiki family's commercial network established in Dolong, this man whom she had no recollection of, yet shared blood ties with. Ruku was unaware of the emotions that would stir within him upon learning of her mother's tragic end. Nevertheless, the assistance she received thereafter exceeded her wildest expectations. Chapter 103. Another year through the expansive commercial network of the Maidiki family across Middle-earth, Ruka swiftly discovered the fate of her kin, nearby Dolong. King Edward of the Thorn's empire on Hell's continent had purchased them to train as killing machines. By the time Ruku arrived on Hell's continent, her kin had already perished in a sudden war, and even the mastermind behind their enslavement, Edward, met a gruesome end in the subsequent coup, following the intelligence she gathered. She trailed the remnants of the Thorn's empire's royal family aboard the vessel named East, a magical ship belonging to the Maidiki family. On the second day aboard, she sat on the deck of the East, gazing at Edward's widow from a distance. observing the facade of calmness on her face, which struggled to conceal her anxiety. Since childhood, she had possessed an innate talent for keen observation. She silently watched. An inexplicable sense of desolation washed over her. The intelligence she received upon boarding indicated that the villain who had abducted her kin 3 years prior had perished in a maritime disaster. And now, their purchaser, Edward, lay in a similarly tragic fate. It seemed as though everything had come full circle in a cosmic retribution. What significance did her following Edward's family hold? What connection did this entire affair have to them? Her mother's dying wish now seemed unattainable. Where should she go next? To confront the man who had abandoned her mother and herself. In this state of disillusionment, she noticed a peculiar figure. The man sat quietly, neither drinking nor dancing, his gaze flitting over each individual as if searching for something. On that seemingly indifferent countenance, she detected a trace of sorrow, a profound sorrow akin to the loss of her mother. 3 days later, she intentionally approached him, teasing him, even welcoming misunderstandings without ire, for only in conversing with him could she momentarily forget her mother's death. The man was astute. He discerned her longing for her mother with a single remark. Yet, he was also cruel, saying, "Curiosity can lead to one's demise. Perhaps your mother's tragic fate was a consequence of that." In that moment, Ruku felt as if her heart were being wrenched. Yet, she chose to forgive him, believing he too is enduring a similar anguish. Amidst the daily exchanges of jest and scorn, remarkably, her spirits gradually began to lift. However, yesterday, he unexpectedly expressed interest in Edward's widow, the so-called Countess Pellinen. Ruku was not jealous. She quickly realized he was probing into the relationship between the Countess and her nephew, or rather, the widow and her biological son. He seemed particularly concerned about the Countess's companions and their whereabouts. Why was he investigating this? Did he harbor animosity towards Edward? Should she inform him about the third individual accompanying the Countess? The one whom even Ruku herself could not fully comprehend. The grand ballroom lay deserted, with the half-elf girl's figure standing alone in the center of the dance floor, epitomizing solitude. 2 days later. On New Year's Eve, the dining room, ballroom, and deck of the East were filled with guests. Even Miss Novia, the language tutor who had sequestered herself in her cabin, was seldom seen standing on the deck. As the new year approached, magical fireworks ignited at the bow of the ship, colorful orbs shooting into the sky before bursting like blossoms in the night. Captain Dark stood near the bow, extending New Year's wishes to the passengers. Donner, from the corner of his eye, observed the crowd around the Countess. Apart from Geoffrey, no one spoke to her. The identity of that mysterious third person remained unknown. Why did they not make an appearance even on New Year's Eve? Could it be that he was more conspicuous than Geoffrey? Could it be Edward himself? This possibility suddenly struck Donner, yet he had no means of verification. After standing for a while without any fruitful outcome, he turned and headed toward the staircase. Preparing to ascend the staircase, Ruku leaned against the railing, gazing toward the stern of the ship, her expression melancholic. Donner sighed as he observed her frail silhouette and approached. "I apologize. I should not have spoken to you that way the other day." Ruku turned her head. Offering a faint smile, she understood what Donner meant and had already forgiven him. "Will you keep me company?" she asked. Donner did not respond but walked beside her, leaning against the railing, looking toward the stern. The wind tousled their hair. This time last year, they had been sitting in the small building of the Magic Academy, surrounded by Richard and Kelly. Were they now in the Night Federation? How many years would it take until they could reunite? He caught a whiff of the fragrance that lingered on the half-elf girl, the same scent from when they had danced together. It was a fragrance that lay somewhere between floral and woody. "Hell's people?" Ruku inquired, as she boarded the ship from the port of Noom on Hell's continent, and so did Donner. No, Donner fibbed, for he now identified as a Dolong resident. "Where to?" "Cows." The girl turned her head slightly to glance at Donner. She too was headed to Cows. At least her ticket was booked for there. "You're so beautiful. You could do without this," Donner suddenly remarked. "If you're ugly, you can't do this," Ruku replied, following his lead. She had no intention of explaining. After all, they would part ways upon reaching Cows, just 4 months away, and he could think whatever he wished. Is money really that important? What else is important? Ruku turned her head, smiling as she asked. "That's a difficult question," Donner replied, "but money isn't that significant. You, of all people, are busy with your own affairs yet have the time to worry about others," Ruku teased. Donner smiled wryly. She was right. Indeed, he had many matters to attend to. "Happy New Year," he said, turning to ascend the staircase. "Happy New Year," the girl softly responded, not turning back, still gazing at the sea. On this day, Donner turned 18. The Countess and Jeffrey were also headed to Cowes Port, meaning there were still over 4 months remaining. Donner resolved that, aside from awaiting the appearance of the third person, he would devote all his energy to enhancing his strength during the remaining time. Each day, aside from spending 2 hours with Miss Novia, he would attend the ballroom for just a drink, keeping an eye out for any new faces around the Countess, dedicating the rest of his time to improving his abilities as his schedule filled. Time passed swiftly, and before long, another month had slipped by. On February 5th, Donner advanced to the rank of Intermediate Preparatory Knight, though it took him a month longer than advancing from a lower rank. This pace was still astonishing. As anticipated, the results of his training in Azure Battle Chi propelled his magical experiments to another breakthrough. He could now clearly observe the process of the Divine Sea's collapse at the moment he triggered magic. The process of the Divine Sea's collapse was exceedingly brief. Had he not theorized its possibility beforehand, he might have overlooked it even if he inadvertently witnessed it. Chapter 104. Experiment since training in Azure Battle Chi. Donner's perception of time had transformed. If he concentrated intently, he could vividly perceive the entire sequence when a teacup fell from the table to the carpet, tea splattering everywhere. However, this did not mean he could catch the teacup mid-fall, as his ability to accelerate his bodily functions was still far from adequate. This was a normal phenomenon in the early stages of Azure Battle Chi training. The theory of Azure Battle Chi was somewhat reminiscent of a martial arts philosophy Donner had heard of, emphasizing that the fist must precede and the fist must follow the will. With the assistance of a warrior nearing the sacred realm, the trainer seeks to transcend their perception of time and speed. First, the ability to observe instantaneous changes must be established, followed by instilling a sense of urgency within the trainee, compelling them to enhance their physical capabilities to match the pace of consciousness. However, within the Divine Sea, circumstances unfold somewhat differently, or rather, more optimistically. The mobilization of divine essence relies solely on awareness. As long as the consciousness is swift enough, the divine essence can also be summoned with alacrity. This implies that within the fleeting moments of perceiving the collapse, there remains an opportunity to channel the divine essence. The exhilarating moment is imminent upon returning from Miss Novia's company in the afternoon. Donna did not commence sword training, but instead requested Joel Dana's assistance. "Can you withstand a first-level spell?" Joel Dana shot Donna a skeptical glance, as if to suggest that the latter's mind had perhaps been compromised through excessive training. "What I mean is, can you block a first-level spell entirely, so that it does not damage the furniture?" Only then did the dwarf feel reassured, responding without hesitation, "Certainly. Then please assist me. I wish to conduct an experiment." Having spent 3 months in the company of the dwarf, the two had grown quite familiar, leading to a more casual exchange. The dwarf uttered a casual "fine," yet remained seated, leisurely sipping his tea, as he always took a brief respite in the afternoon. Donna understood that Joel Dana was indifferent to the potency of a first-level spell. Thus he refrained from further pleasantries. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his divine essence to construct a triad fireball. At the moment of activation, the Divine Sea collapsed into a straight line, with all divine essence converging into points along this line. Approximately at its center, though it is merely a sensation, the line has no true center. 2 points illuminated, one slightly dimmer than the other, mobilizing over 100 units of divine essence. He directed them towards the brighter point, concentrating them there just before it reached its peak brightness. A blue fireball, the size of a human head, hurtled towards Joel Dana. Once the fireball exceeded 6 units, Donna could no longer maintain its position, which was precisely why he required assistance at that moment. Joel Dana, still holding his teacup, appeared somewhat startled by the approaching fireball, yet his movements remained unhurried. The blue fireball was enveloped by his golden fighting spirit and quickly extinguished. Donna's face radiated excitement. The experiment had succeeded. His hypothesis was validated. The decision to abandon model construction in favor of exploring the essence of the model was also correct. Once a model meeting the necessary criteria was constructed within the 3-dimensional Divine Sea, it could trigger a collapse, and once it collapsed into a one-dimensional space, the directionality of divine essence became inconsequential. This necessitates a discussion on the properties of divine essence. Divine essence is akin to a wave, which inherently possesses directionality. However, this direction does not point to a single point like an arrow, but rather extends in two directions. After the collapse into one dimension, only two directions remain, thereby constraining the directionality of divine essence. This means that when a spell is constructed at the moment of collapse, directional concerns can be disregarded. This discovery is of monumental significance. Henceforth, any foundational attack spells will not require time for study. Moreover, foundational defensive magic, represented by two interlocking circles, can also be constructed through this method. This will save Donna a considerable amount of time for other research or for practicing Azure Fighting Spirit, potentially unveiling further secrets of the Divine Sea through its cultivation. How did you accomplish that so quickly? Moreover, that was not a first-level spell, Dana grumbled, having nearly been caught off guard by Donna's earlier actions. Not a first-level spell? Donna inquired. Perplexed, regarding the dwarf's initial question about the speed, he was basking in his own satisfaction. The spell constructed at the moment of activation was structurally simple and flawless, requiring merely the concentration of divine essence at a single point. Thus it would naturally be swift. That is a second-level spell. For a mid-continental mage, at least a third-level spell would possess such power, the dwarf replied. A second-level spell, Donna murmured, contemplating the implications, just as he had previously surmised. A spell cast using a normally constructed model wasted half of the divine essence, specifically that of the dimmer point among the two. Conversely, his newly devised method wasted only 1 unit of divine essence from the initial triad model. While all other over 100 units were fully utilized, he likely mobilized around 150 units of divine essence, effectively doubling it, which equated to a foundational fireball composed of 300 units. 3,000 units of divine essence represent the threshold for a second-level mage. If calculated based on the mobilization of 1/10 of a unit, Dana's assertion was indeed accurate. The fireball could only be conjured by a second-level mage. But why did Dana assert that for mid-continental mages, a spell of third level or higher was necessary for comparable power? Are you suggesting that mages of the same level from the mid-continental region and those from the magical continent wield spells with differing potency? Donna asked. Certainly, Dana replied decisively. As if it were a matter of course to know, the potency of his magic, due to the exceptional purity of his divine essence, had always surpassed that of ordinary mages. During the martial and magic festival, he had nearly slain the official knight Quasar using mid-tier apprentice magic. If this were to be assessed, the fireball just conjured should possess power far exceeding that of a second-level spell. Coupling this with Dana's remarks, did it imply that his magical potency was indeed stronger, but only in comparison to mid-continental mages? An astonishing thought emerged in Donna's mind, sending a shiver down his spine at the realization of this possibility. Do you know why those who travel to the magical continent do not return to the mid-continent? Who says they don't return? Many with poor aptitude do come back. What about those with exceptional aptitude? Are they unable to return? Dana set down his teacup, pondering for a moment before responding. Perhaps they cannot return. You just mentioned that the magic of the magical continent differs in potency from that of the mid-continental world. Donna's voice quivered with nervousness, unconsciously shifting his address. Indeed, it differs by 1 to 2 levels. Are you saying that even when casting in the mid-continental world, the potency is still 1 to 2 levels lower? Exactly. This conclusion was reached during the century-long war between the Knight Federation and the magical continent 3,000 years ago. However, most of those who participated in that war have perished. Currently, few are aware of this. Dana elucidated. Chapter 105. The prodigy 3,000 years ago. Was it not a conflict between humans and dwarves? Why has it transformed into a war between knights and mages in Dana's account? Nonetheless, this detail is inconsequential. What matters is the conclusion Dana has presented. The same magic, when wielded by mages from the magical continent, possesses significantly greater potency than that of mid-continental mages. Do magical apprentices from the magical continent need to recite incantations to cast spells? Donna's voice trembled slightly. The dwarf regarded him quizzically, uncertain of the cause behind his reaction, especially since the previous experiment had been quite successful. I don't know. Perhaps there are few magical apprentices on the magical continent, he replied, although the dwarf was unaware of the exact answer. His words inadvertently corroborated Donna's theory from another perspective. Then, for mages who travel from the mid-continent to the magical continent and can return, do their magical powers exceed those of mid-continental mages? Donna's inquiry was somewhat convoluted. Dana considered it briefly before answering, no. There is no change. Has no one contemplated the reasons behind this? Why do mid-continental mages seem so weak, even at the same level and in the same environment? What is there to ponder? It is due to bloodline talent, the dwarf casually replied. Donna fell silent, realizing that his conjecture was likely nearing the truth. The secret of the magical glyphs he possessed was likely not a secret at all in the magical continent. At least not among certain individuals. Just as he had feared, once the mysteries of the glyphs are revealed, the number of those with magical talent would undoubtedly increase, consequently straining the resources available for magical cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that they had guarded this secret, refraining from disclosing it to the mid-continental world. Prior to this, he had always suspected why the magical continent actively sought to recruit talented mages from the mid-continent. Now, the reason was glaringly apparent. They were employing a policy of talent immigration to stifle the development of magical civilization in the mid-continent. Those who ventured to the magical continent and never returned likely had their personal freedoms curtailed. Or more audaciously speculated, they were systematically exterminated. Conversely, those mages who returned were presumably those who had never had the opportunity to engage with the secrets of the glyphs, thus narrowly escaping death. Gol Dana observed the myriad expressions crossing Donna's face with a hint of curiosity. What are you pondering? How much of the magical crystals exchanged for grain from the mid-continent ends up in the magical continent? Perhaps 80%. High-quality magical crystals are always seized. Why do you ask? Do you not think that the mid-continental world exists solely to provide magical crystals for the magical continent? If that is the case, are we not the same? We toil to extract magical crystals from the earth in exchange for grain, while they effortlessly take them all under the guise of the light god. This is unjust, Donna suddenly exclaimed, his body trembling. The dwarf took notice. Hey, is there any fairness in this world? Donna remained silent. The injustice he spoke of was not what the dwarf comprehended. If his suspicions were correct, the actions of the magical continent amounted to the exploitation and enslavement of the entire mid-continental realm. Cease your musings and commence your sword practice. Thus, Donner made two pivotal decisions. Within 3 years, he must venture to the realm of magic. Beyond merely validating his theories, he yearned to witness firsthand the extent of magical civilization's advancement. Furthermore, he resolved to immediately pen a letter to Wesley, imploring him not to set foot in the magical realm. He swiftly completed the latter task, enlisting the aid of Jornada to discreetly deliver the missive to Natia at the next port of call for the east, from whence she would ensure it reached Wesley. In the letter, he recounted his experiences and intentions, urging Wesley to avoid the magical realm and to dissuade others from doing so, promising that he would eventually provide an explanation in person. At the conclusion of the correspondence, he inscribed the phrase indicating it was to be burned after reading. As night fell, just before retiring, Donner sought out Jornada once more. Assist me, I wish to experiment with another spell. A fireball. The dwarf acquiesced, standing at the ready, clearly prepared for more seriousness this time. From the tone of Donner's voice, Jornada sensed that this fireball would likely be more potent than the one attempted earlier that day. Donner assessed his divine sea. After half a day's rest, over 100 divine essences had regained their vitality, summing to more than 1,500 in total. He meticulously repeated the steps from the afternoon. But this time, at the moment of the divine sea's collapse, he did not merely mobilize a portion. Instead, he directed all the divine essences to converge upon the activated focal point. The fireball exceeded twice the size of the earlier attempt. Jornada was evidently taken aback, yet he deftly intercepted it without damaging the furnishings. The moment the fireball was launched, Donner's legs buckled beneath him, yet he persevered, inquiring, "Fifth level magic?" Jornada nodded slightly, his demeanor turning serious. How did you achieve this? At merely 18 years of age, Donner was already an extraordinary 5th-level mage, a feat almost unfathomable even in the magical realm. Considering his status as a mage from Middle-earth, it became even more remarkable. Only mages of 6th level and above from Middle-earth could hope to cast such a spell. Yet there had never been a native mage of that caliber. Jornada's gaze towards Donner transformed from mere admiration to a profound recognition of genius, a kindred spirit among prodigies. I utilized all my divine essences, Donner explained, making his way to a chair, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. How is that possible? Is it not limited to a 10th? The dwarf's question trailed off, as he realized that genius could not be confined to conventional reasoning. Though fatigued, Donner wore a broad smile, for he had ingeniously devised a foundational method of spell construction that circumvented the typical wastage of half the divine essences. Thus, the fireball he conjured, utilizing 1,500 divine essences, would require at least 3,000 for other mages to replicate. Only 5th-level mages with a divine essence count reaching 30,000 could mobilize such a quantity at once. Yet, more gratifying for him was the realization that through these 2 experiments, he could confirm that the magical realm had not developed such a method of spell construction. This unique approach allowed one to transcend the limitation of mobilizing merely a tenth of divine essences. Once that barrier was breached, the potency of individual spells could be amplified tenfold. However, using all divine essences at once would prove perilous in practical applications, as evidenced by Donner's current state of faintness. Chapter 106. The Assassin in the Continent of Cows. The city of Emerald, where the Emerald Harbor is located, stands as one of the most prosperous cities across the entire land. Spanning over 10 coenas, this colossal city, like all commercial hubs on the Cows continent, is a melting pot of diverse individuals, bustling with activity. Yet, in a small enclave at the city's heart, within the inner city, a different scene unfolds. Even in winter, verdant grass carpets the ground, and gentle streams babble, while the ancient purple trees, with canopies spanning hundreds of meters, provide shade under which 5 or 6 children play joyfully. Madame Melina, wearing a smile, observes these children, her own offspring mingling among them. In the early years of her marriage to the Maidiki family, her life had been far from pleasant. Her husband, Alex, scarcely spoke to her. She understood she was merely a pawn in a union forged for familial gain. Much like her husband, who had never shown her a hint of affection, upon their marriage, whispers had circulated that he maintained a fey mistress. Like many a neglected noblewoman, Melina sought solace in the arms of lovers. More than one that, however, 6 or 7 years prior, for reasons unknown, Alex began to pay her heed. Melina soon discerned the cause. More than a decade ago, when she first wed, her husband's fey mistress had mysteriously vanished. Alex had devoted countless resources searching for her over 7 or 8 years, ultimately resigned to the loss. Subsequently, Melina proudly bore him a son and a daughter, the boy destined to be the legitimate heir of the Maidiki family. Alex adored these children, making time for them each day, regardless of his busy schedule. Yet recently, this dynamic shifted. He had not returned home for 5 consecutive days. Madame a stout, middle-aged man clad in a green silk robe stood beside Madame Melina without her noticing. Rum, ostensibly her attendant, was in truth a wizard, one of her trusted confidants from her family. During Alex's preoccupations elsewhere, he had also been one of her lovers. "How fares the matter I entrusted to you?" she inquired. "Mixed tidings," Rum replied. Melina cast him a sidelong glance before refocusing on the children below, prompting her to say, "Speak." Rum felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with her demeanor but dared not show it. Since giving birth to a son, Madame Melina's status had soared within both the Maidiki and her own family. The princess, no longer the naive darling she once was. "Alex has found the Fae." "What?" Melina quickly recognized her breach of decorum, striving to maintain composure. Rum, relishing her reaction, paused for effect before continuing. "However, the Fae is deceased." A smile involuntarily graced the corners of her mouth, revealing the lines of her eyes, which, despite her diligent upkeep, bore the marks of time. Melina possessed no magical aptitude nor knightly training. She was an ordinary woman. Yet her child lives, now 17. Rum observed Melina's expression closely, and her smile vanished instantly. Despite their altered circumstances, he relished the power to manipulate her emotions. "They have a child?" Melina exclaimed, unaware of this detail. "A girl." Madame Melina's visage regained its composure, though her gaze hardened upon Rum. After a series of emotional fluctuations, she seemed to grasp his intentions. Rum, sensing her shift in demeanor, hastily added, "The girl has boarded a magical vessel under the family's name. Heading towards Cows that we ought to." He gestured with his right hand, fingers together, making a downward slicing motion. "Immediate arrangements must be made. I do not wish to see her in Emerald Harbor." Rum nodded, preparing to depart when Melina added, "Under no circumstances must Alex learn of this. Rest assured, madam, I shall find a suitable person." On the 6th of February, the East arrived at the port of Almano, where, under the cover of night, Jornada disembarked to deliver Donner's letter to the appropriate party. The following morning, a strikingly handsome young man boarded the colossal vessel. This individual, operating under the alias Oslo, found his spirits elevated, having received a blue crystal level assignment that, upon completion, would elevate him from silver to gold-ranked assassin. Such a significant task would not typically fall to him, but he was the only assassin in the vicinity of Almano who spoke Western tongue. According to the mysterious benefactor's information, The target of this assassination was a half-elf girl raised on the continent of Dolan. Yet, despite his proficiency in Western tongue, Oslo was wholly unfamiliar with Dolan. Adopting the identity of a minor noble from the Silverwing Federation in the eastern part of Hell's continent, upon boarding the ship the following day, he swiftly located the half-elf girl. Donner remained unconscious for a full day and night. When he finally awoke, the East was poised to depart from Almano. Jornada informed him that the letter had been delivered to the appropriate individual. It appears that unless absolutely necessary, I cannot afford to risk my life so recklessly. He concluded, grateful that the cost had not been excessively high. On the first day of his awakening, still weakened, the dwarf granted him a day of reprieve. The entire day, Donner reclined in bed, gazing out at the boundless ocean through the porthole. As night approached, boredom compelled him to venture out for a stroll. He entered the restaurant. Indulging in a meal past the designated dining hours, the establishment was sparsely populated, with only a few young individuals ensconced in a corner, seemingly engaged in a discourse about their travels. Yet Donald could not comprehend their words. If they were aware that they were being nurtured and enslaved by the magical continent, would they still feel so at ease? Whether or not it would matter to them remains an enigma. Upon exiting the restaurant, he contemplated visiting the casino, but upon reaching the entrance, he abandoned the idea due to the overwhelming cacophony within. The ballroom, however, continued to resonate with enchanting melodies, and the air was thick with the scent of hormones. Yet, for reasons unknown, since uncovering the potential secrets of the magical continent, Donald found the prosperity of the Middle Land to be somewhat illusory, akin to a bubble that could burst at any moment. Hey, why didn't you come down yesterday? Why do you look so pale? I'm unwell, Donald replied nonchalantly, finding the half-elf girl less irksome than before. You seem rather downcast, she observed astutely. Is it that obvious? Donald chuckled helplessly. What happened? Did the Countess turn you down? Reiko teased. Donald shot her a glance of irritation before turning away. Some significant points worth mentioning are incorporated into the main text. Upon reaching this juncture, readers may have discerned that the magical continent is exploiting the resources of the Middle Land through technological monopolization, with the far northern realm also being a victim. The deliberate suppression of the Middle Land's development is a strategy employed by the magical continent, which explains why the magical civilization of the Middle Land has stagnated for so many years. Some may argue that technological migration cannot be entirely thwarted, and there remains the possibility of a genius uncovering the secrets of the glyphs in some hidden corner of the Middle Land. Much like Donald. Indeed, this possibility exists, which is why the Shadow Blades came into being. Hence, what role does the Night Federation play in this predatory activity between civilizations? The answer is rather straightforward, as similar instances can be found throughout Earth's history. The Wall of Despair serves as a natural barrier that creates a disparity between the civilizations of the magical continent and the Middle Land. In fact, such cliffs exist on Earth as well. At this stage, the narrative still harbors numerous unresolved mysteries, so discrepancies may persist. Please exercise patience. Chapter 107. Taking action. The magical experiments had reached a conclusion, apart from studying languages and engaging in necessary meditation. Donald, having recovered from his frailty, dedicated nearly all his time to training. Jornada, aware of the dwindling time, intensified her rigorous training of Donald. Time flew swiftly, and the ship, the Easter, was hastening towards Emerald Harbor by the end of March. Neither the Countess nor Jeffrey's companions had made an appearance, prompting Donald to realize he could wait no longer. Furthermore, he suspected that eliminating one of them might draw out the third. Jeffrey appeared to have regained his composure, making nightly appearances at the balls and occasionally visiting the casino. Donald resolved to seize this opportunity to assess the results of his training over the past 5 months. Jeffrey was merely a first-tier knight, and Donald felt confident in his chances. At the ball, Reiko was preoccupied with the dilemma of whether or not to meet her biological father, the charming Baron Oslo. Possessing an agreeable demeanor and engaging conversation skills, would fall silent whenever he sensed the girl's distraction, making him a delightful conversational partner. Yet Reiko couldn't shake the feeling that he was somewhat peculiar, though she couldn't pinpoint why. The individual named Bruce had been lingering at the outskirts of the crowd near the exit, likely avoiding her intentionally. Did she truly repulse him? Regardless, in a month, she would no longer see him. A pang of bitterness washed over Reiko as she thought of this. She turned away from him, feigning admiration for Baron Oslo, and after a while, glanced back towards the exit to gauge Bruce's reaction. Alas, he had vanished. What a waste of expression. Reiko, feeling disinterested, concealed her earlier infatuation as expected. Jeffrey indeed exited early. Donald yawned, feigning boredom, and followed suit. He typically left after a brief stay, so it was unlikely anyone would connect his actions to Jeffrey. To reach the casino from the ballroom, one had to traverse a lengthy stretch of the ship's railing. Below, the sea awaited, a perfect place for disposing of bodies. Donald endeavored to steady his breathing, ensuring his footsteps were silent. At least, with his first-tier mage senses, he felt sufficiently discreet that as he closed the distance to Jeffrey, his hand rested on the sword hilt, a habit he had adopted since the pirate incident. Jeffrey remained oblivious to his presence. Donald was certain of this, as Jeffrey's posture appeared relaxed. With the casino entrance still some distance away, he had ample time to decide on a method to eliminate him. Donald resolved to thrust his sword through Jeffrey's neck from behind, knowing several angles that would pierce the trachea while avoiding major blood vessels, ensuring no sound would escape him, and leaving minimal traces at the scene. The faint strains of music still emanated from the ballroom behind him, mingling with the raucous sounds of the casino ahead. Only Jeffrey's footsteps echoed, indicating that the passageway was currently vacant. Few patrons left early from the ballroom, and even fewer did so from the casino. This was indeed the opportune moment. Donald quickened his pace, pulling his sword from its sheath by an inch. "Hey, where are you going?" That most irksome voice. Donald immediately relinquished his grip on the sword hilt, returning to a natural stance. Jeffrey turned, casting a suspicious glance his way, before continuing forward. "I thought I'd check out the casino. See if luck is on my side," Donald casually replied, masking his irritation with a smile. "What's there to check? Come, keep me company for a chat," Reiko implored, drawing closer and guiding Donald towards the staircase. Just as Donald was recovering from his tension, still somewhat dazed, she pulled him down the stairs and onto the deck, which was devoid of any other souls. As April approached, the weather had begun to warm, and the deck was not cold. The ballroom would likely soon transition outdoors, and he would need to seek another opportunity to strike at Jeffrey. Donald felt a sense of frustration. "Why are you following Jeffrey?" Reiko inquired with a smile. "I'm not. Who do you think you're fooling? And why are you so interested in the Countess? Don't you already know?" "I know." The girl's expression was one of confusion, which suddenly shifted to a playful grin. "I want to hear you say it again." "You're insane," Donald muttered softly. "Come on. Just say it." Reiko pressed, drawing closer to him, her tone sweet and her movements graceful, her smile becoming increasingly enchanting. Donald felt himself drawn to her, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves. The brisk air carried the unique scent of the sea. Having grown up by the coast, Donald relished this aroma, finding comfort in its familiarity. In the next instant, he unsheathed his dagger, its cold gleam tracing a beautiful arc before vanishing. This motion was one he had performed countless times, and he was more than familiar with it. At this distance, he was confident of his aim, unless the target was a knight of hidden prowess. Miss Teresa was not a knight, she was merely a magical apprentice. And at that moment, she was gasping for breath, her mouth agape in futile struggle, for her trachea had already been severed by Donald's blade. She had reverted to her true appearance, no longer resembling the half-elf maiden he had encountered. Donald was taken aback. He had initially assumed her transformation was merely an effect of makeup and disguise, never suspecting it to be something more. Could it be magic? As this thought crossed his mind, Donald began to search her body meticulously, not sparing even the most sensitive areas. Aside from a purse and a small booklet, Miss Teresa possessed nothing else. Having completed this search, Donald lifted her body, preparing to cast her into the sea, only to find her eyes still wide open. "The scent," Donald murmured. Miss Teresa finally closed her eyes, shortly thereafter being hurled into the ocean, creating a small splash. At this juncture, Donald finally comprehended why he had been unable to locate the third individual accompanying the Countess. That person had been before him since day one. That Miss Teresa had nearly interacted with everyone. She was not seeking serendipity, but rather using it as a guise to identify potential threats. Given that Edward's family had perished at the hands of the Black Palace mercenaries, she was particularly sensitive to the presence of knights. Until Jeffrey made his appearance, she had consistently appeared alongside the Countess, using her as bait while assuming the role of the fisherman. This entrapment operation had been ongoing for over a month, and only once safety was assured did Jeffrey dare to emerge from his quarters. Miss Teresa must have possessed some arcane skill that allowed her to disguise and deceive others. Edward must have witnessed this ability, which is why he entrusted the Countess and Jeffrey to her protection. But how had Miss Teresa managed to accomplish this? The answer likely resided within that small booklet. As Donald prepared to leave the deck, the voice of the half-elf maiden rang out once more. I saw everything. Chapter 108. Misunderstanding. What did you see? Donna feigned nonchalance in his response, yet his heart raced with fervor. Fresh bloodstains marred the deck, and he clutched the belongings of Miss Teresa. Do you harbor a grudge against them? I am unaware of what you speak. I share a vendetta with them as well. Reiko spoke the truth. It was this very reason that had initially compelled her aboard the Eastern Star. She was testing me, Donna cautioned himself, maintaining an impassive facade. What exactly are you implying? The half-elf girl smiled and shook her head. Stop pretending. I know you are investigating the Countess. The girl you just killed was one of their companions. What do you intend to do? Donna replied sternly, his hand returning to the hilt of his sword. You need to act swiftly. With Teresa dead, the Countess, well, to be precise, Queen Diana and her son will soon be on high alert before they take action. Your time is running out. And, relax, you are no match for me. Reiko's expression soured. She felt a flicker of anger at Donna's wariness. Why should I trust you? Since uncovering the secrets of the magical realm, Donna had grown increasingly sensitive, wary of everyone aboard except for Jornada. Fool! The elven girl exclaimed, and before her words had fully escaped, she darted towards Donna with alarming speed that he watched, helpless, as she approached with an unusual gait. Unable to evade her. Look, I didn't kill, Reiko began, her proud smile faltering as she noticed a colossal blue fireball forming in Donna's left hand, which hung at his side, drawing from his previous experience. Donna refrained from unleashing all of his magical energy, instead channeling only half, resulting in a fourth-level fireball. Nevertheless, should this fireball strike Reiko, the consequences would be dire. Yet, at that moment, he caught sight of the girl's face. Her smile radiating delight, devoid of any malice, as if she were a child performing a favored act. Moreover, she bore no weaponed eye. In the nick of time, Donna pivoted his palm, hurling the fireball into the sea. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant waters, followed by the sound of splashing. Passengers, alerted by the noise, flocked to the ship's railings to gaze out. Nothing to worry about, probably just a large fish surfacing. Captain Darkin's voice rang out from the bow. Reiko's complexion turned pale, her body frozen. Thanks to the deceased Miss Teresa, they now stood hidden in the darkest, most secluded corner, unnoticed. What is the meaning of this? Donna whispered. I did not expect you to be so formidable, the girl stammered. On the verge of tears. What level knight are you? I am not a knight. How can that be? My mother taught me elven footwork. Donna fell into a brief silence, inclined to accept her explanation. To match the speed she had just exhibited, one would need at least second-level azure fighting energy. Any knight achieving such swiftness would inevitably reveal their fighting aura. I cannot expose my identity as a magician, he glared at her, his gaze fierce upon her pair of sorrowful blue eyes. I saw nothing. Reiko shook her head, her expression earnest. Why should I trust someone? He hesitated, almost uttering prostitute, but found it lacking in precision, opting instead for, in your line of work. There are no truths. I am not in that line of work. I was merely teasing you. Reiko, perpetually misunderstood by Donna, refrained from clarifying, finding amusement in the situation, yet suddenly felt a wave of indignation. She recognized that this seemingly indifferent man had chosen to spare her in a moment of peril due to his innate kindness. However, she also understood he was ensnared in a dilemma, and she was at a loss for how to prove herself. She wished to declare, I am a good person. I know why you are troubled, which is why I have been concerned for you. But how could she articulate such sentiments? The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, until tears began to flow. Once the floodgates of sorrow opened, a torrent of grief followed. Her mother was gone, her kin perished, her journey had yielded nothing, and the only relative remaining in this world was her forsaking biological father. Had she never been born, her mother could have returned to the magical realm, avoiding a death away from home. And the fate of the elven kin on the Isle of Strings would not have been so tragic. All of this was because of her. Donna gazed at the girl, now weeping inconsolably, and found himself momentarily at a loss. There, I believe you now. You are lying. You do not truly believe me. I genuinely believe you. I could see you meant no harm. I merely intended to frighten you. I know. The half-elf girl continued to cry, her distress even more pronounced than before. Donna, unable to do anything else, averted his gaze, waiting for her tears to subside. He endured for over 10 minutes, What shall we do now? The girl's swollen eyes appeared even larger. Her clothing dampened by tears, her skin tantalizingly visible. Donna's gaze flickered. What are you looking at? Reiko suddenly noticed the peculiar stare, crossing her arms in front of her chest, her tear-stained face adopting a playful scowl. It is not obvious. The expression on the girl's face grew more indignant as she deliberately puffed out her chest. Admonishing, is this not obvious enough? Yet her hands remained firmly clasped before her chest. I meant to say not obvious enough in terms of transparency, Donna murmured. Reiko's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Understanding the misunderstanding, Donna quickly shifted the topic. What do you say? Shall we proceed tonight? What are you saying? I told you I am not in that line of work. Do not assume that just because you saw something. It belongs to you. The girl's face reddened further, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Having already clarified, she felt disrespected by such remarks. What are you on about? You two harbor a grudge against them. And you said we must act swiftly. I. Reiko was utterly flustered, observing her bewildered state. Donna could not help but chuckle. His previously ambiguous remark had been intentional. Since meeting this infuriating girl, he realized this was the most joyous moment he had experienced. Having been the target of her teasing, he finally relished the chance to turn the tables, savoring the sweet taste of revenge. Let us go. Jeffrey usually returns before the countess. We can wait at the fourth-floor stairway. It is a good time when fewer people are about, Donna declared. Turning towards the staircase, with Reiko trailing behind, pouting, her blush still lingering. Chapter 109. Coming in droves, the casino buzzed with life, every seat occupied. Jeffrey found himself standing behind a gambler. The player in front of him, poised to place a bet, suddenly turned and barked, Hey, could you move over? Stop lurking behind me like a ghost. Jeffrey shot a fierce glare at the man, ready to retaliate, but was suddenly struck by the words. Turning and walking away, crazy person, the gambler, who had just been intimidated by Jeffrey's glare, found courage to insult him as he fled. Ignoring the comment, Jeffrey mentally repeated, lurking behind like a ghost, and continued his march towards the casino's exit. He reflected on how close that fellow, Bruce, had been without him noticing. This was no mere oversight. Upon exiting the casino and rounding the corner, Jeffrey spotted Miss Reiko heading toward the staircase. Hadn't she just gone down with Bruce? Realizing this, Jeffrey immediately deduced what had transpired. Teresa had discovered Bruce stealthily following her and had transformed into Reiko to lead him astray. As Jeffrey pondered this, he quickened his pace towards the ballroom, only to encounter someone emerging from it. Baron Jeffrey, Baron Oslo. The two exchanged pleasantries, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, brushing past one another. That Bruce seemed suspicious. Jeffrey whispered to the countess, leaning closer, Where is he? The countess's expression grew grave. He was led away by Teresa. Let us go check. Baron Oslo had been aboard for over a month, meticulously observing his target. He had reached a conclusion. The difficulty and rating of this task were grossly mismatched. Instinctively, such discrepancies made him more cautious, increasingly suspicious of any hidden ploys. Moreover, this task was of utmost importance to him. He could not afford any mistakes. For this reason, he preferred to delay his actions. As there was ample time before the Eastern Star reached Emerald Harbor, the recent incident reaffirmed his judgment. Miss Reiko was no ordinary individual. Her sudden burst of speed was astonishing, and more critically, Oslo had no inkling how she achieved it. Furthermore, the man conversing with her possessed unfathomable magical prowess. The spell he had just cast was at least 5th or 6th level. This man appeared to maintain a carefully measured distance from Miss Reiko. Yet he was likely her covert protector. By the time Oslo arrived, Donna had already disposed of Miss Teresa's body. The target has concealed their true strength, and the protector is a high-ranking sorcerer. It seems that the difficulty of this task surpasses that of a typical blue crystal level mission. Oslo silently lamented his predicament, as he was currently hidden in a shadowy corner beneath the ladder, where a pillar completely obscured his figure. From this distance, he could not discern the content of the conversation between the two individuals, only attempting to gauge what transpired between them through their body language. Why did that man suddenly cast a spell, frightening Miss Reiko to tears? Are they having a quarrel? Oslo mused, contemplating the possibility of exploiting this situation. What is going on? Are there two more individuals? The assassin's senses were exceedingly sharp. The moment Jeffrey and her mother appeared, Oslo detected them. The pair tiptoed down the ladder, presumably having spotted Donald and Reiko, and quickly concealed themselves in the shadowy corner beneath the ladder. Oslo discreetly stepped back until his back pressed against the wall, his hand reaching out towards the backs of the mother and son. 5 minutes earlier, Teresa must have lured Bruce onto the deck. Geoffrey explained as he guided his mother. Is it that same trick again? Queen Diana, currently masquerading as Countess Pelinan, inquired. Yes, she transformed into Miss Ruko's likeness that I almost didn't recognize her. She will have to divulge this secret sooner or later. Diana's tone was icy. But even Mage Clark, that old fox, fears her hidden power. Regardless, we must remain anonymous. Killing her would leave no one the wiser. Geoffrey nodded discreetly. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the sea, causing Geoffrey to stand abruptly and gaze toward the source of the sound. Diana swiftly grasped him from behind, pulling him into the darkness of the ladder's turn. After a moment, Captain Dalkin's voice resonated. It's nothing, likely just a large fish breaching the surface. Everyone should return. Teresa wouldn't. Geoffrey began, but upon seeing his mother's serious shake of the head, he promptly fell silent. After a while, the crowd that had gathered to witness the commotion retreated into the cabin, and Diana tugged at Geoffrey, continuing their descent down the ladder. Mother, no talking. Just as they descended the ladder, Diana yanked Geoffrey again, hiding once more. Their attention was solely focused on the distant figures of a man and a woman, completely oblivious to the assassin lurking just behind them. It's Teresa, she appears unscathed. Ruko, in tears, was easily recognizable by her voice and figure, yet Geoffrey mistakenly believed she was still Teresa in disguise. That girl has quite the resourcefulness, Diana remarked, her voice laced with a sinister edge. The girl's sobs drifted faintly to them, even moving Diana. Should we intervene? Geoffrey asked. She has already succeeded. Our hasty appearance could jeopardize everything. Let us simply observe. Agreed. Osluo was utterly confounded. The target's true name was Teresa? No, wasn't he that the name of another girl aboard the ship? Yet, this Teresa bore no resemblance to Ruko in height or physique. Were these two individuals blind? Or had the girls swapped identities? Ruko now called Teresa, and Teresa now called Ruko. Moreover, that sorcerer was not his protector. These two were, from their conversation. It seemed that this girl, whether to be referred to as Ruko or Teresa, could effortlessly contend with the high-ranking sorcerer. Was her hidden power even more formidable than he had anticipated? Goodness, he must report this upon returning. A task so intricately woven could not be tackled without an orange crystal-level rank. Such a reality was intolerable. Hush, they are approaching. Remember, do not act recklessly. Diana whispered, already clutching a magic scroll. Understood. Geoffrey likewise unsheathed his sword with caution. As Donald and Ruko drew nearer, Geoffrey instinctively retreated a step, seeking deeper shadows to conceal himself. What was that sensation? He felt an unusual touch behind him and reached back to investigate. Chapter 110. The curtain falls despite Osluo's exceptional ability to conceal himself in such a cramped corner. He could not fully employ his skills. After several evasive maneuvers, he was ultimately caught by a probing left hand upon his abdomen. Realizing someone was behind him, Geoffrey's scalp prickled with alarm before he could react. A chilling sensation wrapped around his neck as a cold dagger was pressed against his throat. Osluo considered himself immensely unfortunate. He had believed this mission would serve as an excellent opportunity for his ascension to gold rank. Yet he never anticipated the complexity this task entailed. Over a month had passed, and he was still bewildered regarding the identity of his target, and now he found himself cornered by the target's two companions. He resolved to eliminate one before proceeding. With that thought, he extended his free left hand to seize the sword from the individual before him. The murder must be executed without letting the sword touch the ground. Geoffrey seemed to sense the intent, gripping the sword hilt tenaciously. Osluo dared not apply too much force. Should the other party retaliate, he would be faced with four adversaries. As Donald approached the ladder with the tear-streaked Ruko, they remained blissfully unaware of the silent confrontation unfolding in the triangular shadow created by the ladder, pillar, and deck below. Neither he nor the half-elf girl spoke a word, silently ascending the ladder one after the other. Diana momentarily relaxed, only to realize that her companion had vanished. Just as she turned to look back, another dagger pressed against her throat. Osluo held a dagger in each hand, controlling both individuals simultaneously. We were deceived. Bruce was merely bait. And this one is the true threat. Diana's mind raced as she recalled the detail. It was after Bruce began to take notice of her that this young man named Osluo boarded the ship. They had orchestrated such a meticulous plan to ensnare her and her son. They had set this trap, having undoubtedly seen through Teresa's disguise. But why had he refrained from striking? What was he waiting for? For Teresa to distance herself? Did they, like Clark, fear the power behind Teresa. This was their only opportunity. With that thought, Diana resolved to take a gamble. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Jeffrey. Their bond as mother and son allowed him to comprehend her intent immediately. Osluo noticed their exchanged glances as well, yet Diana's assumption was erroneous. Before either could act, both daggers simultaneously sliced through their throats, blood gushing forth as the assassin concealed himself in the shadows. He need not worry about bloodstains. He was confident this action would produce little sound, yet he did not anticipate that. Obstructed from view by Jeffrey, Diana tightly clutched a magic scroll in her hand. A level 4 spell, freezing the earth and sky, erupted in an instant. The 6th level of the Isthir was quite high, thus each level's ladder was divided into 2 sections with a turn in between. As Donald had just passed the corner leading to the 2nd level, he suddenly recalled a question. Did you investigate those 3? Yes. The Countess is no ordinary person, is she? Indeed, Diana is a level 2 mage. The half-elf girl had only spoken half of her thought when Donald pulled her up. Be cautious, someone below has cast a spell. Donald, being a dual-element mage of water and fire, could not possibly overlook such a potent wave of water elemental energy so close at hand. Is it Diana? Ruko inquired softly, retreating behind Donald. It seems to be level 4 magic. Donald assessed according to the standards of Middle-earth mages. The two waited in silence for a while before cautiously descending the ladder, following the direction of the magical fluctuations and chill, leading them to the shadowy corner below the ladder. The entire small space had been frozen solid, crystallized and transparent, preserving the final expressions of the 3 individuals encased within the ice, unchanged. The ice emanated a chilling aura. Donald, relying on his innate water elemental resistance, pressed close to the ice to observe. Though in darkness, he could still discern the actions and expressions of the 3 at such close proximity. What happened? Ruko asked. Puzzled, she was cold and could not stand too close. We need not concern ourselves any longer. That fellow named Osluo has resolved our issue. Osluo? Yes. The Countess and Jeffrey were both slain by him, as soon as the blood spurted. The Countess activated the magic scroll. Donald continued to use the title of Countess out of habit. The 3 of them likely followed us down in succession. Osluo arrived first to hide here. Then the Countess and Jeffrey. If that is the case, it must be a coincidence that they were all targeting me. Based on Osluo's methods of assassination and concealment, he must be a killer. Yet why would a killer come after him? Had he inadvertently left a clue that was discovered by the Shadow Blade? How do you know Osluo arrived first? Ruko inquired. Osluo was behind Jeffrey. There is only one possibility. He had concealed himself here beforehand. Donald's mood soured. After expending so much effort to hide his identity, he had still been found by an assassin. He is not after you. Ruko discerned Donald's concerns. How do you know? Because he is after me. The half-elf girl spoke slowly, as if uttering those words required the exertion of her entire being. Someone wants to kill you, Donald queried. Perplexed, Rueko nodded silently, her expression steeped in profound sorrow. Did you deceive him out of his money? In an attempt to lighten the mood, Tang Na made a jest, yet the girl's face betrayed no response, indicating that the humor was ill-timed. My father. Rueko's voice was barely a whisper. What? Tang Na truly could not hear her. The one who wants me dead is my father. How can that be? 16 years ago. He abandoned my mother and me. Now that I am nearing chaos, he has grown fearful and sent this person to kill me. Don't let your thoughts wander. It is likely they are here to kill me. You need not persuade me further. Rueko lifted her gaze to meet Tang Na's. Her cheeks still stained with tears, yet her eyes bore no indication of impending sorrow. I have come to terms with it. I never had a father, and that remains unchanged. It is of no consequence. Tang Na scratched his head, at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, he finally said, Let us depart. Being linked to a murder case is certainly undesirable. Yes. The girl nodded vigorously. Subsequently, the two ascended the stairs, one following the other. Hey, in that case, you must take responsibility for me. Rueko suddenly reverted to her previous playful demeanor. What do you mean? I am quite pitiable. Will you take care of me? I have no money. I eat very little. Hey, I must ask, was your earlier tale fabricated to elicit my sympathy? I feel like crying now. No, about that, Gresham. It was I who killed him. I detest men who deceive women. So, what do you think? What do you mean? Take care of me. On what grounds? I am not your father. In any case, I have no father now. You can pretend to be my father. Daddy. Hey, I might not even be older than you. What nonsense. You look so much older. I have important matters to attend to. I can assist you. You cannot help me. I am quite capable. I can teach you that particular footwork. Really? However, in exchange, you must teach me magic. Teach you magic. Indeed, I wish to go to the land of magic. Why are you still following me? I reside on the 6th floor as well. Chapter 111. The diary. The small booklet discovered on Teresa was a diary written in the Western tongue. Strangely, the handwriting suggested that it was not authored by a single individual. The first entry read, "The teacher calls me Lisa, but I know that is not my name, for she addresses everyone as Lisa. For as long as I can remember, I have been living beside the teacher for nearly 4 months. I once had several friends, by which I mean I spoke with them. However, one day they suddenly forgot everything, as if they had never seen me. Now I understand why. It is all the teacher's doing. She might be conducting experiments on us. Yesterday, while I was cleaning the hallway, the short Lisa was brought into the laboratory by the teacher. That very night, she no longer remembered me. I am terrified that one day I too will become like her, sooner or later. My heavens, could it be that I have already been subjected to the teacher's experiments? Which is why I only have 4 months of memory. In any case, when the teacher was not paying attention, I stole this notebook from her laboratory to record these thoughts that I do not even know why I am writing in this script. I will place the notebook under my pillow. If one day I forget who I am, perhaps I can glean some hints from it. The first entry concludes here, and the second entry reads, I found this small booklet under my pillow. Did I write this? Oh no, it cannot be. The handwriting is different. I only remember events from the last 3 days. Could it truly be, as the previous Lisa said, the teacher's doing? Who can tell me what lies beyond the forest? The second entry ends. After several more entries, handwriting similar to the first reappeared. After reading through a portion of the booklet, Tang Na formed a rough impression. This was a magical academy built within the forest. The academy had only one teacher but hundreds of students. The teacher's name remained undisclosed, yet all the students were uniformly named Lisa. Every Lisa would have her memory wiped periodically, and they could only comprehend their existence through this booklet, which had undoubtedly passed down its secrets for countless years. They were all mere subjects of the so-called teacher, and it appeared that this teacher was conducting experiments related to the mind. The first half of the booklet contained little more than chaotic questions and answers, lacking any clear theme, until a particularly unique entry emerged. This entry was remarkably brief and stated, Has no one ever considered escaping? Has no one ever thought of killing that old witch? We need a plan. The handwriting of this entry was scrawled hastily, seemingly intentional, likely to avoid detection. The subsequent entries were rife with arguments, revealing that the later Lisases who found this diary were deeply fearful of this idea. However, following this, the diary frequently described the habits and abilities of the teacher. Through these accounts, Tang Na sketched an outline of her basic characteristics. The teacher was female, appearing to be in her 50s, and described as quite ugly, a detail that may have been exaggerated by the Lisases. She was capricious and harbored a deep hatred for men. Most of her days were spent in the laboratory, and on pleasant nights, she would gaze vacantly out of the southern window when such behavior occurred. Caution was warranted, for the following day she would invariably take a Lisa into the laboratory. Throughout that entire day, piercing screams would echo from within. No one knew what transpired with the Lisa she took. The next day, she would either vanish or lose her memory. The teacher would occasionally disappear for a time, returning with younger Lisas. If one hoped to escape during her absence, they would likely be disappointed. For the forest was vast, and no one could find their way out. When the teacher returned, she always managed to locate those who attempted to flee, and their fates were dire. From the descriptions, it appeared that the teacher possessed the ability to control minds. Yet for reasons unknown, she had never discovered this diary, perhaps never considering such a possibility. Tang Na continued to flip through the pages, the entries continued to be added, and just as the bold suggestion was on the verge of being forgotten, a sudden twist appeared. That entry read, I have been awake for 3 years. The teacher has taught me magic. She refers to it as mental magic. She is not acting out of conscience. I am merely a more advanced test subject. I have discovered this notebook for nearly 2 years, yet I have never dared to write anything in it, for I am afraid, you know. The teacher is actually a mental magician. She can make you spill any secret, including the secret of this notebook. However, I am no longer afraid, for she has never regarded us as human. She does not care what we think. That I have stolen a glance at her experimental notes, which are written in a peculiar script. Before I learned magic, she taught me this writing and language. She has been experimenting on us with a magic called the Cage of Fear. for her magic book has incomplete records regarding this spell. I also know that she needs this magic to create extreme fear, which she then consumes to enhance her power. Her experiments have succeeded, but ordinary people cannot endure it. They collapse and die before reaching the level of fear she requires. Thus, she needs to cultivate me into a magician so that I can generate the kind of fear she seeks. She has been in a good mood lately. I know I will soon meet her criteria. This entry concludes here. Tang not eagerly turned to the next page that it bore the same handwriting. I have not eaten for 3 days. I can no longer move and will likely die here. The old witch may be dead. I wonder if the great fire will awaken her from her stupor. Alas, I should have been braver. I finally understand why no one has ever escaped. This forest is filled with spider lilies. These yellow flowers, which can be used to concoct the elixir of bliss, possess strong hallucinogenic effects on ordinary people. Thus, they all perish within. So, let us all die together. Upon reaching this point, a chill ran down Tang Na's spine as he deduced the location of the forest described in the diary. However, this entry was still not the final one. There remained a thick stack of pages. And the subsequent records quickly confirmed Tang Na's suspicions. I did not it turns out I have reached the edge of the forest. The hunter named Joy saved me. His granddaughter is named Nina. And she is quite adorable. This is the first time I have met someone who is not named Lisa. I killed them. If the old witch is still alive, I cannot leave her any clues. Joy refers to this forest as the Whispering Forest. He said it is inhabited by sirens who lure children away, and they never return. And he also mentioned that the siren possesses a magic of forgetfulness. He spoke no falsehood. The old witch resembled a siren, and we were all but her deceived children. Yet, Joy asserted that those who could write were nobility. Were we truly the offspring of the aristocracy? Such matters were irrelevant now. I must depart from this place immediately. Chapter 112. The sound of strings. Damn it. Donner cursed through gritted teeth. This woman had the audacity to slay even her savior, let alone innocent children. She had become just like her mentor at this juncture. He comprehended the origins of Teresa. She was the last Lisa mentioned in this tome. The subsequent diary entries chronicled her flight from the Whispering Forest, heading northwest until she encountered the forces of the Thorn Empire. After evading them using mental magic, she was discovered by Mage Clark, who seemed to regard her with considerable trepidation. After exchanging a few words in that strange language, presumably the tongue of the magical realm, he embraced her as a guest of honor and introduced her to King Edward. Sensing Mage Clark's formidable power and seeking refuge, Teresa swiftly arrived in the Thorn Empire, becoming a favored guest of Edward. Following the defeat in war, Edward entrusted Teresa with the task of escorting Queen Diana and Prince Geoffrey to the Chaos Continent. The prospect of fleeing from the Hell's Continent and the possibly surviving old witch was immensely appealing to Teresa. In her diary, she expressed concern over the numerous memory-erasing spells she had undergone in her youth, fearing that her recollections might falter, thus documenting the cultivation methods of the mental magic she knew at the end of her entries. Donner skimmed through the pages. The materials mentioned were quite unique, some of which could only be sourced from the magical realm. It seems that the old witch also hails from the magical realm. She has concealed herself in the Whispering Forest for an unknown number of years. The magical materials Teresa used to lay her foundation must have been brought from the magical realm. Therefore, all these years, she has only cultivated a single magical apprentice. Donner transcribed the names of these special materials onto another piece of paper and sought out Jornada. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I fear I shall not sleep until I clarify this matter. The dwarf appeared to have just settled in, showing no signs of drowsiness. Speak. Did I wish to inquire whether these materials can be procured in the Middle Earth? Donner inquired, handing the note to Jornada, who seemed somewhat taken aback by the question, after examining the note closely. He shook his head. I have never heard of these. Well then, by the way, someone died downstairs. Donner felt compelled to inform Jornada of the earlier incident, since he had already awakened him. I saw it. You saw it? 2 waves of magic energy, both quite potent. How could I possibly overlook that? When I descended, that half-elf girl was crying profusely. Is it not improper to spy? I was concerned for your safety. Why would you bring a girl to the deck at such an hour? The dwarf retorted. Did you see where those 3 individuals were hiding? Donner intentionally shifted the topic. Yes, quite intriguing. The first was an assassin from the Shadowblade. Who were the other 2? Jornada did not linger on the previous issue. The Queen of the Thorn Empire and the second prince, no wonder. Knowing that individual was from the Shadowblade, how could you still find time to sleep? He is dead. Besides, his target was not you. How do you know? He was fixated on that girl. You could discern that. Of course that I asked that girl in danger, targeted by the shadow blade. How could it not be dangerous? Surely you do not harbor feelings for her, the dwarf teased. Absolutely not. Then why such concern for her safety? I have enmity with the shadow blade. Furthermore, she mentioned wanting to teach me a certain footwork. What footwork? It seems to be called something like string footwork. Earlier on the gangway, Ruko had mentioned the name of that elven footwork. String footwork? The dwarf exclaimed. Yes, that is the name. Donna responded. Why? Is this footwork remarkable? She is deceiving you. String footwork is a closely guarded secret of the elves from the Isle of Strings. Only the holy maidens of that lineage can learn it. Jornada's tone grew serious. Men cannot learn it? Donner queried, perplexed. That is not the point. It is not taught to outsiders. How could a half-elf possibly have the opportunity to learn it? I witnessed her practicing that footwork. Oh, pray, elaborate, Jornada said lazily, still seemingly skeptical. Donner recounted the scene on the deck where Ruko moved swiftly with that peculiar footwork. Listening to Donner's description, the dwarf's expression grew increasingly grave. It resembles the legendary string footwork. Should we not learn it? Of course we should. If it is indeed true, string footwork and azure chi both pursue ultimate speed. Never has anyone had the chance to learn both simultaneously. But that girl is being pursued by the shadow blade. That indeed presents a dilemma. Jornada frowned. Perhaps we ought to conceal her as you are. Are you suggesting she vanish as well? I must discuss this with her. Go at once. Why are you suddenly so eager? I am curious about the effect of combining azure chi with string footwork. I do not know which suite she occupies. I do. It's the one to the left upon exiting. Surely not. You spied on her. This girl has nightmares every night, weeping and wailing. She disturbs my sleep. After Donner knocked on the door. It took a while before a voice emerged from behind it. Who is it? It is I. I need to discuss something with you. The door opened a crack. I did not mean it like that. The girl's face, partially revealed through the narrow opening, was flushed crimson. I did not mean it either, Donner clarified. Then what do you mean? That assassin is from the Shadow Blade. They have set their sights on you. And it is a grave matter. Why did you not mention this earlier? I just thought of it. What shall we do? The best course of action is to hide and never show yourself again. Great. Will you take me and hide, then teach me magic, and we shall go to the magical realm together? That is not possible. I have very important matters to attend to. Then I will help you with them. Donner pondered for a moment, shaking his head. With you around, I can accomplish nothing. Then I shall not rely on you. Ruko, somewhat irate, made to close the door, but Donner placed his foot against it. Keeping it ajar. One last question. How do you know the string footwork? Did I not say? My mother taught me. Could it be she is the holy maiden of the Isle of Strings? Indeed, the door was finally shut. Donner returned to his room, where Jornada was shaking his head in disapproval. Why not agree to her? I cannot afford to waste time. Strengthen yourself first. The chances will be greater. I know my current strength is insufficient, and I am not seeking immediate revenge, but I must investigate without delay. Those privy to the truth may die at any moment, and clues can vanish in an instant. I cannot take that risk. I fear that one day, I may slay all the members of the Shadow Blade yet remain ignorant of why they sought to kill my father. Jornada silently nodded, falling into contemplative silence. The situation soon shifted. That very night, Donner opened his mother's letter. It took him a considerable amount of time to barely comprehend its contents, and thereafter he remained sleepless. 3 days later. The Ister docked at Bonnerport. Donner bid farewell to Jornada, disguised Ruko, and descended from the Ister, disappearing into the throng. Before his departure, the dwarf handed him a peculiar sword. Chapter 113. Alex. The spring water cascaded like a transparent curtain from several meters above, splashing upon the dark green stone steps, creating a fine mist that shimmered in the air, accompanied by a melodious sound. Following the stone steps downward, the dripping spring water pooled into a shallow basin, where the gentle ripples of water lilies occasionally revealed playful fish. Beside the pool, a low wall was entwined with verdant vines. The leaves of the canna drooped slightly, and a droplet of glistening dew slid down the leaf's edge, falling onto the moss-covered stone slab. Alex sat in a wicker chair, his gaze fixed intently upon his clasped hands. Since the courtyard-esque construction 20 years ago, it had become his daily office. Even on rainy days, a concealed wind magic array would ward off the rain from this small sanctuary. The descendants of the Milky family were renowned for their striking looks, and Alex was among the most distinguished. Time had not diminished his charm. Rather, it had enhanced the allure of his mature masculinity. The current head of the Midiki family, Alex's father, entrusted the management of their family business, which has thrived for millennia across the entirety of Middle-earth, to his eldest son several years ago. Since that time, every action taken by Alex has the potential to influence the fates of countless individuals. Presently, he is deep in thought, as if on the verge of making a momentous decision. "My lord, the lady has arrived." Alex suddenly lifts his gaze and softly states, "Let her enter." Shortly thereafter, Marina steps into the courtyard, her long lavender gown accentuating a figure that remains youthful and graceful. The lady's expression bears a hint of awkwardness, not solely due to the constricting corset. Having been wed to Alex for 15 years, she has never had the opportunity to step foot in this place. "Please, have a seat." Alex gestures toward a nearby wicker chair with a smile. Marina obediently sits down, striving to maintain a decorous smile upon her face. "This courtyard has been established for 20 years. Do you know the original reason for its creation, my lady?" A sudden jolt of alarm courses through Marina. The smile she has painstakingly upheld nearly falters. Upon entering the courtyard, she had immediately discerned the answer to this question. Yet, how could she possibly voice it? The master has always cherished a connection with nature. "Ha, I possess no such enthusiasm," Alex interrupts her. "My lady, this place was initially constructed for a woman, a elven maiden." Marina falls silent, unprepared for her husband's candor. She is no longer in this world. Alex unabashedly reveals his sorrow, speaking slowly. "However, we have a daughter. In just a month's time, I would have been able to see her." Marina's heart races, her mind racing. "So, it follows that I have successfully instructed Rum." But why is he bringing this up now? Has word leaked from Rum's side? However, this morning I received news that she has strayed from her designated path and ventured elsewhere. Alex continues, not glancing at Marina's changing expression. "I have pondered all morning why she would choose such a course of action. Oh, until I received another piece of information." At this point, Alex raises his gaze, anticipating Marina's reaction, which aligns with his expectations. Before her husband's unwavering demeanor, Marina's thoughts are as transparent as murky water in a cup. Her pale complexion and tightly pressed lips convey everything. "My lady, do you understand? This girl holds immense significance for me. I owe her mother a debt, and I cannot allow myself to fail her as well." Alex maintains his smile, but now his eyes narrow slightly. The strain of his expression accentuates the contours of his face, and his voice turns icy. "Should any ill befall her, I shall exact vengeance, regardless of the cost." Witnessing this unfamiliar side of her husband, Marina instinctively grips her gown, the veins on the back of her hands becoming pronounced. "But such a thing shall not come to pass, will it, my lady?" Alex's tone softens once more. Marina cannot recall how she exited the courtyard or returned to the manor in the inner city. Even now, her legs feel weak, and her hands and feet are cold. Rum, upon seeing her state, hesitates for a moment but cannot resist approaching her. "My lady," he begins, only to receive a sharp slap across the face. As Marina seems intent on venting all the pressure she has just endured into that single blow. "Who did you send for this task?" she demands fiercely. Dark Shadow, Rum, stunned by the slap, realizes that even the weakest spell could claim the life of the woman before him. Yet he cannot summon the courage to respond. "Cancel the task." "Yes, immediately." Rum hurriedly makes his way to the manor's entrance, one hand clutching his face while the other tugs at the hem of his long robe. Attempting to hasten his pace, the group of children bursts into laughter at his comical appearance. But in terms of scale and prosperity, Bonaparte does not even rank among the top 10 in the Chaos Continent. The Eastern Star will make a brief stop here for a particular reason. The Duchy of Ukri, where Bona City is located, is the largest source of magical herbs on the Chaos Continent, frequently attracting wizards and herb merchants to Bonaparte for extensive purchases. The origins of this herbal hub can be traced back to a specific herb. A herb known as wormwood possesses mildly corrosive sap, which is ideal for dissolving certain insoluble magical materials, making it an essential base for formulating various magical potions. However, due to this corrosiveness, land once cultivated with wormwood cannot sustain any other plants for 6 to 7 years. For millennia, the magical continent has sourced wormwood from various regions of Middle-earth, until a few centuries ago when a marquis from the Duchy of Ukri began mass cultivation of wormwood on his estate, swiftly monopolizing the trade. Subsequently, several nearby nobles followed suit, but their fortunes were short-lived. Soon after, due to a surge in supply, the price of wormwood plummeted, eventually selling for less than wheat or rice. The lands once used for wormwood cultivation fell into disuse, triggering a crisis that affected the entire Duchy of Ukri. Those noble lords buried the starving peasants in the ground. Only in this way can crops be replanted, the tavern owner explained. This claim seems highly dubious. Setting aside whether corpses can truly enrich the soil, it is inconceivable that there could be so many bodies. If that is the case, then why continue cultivating herbs? Ruko inquired. Cloaked in a voluminous robe, her hat nearly obscuring her entire face, Ian Bonaparte. Many wizards adopt a similar guise. Heaven knows, no one dares to cultivate wormwood anymore, the tavern owner replied as he sliced the roasted ham into pieces and served it. Be careful at night. There are hungry ghosts everywhere. The owner's expression was ominous as he uttered this. Causing Ruko to jump, nearly falling off her stool, Donald reached out to steady her, awkwardly uttering in broken chaos language, "It's a lie." The tavern owner erupted into laughter. Chapter 114. Trust. After finishing lunch in an unassuming tavern and acquiring the necessary information, Donald purchased 2 horses at the port and set off northward with Ruko. In the following days, the pair used different aliases to lodge along the way, until, after several days, they arrived at the small town of Pershan. Deep within the Duchy of Ukri. There, Donald, under the alias Kevin Bell, acquired a modest estate in Pershan. He paid using magical crystals, a common practice in the Chaos continent that would not raise suspicion. Upon departing the Eastern Star, Granada had provided him with only the means to restore his appearance and a sword. Currently, Donald's pockets contained a handful of gold coins and the pouch he had taken from Miss Teresa, which held approximately 100 magical crystals. After purchasing the estate, he had expended half of them. Ruko possessed no wealth whatsoever. If she were to part ways with Donald, she might struggle to afford a meal. Thus, she allowed Donald to take the lead throughout their journey, never questioning his choice of the small town of Pershan until they settled into the estate. This estate, recently renamed Bell Manor, is situated on the southern outskirts of Pershan. While not expansive, it aligns perfectly with Donald's aesthetic. Within the hedged area of several hundred meters, aside from 2 eucalyptus trees of differing heights, the landscape is dominated by meticulously manicured lawns. The 3-story white building is slightly larger than the previous residence of Mr. Victor. Outside the estate, aside from a path leading to the city center, there are only low-lying magical herb plantations. The former owner had intended to leave behind a gardener and 2 maids, but Donald, under Ruko's insistence, declined. The 2 had no belongings to arrange, and after bidding farewell to the previous owner, they settled down on the balcony of the estate's 3rd floor to rest in the early summer. The vast expanse of purple herbs in the magical herb plantation contrasted beautifully with the spires of Pershan City, reminiscent of an impressionist painting. Why not keep those maids? Donald inquired, puzzled. They don't seem like good people. Ruko replied succinctly. Then what about meals? Donald did not argue with her. Over the past few days, the half-elf girl had repeatedly demonstrated her keen insight. I will cook today. Tomorrow we will go into town to hire a few maids. Donald cast a glance at her, surprised that such a beautiful girl would also be capable of cooking. What are you looking at? I often cooked for my mother, Ruko said, her thoughts drifting to her mother, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Throughout these days, Ruko had refrained from speaking of her origins, and Donald preferred not to pry. You mentioned something important that needs to be accomplished here. The girl could no longer contain her curiosity. That matter is no longer significant, Donald replied. Then why are we here? It seems like you chose this place deliberately, rather than randomly picking a location. Do you see that spire? Donald pointed toward the direction of Pershan City. Is it a church? No, the church's spire is golden. Then what is it? Pershan Academy. The finest magical potion academy in Middle-earth. Are you planning to study potion making? Yes, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I am uncertain if I will gain admission. Don't forget, you promised to teach me magic. Understood. In the depths of night, along the narrow path leading to Pershan City, shadowy figures were advancing towards Bell Manor. Master Celion, one of them inquired, do you think they will realize? The speaker was none other than the gardener who was originally meant to remain at the manor, and the Celion he referred to was the former owner who had sold the estate to Donna. No, they are driven by instinctual caution. After all, it is a foreign land, and such thoughts are only natural. Indeed. What is there to fear from 2 outsiders? That 3rd-level mage was eliminated just the same by us, remarked a maid from within the manor. That mage was poisoned by us, the gardener countered. Are you saying you wish to abandon this? Celion asked coldly. No. I merely meant that we can observe for another 2 days. Humph, I do not have the luxury of time. The academy's enrollment is at the end of the month, if we cannot gather enough magic crystals. We will have to wait another half-year. The gardener finally fell silent. Donna was unable to sleep. By the flickering candlelight, he opened his mother's letter once more. Since arriving in this world, the blacksmith had raised him for a decade, providing him with a warmth of affection he had never known before. Donna had long regarded him as a true father. However, he felt a profound unfamiliarity towards the mother he had never met, making it difficult to associate the deceased woman with the maternal role. Thus, the initial portions of the letter, where she reminisced about her 2 children before her passing, held little significance for him. Yet, the revelations regarding her own background provided answers to the questions that had lingered in Donna's mind. The letter contained the following. My child, I have hesitated for a long time, uncertain whether I should share certain matters with you. However, since you are able to comprehend the words written in this letter, it seems appropriate to convey them to you that if you should become a mage, this information will be even more crucial. Here is the situation. I am the daughter of a low-ranking noble from the northern part of the Chaos continent, in the Monkey Empire. Like other noble children, I was sent to the Magic Academy to study sorcery at the age of 13. Unfortunately, I lacked the talent for magic, and so I departed after a year. Following that, my passion lay in painting. My father doted on me and hired the finest painting instructors available. Oh, how gifted that artist was. His works were so simplistic yet so beautiful. I studied painting for 3 years until one day, I had the sudden inspiration to depict the magical glyphs using my instructor's minimalist strokes. I do not know how this thought came to me, but it was indeed this notion that led to the demise of my family. I illustrated the 5 glyphs with the simplest of lines. And I even experimented with magic gold, believing that the glyphs ought to be that simple. My child, you cannot imagine what occurred next. Despite lacking magical talent at the age of 17, I inexplicably condensed the wood element divine glyph in a single night. Not only that, but within a month, I had become a magic apprentice. I brought this news to the academy, and it caused quite a stir. However, soon after, tragedy struck. Assassins clad in black, wielding curved daggers, slaughtered everyone at the academy, including my parents and my brother Dodo. Those fiends, they nearly annihilated everyone I knew. Yet, they did not take my life. Instead, they tortured me, demanding to know where I had learned those glyphs. How could I possibly answer? I had conceived them myself, my child. As you already know, I did not perish. Just as I was on the brink of death, a returning mage saved me. He led me to flee westward along the Sea of Forgetfulness, ultimately leaving me near Lant Island. My child, do not mistake him for a good man. It was only at the last that I understood his intentions. He saved me to obtain the secret of the glyphs. From that moment on, I have borne wounds, knowing my time is short. In these years, I have often wondered why those assassins sought to kill me. Now, as I approach death, I shall never unravel this mystery. My child, I am unwilling to resign to this fate. I can still vividly recall my parents' and brothers' expressions as they faced their end, yet I remain ignorant of the reasons behind it all. My child, I do not write this seeking vengeance on your part. Promise me, never seek revenge for me, for those assassins are far too powerful. However, should you ever uncover the truth behind it all, come to my grave and tell me, will you? Chapter 115. The Scoundrels. For half a year, Donna often reflected upon his father's final moments, clad in a tattered cotton garment for over a decade. It had long been blackened by the hearth smoke, and when he wiped it, he discovered it was soaked in blood. When he opened his eyes, he saw his 2 sons, their faces beaming with reassurance. As his rough hands struggled to lift themselves halfway before relaxing, then closing his eyes forever, Donna had taken many lives and witnessed countless death scenes, yet that particular moment was etched into his memory. The warm yellow candlelight before him seemed to morph into the dying embers of the blacksmith's forge. Yet, the unfamiliar furnishings of the room served as a stark reminder that he was in a foreign land, far from the little blacksmith shop that no longer existed on Land Island. Outside the manor, in the potion garden, summer insects could hardly contain themselves, their chorus rising. Just as Donna was about to extinguish the candle, he hesitated, and moments later, gently lifted the thin blanket, grasped the long sword resting beside his pillow, and approached the bedroom door. Like a specter, he slowly opened the door, descended the stairs, and tread barefoot upon the wooden floor without making a sound. Pausing momentarily outside Reiko's door on the 2nd floor, he could hear the girl's soft snores. Waking her now would surely create a commotion, and the disordered footsteps below were already drawing near the staircase. With this thought, he took a few steps away from the flickering light in the corridor, concealing his figure completely in the darkness. 4 figures gradually ascended the stairs, Halting before Reiko's door, Donna recognized them. "That little girl resides in here," the gardener whispered, pressing his ear against the door. "Such a beautiful girl. How can that fellow endure?" The maid's face bore a somewhat lascivious smile. "Let's go upstairs and eliminate the main target first." The homeowner's voice was grim, a stark contrast to his warm demeanor during the day. The group then proceeded upstairs, and Donna maintained his distance, trailing behind them. The gardener paused again at the third-floor bedroom door, turning to say, "Strange. There's no—" He had barely spoken when he suddenly collapsed, his face frozen in the expression he wore while speaking. An icy blade had pierced through his neck, shattering his trachea, blood vessels, and spine. In the extreme cold, his blood congealed before it could even flow out. After 6 months of training as an assassin, Donna instinctively targeted the throat as his primary objective. His magic surged forth, and after unleashing several first-level ice blades, only the original homeowner remained standing outside the bedroom door. "How many people have you killed with this technique?" Donna had come to understand the methods of this group. Had Reiko not firmly resisted those 3 maids, this predicament would have been far more challenging to resolve. Celion had not anticipated that this young outsider possessed such formidable strength. With his recently attained status as a formal mage, he was no match for Donna. It all transpired in an instant. The opponent had effortlessly slain 3 high-level magic apprentices, yet he still had his most potent technique left in use. "Master, please spare me, master," he cried, tears streaming down his face as he stealthily withdrew his right hand into his sleeve. Another ice blade shot forth from Donna's hand, severing Celion's entire right arm. As the severed limb fell, a brown potion bottle rolled from his open palm. A sudden, acrid odor filled the air. Donna dared not linger. Turning and sprinting down the stairs, he then burst into Reiko's room, slamming the door shut behind him. The half-elf girl awoke with a start, sitting up in bed. "What are you doing?" Her expression resembled that of a bewildered little rabbit, a mix of helplessness and curiosity. Leaning against the door, Donna stood quietly, listening intently. Aside from the chirping of insects, there was no other sound. "Why are you sleeping with the light on?" Only after speaking did he turn to look at Reiko. The girl sat on the bed, her delicate figure revealed beneath her thin silk nightgown. Donna hurriedly averted his gaze, but couldn't resist sneaking another glance. Reiko caught sight of his gaze and quickly pulled up the blanket to cover her chest, exclaiming, "Don't come closer." Donna rolled his eyes internally, thinking, "If I truly wished to come closer, wouldn't your plea only serve to entice me even more?" Yet, he explained, "Those 4 individuals from earlier were indeed not good people. I have killed them. But someone has released poison, and I need to hide here for a while until the gas dissipates outside." Half an hour later, Donna opened the door a crack and detected that the foul odor outside had yet to dissipate. With no other choice, he resolved to spend the night in Reiko's room. Before sleeping, the girl, her face flushed, suggested that Donna join her on the bed, but insisted he must remain still. Donna lay on the floor, gazing upwards, and replied, "Forget it. I can't guarantee I can control myself." The girl let out a heavy hum, and after a while, seemingly lost in thought, she broke into a giggle. The following day, the poisonous fog in the corridor and staircase finally dissipated. The dismembered Celion was frothing at the mouth, his demise far more tragic than that of the other 3. It was evident he had succumbed to his own poison. Donner thoroughly searched the bodies of the 4, yielding a significant bounty. Once he had dealt with the 4 corpses, he and Ruko rode to Person City, where they purchased a carriage, hired a coachman and several servants, and procured some essential supplies and magical materials. Outside Person Academy, he noticed an enrollment notice. The academy admitted students twice a year, with the most recent opportunity at the end of May, leaving approximately 20 days remaining. The registration fee listed was quite high. Initially, Donner could not afford it, but this morning he had recovered a pouch of coins from the 4 corpses, which not only covered the fee but also left him with a modest surplus. With all arrangements made, Donner instructed several servants to ride in the carriage while he and Ruko continued on horseback, traversing the ancient streets of Person City and following the verdant country paths back to Bell Manor. From that day forth, Donner began instructing Ruko in the magics of water and wood, while she, in turn, imparted the secret techniques of the elves of Qin Dao, particularly the string sound step, during the remaining time. Aside from his daily required meditation and Azure Battle Chi, Donner also began studying a pharmacology notebook he had found on Celion. At this point, his water and fire elemental essence had reached over 1,700. still a considerable distance from the 3,000 required to attain the rank of a second-level mage. Through experimentation, he discovered that his self-created method of magical construction could also be applied to build basic defensive magic models. Specifically, a magical model composed of 2 concentric circles, or polygons. However, he continually struggled to find more complex magical models once the divine sea collapsed into one dimension, obscuring the distribution patterns of the divine essence. Consequently, he decided to halt this research, intending to observe how mages on the magical continent approach such matters. Chapter 116, The Notebook. The knowledge I'm about to impart to you is a closely guarded secret in the middle world that could lead to dire consequences. You must ensure that you never disclose it, no matter the circumstances. Can you do that? After dinner, in the largest room on the 3rd floor, Donner said to Ruko with utmost seriousness, transforming this space into a magical laboratory consumed half of his afternoon. Why? Is your method inherently wicked? The girl inquired, puzzled. Not at all. The reasons are rather complicated, but you will understand once you return to the magical continent. All right, I promise, I will never speak of it. Ruko responded earnestly. Donner retrieved 2 types of magical gold he had prepared in advance and dipped an ordinary feather quill into ink, sketching 7 magical glyphs for both water and wood elements on a sheet of white paper. After supervising Ruko as she traced these glyphs, Donner promptly incinerated the paper. The magical gold that had been inscribed was now rendered inactive and unusable. They anticipated. Ruko swiftly condensed the essence of both water and wood. Why is it so easy? Isn't it supposed to take a long time to condense divine essence? Ruko's expression was one of sheer delight. It seemed that in the magical continent, the elven race had little contact with human mages, leading Donner to speculate that Ruko's understanding of magic was not derived from her mother. It is precisely because it is so simple that it remains a secret. What comes next? The girl asked eagerly. That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. Donner replied. You're taking it too easy. I spent 2 hours teaching you the string sound step. Ruko complained. Mary even spent an entire day tidying up the manor. Mary was a newly hired maid, sharing a name with a woman from the market in Land Island. Humph. Are you implying that what I taught you is worthless? What I mean is, knowledge cannot be measured by the time spent. Now, go to bed. I still have many things to attend to. Donner prepared to dismiss the girl. Where am I supposed to sleep? What do you mean where? Don't you have your own bedroom? I don't dare to sleep alone. The security here is so poor. Ruko said, blushing. Do you want to sleep with me? Donner turned his head and asked with a smile. No, that's not it. What I mean is, could I move my bed to your room? I'll need to get up to use the restroom at night. What of it? The girl asked, confused. What if, after using the restroom, I accidentally stumble into your bed? Donner said, feigning seriousness. I will remind you. Ruko's face grew increasingly crimson. What if you wake up and find me in your bed? Impossible. Ruko suddenly realized that Donner was teasing her. I don't care. I'm having them bring my bed up right now. After saying this, she dared not look at his reaction and hurriedly exited the laboratory, heading downstairs. This girl seems to have grown foolish lately. Donner chuckled, shaking his head on the Ishtar. He had always been the one at her mercy. But the tides had turned recently. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of furniture being moved came from downstairs. Yet Donner's thoughts were entirely absorbed by the pharmacology notebook in his hands. The notes were written in chaos language, which Donner found challenging to comprehend. Most of the content revolved around concocting various poisons. Thus, when he encountered titles like Demon's Breath and Medusa's Tears, he simply skipped over them. The latter half of the notebook contained records of 2 formulas for potions that enhanced mental strength, which were considerably more complex than the previous poisons, as indicated by their length in the notebook. The original owner had marked question marks in different ink colors at certain points of these formulas, suggesting that he had never successfully concocted these potions. Given Donner's complete lack of knowledge in pharmacology, he had no hope of succeeding either. However, the descriptions of the effects of these 2 potions were incredibly enticing to him. The 2 formulas detailed potions named Patrice's Blessing and Twin Divine Essence. The former promised a 7% increase in mental strength with each use, while the latter boasted an impressive 18%. More importantly, the notes mentioned that if the purity reached a certain level, these 2 potions could be consumed multiple times, a phenomenon that had only been observed on the magical continent. Donner's fascination with this notebook extended beyond those 2 potion recipes. It stemmed from a more significant discovery. He recognized a very familiar name within its pages, Tranilondamus. This ingredient had also appeared in the section on mental magic in Teresa's diary. In the pharmacology notes, this name was used to annotate a peculiar word. Donner pondered a possibility. This was a word written in the language of the magical continent, pronounced tranilondymus, but its specific meaning was not recorded in the notes. "Ruko, Ruko," he called out loudly, turning his back. Before long, the half-elven girl entered. "I've had my bed moved up. Let's just try it this way for now. I wasn't asking about that. You know the language of the magical continent." "I know Vantese. My mother taught me." Ruko, relieved that she did not have to move her bed back down, smiled unconsciously. "What does tranilondymus mean?" "The juice of sour mugwort. Your pronunciation is a bit off." Donner unconsciously waved his fist in triumph. The feeling of solving a puzzle was exhilarating. Teresa must have been unaware of the name of this ingredient in the middle world, and since she was unfamiliar with Vantese, she had likely recorded its name using her habitual Western pronunciation. With this thought, he immediately pulled out Teresa's diary and continued to inquire, "What about Hongnuk? Flame gold? And Palanki? Fan gold?" With each reply, Donner's expression grew increasingly animated, while Ruko observed his reaction with a hint of confusion. "Last one, Sayer Feudalin?" Ruko suddenly gasped, her face lengthening as she asked, "Are you planning to conduct some sort of magical experiment?" "How did you know?" Donner queried. "No way, you can't perform such an evil magical experiment," the girl suddenly shouted. "What evil magical experiment?" "Magic itself is neither good nor evil. It's the mage who is," he argued. "Regardless, you cannot." Ruko abruptly dashed out, her voice tinged with tears. "What a nonsensical outburst," Donner muttered as he jotted down her earlier explanation in the corresponding section of Teresa's diary. "The last material is the most crucial. I must clarify this." Donner's bedroom was quite spacious. Originally, his bed was positioned in the center of the room, but after Ruko had her bed moved up, they placed the two beds against opposite walls, leaving enough space in between for two more beds of the same kind. After washing up, Donner, clad in his pajamas, entered the bedroom and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Chapter 117. Spiral Ruko was already asleep, her thin blanket covering her entirely, leaving only the back of her head exposed. She had not realized that the blanket draped over her revealed her side profile in exquisite detail. Instinctively, Donner tilted his head, as if failing to do so would result in a sudden nosebleed. He crawled into his own bed and conjured a small whirlwind, extinguishing the candlelight by Ruko's bedside, plunging the room into darkness. "What are you doing?" Ruko suddenly spoke up, revealing that she had not truly fallen asleep. "The light keeps me awake," she said. "In the dark, I fear I cannot sleep. This is my room. Now it is our room." The girl's voice grew increasingly louder. "You cannot be unreasonable." Donner's tone turned icy. "What reason is there to discuss with an evil sorcerer? If you continue like this, I shall send you to sleep," Ruko retorted, no longer wishing to argue. She soon began to emit faint sobs. Eventually, Donner's heart softened. He reached over to ignite the candle at his bedside, then extinguished the small fireball he had used to light it, offering comfort. "Very well, it is my fault." The half-elf girl continued to weep. What was wrong with her, he wondered, perplexed. However, he maintained a gentle demeanor, saying, "It is dangerous to sleep with a flame alight. Must you really conduct that experiment?" Ruko abruptly ceased her tears and inquired, "It is not mandatory." "But I must try," he replied. "What if that experiment requires my death? Would you still proceed?" she asked, seemingly bewildered. "How could that be? I would never harm an innocent for the sake of a magical experiment." "Let alone you," Donner emphasized, fearing she might burst into tears once more. "Really? Of course. That Sayer Feudalin, it refers to the blood of the elven saintess, but you are not an elven saintess. Yet I carry my mother's blood within me." "That is true." Donner mused. "You do not truly intend to take my blood, do you?" Ruko's voice quivered. After her question, she awaited Donner's response, but none came. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to him on the other side of the room. Donner had buried his head beneath the blanket, appearing to tremble uncontrollably with suppressed laughter. "What has made you so strange all of a sudden?" "Ha! Do you know how much blood I would need?" "How much?" Ruko whispered. "Less than what you lose each month." "You scoundrel, I will never speak to you again." The following morning, Donner ventured alone to Person City. Within the apothecary market, he purchased a large bottle of wormwood juice for just a single magic crystal. Ruko's silencing spell lasted until midday, as she was obliged to fulfill her promise and continue teaching Donner the string sound step. This technique was created by the ancestors of the elves of Qingdao. Inspired by the rhythm and melody of waterfalls cascading upon stone steps. It had evolved over tens of thousands of years, According to Rico, when her mother performed this step, she could blend seamlessly into her surroundings, completely concealing her form, only producing a delicate sound akin to string plucking when in rapid motion. Thus, the technique was aptly named the string sound step. Rico had yet to reach such mastery, and Donner was even farther from it in his view. Learning this technique would help him synchronize his speed with the quick reflexes developed from training in Azure fighting energy. Naturally, such progress could not be achieved overnight. Especially since Donner lacked elven blood, his initial learning pace was astonishingly slow. 2 hours of string sound step practice, coupled with 2 hours of Azure fighting energy training, consumed the entire afternoon. On the Easter, Donner had grown accustomed to daily physical and mental conditioning. Once this habit took root, a single day without it made his muscles feel unusually lax and uncomfortable, based on Donner's experience. This was the effect of physical labor stimulating the brain's dopamine secretion. He pondered whether this principle still held true in this world. That night, after Rico completed her task of drawing magical patterns, she willingly allowed Donner to draw a small vial of her blood. Once he closed the door, he prepared fine silver thread, crafting a spiral curve according to the diagram in Teresa's journal at a 1:1 scale, and placed its ends on a catalpa wood frame. Next, he extracted the effective components from Rico's blood using the wormwood juice and mixed them in proportion with 5 types of magical gold. According to Rico, she retained half of the elven Sainus's blood, so Donner doubled the amount of blood essence used. The resultant product was a deep red viscous liquid known as magical marrow, contained within a tiny vial. After meticulously verifying the perfect shape of the silver thread spiral, he dipped a new brush into a small drop of magical marrow and secured the bottle tightly. With these preparations completed, he focused his mind and carefully traced a 3-dimensional spiral curve along the silver thread. After thousands of practice sessions and drawing magical patterns and enduring rigorous training from Jornada, his right hand possessed sufficient control, maintaining consistent force and speed throughout the drawing process, executing it seamlessly without pause, just as the pin tip completed the trajectory and was about to lift from the end of the silver thread. Donner suddenly felt dizzied. He dropped the brush, closed his eyes tightly, and remained still. Before long, the dizziness faded, replaced by an even more intense and despair-inducing headache than he had experienced during the clash of divine essence. After enduring for a moment, he ultimately collapsed from his chair, losing consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in bed, with Rico sitting beside him, propping her chin on her hand, her large blue eyes fixed intently upon him. "I always feel like you're wearing a mask." The half-elf girl greeted him upon his awakening with this unexpected remark. Indeed, one peeled from a corpse. The girl gasped sharply, recoiling, before relaxing. "You re-joking. A dead man's skin would have rotted away long ago after wearing it for so long." "How long was I unconscious?" Donner chose not to continue the previous topic. "Not long. It's still before your usual bedtime." Donner still felt a slight swelling in his head. He could not recall Teresa's journal documenting such a reaction, causing him concern. Could it be that pure elven saintess blood was required? As he pondered this, he checked the state of his divine sea, only to be struck with horror. The divine sea was in chaos. Chapter 118. For dimensions, are you all right? Your face suddenly looks so pale. Donner did not respond, consumed by extreme panic, barely able to muster the strength to speak. Could it be that the mental magic and elemental magic had clashed? What to do now? If he lost the ability to wield magic, all his plans would be rendered impossible. Would it be like the 5 elemental magics, where a conflict would mean forfeiting a portion of divine essence? Allowing for a natural recovery, after a considerable time, observing Rico still seated beside him, Donner finally spoke softly. "I wish to be alone for a while." The girl quietly nodded, returned to her own bed, and voluntarily extinguished the light. The next morning, when Rico awoke, Donner was still asleep. He usually rose by this time. He must have stayed awake all night. She sighed softly, tiptoeing out of the bedroom. Donner did not descend until midday. Having consumed a light meal before retreating into the laboratory, he thoroughly reviewed Teresa's journal from beginning to end, but found nothing of in the afternoon. Rico suggested a walk outside the manor, to which Donner agreed. In the fields of the potion garden, the air was fragrant with blossoms. The girl seemed intent on soothing his spirits, recounting amusing tales from her past life with her mother. Suddenly, a few butterflies flitted by, and Rico chased after them, her innocent and carefree demeanor lifting Donner's mood slightly. "Did you know? Butterflies are insects that transform," Rico exclaimed, glancing back with a smile. "They were quite unattractive in their youth. It is only once they grow wings that they become so beautiful. Donner chuckled softly, well aware of the tale of metamorphosis. Yet, midway through his laughter, his expression abruptly stiffened as if he had uncovered something significant. If only I could also grow wings, I could fly to the magical continent. Rico turned back again, only to find Donner already sprinting 100 meters away towards the manor. Did I say something wrong? She muttered to herself. Donner raced back to the laboratory, regulated his breathing, and immediately entered a meditative state. The divine sea remained chaotic as before, yet this time, he discerned a glimmer of order within. His meditation extended for an unusually long time, and Rico checked in twice during the process. Seeing him in this state, she cautiously closed the door, hesitant to disturb him. Late at night, the half-elf girl remained outside the door, unable to shake her worry. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter and promptly opened the door. Inside the laboratory, Donner had exited his meditation. A small fireball emitted a ghostly blue light from his right hand, held palm forward. Is everything all right? Rico inquired softly. Upon noticing her entrance, Donner clenched his fist, extinguishing the fireball, and swiftly approached, lifting the girl into the air and planting a hearty kiss on her forehead before gently setting her down. The half-elf girl's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Thank you for reminding me. Reminding you. Rico was utterly perplexed. The mental magic pattern is three-dimensional, thus expanding the divine sea into four-dimensional space, just like the transformation from chrysalis to butterfly. Aside from the transformation from a chrysalis to a butterfly, Rueiko could hardly comprehend what he was saying. Merely witnessing his demeanor brought him joy. Thus, was the experiment a success? Indeed, it was a success. Within the four-dimensional sea of consciousness, the original 5 elemental divine essences had evolved. From a mere point, they acquired length, resembling small tails extending from either side. During the construction of magic, one could ascertain the structural model by observing the direction of these tails, thereby significantly enhancing efficiency. Tangna speculated that in the realm of magic, sorcerers typically expanded their sea of consciousness into 4 dimensions using 3-dimensional divine essences. However, it was likely that they did not employ this mental type 3-dimensional essence. For otherwise, the elven saintess would have been utterly inadequate. The recently condensed purple mental type divine essence, even within the 4-dimensional sea of consciousness, remained but a point. Tangna surmised that if the sea of consciousness could be extended into 5-dimensional space, such divine essences would also manifest directional properties. Nevertheless, he was uncertain whether such a possibility existed in the real world, as 4-dimensional essences should not be present. According to Teresa's diary, a mental type essence could only be drawn once on the first day. And thereafter, during the entire apprenticeship, 6 could be drawn each day. Each drawing would condense into a divine essence. Thus, it appeared that the speed of his training in the 5 elemental magics was nearly equivalent. By the end of May, upon paying for the magic crystals and entering Pushuan Academy, he had already condensed 140 purple mental type divine essences, advancing to the initial stage of a mental type apprentice sorcerer. Rueiko's progress in the water and with elemental magics was similarly comparable. Teresa's diary recorded only 2 types of mental type magic, illusionary arts and Wail of the Banshee. Illusionary arts was the spell Teresa employed to disguise herself as Rueiko. This was a passive magic, meaning that there was no need to select a target. Once cast, everyone within a certain distance would be affected by the caster's illusion. There were 2 exceptions: if the opponent's mental magic level was higher, or if the knight's level exceeded that of the caster by 4 levels or more, they would be unaffected. Low-tier apprentice sorcerers could influence vision, while mid-tier expanded to auditory senses, and only high-tier could simulate olfactory senses. During the apprenticeship, illusionary arts was only effective at night, with its range extending from an initial dozen meters to about 100 meters. The Wail of the Banshee, as the name suggests, was a mental impact magic that could cause the target to temporarily lose consciousness, falling into a state of unpreparedness. The casting distance was comparable to illusionary arts, while its effectiveness depended on the opponent's mental strength level. Unlike illusionary arts, the Wail of the Banshee was rather ineffective against knights. The structural models of these 2 types of mental magic were exceedingly complex compared to elemental magic, requiring the construction of a 3-dimensional regular polyhedron within the 4-dimensional sea of consciousness. Tangna had yet to fully acclimate to the 4-dimensional sea of consciousness, nor had he ever constructed a 3-dimensional magical model, rendering it impossible for him to achieve this in a short time. However, considering the wondrous effects of these 2 spells, he devoted a significant amount of time to them. Hushuan Academy differed from other magical academies Tang Na had encountered. It was a short-term training institution, with each session lasting 6 months and no entrance examination. Within the academy, 12 professors tailored their course plans every 6 months, all aimed at concocting a specific potion. The academy did not offer foundational courses, as the reasons were straightforward. The Duchy of Yukulai boasted numerous ordinary potion academies where foundational potion studies could be pursued at a far lower cost on the day of registration. Tang Na was struck by the presence of the Blessing of Paitui and Twin Divine Essences, 2 potions aimed at enhancing mental power on the 12-course schedules. After much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the former, which had a weaker effect. For someone unversed in the field of potion making, this choice was audacious. On the day of enrollment, Professor Shaloman unequivocally addressed the 30-odd students of varying ages, stating, "I admire your courage, but I lament your tuition fees. In the past 6 years, not a single student has succeeded. Well, I hope a genius emerges among you." Professor Shaloman's words were quite direct. However, what struck Tang Na as peculiar was that these students, who were generally much older than him, accepted his remarks as a matter of course. It was indeed a matter of course. Within the entire Middle-earth, only 5 individuals could concoct the Blessing of Paitui, and Shaloman was one of them. Once one learned this method, they would immediately become the object of admiration among sorcerers, achieving an unparalleled status. Shaloman remarked that he had not taught a student capable of brewing the Blessing of Paitui in 6 years. However, he omitted another fact that those present, aside from Tang Na, were well aware of. Over the past 30 years, he had produced only 3 such masters in potion making, in other words, among the 5 masters capable of brewing this potion. One was Shaloman himself. The other 3 were his students, leaving only one unrelated to him. It is worth noting that the neighboring professor, Master Milan, who taught Twin Divine Essences, was the 5th individual. He was also the sole person in Middle-earth capable of concocting the Twin Divine Essences, yet he had yet to find a successor.